In ancient times, it was a chaotic era when countless monsters ran rampant across the land. At their head was the Monster Queen, the Queen Mother of the West, who commanded all monsters with the ambition to wipe out the human world. Just as the world was sunk in despairing darkness, 3 true immortals appeared and risked their lives to seal the monsters. The battle lasted all the way to the peak of the Heavenly Mountains, where they joined forces and defeated the Queen Mother of the West. They successfully saved the entire world from being swallowed by the dark waves of destruction. However, the seeds of disaster and threats from dark forces had not truly been erased from the world. Time passed, and several hundred years later, 2 people, an old man and a young man, were talking in a room. The old man looked aside and said to the youth, "Oh, honestly, I don't doubt the Grandmaster's abilities. I'm just a little confused. Is this really the monster that was troubling our village?" He was referring to a pig covered in talismans on a table. This young man was Zhang Wuwei, a descendant of the true immortals, 17 years old and a Taoist. Hearing the old man, he smiled and nodded. "Absolutely true. Old man, no, village chief, it only looks small because this Grandmaster has already sealed it." The village chief stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So it becomes like this after being sealed? It looks nothing like I imagined. I thought a sealed monster would still look fierce, savage, and dangerous." Zhang Wuwei quickly waved his hands. "No, that's just what people imagined." The village chief sighed. "Amazing, I still can't believe it." Zhang Wuwei angrily stood up and slammed the table. "If you don't believe me, I'll remove the seal and show you." The village chief grew frightened by his reaction. Zhang Wuwei ignored him, placed his hand over the pig's head, and prepared to cast a spell. "This monster is extremely fierce, so things may get out of control, but don't worry, with this Taoist here, you'll be fine. At worst, it'll only bite off a leg or 2, you won't die." The village chief broke into a cold sweat. Oh, Grandmaster. No, that's not necessary. Why are you taking this so seriously?" Zhang Wuwei remained firm. "Didn't you say you didn't believe me? I have to prove it." The village chief hurriedly stopped him. Wait. I was only joking to lighten the mood. I never doubted you." Zhang Wuwei walked over and put an arm around him. "Oh, is that all? Why didn't you say so earlier? All right, the job is done, so let's settle the fee for this mission. According to its rank, the danger level is 2, plus the talisman crafting fee, spiritual energy consumption, and travel expenses, making exactly 500 silver taels." The village chief stared at the price list, his eyes nearly popping out. 500 taels? Where am I supposed to get that much money?" Zhang Wuwei patted his shoulder, his expression darkening. "Really, village chief, you're quite the comedian, trying to lighten the mood again?" The village chief nervously replied. "Grandmaster, please don't squeeze so hard. The village budget really doesn't have that much." Zhang Wuwei sighed. It's fine. Taoists eliminate harm for the people, and payment is merely a formality. If the budget isn't enough, that's fine. Just give me whatever you have." After a while, Zhang Wuwei had taken everything from the village chief's house, even his clothes. After leaving nothing behind, he happily departed. "Well, thanks." "Oh, no need to see me off, old man, no, village chief." The village chief sat on the ground sobbing. "Demon. This brat is definitely a demon." After leaving the village, Zhang Wuwei walked through the forest, whistling smugly. Hey, country folk really are simple and honest. Coming all the way to this godforsaken place wasn't a waste after all. Ha, it was obviously just some missing livestock, yet they insisted there was a monster nearby. Come on, monsters don't just appear that easily. If there is one, I'd like to see it. Before he could finish, Zhang Wuwei suddenly fell silent and looked up at the opposite treetop, where a white-furred monkey with blazing red eyes stared at him. Upon seeing Zhang Wuwei, it excitedly exclaimed, "Human." After speaking, the monkey leaped straight down from the tree and charged at Zhang Wuwei. Human. They're grown now, and I haven't eaten human flesh for 3 months." Zhang Wuwei calmly reached into his chest to search for something. He then threw out a handful of red powder. The monster monkey panicked upon seeing it. "Damn, I got too excited and let my guard down. This red powder is filling the sky. Could it be refined cinnabar? Could this brat be a powerful sorcerer?" It stopped to examine it, but then a sudden stabbing pain hit. "Wait, that's not right, this damn feeling. It's scorching chili powder." The monster monkey's agonized screams echoed throughout the ancient forest. It collapsed to the ground, clutching its face and screaming. My eyes, unforgivable, just a lowly human, yet you dared trick me." It roared viciously, "I'll kill humans." But when the monster monkey raised its head, Zhang Wuwei had already vanished, leaving only his bag on the ground. The monster monkey angrily screamed, "Where did he go? That brat sure runs fast." Zhang Wuwei fled at full speed, cursing as he ran. Damn it, I thought it was just a monkey, but it turned out to be a high-level monster. What terrible luck. HMPH, consider yourself lucky, I'll spare your life today. Time passed quickly, and the descendants who inherited the hero's bloodline continued fighting to drive back the darkness for the peace of mankind. I am Zhang Wu, great-grandson of one of the three saints of the heavenly mountains. Unfortunately, since my grandfather's generation, our spiritual power mysteriously disappeared, so becoming an immortal was no longer possible. But I always remembered that I was a descendant of a true immortal and kept seeking ways to restore my family. Every day he went out to tell fortunes, calling out to anyone who passed. Brother, I'm afraid you'll soon encounter a bloody disaster. On August 8th and September 9th, you'll meet your end by the blade. The man waved dismissively. Oh, stop it. This is the 7th time this month you've told me that. Zhang Wu ignored him and continued calling out. Renowned divine fortune teller, original price 10 taels, now only 2, limited time, half price, half free. Get a peace talisman with your fortune today. Despite his efforts in this relatively peaceful era, even a grandmaster like me rarely gets a chance to show his talents. Fortunately, I learned fortune telling when I was young, so I can still make a living today, but I don't help everyone who comes. For there's a saying that the way is boundless, but those without affinity are hard to save. Without fate, even if you offer me 1,000 taels of silver or royalty, I won't agree. For I, Zhang Wu, will never disgrace my ancestors. One day I will surely restore my ancestors' glory. While lost in thought, he suddenly saw a little girl run to his stall, her eyes shining brightly. He stared at the paper cranes on the table. Zhang Wuwei looked at the girl in frustration and gestured for her to take out money to exchange, but she turned around, her big round eyes staring at him innocently. Then she suddenly held out a skewer of candied fruit. Zhongshan City was a small city in the northwest, yet its trade and economy were still fairly developed. Today Zhang Wuwei couldn't catch a single chicken, so he had to exchange paper cranes for the girl's candied fruit. He packed up early and left with a sigh. If this continues, I'll have to find another job. Surely there are no demons or even fortune-telling work here. As he walked, he suddenly saw a recruitment notice on the wall. The notice read, "Recruitment Notice. Demons have recently been causing trouble, and we seek capable talents regardless of methods or background. Report to B1 number 101, 4th section of Taegu Street, North Gate. Anyone who successfully exterminates the demon will receive 1,000 gold coins." After reading it, Zhang Wuwei was so happy he nearly cried. Haha, heaven has eyes, this is clearly an opportunity made for me. 1,000 gold coins, here I come. Just after shouting, he heard two people behind him. Big brother, aren't we going to the royal residence? The reward is huge. The other replied, forget it, little brother, the master of that household has a terrible temper. A lousy spellcaster once set up an altar to trick him and ended up with his legs broken. The other man exclaimed fearfully, oh my god, that bad. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei broke into a cold sweat and stroked his chin. That's right, if I use my old tricks, I'll probably get beaten to death, and if I meet a truly powerful demon, I'm finished. Maybe I should forget it. Yet he couldn't take his eyes off the 1,000 gold reward, despite his fear. Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth and tore down the recruitment notice. I'll risk it in the name of my ancestors. Anyway, I have to scam them. No, I mean exterminate the demon. The two men watched him tear it down and broke into a cold sweat for him. The scene shifted to Royal Residence B1 number 101, which had issued the recruitment notice. Wang Yi was walking into the courtyard with his servant. Oh, Xiao Li, are these three the experts you mentioned? Xiao Li smiled and replied, of course, these three are very famous in the martial world. Wang Yi looked at them and asked, may I know the names of these three experts? The three quickly introduced themselves in turn. The white-haired old man in a yellow robe said, this humble student is Huang He. The second said, this humble student is Wu Leimen. The burly man carrying an iron mace introduced himself as Master Chen Mo, the fierce tiger Shakya, and the last said, HMPH, I am the unknown Jai Bei. After hearing their introductions, Wang Yi's face darkened as he thought, a bunch of useless oddballs, a walking lump of charcoal, a pervert, and a bald fat pig. Not one looks reliable. Is there no normal person here? Despite thinking that, he smiled warmly. Oh, your names sound thunderous. Clearly you're extraordinary, so I'll trouble you all. He sighed inwardly. Fine, let them try for now, so no one can accuse me of judging by appearances. After a while, he reminded the three, but let me make one thing clear first. If anyone dares to do this carelessly just to get it over with, I won't let it slide. Besides, if anyone dares to, flowers, flowers, roses. Before he could finish, rose petals suddenly flew over, and before they could recover, a poem rang out from above. The savage demons are like fallen ghosts, cleansing the world of evil. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Wuwei, standing on the rooftop with his back to everyone, waving a fan as his robe fluttered and rose petals drifted around him, looking exactly like a great master. Everyone stared at the young man and gaped, "There's another one." Wang Yi was astonished, his emotions surging. "Whoa, he even recites poetry? I don't understand much, but it sounds impressive." He stammered, "May I ask who you are, sir?" Zhang Wuwei turned around and gently waved his fan, his voice deep and warm. "I came uninvited and haven't had time to introduce myself. I am a descendant of real person Tianqing, one of the legendary 3 sages of Kunlun." As he spoke, he leaped down from the roof. When he landed, rose petals and dust scattered everywhere. Zhang Wuwei slowly turned around, elegantly waving his fan as his deep voice rang out, "I came uninvited to your residence and haven't introduced myself. I am a descendant of real person Tianqing, one of the legendary 3 sages of Kunlun." After speaking, he secretly reached behind his back and used a metal wire to cut the string around his waist, praying inwardly, "Please, I have to fool them. I spent all day making these props. If this fails, it'll all be wasted." Hearing his introduction, everyone around him gaped again. "What, even in this remote place we can meet a descendant of real person Tianqing? How lucky! He's the descendant of the hero who defeated the demon queen." Zhang Wuwei secretly rejoiced, "You're truly my benefactors." Wang Yi also laughed excitedly, "Haha, thank goodness, finally someone reliable. This bearing, this presence, look at him, now that's what a professional looks like." Zhang Wuwei told everyone, "If you seniors don't mind, I am willing to contribute my modest strength and help exterminate the demons." Wang Yi excitedly replied, "Master, don't say that, please help this old man wipe out those demons." Zhai Bei, one of the experts, also smiled appreciatively. "The bearing of a legendary descendant is truly different, we can't compare." Zhang Wuwei was ecstatic inside. "Haha, it worked." He slowly stepped forward. "Don't say that, it's merely a false reputation. We all strive for righteousness, with no distinction between high and low." Wang Yi was dazzled and nodded repeatedly. "Oh, how extraordinary. Meeting you today makes this old man's life worthwhile." Zhang Wuwei secretly rejoiced. "Haha, lucky me. I happen to meet others who came to exterminate demons and can fight for me. I'll let these big shots investigate first, then decide what to do. Perhaps I won't have to do anything and can still collect the reward." But life wasn't a dream, as the others suddenly gave him the lead. One of them said, "Since Master has arrived, we'll stand aside and watch your performance. Everyone okay with that?" "No problem," they all agreed. Zhang Wuwei's face instantly turned pale. How did it end up like this? Wang Yi ignored his tense expression and pointed at the temple ahead, explaining, "Demons often appear around this ancient temple and can never be exterminated. Though it's been abandoned for years, I'll trouble you, Master, to wipe them out for me." Zhang Wuwei asked nervously, "Then why not just burn it down? Wouldn't burning the demons with it solve everything? It's about to collapse anyway, can't we just destroy it?" Wang Yi laughed and patted his shoulder. "Haha, no, this temple was left by my ancestors, who specifically ordered that it never be destroyed. I'm sure you have a way to exterminate the demons without damaging it." Zhang Wuwei forced a helpless smile. "Haha, of course I do." He cursed inwardly. "Of course I don't. What have I got myself into?" The people behind him, especially Zhai Bei, excitedly stepped forward and shouted, "The mission is clear. Let's go in and watch Master perform." Zhang Wuwei was startled. Without hesitation, he raised a hand to stop them, furious inside. "Watch me perform? Damn it, if they come in, how am I supposed to escape?" Zhai Bei was surprised and asked, What's wrong, Master? Why are you stopping me?" Zhang Wuwei smiled awkwardly. No, Senior, my technique is rather special. Every living creature within 300 feet will be injured, and if we all go inside and something happens to the Master outside, wouldn't there be no one to protect him? I can handle it, so rest assured and wait here for my victory." Zhai Bei exclaimed in surprise. "That makes sense, truly a master who thinks things through before acting." Zhang Wuwei then strode toward the ruined temple. "Well then, everyone, I'm going in, so remember not to follow me." The people behind shouted together, "Though we can't witness your legendary bearing, we'll wholeheartedly cheer for you." Zhang Wuwei turned back with tears welling in his eyes, yet still put on a brave face. "It's only a little monster, nothing worth mentioning." Soon he entered the temple. As soon as he entered, he looked left and right nervously. I'm doomed. I wonder if there's a back door I can sneak out through." He walked to the center of the temple and silently prayed before the Buddha statue. "Heaven, please don't let there be any terrifying monster." As soon as he finished, a voice rang out. "Mortal, how dare you trespass on my territory?" Zhang Wuwei jumped in fright. What was that? Who's talking? He quickly looked around and pleaded, "Monster brothers, I only came here to use the toilet. I'll leave right away." The monster roared angrily, "This is the territory of the bamboo ghosts. You come and go whenever you please. How should we deal with him?" Soon, a group of little monsters appeared before Zhang Wuwei. Seeing them, his face fell. They were merely the lowest-level monsters, incapable of even speaking. Zhang Wuwei's expression turned fierce as he shouted, "You who disturbed the peace of this world, repent for your sins." With that, he charged forward with his fist. "Take this, heaven and earth strike." The monsters were punched repeatedly, screaming, punching someone in the face is so shameless." Zhang Wuwei followed with sky-falling crimson rain, pulling out chili powder and throwing it into their faces. The little monsters immediately clutched their eyes and screamed, "Ah, my eyes, they hurt." Zhang Wuwei glanced at them and snorted coldly, "A bunch of trash." With that, he sent them all flying. Outside, Wang Yi heard the noise and turned to ask the others, "Wow, do you hear that fierce fighting?" Zhai Bei added, "The battle must have reached its climax. It's so intense, the opponent must be very strong." Inside the temple, the little monsters had lost all ability to resist and scrambled toward the windows. "Run, run quickly, this guy is too shameless." Zhang Wuwei shouted from behind, "Hey, how can you just leave whenever you want? I originally didn't want to use this move, but if you run around and get seen, it'll cause trouble." Saying this, he waved his hand and cast the three-flavored immortal flame. A pillar of fire immediately struck the little monsters in the middle of the room, burning them to ashes. Zhang Wuwei proudly said, "Being able to die to this technique is your honor. This is my family's inherited technique." He wiped the blood from his nose and sighed. "Ah, damn it, after all these years, this body still can't withstand such torment. If it weren't for this damn constitution, forget it, if I leave too quickly, it won't highlight how difficult this mission is. HMPH, no, I need to pretend a little." Soon, loud explosions continuously rang out inside the temple. Zhai Bei looked at the roof in shock. "Whoa, look, master, the whole room is exploding." Wang Yi smiled. "That's normal, he's a grandmaster, explosions are." Before he could finish, he suddenly froze and looked ahead. "Ah, this is the temple my ancestors left me. That bastard." Seeing Wang Yi about to rush inside, Zhai Bei stopped him. "No, master, you'll get hurt if you go in." Inside the temple, Zhang Wuwei held 2 bundles of firecrackers and laughed loudly. "Monsters, don't even think about disturbing the peace of this world. Take this 8-fold fire lotus." As he spoke, he ran around throwing firecrackers everywhere. "HMPH, not bad, I didn't expect you could actually stop me." Suddenly, he stomped through the floor, creating a hole. His body immediately fell through it. "Ouch, ouch, I forgot this place was already so dilapidated." Zhang Wuwei groaned while a faint voice whispered in his ear, "SHH, quiet, quiet." Looking at the scene before him, he could not help feeling puzzled. "Oh, what's this?" Before him, a strange-looking jar was being worshipped on a stone pillar. Zhang Wuwei could not understand it and exclaimed, "Oh, what strange belief is this? They worship a jar in this temple." He quickly approached to take a look. "Could my senses be wrong? Why does it feel like something is talking?" He reached out, picked up the jar, and lifted it. Could this be some kind of immortal jar? He looked into the mouth of the jar, and a voice immediately sounded in his ear. "Silence for this old man." Hearing the voice, he jumped in fright and dropped the jar. "Oh my, what the hell is this? I'm doomed." The jar fell to the ground and shattered. Zhang Wuwei exclaimed, "Ah, I'm screwed." Blood energy quickly surged out from inside. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from within, Zhang Wuwei could not help but tremble in fear. What is going on?" Blood energy immediately surged into the sky, terrifying everyone in the city. Outside the temple, Wang Yi and the others also looked up in fear. "What's happening? Why did the sky suddenly change?" Within the blood energy high above the 9 heavens, a human figure with a snake's tail gradually appeared. Looking down, it laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I never thought I'd see sunlight again. After so long, Central Mountain is still as beautiful as ever. Come mortals, this old man has returned." This monster was Zhulong, a calamity-level monster. Seeing Zhulong, the citizens panicked and fled. "Run! Why did a monster suddenly appear?" Zhulong crossed its arms in midair and shouted, "Hey, hey, don't panic, I've done nothing, I haven't even touched anyone yet." Seeing that no one paid attention, Zhulong opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Then it roared, sending violent winds and sound waves rapidly spreading outward. The buildings were blown until they shook and nearly collapsed. The citizens were severely injured by the sound waves, blood spraying everywhere. The violent wind struck the city walls, instantly covering them with countless cracks and leaving them on the verge of collapse. Zhulong excitedly placed its hands on its waist and laughed. "All right, now you can start being afraid, that's how it's supposed to go." Zhang Wuwei crawled out of the crater and looked up in horror. Why was such a monster sealed inside that jar? It can even change the entire sky. This must be a calamity-level monster. This is terrible. He quickly and quietly left. I'm screwed, I need to get away fast, please don't let anyone notice me. After only a few steps, Zhai Bei turned and shouted, "Oh, Grandmaster!" The others happily rushed over. "Great, Grandmaster has finally appeared." Zhang Wuwei had no choice but stop. He turned slightly and asked helplessly, "Oh, are you all right?" Zhai Bei continued, "We're fine. What happened inside? Why did such a powerful monster suddenly come out?" Zhang Wuwei stammered, This is a little complicated. How should I explain it?" He quickly came up with an excuse. "In short, after much effort, I found the source of the evil energy attracting monsters here. Then I forced that giant monster out, but accidentally let it escape during the battle." I'm terribly sorry, everyone. This damn monster escaped because of my mistake." Zhai Bei clenched his fist and reassured him, "It's fine, Grandmaster. This time we'll go together and see where it can run." Huang He also spoke, "That's right, my Thunder Talisman is hungry for action, so let's go." Shakya stammered, "Together we can definitely." Zhang Wuwei looked at their attitude helplessly and cursed inwardly, "Are these people sick? Didn't they see that one roar from it already brought down the city wall? Who gave you people this much courage?" After thinking for a moment, he sighed helplessly, though his voice remained sharp. "I understand everyone's determination to eliminate monsters, but this isn't the time for that." Zhang Wuwei's words left everyone confused. Zhai Bei asked doubtfully, If we're not going to eliminate it, then what do we do?" Zhang Wuwei's gaze was icy as he answered simply, "Run." Everyone stared blankly, unable to believe their ears. "What? Grandmaster, are you serious? How can we run? Eliminating evil is our mission, regardless of victory or defeat." Before anyone could finish, Zhang Wuwei pointed at them sternly. "Idiots, did I tell you to run away? I said help the citizens escape. With my strength and your help, defeating this monster isn't difficult, but don't forget we're inside the city, right at its center. Have you thought about how many innocent people could be affected? Our top priority is avoiding harm to innocents. We'll split into a team to draw the monster's attention and hold it back, while another person and I evacuate the citizens." As he spoke, he secretly felt proud of his wisdom. "That's right, I'm too smart," he thought. "Then I'll slip out with the citizens. This plan is perfect." He continued righteously, "No matter what, the lives of innocents come first. That's our true mission." The three beside him were so moved they shed tears, unable to hide their admiration. "This is the true hero we've learned from. Thank you." Huang He spoke emotionally. "Sob, I'm so ashamed, I just want to dig a hole and hide." Zhai Bei clenched his fists, tears streaming down. "The descendants of the true immortals really think differently, we can't compare." Zhang Wuwei ignored their praise and calmly walked on, saying firmly, "After evacuating everyone in the city, we'll return to deal with that monster. If you can't hold out then, run first and don't force yourselves. I don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves, including you." "Then let's begin." After a brief silence, Zhang Wuwei turned to Zhai Bei and asked, "But what happened to the master?" Zhai Bei scratched his head and sighed. The master fainted after seeing the ancestral temple blown away by the demon." Zhang Wuwei frowned angrily. "Damn demon, I'll avenge the ancestral temple." The scene shifted elsewhere, where the place had become a desolate wasteland beyond recognition. The city's soldiers had just arrived when they witnessed a horrifying sight, the giant demon Zhulong sitting on the city wall and laughing. "Haha, finally, some fresh food has arrived." His eyes gleamed with wicked delight. The soldiers looked at each other, trembling in fear. "What? How is this possible?" The wall and crossbows were destroyed in an instant, and almost all the city's elite soldiers are here. Zhulong leaned against the wall and sneered at them like tiny ants. There are quite a lot of you." A few soldiers trembled and whispered, "What do we do now? Should we run?" The soldier beside him also agreed fearfully, "Yeah, there's no way we can beat this demon." The captain roared, interrupting them, "What the hell are you doing? Get yourselves together, form up and shoot the monster in the head." Following the order, the soldiers quickly formed ranks and prepared for battle. But Zhulong only smiled viciously. "Haha, dessert time begins." He leaped down and shouted, "Die." He slammed a fist into the ground. The entire army was thrown into chaos, soldiers flying everywhere as some quickly turned and fled. But Zhulong ignored them and reached out to grab several nearby soldiers. He lifted them before his face, staring at them hungrily. The soldiers below watched in terror. The captain's been caught." Their screams rang out, but Zhulong swallowed them without hesitation like appetizers. Seeing this, the soldiers below cried out in fear, tears streaming down their faces. The soldiers and captain thrown into Zhulong's mouth screamed desperately. The captain shouted, I don't want to die." Then blood sprayed into the air, and their voices fell silent. Some soldiers stood there in shock, not knowing what to do. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry and run." One man clutched his head and cried, "It's useless, we can't escape. It's all over, don't you understand? All resistance is meaningless, we're all going to die today." Soon, Zhulong finished his little feast and, like a giant meat-drunk beast, opened his mouth and charged toward the remaining soldiers. Just then, a spell suddenly shot straight into its face. Ambushed, Zhulong angrily turned around and roared, "Who dares play dirty?" Huang He and Shakya appeared boldly like two superheroes and shouted sternly, "Don't give up hope, run." Zhulong looked at them as if watching a comedy and mocked, "Oh, here come the heroes to save the day. Every era has no shortage of fools who want to play hero." Shakya ignored him, wielded his iron mace, and strode forward stylishly. "You've all fought bravely, leave the rest to me." The soldiers stared at them in amazement. "Who are these two?" A man beside him said. "Why care? Run." The soldiers quickly fled in all directions but still shouted as they ran, "Thank you, hero. No, wait, immortal." Seeing the dead soldiers scattered before him, Huang He felt a bitter ache in his heart, and without a word, he tightened his grip on his weapon. He summoned all his strength and stomped hard on the ground. The ground beneath his feet cracked like a rice cracker being snapped in half. "Beast, your crime is unforgivable. Let me send you on your way. Go repent in the Valley of Reflection." Shakya immediately swung his mace. A tiger-shaped fireball appeared in the air and shot straight toward Zhulong. Huang He was no less impressive, pulling several talismans from his pouch. "Looks like that last talisman wasn't powerful enough for you. Then taste the specialty of the Five Thunder Sect, the heaven-shattering thunder talisman. For no creature in this world can remain unharmed after taking a strike from heaven-shattering thunder. Not to mention 100 monsters rushing to their deaths." Huang He rapidly formed hand seals, and 100 talismans around him began spinning like drones. They flew together with Shakya's tiger fragment toward Zhulong. Seeing this spectacular attack, Zhulong could not help laughing. "Haha, not bad. Since you've put in so much effort, I'll play with you a little longer." Saying this, Zhulong waved his hand and created a barrier of spiritual power to block the attack. A huge explosion shook the heavens and earth, violently rocking space. Shakya asked in surprise from below, "Did we succeed or fail?" Huang He confidently replied, "Impossible. No matter how strong it is, after taking that hit, it can't be completely unharmed." But as soon as he finished, Zhulong's mocking laughter rang out. "Sorry, but you're too naive. This old man can withstand it." Shakya and Huang He were horrified to see their opponent completely unharmed, without even a scratch, unable to believe how terrifying this monster was. From the dust, Zhulong raised his hand and formed a seal. "Let me put on a show and broaden your horizons." As he spoke, a strange blood-red light immediately enveloped Shakya and Huang He. Huang He stared at his body in shock and shouted, "What is this? My body has become sluggish." He suddenly realized something. "No, it's not my body slowing down, time itself has slowed." Zhulong stood in the air and laughed proudly. "Haha, surprised? You should feel honored to witness this technique. My ability is to manipulate time. Once you're inside the barrier, the flow of time is completely under my control." Huang He finally understood, his face filled with panic. "Damn it, no wonder our attack had no effect. We have to escape or we'll die here." Seeing them try to flee, Zhulong reached out with a claw-like hand, a sinister smile appearing on its face. "It's useless. Once you're inside my time barrier, you're nothing but fish on a chopping board." Shakya was only a moment too slow and was grabbed by Zhulong. Huang He panicked, his eyes wide with terror. "No, Zio-he." Zhulong looked at its prey in its hand and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, I've caught one." Without another word, it tightened its grip and crushed Shakya into a pile of minced flesh before Huang He's eyes. Fresh blood from his companion splattered across Huang's face, leaving him frozen. Zhulong looked down at him and laughed mockingly. "Haha, what happened? Where did all that fighting spirit go? Come and kill me, old man. What are you waiting for?" Huang He could only stare with bloodshot, frozen eyes, unable to utter a word. The scene shifted to Zhang Wuwei. In another part of the city, Zhang Wuwei was busy evacuating the civilians, meaning he kept running around shouting, "Please leave the city immediately. Everyone, head for the city gate. A giant monster is rampaging wildly. Those who run fast live, and those who are slow are on their own." Amid the panicked crowd, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "Wait, why am I still doing this dangerous job? Running means I can survive, but if I stay here, the monster might turn me into a roast one day." Thinking this, he quietly looked around, and seeing that no one was watching, he immediately ran for his life. "Thank goodness, no one noticed me." After running only a few steps, he suddenly heard someone crying for help. He turned around and saw the little girl who had traded her candied fruit for his paper crane that morning, now pinned beneath a huge rock. He ran over and said, "Kid, are you all right? Don't worry, Big Brother will save you." He threw the rock aside and asked, "Where are your parents?" The girl shook her head through her tears. I don't know, when I ran back, I found the house collapsed. Zhang Wuwei comforted her. It's okay, they may still be inside. Wait here while I go look. After saying this, he entered the house and shouted, "Is anyone in here? If so, answer me." He looked around and discovered a horrifying scene. The girl's entire family was dead, tears rolling down his face as he stood frozen in place. Beside the pool of blood on the floor was a drawing, one the girl had made of her family. Zhang Wuwei choked up. Why did this happen? A while later, he returned to the girl. The girl immediately asked, "Big brother, you're back. Where are my parents?" Zhang Wuwei glanced at her and lowered his head, unable to tell her the truth, so he could only lie. I couldn't find them. They probably went looking for you." The girl's face immediately lit up. Really? Zhang Wuwei nodded as if nothing had happened. Really? Then let's go outside the city and look for them together. The girl nodded gratefully. "Big brother, you're so kind. Thank you, big brother." Zhang Wuwei carried the girl on his back, but as soon as they left, she began sobbing. "Big brother, thank you for saving me, but I know I probably won't see my parents again." Zhang Wuwei sighed. "Looks like the safety charm I gave you really was useless." The girl suddenly protested emotionally. "How could it be useless? Maybe it was precisely because of it that you came to save me. You're my lifesaver, big brother." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei stopped and asked in surprise, "Really? So I actually qualify as a benefactor?" He quickly reunited with Zhai Bei and the others. Seeing him carry a little girl back, Zhai Bei asked curiously, "Who is the child Grandmaster is carrying?" Zhang Wuwei told them everything, of course leaving out the part where he fled first and only happened to save her. After hearing this, Zhai Bei sighed. "This child is truly pitiful. Grandmaster, leave her to me. I'll safely take her out of the city." Zhang Wuwei quickly handed the girl to Zhai Bei to carry, then asked, "How many more citizens need evacuating?" Zhai Bei replied, "She's the last one." Zhang Wuwei turned toward the city and thought, "Everyone is suffering like this because of me." The scene shifted to Huang He and the others, where Zhulong stood in the air looking down at Huang He. "Old white-haired Taoist, what did you just say?" Huang He lay on the ground and struggled to speak. "I said the true immortal's descendant is also here. After taking the citizens out of the city, he, cough, cough, will definitely come back to defeat you." Hearing the words true immortal, Zhulong became so furious he wanted to crush the ground beneath him. Blood flowed from his clenched teeth as he thought and cried out, "I never expected to encounter a true immortal here too." He couldn't help recalling what had happened here long ago. That day, he had been thoroughly beaten by 3 people known as true immortals. After pinning his body to the ground with sword energy, one of them disdainfully said, "You're too arrogant, Zhulong. Stay in this jar and repent for the rest of your life." Hundreds of years have passed, but whenever I think of them, the wounds on my back still hurt. If my body hadn't been weakened from the previous battle at Central Mountain, how could I have lost to them? A bunch of arrogant fools, unforgivable. As he spoke, he angrily clenched both fists and rapidly began casting a spell. The entire city was soon covered by his domain. "Ha ha, it's here. The day has finally come, and this old man will repay the humiliation from 100 years ago through your descendants." After sensing for a moment, he scratched his head in confusion. "Strange, why can't I sense any humans? Anyone with spiritual energy within my domain should be detectable. Why can't I sense any corresponding energy? Have they hidden their spiritual energy? Damn it, don't think this trick can help you escape." He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn descendant of the true immortal, I know you haven't gone far. Don't even think about escaping. I'll find you. You want to protect these ordinary people, right? Then show yourself while you still can, or once I find you, every one of them will die." Outside the city, the others were now gathered and bandaging their wounds. Zhang Wuwei looked toward the city and clenched his fists. "Grandpa, so this is the path you spoke of back then. Is creating a hero really done through blood and bones?" He stopped running and slowly turned back, taking one step after another toward the city. As he walked, he recalled the past. When he was young, he once looked with his grandfather at his great-grandfather's portrait hanging on the wall. His grandfather had said, "That's right, your great-grandfather defeated the Monster King and then ascended to become an immortal. But as time passed, people gradually forgot him. He hated being praised when he was alive, so I think he wouldn't care even if he knew." Zhang Wuwei's eyes sparkled like stars as he stared at the portrait, his mind filled with excitement. "He's so cool. Can I become a hero like great-grandpa?" "No," his grandfather's cold reply struck his heart like a hammer. "Our bloodline lost its spiritual energy from your grandfather's generation. Forcing yourself to train is not only dangerous but life-threatening, and that's why your parents stopped too. In short, no." Zhang Wuwei burst into tears. "Why, I don't know, I want to learn, I want to become a hero." The old man quietly comforted him. "Be good, Grandpa will buy you candied fruits." Zhang Wuwei replied, 2 skewers then. The next day, he secretly stole a cultivation manual and took it behind the mountain to practice. HMPH, mean grandpa, does he think 2 skewers of candied fruit can fool me? We have no spiritual energy and have been forgotten by the world. Then I'll make the world remember us. Isn't that what learning is for? One beautiful day, beneath gentle golden sunlight, the grandfather and grandson sat by the river watching fish swim. The old man couldn't help asking, Wuwei, why do you want to be a hero? Because it's cool, Zhang Wuwei replied, to restore our family and uphold justice for all. The old man laughed like a flowing stream. Ha ha, what a noble ambition for all people, do you know? Creating a hero requires their blood and bones. An era that needs heroes is destined to be tragic, so isn't being a hero in such a tragic age a sad thing? If your great-grandfather had a choice, he would never choose an era that forces people to become heroes. Returning to the present, Zhang Wuwei finally understood his grandfather's words. At the same time, inside the city, Zhulong continued searching without pause. Zhulong's eyes flashed as he passed a house where 2 little Taoists had been talking when Zhang Wuwei tore up the recruitment notice and hid. Without hesitation, Zhulong waved his hand and smashed the house apart. Just then, a voice echoed, "Stop, monster." Zhulong turned and smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. You finally came, descendant of the true immortal. Zhai Bei crossed his arms and snorted. Sorry to keep you waiting, big monster, huh? It seems you knew I'd come. Zhulong laughed arrogantly. Enough nonsense. Once you entered my force field range, I sensed you already. Ha ha ha, but there's nothing special about your spiritual energy. Even the true immortal's descendant has fallen into depravity. Zhai Bei sneered, sorry to disappoint you. With such a great status, I only want justice for the innocent people you've killed. As he spoke, he bit his finger. Then he used his blood to draw on the doll in his hand. Next, he threw the doll out, his confident voice ringing out, this is the nameless secret witchcraft. Zhai Bei's art. Next came blood parasite transformation, and the doll quickly grew larger. It became several copies of Zhai Bei, and after everything was ready, he provoked Zhulong. Come on, demon. Zhulong hovered in the air and shouted angrily, what the hell? So you're not the one I've been looking for? Enough nonsense, you're wasting my time. Killing you is no harder than crushing an ant. With that, he cast a spell, and a time domain instantly surrounded Zhai Bei. Zhulong laughed loudly, take your own life and experience this so-called power of time. With that, he slammed his palm down at Zhai Bei. Zhang Wuwei stood on a mountain outside the city, watching intently. Looking at the money pouch in his hand, he mocked himself, haha, what an idiot I am. Knowing he'll die, why would he still go? Why go in my place? I'd already made up my mind. So why am I starting to hesitate? The scene shifted back to earlier when Zhang Wuwei arrived outside the barrier, and a voice suddenly came from behind him. Master, let me go. Zhai Bei stepped beside him and said, let me buy some time for everyone. Zhang Wuwei turned to him, moved, it's you, uncle. For some reason at that moment he felt strangely relieved that someone was about to save them. Zhai Bei patted his chest confidently, don't worry, I may not look it, but I'm great at buying time. Zhang Wu stared in disbelief. What did you just say? This has nothing to do with you, that demon specifically named. Why are you taking my place? Are you planning to sacrifice yourself for nothing? Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll defeat this demon and bring the monk and old Taoist back. Zhai Bei rummaged through his robe as if searching for a treasure and said, Master, did you forget? We must save the innocent people first. If you leave too, who will protect them? What Zhai Bei took out was a money pouch, which he placed in Zhang Wuwei's hand. Please give this to the old man named Liu in the small village near Yanglu Kingdom for me. Zhai Bei scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. It's embarrassing. I've accomplished nothing all these years and haven't even dared return to see my parents, and I probably won't get the chance later, so please deliver this money for me. Zhang Wuwei watched Zhai Bei's departing figure. He suddenly asked, is it worth it? Zhai Bei turned back with a faint smile. As long as the people are safe, it's worth it. At that moment, Zhang Wuwei felt a little sad and thought, I want to be like you too. I want to be a hero, but my heart keeps trembling. Standing on the mountain peak and watching Zhai Bei fight desperately, he laughed bitterly at himself. So this is how miserable a descendant of a true immortal can be. Meanwhile, the battle beneath the city remained extremely fierce. Zhulong clenched his fist and hissed angrily, damn it, this weak little sorcerer should be easy to kill, yet no matter how many times I kill him, he keeps coming back to life. I don't understand, what spell did you use, or is it some magical artifact? Zhai Bei merely sneered from below, how could I tell you, you're truly the biggest fool in the world. Though he sounded confident, he secretly rejoiced. Phew, luckily he still hasn't figured it out. If you think I only know how to make clones, you're terribly mistaken. Zhai Bei continued boasting inwardly. On my way here, I set up a totem barrier. This small totem was refined from phoenix feathers and my blood. Once activated, it grants immortality within a small area. Though it lasts briefly, it's more than enough to deal with most demons. There isn't much time left. I hope this move works. With that, Zhai Bei wiped the blood from his mouth. Zhulong roared from the air, what a nuisance. I originally wanted to conserve my strength and avoid using my magnetic power, but I can't waste any more time on you. Let's end this here. With that, he raised his hand to cast a spell, but Zhulong suddenly froze, his expression changing. Why does my left hand hurt so badly? I'm gradually losing all strength. Zhai Bei looked up and smirked. Ah, getting bitten by too many insects hurts. I just wanted to take a gamble, but I didn't expect such a good result. The more times you kill my clones, the more blood parasites accumulate on your hands. When blood parasites touch non-human creatures, they become a nerve-corroding poison. How is it your arm should be gradually losing its strength, right? Zhulong looked at his hand, furious. Damn it, you're just an ant. How dare you act arrogant before me? He roared in extreme rage. In a fit of fury, he unleashed his ultimate technique, time's absolute ruin, and fierce purple light erupted from his body. A massive surge of energy burst out, forcing Zhai Bei and his clones to raise their hands and brace against it. The energy created a whirlwind that swept everything away. Even Zhai Bei's clones instantly disintegrated, while his main body was also dragged into the purple light, forming a huge vortex in the sky. After the purple light faded, nothing remained but barren ground. Zhai Bei had now become an old man near death. Staring at his body in disbelief, he exclaimed, "How can such power exist in this world? My body feels as heavy as a rock." Zhai Bei thought, no, I need to stall for time. As long as the totem barrier remains, there's still a chance. Just then, he stared wide-eyed into the distance. Damn it, the totem barrier was also destroyed by that attack. Zhulong laughed loudly in the air. Haha, looks like your resurrection spell has finally disappeared. My technique can destroy everything, and if it had lasted a little longer, you'd already be dead. But a fly like you doesn't deserve to die to this technique. A fly like you only deserves to be crushed to death. Zhulong stretched out both hands to grab Zhai Bei. Zhai Bei panicked, it's over, there's no way out. Just then Zhulong suddenly froze, his eyes widening. Countless lightning talismans flew toward him and stuck to his tail. They immediately exploded. Zhulong could not react in time and was blasted backward. Zhai Bei thought in surprise, what's going on? Zhulong rolled across the ground, no longer showing any trace of his former majesty, and exclaimed, how is this possible? Even if that old Taoist isn't dead, he shouldn't be able to move. Zhang Wuwei slowly walked forward and said coldly, don't touch them anymore, monster. As you wished, I've arrived. The one facing you now is the descendant of a true immortal, Zhang Wuwei. The old Huang He beside him timidly said, Master, don't waste those talismans. Zhang Wuwei awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Ah, sorry, I got too excited. Zhulong sneered, the descendant of a true immortal has finally appeared. Zhai Bei looked at him in confusion. Master Huang He, why did you come back? Zhang Wuwei smiled lightly. Didn't I say I'd return to deal with the monster after evacuating the civilians? But uncle, you seem to have aged quite a lot. Zhai Bei sighed, that monster can control time within a certain range. You must be careful later. Zhang Wuwei looked at the two. Understood, but leave this to me. Step back so you don't get caught up in it. Zhai Bei stared in shock. What, you think you can fight that monster? Its power is far beyond your imagination. Zhang Wuwei smiled confidently. Don't worry, my abilities are beyond your imagination too. Besides, he's only targeting me, so this has nothing to do with you. So run quickly, Zhai Bei and Huang He secretly thought. Why does it feel like he's the one trying to run? Zhulong looked at him suspiciously. Kid, your surname is Zhang, so are you Tianking's descendant? Zhang Wuwei snorted coldly and pointed at him. So what if I am? Are you scared? Zhulong carefully observed him, cold sweat pouring down. Strange, why can't I sense his spiritual power? Even a newborn baby has some spiritual power when expressing emotions. Could he be hiding his spiritual power to throw off my judgment, then seize the chance to strike a fatal blow? On the other side, Zhang Wuwei's whole body trembled as he thought, damn it, I feel like I'm about to wet my pants. Zhulong remained immersed in his thoughts. No wonder he used lightning talismans without spiritual power for that sneak attack earlier. There's no denying he's a true combat genius. Zhulong secretly decided I must deal with him cautiously and first figure out his fighting style. With that thought, Zhulong immediately reached out to grab him. Seeing this, Zhang Wuwei panicked. Damn, he's attacking, no choice, I'll have to risk it. Zhang Wuwei lowered his head and began chanting, leave the center empty, fill the center full. Hearing the incantation, Zhulong immediately stopped, his eyes widening. Zhang Wuwei continued, "Heaven is earth, earth is heaven." Huang He excitedly shouted beside him, "Master is making his move. Could this stance be the legendary 8 trigrams illusory wheel technique seal?" Zhulong gritted his teeth as he looked at his trembling left hand, thinking, damn it, the neurotoxin hasn't cleared, so I can't use the time-stopping force field. I just used my ultimate technique and still haven't recovered. This is bad. Zhang Wuwei roared powerfully, "Monster, die." Zhulong also screamed, but in fear, "No, don't." Yet nothing happened for a long time. Zhang Wuwei stood there with a face like he'd lost the lottery, while Huang He and Zhai Bei were drenched in sweat and could only remain silent. Zhulong's fear turned to rage as it swung its tail like thunder toward Zhang Wuwei. "Damn Deathbringer, how dare you toy with this old man?" Zhang Wuwei had no way to dodge and was sent flying, crying out in pain. Huang He and Zhai Bei panicked, stumbling over together as they shouted, "It's over, Grandmaster has been knocked away, hurry and help." Zhulong sneered contemptuously, "Two weak bugs dare stop this old man. I'll deal with you first, then crush that fate. This time I won't hold back, I'll crush you just like that stinking monk." Zhulong charged toward Huang He and Zhai Bei. Seeing Zhulong rush at them like lightning, Huang He and Zhai Bei panicked, unable to react. "Damn it, it's too fast." Suddenly, an 8 trigrams diagram appeared beneath Zhulong's feet. Zhang Wuwei shouted from afar, "Hey, you big-bellied monster, who did you just call a fake? Watch this move." "Sorry, everyone, I haven't chanted in so long that I mispronounced it, but this time it'll definitely be right. You'll spend the rest of your life trapped inside the rocks." The 8 trigrams profound wheel formation activated, pulling Zhulong into the formation as it screamed in terror. Huang He and Zhai Bei stood nearby shouting, Oh, Grandmaster is amazing, keep going, Grandmaster." Sweat and blood poured from Zhang Wuwei's face, but he gritted his teeth and endured, shouting, "It must succeed." But just then he spat out a huge mouthful of blood and collapsed. He struggled to shout, "How can this be? Impossible. Before, using magic at worst left me exhausted or gave me a nosebleed. Why are the side effects so severe this time? Is the target too strong?" Zhulong laughed loudly and approached. "Heh, so you have no spiritual energy. I never expected a savior's descendant to be a useless fool without spiritual energy. No wonder I couldn't sense you." It grabbed Zhang Wuwei by the head and lifted him up. Zhang Wuwei cried out in pain, "Cough, cough, it hurts so much." Huang He and Zhai Bei rushed over in panic, shouting, "Grandmaster, we're here to save you." Zhulong angrily whipped its tail, sending them both flying. "Don't interfere, you bugs." After dealing with them, Zhulong looked at Zhang Wuwei mockingly. "What a rarity. 400 years ago, I met a strange man who had no spiritual energy yet could still use magic. Forcing magic without spiritual energy will damage one's life. If you didn't know Tianking's sealing technique, this old man could never believe trash like you was his descendant. Oh, surely you weren't an unwanted bastard your mother picked up from a banana grove? No, even then she wouldn't have picked up trash like you." Zhang Wuwei's face turned purple, but his eyes remained sharp as blades. "Shut your filthy mouth." Zhulong laughed and raised Zhang Wuwei higher. "No ability, yet so much pride, but it doesn't matter, you're about to die. This old man will swallow you alive and let you slowly die inside my stomach." He laughed and released his grip. Zhang Wuwei fell straight into its mouth. With no way to escape, Zhang Wuwei fell deep into Zhulong's stomach and splashed into a pool of water. He thought, so this is the end. As expected, heroes always come with death. If not me, then someone else. Grandpa, I understand now. If great-grandpa could choose, he would surely choose an era that didn't need heroes, an era without weak people needing to be saved. So this was what great-grandpa had always pursued. How wonderful. Suddenly, golden light burst from inside Zhulong's stomach. Zhulong screamed in panic, "Why is there golden light in my stomach? Could it be that brat?" Zhulong screamed frantically, "This is bad, my time magic has no effect on my own body." Careless, far too careless, I never expected him to still have strength left. No, I have to spit him out now. Just as it was about to reach into its throat, a spell suddenly struck from somewhere and stopped it. The two attackers were Huang He and Zhai Bei. Zhulong roared furiously, "Damn it, you two bugs again." But it had no time to care about them now because the golden light inside its stomach was growing increasingly intense. It groaned in pain. "Brat, do you think using an immortal grade sealing art will let you survive? What hero? Even if you seal this old man, you will still die." Inside his body, Zhang Wuwei, his features covered in blood, struggled to answer, "Hero? Cough, cough, you and I are merely tumors of this era and will die eventually, but I want others, I want this city to keep living. To live in an era without heroes, Zhang Wuwei roared. Zhulong went mad, unwilling to accept it but could not resist. Golden light shone before gradually being completely absorbed into Zhang Wuwei's body. Zhang Wuwei's body withered as he slowly fell from the sky. His eyes were half closed and his breathing ragged. I finally succeeded. At that moment between life and death, a familiar voice rang out, Wuwei, Wuwei. He struggled to open his eyes. To his surprise, he found himself lying in a fragrant flower field. Sitting up, he muttered, where is this? The voice sounded again so familiar, you've grown up, Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei froze, frowning deeply, and after a while realized it was his grandfather's voice. A faint smile appeared at his lips. Is that so? So that's how it is. It's all over now, though there are still many regrets. The scene shifted elsewhere and a voice said, what happened? Zhulong's aura has disappeared. The voice came from a black crow perched in a tree, its eyes staring skyward in shock. I need to go see what happened. Lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. The black crow immediately flew away. On the ground below, the battlefield was horrifying, with no survivors left. In his dream, Zhang Wuwei saw another strange memory. Why did you leave for no reason? No, why, clearly. You took away everything this old man had. All humans deserve to die. Zhang Wuwei suddenly woke, his eyes wide open. He sat up gasping, sweat pouring down his face. Was it a dream? He touched his forehead tiredly. Why did I dream of such strange things? Suddenly he realized something was wrong. Wait, this is a clinic. Zhang Wuwei pinched his cheek and clearly felt the pain. It still hurts, which means, that's right, I'm still alive. Unable to contain his emotions, he laughed loudly. Haha, long live miracles, long live life. After his brief excitement, he looked around the room. But where is this? Forget it, no need to worry about it. The dream scared me into a cold sweat, so I need a bath. Seeing the bathroom ahead, Zhang Wuwei exclaimed excitedly, wow, this clinic even has a private bathroom. That's amazing. He quickly ran toward the bathroom, but stopped abruptly in front of the mirror. In the mirror, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, my hair, why has it all turned white? Even my eye color has changed. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ah, right, it must be because I sealed that huge monster inside my body. Could this be a side effect? Zhang Wuwei looked at himself in the mirror and smiled faintly. It's not bad anyway, besides looking more handsome, nothing else has changed. Ah, but I still prefer my old hair color. As he took off his shirt, he mused, but thinking about it, all the legendary masters have white hair. Not bad. If this is the only side effect, I'm fine with it. As soon as he removed his shirt and looked in the mirror, he froze for several seconds. Once he recovered, Zhang Wuwei panicked upon realizing a strange face had appeared on his left arm. He shouted, my body is ruined. How am I supposed to face people with this freakish thing growing from my arm? As he was shouting, someone suddenly burst through the door. Why are you yelling so loudly? Zhang Wuwei quickly covered his arm with his clothes. Seeing him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, the master is awake. Zhang Wuwei nodded and forced an awkward smile. Greetings, everyone. Everyone excitedly shouted, thank goodness, the master is finally awake. Are you all right? Does anything still hurt? Zhang Wuwei smiled awkwardly. Ah ha ha, I'm fine, I'm very healthy, I just slipped earlier. Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. That's good, we're so glad you're all right. If you need anything, just tell us. Zhang Wuwei exclaimed, oh, then could you all please go outside and let me rest for a while? Everyone nodded together. Of course, we'll wait outside, call us if you need anything. The next day, a group of people walked along while talking. Master, this way please, our lord has been waiting for you to wake up. I see, but... The group consisted of Zhang Wuwei, a physician and a servant from the lord's residence. Zhang Wuwei continued, Doctor, did you really find nothing unusual about me? The physician answered firmly. Yes, absolutely nothing. Aside from your hair turning white overnight, a few cavities, and slight kidney weakness, everything is normal. Zhang Wuwei cursed inwardly. Normal? Your sister? That's obviously not normal at all. Still, it's good. At least they won't mistake me for a monster. He thought, looks like this monster face appeared after I was unconscious for a few days, or after I woke up. Being alive is good, but this is such a hassle. I never expected the city to recover so quickly. Just how long was I unconscious? Though something strange has grown on my body, the result is still worth it. On the street, the people became excited when they saw him. Master, that's the master. Is he the hero who defeated the monster? Really? Or am I dreaming? Zhang Wuwei stared at the crowd in disbelief, his eyes wide as he thought, what's going on? They look like spirits. Moreover, I can sense the aura of everyone around me. The civilians kept running over and shouting, hey, hero, look this way. But why does the master look so worn out? Really? I thought he had such an immortal-like bearing. Zhang Wuwei closed his eyes and held his head, muttering, impossible, impossible, this must be an illusion. Calm down, Zhang Wu. A moment later, he opened his eyes again and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, everything is back to normal. Seeing his reaction, the person beside him asked suspiciously, Master, are you all right? What do you mean by normal? Zhang Wuwei waved his hand. Ah, nothing, nothing, I'm just a little anemic. The man exclaimed, then let's keep going. Zhang Wuwei analyzed inwardly. I've heard that strange monsters can easily hunt humans because they can sense the spiritual power within them. Damn it, isn't this exactly like what happened earlier? What should I do? Just then, a woman approached from behind and interrupted his thoughts. Excuse me, may I ask, are you the Taoist who saved the entire city? Zhang Wuwei turned to look at her. Ah, let's say I am. The young woman offered him a bag of pastries gratefully. Thank you for saving my whole family. I made these myself, so if you don't mind, please accept them. Zhang Wuwei scratched his head and awkwardly reached out to take them. Thank you, but this is too many. I'll just take a few. Seeing this, the surrounding civilians rushed over with gifts. Ah, we have some too, Master. These are fruits we grew ourselves. Please help my child. Master, shake my hand, Zhang Wuwei exclaimed in shock. Wait, why are there so many people? A moment later, he smiled proudly. Oh, what are you doing? Now isn't the time for this, but there's nothing I can do. I can't reject everyone's kindness. Don't rush, one at a time, line up and don't push. The scene shifted to the Lord's residence. Wang Yi was standing outside directing people repairing the house. Hurry up, don't be lazy, work properly, understood? Just then, the steward brought Zhang Wuwei over. My lord, the master has arrived. Zhang Wuwei smiled and waved. Greetings and thank you for taking care of me. Wang Yi immediately ran over and warmly clasped Zhang Wuwei's hand. Oh, master, what are you saying? You're the city's great benefactor. Without you, we'd have become food for the monsters. Zhang Wuwei smiled. Haha, it's nothing, just what I should do. After calming down from his excitement, Wang Yi said, Come, don't stand out here. Let's go to my tea house and let me properly entertain you. As they walked, Wang Yi sighed. Fortunately, this pavilion wasn't destroyed by the monsters, but the ancestral temple was completely wrecked. What a heartbreaking loss. Zhang Wuwei comforted him. My lord, please accept my condolences, while secretly sneering. What a loss. Being alive is already something to celebrate. As soon as they entered, Zhai Bei could barely contain his joy and exclaimed, Master, you're finally awake. Zhang Wuwei calmly walked toward them with a faint smile. Oh, why are you two here? Huang He quickly replied, My lord asked us to stay here for now. Although our bodies have stabilized, we're still weak and have difficulty moving around, so we had to stay here. Zhai Bei could not help whispering to Zhang Wuwei, Let me tell you, actually, the lord is still afraid there might be monsters, so that's why. Before he could finish, Wang Yi coughed from behind and interrupted. Ahem, Zio Li, bring that over here. Soon, Zio Li approached carrying a wooden box. Wang Yi smiled and said, Master, on behalf of the whole city, I thank you for your great service. This is a small gift. Please accept it. Zhang Wuwei looked at the small wooden box and stroked his chin, thinking, a box this small probably only contains 100 or 200 taels at most. That's really stingy. But when he opened the box, his eyes widened and his mouth fell open. Why are there gold bars? Zhang Wuwei turned to Wang Yi in surprise. Oh my, how could I shamelessly accept this? Cultivators help the world and shouldn't care about material things. Wang Yi laughed and waved his hand. It's fine, Grandmaster, just take it. Zhang Wuwei took the gold bar and stroked it happily. Since you insist, I'll reluctantly accept it. Suddenly, Huang He and Zhai Bei sighed sadly. If only Zio He were here too. Yeah, I wonder if he has any family. Don't be sad, his sacrifice was truly meaningful. Hearing the word sacrifice, Zhang Wuwei suddenly fell silent, a trace of sadness crossing his face. That's right, I almost forgot that you're dead and can never return, and the tragedies that happened can never disappear. He stood there blankly, his eyes lost in memories. Then he stammered, actually. All these disasters happened because of. A while later, Zhang Wuwei brought flowers to the resting place of the dead and sighed. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have. He stopped, saying nothing more, only lowering his head and sighing again. In the end, I still couldn't grow up. The scene returned to earlier when Zhang Wuwei was talking with Huang He and Zhai Bei. Though his heart was filled with guilt, he still lacked the courage to admit his mistake. Huang He and Zhai Bei didn't know the truth and thought he was blaming himself too much. So Zhai Bei comforted him, Grandmaster, don't blame yourself. Everyone is grieving, but you don't have to take all the responsibility. Huang He added, That's right, that monster was too powerful. How could it have been subdued so quickly? Zhang Wuwei scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Haha, I'm not being modest. Actually, I bear a great deal of responsibility. Huang He and Zhai Bei immediately became worried. Oh, Grandmaster, don't say that. Without you, how could we be sitting here so comfortably? Back in the present, Zhang Wuwei lowered his head and sighed again. Why couldn't I say it? I thought, coming here to repent would make me feel better, but the more I think about it, the more childish I feel. Hardship is what heroes are needed for. But this hardship was caused by my own hands. Who the hell am I to call myself a hero? Lost in thought, he walked along and accidentally saw rows of makeshift tents outside the city. He quietly walked inside. He realized this was a refugee camp for those affected by the disaster. Going deeper inside, he saw a crowd making a commotion. There isn't enough food, can you give us a little more? The official opposite them coldly shook his head. No, the relief supplies are sufficient. You should be grateful and be satisfied. The people angrily shouted, how can that be? This isn't even enough for a child. The official replied contemptuously, I don't give a damn. If you're unhappy, pay for your own food or mix it with dirt and eat it, as long as you don't starve. The crowd angrily shouted, that's outrageous. Are you even human? Zhang Wuwei watched from behind the official, lowering his head in self-blame. Damn it, I knew it. I shouldn't have come here. The scar shaped like a demon's face on his left arm suddenly throbbed with pain. Behind him, a group of children ran past while playing. Zhang Wuwei turned around, his eyes suddenly widening. Wait, that child. He immediately called out, little friend. The girl turned around at his voice. After looking at each other for a moment, they went somewhere quiet to talk. Zhang Wuwei sighed remorsefully. I'm truly sorry, back then I didn't have the courage to tell you. The girl gently shook her head and smiled. Big brother, please don't blame yourself anymore. Zhang Wuwei looked at the girl sadly. But I deceived you back then. You must have been very sad when you learned the truth. The girl spoke softly. I was very sad when I first learned the truth. But thinking about it, Big Brother risked his life to save me. That's the truth, and the fact that we can still live on is already a blessing. Big Brother. Big Brother is our benefactor, the hero of this city. Zhang Wuwei replied, no. He lowered his head, tears pouring down as he repeatedly said, no, that's not it. If I hadn't been greedy for the reward back then, none of these tragedies would have happened, and your family and those innocent people wouldn't have suffered such terrible fates. I'm no hero, I came for the reward and fame, and I didn't even dare tell the truth, I'm just a coward. The girl stood up and firmly comforted him. No, Big Brother, you're very brave. My mother used to say that a child brave enough to admit their mistakes is a truly brave child. I don't understand everything you said, but I know that if you sincerely correct your mistakes, things will get better. Zhang Wuwei widened his eyes. Sincerely correct my mistakes. He never expected such a child to be so strong. He wiped his tears and muttered, what an idiot, what's already happened can't. Before he could finish, he was startled as the girl burst into tears. Mother also said, sob, sob, what has happened? Can't be changed, so we shouldn't keep living in the past. Zhang Wuwei was stunned, realizing he had just been lectured by a child. It wasn't that she chose to face things bravely, she simply had no choice but to be strong. The past was still the past, and there was no way to return to it. But the future can be changed. The next day, Zhang Wuwei brought his gold bars to the affected villagers, and when they saw the glittering gold, they exclaimed in shock, really? Is this all for us? There's so much, we can't possibly take it all. Zhang Wuwei knew their losses couldn't be measured in money, but he had done everything he could. Zhang Wuwei smiled generously, please accept it. Even if you won't think of yourselves, at least think of the children. A while later, the girl came before him and asked, Big Brother, are you really leaving? Zhang Wuwei scratched his head and smiled. Yes, I have to go somewhere else to treat my body. He patted the girl's head. You must stay strong and keep living. He silently prayed that one day he could do more for them. A while later, he clasped his hands in farewell. Then I'll take my leave. Please take good care of this child. The old village chief nodded. Don't worry, I'll care for not only her but all the children here. Zhang Wuwei nodded gratefully. Thank you, then I can leave at ease. Goodbye. Holding the box of gold, the old man watched Zhang Wuwei's back and thought, what a great master, treating money like dirt yet possessing a compassionate heart, truly a lofty realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuwei's heart was breaking, tears streaming down his face. Boo-hoo, my gold. The little girl shouted, hero Big Brother, I'll stay strong and keep living, but when you're healthy again, can you come back to visit us? Zhang Wuwei turned back and muttered, this is why children are such a hassle. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand, all right, see you again. An hour later, a black crow appeared again in the gloomy sky above Zhongshan City. At this time, the affected villagers were still busy building shelters. The crow looked down from above, thinking, this is where the Nine-yin bamboo disappeared. There is still a trace of its aura left. It flew through the sky, then circled several times as red energy began emanating from its body. It suddenly dove downward. The crow's head gradually transformed into a human face. Then a streak of red light slammed into the ground, causing a loud crash. The villagers were startled and looked toward the noise. Oh my god, what happened? Did something fall? A figure in a black robe slowly emerged. It was a man with a strange golden third eye on his forehead. his face shrouded in mystery. Across the camp, the atmosphere was lively, with a bustling feast and laughter filling the air, while the girl stared at the table overflowing with food, her eyes shining like stars. The people were thrilled and eagerly joined the feast. Everyone, eat freely and fill your stomachs. Oh, this is wonderful. Who would have thought we'd have such a grand feast? Slow down, everyone will get some. They ate and laughed together, creating a joyful atmosphere. Suddenly, an argument broke out, and one person angrily stood up and kicked the other in the face. Hey, old brother, you took the last piece of meat I saved, didn't you? Those around quickly intervened. Hey, stop arguing, it's a feast. Who fights during a meal? While everyone noisily enjoyed the food, the little girl turned around, her eyes fixed on a distant corner. She called out, "Grandpa, what are you doing over there? Come eat with us." Hearing her, the old man smiled kindly. Oh, what a considerate girl, Grandpa is coming. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with thought. The sky today was strangely gloomy. Elsewhere, the three-eyed crow coldly questioned the villagers in an authoritative voice. Are you certain? The villagers nervously nodded repeatedly, their faces pale. Yes, that's right. That monster suddenly appeared, but a young man defeated it. Yes, we don't know what spell he used. With one shout, the monster vanished. His name seemed to be Zhang something. Hearing this, the three-eyed crow's eyes flashed with curiosity. The Zhang family, the villagers hurriedly nodded. Yes, that's what the young man said. He raised an eyebrow and asked, where was that young man from? The villagers shook their heads anxiously. We don't know. The three-eyed crow smiled and murmured, so that's how it is, a Zhang spellcaster, how interesting. While the villagers whispered fearfully, terror evident on their faces. Who exactly was that guy? Why does he give off such a terrifying aura? Exactly, we have to find a way to drive him away. Ignoring their anxiety, the three-eyed crow slowly walked toward the camp. Young man, let me see whether what you do can change these people's fate. The third eye on his forehead suddenly shone brilliantly. Bloodred light spread everywhere. The surrounding scene quickly appeared in his eyes, with not a single detail escaping his sight. Old man, be careful, don't crowd around the front. Oh my, his eyes are exactly like the books described. What's wrong, master? Is that eye special? Everything inside and outside the city fell within the three-eyed crow's sight. The scene shifted to another place in the forest near Central Mountain City. Zhang Wuwei sat dejectedly, his eyes full of sorrow. What am I supposed to do from now on? How can I cure the monster inside me? I'm still a descendant of the Taoist tradition. How did I end up neither human nor monster? Images of the people of Central Mountain City appeared in his mind, filling him with admiration. I truly admire you all. Despite enduring so many hardships and being covered in wounds, you still have the strength to help others. Even with sorrow piled upon sorrow, none of you gave up hope. That's right, you all managed to do it. Zhang Wuwei picked up a flower. He gazed at it thoughtfully. As long as we stay strong and keep living, there will surely be hope. Back in Central Mountain City, the three-eyed crow curled his lips in contempt. How foolish. You risked your life to save these people, but did you ever consider their future? Those who were destined to die in this disaster will only suffer more by continuing to live. The scene before the three-eyed crow was completely opposite to what Zhang Wuwei imagined. No one was willing to give the beggar money, and instead they mercilessly beat him. What kind of nonsense is this? A filthy beggar like you stands outside my shop begging all day and still dares loiter here. Whenever I see you, I'll beat you. The nightmare they thought had ended was merely the beginning of an even more horrific tragedy. As the people rejoiced over the harvest, a wealthy landowner suddenly appeared with an announcement that struck their lives like a blade. I'm here to tell you that this year's tax has been raised to 500 pounds. What, 500 pounds? Are we working for nothing? Desperate protests rang out among terrified faces. I have no choice either. The authorities need grain for earthquake relief, so you'll just have to bear the loss. His cold, ruthless words plunged the people deeper into despair. In the darkest moments, those who once lived in the light could not endure the surrounding darkness. The past they had lost would become chains binding their own future. Heartbreaking cries echoed through the night. Sob, why did it have to be our child? Why couldn't it be someone else? This nightmare was destined to be one they could never awaken from. What would become of these strong-willed people if endless pain was all that awaited them? Is there still any hope? Before them lay an ending decided long ago. Let me end this suffering for you. The three-eyed crow spoke, his voice carrying the coldness of one who had transcended all emotion. A drop of blood trickled from the corner of his eye. Quickly, his black wings spread wide, dark energy and blood energy intertwining like endless night. He leaped into the air. Like a god deciding humanity's fate, he thought, If there were no tragedy, who would need liberation? The three-eyed crow hovered high above, his third eye blazing brightly. From his outstretched hands, countless black crows emerged. The three-eyed crow's face became extremely sinister. More and more crows emerged from its body. They filled the sky until it turned black. The villagers below looked up in confusion. "Quick, look at the sky," another pointed upward. "What is happening? There are too many crows." A man in red looked around in confusion. "What's going on?" Suddenly, a crow flew straight into him and merged with his body. In an instant, he disappeared. The others suffered the same fate, repeatedly pierced by crows before disappearing, as if sucked into another space. The remaining people stared wide-eyed in terror. They fled in panic as screams echoed everywhere. "Help. Don't block the way, run, wife, son, run. I don't want to stay away." The three-eyed crow remained in the air, coldly looking down at the panicked crowd. Innocent people born from misery. Even Huang He and Jai Bei were pierced by crows and disappeared. Regardless of status, people continued vanishing and no one escaped. Regardless of age, the girl Zhang Wuwei had saved was now filled with fear. Regardless of status, the village chief desperately tried pulling someone being dragged into a black hole. He turned and shouted at the girl, "What are you standing there for? Run." But soon, the old man was also dragged into the black hole, and in his final moments, he still worried about the girl and shouted, "Quick, run. You'll all be freed from your suffering." The girl helplessly watched the old man being dragged into the black hole. After seeing all the citizens swallowed, the three-eyed crow's hand released a stream of red energy. It controlled the flock of crows to return. The flock immediately flew back, dragging the city's buildings along with them. The crows rose into the sky and gathered into a black sphere floating overhead. It grew larger and larger until it eventually blocked out the sunlight. Zhang Wuwei stood in the distant forest, staring upward in shock and muttering, "What the hell is that? What happened to the city?" The scene shifted to Central Mountain City. After finishing everything, the three-eyed crow descended to the ground. Where the city once stood, only a devastated wasteland remained. He said, "Everything is about to end. I hope you won't suffer in your next lives." He raised his hand upward and closed his eyes. His hand pointed toward the black sphere in the sky. As he clenched his fist, cracks began appearing across the black sphere. Zhang Wuwei was now running at full speed. But when he arrived, it was already too late. The three-eyed crow clenched its hand, releasing an enormous burst of light. More and more cracks spread across the black sphere. Zhang Wuwei struggled to open his eyes. Then the black sphere in the sky exploded, leaving behind a silent wasteland. The three-eyed crow's face remained expressionless. Zhang Wuwei finally arrived, but only a lone figure remained before him. The three-eyed crow. Zhang Wuwei stared in disbelief, gasping for breath. Sensing someone approaching, the three-eyed crow tilted its head and looked over with its golden eye. Zhang Wuwei stared straight at it, unable to believe what he was seeing. "The entire city is gone. What the hell happened?" The three-eyed crow turned and asked in confusion, "A human?" But after sensing him, it thought in surprise, "No, that's impossible. If he's human, why can't I sense even the slightest trace of spiritual energy?" Instead, a vast amount of demonic energy surged forth, "So that's how it is, huh?" The three-eyed crow seemed to realize something as it carefully examined Zhang Wuwei's body, then smiled coldly. First time meeting Zhulong. Hearing the name Zhulong, Zhang Wuwei was startled. "Who is this? How does he know Zhulong? He seems human, so why does he give off such terrifying pressure?" Seeing Zhang Wuwei's bewildered look, the three-eyed crow spoke in a low, icy voice devoid of humanity. "Don't be nervous. I came specifically to find you." Zhang Wuwei frowned slightly, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. "Came specifically to find me. Could he be an ally of that giant worm?" "No, every cell in my body is trembling, warning me to stay away from him. No, I need to figure this out first." After thinking it over, Zhang Wuwei asked, "May I ask what happened here? Where did everyone in this city go? Why can't I see a single person?" The three-eyed crow calmly replied as if discussing something ordinary, "They were all killed." Zhang Wuwei froze, his entire body stiffening as he couldn't utter a word. But the three-eyed crow continued in an emotionless voice, as if the suffering of thousands meant nothing. "More precisely, they have been liberated. The people you save in the future will still have to endure endless suffering. I foresaw the tragedy that awaited them. They were desperate, suffering, and longing to survive, yet there was no hope for such a future. It's meaningless, so why let them continue suffering? Better to end it here than let all living beings suffer." Anger flared in Zhang Wuwei's eyes as he clenched his teeth, his fury like a flame ready to burn everything. "What suffering? What future? I only want to know if you were the one who killed them, right?" The three-eyed crow curled his lips contemptuously. Why would I lie to you? Hot blood surged through Zhang Wuwei, and he could no longer hold himself back. He charged straight at the three-eyed crow and shouted, "I'll kill you." But before Zhang Wuwei could reach him, the three-eyed crow sneered coldly and arrogantly. Instantly, a wave of blood-red light erupted from the three-eyed crow's body, making every step Zhang Wuwei took increasingly difficult. His feet could no longer leave the ground. Zhang Wuwei collapsed to his knees, horrified to find himself pinned to the ground and unable to move. "What kind of gravity is this? How is this possible?" he roared helplessly. The harder he struggled, the deeper his body was pressed down, forming a huge pit beneath him. Zhang Wuwei clenched his teeth and looked up at the three-eyed crow, his heart pounding with panic. What kind of bizarre spell is this? Is this guy really human? Behind the three-eyed crow, a three-eyed bird head formed from blood-red light appeared, radiating terrifying pressure, while the crow looked at Zhang Wuwei like a god judging a sinner. "Don't rush, let me see whether you're an enemy or a friend, show me." With that, the third eye on the crow's forehead began to glow, as if trying to see through Zhang Wuwei's soul and glimpse his future. But suddenly that gaze froze. Tension appeared clearly on the three-eyed crow's face. How is this possible? Meanwhile, the words of the villagers Zhang Wuwei had saved echoed in his mind. Is it worth it? As long as the people are safe, it's worth it. Can you come back to visit us? He clenched his fists. The memories seemed to give him strength, helping him slowly stand up. The three-eyed crow looked at him mockingly. Don't force yourself. Push too hard and you might die. Ignoring the crushing gravity, he shouted, even if I die, I must kill you first. The gravitational force was no longer an obstacle, and Zhang Wuwei shot toward the three-eyed crow like an arrow. But his enemy merely shook his head, a cold smile on his face. Looks like there's no talking sense into you. At that moment, he immediately charged toward Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei frowned, but before he could react, a powerful blood-red light suddenly appeared beside the three-eyed crow's hand, then pierced straight through his chest. From behind, the blood-red light could be seen forcing its way through his body. The three-eyed crow's face remained cold as he poured in more power. The blood-red light instantly pierced through Zhang Wuwei's body. Fresh blood gushed from Wuwei's mouth. His body gradually weakened, and his hair tie slowly slipped loose. Zhang Wuwei collapsed, helplessly watching the blood droplets and his hair tie floating in midair. He had no idea how long had passed before he slowly regained consciousness. He gradually opened his eyes. His eyes widened in shock. The three-eyed crow was sitting before him, smiling as if everything that happened was merely entertainment, and said, "Awake. Disaster grade indeed. Your recovery ability is astonishing." Rage flared again as Zhang Wuwei sprang up and shouted, "You bastard." Rage flared again as Zhang Wuwei sprang up and shouted, "You bastard." The three-eyed crow calmly said, "Be quiet if you can't control your emotions. The pain will immediately spread throughout your body." Zhang Wuwei leaned against the rock, gasping as pain was clearly etched across his face. The three-eyed crow continued, "The invasion is progressing faster than I expected. You can see the spiritual energy of those around you now, can't you?" Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened in shock. The three-eyed crow merely smiled, his eyes mysterious. "Don't be surprised, am I wrong?" Zhang Wuwei coldly glared at him, his low voice filled with caution. "Who exactly are you?" The three-eyed crow leisurely stood up with one hand, wearing a mysterious smile. "Ah, how rude of me, I haven't introduced myself. I am Shui Jiang, the three-legged bird. A half-monster like you." Shui Jiang's words pierced Zhang Wuwei's mind like a cold blade, leaving him stunned and furious. "What the hell did you say? Who is like trash such as you? I'm human, a true human." Shui Jiang merely curled his lips, his voice dripping with mockery. "Oh, you still think you're human? If you hadn't merged with Zhulong and become a half-monster, my palm strike just now would have been enough to send you to hell. Didn't you realize that long ago?" Zhang Wuwei laughed bitterly. "Haha, so that's it, that's why you haven't killed me yet." Shui Jiang replied indifferently, his tone sinister. "Smart, you're half right. I sensed Zhulong's demonic aura appearing and disappearing, so I came to see what happened after all. Zhulong is a rare material hidden extremely well." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei was stunned and his mind became confused. A rare material. Shui Jiang ignored his confusion and continued coldly. "I heard a Zhang cultivator had sealed Zhulong again, so I was looking forward to it, thinking it was some great master from Kunlun Mountain. But I never expected someone as inexperienced as you to seal it inside your body. It seems Zhulong is no longer what he used to be. Your surname is Zhang." Zhang Wuwei hardened his expression, suppressing his anger as he replied coldly, "So what if it is?" Shui Jiang burst out laughing mockingly. "Haha, how can a brat like you possibly bear the Zhang name?" Rage erupted within Zhang Wuwei. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You damn bastard." But he immediately sensed something wrong within his body, closed his eyes, and sighed inwardly. "No, I must stay calm. I can't let my emotions take over." Shui Jiang nodded appreciatively. Good, you've calmed down and your brain is working better too. You won't fall for my tricks again. If I'm not mistaken, you're the descendant of Tianqing, right? The question startled Zhang Wuwei, his eyes widening in shock. How do you know? Shui Jiang smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming slyly. There are no more than 3 golden immortal-level sealing arts in this world capable of sealing calamity-level monsters, all secret arts passed down through generations. And since you share Tianqing's surname, it wasn't hard to figure out. I just didn't expect Tianqing's descendant to be a child without spiritual energy. This man knows far too much, even things I don't understand. His strength is terrifying, but why have I never heard of him? Shui Jiang approached, staring intently. A descendant of a legend, you're truly a little brat favored by fate. But it seems your luck has run out. Zhang Wuwei sneered, his voice echoing through the space. Ha ha, enough nonsense. If you want to kill me, then do it. You've already taken so many lives, one more won't matter, and looking at your face makes me sick. Shui Jiang's smile turned cold as he raised his hand, its skin resembling a bird's leg with sharp claws, blood energy surrounding it. Is that so? As you wish. He swung his hand, sending a claw straight toward Zhang Wuwei's head. Zhang Wuwei showed no fear, staring at his opponent without any intention of dodging. Though the strike looked simple, it carried overwhelming power. But when Shui Jiang's claw neared him, he suddenly stopped. Just a worthless fraud with a famous name. I did develop killing intent, yet you didn't dodge. Such courage truly befits a legend. His hand returned to normal as he patted Zhang Wuwei's head. Then he coldly turned away. Forget it, forget it. If you want to die, why should I bother killing you? Zhang Wuwei asked in confusion. What do you mean? Shui Jiang casually replied, you're about to die. Shui Jiang sighed, his expression shifting from arrogance to understanding. Should I call you lucky or unlucky? You know nothing, yet you dared seal a monster inside your body. Surely you didn't think you could live peacefully after doing that. Sealing a monster inside your body recklessly is incredibly foolish, and your chances of surviving are very low. Even if you survive by luck, the days afterward will be the truly painful part. Consider it a trial. Do you think the technique will never weaken? Zhang Wuwei firmly replied, how could it? As far as I know, every spell has a duration. Shui Jiang nodded, his tone suddenly serious. That's right, even a golden immortal level sealing art is probably no exception. If the seal is placed in a dead object, there is no problem. After all, a monster cannot attack a corpse without consciousness. The only way it can escape is by waiting for the seal to weaken or the vessel to be destroyed, so this method carries very little risk and lasts the longest. But it's completely different when the vessel is alive. It's like locking yourself in a room with a wild beast. 2 consciousnesses coexist in one body, while the seal is merely a temporary wall separating them. Whenever the host's emotions are disturbed, they resonate with the monster's consciousness, causing cracks in the separating wall. Once cracks appear, the monster's consciousness can quickly pass through and begin disturbing your mind if you cannot control it. This wall will collapse. Once this barrier disappears, the 2 consciousnesses will fight for control of the body. The winner will devour everything belonging to the loser and be reborn. Zhang Wuwei was shaken to his core by Shui Jiang's words, his eyes widening in disbelief. How can this be? Shui Jiang curled his lips into a smile, his voice warm yet strangely seductive, as though everything were already in his grasp. You understand now, don't you? It has already begun. But I have a way to remove Zhilong from your body. Do you want to hear it? Without hesitation, Zhang Wuwei asked seriously, what way? Shui Jiang smiled slyly. You only need to become my partner. The offer left Zhang Wuwei unable to believe his ears, his eyes widening in confusion at such an unexpected deal. Shui Jiang calmly continued, then I can help you devour the Zhilong inside your body, allowing you to absorb all its power. Come, let's create a world without misery and suffering. Stirred by that insane idea, Zhang Wuwei clenched his teeth and shouted angrily, ha, nonsense. Who'd want to partner with trash demons like you? You'd better kill me right now. Otherwise, one day I'll kill you with my own hands. Shui Jiang burst into provocative laughter. Haha, is that so? What a pity. But you say you want to kill me, are you sure you can do it? Dense blood energy surged around Shui Jiang. He continued, you understand the gap between us, don't you? Knowing you can't do it yet still insisting, how ridiculous. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei clenched his fists angrily but could not refute him. Shui Jiang continued, you don't even know how long you'll live, yet you still want to reach the top. Zhang Wuwei lowered his head in deep thought while Shui Jiang smiled again. You want to die, I have no objection, but I'm extremely interested in your future. Those words made Zhang Wuwei stop, sensing something strange. What, my future? With a mysterious tone, Shui Jiang slowly explained, my eyes can foresee everyone's future, Even supreme experts can see what will happen a few seconds ahead, yet you are only the second person I've ever met whose future I cannot see. What kind of person are you? A cold smile appeared on Zhang Wuwei's face. Haha, you've been saying strange things this whole time. As for me, I'm the one who will kill you sooner or later, understand? Shui Jiang chuckled. Ha, interesting. It would be a shame for you to die. How about I show you a way to survive? Zhang Wuwei frowned suspiciously. You want to teach me? Shui Jiang nodded. Absolutely, a chance that can keep you alive. Who knows, maybe you'll really survive and meet me again. Zhang Wuwei sneered contemptuously and raised his middle finger. Who needs help from a lunatic like you? If you don't intend to kill me, then I'm leaving. With that, he turned and walked past Shui Jiang. Shui Jiang curled his lips, his voice meaningful. You don't need it, that's fine. But I hope that next time we meet, it will be you, not the Zhilong inside you. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei instinctively stopped, a fierce battle raging in his mind. Give up or keep going and have a chance to survive. No, I can't, Zhang Wuwei. Everyone was killed by that bastard. How can I accept help from my enemy? Even if I die, I will never need his help. Seeing his hesitation, Shui Jiang spoke thoughtfully, like a sharp blade piercing deep into his mind. I'll ask you once more, do you truly want to kill me? Zhang Wuwei's eyes suddenly widened, as if his resolve had finally formed after all his hesitation. Yes, dignity or boundaries. None of that matters. Once I'm dead, how can I take revenge? As long as I stay alive, there is hope. I only need to kill him. That thought surged through his mind, and he immediately bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Please, sir, teach me. Shui Jiang began explaining the so-called demonic consciousness, which invades its host's mind by resonating with the host's emotions. It constantly disrupts the host's mind, weakening the seal until it is finally destroyed. To avoid being devoured, you must train your mind to its utmost limit to resist the demonic consciousness. Shui Jiang's words echoed like thunder in the dark night, simple in theory yet hiding countless challenges ahead. Shui Jiang held several stones, placing one on his thumb as Zhang Wuwei's incantation continued beside them. The earth is fortune, the three souls eternal, the seven spirits void. Suddenly something flew past Zhang Wuwei's face. He opened his eyes to find a scratch on his face, with several drops of blood trickling down. Across from him, Shui Jiang tossed the stones and calmly said, again. Zhang Wuwei frowned in frustration. This is already the 8th time. Where exactly am I going wrong? Shui Jiang answered sternly, I've told you, the mind-calming spell is a spiritual stabilizing technique that not only calms the mind but also forms a barrier within it. Unlike other protective techniques, it is meant to protect the mind. Though called a spell, it isn't really one, but a state of mental concentration. This is the most basic requirement for resisting external evil energy. Zhang Wuwei scratched his head, feeling that it was far easier to hear than to do. Saying it was simple, but actually doing it was another matter. Shui Jiang remained calm as ever. Nothing in this world is impossible to learn. If your mindset and method are wrong, you'll struggle. After pausing, Shui Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Your breakthrough is slower than I expected. It seems this teaching method is too ineffective. Zhang Wuwei frowned, tense as a drawn string, thinking, damn it, you call this being kind? I really should run away. After a brief hesitation, Shui Jiang stood up, his eyes sharp as blades. Next, I'll have to be stricter. Nervous, Zhang Wuwei stammered, what are you going to do? The corner of Shui Jiang's mouth curled mysteriously. Isn't there a saying? Those who never face death will never know their true potential. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck Zhang Wuwei directly in the face. This method is somewhat risky, but if even this can't help you overcome it, you'd better stop training. Push yourself beyond your limits, you don't have much time. In an instant, darkness filled Zhang Wuwei's eyes, leaving him surrounded by endless blackness. It's so dark, my body feels like it's sinking into the deep sea. Is this a dream? No, I tightly closed my eyes, so this isn't a dream. Then I opened them again, but everything was still dark, leaving me confused as I asked, where am I? Looking down, he saw himself standing on a sea of blood, which frightened him even more. What's going on? He raised his head and shouted, what exactly did you do to me? Silence filled the place and no one answered, driving him madder. Damn it, answer me. As he shouted, something suddenly grabbed his right hand. He lowered his head and looked down. A demon was gripping his hand, its eyes cold and vicious. Why must you eliminate me? Zhang Wuwei panicked and immediately yanked his hand back. Ah, what are these things? Before he could catch his breath, countless other demons appeared and called out together, come here. Come, hero, come with us. He sat there dazed, trembling as he desperately protested. Just then, another hand wrapped around his arm, making him scream in panic. Hey, let go. More and more demons clung to his body. What's happening? The places they touch hurt so much. The demons screamed and wrapped tightly around him, as if trying to devour him. In agony, Zhang Wuwei cried out, "What's happening? Rage, sorrow, fear, and despair are flooding my mind. It hurts, I'm about to lose consciousness." Just then, Shui Jiang's voice rang out, "Kid, focus your mind." The familiar voice, like cool water, helped Zhang Wuwei widen his eyes and regain consciousness. He let out a roar and knocked the demons off his body. Shui Jiang's voice rang out again, full of encouragement. "Good, for a moment, you grasped the key point. But that moment alone isn't enough to resist this evil energy, let alone Zhulong's consciousness." As Shui Jiang finished speaking, the demon charged again. It clung tightly to Zhang Wuwei. He was determined not to be defeated, allowing the demon to cling to his body. That's right, one moment alone is far from enough. I must stay calm and regulate my breathing. Gather at the heart and respond to the formless. Repel evil, bind demons, preserve the 3 souls and 7 spirits forever. After sealing his mind and recalling the incantation, he blasted all the demons away. A burst of light emerged from his body. Then his consciousness returned to reality. He was still sitting by the stream with Shui Jiang opposite him, but now a blood-red glow covered his entire body. After a while, Zhang Wuwei slowly opened his eyes and saw the changes around his body. He couldn't help being shocked. This is. Did I succeed? Shui Jiang smiled from across the stream. Looks like you can do it if you try, even though it's only a small fragment of my soul. Achieving this with your abilities is already commendable, so let's move on to the next step. Zhang Wuwei laughed proudly. Haha, it's just an incantation, it's not worth. But suddenly he realized something. The next step, isn't it already over? Shui Jiang didn't answer, crouching down and placing one hand on the ground. Ready. Before Zhang Wuwei could respond, the ground beneath him cracked, and in an instant, the cliff he stood on crumbled away. With nothing to stand on, his body plunged through the air. He screamed, "You bastard!" He fell freely, quickly dropping toward the waterfall below. He surfaced and gasped for breath. Looking up at Shui Jiang, he shouted, "Damn it, what are you doing? Didn't I already master it?" Shui Jiang casually jumped down and stood on the water as if nothing had happened. "Master it? Don't joke around, kid. To be precise, you've only just begun. You merely endured a little external force and the barrier inside your body immediately collapsed." Zhang Wuwei was startled. "What? How is that possible?" He looked down. The blood-red glow around his body had disappeared. Shui Jiang smiled calmly with a hint of mockery. "You must at least train until you can use the Calm Mind spell at will under any circumstances before you can withstand Zhulong. With your current ability, training or not makes no difference, unless you think Zhulong will wait patiently until you're ready before disturbing your mind. Don't waste time, start training." Zhang Wuwei nervously replied, "Wait, let me rest for a while." But only his agonized screams continued to echo. Then came endless cries of pain from Zhang Wuwei and Shui Jiang's repeated commands to do it again. Under Shui Jiang's guidance, Zhang Wuwei trained tirelessly. After who knew how long he had roughly grasped the next step, he successfully created a surrounding barrier, a soothing blue wall-like shield. Meanwhile, a frog sat on a rock basking in the sun, happily contemplating life, but when it jumped into the water to flirt, Shui Jiang immediately flicked a pebble, crushing it on the spot. Shui Jiang sat atop the cliff and nodded in approval. Although the spiritual barrier he had condensed was still weak. But it can also be used to calm the mind when disturbed by my spells, and though you're not a genius, you're acceptable. It's almost done. Has everything finally come to an end? Thinking this, a faint smile appeared at his lips. "Kid, that's enough for today." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei woke from his cultivation. As he stood up, Shui Jiang spoke again. "Your current training intensity seems insufficient, so increase it a little tomorrow." Just happy to get off early, Zhang Wuwei suddenly widened his eyes. Increase it again. Soon night fell. Zhang Wuwei sat by the fire, cursing nonstop. When will these days finally end? I didn't come here to be this madman's student. I have to endure it just to stay alive. He took a bite of grilled fish. He immediately spat it out. "It's awful, damn it. Ever since I sealed that demon inside me, everything tastes the same." He helplessly collapsed onto the ground and smiled bitterly. "What's worse is that I can't even stop eating. If there were poisonous grass or deadly leaves around here, that'd be great. Once my training is nearly complete, I'd poison that madman to death." As soon as he finished, a voice sounded. "Oh, so you also know about alchemy?" Zhang Wuwei patted his belly. "I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I can still poison someone." After speaking, he suddenly realized something, his expression darkening as cold sweat poured down. Shui Jiang approached Zhang Wuwei, a mysterious smile on his lips. "Rested enough?" Zhang Wuwei jumped and quickly sat up. "Don't suddenly pop out and scare people like that. Wasn't training supposed to continue tomorrow?" Shui Jiang replied calmly, "Your training is over." Zhang Wuwei blinked suspiciously. Didn't you say this morning you'd increase the intensity? Why did it suddenly end?" Shui Jiang explained evenly. Being able to calm your mind immediately in a crisis is enough, and with your aptitude, further training won't bring much progress. His contempt made Zhang Wuwei grimace inwardly. What the hell, hearing this bastard talk is so irritating. Ignoring his mood, Shui Jiang continued, I must remind you that calming your mind only helps resist the invasion of demonic consciousness. It's treating the symptoms, not the root, and cannot change your half-human, half-demon state. Zhang Wuwei gloomily raised his hand and sighed, Tusk, do I have to live with this monstrous appearance for the rest of my life? Shui Jiang smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. It's not that there's no way. Do you want to know? Of course, Zhang Wuwei answered without hesitation. Shui Jiang lightly cut his wrist, revealing blood as dark purple as ink, and Zhang Wuwei widened his eyes in confusion. What is this madman planning now? While Zhang Wuwei was still bewildered, Shui Jiang waved his hand and sent a drop of blood into the air. Seeing this, Zhang Wuwei asked, Hey, wait, what are you doing? Shui Jiang calmly replied, Don't worry, you'll know soon. The drop of blood began floating before condensing into a complete shape. As the tiny drop of blood hung suspended in midair, Shui Jiang clasped his hands and cast a spell called Blood Spirit Projection, instantly causing a rain of dark blood to fall from above like vicious arrows. Zhang Wuwei looked up with his mouth agape. Blood Spirit Projection. Sounds powerful, but what is it for? Shui Jiang calmly replied, This is a type of barrier spell. These blood spirits will attract demons within a 10-mile radius. Zhang Wuwei's face fell. Aha, you really are a bastard. Shui Jiang smiled faintly, his eyes mysterious. If you can hold out until dawn, I'll reveal how to return you to human form. Before he could finish, Zhang Wuwei turned and ran without hesitation. Why did I have to meet this madman? If what he says is true, I'm definitely dead this time. He thought anxiously, I have to get out of this area quickly. After running for a while, he stopped, panting like an exhausted dog. I'm so tired, why is this valley so huge? The demons probably won't arrive that quickly. Sweat poured from his body onto the ground. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind, startling him. So much sweat. A chill ran down his spine as he turned and saw something in the trees. A flock of monstrous birds was lurking there, one of them speaking disdainfully. A human, another cut in, enough talking, tear him apart. Zhang Wuwei's expression grew tense, his teeth clenched. Damn it. The monstrous birds excitedly leaped down together. Brothers, let's tear him apart. With no time to think, Zhang Wuwei swiftly dodged, then decisively turned and ran. The monstrous birds relentlessly chased him. Human, don't run, we only want to eat you. He ran with his head down, heart pounding. After a while, he hid behind a large tree, relieved that the monstrous birds had not noticed him. But the howls coming from other directions made him uneasy. Shui Jiang smiled sinisterly from a hidden spot. There are more monsters within 10 miles than I expected. You'll soon realize the truth. The invasion of demonic consciousness isn't necessarily harmful, so let's see what you can comprehend. Relying on Zhulong's demonic consciousness, Zhang Wuwei vaguely sensed the surrounding scenery and creatures. Sensing a group of ghost spirits approaching, he concealed his aura, held his breath, and hid in the bushes. The ghost spirits flew over his head, muttering, Food, human, food ahead. Being low-level monsters, their language was jumbled and difficult to understand. The ghost spirits failed to notice his presence. After they left, Zhang Wuwei poked his head out and thought, so many monsters have gathered in just half a watch. As far as I know, monsters are divided into 4 levels: disturbance, harm, calamity, and disaster, with disturbance-level monsters possessing language and some danger, while anything above harm is beyond ordinary people's ability to handle. Even an entire city might not defeat one harm-level monster. I need to get away before stronger monsters appear. I've trained quite a bit anyway, so now I just need to run. With that, he immediately turned and fled. But after only a few steps, Shui Jiang's earlier words echoed in his mind. I must remind you that the mind-calming spell only helps resist the invasion of demonic consciousness. It treats the symptoms, not the root, and cannot change your half-human, half-monster state. But if you can hold out until dawn, I'll tell you how to become human again. Thinking of that, he stopped. Ha, really? I just have to hold out until dawn, right? Tears were already streaming down his face. As he wrestled with his thoughts, a wolf's howl from behind startled him. He turned around. He discovered that a pack of wolves had appeared at some point. Wolves! Zhang Wuwei exclaimed, feeling a chill down his spine. Judging by their appearance, they were definitely monsters. This is bad. Even if they're only disturbance-level monsters, their sheer numbers make me uneasy. The wolves gave him no time to think, immediately charging with their jaws wide open. Zhang Wuwei quickly dodged without hesitation. Though his reaction was extremely fast, he still failed to avoid the attack. Fresh blood flew as a sharp pain struck his leg. Looking down, he saw 2 deep claw marks tearing into his flesh. Panic rose as the wolves growled and approached. Human, food. the alpha advanced, growling relentlessly and leaving Zhang Wuwei nowhere to retreat. He raised his hand and decided to risk it. Whatever happens, happens. The wolf let out a vicious roar. Zhang Wuwei roared back with a death-defying resolve, chanting a spell, and immediately, a golden light descended from the sky, targeting the alpha wolf. Before it could even howl, the alpha was struck, its charred body collapsing instantly. Zhang Wuwei stood stunned in disbelief. Impossible, I didn't even bleed or use any strength. Wait. He suddenly remembered what the three-eyed crow had said. Do you still consider yourself human? If you hadn't merged with Zhulong into a half-monster body, that palm strike alone would have killed you. So his current vitality was no different from that of a giant earthworm. Last time, lacking spiritual energy, forcibly using spells had depleted his blood energy. But a monster's vitality was naturally far stronger than a human's, so this little blood energy loss was nothing to worry about. Only then did he finally understand. He couldn't help laughing fiercely, glaring at the wolves before him. Scared now? Don't tremble, you beasts. Do I even need to teach you how to breathe? Seeing his appearance, the wolves immediately howled toward the sky. As they howled, several monstrous birds flew down from above. Zhang Wuwei fearlessly looked up. Oh, calling in reinforcements. The strange bird and the demon quickly regrouped with the demon wolf. Zhang Wuwei showed no fear and slowly stepped forward. Good, I'll deal with all of you at once and show you my family's inherited art. 3 immortal fire descent. This time, instead of one golden beam, countless bolts descended from the sky like thunder. The monsters had no chance to resist and were instantly burned to ashes. Zhang Wuwei turned away without looking back. Making me use this move means you're worthy of your disaster level title. The world won't be ashamed to know you died by my hand. At this point, blood was already streaming down his face. Proud of his recent victory, he suddenly heard a furious roar in his mind. You bastard. How dare you waste this old man's life force like that? Zhang Wuwei stared in shock as Zhulong suddenly appeared before him. What's going on? Zhulong ignored him and coldly said, It's fortunate you did that. Zhang Wuwei closed his eyes and held his head. Calm mind, I must calm down. Zhulong's voice rang out again. Don't stop, keep going, soon this old man will make you pay. After a while, the scene disappeared, although everything returned to normal. Zhang Wuwei remained tense. What just happened? It felt completely different from before. Was it because I had just used magic? Just then a voice rang out. Haha, found you, found you. He jolted and widened his eyes before turning around. What now? A monster slowly emerged behind him. It approached Zhang Wuwei and sneered. Looks like you've killed quite a few of our kind. How shameful you couldn't even defeat a weak Taoist. Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened, sensing that this creature was on an entirely different level from the monsters before. The monster continued, but their sacrifice wasn't pointless. Their scent is what led me here. After speaking, it rose and roared, its overwhelming presence shaking everything around it. Zhang Wuwei raised an arm to shield himself, stunned by its power. A muscle-based monster like this should move slowly, as long as I avoid direct contact. But as soon as he thought this, the monster appeared before him. Before he could react, its huge mouth lunged forward. Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened. No way, how can it be this fast? The monster slapped him, leaving Zhang Wuwei no chance to dodge. He was instantly dazed, his vision blurred as blood sprayed everywhere. The monster grabbed his head and lifted him. You thought I only relied on brute strength, right? Little Taoist, sorry, I'm an all-rounder. After saying that, it hurled Zhang Wuwei forward with tremendous force. He flew away at incredible speed. He crashed through tree after tree without stopping. Its terrifying force smashed through a large stretch of forest before he barely came to a stop. Zhang Wuwei struggled to rise from the wreckage. His heart was filled with shock and confusion. This really surprised me. What terrible luck, why did I have to meet a monster of this level? What should I do? Should I use magic again? But if I keep using it recklessly, that big-bellied worm will invade my consciousness. I really have no other choice. Before he could think further, the monster vanished in an instant. Zhang Wuwei frowned. The monster had already leaped into the air, raising both hands and roaring, Die. Zhang Wuwei said coldly, The one who should die is you. Once again, he raised his hand, cast his spell, and pointed toward the sky. Instantly, a massive golden beam crashed down like lightning, carrying tremendous power. Not far away, Shui Jiang stood atop the mountain, his eyes gleaming with interest. The most exciting part is finally about to begin. When I heard there was a disaster-level monster skilled in close combat nearby, I became very curious. What will your unpredictable future look like, I wonder? Will you keep advancing or end here? At the battlefield, Zhang Wuwei's spell had failed. His golden beam couldn't stop the monster, which emerged from within it moments later with its attack completely undiminished. A tremendous explosion rang out as thick dust billowed everywhere. When the dust cleared, Zhang Wuwei was sprawled on the ground. He looked battered as he stared at the monster. Why am I still alive? That big-bellied worm's vitality is truly terrifying, but isn't living like this even more painful than death? Seeing him still alive, the monster raised its fist and roared, "You actually injured me this badly. I must make you pay many times over." Saying this, it punched down mercilessly, growing more excited with every blow. "No, I must repay you tenfold. No, 100-fold will satisfy me." Zhang Wuwei's blood stained the entire ground red. In Zhang Wuwei's consciousness, Zhulong's mocking laughter rang out. "Ha ha, even now you still insist on calming your mind. Kid, you're so miserable. We share one body, yet seeing you beaten like this makes me strangely happy, and that red-striped brat actually wants you to gain my power while looking down on this old man. Doesn't he know that without my consent, you'll never use my power? But seeing our body battered like this, even I can't bear it. How about this? Stop calming your mind and surrender control of part of your body, and I'll help you, since sooner or later I'll devour you anyway, so I'm merely taking what I deserve." Zhang Wuwei suddenly sat up and grabbed its tongue. "Don't barge into someone else's mind, you big-bellied worm." Zhulong exclaimed in surprise. "I only wanted to help. It's embarrassing watching you lose to this trash, though I don't really need to help anyway, since once you lose consciousness." Zhang Wuwei sneered. "Lose? Have you forgotten what kind of seal you're trapped by?" Zhulong froze. "An immortal-level sealing art." "Exactly," Zhang Wuwei replied coldly. "Though the three-flame fire doesn't consume as much blood energy as that technique, the one paying the price isn't me." Zhulong laughed loudly, his voice echoing everywhere. "Ha ha, you think you can use this method to perish together with me? Even if you use that move, you can't exhaust all my blood energy. Instead, it'll widen the seal's weakness. And do you really think your useless calm mind spell can fill such a huge gap?" Zhang Wuwei sneered, his eyes sharp as blades. "So what? Even if I can't exhaust all your blood energy, I'll at least drain 200 or 300 years of your lifespan. When I can no longer hold on, I'll simply use more until my consciousness completely fades." Zhulong roared, "Bastard, you are nothing. Do you think my life is as worthless as yours?" "Exactly," Zhang Wuwei laughed. "I admit I'm nothing, but you're no better. Wouldn't it be better if we washed away our sins with our own blood together?" Zhulong exclaimed in shock, "You truly have the blood of a demon flowing through you." "Hee, forget it. I'm not going insane with you. You'll pay the price soon enough." Saying this, it withdrew from Zhang Wuwei's consciousness and stopped disturbing him. Outside, the monster kept punching Zhang Wuwei in the face until it grew exhausted and panted heavily. Why aren't you dead yet?" Just then, Zhang Wuwei's voice rang out, cold as ice. "Hey, are you done?" Sensing the aura radiating from him, the monster broke into a cold sweat in terror. It immediately leaped backward to widen the distance. "This aura can't be mistaken, it's demonic energy and at a higher level than mine." Zhang Wuwei, covered in blood energy, slowly stood up. "I never begged you for anything. That big-bellied worm gave me its power willingly, but this feeling is strange, as if I'm no longer myself." The monster stared in horror. "Impossible, is this kid really human?" It fearfully asked, "Who exactly are you?" Zhang Wuwei smiled, his gaze firm. "Who am I, a descendant of a true immortal? No, nor am I an atoner." He looked toward the distant mountaintop and wondered, "Who am I after all?" On the mountaintop, Shui Jiang watched Zhang Wuwei rise. He couldn't help but curl his lips into an intrigued smile. Zhang Wuwei gave the monster a strange smile. "Ha ha, I remember now. I'm simply a piece of trash who wants to kill every one of you." Hearing this, the monster stomped both feet hard. Blue light instantly covered its body as it rapidly strengthened and grew enormous. "Damn you, you think you're worthy of killing me? You're alive only because I haven't used my full strength." Soon, its body finished strengthening and transformed into a gigantic monster. Baring its teeth at Zhang Wuwei, it said, "First, I'll tear that mouth of yours apart." Zhang Wuwei ignored it, looking at his hand as he muttered, Is that so? Fine, I get it, no need to explain, just hearing your voice makes me sick." Seeing Zhang Wuwei completely disregard it, the monster became furious and raised its hand, roaring, "Bastard." But the moment it raised its hand, it sensed something wrong. HMPH, this damned light is that brat's flame. Golden light descended from the sky again, far more powerful than before, instantly shaking and shattering the ground. Zhang Wuwei laughed madly, being able to use this power without restriction. Demons really are shameless. Covered in wounds, the monster stared at Zhang Wuwei in disbelief. "How is this possible? At this moment, it realized that it was already too late to escape. Blood dripping from its body confused it even more. Why is the blood falling so slowly? Time is slowing down. How is this possible? He's just a mere human, so how can he slow time? Just then Zhang Wuwei shouted, "What did you say? Leave while you can." The monster kept muttering, "He can slow down time." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei asked irritably, "What nonsense are you mumbling?" Zhang Wuwei spread his arms, preparing to cast another spell. "Haha, big-bellied worm, why would you think I want to leave? This is all because of you lunatics. You, that three-eyed bastard, and those two fat pigs, all of you must die." In an instant, countless golden circles appeared above the demon pig's head. Light continuously rained down upon it, while the monster's agonized screams echoed without end. The sun slowly rose, and the darkness gradually faded. Zhang Wuwei looked into the distance and sighed in relief. Finally dead. I never thought that thing could take such a beating. If this continued, that big-bellied worm might have made my brain explode. Just then, Shui Jiang's voice rang out again, filled with excitement. "Quite impressive, Zhang Wuwei." His expression darkened as he coughed. "Cough, cough, you finally decided to show yourself." Shui Jiang slowly approached, clapping in praise. "I thought you were definitely going to die." The scene shifted elsewhere to a rose-filled bathing pool where someone was soaking, and the maid behind him asked worriedly, "Sir, you're back." The person sighed, "Now isn't the time to worry about that, girls. I'm leaving for a while." The scene shifted to a frozen world where someone sat facing a frozen monster and sighed, "The boundless seal has been activated. Wasn't there still 3 months until the next meeting? Why summon us so suddenly? You really know how to cause trouble for others." The scene shifted to a place filled with thunder where someone lay on a rooftop, sipping wine and sighing, "HMPH, I have to go again. What a hassle, I really don't feel like moving." The scene shifted again to a room where a woman ordered her subordinate, "Prepare a carriage for me immediately." The 2 maids outside immediately obeyed and went to prepare it. The woman then walked over and touched several masks on the wall. "Tisk, tisk, even my headache is gone." Finally, the scene shifted elsewhere to a devastated place that looked like it had just endured a fierce battle, with a young man standing in the middle of the battlefield. Deathly aura surrounded him as he sneered, "Call us whenever you want, bastard. Do you really think you're the leader?" The scene shifted to a mysterious realm where the people from earlier had gathered, and several had already arrived when someone entered from outside with a smile. "Wow, this is rare. The others being late is one thing, but even Shui Jiang isn't here. He isn't dead, is he?" A man sitting in a chair smiled. "You're early, Dayua. Aren't you usually busy?" Dayua sighed. "Can't help it. I'm afraid of pain." The man nodded. "Exactly at your level. Arriving a little late might mean you're already dead." Dayua sighed. "That's why I admire you, senior. You've been free for 100 years. "Hee hee," the other person replied. "Haha, I'd like to work too, but unfortunately the boss won't allow it." "Dayua, how are the demon blood preparations?" Dayua smiled. "Everything went very smoothly." The man nodded. "Excellent, no need to wait for the others. Shui Jiang is here, let's begin." Someone else asked, "What, didn't the boss already set the operation date?" The man nodded. "Yes, during this celestial master assembly, we must help our lord obtain the creator goddess's heart." The scene returned to Zhang Wuwei, and after hearing Shui Jiang's explanation, he exclaimed in shock, "The creator goddess's heart? Are you kidding me? How could something like that exist?" Shui Jiang smiled. "Really? I thought as Tianking's descendant you would have heard of it, but it's normal that you haven't. According to legend, it is a bloodstone formed from the heart of the creator after her death, and after countless years, it shattered into 3 pieces. Each fragment possesses a separate power of destruction and creation, which can also be combined." Zhang Wuwei stroked his chin thoughtfully. He doesn't sound like he's lying, and there's too much information to process at once. But if this thing can turn me back into a human, I'll find it no matter the cost. After thinking for a moment, he asked suspiciously, "You've talked so much, but you still haven't told me where it is." Shui Jiang smiled and waved his hand. "How could I tell you that?" Zhang Wuwei shouted angrily. "Hey, I nearly died holding out until dawn, and this is all you're telling me." Shui Jiang smiled cheerfully. "I only agreed to tell you how to become human again, not where to find it." Zhang Wuwei ground his teeth in anger, thinking, "I thought I was shameless enough, but I never knew someone could be even more shameless than me." Shui Jiang continued, "That's all you're allowed to know. Besides, even if you knew where it was but lacked the strength to obtain it, you'd have been killed long ago." Zhang Wuwei was utterly shocked. "What? Are you messing with me? Just knowing this thing exists can get you killed." Shui Jiang smiled. "What, scared?" Zhang Wuwei calmly replied. "What a joke, who isn't afraid of death?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Shui Jiang asked, "Then why won't you accept my offer? Is it because of that ridiculous limit of yours? It's nothing but a meaningless chain." Zhang Wu smiled mockingly. Haha, what a meaningless statement. Like you, once freed from your chains, you can make all living beings suffer with a single bite, right? You and that giant earthworm are no different. I don't have some noble reason. Simply put, I just don't want to become like you, throwing away even my humanity. Shui Jiang's lips curled up as he suddenly recalled old memories. Back then, he had been viewing paintings and talking with a friend who once said, "I'm not like them, I've even abandoned my humanity." Shui Jiang had asked, "Is it worth it?" His friend replied, "I hope it is worth it." That friend then asked, "Will you agree to help me?" Recalling those memories, Shui Jiang unconsciously smiled and murmured, "You really are alike. But some things will happen whether you accept them or not. Head west to the Kunlun Mountains. If you can make it there, you'll have everything you want. But risking your life every time is foolish. Although you can use Zhulong's power, the monster aura in your body is leaking out at an astonishing rate. The victory before you may just be the enemy's scheme. Don't let what's inside your body control you." Zhang Wuwei looked at his back and said seriously, "Thank you for the advice, don't worry, I will survive, and then, when we meet again, I'll kill you with my own hands." Shui Jiang turned slightly in surprise. "Oh, I'm looking forward to it." After saying that, he turned around. Dark energy suddenly enveloped his body as he slowly rose into the air. Soon, his figure transformed into a black crow and flew away. He called out, "Show me, kid, which of you can truly change this era, you or him?" The scene shifted elsewhere to a freezing land covered in snow, where a group of strong young men stood on a snowy field, struggling to pull something. "Everyone, keep going. Damn it, we have to catch it." What they were pulling was a gigantic snow bear. Even after binding it tightly with ropes, they still couldn't drag it. The snow bear roared and struggled wildly, and danger struck as they could no longer hold it. "We can't stop it." The snow bear dragged them into the air, roaring wildly. Just then, a white-haired man appeared and said, "Golden light shattering rain." Several beams of golden light descended from the sky, piercing the snow bear and saving them from danger. When the snow bear collapsed onto the ground, unable to resist, everyone sighed in relief. "Great, we finally subdued it. This is the first one we've caught in 3 months." The white-haired youth approached and warned, "Be careful, don't let it die." One of them asked, "Sir, a blizzard is coming soon. Should we continue?" The white-haired youth calmly replied, "We'll continue after the blizzard ends." Thus everyone gathered and dragged the snow bear back to the village. "What are you waiting for? Quickly thank Lord Zhang. It's thanks to him that our village escaped this terrifying monster." A voice pleaded among the cheers, but the white-haired youth simply stood there, ignoring them. He looked into the distance and sighed, "Why is the blizzard coming now? At this rate, we won't make it in time." The scene shifted elsewhere, where snow covered everything. Zhang Wuwei trudged across the freezing snowfield, each heavy step dragging his exhausted, trembling body through the cold. He muttered, "What the hell is this place? I've walked all day without finding even a village, and that bastard only said to head west to Kunlun without giving any details." He looked up at the crimson sky, becoming even more confused. Strange, why is the sky red? It was hardly surprising to encounter a few monsters in a place like this. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and squinted into the distance. "Wait, there's something ahead." He raised a hand to shield his eyes and squinted into the distance. "Wait, there's something ahead." He hurried toward him and a shout broke the silence. "Who goes there? How dare you trespass on our territory?" The moment Zhang Wuwei saw them, his body stiffened and he inwardly cursed, "Zhang Wuwei, you and your big mouth." Leading the beast pack was a white lion who looked at him disdainfully. "You humans are getting bolder, daring to show up here even during a snowstorm." Zhang Wuwei swallowed nervously and tried to stay calm. Brother, no." "Gentle monster brothers, I'm just passing through, could you let me go?" The white lion looked suspicious. "Passing through." It roared and swung its arm angrily. "You bastard, don't even think about fooling me." Zhang Wuwei's face paled as his tension grew and he thought, "Damn it, my previous wounds aren't healed yet and now I have to fight again?" Just then, another voice rang out, "Wait." The white lion stopped and turned toward the monster who had spoken. Zhang Wuwei also stopped, surprised by the sudden turn of events. The rat monster stroked its chin, thought for a moment, then said, "Big brother, perhaps we're mistaken. This guy probably isn't human." The white lion froze and widened its eyes. "What?" Zhang Wuwei muttered with a miserable look. "What kind of situation is this now?" The rat monster continued, "Big brother, look carefully. He has absolutely no spiritual energy and you can smell it too, can't you? The demonic aura around him is extremely strong." The white lion suddenly understood. "That's true, I didn't notice before. Even a newborn has some spiritual energy, but he has none at all, and if he's human, he's truly pathetic." Zhang Wuwei curled his lips and mocked himself. "Pathetic indeed, but you don't need to pity me." He thought of the wounds still unhealed from his last fight with the pig monster. It's best to avoid a clash now, or I'll only get more seriously injured. After discussing for a while, the rat monster said, "Big brother, if he's really a monster, let him go." The white lion nodded. "Exactly, we shouldn't slaughter our own kind. If we kill him, how are we any different from humans?" Zhang Wuwei was stunned and thought, well, this is unexpected. He made up his mind. No choice, I have to gamble. He immediately removed his outer robe. Revealing a human face on his left arm, he said, "Human, do I look like one to you? I'm the white ghost of Central Mountain, disguising myself as a human for convenience. Please let me pass through your territory." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Just get out of this cursed place first, heal my wounds, then I'll decide what to do next. Dignity doesn't matter." The monster stared at Zhang Wuwei in shock, never expecting the man before them to have two faces. A hippopotamus monster broke the silence with a mocking laugh. "Hey, are you serious? Having two faces doesn't prove he's a monster. Look carefully, everywhere else he still looks human." Zhang Wuwei's face darkened as he cursed inwardly. "If I run now, will I make it?" The white lion immediately smacked the hippopotamus monster on the head and angrily shouted, "You're really an idiot. How can you judge by appearances? You think I decided he's one of us just by looking at his face? Feel him carefully. Does he have any spiritual energy? Instead, waves of demonic aura keep leaking from him. Isn't that obvious enough? If you judge only by appearance, how are you different from humans? Don't become the very thing you hate most, understand?" The hippopotamus monster scratched its head sheepishly and laughed. "Big brother, your lesson was enlightening." Standing nearby, Zhang Wuwei sighed helplessly, furious inside. Good grief, does their big brother realize he's preaching human principles? You're monsters. The white lion turned to Zhang Wuwei, his eyes full of righteousness. "Don't worry, I won't reject you just because you resemble humans. You and I are the same kind. Since you've entered my territory, rest assured I'll protect you." Zhang Wuwei quickly waved his hands and shook his head. No need, I'm just passing through and will leave immediately, so I won't trouble you, big brother." Hearing this, the white lion narrowed its eyes in surprise. "White ghost brother, I think you still don't understand." His words made Zhang Wuwei uneasy, and he became tense as he stared back. The white lion calmly told Zhang Wuwei, "Leaving this place now is impossible, white ghost brother, perhaps you don't know." Zhang Wuwei asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He thought, could there be no road ahead? The white lion explained, "A few years ago, a Taoist came to these mountains, and since then he has been slaughtering monsters indiscriminately. His skills are extremely formidable, and if you encounter him, your life may be in danger." Zhang Wuwei's eyes lit up as if he'd found a way out. "So that's it, sounds pretty dangerous." He looked worried on the outside, but secretly rejoiced. "Ah, isn't this the ultimate sense of safety? Hurry and let me go, you bastards." The white lion continued seriously, "Going that way alone is too dangerous. A snowstorm is coming, so why don't you return with us?" Zhang Wuwei thought, "Hey, going back with you is what's dangerous." Zhang Wuwei immediately closed his eyes and thought quickly. "No, this isn't the time for this. If we keep dragging this out, I'll definitely be exposed, so I need an excuse to slip away." After a few seconds, he clasped his hands and smiled awkwardly. "Thank you for your kindness, but we just met, so I don't want to trouble you. I'll handle things myself." The white lion frowned in surprise. "What?" Zhang Wuwei confidently pointed at himself and said, "It's just a small matter, nothing to worry about. I'll walk my own path, so don't trouble yourselves." The white lion widened his eyes and reached out. "White ghost, you don't have to be so polite." Zhang Wuwei didn't turn back, merely smirking as he continued walking. "We're just strangers who happened to meet, but I'm deeply grateful for your kindness. Goodbye, and perhaps we'll meet again." Yet inwardly he screamed, "Hopefully I'll never see these guys again." Just then, a cold, demonic aura suddenly seeped from the face on his left arm, and Zhulong's voice rang out, "So you're finally being righteous now. Don't you hate demons? Beat them up, don't be afraid, this old man will help you." Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened. "What? I can escape without using spells now?" Zhulong mocked provocatively. "You're scared, aren't you? HMPH, now that you know there's a way to survive, you're afraid of dying. Haha, how weak." Zhang Wuwei tightly closed his eyes and held his head, telling himself, "Stay calm, I must stay calm. I can't let him control my mind. Damn it, my old wounds haven't healed, and entering this state of mental stillness already feels unbearable. No, I have to force myself back." He bit his tongue hard to stay conscious. He struggled to cast the mind-calming spell. After a tense struggle, he finally sighed in relief. "Phew, I've suppressed it for now, but I'm exhausted, I can't go on." Before he could think further, he collapsed and fainted on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Wuwei suddenly woke up. He was stunned to find himself being carried over the demon hippopotamus's shoulder and exclaimed, "Where is this? What happened?" The white lion turned to look at him. "You're awake, brother. You suddenly fainted for some reason, so we decided to take you back." Zhang Wuwei's face immediately fell. "Take me back? the white lion stood atop the city gate, excitedly saying, "That's right, welcome to our home." Below the wall, the demons all looked up at him. Tears immediately welled in Zhang Wuwei's eyes, making the white lion ask in confusion, "Huh, brother, what's wrong?" Zhang Wuwei forced a smile, his voice trembling. "Nothing, I'm just too touched." The white lion placed a hand on his shoulder, looking friendly. "You're tired, aren't you, brother? Or do you want to eat something with us to regain your strength?" Images of those disgusting human meat meals suddenly flashed through Zhang Wuwei's mind. Though his stomach was growling, he firmly shook his head. "No need, I'm completely stuffed and don't want anything." The white lion didn't let him refuse and quickly pushed him inside. "Don't be shy, your stomach didn't sound full just now." Zhang Wuwei desperately shook his head. "Really, I don't need it, big brother." The demons along the road whispered, "Is that him? The demon who looks like a human? Is he really a demon? Big brother, why did you bring him back?" Zhang Wuwei screamed inwardly, "Boo-hoo, I said I didn't need it. Why won't any of you listen?" After walking a little farther, the white lion suddenly turned serious. "Brother, stop pretending. I actually saw it just now." Zhang Wuwei jolted and widened his eyes. "What? Did he discover that I used the mind-calming spell?" "That's right, what ordinary demon would use a Taoist spell?" Zhang Wuwei panicked inwardly. "So when he said eating, he really meant eating me, which is why he brought me here, right? This is bad." Thinking this, he immediately fled without looking back. The white lion watched him and called out, "You're actually injured, aren't you?" Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei slipped and fell flat on his back. Seeing him suddenly fall, the white lion panicked and reached out. "White ghost, are you alright? I didn't expect such a strong reaction." Zhang Wuwei angrily thought, "With the way you said it, how could I not react?" He stood up, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. "Ah, I'm fine, I just like exercising before meals." The white lion continued, "Your demonic aura suddenly burst out and disappeared just now, so your injury must be serious. Stay here and rest for a while. I've discussed it with the others, and they won't judge you by your appearance." Zhang Wuwei helplessly replied, "Thanks, big brother, but really, there's no need." The white lion said seriously, "Little brother, if you leave now, you'll surely die. The snow here is terrifying. Come on, it's time to eat." Zhang Wuwei sighed inwardly. "Hey, big brother, don't say such gentle things with that scary face. It's terrifying." "What the hell is this place?" The scene shifted to a place where cranes flew peacefully, with smoke drifting around as sunlight began to shine through. On a distant mountaintop, a white-robed youth stood as Shui Jiang flew over, and he asked, "You ignored the summoning seal and hurried to find me. What happened?" Shui Jiang replied, "The plan had a slight mishap. Zhulong's seal was broken 3 months earlier than expected." The man asked in surprise, "Really? I originally expected Zhulong to control the forces in the northwest before the Celestial Masters' assembly, but as long as the other disaster-level monsters break their seals on schedule, it'll still force them to mobilize more forces." Shui Jiang nodded. "I've checked and confirmed it." The man continued, "Good, I just didn't expect the seals to be broken in the same way, but Zhulong's seal was released much faster than I anticipated." Shui Jiang added, "The seal was broken early because of a little brat." The man calmly replied, "A little brat, that's surprising. But you've dealt with him, right?" Shui Jiang shook his head. "I didn't kill him." The youth glanced coldly at him. "Why?" Shui Jiang smiled. "Once the seal is completely broken, he'll become our ally." The man sneered mockingly. "Ha ha, a little brat becoming our ally? What makes you so sure?" Shui Jiang replied, "Because that brat sealed Zhulong inside his own body." Hearing this, the sparrow in the youth's hand was instantly crushed to death. His lips curled as he murmured, "Tianqing, why is it your descendant again? Fate really is interesting, don't you agree, partner?" The scene returned to Zhang Wuwei, who now looked utterly confused at the bowl of food before him. He stared at it suspiciously. Could this be? The white lion beside him chuckled. "That's right, just ordinary rabbit meat." Zhang Wuwei looked puzzled. "Really? I thought we'd be eating something else." He couldn't help wondering why even the food was so ordinary. The white lion sighed. "Sorry, little brother, we don't eat humans. Aside from making us stronger, there's no value in eating them, and I've heard eating too much can mess with your mind, so food is food as long as it fills you." Zhang Wuwei was baffled. Could you really have never tasted it? Good grief, there are such strange monsters in this world. He decided to ignore it. "Ordinary food is fine, I haven't eaten for 3 days. I can finally replenish some strength." Tears of joy welled up as he lifted the soup to drink, but after one sip, suddenly, a tiny foot kicked him straight in the face. He angrily covered his face and shouted, "Damn it, who the hell kicked me?" A little monster stood before him, growling furiously. "How dare you, human, come here, prepare to die." Zhang Wuwei couldn't contain his anger. "Damn brat, are you blind? I'm a monster too." But the little monster ignored him and charged again, biting directly into his hand. The white lion quickly ran over to intervene. Hey, Abai, don't do that, he's really a monster." Zhang Wuwei cried out in pain. "Aw, damn brat, can't you hear me? Stop biting, cough, stop. Aw, it's about to break, it's about to break." His agonized screams rang out like a tragic symphony. Finally, after a long while, the panic subsided. He sat down with his hand carefully bandaged, and after hearing the white lion explain everything, he understood. "So that's it, this brat's father was killed by humans." The white lion nodded. "Yes, sorry little brother, I forgot to tell him." Zhang Wuwei shook his head. "It's fine, that's normal. After all, I look a lot like a human." The white lion said admiringly, "Little brother, you're truly broad-minded. You must have suffered a lot in the past." Zhang Wuwei sighed inwardly, deciding not to reveal the truth that he was originally human. He looked at Abai and said gently, "That kid is really pitiful." The white lion lowered his head and sighed. "Actually, it's not just him. Many of our companions here were killed by that Taoist. Even after we fled far away, they still refused to spare us." Zhang Wuwei was startled. Is this real? Just one Taoist, yet most of these monsters can speak, meaning they're at least disturbance level. Moreover, judging by this one's aura, it's no weaker than that pig from before. Who could have forced these monsters into such a state?" He turned to the white lion and asked, "Big brother, who exactly has such power?" "As far as I know, humans have some strength too, but one person alone shouldn't be able to do this." "What sect does that person belong to?" The white lion replied, "I don't know either, but I remember there was a symbol on his hat." "A symbol?" Zhang Wuwei asked suspiciously, and the white lion quickly drew it on the ground. It seemed to look like this. Zhang Wuwei's expression changed the moment he saw the drawing. This is one of the three great immortal sects of the world, Kunlun. The symbol on the left is Chunshan's, the one in the middle is Kunlun's, and the one on the right belongs to Pinglai. He wondered why a Kunlun disciple would appear in such a remote wilderness. "As far as I know, they usually only appear in prosperous countries." Seeing him so agitated, the white lion asked, "What's wrong, brother? Don't tell me you recognize this symbol." Zhang Wuwei explained seriously, "Of course I do. In the human world, this sect is quite powerful, not the strongest, but certainly not weak." The white lion was surprised. "So they're really that formidable?" Zhang Wuwei asked, "Did you offend them somehow? As far as I know, they rarely appear in places this remote, this sparsely populated." The white lion replied, "We stopped eating humans long ago and rarely approach the village below the mountain, so it shouldn't be that." Zhang Wuwei was puzzled. "Then why? What reason would they have to do this?" The white lion sounded somewhat sad. "Does a monster-slaying Taoist really need a reason?" Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei widened his eyes in surprise. "No reason." He then muttered to himself, Right, cats catch mice by nature. Why would they need a reason?" Zhang Wuwei, when did you become so compassionate? But these monsters are quite strange. How many strange people like them can there really be in this world? Why bother with this? Once the snowstorm ends, I'll leave anyway, so why should I care whether they live or die? Suddenly, a voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Hey, fake human." Zhang Wuwei looked anxiously at Abai in front of him. You mean me?" Abai leaned close to Zhang Wuwei and said, "Sorry, I'm talking to you. This time I'll let it slide for big brother's sake. Don't walk around looking so human anymore, got it?" Saying this, Abai turned and left. Zhang Wuwei thought helplessly, "Hey, I'm actually human. Looks like I'll have to be very careful while recovering and act a little more like a monster." After dark, Zhang Wuwei couldn't sleep, constantly reminding himself to endure. I absolutely must endure. He had been arranged to sleep with the hippopotamus and white lion. Sharing a room with monsters was one thing, but they even sprawled over him and snored like drums. Living with these monsters made him feel stranger every day, and he kept reminding himself, "Though you're all quite normal, we're still not the same kind. Once I recover and the snowstorm ends, I'll leave immediately, so I mustn't grow too attached to you." Every day, these monsters kept dragging him around to play, and they were really human-like. Is human skin really this soft? Wow, it's so soft, wouldn't you avoid injuries in battle? Aren't you curious why his body glows? The hippopotamus walking beside him suddenly held food toward the face on Zhang Wuwei's arm. "Brother, these specially made meatballs are very nourishing, try some." Zhang Wuwei replied helplessly, "Big brother, my mouth is up here and don't feed me like that, it looks strange." He kept reminding himself, "No, I absolutely can't get close to you," yet they truly treated him well. Zhang Wuwei was placed in a huge tub. "Big brother, are you sure this is a bathtub?" The white lion laughed, "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" When they kept pouring strange things inside, Zhang Wuwei feared being boiled alive and screamed, "Wait, what are you doing?" The golden monkey explained, "These are herbs for healing internal injuries." Zhang Wuwei shouted angrily, "Medicine, my ass, this looks exactly like cooking spices." After leaving the bath, he saw several monsters playing cards and arguing nonstop. I think I can bust too. You all busted, so I have to bust too." Zhang Wuwei couldn't resist sitting down, and as soon as he joined, he said, No, you can't bust in the first round, you have to play all your cards at once." Since you're all first-time players, I'll let it slide this time, but next time the penalty doubles." The monster seemed enlightened and exclaimed sheepishly, "So that's how it works, sorry." Not long after, Zhang Wuwei walked out looking lifeless. "Damn it, I lost 10 games in a row, all my labor from these past few days is gone." As he stepped into the courtyard, he saw Abai staring intently at several pork legs hanging from a rack. Zhang Wuwei leaned against a pillar and watched. Abai turned and pointed at the pork legs with its lips, so Zhang Wuwei walked over and let Abai climb onto his neck to reach them, secretly thinking, "I must never do this again." Seeing Abai in such a miserable state, he made an exception and helped at once. But unexpectedly, Abai didn't bite the pork leg. Instead, it opened its mouth and bit his head. Furious, Zhang Wuwei chased after it, shouting, "You little brat, I'll deal with you today." The white lion appeared and tried to calm him. "Brother, calm down, you can't lose control." Zhang Wuwei roared, "Calm down, am I not calm enough already? Let me go." Abai seized the chance to mock him. "Serves you right, fake human acting human while running around everywhere. Ah, let me go, I want to deal with him." The next day, Zhang Wuwei went hunting with the white lion. "Hey, big brother lion, there's something I still don't understand." The white lion asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Zhang Wuwei asked, "Why don't you eat humans?" The white lion sighed, "Ah, this may also be related to my own situation. The others stopped eating humans because of me." Zhang Wuwei continued, Then why don't you eat them, big brother?" The white lion slowly recounted, "I still remember when I was young. One day, I had an accident and fell into a valley, thinking I was surely going to die. But unexpectedly, I met someone who not only spared me, but brought me back and secretly cared for me. My instincts told me he meant me no harm. Once my wounds had healed a little, he let me go. Sadly, I couldn't speak then, and once I could, I went down the mountain to see if I could sense him." Zhang Wuwei exclaimed curiously, "Then what happened? Did you meet again?" The white lion nodded, "We did, but I don't know how much time had passed when we met again. His hair had been black at first but had now turned white, yet his scent was unchanged. I couldn't understand how he had climbed this mountain when he was so old and frail that even standing was difficult, only to appear in the valley. Although such things had happened before, I didn't pay much attention, but he had once helped me, so I wanted to take him back to the village. He refused and said, 'No need, this is a tradition of our village.'" Zhang Wuwei looked puzzled. "A tradition?" The white lion shook his head. "I didn't understand either, but he seemed unwilling to return. I cared for him for a while, just as he once cared for me, but not long after, he passed away. I don't understand why humans can be like this. Perhaps they think we'll eat them, so they periodically send people up the mountain. I wonder if we stop eating humans, will they stop throwing people onto this mountain?" Zhang Wuwei sighed inwardly. "I've heard that some extremely poor villages throw elderly people who can no longer work into the mountains to reduce the food burden. I never thought such a custom still existed." He looked at his reflection in the water, thinking that sometimes humans will do anything just to survive. The white lion nodded in agreement. "That's true, but there are good people like you too. Right, brother?" Zhang Wuwei was startled and stared at him wide-eyed. The white lion sighed. "Looks like you have a very strange illness." Zhang Wuwei asked suspiciously, "When did you notice?" The white lion stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not long after we first met, actually, I already knew." Zhang Wuwei's jaw dropped as he shouted, "Then why didn't you kill me? I'm human." The white lion calmly replied, "At first, I did consider it, but I realized you're different from those people." Zhang Wuwei frowned. "What makes you think that? I could be pretending or simply be powerless." The white lion turned to him. "My instincts tell me you're like the person who saved me." Zhang Wuwei smiled bitterly. "What the hell? What kind of demon are you?" The white lion reassured him. "Don't worry, I won't tell the others." Zhang Wuwei sighed. "I'm telling you, big brother lion, no, a kind-hearted demon like you won't survive long in this world." The white lion shook his head. "Oh, I don't think I'm kind at all." Just then, they heard a growl coming from nearby. The white lion's face tightened. That sound is not far away beneath a tree. Abai had gone out to gather food and was found by a group of people. Braving the heavy snow to hunt was worth it, wasn't it? Look, we found our prey. Abai screamed in fear. "Filthy humans, you killed everyone." The group laughed at Abai. "It's only a little one, but better than nothing." Just then, the white lion appeared behind them. "You shameless humans, have you really stooped to bullying even a child?" Saying this, the white lion swung his claws down. The group turned around in horror. One of them quickly threw out several talismans. The white lion was struck by the binding talismans and instantly restrained, unable to move. Seeing this, the group sighed in relief. "Phew, that was close. Luckily we got these demon binding talismans from that priest." The man on the ground cursed, "Damn it, use them sooner next time, you nearly scared me to death." One of them approached the white lion with a knife and smiled, "Great, I didn't expect such a big one to show up. How long will this talisman last?" Another answered, "About 15 minutes. The man holding the knife said, "Good, hurry up and make the most of it." He turned to his companions and said, "I'll handle the big one, you two cut the little one's throat." The two asked suspiciously, "Senior, isn't this for later? Why do it now?" The man with the knife angrily shouted, "Haven't we been oppressed enough this year?" Hearing this, the other man walked over, tied up Abai, and lifted him. "Haha, true, that bastard has gone too far this year, so secretly keeping a little private stock isn't too much, right?" Abai struggled and growled, but it changed nothing. The knife wielder raised his blade at the white lion, first cutting its leg tendons, then its arm tendons. The white lion struggled desperately but couldn't break free. "I can't use my strength anymore, damn it." Just then Zhang Wuwei's voice came from behind. "Brother, watch those teeth." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air and swung a kick. Before the man could react, the kick struck him squarely in the face. The other two broke into a cold sweat. After dealing with one man, Zhang Wuwei calmly stepped forward. "This lion is my lifesaver, you know? No, more precisely, it's the monster that saved my life, so no one gets to touch it. I'll say this only once, get lost." The white lion raised its head and looked at Zhang Wuwei suspiciously. "White ghost brother, why are you suddenly wearing something on your head?" Zhang Wuwei coughed and spoke solemnly. "Ahem, big brother, just lie there quietly and don't talk. Leave the rest to me." The other two looked at him disdainfully and snorted. "Another one? Give me the remaining binding talisman so I can restrain him." Zhang Wuwei said sternly, "Hunters should hunt what hunters are supposed to hunt, like pigs and rabbits, shouldn't they?" The two ignored him, and one quickly drew 2 talismans and stepped forward. Zhang Wuwei sighed, "Looks like you still don't plan to leave, do you?" The man sneered, "Leave? Haha, looks like you damn pighead still don't know how powerful a monster-binding talisman is." Suddenly Zhang Wuwei raised his hand and shouted, "Brothers, where are you? Let's charge together now." Hearing this, the two panicked and immediately turned around. "What, are there more monsters?" Zhang Wuwei seized the chance and quickly rushed forward. When the two turned back and saw no one, they were confused. "There's nothing here, yet you dare mess with me." When he turned around and saw Zhang Wuwei was gone, he blurted out, "Where did that damn pig go?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wuwei appeared directly above him. The young man widened his eyes, unable to react in time. Zhang Wuwei smashed a stick straight onto his head. After dealing with him, Zhang Wuwei's hand trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "Ah, my hand is numb." Abai shouted from afar, "The fake human isn't finished yet." Just as it finished speaking, the other man rushed straight toward Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei couldn't react in time and was grabbed and pinned to the ground. "HMPH, you think such a despicable trick can defeat me? Watch my blade stab, stab, stab." Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. "You despicable bastard." Zhang Wuwei seized his arm and wrapped both legs tightly around his shoulders, restraining him. Zhang Wuwei couldn't help mocking him. "In a fight to the death, you're still talking about what's fair or despicable? Are you a child?" The man cried in panic. "What the hell is this position? I can't move my arm anymore." Zhang Wuwei sneered, "If I can't beat those monsters, does that mean I can't beat you?" The hunter's agonized screams rang out continuously. Before long, they were all sprawled on the ground after Zhang Wuwei's torment. He looked at them and asked, "Speak, why did you cause trouble? You want to hunt these monsters?" "Ah, no, our monsters." The three bowed and kowtowed together. "We sincerely apologize, we won't dare again." Zhang Wuwei angrily shouted, "Do you not understand human speech? I asked why you did this. Who cares what you'll do later?" One of them stammered, "Because it might be enough to get." Before he could finish, the man beside him quietly reminded him, "Don't forget our forbidden spell." The man hesitated, then shut his eyes and shouted, "Because we were forced. It was Zhang Ruochen, that bastard, who forced us. He ordered us to do everything. We really didn't want to bother you from the start." Zhang Wuwei was deeply puzzled. Forced by Zhang Ruochen? Abai, sitting on the white lion's shoulder, snorted, "Humans are best at lying, so don't believe them. Big brother, eat them and you'll be able to defeat that Taoist." The white lion shook its head. "Even if we ate them, or everyone in the entire village, we still couldn't defeat that Taoist. Besides, I don't want to eat humans to become stronger." It clenched its fist and said harshly, "Although I really want to kill you all right now. I don't want to put my friend in a difficult position." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei's jaw dropped behind his mask, utterly unable to believe it. The three immediately kowtowed repeatedly and begged, "Monster brother, please spare our miserable lives. Killing us is useless because if that Taoist is still there, he'll send others to deal with you. We promise never to bother you again." Zhang Wuwei crossed his arms and pondered, "Although I know they're terrible, I don't want to kill them first." Abai couldn't hold back and growled, "Don't trust them, humans are evil." It ran before Zhang Wuwei clenched its fists and said, "Come on, let's kill them together." Zhang Wuwei sighed and shook his head, "But that won't truly solve the problem. If we prove that not all monsters want to hurt them, perhaps both sides can understand each other." Abai snorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could cunning creatures like humans ever be like that?" Just then, laughter came from afar. "Ha ha, don't say that, little demon. Most humans can communicate with one another." Immediately afterward, an arrow shot toward Zhang Wuwei with a whoosh. Hearing the sound, Zhang Wuwei quickly turned around. Without hesitation, the white lion beside him charged forward, shoved Zhang Wuwei away, and used its body to block the arrow. Zhang Wuwei was flustered as he looked at the white lion and cried, "Big brother." The white lion's face turned fierce as it gritted its teeth. "I've already given them a chance. Brother, don't blame me, I will take care of them." Suddenly, it collapsed to its knees. Seeing this, Zhang Wuwei was startled. "Big brother, are you all right?" The white lion sensed the arrow was poisoned. "Damn it, that arrow has poison. I can't use my strength anymore." The hunters had already gotten up and fled in panic. The one who fired the arrow was a newly arrived old man who looked at Zhang Wuwei and the others with a smug smile. "Ha ha, arriving late has its benefits too." As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Seeing him standing there smugly, the others shouted, "Run! Uncle Huang's monster blinding charms have all been stolen, you damn pighead. We'll deal with you next time." Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth angrily beneath his mask. "Why do you have to hunt demons?" At night, the demons gathered around the fire as usual, happily dancing. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuwei lay alone on the roof, troubled. "What should I do? I never considered this problem. Who is the victim? Who is truly the bully?" As he pondered, Abai suddenly climbed up and asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Why not come down and eat with us?" Zhang Wuwei sighed, "No need, I want some peace and quiet." Abai climbed up and sat beside him. Stargazing, Zhang Wuwei asked, "Abai, do you really hate humans?" Abai nodded, "I hate them. They trample lives as they please and even take pleasure in it." Zhang Wuwei recalled Zhulong and Shui Jiang and sighed, "Is that so? I've met people like that too. In the end, we're merely humans and demons, and truly understanding each other isn't easy." Abai laughed, "Haha, you've finally figured it out. If you'd realized this sooner, the boss wouldn't have been hurt today." Zhang Wuwei looked at the sky and sighed, From now on, just do things your way." The white lion and hippopotamus demon came out, and the lion called out, "Hey little brother, come down and chat." Abai nimbly jumped onto the lion's shoulder and asked worriedly, "Boss, is your hand okay?" The white lion smiled firmly, "I'm fine, a few more arrows wouldn't matter." The hippopotamus demon beside him said doubtfully, "Big brother, didn't you just say it hurt like hell?" The lion instantly flew into a rage, "Shut your mouth." Hearing them bicker loudly, Zhang Wuwei felt even more troubled. Early the next morning before dawn, while all the demons were still asleep, Zhang Wuwei quietly woke and stood alone outside the door, staring into the distance and deep in thought. Even humans may not understand each other. How could ordinary people possibly be willing to understand such terrifying beings as demons? I won't dream of something so unrealistic, but if I can prove that you have no ill intentions, perhaps I can make your current situation a little better, right? It's not because I care about you, I'm only repaying Big Brother's kindness. When everyone woke up, Zhang Wuwei had decided to leave. "Thank you all for taking care of me these past few days, but I have to go now." The lion chuckled, "Little brother, stay as long as you want, why rush?" Zhang Wuwei waved his hand. "No, I can't, I still have things to do. Thank you all, these days were precious, and if fate allows, we'll meet again." The hippopotamus demon turned to the lion and asked hesitantly, "Big brother, are you really not going to see him off?" The lion smiled confidently, "Don't worry, he'll be fine." "He's not like us." The hippopotamus demon sighed in admiration, "I didn't expect him to be even stronger than you, big brother." Hearing this, the lion realized he had misunderstood and quickly explained, "Ah, that's not what I meant, never mind." Abai remained silent from beginning to end, his big round eyes following Zhang Wuwei's fatting figure. As Zhang Wuwei walked, he kept thinking, "I wonder if I can succeed. Whatever, I'll do my best. If it truly doesn't work, no one can blame me." Just then, a strange voice sounded beside him. "What brings you here, friend, with such interest in visiting our Kunlun territory?" Zhang Wuwei was startled and looked around, but saw no one. Soon, someone descended from the sky. "May I ask why you've come here?" Zhang Wuwei answered tensely, "Who are you?" The man seemed flustered, realizing he had forgotten to introduce himself. "How rude of me, I am a junior of the Kunlun sect. Zhang Raochen. Yet I have not asked your honored name, friend." Hearing his name, Zhang Wuwei was startled, thinking, "He's the Taoist who hunted and killed Big Brother Lion, isn't he?" Seeing Zhang Wuwei remain silent, Zhang Raochen asked again, May I ask why you've come here, fellow Taoist? Zhang Wuwei calmly replied, I am merely wandering through and happened to pass by with no other intention. Zhang Raochen was slightly surprised and smiled. So you're also a member of the Taoist world. May I ask which sect you belong to? Though he said this aloud, deep inside he was filled with indescribable suspicion. Was it an illusion? Why did he sense a faint trace of evil energy flowing from this man? Zhang Wuwei calmly replied, I wander the world and do not wish to reveal my identity. But since you've treated me courteously, it would be rude not to be honest. Zhang Raochen smiled, but remained extremely wary inside. Spiritual power had already gathered beneath his hand, and he made a cold decision. Forget it. If there's anything unusual about him, just kill him. Zhang Wuwei did not dodge, clasped his hands, shrugged lightly, and calmly said, I am a descendant of the real person Tianqing, Zhang Wuwei. Hearing this, Zhang Raochen was utterly stunned, his eyes widening as if he could not believe his ears. After a brief slip, he quickly regained his composure and thought, You expect me to believe you after just a few words? How ridiculous. Still, he smiled warmly and said, Oh, so you're the descendant of true Master Tianqing. What an honor. Forgive my poor welcome. I've heard true Master Tianqing was once famed for his 2 supreme arts. May I have the honor of seeing you demonstrate one? Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei's lips curled slightly. HMPH, you want to test me? Kid. He immediately recited an incantation, flames rising beneath his feet, fire supporting fire. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Raochen trembled inwardly. This was one of true Master Tianqing's supreme arts, the 3-flavored immortal flame incantation. It could not be wrong. He had heard his master say that the 9-flavored heavenly fire was the Kunlun sect's ultimate technique, using its original form to transform. Zhang Raochen was stunned for a moment, while Zhang Wuwei sighed and calmly continued, My cultivation is shallow, and standing before a master like you is truly embarrassing, but since you've asked, I can only show off before an expert to prove it. As he spoke, Zhang Wuwei raised his hand, preparing to cast the 3-flavored immortal flame incantation. Just then Zhang Raochen hurriedly stopped him. I was being rude. So you truly are true Master Tianqing's descendant. He was secretly amazed. Even the mind-calming spell was used so skillfully, so he certainly was not a fraud. Zhang Wuwei withdrew his hand and looked at him in surprise. So that's what you were worried about. Zhang Raochen immediately showed respect and apologized for his rash actions, asking true Master Zhang to forgive his offense. Thinking about it, if someone wanted to impersonate another, why choose the declining reputation of true Master Tianqing? Zhang Wuwei smiled and calmly replied, There's no need for that. I'm unworthy of the title of true master. Zhang Raochen smiled respectfully. True Master Zhang, your noble character truly commands my admiration. I've long admired true Master Tianqing's reputation. Meeting his descendant today makes this life worthwhile. Zhang Wuwei smiled as well and replied enthusiastically, You're too kind. I've heard that disciples of the Kunlun sect are all exceptional talents, and seeing one today proves the rumors are true. Zhang Raochen replied politely, Not at all, people simply think too highly of me. Zhang Wuwei felt rather annoyed, thinking, What a hassle, talking to people in this field always requires such formal pleasantries, or they'll think I'm cold. I need to get straight to the point. After thinking for a while, he smiled again and said, Haha, you're too modest, fellow cultivator. Why is a senior member of the Kunlun sect here? Zhang Raochen politely invited him. It's a long story, true Master Zhang. If you don't mind, please return to the village with me for a drink and we can talk. Zhang Wuwei politely clasped his hands. Then I shall gladly accept your invitation. Zhang Raochen happily replied, We shouldn't delay, let me lead the way. Following Zhang Raochen, Zhang Wuwei had only taken a few steps when he suddenly sensed something strange. Startled, he turned to look behind him but saw nothing, and suspicion arose in his heart. Was it an illusion? Zhang Raochen glanced at Zhang Wuwei and noticed the strange look in his eyes, unable to resist asking suspiciously, True Master Zhang, is something wrong? Zhang Wuwei gently shook his head and forced a smile. Nothing, let's go. Soon, the two returned to the village at the foot of the mountain, sitting across from each other over tea as its fragrant aroma spread. Zhang Wuwei could not help admiring him. Brother Zhang Raochen, you're truly capable. How did you turn such a poor village into such an orderly place? Zhang Raochen laughed heartily. Haha, true Master Zhang, you flatter me. I merely obeyed orders to protect this village. Once all the monsters causing trouble were eliminated, the villagers naturally had a better chance to survive and regain their spirits. Zhang Wuwei tilted his head suspiciously. Eliminate the monsters. Zhang Raochen happily replied, True Master Zhang, ask whatever you don't understand. I'll gladly explain everything. Zhang Wuwei felt slightly tense and slowly said, What I'm about to say is only a hypothesis. If those monsters don't harm people or cause trouble, then why drive them to the point of extermination? How is that any different from the actions of true evil monsters? Zhang Ruochen slowly stroked his chin, pondering. Indeed, you're not wrong. Zhang Wuwei was somewhat surprised by Zhang Ruochen's words. But Zhang Ruochen quickly explained, however, you've seen Crimson Blood Ridge where snow and wind rage year-round and the sky often shows strange phenomena caused by monster blood. There are countless monsters in the mountains, and even approaching them is frightening, let alone hunting them. Without eliminating the monsters, their lives would remain miserable. Do you know how difficult life was in this village before I came? They even had a custom of taking the elderly into the mountains just to reduce the village's burden. When people's lives are at stake, who could think of anything else? Zhang Wuwei lowered his head and sighed. What a tragedy. Zhang Ruochen continued in a solemn voice, but true Master Zhang, you are indeed very perceptive. Doing so is somewhat excessive. I don't want to carry out meaningless monster hunts either. Now the number of monsters in the mountains has greatly decreased and no longer threatens the villagers, so once the goal is achieved, there is truly no need to keep hunting them down. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei became excited and laughed. Haha, so there's really no need anymore, right? This cup is to you. They both raised their cups and drained several more cups of tea. Zhang Wuwei could not help asking again, Brother Zhang Ruochen, I still have one question. Zhang Ruochen smiled openly. Oh, what is it? Zhang Wuwei quickly asked, Brother Zhang Ruochen, with such great abilities, why choose to stay in this remote wilderness? Why not go somewhere larger and more prosperous? After hearing the question, Zhang Ruochen's expression suddenly became gloomy. His eyes briefly showed sadness as he wondered, is there somewhere more vast? Noticing the change in Zhang Ruochen's emotions, Zhang Wuwei called out, Brother Zhang. Zhang Ruochen smiled, his eyes sad yet full of determination. As long as I can. Share the burden of the people, any place is the same. Let's stop talking about this. Today we drink until we're drunk. Zhang Wuwei scratched his head and laughed. Haha, Brother Zhang is so sincere, how could I refuse? Fine, today we drink until we're drunk. Just then someone hurried in with a worried look. Lord Zhang, there's an urgent matter. Zhang Ruochen calmly turned and asked, what's so urgent? Zhang Wuwei suddenly felt uneasy and thought, so he wasn't calling me. I forgot this guy's surname is Zhang too. The man stammered, my lord, can I say this here? Zhang Ruochen calmly replied, it's fine, Master Zhang is my fellow Taoist, so speak. Hearing this, the man quickly reported, a monster was spotted near the village earlier and we've captured it. Please order us to deal with it. He then turned around and shouted, bring it here. When Zhang Wuwei saw the monster being brought in, his eyes immediately widened. It was none other than Abai, currently bound and being carried away, constantly shouting, let me go, you filthy scum. The man ignored it and reported to Zhang Ruochen, my lord, this little monster is the one who broke into the village. Abai angrily shouted, so what if I broke in? Didn't you humans invade our homeland too? Zhang Wuwei, sitting beside him, secretly cursed, Abai, why are you here? Doesn't this idiot have anything better to do? Why run into a human village? Just then, Zhang Ruochen suddenly stood up and shouted, how dare you? Zhang Wuwei wanted to stop him but didn't know what to say. Zhang Ruochen slowly approached Abai, his voice cold. I haven't even gone looking for you, yet you came knocking on my door. I've never cared much for little monsters, but since you dared cause trouble here, I must teach you a lesson. Sorry, just as he was about to strike, Zhang Wuwei shouted from behind to stop him. Brother Zhang, wait, please show mercy. It's only a little monster, perhaps there's no need for this. Zhang Ruochen turned and looked at him approvingly. Master Zhang truly has a kind heart. Though it's small, we can't guarantee it won't harm the villagers someday. Zhang Wuwei tried to persuade him. From what I can tell, this little monster seems harmless. Perhaps it wandered in by accident, so could you let it go? Abai struggled wildly and shouted, hey, fake human, don't worry about me, run. We're powerful monsters and we don't fear wicked humans. Zhang Ruochen turned back in surprise at this. Seeing him look over, Abai continued shouting, we won't submit to a wicked person like you. Zhang Wuwei helplessly slapped his forehead and sighed, damn it, you're only making things worse. Zhang Ruochen pondered for a moment, then ordered his men, let it go. He then stepped before Abai and asked, little monster, do you understand what you're saying? Abai widened its eyes and stared at him in confusion. Zhang Ruochen grabbed its head and glanced toward Zhang Wuwei, his voice deep. Open your eyes and look carefully. The person before you is the descendant of the legendary Taoist. He's human, there's no doubt about it. How could he possibly be an ally of a monster like you? After hearing this, Abai couldn't believe that he was human. Zhang Wuwei had no choice but step forward, clasp his hands, and say, this is a little complicated. I have some connection with this little monster, so please show mercy. Zhang Ruochen's eyes flashed. Is that true? Zhang Wuwei nodded. Yes, this little monster isn't lying. It really is my friend. Zhang Raochen's face lit up with great interest. Oh, Master Zhang certainly makes friends everywhere. Fine, everyone leave and let Master Zhang handle it himself. The people hesitated and one asked, Lord Zhang, is this really all right? Zhang Raochen turned and smiled brightly. Don't make me repeat myself. Though his smile was friendly, it made the villagers break into a cold sweat. They dared not argue and immediately left in silence. Zhang Wuwei came over, untied Abai, and anxiously asked, Are you all right? Why did you come here? Abai ignored him and asked solemnly, Is it true? Why did you lie to us? Zhang Wuwei sighed. Let's leave first, then I'll explain. He then led Abai past Zhang Raochen and added, I'm sorry for causing you more trouble. Zhang Raochen smiled kindly. Not at all, Master Zhang, take care. As they walked, Zhang Wuwei told Abai everything. That's how it happened. I didn't want them to hurt you, so I deliberately approached him. Abai ignored Zhang Wuwei's explanation and only asked, I just want to know whether what he said is true. Zhang Wuwei lowered his head and sadly replied, Yes, though my body is somewhat unusual now, I've never considered myself a demon. Abai sobbed, How could that be? I saw you following that bad guy and worried you'd get hurt, so I kept following you. You're a liar. Zhang Wuwei sighed, Don't be like this. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you couldn't accept it. Actually, I didn't want you to hate me. As he spoke, he reached out to pat its head. But Abai gritted its teeth angrily and bit his hand hard without hesitation. Wicked human, get lost. Don't touch me. Filthy human liar. After cursing for a while, Abai quickly ran up the mountain. Zhang Wuwei stood there in a daze, unable to understand. But perhaps it didn't matter. In the end, they were only humans and demons. Zhang Raochen stood upstairs, watching and unable to hold back a smile. Abai kept cursing as it walked, Liar, liar. Why are you human? Why are you one of those who hunt our kind? As it grieved, several spells suddenly appeared ahead, blocking its path. Zhang Raochen slowly approached and greeted it. Hello, little one. Abai was frightened upon seeing him and gritted its teeth. It's you. Zhang Raochen continued, Do you want to go home? Can I go with you? The scene shifted to Zhang Wuwei, who had returned to the village to rest. Abai's words kept replaying in his mind, leaving him increasingly troubled and unable to sleep. Clearly, I should already be used to hearing such words. Why does my heart still ache a little? If I had told the truth from the start, how many people could have been as tolerant as Big Brother? In the end, it's merely pity and repaying a debt of gratitude, so I shouldn't think too much about it. He sat up, holding his head, feeling silent and exhausted. Suddenly, voices outside reached his ears as a group passed by, whispering among themselves. Luckily the whole village has turned out. That's right, just losing a few monster blinding charms and not having the demons captured and beat to death is already lucky. Damn, that bastard really bullies people. It's only a few charms. Doesn't he realize how much work our brothers have done for him these past years? We may have no merit, but we have worked hard, haven't we? Hearing you say that makes me not want to work anymore. Zhang Wuwei listened in astonishment. This voice is so familiar. Are they still working this late? The two continued. That bastard was generous at first, even giving us some leftover meat broth to drink, but this year he won't even give us broth. That's not all. You haven't dealt with him, so you don't know. His temper has gotten worse these past few months, and even without demons around, he forces us to search for them. I really can't stand it. The money we've earned over 4 years is enough for him to build an entire city, yet every year no one knows where he takes it all. What a bastard. That's right, if we hadn't been forced to sign some kind of demon pact back then, we'd have exposed his crimes long ago. As they chatted excitedly, one of them suddenly looked behind them. The other asked, What's wrong? He replied, Nothing. Then he continued, That bastard has made my life miserable. Now I even have to be careful when talking. Hiding behind them, Zhang Wuwei silently analyzed their words. Lack of money, exposing his crimes, what does this mean? Ever since arriving in this village, he had felt that something was wrong, but as an outsider, he hadn't dared ask too much. Thinking back, everything was strange. After walking a little farther, he suddenly lost sight of the two men. As he wondered, a voice came from below. How much did we make tonight? The other unhappily replied, It doesn't matter how much, we're lucky he didn't pursue the past. Don't copy the way he talks, it's disgusting. Haha, hurry up and work, or he'll come back and we'll get whipped. Zhang Wuwei stood there staring at the door, deep in thought. Even without demon attacks, this village couldn't have developed so quickly, so there must be some secret here. After a long inner struggle, he finally decided to act. He quickly picked up a nearby pickaxe. In an instant, he pushed open the wooden door, revealing a passage leading deep underground. He hurried down and followed it onward, questions constantly filling his mind. Why was a passage built to connect to an underground cave? Soon, he reached the end of the passage, where there was a large hole in the wall, and he looked inside. and his eyes widened at the scene before him. Is this a harbor? Why are these imprisoned monsters here? What exactly happened? Why are their limbs all gone? They can't even scream, so what exactly happened? While Zhang Wuwei was lost in thought, a young man suddenly noticed him and spoke fearfully. Who are you? Are you the guest master Zhang mentioned? Either way, don't cause trouble here. Zhang Wuwei ignored him, pointed toward the docks, and asked suspiciously, What is all this? Why are the monsters imprisoned here? The young man felt he should explain, approached, patted his shoulder, and said, Please don't misunderstand, we have our reasons for doing this. Zhang Wuwei asked suspiciously, What reasons? The man pointed outside and smiled. How about we leave first, then I'll explain everything to you. Zhang Wuwei shrugged and turned to leave. Fine, I did barge in here first. The young man reached behind him, grabbed a hammer, and laughed. Haha, I don't blame you. If I were you, I'd be suspicious seeing this too. But don't worry, I'll explain everything later. As he spoke, he raised the hammer, intending to strike Zhang Wuwei. However, Zhang Wuwei remained calm, having noticed his movement and glanced over. Then he immediately threw a handful of chili powder into the young man's face. Before he could react, the young man collapsed, clutching his eyes and screaming. Seizing the chance, Zhang Wuwei rushed over and beat him mercilessly, and soon the two fell onto the dock below. The young man lay on the ground, beaten bloody by Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei looked at him contemptuously. You dare pull this trick in front of me? Sorry, I'm in the same business, but it seems there's another one. He looked over and saw a man checking a ledger who stared blankly and exclaimed, what's going on now? Once he realized what was happening, seeing someone in front of him made his face turn fierce as he cracked his knuckles threateningly. Brat, you dare hit our man on our turf? Are you looking for death? Suddenly he froze. Wait, I think I've seen this guy somewhere before. He quickly recognized him as the pig-headed man from that day and shouted, Ahahaha, it's the guy from that day, Pighead. Before he could finish, Zhang Wuwei punched him squarely in the mouth. The young man was sent flying backward. Clouds of dust billowed into the air. He painfully covered his face and cursed, Damn it, do you know who you've offended? Zhang Wuwei ignored him, stepped closer, and asked, What are these monsters in this harbor all about? The young man feigned ignorance and shook his head. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhang Wuwei clenched his fist, blood still dripping from it, and threatened, Don't test my patience. Even so, the young man remained stubborn. What are you going to do? Even if I die, I won't tell you. Zhang Wuwei glared fiercely. Die, don't worry, you won't die. I still need to find out what's happening here. The young man sneered, You seem pretty calm, so kneel down and beg me, and maybe I'll. Before he could finish, Zhang Wuwei attacked, and agonized screams rang out non-stop. What are you doing? Stop, please, don't hit me anymore. Fine, I'll tell you everything. Yet Zhang Wuwei showed no intention of stopping, making the young man scream, I said I'll confess everything, so why are you still beating me? Another agonized scream rang out, and moments later the young man was completely subdued, his face twisted as he cried, Don't hit me anymore. Please let me speak, brother. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Zhang Wuwei stopped, but his eyes remained cold. Why were these monsters mutilated like this at the harbor? What is this place for? What are you people trying to do? The young man lowered his head and said angrily, None of this has anything to do with us. Zhang Ruochen ordered us to do it. He said he knew a place that paid a high price for live monsters. To prevent accidents, he had the monsters' limbs and vocal cords cut off. This harbor was also built to make it convenient to travel there. Zhang Wuwei's emotions surged as he grabbed the young man by the throat. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would someone from Kunlun act like this? The young man pleaded desperately, Brother, I can't breathe anymore. Zhang Wuwei reluctantly released him but warned, Tell me everything from beginning to end. If you leave out even one detail, death awaits you. The young man dared not hesitate and quickly recounted, This probably started about 4 years ago. Back then, we were storing food for the winter as usual. Suddenly, a Taoist priest arrived, claiming to be from Kunlun. We were overjoyed, never expecting this small village to receive Kunlun's protection, since we'd never gotten any response when asking for help before. We thought he had come to help drive away the invading monsters, but unexpectedly, he forbade us from killing them and instead ordered us to capture them alive. His words left us confused, and not long after, he left with the monsters. When he returned, he asked if we wanted to hunt monsters with him. He promised that if we obeyed him, everyone could live well. At first, we didn't want to do it, but he forced us. We had no choice but to obey. Zhang Wu quietly turned and left. Whether these were one-sided lies or the truth, I still couldn't tell, so I had to ask him myself. The blood-covered young man thought, as long as I don't mention his dealings with Phantom Street, the oath protection spell probably won't activate. But life doesn't go as planned. Just as he thought this, something suddenly erupted in his chest, making him clutch his head and scream in agony. Zhang Raochen, you bastard, you clearly said the oath protection spell wouldn't activate as long as I didn't mention your dealings with Phantom Street. His body suddenly exploded on the spot. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Wuwei was horrified by the gruesome scene. Was this to prevent the news from getting out? Then does that mean everything he said was true? Zhang Wuwei quickly rushed to Zhang Raochen's room, but there was no one inside. He grew increasingly anxious. He's not here. Could he have gone up the mountain? Suddenly, his eyes fell on a letter on the table. He hurried over, picked it up, and read it. The letter was sent to disciples across the land, announcing that the Heavenly Master Assembly was approaching and that this year's return to the mountain was half a year earlier with no delay allowed. Those who arrived late would lose their chance to take this year's test. The 5-year promise was drawing near, so remember today's words and don't disappoint this old man. Zhang Wuwei quickly headed up the mountain. On the mountain, Abai's agonized screams echoed everywhere. Its body was covered in wounds inflicted by Zhang Raochen. Its screams grew increasingly miserable. After a while, Zhang Raochen finally withdrew his hand and turned aside. So you finally came out. Looks like your companion's screams work better than anything else. Am I right, little lion? The white lion and a group of monster hippos had appeared, glaring at Zhang Raochen and snarling, "Release Abai!" Zhang Raochen looked at them with an even more excited smile. Excellent, there are even more than I expected. The white lion unleashed fierce monster energy and roared, "I said release Abai now." Zhang Raochen didn't hesitate, covering his body with inner energy as he replied, "If you want it, take it by force." The scene shifted to Zhang Wuwei, who was now rushing up the mountain at astonishing speed. The battle had begun. The surrounding snow, ice, and rocks shook under their fierce attack. The hunters behind them trembled in fear. This fight is terrifying. Stop watching and leave quickly, or getting caught in it will be disastrous. The lion's powerful fist came crashing in, but Zhang Raochen blocked it upon contact. He exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? It feels like I'm striking water." Blocking the lion's fist, Zhang Raochen smiled. "Long time no see, little lion. Last time I let you escape through carelessness, but today I'll let you experience a little of Kunlun's divine technique." As he spoke, golden light erupted around him, suddenly forming countless sharp spikes. The lion's arm was instantly drenched in blood. It retreated in terror. Zhang Raochen praised him. "Not a bad reaction, but if you'd been a little slower, it wouldn't have been just your arm." The monster hippos behind him anxiously asked, "Boss, are you all right?" The lion exhaled. "I'm fine. I didn't expect this light to not only defend but also transform into an attack." The monster rat shouted from behind, "Encourage everyone. Don't be afraid, no matter how strong he is. If we attack together, even he can't block us all." Zhang Raochen waved his hand and muttered, "Dealing with this many monsters really is a headache." At that moment, all the monsters charged forward together, intending to overwhelm Zhang Raochen. He gathered the golden light into a longbow and declared, "If I avoid your vital points, you'll lose the ability to fight, but that's not easy." After speaking, he fired countless arrows that rapidly shot toward the monsters, and one after another they were struck. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, throwing the scene into chaos. The white lion shouted at the demons behind him, "Run, hurry." Zhang Raochen placed a hand on the ground, spellcasting, "I was careless last time and let you escape, but I won't make that mistake again. None of you are getting away." The lion roared desperately, "Run, hurry." The hippopotamus demon asked worriedly, "Big brother, what about you?" Blinded by the dazzling golden light, the white lion knew it couldn't escape, but still roared, "Stop wasting time, leave me and run." The demons behind him stopped hesitating and quickly fled into the mountains. The lion looked at his wounded brothers lying on the ground, blaming himself. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you come. I shouldn't have let you take the risk. I got you all hurt." Zhang Raochen glanced at the hunters behind him and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry over and clean this up." They quickly approached and one asked doubtfully, "Sir, aren't you going after those who escaped?" Zhang Raochen looked into the distance regretfully. Although many had escaped, these demons were already enough. Another man said, "Sir, this is a rare opportunity." Zhang Raochen sighed, "Fine, do it this way. You take these demons back for processing first, while the rest come with me to search." Another man carried a buy over and asked, "Sir, what should we do with this little demon? They're of no use to them anyway." Zhang Raochen thought briefly and decided, "Fine, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where your lair is and I'll spare you." You won't kill me. Abai was thrown to the ground and cried out in pain. I will never tell a filthy human like you. Zhang Raochen laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the sky. Haha, you beasts are truly united. Every one of you keeps your mouth shut. He coldly grabbed Abai's head and lifted it like a worthless object. Zhang Raochen's cold eyes seemed to pierce Abai's trembling heart. I intended to spare you, but you refused to save yourself, so don't blame me. I'll grant your wish. Since coming here, I haven't killed a single demon. You'll be the first to die by my hand. With that, he swung his hand to finish Abai. Terrified, Abai gritted its teeth, covered its head, and closed its eyes to accept its fate. But just as the blade seemed about to touch its flesh, at that critical moment, Zhang Wuwei's voice rang out. Real person Zhang. Hearing Zhang Wuwei's voice, Abai opened its eyes and looked up. Zhang Wuwei arrived just in time to block the attack and continued. What are you doing? Zhang Raochen slowly turned around with a mocking smile. Real person Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Wuwei remained unmoved and asked, why must you do this? Abai still lay painfully on the ground, struggling to raise its head, its eyes filled with misery. Zhang Raochen looked at Zhang Wuwei and said, Real person Zhang, you're kind, but this little demon now carries a seed of hatred. If you don't eliminate it today, then when it grows stronger, your kindness today will become a disaster tomorrow. Zhang Wuwei couldn't help snorting coldly, his words sharp. What a fine disaster tomorrow. Have they ever done anything evil? Even as an outsider, I can clearly see they were wronged without cause first, and only then came to hate. Isn't that obvious? Besides, from what I see, your reason for doing this isn't really because you're worried about such things, is it? Zhang Raochen's expression hardened. Real person Zhang, what exactly do you mean? Zhang Wuwei broke into a cold sweat but didn't retreat, his voice remaining firm as if he had decided long ago. We both understand each other's intentions. Zhang Raochen remained calm. Is that so? It seems my foolish words haven't reached you, but whatever my reason, so what? If I exchange these demons' lives for money, does it affect the peace of the people? Or do you think that makes me evil? In the end, our positions may actually be the same. Real person Zhang, why do you care so much about them? Listen to me, let this go and stop interfering. Zhang Wuwei closed his eyes and sighed. In his mind appeared the villagers hunting demons in the forest, their roars mixing with the humans' shouts. Stay in line, demons. You've consumed all the resources and left us no way to live, so you deserve to be captured. That scene blended with his memories of living alongside the white lions, who had treated him with great kindness. They were nothing like the vicious demons people always describe. Zhang Wuwei spoke in a low voice, don't misunderstand me, I've only ever cared about myself. The conflict between good and evil has nothing to do with me, but they once helped me, so I must help them in return. That's all there is to it. Zhang Raochen slightly curled his lips into a smile and remained silent for a long while before finally uttering a sentence that awakened the dreamer. Zhang Wuwei immediately continued, I hope you'll spare these kind demons for my sake, and I absolutely won't reveal what happened today. Zhang Raochen readily agreed, fine, today I'll show respect to real person Tianqing. Zhang Wuwei quickly bowed gratefully. Thank you for your generosity, fellow Taoist. But right after thanking him, a strange feeling arose in Zhang Wuwei's heart, his eyes widening in disbelief at what was happening. Zhang Raochen suddenly attacked. Out of respect for true Master Tianqing, I'll leave your body intact. Zhang Raochen spoke coldly. Zhang Wuwei was sent flying by a devastating punch from Zhang Raochen. Zhang Raochen approached each step, filling the air with killing intent. He said coldly, True Master Zhang, you're quite good at making excuses, right and wrong sides, everything simply follows one's heart. Now killing you will make me feel much better. At first I thought I'd need some reason or excuse to silence you, but now it seems unnecessary. As he spoke, he cast a spell, and a giant golden hand descended from the sky like a divine palm toward Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei struggled to resist, slowly sitting up with a hoarse cry. It really hurts, my whole body is numb. Strange in terms of strength, I should be far stronger than this guy. He's not even as strong as that pig head, so how is this possible? On the ground, Abai was also shocked and stammered, it turned into an arm. Zhang Wuwei was tightly grasped by the spiritual hand and cried out in pain. This golden spiritual body. Could this really be that legendary technique? Zhang Raochen sneered mockingly, you think you know the 8 divine spells? Experience the golden light divine spell, one of the 8 divine spells, with your own body. Zhang Wuwei was mercilessly crushed and screamed in terrible agony. Just then, a monster suddenly rushed over from afar like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Raochen immediately turned around, but before he could react, a giant palm from the white lion struck him. The hammer-like punch sent Zhang Raochen flying. Zhang Wuwei also escaped the deadly hand and gasped as the white lion sat beside him and asked, Brother, are you all right? Zhang Wuwei smiled weakly, I'm fine, but that guy's light is really powerful. The white lion looked at Zhang Raochen and nodded thoughtfully. I didn't expect my sneak attack to succeed. Looks like my guess was right. Zhang Wuwei asked suspiciously. What do you mean? The White Lion explained, when he attacks, his spiritual power concentrates locally, so I guess when he defends, his spiritual power is still condensed for an attack, leaving him unable to defend himself. Zhang Ruochen sat up and wiped the blood from his mouth, anger flashing in his eyes. I was too focused on Zhang Wuwei, weakening the spiritual chains and letting him escape. What a pity. At this moment, the villagers rushed over and shouted together, Sir, are you all right? We're here to help you. But Zhang Ruochen only roared angrily, Get out of here. Hearing this, the villagers stopped and dared not approach. Spiritual power radiating from his entire body, Zhang Ruochen continued, Who needs help from useless trash like you? Are you looking down on me? Zhang Wuwei watched him nervously, trembling at the light radiating from Zhang Ruochen. The White Lion then ordered, Brother, take a bye and leave quickly. I'll stay and hold him off. Zhang Wuwei was shocked and immediately cried, What? But you're already badly injured. Staying here would be suicide. The White Lion said sternly, Even if we attack together, we can hardly defeat him. Instead, one of us should stay to hold him off while the other escapes. Zhang Wuwei understood, yet hesitation still filled his heart. But if you do this, you will. While the two were still discussing, Zhang Ruochen suddenly stomped hard on the ground and shouted, trying to leave. He then rushed forward like lightning, his voice full of contempt. Do you really think you can? Without hesitation, the White Lion immediately leaped forward and shouted, Abai, I'll leave him to you, brother. The White Lion gathered power in his hand as Zhang Ruochen charged fiercely toward him, his powerful fist aimed straight at Zhang Ruochen. But unexpectedly, the White Lion's punch missed and passed through only an illusion created by Zhang Ruochen's spiritual power. Zhang Ruochen immediately appeared beside him, spiritual power gathering in his hand as he prepared a fatal counterattack. Zhang Wuwei panicked behind them and hurriedly raised his hand to cast a spell to stop him. But before he could act, his entire body suddenly stiffened, his eyes tightening in pain. He could not stop Zhang Ruochen in time, and in an instant, the White Lion was struck in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and cried out in pain. Zhang Wuwei clutched his chest angrily. Why can't I use my magic power? Just then, Zhulong's arrogant laughter echoed in his mind. Haha, that's thanks to this old man. Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, do you believe I'll immediately control your blood and energy? Zhulong was not afraid at all and laughed mockingly. Hee, I'd like to see you try. Go ahead, you don't dare, do you? Want to know why I know you won't? Because your feelings are your weakness. At that moment, the White Lion screamed in pain from ahead, his voice urgent. Hurry, take him away, brother. Zhang Wuwei had no time to think and hurriedly carried Abai on his shoulder and ran for his life. Abai cried, Brother, don't abandon Big Brother, it's all my fault. It's because of me that Big Brother ended up like this. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruochen had quickly defeated the White Lion and spoke with murderous intent. It was clearly only one step from ending this, so why did you choose to oppose me now? Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you force your way in. I don't care whose descendant you are, anyone who blocks my path must die. Just as he was about to attack, his eyes suddenly widened. The White Lion, despite being knocked down, suddenly rose again and tightly embraced him. Seeing this, he thought, this beast can still move. Zhang Ruochen gritted his teeth and roared furiously, Damn bastard, can't you just obediently die for me? You've already lost consciousness, yet you're still so stubborn. Enraged, Zhang Ruochen turned toward the stunned villagers and roared, You useless fools, what are you standing there for? Chase after him now. Alive, find him, dead, find his corpse, understand? The villagers dared not disobey and hurried after him. Meanwhile, the spiritual power around Zhang Ruochen erupted more violently than ever. He roared, You still won't let go? Fine, beast, you chose this yourself. Brilliant golden light exploded violently, engulfing both the White Lion and Zhang Ruochen. Hearing the loud explosion, Zhang Wuwei panicked and turned around. Seeing the golden light erupting from the White Lion's direction, his pupils shrank. Suddenly, the image of a blood-covered old man appeared in his mind. Zhang Wuwei knew staying would accomplish nothing, so he clenched his teeth, shut his eyes, and kept running. The golden light still hadn't faded, illuminating the entire sky. Carrying Abai and running desperately, Zhang Wuwei dared not look back and anxiously asked, Abai, are you all right? Did you faint from the shock? Damn it, why did things turn out like this? If I were stronger, if I had power, everything would be different. Zhulong's mocking laugh echoed in his mind. Heh, that scene you imagined just now was quite interesting. I really didn't expect that. Zhang Wuwei went berserk and roared furiously. Damn you, you still dare show yourself. Zhulong became even more smug. Tusk, angry already, this old man showed mercy or you wouldn't have merely vomited blood just now. I told you before, without this old man's permission, you cannot use my techniques or power at all. have you forgotten? Zhang Wuwei replied in a low, determined voice. Once I get a buy somewhere safe, I'll settle accounts with them and you'll pay the price too. Zhulong mocked disdainfully. Are you sure you can suppress this old man? I may not help you, but I can certainly deal with you. With your current mental state, suppressing me will only be temporary. At the critical moment, this old man will emerge and forget using my power. I'll make it so you can't even use your own techniques. No, I'll make even normal breathing difficult, and bringing this little monster back will become a problem. But there is another option. Zhang Wuwei asked suspiciously. Another option? Zhulong nodded. Yes, this old man can stop interfering with you, and without relying on my permission, you can freely use my power. You only need to agree to a few conditions. To show my sincerity, I can help you keep watch on those monsters. Of course, you can refuse, but if you do, we'll both pay the price. Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth angrily. Damn you. The scene shifted elsewhere, where the monster hippos, monster monkeys, and other monsters gathered to discuss what to do next. The monster hippo immediately stated its plan. Of course, we have to save them. We'll return to the village, see who can still fight, then come back for the rescue. Suddenly, it startled and turned around, shouting, Who's there? Zhang Wuwei approached carrying Abai and reassured them, Don't be afraid, it's me. Abai was still unconscious in his arms. The monster hippo asked suspiciously, White-haired brother, why are you here? Zhang Wuwei sighed. Sorry, it's a long story. Big brother told me to bring Abai back. The monster hippo took Abai and exclaimed excitedly, Great, Abai, you're still alive. What about Big brother? How is he? Abai groggily woke and weakly murmured, Big brother. Big brother. Zhang Wuwei answered for him, Big brother is probably in grave danger. Hearing this, all the monsters became agitated. What did you say? Damn it, I'll fight them to the death. Zhang Wuwei quickly urged them, Go back quickly, don't throw your lives away. Just then, the villagers caught up from behind and one shouted, Found them. Hurry and stop them. Zhang Wuwei's face darkened as he turned to look at them. Seeing his expression, one villager grew frightened and snorted, Kid, raise your hands and surrender. The villagers whispered among themselves, What do we do? Should we attack? Zhang Wuwei shouted, Get lost. A young man sneered and raised his bow. They're just a few wounded strays and one human, so what is there to fear? The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Wuwei charged forward and punched him directly in the face. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock, Damn it, you dare attack first. Zhang Wuwei grabbed a villager by the collar. He said coldly, Take me to see him. Just then, a streak of golden light pierced the air and shot through Zhang Wuwei's left shoulder, as Zhang Raochen's cold voice rang out, No need to look for me. Hit. Zhang Wuwei released the villager in pain. Zhang Raochen slowly approached and said coldly, Why trouble yourself by coming here to find me? He drew his bow again with a smug look. You've found quite a few reinforcements. Zhang Wuwei collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily from the intense pain. Again, every time that light touches my body, it feels like I'm being burned. A rain of arrows continued tearing through the air. But this time, they were not aimed at Zhang Wuwei. They were aimed directly at the demons behind him, and he helplessly watched the arrows fly past and pierce the beasts behind him. Zhang Wuwei could only scream in despair, Stop, please stop. Why is this happening? Why, this isn't what we agreed on. Zhulong's loud laughter echoed, Ha ha, until this old man gets what he needs, the deal is considered unfinished. Memories suddenly flooded Zhang Wuwei's mind. I once thought demons could never be like humans until I met them. That night, I saw Abai crying in a dream, sobbing because it missed its mother, and then I realized that demons and humans actually have the same feelings, including longing. He remembered the white lion saying, What are you thinking? This isn't your fault. When you once took an arrow for him, that was compassion. And when the white lion told the hippopotamus demon, If you want someone to blame, blame those wicked humans, that was understanding. So demons were also living beings with flesh, blood, and feelings. He walked over to the hippopotamus demon and Abai. He told himself, But I know very well that humans and demons can never live together peacefully. When they chose to save Abai, perhaps they had already considered this outcome. In the end, it was only a few insignificant beasts dying, so why did I feel so sad? He reached toward the beasts, his trembling hand clenching as a large amount of blood immediately poured from their bodies. Blood energy filled Zhang Wuwei's entire body, and he laughed madly. Ha 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 ha, they're dead, all dead. Yet his laughter carried immense sorrow. He continued laughing at himself. Ha ha ha, Zhang Wuwei, in the end, you still couldn't change anything. Why do you only regret things after tragedy strikes? Zhang Wuwei's face was filled with mixed emotions. Zhulong spoke, Don't you still have a choice? Accept the gift this old man has graciously given you, weakling. Things have come this far and you still hesitate. Zhang Wuwei laughed helplessly, his bitter laughter echoing in despair. Haha, you did this on purpose, didn't you? All of this could clearly have been avoided. Zhulong replied coldly, his tone calculating. If I hadn't done this, how could I make you accept my terms? But don't worry, there's still time. Don't forget my life and death domain technique. What I say counts, and ensuring they don't truly die is no problem, so do you want to save them or not? That means accepting the release of the seals on your left hand, right hand, and previously sealed left eye. Zhang Wuwei gave a helpless, bitter laugh. Ha, how merciful. Why not remove all the seals at once? Zhulong snorted coldly, his eyes full of contempt. You don't need to know that, just recite the sealing incantation in your mind and leave the rest to me. Come now, hero, save your companions. Zhang Wuwei sighed, you're right, the weak have no right to choose. Immediately, the seals on Zhang Wuwei's body began to shift. Golden light enveloped his left hand before cracks spread across it and it shattered. The pure golden radiance quickly replaced by vicious demonic energy. At the same time, Zhang Wuwei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Demonic energy violently erupted around his body, while Zhulong's face appeared on his shoulder, laughing with satisfaction. Success! Finally, this old man has waited for this moment. The white of Zhang Wuwei's left eye was completely covered in black, with blood seeping from its corner, his voice filled with hatred. So you didn't just want things to turn out this way. You could only accept these side effects, couldn't you? Zhulong laughed loudly, sounding smug. Haha, stop worrying about that. Quickly do what you need to do. Across from him, Zhang Ruochen sensed something unusual and was horrified. What is happening? Why is this aura so strange? In an instant, he seems to have become a completely different person. The villagers beside Zhang Ruochen had already drawn their bows, and one reported, Sir, we're ready, just give the order and we'll turn him into a pincushion. A cold resolve arose in Zhang Ruochen's heart. No matter what happens, you must die. As soon as he thought this, he ordered, don't let him survive. The order was given and the villagers immediately fired their arrows, a storm of arrows rushing straight at Zhang Wuwei. But he neither dodged nor looked back. He simply raised his hand, and every arrow stopped in midair as it approached him. Zhang Ruochen was horrified, unable to believe what he was seeing. Every arrow had stopped. How could such an earth-shaking spell exist in this world? The villagers looked at Zhang Ruochen in fear, their faces filled with worry. Sir, this... Zhang Ruochen remained calm and reassured them, don't be afraid. I didn't want to get my hands dirty, but now there is no other choice. As he spoke, he gathered golden light into arrows and smirked proudly. Looks like you have some skill, but not everyone will be frightened by your spells. Whatever technique you use, it is useless against my golden light. But Zhang Wuwei completely ignored his provocation and quickly charged forward. Zhang Ruochen's expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? I can't even catch his movements. Before Zhang Ruochen could fire, Zhang Wuwei appeared before him and kicked him straight in the face. Zhang Ruochen's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. In midair, he braced one hand against the ground. He rolled once and struggled to stop himself from flying farther, panic filling his heart. You've got to be kidding, I couldn't even tell when he attacked. Before he could recover, Zhang Wuwei charged again and slammed a powerful fist into his face. Zhang Ruochen was punched again, his face instantly covered in blood as Zhang Wuwei shouted beside him, I'm truly envious. Why can all of you become stronger through ordinary effort, while I alone have to rely on monsters to grow stronger? Zhang Ruochen braced himself with his legs and cursed, don't push your luck. He swung his hand to counterattack, but before he could reach Zhang Wuwei easily slipped past him. He secretly exclaimed, how can he be this fast? Zhang Wuwei furiously threw another punch, roaring, why am I the only one who suffers? It's so unfair. Zhang Ruochen was sent flying again like a punching bag. This time, even more blood sprayed out, his eyes rolling white as Zhang Wuwei continued shouting, you all need to suffer like I did. The blow sent Zhang Ruochen flying 69.96 meters, and he finally stopped after smashing through a rock. He spat out liters of blood and struggled to sit up, forcing himself to calm down. I must stay calm, no matter how fast he is, there must be a limit. I need to stop attacking and adapt to his speed first before deciding what to do next. But suddenly his eyes widened. He looked up in horror and saw a glowing barrier surrounding Zhang Wuwei's body. What is that? Could it be a strange barrier? Did it open when the arrows stopped? He watched carefully and saw every villager moving with extreme clumsiness. At this moment, Zhang Wuwei kicked one of them in the mouth. Then he punched several more villagers in the face. Zhang Ruochen finally realized what was happening. so that's it. He isn't moving faster, he can slow everything inside the barrier, even their thoughts and consciousness are affected. The more Zhang Raochen thought about it, the more irritated he became until he finally cursed, "Damn it, how can such a shameless spell exist in this world?" After Zhang Wuwei dealt with the villagers, he did not attack immediately, instead standing before Zhang Raochen and saying, "This spell is really boring, isn't it? But I have you to thank for it. You need to feel this pain yourself." Hearing this, Zhang Raochen gritted his teeth in anger, his heart filled with unwillingness. "You've got to be kidding, I've clearly made it this far." Memories of his childhood suddenly flooded back when he met his master during his hardest days. His master looked at him and praised him, saying his eyes were impressive. He was then taken in by them. From a roadside beggar, Zhang Raochen was brought to Mount Kunlun to cultivate. As soon as he arrived, the disciples kept discussing him. "This kid's talent isn't bad. Which great family is he from? I heard he's from a poor family." A poor family? He's still lucky to have met Elder Zhang, because only that elder doesn't care about one's background. Shortly after joining, Zhang Raochen defeated countless senior disciples, making his name resound throughout the sect. Who is this brat? He's really impressive. He's only a few years old yet has already mastered the golden light spell to the point of taking form. I heard he's the disciple Elder Zhang took in a few years ago. Are disciples of the recent generations really this powerful? With this talent, he could completely become Elder Zhang's direct disciple. Perhaps he'll be the next mountain guarding disciple. Just as Zhang Raochen's fame and status were rising rapidly, devastating news suddenly arrived, leaving him stunned. His master had died on a distant battlefield during a life-or-death battle with monsters. "Have you heard?" a horrified voice asked. Elder Zhang, once renowned everywhere, gave everything to fight the calamities, but ultimately died on the battlefield. "Calamities? How could that be?" another exclaimed. "That's right," the storyteller continued. His disciples reported that a large number of calamity-level monsters had appeared in the northern region and requested aid from the main sect, so Elder Zhang personally went there. Good heavens, how could an old veteran like Elder Zhang, who had survived countless battles, die at the hands of calamity-level monsters? I think age may have played a part. His opponents were 7 calamity-level monsters. After all, how could he withstand them? Now I wonder who will take over the position of Elder. Anyone can, but absolutely don't let Elder Zhang's enemies take power, or the younger generation will suffer greatly. The elders' meeting took place soon afterward. After careful discussion, they decided to send Zhang Raochen to Scarlet Blood Ridge for training. Hearing the name, Zhang Raochen's face immediately darkened. "Scarlet Blood Ridge?" he asked suspiciously. An elder stood up, tossed something to him, and said, "Take it. If you don't want to live in obscurity for the rest of your life, then give it everything you've got and escape this cursed place." Another person interrupted, "That's right, you must do your best to climb to the highest peak, understand?" "Elder, do you mean you're rejecting my request?" The old elder smiled faintly. "I'm truly sorry, but we can't take the risk." Faced with that firm refusal, Zhang Raochen knelt and said with determination, "No matter what price I must pay, this disciple will definitely not let you down." Those around him only laughed loudly. "Ha ha, let him pay the age avoidance tax every year. Don't joke around. Even the wealthiest nations couldn't bear such a burden. There's no other way. Removing that label from him won't be easy." Zhang Raochen had no choice but set off for Scarlet Blood Ridge. As soon as he arrived, he looked around in utter disappointment. "What kind of wretched place is this? Why must I come to such a remote wasteland? And why do I have to stay with those filthy people?" Though disgusted inside, he maintained a kind and friendly expression. He approached a little beggar eating scraps by the roadside and handed him a pastry. "Here, little one, take this." After giving him the food, he sat down, patted his head, and lectured him. "Listen, if you don't want to live like this forever, you must leave this cursed place. Work hard and climb to the highest peak, understand?" His words were meant not only for the boy, but also as a reminder of the elder's teachings before he descended the mountain. He secretly vowed, "That's right, I absolutely won't resign myself to living here." Zhang Raochen then went to meet the village chief and stated his intention. "Chief, are you planning to reject my request?" The village chief trembled and repeatedly waved his hands. "I'm sorry, but we can't take the risk." Without hesitation, Zhang Raochen swung his sword and beheaded him on the spot. The villagers who witnessed the bloody scene were terrified, standing frozen like statues. With the village chief's blood still on his face, he smiled. "All right, I'll ask one more time, do you want to work with me?" Recalling the years that had passed, Zhang Raochen's heart grew even harder. "I paid everything to return to the peak. Looking down upon all beings from that high mountain is my ambition, so how could I fail here?" Returning to the present, he stomped the ground and cursed, "You think you're worthy of talking to me about suffering?" Fury blazed in his eyes. Then golden light erupted from his body, forming a vortex that shot straight toward Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei saw golden light flashing above his head and asked Zhulong, "Can't this force field domain be a little larger?" Zhulong quickly replied, "No, this is already the limit I can currently endure. And lest you forget, I'll remind you again, this isn't a technique where entering the domain lets you automatically sense the passage of time. You must actively determine it yourself." Zhang Ruochen glared at him and extended his hand, golden spiritual energy covering his palm. "You still have time to ramble. You'll soon understand despair. This is my strongest move, powerful enough to illuminate the entire sky." Immediately, cracks tore through the air, opening countless gaps. From within, countless golden light arrows shot out straight toward Zhang Wuwei. Cracks began spreading across Zhang Wuwei's protective barrier, with more and more gaps appearing. Zhang Wuwei hurriedly raised his hand to block them. From afar, Zhang Ruochen's lips curled into an evil smile as he murmured, "Time and space bind him." Suddenly, Zhulong's voice roared in Zhang Wuwei's ear, "Idiot, can't you sense what's beneath your feet?" Before he could react, a stream of golden light wrapped around Zhang Wuwei's legs. It dragged him out of the domain. He could do nothing but let himself be dragged away, and Zhang Ruochen immediately charged forward. He reached out with his hand, grabbed Zhang Wuwei's face and roared, "Go to hell." Before he could recover, Zhang Wuwei was blasted to the ground. Zhang Ruochen stepped forward and stomped on his arm, sneering contemptuously, "Weren't you shouting happily just now? Why stop? Looks like I was right. Once your hands are restrained, you can't cast the spell that slows time, can you?" Spiritual energy condensed into a sharp blade in his hand as he stared at Zhang Wuwei. "I know people from prestigious families like you too well. You never lower your heads to look down, do you?" Pinned beneath Zhang Ruochen's foot, Zhang Wuwei remained fearless and calmly said, "You missed your chance. You should have cut off my head just now." Zhang Ruochen was surprised, confusion filling his eyes. "What did you say?" Without answering, Zhang Wuwei quickly began chanting, "Heaven takes shape, earth stands upright." Zhang Ruochen felt tension rising inside and thought, "Impossible, I've restrained both his hands, yet he still wants to cast a spell? Ridiculous." Despite Zhang Ruochen's surprise, Zhang Wuwei continued chanting louder, "Mountain roots bear flame, the fox becomes fire." Hearing this, Zhang Ruochen broke into a cold sweat, sensing imminent danger. "Impossible, he's using his body as a conduit, intending to die with me." Zhang Wuwei laughed loudly and shouted the final line, "Immortal descends, three-flavored fire." Zhang Ruochen cried out in panic, "You're insane." As soon as the words fell, a streak of golden light descended from the sky like lightning. Zhang Ruochen reacted swiftly and leaped away. But he still couldn't escape completely, and the attack left his body covered in bloody wounds as he gritted his teeth and growled in pain. "Damn it, even though it's an old spell from 100 years ago. Taking this attack head-on is no easy matter, but the price he paid is far greater." Zhang Ruochen's face darkened in disbelief. "How can this be? I clearly struck him just now, and he should have been severely burned, so why hasn't his aura weakened at all? Instead, it feels even more suffocating." Demonic energy erupted fiercely from Zhang Wuwei as he stepped heavily toward his opponent, while Zhulong angrily cursed, "What an idiot! Immortal descends, three-flavored fire only reaches its full power against evil demons. Using it on humans is like killing 1,000 enemies while harming yourself by 800. As he spoke, Zhulong slapped Zhang Wuwei hard across the face, and Zhang Wuwei shouted, "Ah, stop messing around with my body." Ahead, Zhang Ruochen watched everything, suddenly realizing it and laughing loudly. "Haha, I finally understand, everything makes sense now. I should have guessed earlier from this strange evil art and your monstrous vitality. You must have used some filthy method to gain demonic power, right? So the descendant of the legendary Taoist is even filthier than me." Instead of getting angry, Zhang Wuwei only smiled coldly and replied, "Filthy, well said." Seeing his calm attitude, Zhang Ruochen looked surprised and confused. Zhang Wuwei raised his hand toward the sky, intending to cast Immortal Descends, three-flavored fire again, while Zhulong panicked and tried to stop him. "Hey, big brother, I told you, this move isn't suitable against humans, and casting it consumes my life force." Zhang Ruochen looked utterly bewildered. Then he looked up in shock as countless golden vortices began appearing above his head. Zhang Wuwei merely smiled and waved his hand. "Isn't that a good thing?" Zhang Ruochen clenched his teeth and roared furiously, "Damn it, I absolutely won't lose. I must return to that lofty mountain." When Immortal Descends, three-flavored fire came crashing down, rocks flew and dust filled the air, and when everything settled, Zhang Ruochen was completely exhausted, lying helplessly on the ground, unable to rise as he looked at the sky and sighed, "It's all over. I truly can't accept this. His vague memories surfaced. One day as heavy snow fell, he traveled over mountains and rivers until he finally reached the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Looking up at the towering mountain, he marveled, this is the place everyone speaks of, filled with dreams. At the foot of this great mountain, regardless of one's background or circumstances, everyone has a chance, and with enough effort, anyone can achieve their dreams. However, as soon as he arrived, the creditors behind him caught up. HMPH, you damn brat, get back here. Your mother lost money gambling and sold you to us for 30 silver coins, yet you dared to run away. Zhang Ruochen panicked and fled for his life. But unfortunately, he tripped and fell to the ground. The creditors quickly rushed over and pinned him down. Damn it, we finally caught you. Let's see how I'll beat you to death. Zhang Ruochen cried in pain and begged for mercy. Ah, I won't dare again, please stop. The creditor sneered. You won't dare, only now do you know fear, let me beat you to death. Not far away, several people sat in a tavern overlooking the scene and talked. Brother, the goods are damaged and very hard to sell. Master Zhang, forgive this lowly one for overlooking you, it was truly rude. Master Zhang snorted, HMPH, that annoying fellow, why not sell him back to me? After Master Zhang helped Zhang Ruochen buy his freedom, he walked a few steps before suddenly stopping and turning around. Why haven't you left yet? Is something wrong? Zhang Ruochen knelt before him and pleaded with a trembling voice, I have nowhere to go and nothing left, please let me follow you. I'll do whatever you ask, just don't let me keep living this miserable life. The middle-aged man burst into loud laughter. Haha, youth is truly precious. And your eyes aren't bad either, fine, I'll take you. The person beside him was surprised. Master, are you serious? The middle-aged man laughed and slowly replied, what, don't you think he looks like you when you were young? After bringing Zhang Ruochen to Mount Kunlun, the middle-aged man began explaining. Mount Kunlun was divided into 3 levels. This was the starting level, which every new disciple had to climb by themselves once. Zhang Ruochen looked at the endless staircase stretching straight to the mountain peak and asked hesitantly, with stairs this long, how long will it take to reach the top? The middle-aged man smiled. That's a good question. Only those with patience can reach the summit. Your master here took 70 years just to crawl up. Zhang Ruochen's eyes widened in shock. 70 years to climb these stairs? Master, I don't understand. Is this climbing a mountain or gambling with your life? The middle-aged man burst out laughing. Haha, Master was only joking, though it was truly exhausting. If you're afraid, you still have time to regret it. Zhang Ruochen replied firmly, this disciple isn't afraid. The middle-aged man rubbed Zhang Ruochen's head and nodded. Very good, once you've chosen your goal, never give up easily, you must persevere to the end. Once the path of cultivation begins, you cannot stop. When he heard that the army sent to eliminate monsters in the northern frontier had been completely wiped out, including his own master, Zhang Ruochen could not contain his agitation and shouted at the senior and junior disciples heading to the northern frontier. Senior brother, junior brother, most of them have already fallen. Are you kidding? Why didn't you tell me? One of them replied sadly, see for yourself. Zhang Ruochen stepped forward and saw even his master's corpse lying among the fallen, unable to believe it. How could this be? This can't be. He was about to leave when someone stopped him. Zhang Ruochen, calm down, the situation doesn't allow you to act outside the rules. Zhang Ruochen growled angrily, my master was killed by a disaster-level monster, how can I just accept it? I must uncover the truth, let me go. You don't need to worry, because behind you are glorious families passed down for generations, but I'm different, I only have my master. The scene shifted elsewhere, where a black-clad man approached someone lying on the ground, surrounded by corpses and blood. The man in black asked, so you're saying that among the 7 monsters, one was actually disaster level? The other nodded. Yes, because nothing like a monster being able to conceal its aura for such a long time had ever appeared, so there was no way to know. Although our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion detected some abnormalities from the beginning, we didn't think much of them. The man in black asked again, then why didn't you immediately send reinforcements to the northern frontier? The other stammered, Lord Pang, because at that time we happened to receive a letter from the Heavenly People Kingdom, ordering all nearby senior and junior disciples guarding this area to be transferred there. The man in black secretly analyzed, if it were only one disaster-level monster, there'd be no need for such heavy reinforcements. Yet the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, responsible for monitoring monster levels, knew there was a problem and still did this, so why did such a coincidence occur? Back to Zhang Ruochen, he stood among the people discussing, one saying, what, when did Crimson Blood Ridge become our territory? Another replied, could this still be because of one word from the elder? A few minutes earlier, he had stood silently before Elder Pang to receive his orders. Elder Pang spoke, Zhang Raochen, Crimson Blood Ridge is very cold, so you'd better wear more clothes. Zhang Raochen smiled, thank you for your concern, Elder Pang. Zhang Raochen will never disgrace the reputation of Mount Kunlun. Elder Pang laughed loudly. Haha, do your best and travel safely. Zhang Raochen watched them leave, frowning as he thought, damn it, after losing your master's protection, people without powerful backgrounds like us will soon be sent to the wilderness. Two people in the same situation as Zhang Raochen walked with him. A black-haired young man said, those old men are really ruthless. The red-haired man continued, accept it, who told us to come from poor backgrounds. The other senior and junior disciples are all from powerful families, so Elder Pang cares about them. Zhang Raochen narrowed his eyes and thought, no matter how many times I look at it, this towering mountain still makes me yearn to reach it. The two turned and left, calling back, Zhang Raochen, we should go. The other added, leave him alone, it's fine to let him look a little longer, he won't have another chance later anyway. Zhang Raochen then left Mount Kunlun and stood atop another mountain, sighing, it's already so far away, even though I've worked this hard. But why does this towering mountain seem farther from me the higher I climb? It seems that in the end, I'm only a fish that happened to leap out of the water. In the end, I can only remain below and keep looking up. Just then, he felt as though a hand had touched his back and a familiar voice sounded behind him. Keep climbing, are you thinking of giving up? He glanced back and sighed, Master, this disciple is tired. If I give up now, it would be a shame. His master asked, are you continuing just to stay alive? Zhang Raochen was startled and wondered, continuing just to survive. That's right, I was born into this world. How could I live merely for the sake of survival? That's nothing but barely staying alive. There has never been a dead end in this world. Thinking this, he continued walking. Even if he had to step over countless corpses, he would keep moving forward. Toward the path that leads to my own destiny, I have no way back anymore. The scene returned to the present, where after defeating Zhang Raochen, Zhang Wuwei was also kneeling on the ground, continuously spitting fresh blood as Zhulong's curses echoed nonstop. Damn you, you made this old man suffer along with you. Zhang Wuwei ignored it, wiped the blood from his mouth and exhaled. It's finally over. Abai and the others should be all right. Zhulong sneered, ha ha, don't worry, idiot, time inside is still flowing at less than 1/10 the speed outside. If you hadn't foolishly kept wasting your strength to maintain this force field, you'd have won long ago. Zhang Wuwei snorted, you're the idiot, I won't sacrifice my principles just to defeat him. Zhulong exclaimed, you still haven't beaten that Kunlun dog, yet he refuses to admit defeat. Zhang Wuwei turned to leave but froze and looked back when he heard this. Zhang Raochen lay on the ground with barely any strength left, yet stood up again, his aura rising far stronger than before. He muttered, I have no way back now, I can only keep moving forward. Even if this path is filled with filth, I will never regret it. Golden light erupted from his body once again. Zhang Wuwei raised his hand to shield his eyes from the terrifying golden light. Damn it, this light is so blinding. Zhulong angrily cursed, idiot, it's only a feint, watch your surroundings and don't leave that brat. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Raochen appeared before Zhang Wuwei, moving incredibly fast. He immediately swung out a strike and Zhang Wuwei had no time to react or defend himself, thinking Zhang Raochen would slash his neck and cut off his head. Zhang Wuwei also widened his eyes in alarm. Just then, Zhulong's controlled left arm automatically rose and blocked Zhang Raochen's attack. HMPH, you still need this old man, your reaction is damn slow. Zhang Raochen was shocked inside. What, why does one body have two different consciousnesses, damn it? If that's the case, then even if I sacrifice this arm, I'll blow you both up. Seeing his opponent's hand, intense golden light suddenly erupted from it. Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened in shock. Zhulong pulled Zhang Raochen's arm aside and shouted, idiot, stop standing there and quickly stop him. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei came to his senses and immediately raised his leg. Blood splattered everywhere, yet despite the pain, Zhang Raochen gritted his teeth. He swung his other fist at Zhang Wuwei. The attack landed successfully, leaving a huge wound across Zhang Wuwei's body and spraying blood everywhere. But Zhang Raochen didn't stop. Instead, he continued gathering golden light. Zhang Wuwei refused to yield either and gritted his teeth. He planted one leg firmly behind him. The two charged at each other again. Once again, Zhang Raochen cut another wound across Zhang Wuwei's body. Zhang Wuwei looked down at the wound. He gritted his teeth and roared angrily, why can't you just lie down like a good boy? Zhang Wuwei swung his fist. The punch immediately sent Zhang Raochen flying backward. Zhang Raochen was knocked to the ground again by the punch, losing his ability to fight. Zhang Wuwei also sat down heavily, panting. Ha ha ha, this guy is really hard to deal with. Zhulong snorted, hard to deal with my ass, look carefully. Hearing this, Zhang Ruochen looked back. Zhulong continued, look carefully, that guy can barely gather any spiritual energy anymore. He forcibly exhausted it through sheer will just now, so his energy channels have been severely damaged. The winner has been decided. Zhang Ruochen sat aside, understanding his own condition. His greater yin hand, lesser yin foot, and greater yang foot channels were all severed, making it nearly impossible to gather spiritual energy. Zhang Wuwei stood and said, if this continues, my strength won't hold out much longer either. Come on, let's end this. Zhang Ruochen raised his hand to stop him. Enough, I've lost. Zhang Wuwei was bewildered that he had actually admitted defeat on his own. Zhang Ruochen didn't care and continued explaining. I never expected that in an age when humans are gradually losing their humanity and human bonds are growing weaker, someone could still go this far for a little monster and treat all living beings equally. Your path is above mine, so forget it. Continuing to fight will only cause greater harm to both sides. I won't hunt these demons as you wish, including those captured today. I'll release them all and leave this place for good. Let's end things here. Though he said that, he thought otherwise. Come here, kid. Once you let your guard down, I'll kill you. But he never expected Zhang Wuwei to suddenly charge forward and drive his knee straight into his face, shouting powerfully, then let's stop here. Zhang Ruochen was sent flying, screaming in agony. His eyes gradually grew hazy, unable to believe what was happening, didn't you say? Before he could finish, Zhang Wuwei charged again with a sneer. Do you think I'm some saintly protagonist from a novel? Do I look like a good person? As he spoke, he repeatedly punched Zhang Ruochen in the face, giving him no chance to resist. Zhang Ruochen could only grit his teeth and curse inwardly. Damn it, in my current state, I can't condense the golden light at all. Before he could think further, Zhang Wuwei unleashed another barrage of punches. This one is for Big Brother Monkey, and this one is for Abai. This one is for the hippopotamus demon, and all the demons whose names I forgot. Zhulong's excited laughter rang out. Hee hee, this time I really have to thank you, you Kunlun dog. Zhang Wuwei became even more ferocious and threw another punch. This one is for my left eye and left hand. Zhang Ruochen screamed in agony, desperately trying to condense his vital energy into a golden barrier covering his body, barely blocking the blow. But Zhang Wuwei's punch shattered the golden light instantly, and after an unknown amount of time, Zhang Wuwei finally rose and staggered out of the pool of blood. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's over, now I just need to take them back for treatment. Zhulong sneered, how naive. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wuwei sensed that something was wrong. He suddenly knelt down and spat out fresh blood, while Zhulong said, looks like that Kunlun dog's golden light is pretty tough. If he had chosen to evade head-on and fought through attrition, he might even have had a chance. Zhang Wuwei clutched his shoulder and asked, what do you mean? Zhulong replied, look closely at the wound caused by the golden light spell. He moved his hand away and looked down, exclaiming, the wound has split open again. Zhulong continued sarcastically, exactly that Kunlun dog's golden light isn't an ordinary protective art. It's specifically meant to ward off evil and eliminate malign forces, especially effective against demons, particularly low-level ones, and wounds caused by this spell are very difficult to heal. Zhang Wuwei was startled and panicked. What do you mean? When the barrier disappears, will they really not survive until we reach the village? He hurriedly asked. There must be another way, right? Zhulong sneered, of course, and it's very simple. Zhang Wuwei hurriedly asked, what is it? Tell me. Zhulong pointed toward Zhang Ruochen, his voice filled with excitement. The solution is right over there. Zhang Wuwei widened his eyes in confusion. What do you mean? Zhulong laughed excitedly. You still don't understand. We're demons. Since ancient times, demons have grown stronger by devouring human spiritual energy. As long as we devour human spiritual energy, we can replenish our vitality. This Kunlun dog isn't very strong, but his spiritual energy is extremely pure, which is enough to save those demons. Zhulong continued arrogantly, you survived because you have my help, but they're different. Without devouring spiritual energy, they'll surely die once the barrier collapses. Zhang Wuwei helplessly knelt before the demons. Just then, the villagers' voices came from afar. Master Zhang, we found Master Zhang. Zhulong laughed. Ha, looks like they won't even give you this little bit of time. The group quickly rushed over, their faces changing. What happened? Master Zhang has been defeated, but he's badly injured too. What should we do? Should we charge in? Even Master Zhang was defeated. Can we really handle him? One of them suddenly shouted, there's only one enemy. What are you afraid of? Charge together. As soon as he finished, the group stopped hesitating, grabbed their hoes and rakes, and charged straight ahead. Seeing Zhang Wuwei sitting there with his head bowed in despair, Zhulong advised, why hesitate? After making so many sacrifices, why hesitate at the final moment? If you keep hesitating, aren't you afraid of missing your chance? Make your decision quickly. Zhang Wuwei angrily cursed, "What kind of stupid nonsense are you spouting? How am I supposed to choose? You're not just asking me to treat humans as nourishment, you're also asking me to personally turn myself into a monster like them." Zhulong sneered, "It's simple. Let this old man help you once." After saying this, a face emerged from Zhang Wuwei's left hand. Witnessing it, Zhang Wuwei was horrified. "What are you doing? What's happening?" Zhulong crawled out of his left hand and laughed loudly. "Let me show you clearly what you are now." Zhang Wuwei struggled in pain, wanting to stop him but unable to. Soon, Zhulong's entire body had emerged from his left hand. It raised its head to the sky and roared madly, "Turn into a monster? You've been a monster for a long time." The villagers rushing over stopped when they saw this, sweat pouring down their bodies. Zhulong threatened, "Insignificant insects, don't get in the way, get lost." Just then, an old man leaning on a cane stepped out from behind the crowd and shouted, "A live monster that could die at any moment has already frightened you this badly. Isn't it just a big lump of flesh, yet you little brats are scared stiff? I still have a few talismans from Taoist Zhang, so why would I fear this damn thing?" Hearing himself called a lump of flesh, Zhulong's face twisted, his expression indescribable. The old man continued shouting, "Don't forget why we're standing here." Hearing this, the crowd excitedly shouted, "Uncle Huang is right." Huang raised his cane and shouted, "Charge together and stuff this lump of flesh into a sack to take home for a feast." As soon as he finished shouting, the spot where he stood was suddenly blasted apart, and the violent impact tore him to pieces. The villagers were splattered with Uncle Huang's blood and froze in terror, standing there dumbfounded. Zhang Wuwei lay behind them, gritting his teeth. He only released the seal on his left hand, yet he's already this powerful. Zhulong hovered in the air and laughed at the villagers. "If you don't run now, it'll be too late." The villagers no longer dared shout or charge and quickly turned to flee. Zhulong watched them and sighed, "Ha, it's always the same, no matter the era, killing the leader solves everything. Humans are truly interesting." It then glanced at Zhang Raochen's corpse. "Oh, I almost forgot the main business." It reached down and picked up Zhang Raochen's corpse, laughing loudly. "I really have to thank you. Without you, this old man couldn't have seized part of that brat's body control, and now I even have to eat you, which makes me feel rather embarrassed." Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth and shouted, "You damn bastard. Don't make decisions for me without permission." As he shouted, Zhang Wuwei used the mind-calming spell. Zhulong laughed mockingly. "Oh, the mind-calming spell from the 8 divine spells? How terrifying. What should I do now? Please stop, please stop." Zhang Wuwei gasped, extremely confused. Why could he no longer suppress Zhulong in his current state? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He bit his tongue to regain consciousness and cast the mind-calming spell again. Zhulong glanced at him contemptuously. "Why do you think your weakened state can suppress this old man? I've been sick of you for a long time. You've already become a monster, so why keep bullying others? Today, this old man will make you see clearly." As it spoke, it opened its mouth and bit toward Zhang Raochen. Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened in panic. "What are you doing? Stop right now." No matter how loudly he screamed, Zhang Raochen's body was still bitten by Zhulong. Chu, your identity now is a monster." Zhulong spoke while devouring Zhang Raochen. At the same time, Zhang Wuwei felt a change within his body. He could sense a source of energy entering him. "But why, even though I clearly know what this is, do I still feel?" Zhulong smiled, feeling extremely pleased. "Right, this time you're just like us. All right, let's get to business." It glanced at the monster hippos trapped inside the energy field. "You lot really disgrace the monsters. You're monsters, yet you don't eat humans. Then what the hell are you even doing being monsters? Monsters should act like monsters. In this world, if you don't eat humans, you can only wait to be eaten by them, you fools." As it spoke, it shoved the remaining body of Zhang Raochen into the monster's mouths, continuing to curse. "It's precisely because you're so foolish that you've ended up like this. Do you think bowing your heads and yielding will earn you this world's warmth? What a ridiculous bunch of fools. Hurry up and eat him all in the end. Don't you still have to rely on this old man? Haha." Zhang Wuwei clenched his fists and shouted, "What's so funny? What's there to laugh about? Because they don't become stronger by eating humans. Isn't it because they stay true to the principles in their hearts? This world is inherently terrible, yet they refuse to abandon their principles just to survive. Can you do what they did, can you?" Seeing Zhang Wuwei stand up, Zhulong's expression turned tense. He can still use the mind-calming spell in this state. Is it because that bite just now restored his life force? Zhang Wuwei looked up and roared, "Don't compare trash like you to them, get the hell over here." Zhilong was acting all high and mighty when Zhang Wuwei forcibly dragged it back with his power. Unable to resist, it could only scream as its body was pulled back into Zhang Wuwei's left arm. Soon Zhilong was completely sealed again. Zhang Wuwei then gasped like a dying dog. "I can't do this anymore, I can't hold on." He then collapsed helplessly onto the ground and passed out. The force field covering the monster hippos was still maintained. The scene shifted to the second level of Heavenly Mountain. This was where the disciples' spirit fires were kept. The moment Zhang Ruochen died, one of the spirit fires here also went out. Someone inside noticed this and exclaimed, Zhang Ruochen's spirit fire has gone out." This was the Spirit Fire Temple, one of the 4 halls under the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a place that monitored the life and death of Heavenly Mountain disciples throughout the world. The man muttered to himself, "If I remember correctly, Zhang Ruochen is currently stationed at Scarlet Blood Ridge. No monster there should be able to threaten him." After thinking for a while, he went to the wooden cabinet before him and took out several things. "Scarlet Blood Ridge, let me think carefully. It's not far from Central Mountain, so this really is a coincidence. Tianqing, don't tell me this was done by your descendant." Scarlet Blood Ridge lies west of Central Mountain. Who would have thought you'd send him to Heavenly Mountain? Shui Jiang. Recalling his previous conversation with Shui Jiang, he remembered Shui Jiang saying, "Even after Yi is burned away, he will still support us." "Shui Jiang, you really gave me a huge surprise, helping this discarded piece reopen the board for a new game, letting Tianqing and his descendants return to Heavenly Mountain to survive. What an irony." He stepped outside and looked up at the sky, sighing, "Tianqing, I'm sorry. If it were you, you'd surely do the same, right? To deal with Heavenly Mountain now, even bringing down 4 or 5 calamities wouldn't be enough. What's more, Heavenly Mountain now has a younger generation, and we can't afford to alarm them, a youngster whom even I can't keep up with. If you knew I tried to deal with this youngster several times and failed every time, you'd surely laugh at me, wouldn't you? You never witnessed this supreme genius yourself. In the past 100 years, I've seen countless people called geniuses, and more than 10 in Heavenly Mountain alone could be considered geniuses, but none truly deserve the title of supreme genius. Only monsters who disregard all rules and easily overturn the world's common sense are worthy of it." The scene shifted to a battle between Heavenly Mountain disciples and monsters. 2 fierce-looking monsters stood before the Heavenly Mountain disciples. One disciple stared up at the 2 monsters in terror. Someone shouted, "Senior brother Yingsu, we can't hold on much longer." Hearing this, the young man named Yingsu turned around. Behind them was a centipede-like monster with 2 heads, its mouths preparing to spew flames. Someone shouted, "Damn it, it's ridiculously strong, there's no time, we have to fight it head-on." Yingsu shouted, "Idiots, run, that's not something we can handle right now." As soon as he finished, someone behind them leaped forward and charged at the monster. "Don't worry everyone, I'll handle it." As soon as she spoke, she punched straight through the monster's body, leaving a huge bloody hole. Seeing her charge forward, the distant senior brothers and sisters rushed over to stop her. "Junior sister, don't. Junior sister, stop." She didn't stop and leaped over the remaining monsters. Golden light began to envelop her entire body. She had golden eyes with double pupils. Several enormous sword energies condensed from golden light instantly appeared in the air. The giant swords then plunged without hesitation toward the monsters below. Dust and rocks scattered everywhere. When the dust cleared, the monsters had vanished, leaving only countless huge holes in the ground. The woman reached up and untied her hair. "You want to hurt my dear senior brothers and sisters? Dream on." Her hair fluttered in the wind. This was Zhang Yingruo, Kunlun's mountain guardian disciple, a monster who crushed all geniuses and an unparalleled spellcaster, possessing unmatched talent and overwhelming spiritual power. Her century-rare twin pupils were merely decoration, yet the full extent of her strength had never been universally acknowledged. But that was only the remaining geniuses' wishful thinking, for their pitiful dream of surpassing her after this celestial master tournament was destined to burst like a bubble, and she would become universally recognized as the supreme expert of this age. As long as those twin pupils remained, their goal was destined to remain impossible. As Zhang Yingruo basked in her pride, Yingsu approached and helplessly said, "Junior sister, we've already felt your good intentions." Before he could finish, an old bald elder suddenly rushed over and smacked Zhang Yingruo hard on the head. "You idiot, keep dreaming. Do you think our elders are here for decoration?" This was one of Kunlun's 3 great elders, Master Tongchen Gu Yangzhen, who held the immortal command authority and ritual authority, and he grabbed Zhang Yingruo by the collar. He then pointed at the disciples in the distance and shouted, "We held this selection to choose outstanding young talents to participate in the Celestial Master Tournament. Didn't we announce it a month ago? Zhang Yingruo calmly replied, I forgot. Gu Yongzhen continued questioning, didn't we remind everyone at the morning meeting that we'd act immediately if lives were truly in danger? Didn't you hear that, yet you still jumped in and caused trouble? Zhang Yingruo's head spun from being shaken as she helplessly replied, Sorry, master, I overslept this morning and knew nothing. Gu Yongzhen was so furious that smoke seemed to rise from his head, while Zhang Yingruo continued explaining, I originally planned to skip the morning meeting and today's inspection altogether, but my conscience felt uneasy, so I still came and happened to see what just happened, fearing something might go wrong so. Gu Yongzhen's roar echoed through the sky, You actually overslept, skipped the morning meeting, and today's inspection, you wretched brat. Not far away on a high tower, a woman sipped tea inside. Though they're only disaster-class demons, some of them were already close to the calamity level. They wiped them all out in under 10 minutes. Even if we acted personally, we might not manage that. This was the immortal fairy Bixao, Qing Mengpan, one of Kunlun's 3 great elders who held the wealth authority and execution authority. Immortal fairy Bixao sighed, What a pity. Elder Pang asked, Why are you sighing? Sitting beside her was immortal Elder Pang Gonglin, one of Kunlun's 3 great elders who held the personnel authority and heavenly secrets authority, and he replied, I'm merely lamenting that I can't personally nurture such a promising seed. Qing Mengpan laughed, Elder Pang, you're quite funny, don't you only accept descendants of prestigious families? Pang Gonglin retorted, Not so, I appreciate anyone with talent and will give them a chance. A poor disciple like Zhang Raochen isn't a good example. Qing Mengpan nodded, Haha, that's right, truly giving them a rare opportunity. Pang Gonglin said, Enough about that. I think this Celestial Master Tournament must select several members to join the 6 pavilions, so I'd like to ask Elder Qing for a few people. What do you think? Qing Mengpan was puzzled. We've already sent out half our elite forces recently. Are you still worried? Don't forget, we also have the twin pupils as our trump card. Pang Gonglin laughed loudly, Elder Qing, such confidence is bordering on arrogance. Don't forget, Kunlun lost the previous Celestial Master Tournament to Pinglai because of arrogance, which dealt a huge blow to our supreme authority, so how can we be careless this time? Qing Mengpan snorted, last time the twin pupils were still young, and Elder Zhang also made mistakes in choosing the candidates, which led to defeat. This time is different. Pang Gonglin reminded her, Don't forget, the Celestial Master Tournament isn't merely an individual contest. For safety, I think we should send several masters of protective and concealment spells into battle. After all, Pinglai's 3 rising stars haven't been idle these past 10 years. You've heard the rumors these past few years, haven't you? Forgive me for being blunt, but the strength of those 3 has already surpassed most Kunlun disciples. I won't make Kunlun suffer another humiliation through carelessness. Qing Mengpan had no way to refute him and could only compromise. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. Pang Gonglin stroked his beard and smiled. This time, we'll make those ignorant mortals who doubt us see clearly. We'll show them what Kunlun's heavenly might truly is. The scene shifted elsewhere, where Kunlun disciple Yingsu kept drinking and crying. Why is the gap between people so huge? I'm still the top-ranked disciple of the trial and was even granted the sect master's surname for it. Yet that guy is probably a disaster-class demon, and he actually took one down with a single kick. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Yingruo appeared behind him with a giggle. How could 3 kicks possibly take down one? Hearing this, the young man's sadness eased a little. That's right, so it turns out I can't. Only then did he turn around in surprise. Junior sister, weren't you punished by master to copy scriptures? You finished already? Zhang Yingruo shook her head. Not yet, there are so many, how could I finish so quickly? Then how dare you come down the mountain? Hee, rules are made to be broken. Then I think master's about to break your head too. Yingsu asked while eating. Right, junior sister, what did you mean by 3 kicks? Zhang Yingruo raised 3 fingers and explained with a smile, against disaster-level monsters, I can roughly handle 3 of them, but I can't take down one with each kick. Yingsu hurriedly wiped the sweat from his face and sighed inwardly. Is that really true? He thought he could no longer tell when she was joking and when she was serious. After thinking for a long time, he decided to remind Zhang Yingruo. But Master already said that disaster-level monsters absolutely cannot be killed. Just then, another young man interrupted. Can't be killed. Disaster-level monsters can cause terrifying damage. If we don't eliminate them, wouldn't the world fall into chaos? Zhang Yingruo asked in confusion. Don't you all know? Everyone around turned toward her, waiting curiously for an explanation. She did not keep them waiting and quickly sat down to explain. It makes sense, there are quite a few monsters approaching disaster level, but those truly called disaster level are extremely rare, and even if one appears, it's not our turn to deal with it. Yingsu stared at her with wide eyes. What do you mean? Isn't any monster capable of controlling wind and rain considered disaster level? Zhang Yingruo crossed her hands into an X and replied, only half right. I didn't expect even our knowledgeable senior brother to misunderstand this. The young man forced a helpless smile. Then can our smart and adorable junior sister explain it to this foolish senior brother? Zhang Yingruo proudly flipped her hair. Let me think. Ah, fine, I'll tell you. The young man glared at her and muttered, she's really annoying. Zhang Yingruo explained, simply put, disaster-level monsters are called that because killing them will bring about natural disasters. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, unable to hide their fear. They can cause natural disasters, how is that possible? Zhang Yingruo looked up at the sky and sighed. A very, very long time ago, long ago, extremely long ago. Seeing her drag it out, the senior brother beside her finally shouted, enough, stop rambling and get to the point. Zhang Yingruo quickly continued. Long ago, a vicious monster lived in a northern frontier water cave, devouring 50 to 60,000 people every year and destroying countless fields. The entire northern frontier could no longer endure it, so the leader of the Five Thunder sect led his disciples to surround and kill it, determined to rid the people of this disaster. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. The Five Thunder sect, wasn't it rather weak? Did they actually succeed? Zhang Yingruo nodded. Of course they did. But after killing that vicious monster, the real disaster had only just begun. Everyone listened intently. She continued, when the monster died, its body turned into a flood that swept across thousands of miles and submerged the entire northern frontier. 5 kingdoms and 64 cities were devastated, and none of the 26 million lives escaped. A junior sister sighed, the damage was far too great, wasn't it? Could it be that disaster-level monsters caused this through their own supernatural powers? The senior brother beside her nodded. Exactly, like a final struggle before death. Zhang Yingruo seriously explained, people thought the same back then because it was the first time a disaster-level monster had been killed, and no one dared to be certain. But the 2 incidents that followed dispelled that doubt, and everyone realized it wasn't a coincidence. She continued, after the heavenly-eyed toad was beheaded by the 7th disciple of Spirit Sword Mountain, countless red toads spread everywhere, causing a plague that turned blood into rivers. The entire western frontier was destroyed with no survivors, and Spirit Sword Mountain was also ravaged by the plague, leaving 75 million dead. At the same time, in the south, a monster called the flesh-eating worm suddenly invaded Chuncheon territory and was killed by the 2 elders of Chuncheon. Its remains transformed into trillions of man-eating locusts that devoured life across thousands of miles. The 2 elders of Chuncheon sacrificed themselves and used treasures and talismans from their sect to stop the disaster, but the recorded death toll still exceeded 4 million. Now do you understand why only disaster gets added to the word for calamity when referring to disaster-level monsters? So whenever a disaster-level monster truly appears, an elder or one of the 6 pavilion masters usually personally handles it, lest some fool accidentally kill one and cause huge trouble. That's why Master warned us that reckless actions can lead to unforeseen disasters. Yingsu looked suspiciously at Zhang Yingruo and muttered, aren't you the one who might accidentally kill a disaster-level monster? Another senior brother agreed. Exactly, if the civilians are evacuated in time, the losses can be greatly reduced. Zhang Yingruo nodded. That's right, though there will still be losses, it's the best option. Yingsu added, if we kill them without permission, the consequences will be even worse. Disaster-level monsters can only be imprisoned or sealed. The white-haired young man crossed his arms and said, now I understand why we have to invest so many resources into building the monster cages. Zhang Yingruo giggled, hee, only half right. Yingsu was surprised. Half, then what is the other half? Can our clever junior sister explain? Zhang Yingruo confidently raised her hand and said loudly, I don't know. The young men immediately frowned and said in unison, junior sister, stop hiding it. Zhang Yingruo replied, I really don't know. When I asked Master, he only said I'd know once I entered the 6 pavilions and became a pavilion master. She rested her chin on her hand and said indifferently, although I don't really want to know either. Yingsu sighed, enter the 6 pavilions and become a pavilion master. That position is only below master's elders, making one an elder candidate. Who knows how long the training takes? I heard even the youngest senior of this generation trained for 20 years. Zhang Yingruo replied, not necessarily. The youngest current pavilion master is only 4 or 5 generations ahead of us, apparently just over 20 years old. The person beside her agreed, right, but that's a special case. Zhang Yingruo sighed, that's the normal path. Even a mountain guarding disciple must train for many years before qualifying. Yingsu praised her. I didn't expect you to understand this. But her next words stunned everyone. Although Master once said that once my character is tempered, I can enter the 6 pavilions at any time, he never said how to temper it. Hearing this, Yingsu felt slightly crushed and thought, so we really are different. Zhang Yingruo poured tea and continued, but I don't like this privilege. After the Heavenly Master Assembly, I'll ask to leave the main sect myself. I want to walk step by step with everyone. We'll work hard together, suffer together, enter the mortal world together, and return to the mountain together. We'll get through the next 30 or 40 years together, then we'll work together. Her eyes were filled with determination. However, no one paid attention and they got up to leave. I should ask Master if the dining hall needs anyone. The person beside him added, right, I'm free too. Zhang Yingruo angrily shouted, hey, don't leave, you're all too much, at least pay before you go. A few days later, somewhere in Kunlun, large amounts of gold were piled everywhere, and a voice asked, are you sure? Another replied, yes, Elder Qing has agreed, and Elder Pang also plans to transfer more people from us to this year's Heavenly Master Assembly. Someone angrily said, why didn't you say this sooner? That damn old bastard clearly wants to cause us trouble. This assembly has already taken away most of our elite forces, and now they want more people. Plus they demand we repay a year's debt within 3 months. Do they really not see us as people? There's more news. The Spirit Fire Office just sent word that Zhang Raochen, an Outer Mountain disciple, met with misfortune and died. Perhaps the debt can be waived. This crane was Wang Kui, the master of the Jade Wealth Pavilion, one of Kunlun's 6 pavilions. Hearing this, Wang Kui couldn't help sighing. See, he pushed himself so hard that he ended up losing his life. As he spoke, Wang Kui erased Zhang Raochen's name from the list. All right, stop standing there like fools. When reporting the purification tax, remember what you know and don't let the matter leak out. I must return by the rooster hour to get some sleep, so make the most of the time for me. A while later, news of Zhang Raochen's death also reached Pang Gonglin. That's everything, Elder. Pang Gonglin sighed. I didn't expect him to fail in his final year. What a waste, I had such high hopes for him. Pang Gonglin said while trimming the plants. But why did you come? Where is your pavilion master? The woman speaking with Pang Gonglin was Wang Ximeng, deputy master of Kunlun's Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and she replied, the pavilion master isn't well, so I came in her place to report this. Pang Gonglin was puzzled. Oh, not well. Is she deliberately avoiding this old man now? Wang Ximeng hesitated. There's something I'm not sure I should mention. Pang Gonglin casually replied, what is it? Wang Ximeng lightly adjusted her glasses. Regarding Crimson Blood Ridge, where Zhang Raochen is staying, I've researched it. Frankly, developing it within just a few years is absolutely impossible. Much less bear the burden of purification tax. Elder, you understand what I mean, don't you? Pang Gonglin calmly replied, so what? He's already dead anyway, and of course your old friend knew what you said. I never intended to give him a chance to return to Kunlun. Wang Ximeng was confused. If so, why didn't you send anyone to investigate when he first handed over the purification tax? Pang Gonglin answered indifferently, investigate him? Why bother? Is vast Kunlun really short of his money? Besides, where the money came from has nothing to do with me. What I like about him is that he'll do anything to rise, and I want to see how far he can climb. In my eyes, what he submits isn't purification tax, but a portion of his loyalty. Wang Ximeng frowned. You dare use someone with a dirty background? Aren't you afraid he'll end up like Elder Qing, who once helped others shoulder their debts? Pang Gonglin calmly replied, he doesn't mind dirtying his hands to reclaim what he wants, so why not give him a chance? He has methods and temperament, truly a talented man who can control his emotions. People like him can be discarded anytime, and sometimes a dirty background makes them even easier to use. Wang Ximeng argued, but we can't be completely indifferent. If a disciple's excessive actions become known, Kunlun could be affected. Pang Gonglin laughed loudly. Haha, Deputy Pavilion Master, you're joking. Among people in our positions, how many have never shed a drop of blood? Who would dare use someone completely clean? After the Celestial Master Tournament ends, have the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion help with the burial. We don't have enough manpower now. Choosing more people to send out now would also disrupt the reporting work of the 3 victories. Wang Ximeng still looked displeased but said nothing, and Pang Gonglin asked, anything else to report? I'm old and a little tired. Wang Ximeng bowed, nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wang Ximing had barely gone far when a voice sounded beside her. "It's over, you've worked hard this time." The speaker was Pang Nai, master of Kunlun's Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Wang Ximing sighed helplessly. "How many years have you two father and daughter been like this? Can you stop making me run errands between you?" Pang Nai walked beside her. "Don't work so hard, relax a little, want a puff?" Wang Ximing snatched the pipe from her hand and sighed. "You're clearly the pavilion master, so why do I handle everything, big or small?" Pang Nai mocked herself. "Pavilion master. Everyone knows my title is merely a name, exchanged by that old man and Qing Mengpin for mutual benefit back then. The less I do, the fewer mistakes I make, and I don't want to get dragged into those disgusting people's mess." Wang Ximing looked up at the sky and sighed. "You clearly have an advantage over others, but don't want it. I really don't understand what you're thinking." Pang Nai lit her cigarette and replied, "What am I thinking? I just want to step down for a few thousand more years, otherwise won't people hate me to death?" Wang Ximing nodded. "Exactly, helping you for a few thousand more years would wear me to death." Pang Nai asked again, "What did the old man say about dealing with Zhang Raochen?" Wang Ximing replied, "He said to wait until the Celestial Master Tournament ends before handling it. He doesn't care about the purification tax at all." Pang Nai frowned. "Rich nations have to grit their teeth just to hire us for protection, while a dirt-poor place like Crimson Blood Ridge has paid the full purification tax for 4 straight years, and he doesn't care at all. The strongest immortal sect of this age is truly laughable." Wang Ximing answered dejectedly, "How could there be any immortal fairy?" She then tossed the pipe back to Pang Nai and continued, "If there is one, it's merely a group of people deified by mortals." At night inside the immortal mountains, a group of disciples gathered to chat, asking, "Have you heard the news?" The elders plan to use this return to the mountain to submit the annual tribute and temporarily summon capable disciples from various regions to join the Celestial Master Tournament. Another asked, "Then what about guarding the outposts?" Someone replied, "I heard we'll be sent to their original garrisons to help." Another looked over in surprise. "Oh, you've already been notified." The man answered, "Yes, Master said that aside from the senior disciples who passed the selection, more than half of the rest will go help, while the 6 divisions are too busy to send anyone out. I really envy senior brother Yingsu's group. If I were sent somewhere so hard to adapt to, I'd feel miserable." Yingsu was resting inside and heard everyone talking. He opened his eyes as the voices outside continued. "What's there to envy? As juniors joining the Celestial Master Tournament, the pressure is enormous, and if we're careless and drag our senior brothers and sisters down, it'll be awful." Yingsu suddenly sat up and sighed. "Sigh, I suppose. I'd better practice some more." He went alone behind the mountain to train, thinking, "I was thrilled to finally be chosen for the competition, but after hearing everyone talk, I can't feel happy anymore." He used a lightness technique to leap onto the mountaintop and thought, "I never expected there'd come a day when I'd have to secretly train like this." Come to think of it, 36 disciples are competing this time, and 4 or 5 are of the same seniority as me. It would be terrible if everyone were dragged down because of me. He looked upward and suddenly noticed glowing spiritual energy, startling him. Someone's still training this late. He crossed the formation, entered, and greeted, "Forgive my intrusion, but whichever senior brother or sister is training here, could you allow this junior brother to borrow this place to cultivate?" What greeted his eyes was golden sword energy floating across the sky, and its wielder was none other than his youngest junior sister, Zhang Yingruo. Seeing this, Yingsu broke into a sweat and exclaimed in surprise, "It's junior sister. This is the immortal slaying sword formation she practices." The sword energy above kept circling before turning toward her. A sword shot toward her, but Zhang Yingruo had no intention of dodging. The sword energy rapidly reached her face. At the final instant, she gently tilted her head aside. The rain of swords in the sky stabbed downward together. Instead of standing still, she kept moving. She narrowly slipped past every attack. She kept fleeing. She tumbled through the rain of sword energy. After a while, she finally leaped backward and stopped. This time, she had no intention of fleeing or dodging and simply stood still, waiting for the sword rain to arrive. Seeing this from afar, Yingsu was horrified and immediately rushed over, thinking, "She's being far too reckless, actually using her own ultimate technique against herself." Zhang Yingruo ignored the sword rain before her, turned to him with a smile and said, "Senior brother Yingsu, you're here too? Don't come closer, wait a moment and I'll finish soon." As she spoke, she waved her hand and unleashed another sword formation, its sword energy rushing toward her. She continuously moved her hands, directing the sword energy. The sword energy now surrounded Zhang Yingruo. She pointed toward the sword energy in the sky, and the blades around her immediately shot upward. They resisted the sword formation in the air. The two sword formations collided, instantly causing an extremely violent explosion. Dust, dirt, and rocks scattered everywhere. Once the dust cleared, Yingsu approached Zhang Yingguo and sighed, "I thought you wouldn't train at all." Zhang Yingguo was already exhausted, sprawled on the ground panting, and smiled after hearing him. "Haha, how could that be?" Yingsu looked utterly helpless. "You've truly broadened my horizons today. I never imagined anyone could train in such a chaotic way." Zhang Yingguo laughed loudly. "Haha, is it really that chaotic?" Yingsu looked at the marks left by the sword formation and sighed. "Looks like you'll definitely take first place in this Celestial Master Tournament." Speaking of the Celestial Master Tournament, it is a grand gathering jointly established by the Immortal Mountains, Spring Spirit Mountain, and Eastern Immortal Isle, the world's three great immortal sects, where every 10 years all sects under heaven gather for a competition. The tournament consists of 9 trial stages, with each round's format decided by the previous champion to test every aspect of the participating sect's strength, and after each stage 1/10 of the competitors are eliminated until only 1/10 of the sects remain. The final match is fought through magical combat, with the designated participants from each sect taking turns entering the arena, the loser leaving while the winner stays until one side has nobody left to send out, thereby deciding victory. Besides earning great prestige, the final victorious sect receives the supreme honor of the Celestial Master Token, granting its holder the authority to command any participating sect to fulfill one request, making it powerful enough to change a sect's destiny. The scene shifted to a dark place where two people were talking, and the seated man said, "So once the group with the double-pupiled one reaches the Immortal Isles and attends the Celestial Master's gathering, the first phase of our plan will be complete, right?" The man opposite replied, "Correct, my lord has devised countless schemes to make them send more core elites away this time." The seated man continued, "I'm just curious, is that double-pupiled one really so powerful?" Aside from the boss, you probably understand the Sacred Mountain's strength best, so honestly, couldn't all of us together kill her? The man opposite replied, "Of course we could, but several people would certainly accompany her, and even without her, how would you deal with the sect's 3 grand elders, 6 pavilions, and 24 divisions? My lord never does anything without absolute certainty, not even the slightest risk is acceptable, so just complete your own tasks and don't waste effort on pointless things." The seated man's expression turned dangerous. "What a pity, it seems you won't get to meet that double-pupiled one." The man opposite replied, "It doesn't matter once the Celestial Master's gathering ends, even if I don't seek her out. They will begin searching for us throughout the world anyway." The scene returned to Zhang Yingguo's group, where she was frantically drinking Yingsu's water. After gulping it down like an elephant, she said contentedly, "Ha ha, free water tastes the best." Yingsu sighed helplessly beside her. "You're still a woman, shouldn't you act a little more ladylike?" Zhang Yingguo casually replied, "What's wrong with this? Don't be so uptight." Yingsu continued, "Look at you, getting up at midnight to train is one thing, but using your full strength too, aren't you tired?" Zhang Yingguo smiled and asked, "You train like a madman all day and secretly practice at midnight too, are you trying to kill yourself?" Yingsu sighed, "Because the Celestial Master's gathering is approaching." Zhang Yingguo replied, "And you criticize me, aren't you also training for the Celestial Master's gathering?" Yingsu explained, "No, I'm like this every day, this isn't anything special." Zhang Yingguo murmured, "Is that so?" Then gently encouraged him, "Just stay calm and do your best, as long as we give it everything, even if we lose, Master won't blame us too harshly." Yingsu lowered his head and sighed, "Master won't blame us, but the other elders aren't so reasonable, and you know the previous defeat happened because Elder Zhang gave one participation slot to a new disciple." Zhang Yingguo casually replied, "But Master also thought Elder Zhang did well. The Celestial Master's gathering is meant for exchange and helping the new generation grow, so what's wrong with giving them a slot?" Yingsu continued, "But the price was defeat, and we also lost the Northern Sea, the wealthiest nation, and you know how badly everyone condemned Elder Zhang for that. This time, most of the new disciples have been personally taught by their masters, and everyone is watching us closely. If we make even one mistake, others may use it as an excuse to attack Master, so be careful and don't accidentally cause trouble. Because if we can't change the Sacred Mountains as they are now, we can only become part of them to survive." Zhang Yingguo sighed thoughtfully, "Sigh, what a complicated world." Yingsu slowly stood up, "The world is unique precisely because it's complicated." Zhang Yingguo sighed, "Now that you put it that way, I'm feeling a lot of pressure too." Yingsu reassured her, "Don't worry, if you really cause trouble this time, your senior brother will help shoulder it. I won't let someone else's tragedy happen to me." Zhang Yingguo smiled warmly, "Ha ha, senior brother is truly reliable." Yingsu smiled proudly. Of course, because I'm your senior brother, but don't deliberately cause trouble. Zhang Yingguo guiltily coughed. Ahem, absolutely not. After a while, Yingsu stretched and said, all right, the training ground is repaired, now it's my turn to practice. Zhang Yingguo stood up, clenched her fist determinedly and said, since senior brother treats me so well, I should repay you. Yingsu froze. What do you want to do? Zhang Yingguo immediately waved her hand, releasing spiritual energy that transformed into sword energy. Senior brother, this is a training method I created myself. I believe you'll improve very quickly, but you must give it everything or you'll get hurt. Hearing this, Yingsu nearly turned to stone. Zhang Yingguo waved her hand and launched the attack toward Yingsu. Terrified, Yingsu immediately turned and fled. Junior sister, wait, I think this training method might not suit your senior brother. No matter how he screamed, Zhang Yingguo's sword energy kept attacking, forcing him to flee miserably while dodging. Zhang Yingguo leaned against a tree trunk, looked up at the sky and thought, yes, senior brother is right. We truly can't change the sacred mountains now, but I will never let the sacred mountains change any of you. The scene shifted to the Crimson Blood Ridge, where snow still blanketed everything as usual. Inside a wooden cabin, Zhang Wuwei finally regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Wuwei did not know who had brought him here and was lying on a bed when Zhulong's voice rang out. Awake now, brat. He sat up and asked suspiciously, where is this? Zhulong snorted. Obviously where those demons live. What were you thinking? If those villagers had found you, you'd be lucky if they didn't carve you into a human stick, let alone let you recover here, so think before asking. Zhang Wuwei held his head and sighed. Hippo brother, where are they? Are they okay? Zhulong chuckled. Not only are they alive, they've become stronger. You should thank that Kunlun brat, and Zhang Wuwei froze, unable to remember, so Zhulong reminded him, forgotten already. Hearing this, his eyes widened as memories resurfaced. Zhulong's voice echoed in his ears. How delicious did that spiritual energy taste? Once Zhang Wuwei remembered everything, his body began trembling uncontrollably. Nausea immediately overwhelmed him. He quickly got off the bed and collapsed to his knees. He vomited nonstop. Zhulong sneered, aren't you overreacting? Shouldn't you be happy? Zhang Wuwei angrily growled, are you joking? You did something like that and expect me to be happy? Zhulong laughed. Ha ha, you successfully saved your companions and even became stronger. Shouldn't you be happy? In that situation, if I hadn't done it, did you have another solution? Have you forgotten? We're one body now, so I can somewhat sense your emotions, and you were clearly tempted back then, weren't you? You simply didn't want to make that choice and turn yourself into a bad person, right? Deep down, you know you had that thought. After listening, Zhang Wuwei could no longer endure it and screamed in agony, startling the demons outside. What happened? Is he awake? That day, at that very moment, Zhang Wuwei finally understood that he was no longer human. After a while, Zhang Wuwei calmed down and sat helplessly with his head lowered, while Zhulong smiled slyly and tempted him. Stop struggling, you've done these demons a great favor, so why not unite them, turn this place into a stronghold, then devour all the villagers below the mountain together. Memories of his grandfather flooded back from telling him beneath a shooting star. There's a shooting star, Zhang Wuwei, make a wish. But don't wish to be some hero, learning magic is nothing impressive. You'd be better off learning survival skills from me, haha. That's what truly matters, listen to Grandpa and stay alive. To ordinary people mocking him. Our world is peaceful because the three great immortal sects protect the three cities. What's that supposed to be? Never heard of it. If his ancestors were really powerful, why doesn't he even have spiritual energy? Their family must be frauds, ha ha ha, they're all wicked charlatans. Their family burned this place down, damn them. What, hungry? Then work hard, there's no free food here. People like us can only earn money through lowly means, and maybe once in our lives we'll get a chance to succeed, but first we must survive long enough to see that day, understand? Kid, only if you can confidently say you'll survive do you have the right to talk to me about dreams. Big brother, you're my life-saving benefactor, and I'm ashamed to say that after all these years I've still achieved no fame, so I have no face to return home and meet my parents. Zhang Wuwei asked himself, why have I become like this? I could clearly have done good, yet to survive I became someone even I despise, always dreaming that one day an opportunity would appear and let me become the person I once dreamed of being. But now I've walked down this path. Was the three-legged bird right? Did I truly choose wrong? Zhulong seized the chance to tempt him. I guarantee that within 1 year you'll become a regional overlord. Shui Jiang's former words resurfaced in Zhang Wuwei's mind. But some things will happen whether you accept them or not. Risking your life is not a wise choice. A temporary victory may also be the enemy's trap, so don't let the thing hiding inside you lead you by the nose. But Zhang Wuwei had boldly replied, I have no reason to live an upright life. I simply don't want to become someone like you who has even discarded his humanity. Don't worry, next time we meet, I'll kill you myself. Remembering that, he could not help smiling bitterly at himself. I was wrong, I was far too naive. Zhulong became excited upon hearing this. You finally understood, brat. Let's go, you've already eaten anyway, so you might as well eat those villagers too. But Zhang Wuwei growled angrily, shut up. He suddenly understood that it was not his environment, fate, Zhang Raochen, the three-legged bird, or Zhulong, but his own mistakes, and after realizing this, he stood up and said, I won't listen to another word from you. Zhulong was startled. You trust the three-legged bird more? You think you have many choices. Eventually, you'll realize you never had any choice at all. Zhang Wuwei calmly replied, you're all the same in my eyes, but comparatively, the three-legged bird's words are still more trustworthy. Zhang Wuwei calmly told himself, I don't know what path I'll take, but I shouldn't reveal my feelings before any of you. And Zhulong laughed, ha ha, in my era, I've never heard of such a thing. If such a thing truly existed, why has it left no trace throughout history? Even if it does exist, it's not something an insignificant person like you could ever encounter. Listen to this old man and stop wasting time. Zhang Wuwei nodded in agreement. Exactly, so I should stay here and rest, waiting until the next surprise comes, when you'll exploit my cowardice and weakness to force me into a choice that ultimately achieves your goal. He looked down at his arm and continued, just like this time, right? Zhulong froze, unsure how to answer. Zhang Wuwei stared coldly at it. I won't give you another chance. I will definitely find that thing, and personally drive you out of my body. Zhulong sneered, ha ha, this old man will be waiting. While they were talking, Hippo suddenly approached from behind. He shouted, hey little brother, are you leaving soon? Hippo had yet to recover, his body wrapped in bandages as he used a tree branch as a crutch, and Zhang Wuwei turned in surprise, brother Hippo. Even Zhulong was stunned, he can already walk. Zhang Wuwei quickly approached and asked, brother Hippo, I'm glad you're all right. Zhulong snorted disdainfully. Without this old man, let's see if he could still stand. Zhang Wuwei ignored Zhulong and apologetically told Hippo, brother Hippo, I'm truly sorry, I had no other choice. Hippo shook his head and interrupted, forget it, being alive is enough, so what could I complain about? What right do the weak have to talk about principles? Hippo turned away and said, Big Brother already knows and doesn't blame you. Zhang Wuwei froze and asked, is Big Brother all right? Hippo sighed, Big Brother, when the other companions arrived, he had already. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei understood and lowered his head sadly. I'm truly sorry. Hippo turned to him, if you're not in a hurry to leave, you should visit Abai. He seems to have a lot he wants to tell you. After returning to the room, Zhang Wuwei asked Zhulong, hey, fat bug, how many people have you eaten? Zhulong looked puzzled. Is there something wrong with your head? Who remembers how much food they've eaten? What, are you worried about that little brat? Zhang Wuwei sighed, he's only a child, not the same kind of trash as you. Zhulong burst out laughing, every beginning is difficult, and this old man is helping him obtain the very best. Possessing such pure spiritual power at his age, what is there to complain about? Zhang Wuwei recalled what Lion once said, I heard eating too much of that stuff makes you stupid. I thought it was a joke at first, but after eating it, I felt a strange change, as though human emotions were becoming blurred. Abai, you must never become someone like this guy. Zhulong laughed smugly, haha, what's wrong with becoming someone like this old man? If I were their leader, I'd never let them suffer this kind of treatment. Zhang Wuwei immediately retorted, Brother Lion once said that even eating everyone in the entire village wouldn't be enough to defeat Zhang Raochen. Zhulong snorted, so what? Even then, this old man would never entrust my survival or my companions to another's mercy. Yes, just like them, keep running and hiding, and time will eventually prove everything, showing sooner or later who was right and who was wrong. Oh wait, hasn't reality already proven it? Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei fell silent, unable to refute him because Zhulong's words were not entirely unreasonable. Zhulong continued mocking, beaten to pieces and crying until no tears remain. Isn't that exactly what happened to them? Unable to endure it any longer, Zhang Wuwei recited the mind-calming mantra. But the moment the spell activated, his eyes widened. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood while Zhulong laughed triumphantly. Feels awful, doesn't it? Your left arm is now like an unlocked door, nothing like before the seal was broken. If you want to suppress this old man with the mind-calming mantra, you'll need to become stronger. But right now you can't, haha, so obediently accept your fate. Just then, Abai woke behind him and exclaimed, fake human. Zhang Wuwei turned around. Abai, whose arm was still wrapped in bandages, stared at him wide-eyed and asked, are you all right? Zhang Wuwei was startled inwardly. Abai. The feeling he gives me hasn't changed at all, still exactly like before. Great, at least I can rest easy for now. He smiled and replied, I'm fine. Abai stared at Zhulong on his left hand and asked curiously, but you said you're human, right? Then why does a human's shoulder glow and even talk? Zhang Wuwei smiled helplessly. Haha, how should I explain this? It's complicated. Strictly speaking, perhaps I'm no longer human because part of my body is a monster. No, saying my entire body is one might not even be an exaggeration. Zhulong retorted, what do you mean perhaps? You're a monster now. Abai was about to touch the face on Zhang Wuwei's hand but froze upon hearing Zhulong. Zhulong put on a fierce expression. You stinking brat, who gave you permission to touch this old man? Believe that one curse from me could swap your head and feet. Abai immediately recoiled in fear, nearly crying, while Zhulong laughed smugly. Heh, a brat really is a brat. You actually believed that. Abai became furious. So you tricked me. Zhang Wuwei punched Zhulong. All right, you won't even spare a child. Anyway, even I don't know exactly what I am anymore. Abai stared at him blankly. Why? Seeing its expression, Zhang Wuwei asked in confusion, what do you want to ask? Abai innocently asked, why do the humans below the mountain treat us like that? You're human like them, yet you act differently. Why? Zhang Wuwei frowned. Actually, we're no different. Zhulong explained for him again. If he'd been born in that village, perhaps he'd have done the same things. Abai broke into a frightened sweat. What does that mean? Zhang Wuwei sighed and told Abai everything he knew. I don't know whether I should tell it these things. I don't know whether this will plant a seed of revenge in its heart either. But I'm certain of one thing, I don't want to lie to it again. After hearing everything, tears streamed from Abai's eyes. After finishing the story, Zhang Wuwei held his head dejectedly. That's what happened. Abai shouted, then if we destroy that place selling monsters, won't all these problems disappear? Zhang Wuwei nodded, that's true, but in the human world, such places can't simply be destroyed, and I don't even know where the place they mentioned is. Zhulong suddenly shouted, have you caused enough trouble? You don't even understand your own abilities or how to survive, yet you still plan to accomplish something great. Do you know why humans can survive in this world? Because when necessary, they abandon their principles and foundations to find a path to survival. And you're merely monsters hiding deep in the forest seeking peaceful lives, only realizing your weakness and helplessness when a truly powerful enemy arrives. If I weren't here, you'd already be in the underworld with that lion. Truly, a big brother's character determines his little brother's character. After saying this, he laughed loudly. Ha ha. Zhang Wuwei cast the mind-calming spell again and even sealed Zhulong's mouth, making the wildly laughing Zhulong suddenly freeze. You can still suppress me in this condition. Impressive, I underestimated you. Zhang Wuwei's facial features all began bleeding from suppressing Zhulong, but he ignored it and calmly said, Big Brother Lion was truly remarkable. From beginning to end, he never abandoned his principles. You may not understand how difficult that is, Abai, if eating humans could make you stronger and let you protect your companions. But the price was becoming someone who harms their own kind. Would you do it? Abai firmly replied, I want to become stronger, but I also want to protect everyone. Eating humans can make me stronger, and if I become stronger, no one can bully us anymore. Zhang Wuwei frowned at it. Your choice isn't necessarily wrong. After everything that's happened, I don't know what to say or what I should say. Whatever you choose, I won't interfere. Just remember that no matter what you choose, never forget your original heart and be like Big Brother. Take care, Abai. With that, Zhang Wuwei turned and left. Abai stood trembling and sobbed. Is that really true? Do I really have to eat humans to become stronger? But I don't want to disappoint Big Brother. Zhang Wuwei immediately stopped as Abai shouted, I don't want to become stronger by eating humans. I want to grow stronger through my own strength, just like Big Brother. I want to protect everyone. I want to become stronger. I want to protect everyone. I'm terrified that we'll lose another companion. Zhang Wuwei walked over and stroked its head. You won't. I promise you. This will never happen again. Abai had barely stopped crying before bursting into tears again. Zhang Wuwei stared into the distance, his face deep in thought. Outside, the sky remained blood-red as always and snow continued falling, while Zhang Wuwei had arrived at Big Brother White Lion's grave. He stood there for a long time, unsure how much time had passed. Only then did he close his eyes and take a deep breath. A place that buys demons. I'm coming. He then left the demon village and set off toward the human world. Elsewhere, the water of a certain river had turned purple, and someone seemed to be setting up a magical formation there. A woman walked to the riverbank and dipped her hand into the water, immediately causing the surface around it to change. After a while, she withdrew her hand and smiled. They're finished. The purple color in the river completely vanished, and she said, These 3 water sources have been successfully contaminated too. Turning this demon blood colorless, odorless, and completely undetectable is truly impressive. Even if we directly gave it to that person to drink, they probably wouldn't notice. Behind her, a fat burly man approached with a huge mouth on his belly holding a barrel looking extremely bizarre. Don't talk nonsense, little poison. Those tricks of yours can only fool the idiots below the mountain. If you can fool those on the mountain for 3 days without exposing yourself, I'll truly respect you." And Little Poison glanced at him with a smile. "If it were really that easy, why deliberately avoid the mountain's water supply? If your upper mouth is bored, I don't mind stuffing something into it. If you understand, hurry and bring the stuff over for processing, since that's your only use anyway." The fat man clicked his tongue. "Tusk, why the rush? We rarely come here, can't we enjoy the scenery?" Little Poison snapped. "Shut up, don't you know where we are?" Not far away, someone atop a tree asked, "Dayua, how long until the remaining demon blood is ready?" Little Poison replied, "Let me think," then after a moment said, "At least another week. Have Senior order his subordinate to inform Phantom Street that goods will arrive soon." The person atop the tree was Shui Jiang, who reminded them, "Hurry and completely contaminate the remaining 2 water sources before April 8th. Otherwise this show won't be lively enough." Elsewhere, Zhang Wuwei frowned and called out, "Hey, you there." Hearing himself called the #1 bastard Jiang Ergu, the villager jumped in fright. Zhang Wuwei lounged on a chair and asked, "How much longer until Phantom Street?" Jiang Ergu quickly replied, "Master, we should be almost there," making Zhang Wuwei exclaim, "What? We've sailed for a whole day and we're still inside this cave." He looked upward and said, "No matter how I look at it, we don't seem close." He then turned toward the 2 villagers. "Why are you standing there? Answer me. Are you sure this is the right direction?" The 2 turned around and stammered, "Actually, we're not completely sure, since we've only traveled this route once." Zhang Wuwei suddenly realized, "Is that so?" The atmosphere aboard the boat suddenly fell silent. But the silence did not last long, as Zhang Wuwei grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Why didn't you say you weren't sure earlier? We've sailed for a whole day and only now you tell me. Are you deliberately messing with me?" The young man stammered, "We told you back then, but you didn't even let us finish," before Zhang Wuwei beat them until they screamed for mercy. After the beating, though neither had wives, they now had bumps like horns and stopped explaining, bowing together. "We're terribly sorry, we'll retrace the water route immediately." While Zhang Wuwei snorted, "I don't care how you do it, but if we don't reach Phantom Street, I'll feed you to the insects, understood?" The 2 hurried to the back of the boat and discussed, "Are you sure it's here?" "No, I don't think we passed this stone wall last time, but I clearly remember we did." Zhang Wuwei stood at the bow, staring into the distance in deep thought. Suddenly, he could not suppress it and spat out a mouthful of blood. He lowered his head and spat the blood into the river. He cursed irritably, "Damn it, looks like this injury still hasn't fully healed. If I'd known, I would have rested a few more days. This time, I absolutely can't give that fat bug another chance," he said while wiping the blood from his face. Returning to the previous day, Zhang Wuwei arrived at the village below the mountain and captured those involved for questioning, asking coldly, "What did you just say?" One of them nervously replied, "Phantom Street actually doesn't trade demons," making Zhang Wuwei exclaim, "They don't trade demons." He moved right up to the villager with a fierce expression. "You think I'm some naive child who can easily be fooled, don't you?" The terrified villager hurriedly explained, "Absolutely not, sir. Phantom Street may be a black market, but its leaders enforce strict rules and completely forbid trading monsters, even declaring that anyone who breaks this rule will be put to death." Zhang Wuwei angrily grabbed his collar and shook him repeatedly. "Didn't you sell all those monsters from the mountain to Phantom Street? How could you do that? At least make your lies consistent." Though nearly dizzy from being shaken, the villager still struggled to answer, "That's true, but Lord Zhang handled every detail, so we really know nothing. If you want the truth, you'll have to ask him." Hearing that he should ask Zhang Ruochen, Zhang Wuwei froze and asked, "And how exactly am I supposed to ask him?" After a moment, Zhang Wuwei finally released the villager's collar. The villager said, "Only Lord Zhang knows how to sell them and who to contact, nobody else knows." Zhang Wuwei looked utterly helpless. Finally, he sighed, "This is more complicated than I thought, so I'll need to plan it carefully. This underground black market is publicly recognized yet openly forbids monster trading, while someone can still sell them." Hearing him call it complicated, the villager asked in confusion, "Complicated?" He thought, "Can he just ask, what's so complicated?" Zhang Wuwei said, "How is this not complicated? Is there an internal problem, or are these transactions restricted to specially designated people? Until we figure that out, we can't act recklessly." Hearing this, the other 2 discussed it among themselves. "He does have a point. This black market sells all kinds of goods yet specifically forbids monster trading, which really is unusual." The other wondered, what's unusual about that? If a monster suddenly hid aboard a cargo ship and escaped to another country, it'd be a disaster. This place is a global crossroads, so isn't it perfectly normal to prohibit such dangerous trade? Zhang Wuwei suddenly realized something and approached them. "Hey, beast #1, what did you just say?" The young man grumbled inwardly. Beast number 1, is he talking about me? Seeing no response, Zhang Wuwei asked again. This place is a global crossroads, is that really true? Still confused, the young man asked, what do you mean? Zhang Wuwei asked more simply, I mean, can that place connect to anywhere in the world, whether east, south, west, or north? The young man replied uncertainly, probably, people from every country are there anyway. Zhang Wuwei laughed, haha, really? I never thought of it that way. Phantom Street really is interesting. Let's go, we're heading to that lawless land. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. I even found a shortcut westward. Seeing his excitement, the other two couldn't help sweating. Early the next morning, Zhang Wuwei called everyone to depart, making them exclaim, so soon, but we're not ready yet. Zhang Wuwei replied, no day is better than today, I can't wait anymore. Time flew, and after 3 straight days aboard the boat, Zhang Wuwei impatiently asked the two, it's been 3 days and we're still not there. I assume you've both prepared yourselves for a beating, right? All right, tell me who wants to go first. The two hurriedly warned him, priest, behind you, behind you. Zhang Wuwei immediately turned around and was startled to see a gateway leading outside. His face filled with astonishment. So this is Phantom Street. Beyond the gate, they saw an incredibly bustling and magnificent street, leaving Zhang Wuwei stunned as he thought, to think a place like this is hidden underground. There really are people from every country here. There are so many kinds of people I've never seen before. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help exclaiming, a black market can actually be this prosperous. Just then, someone on shore shouted through a megaphone, cargo and merchant vessels, please continue forward. Passengers, please stop here. Dear friends and travelers, welcome to Port 3 of Phantom Street. Please proceed to the appropriate district according to your needs, and may you find what you seek and return happily. Zhang Wuwei stepped ashore, marveling inwardly as he walked. I've lived this long, yet this is my first time entering a place like this. Hopefully nothing unexpected happens. He had barely gone far when a group began soliciting him, with one older woman asking, want to have some fun? A grown man called, sir, what are you looking for? Want to try your luck gambling? A man whose face was completely whitened with powder smiled, priest, ignore them. Judging by your aura, I know you're a cultivator, so you're here looking for energy, right? I've got everything. Zhang Wuwei waved his hand. No, this poor priest merely accompanied some friends here, and I didn't bring any money either. Hearing this, they immediately turned away and mocked him. Why come to Phantom Street without money? So he's just some country bumpkin. Zhang Wuwei's face darkened as he grumbled inwardly. These people really are a bunch of shameless snobs. They quickly turned to solicit other customers. Handsome young man, come visit Auntie's place and you'll forget all your troubles. Sir, don't leave, I've got exclusive hot merchandise nobody else has. As Zhang Wuwei walked, he thought, although I still don't understand this place, if monster trading truly is strictly forbidden, things will be much easier. When Zhulong will awaken is still unknown, so I must act cautiously until then. After thinking, he glanced back and shouted, hey, beasts number 1 and 2, why aren't you here guiding me yet? But when he turned around, he was startled to find his wooden boat, and those two had already vanished. Zhang Wuwei stared helplessly into the distance. The 2 young men on the boat laughed, keep wasting your time there, idiots, while giving Zhang Wuwei a friendly finger gesture. Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth and roared, you 2 bastards. He quickly ran to the dock and shouted, get back here. But no matter how he yelled, the boat sailed farther away. Zhang Wuwei collapsed to his knees and groaned, those 2 bastards. All my money is on the boat. What can I even do now? The pale-faced man approached from behind. Oh my young priest. Was this talisman recently made by the sacred mountains? Could we talk privately? Zhang Wuwei stared blankly. What? Several talismans were sticking from Zhang Wuwei's chest, and a few minutes earlier, the pale-faced man had still been soliciting customers. Brother, why not enter my shop and buy something special? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. While he was enticing customers, Zhang Wuwei ran past behind him shouting noisily, making the pale-faced man turn around angrily. Why is that poor priest making such a racket? Absolutely no manners. Suddenly, he noticed a talisman lying at his feet. The moment he saw it, his eyes widened. This is golden radiance, the sacred mountain's golden radiance. He quickly rushed over and shouted, priest, this talisman was recently made by the sacred mountains, right? Could we speak privately? Zhang Wuwei followed him to the stall where the pale-faced man exclaimed excitedly, my God, it's genuine. Examining the talisman through a lens, the pale-faced man said, this sacred mountain's talisman is not only genuine, it was made this year. Zhang Wuwei casually replied, yes, so what, is this thing rare? The pale-faced man carefully held the talisman and explained, Sacred Mountain's protective talismans aren't rare here, but most are old ones they discarded because their priests never allow newly made talismans to appear here. That's a major taboo. Judging by your clothes, it's hard to imagine you're a Sacred Mountain's disciple or from any major sect, yet you possess this talisman. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. He spread 5 fingers before him. All right, no more nonsense. I'll offer this price. It's already my highest and I can't pay more, so please consider carefully. Zhang Wuwei ignored him and thought, where did I get this talisman? Then he remembered taking it while collecting the villagers' belongings, and seeing his silence, the shopkeeper called, Priest, did you hear me? Zhang Wuwei smiled cunningly and thought, he immediately offered 5 silver pieces, so he really wants this. I shouldn't agree too quickly. I'll tease him first. With that thought, he took back the talisman and turned away. The price isn't bad, but I don't intend to sell. This humble priest abandoned worldly greed long ago. Mere silver means nothing to me. The pale-faced shopkeeper sighed sadly. As expected, buying the Sacred Mountain's newest talisman for 50 gold pieces really is impossible. Hearing 50 rather than 5, Zhang Wuwei instantly turned around, smiled, smashed the gold ingot to test it, then pocketed it. Thank you. The pale-faced shopkeeper excitedly said, please wait, I'll get it for you immediately. Soon he brought out a bag of gold and handed it to Zhang Wuwei. Seeing the gold, Zhang Wuwei's eyes gleamed. Wow, I never expected gold right away. Phantom Street truly is special. The pale-faced shopkeeper asked in surprise, is this your first time here? My shop always trades in gold. Zhang Wuwei didn't answer and instead asked, Uncle, your shop is quite unusual too. It's filled entirely with priestly items. If no one told me, I'd think I'd entered a temple. Having obtained the talisman, the pale-faced shopkeeper happily bounced around. Although Phantom Street is known as a black market, it's really just a free trade district. Zhang Wuwei inwardly agreed, right, though the scope of this free trade is certainly broad. Seeing him keep bouncing, Zhang Wuwei asked, Uncle, it's only 1 talisman, do you really need to be this happy? The pale-faced shopkeeper laughed. Silly boy, if it were only 1 talisman, why would I be this happy? Thanks to you, my collection is finally complete. Zhang Wuwei asked curiously, complete how? The pale-faced shopkeeper took out a wooden box. To repay you for completing my collection, I'll broaden your horizons. These are talismans from the 3 great schools of the world. Although they're only low-level talismans, I'm probably the only person who owns all 3 at once. Zhang Wuwei couldn't hide his amazement. Impressive. This is my first time seeing talismans from the Immortal Isles and Spring God. He reached out, wanting to see how the talismans differed. But the pale-faced shopkeeper immediately snatched the box back. You may look, but don't touch. Collectibles can't be handled casually. You have no manners at all, rude brat. Zhang Wuwei frowned and thought, what the hell? He changes faces faster than flipping a pancake. Forget it, I'll probe around first. He asked, Uncle, may I ask you something? The pale-faced shopkeeper replied, what is it? Go ahead. Zhang Wuwei quickly probed, Phantom Street is so large, is there anywhere selling special goods? Still absorbed in his collection, the shopkeeper asked without turning, how special? Zhang Wuwei continued, like rare exotic beasts or demons. The shopkeeper froze. Demons. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Wuwei hurriedly explained, just an example, I'm simply curious whether they're sold here. The pale-faced shopkeeper rushed over and covered his mouth. No, they're not. Stop talking. With a grave expression, the shopkeeper warned, if you don't want to die, don't ask such questions. If the managers here hear this, they may think we're trying to make a deal, leaving Zhang Wuwei wondering, is demon trading really strictly forbidden here? I was only probing, yet his reaction was so strong, those 2 bastards really didn't lie to me. I'll probe a little further, he thought, then pretended to be surprised. Oh, so selling demons really is forbidden here. Fine, forget it. I heard someone here buys them, so I came to see for myself, but was it only a rumor? The pale-faced shopkeeper was surprised. A rumor? Who spread such nonsense? Kid, don't believe that stuff unless you want trouble, leaving Zhang Wuwei disappointed. Is that all? Come on, tell me more. But the shopkeeper ignored him and quickly dismissed him. All our payments are settled, so excuse me for not seeing you out. And Zhang Wuwei hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand, I don't want to buy any, I'm just curious. But the shopkeeper snapped, I don't care what you're doing, none of this concerns me. Zhang Wuwei wondered, does he refuse to talk or truly know nothing? This owner seems knowledgeable, and wasting this chance would be a shame, so I need to get some information out of him. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He said, I originally wanted to tell you that if you gave me useful information, I'd give you some valuable talismans, but it seems unnecessary now. What a pity. And the shopkeeper immediately stopped. Valuable talismans, what kind? Zhang Wuwei smiled smugly. Talismans even better than the one earlier, and the shopkeeper exclaimed, better than Kunlun's talisman, what kind are they? Zhang Wuwei looked crafty, guess, while secretly laughing. What talismans? The pale-faced shopkeeper grew suspicious. Are you deceiving me? Zhang Wuwei snorted, I can obtain Kunlun talismans, do you think I'd deceive you? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Can you show me one? Zhang Wuwei scratched his ear in disappointment. What a shame you know nothing. I thought I'd met someone helpful and planned to give him several rare talismans for his collection after finishing my business as thanks. Looks like I can't give these talismans away after all. What a pity, but thank you anyway. I'll be leaving now. And the pale-faced shopkeeper hesitated, unwilling to miss the chance to obtain talismans even more valuable than Kunlun's. After struggling for a while, he finally called out, Master, please wait, I truly don't know, but… Zhang Wuwei turned around, but what? The pale-faced shopkeeper explained, if you want someone involved in that field, I can point you toward them, and here's a map of Phantom Street. First, I have nothing to do with such trades, and second, this isn't the live goods district, so if you want someone dealing in that area, you'll need to go elsewhere. And Zhang Wuwei asked in surprise, another district? The pale-faced shopkeeper nodded, yes, Phantom Street has 5 districts. The Weapons District, the Live Goods District with First Harbor, the Employment District with Second Harbor, the General Goods District with Third Harbor, and finally the Entertainment District for drinking, singing, gambling, and other amusements, with each district having specialized shops. Trades involving living creatures take place in the Live Goods District. We're currently in the General Goods District, which lies opposite the Live Goods District. Phantom Street isn't huge, but if you head there now, you probably won't arrive today. Zhang Wuwei asked, anything special in the Live Goods District? The shopkeeper shook his head, I'm not sure, but there's a guy there who loves playing dead, and he may know something. However, be careful and never act arrogantly, because although demon trading is taboo, even suspected attempts to trade or spread information can cause serious trouble. And Phantom Street has always respected rules rather than status, so even descendants of prestigious families must obey. Zhang Wuwei nodded, understood. The shopkeeper added, I don't want you dragging me into this, so if anything happens later, don't involve me. Zhang Wuwei turned and said while leaving, no problem, let's pretend we never met today, and I don't know who you are either. But seeing him leave, the shopkeeper hurriedly called, hey, young master, how can you leave like that? Zhang Wuwei turned around in alarm. The pale-faced shopkeeper smiled, you haven't taken the map, so how will you go? The roads here are like a maze, and you'll definitely get lost on your first visit, making Zhang Wuwei sigh in relief. You're actually a good person. The pale-faced shopkeeper said seriously, I've helped you, so will you keep your promise? Merchants value trust above all, you know. Zhang Wuwei guiltily replied, yes, I value trust greatly. And the shopkeeper excitedly said, good, then leave the money from earlier as a deposit, since words alone aren't reliable, making Zhang Wuwei protest, uncle, that doesn't seem right, shouldn't we keep separate matters separate? The shopkeeper immediately replied, what's wrong with that? When you return, we'll repay both the money and interest. All my assets are here, so are you afraid I'll run away? Unless you were deceiving me earlier. And Zhang Wuwei replied, of course not, how could I? Before thinking and agreeing, fine, we'll do it your way. Following the map, Zhang Wuwei reached the junction between the General Goods District and the Entertainment District. The moment he entered, he could not help exclaiming, this place really has everything. Noisy cries echoed everywhere. Come, come, premium golden flour glutinous rice wine. Dear customers, look closely at this naked girl. Whatever part you want changed, you may choose freely. The deeper Zhang Wuwei went into the Entertainment District, the more horrified he became, thinking, these people are truly insane, not one of them is normal. But he quickly realized that such scenes were normal here, and their absence would be strange. What matters now is finding a solution. If evidence of monster trafficking really exists, what should I do? I can't simply burn it all. The problem fell back on him, and if monster trafficking truly was forbidden here, he had to exploit that rule, but with the conflict deadlocked and impossible to resolve, it seemed his only option was… Just then, he accidentally bumped into a burly man. The burly man turned and said, hey, watch where you're going. Zhang Wuwei immediately apologized, sorry about that. The man then left with his companions. Cries of pain rang out, making Zhang Wuwei curiously turn around. What's happening up ahead? A scene ahead caught his attention. A blood-covered hand dripping fresh blood, while voices from the crowd laughed, ha ha ha, we warned them not to interfere with other people's business. Look, that's what happens when you think some skill lets you act arrogantly. Another asked, where did those useless guys who got beaten come from? The bloody hand belonged to a muscular tattooed man standing amid people lying unconscious on the ground. The surrounding crowd continued discussing. The guy who got his teeth knocked out is from the Ironblood sect, while that other one is probably from the Six Harmonies sword sect. Zhang Wuwei approached and exclaimed in surprise, "One man defeated so many sect disciples." Someone nearby scoffed, "Kid, you're new here, aren't you? Why ask something so obvious?" To survive in a chaotic place like this, the first thing you need is the ability to take a beating. Zhang Wuwei wondered, he attacked them so brutally, isn't he afraid of revenge? They have powerful sects backing them after all. The man laughed, "Young man, you're amusing. You cause trouble in the world's largest black market and expect your sect to avenge you. Many things can be secretly done without consequence if nobody discovers what you did or where you went, but once exposed before a crowd, everything becomes far more troublesome, especially since Phantom Street is a free trade zone recognized throughout the underworld. If anyone truly tried to destroy this place, others would step in even before the administrators did. And besides, they're already strong enough to handle any troublemaker themselves. Understand now, young man." Cold sweat poured from Zhang Wuwei as he thought, how can they be this formidable? Just then Zhulong's voice rang out, "Haha, he's just a big-headed fat pig." The middle-aged man beside him unconsciously nodded in agreement. That's right, just a fat pig." Halfway through speaking, he suddenly froze and asked, Young man, did you just say something?" A chill ran down Zhang Wuwei's spine. "No, I didn't say anything." He panicked inwardly. "Damn it, I forgot Shulong was here. Luckily, it only just woke up. If it forces its way out like before, I'm dead." Causing something like that on a main street would already count as provocation, practically a declaration of war. "Shulong, please don't say anything else." But Zhulong chuckled. Then it shouted loudly, "This slightly stronger pig can only fool children. How impressive can a fat pig be when he's even afraid of the word monster?" Hearing this, the burly man turned and glared furiously. "Kid, what did you just say?" Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened in horror, unsure what to do. After thinking quickly for a moment, he ran into a deserted alley. Panting heavily, he thought, that was dangerous. Although it's humiliating, if I exorcise it here, everything will spiral out of control. The scene shifted back moments earlier when the burly man approached him and shouted, "Kid, what did you just say?" Zhang Wuwei thought rapidly, "This is bad, what should I do? Run? No, this is their territory, there's nowhere to escape, so I need another way. Stay calm, should I try explaining? No, the more I explain, the worse it'll get, so I'll have to gamble." Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "That's right, this old man came to exorcise monsters, and that's exactly why I came to Phantom Street. Anyone wanting monsters exorcised, line up now. 20% off today, so book quickly." The group of fat men looked helplessly at one another after hearing him shout, and one said, "Boss, I think he's crazy." The boss nodded. "Yeah, I think so too. Warn him not to interfere with our business." While putting on his act, Zhang Wuwei secretly cast the mind-calming mantra to suppress Zhulong and stop it from spouting more nonsense, then suddenly widened his eyes and pretended to be surprised. What happened?" One fat burly man shouted, "You're asking what happened? You stood in the middle of the road yelling like an idiot. If that didn't happen to be within the rules, we'd have beaten you senseless already." Zhang Wuwei bowed sincerely. "I'm terribly sorry. Something went wrong with my early cultivation, so my mind sometimes goes blank. Please forgive me." The burly man snorted, "That's not memory loss, you're obviously possessed. We don't care what's wrong with you, just don't interfere with Phantom Street's business. And if you want to rent a place to trade, go to the rental district, understood?" Zhang Wuwei hurriedly nodded. "Understood, I definitely won't do it again." After leaving, he angrily cursed Zhulong, "You damn old bastard, please stop causing trouble." After waiting without any response from Zhulong, he suddenly realized, right, things are different now, I can't sense him anymore. He recalled Zhulong's words, "Your left arm is now like a door without a lock." The more he thought, the more helpless he felt. Damn it, before it hurt whenever he came out, so I had some warning, but now there's nothing at all. It's infuriating. A while later, Zhang Wuwei's irritated voice echoed through the street. "This is driving me insane. It's all that bastard Zhulong's fault, forcing me to find somewhere to meditate every time he wakes up. At this rate, when will I ever reach the living goods district?" After walking farther, Zhang Wuwei panted heavily and sweated profusely. "I can't go on, I'm exhausted." He thought, there hasn't been a single place to rest along this entire road. After a few more steps, he suddenly saw an interesting sign reading limited free lodging and thought, is this real? Something this good exists? Should I keep going or rest here? It's free and otherwise I'll sleep on the street, so I'll try it and leave if something feels wrong. With that thought, he hurried inside. "Sorry to bother you, but the place was silent and no one answered. The moment he entered, he saw a stone statue of a rather beautiful woman. He froze and thought, what the hell is this? What kind of strange decoration is that? He called out again, excuse me, is anyone here? The sign outside says free lodging, is that true? Where's the owner? After receiving no answer, he sat at a table, beside which a young man lay face down sobbing, making him mutter in confusion, what's going on here? Zhang Wuwei curiously asked, hey brother, are you still alive? The young man raised his head and looked at him. His eyes suddenly widened as he shouted excitedly, old man, weren't you already dead? As he spoke, he lunged forward to hug and kiss Zhang Wuwei. You're too cruel, damn old man, how could you leave without saying anything? Zhang Wuwei struggled to push him away. Are you crazy? Who recognizes someone as their father at first sight? While speaking, the young man's cheeks suddenly puffed up. Sensing something ominous, Zhang Wuwei exclaimed in horror, hey, don't tell me you're about to. The young man suddenly vomited repeatedly, making Zhang Wuwei helplessly roar, stay away from me, don't puke on me. After vomiting, the young man sobered up and sincerely bowed, I'm terribly sorry for giving you such a horrible memory. Zhang Wuwei wiped his face and said, hey, if apologizing were enough. But before he finished, the young man narrowed his eyes and stared at him, exactly. Zhang Wuwei flinched, thinking, what's this guy planning now? Is he going to hit me? The young man adjusted his glasses and continued, trying to pretend nothing happened with a few apologies or pretty words is what thugs do. Zhang Wuwei inwardly cursed, what kind of logic is that? The young man added, if you don't mind, I'll cover all your lodging and food expenses while you stay on Phantom Street as an apology. Zhang Wuwei exclaimed, you'll cover everything. The two then sat and talked, and after a while Zhang Wuwei understood, so you know the owner and rented this inn for an event. The young man nodded, yes, but unfortunately the event was cancelled because of an accident. This place was originally reserved for distinguished guests, but it's unused now, so make yourself at home. Zhang Wuwei rested his chin on his hand. No wonder, I thought that strange thing outside was an inn decoration, but it was for the event. Were you planning some kind of auction? The young man shook his head. No, that was a special decoration celebrating perfect songstress Su Zhuju's 10th debut anniversary. I'm her loyal fan and the organizer of this event. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei froze while pouring tea and accidentally let it overflow. Perfect songstress, what? Did I hear that right? This is a black market, isn't it? Ignoring him, the young man continued resolutely, my work prevents me from leaving this street, so I wanted to invite them here. Zhang Wuwei inwardly sighed, Phantom Street truly is full of hidden talents. After thinking, he asked, then why was it cancelled? Was the budget insufficient? The young man shook his head. Money wasn't the problem, although it wasn't cheap. There were 200 gold pieces for the performance, 200 for promotion, 200 for the stage, 200 for registration, and 200 for procedures, totaling 1,000 gold pieces. At the time, perhaps my sincerity moved them, or I agreed too quickly, leaving them unsure what to do. But after a long while they finally agreed, only for bad weather at their departure point to prevent them from coming, though that's obviously an excuse because they simply don't want to perform somewhere this frightening but can't openly refuse. Zhang Wuwei thought, this guy is beyond saving, while the young man wildly shouted, this world needs to be rebuilt. How can anyone judge whether a place is good or bad merely from rumors? How can a place be judged solely by rumors? Have those people ever personally come here? Su Zhuju isn't someone who blindly believes rumors, so some unscrupulous merchants must be behind this. Zhang Wuwei calmly replied, that's normal, this is a black market. Law-abiding people wouldn't easily come somewhere like this. The young man angrily retorted, what black market? It may be a black market by day, but at night it's paradise, and do you think those prestigious sects don't come here? Countless of them trade here through intermediaries, and anyone who only divides the world into black and white will forever be a failure in life. Zhang Wuwei was secretly startled. This drunkard seems to know more than I thought. Could he be a hidden expert? Great, while he's drunk, I should get more information from him. After thinking, he probed, brother, is that really true? How could a great power like Kunlun get involved in such business? The young man replied, Kunlun, plenty of merchants have backgrounds like theirs, and who cares whether they're just fronts? Zhang Wuwei continued, then, brother, what do they transport? Rare exotic beasts or something unusual? The young man rubbed his chin and muttered, transport. Now that you mention it, I just remembered something. Zhang Wuwei excitedly thought, that's right, whatever you remembered, just say it. But the young man merely covered his mouth and lamented, someone must have severed my romantic luck, otherwise I couldn't be this unlucky. leaving Zhang Wuwei helplessly thinking, haha, hidden expert my ass. He's just an idiot, and I'm even more foolish for trying to get information from him. But this opportunity is rare, I can't waste it, while the young man kept muttering, yes, that must be it, otherwise why do I ruin everything involving women? Why didn't I realize sooner? Zhang Wuwei interrupted calmly yet meaningfully. Fate is determined by heaven, but fortune is shaped by oneself. Fate cannot be changed from birth, but fortune is different, as a person's fortune is formed through thoughts, decisions, choices, and actions. Having romantic luck severed means being abandoned by your lover, while praying for wealth supposedly makes riches fall from heaven. But most of that is merely how wandering fortune-tellers deceive people. The young man's eyes widened as he absorbed every word and said in amazement, that makes great sense, so you also understand the art of destiny. And Zhang Wuwei proudly pointed at himself. Of course, I'm a charlatan. No, I've specialized in this art for years, so now that you understand, let's return to our earlier topic. But unexpectedly, the young man grew even more excited, raising both hands with shining eyes as if seeing hope. Master, please read my fortune. I know fortune comes from oneself, but destined bonds are decided by heaven, especially my love life, so please examine it. Zhang Wuwei froze as if struck by lightning. Read your damn head, can we please get back to the main topic? Zhang Wuwei immediately waved him off. No, brother, you'd better find another expert. This humble master needs the proper heavenly timing for such things. We should continue our earlier conversation. But the young man withdrew one hand. He then took out several gold coins and offered them over. Don't worry, I understand the rules. And Zhang Wuwei instantly grabbed his hand. Well then, fine, I'll make an exception for you. He began counting on his fingers, pretending to be an expert calculating destiny while inwardly panicking. Damn it, my swindling instincts took over again. What do I do now? Forget it, I'll just bluff a few lines. After a moment, Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened as he exclaimed, I see it. After putting on a show, Zhang Wuwei stared at the young man and said profoundly, your 5 elements favor metal, earth is the mother and wood the father, so if I'm correct, you lost your father young, weakening the wood energy and causing difficulties in romance, leaving the young man stunned. Lost my father young? I don't really understand, but my father is still alive and healthy, leaving Zhang Wuwei dumbfounded. Then why were you crying about your old man earlier? Why aren't you following the usual script? He quickly asked, are you sure? Is there someone like a father whom you regard as your real father? The young man frowned suspiciously at Zhang Wuwei. Master, why do I feel you're not very reliable? Zhang Wuwei refused to give up and poured him wine. Listen, this is complicated, so let me explain first. Do you feel lonely at night? The young man nodded blankly. Sometimes, but what does that have to do with anything? And Zhang Wuwei confidently declared, exactly, that's the key, before the conversation soon went completely off topic. A while later, Zhang Wuwei was already discussing insect nutrition, so insects are actually quite nutritious creatures, and the young man nodded thoughtfully. I see, what you say is truly fascinating. Zhang Wuwei laughed. I've wandered the world since I was 7, how could my words be wrong? The young man asked in disbelief. 7? Are you serious? Didn't you say you're a descendant of the 3 sages, yet you had to survive alone at 7? Zhang Wuwei sighed regretfully. My family died young and our household declined, so only people in the trade still know that title. See, even you don't understand it, but that's unimportant, just remember what I told you. These are valuable lessons from my entire life. The young man smiled sympathetically. Having to survive alone since 7, you must have endured many hardships. This world is already cruel to adults, let alone a child. Losing all protection from family and having to start everything from scratch. No one can understand that road without walking it themselves. And the young man's words left Zhang Wuwei stunned. Why did he suddenly become so serious? He speaks as though he experienced it himself, but this was still the first time anyone had tried to understand that kind of life. The atmosphere suddenly grew somber. After a long silence, the young man scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I think I talked too much and ruined your mood. Zhang Wuwei smiled and shook his head. No, you spoke very well. There will always be a few unusual people in this world struggling along their own paths, but no matter what that path is like, ultimately they chose it themselves. What's there to call hard or easy? Who in this world doesn't struggle, right? Zhang Wuwei said, raising his wine cup toward the young man. The young man smiled. The two raised their cups and toasted each other. After several cups, Zhang Wuwei excitedly threw an arm around the young man's shoulder and shouted, Come, I'll teach you a few ways to change your fortune. The sweating young man asked, Didn't you just say all that was a scam? Zhang Wuwei replied, Hey, I'm sincerely teaching you, how could that be the same? A while later, their voices echoed through the streets. We're out of wine here. And the young man said, no problem, I've rented all the nearby inns too, making Zhang Wuwei exclaim, you're that impressive. The young man laughed, haha, because I don't want anyone disturbing me. Haha, what a strange reason, rich people really are capricious. After shouting excitedly for a while, the two young men happily reached the dock and Zhang Wuwei turned to ask, are you still all right? The young man shook his head in confusion, not really. Rubbing his head, he said, I can't remember what happened afterward, but are you still yourself? Why are you completely fine? Zhang Wuwei shook his head. No, I'm a monster and a disaster class 1 at that. The young man laughed, haha, a monster? Looks like you're even drunker than me, we both need some rest. Zhang Wuwei turned to leave, then rest here first, I still need to visit the living goods district. The young man did not stop him. All right, I'll stay here and enjoy the breeze to clear my head. Xiaomo. That's my alias, so if anything happens, just mention that name. Zhang Wuwei smiled at him. Hee, look how drunk you are. You're even giving me your name. First figure out how to get back to the inn. Xiaomo merely smiled without answering. A moment later, a signal flare suddenly shot into the sky in the distance, startling Xiaomo. That's Sister Wang's establishment. The scene shifted to a tavern. Inside, a young man sat on a chair with a girl in each arm. Before him, a young woman was forced to kneel on the floor, begging without mercy being shown, while the thugs grabbed her hair and forced her to drink, shouting, do what you're told, why are you screaming? Do I have to do it myself? A madam came over to intervene and advised, sir, this must be your first time here, right? We don't provide that kind of service. Furious, the young man pulled out a pile of gold and threw it directly at her face. You don't. Now you do, right? He then grabbed the young woman by the collar and lifted her. Why pretend to be so pure? Don't you just want more money? The money's here, so it's time to undress, right? She explained. No, we really only drink with guests. Xiaomo walked in and said, hey, you've already been told we don't offer that service. Are you monkeys who can't understand human speech? The women were startled to see him, while Xiaomo continued telling the young man, you'll disturb the customers here, so let's talk outside. Once outside, someone sneered, oh, what is it, Four Eyes? What do you want to say? Xiaomo said sternly, don't say I didn't warn you. Do you know you're forbidden from disrupting business or disturbing the peace here? A burly man snorted, so what if we know? Who do you think you are to speak to us like that? Do you know who we are? Even Phantom Street's boss would have to show me respect. The moment he finished speaking, Xiaomo swung his hand and slammed the man's head against the wall behind him. I don't care who you are, once you come here, you follow the rules. Seeing their companion attacked, the burly man's two companions immediately charged forward. One unleashed flame magic while the other wielded a fan, both rapidly rushing at Xiaomo. Xiaomo watched them without the slightest fear. Moments later, his opponents were already beaten down. Only one young man could barely remain standing. Why are you? What is your relationship with the Namgong family of the 8 great families? Who exactly are you? Xiaomo took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood from his hands. The Namgong family, I abandoned that surname long ago. The scene shifted to the living goods district, where Zhang Wuwei arrived. Looking at the district map, he was shocked to see over 100 shops just ahead. If I spend enough time finishing this, won't be impossible. There's too little information, and even if I find that merchant called Fake Death, I still can't confirm he's involved in monster trafficking. Looks like I can only use the most primitive method. It'll take some time, but there doesn't seem to be another choice. After only a few steps, a group came out and called, welcome, priest, what would you like to buy? Zhang Wuwei cupped his hands and calmly said, I'm not here to buy anything, I'm a friend of Zhang Raochen. He had some matters to handle and ordered me to deal with matters concerning certain goods. Hearing this, they immediately cursed angrily. If you're looking for someone, go to the search hall. If you're not buying anything, stop babbling here. Zhang Wuwei quietly studied their reactions and expressions, thinking they genuinely seemed not to know him. With no other choice, he continued onward. He took out the map again and exclaimed, damn, a whole 100 shops. There were over 100 shops along the street, so he visited them one by one, introducing himself as Zhang Raochen's friend to ask around, but after a while the only answer he received was, get lost. Still, he refused to give up and kept asking. May I ask if there are any especially daring merchants here? He boldly asked, and someone replied, haha, who in this black market isn't daring? But there are still a few unusual ones. There's a man in this district who previously operated along the border and repeatedly acted arrogantly, though he never went too far, since someone backed by the immortal mountains wouldn't do anything too outrageous. The sacred mountains? Zhang Wuwei asked in surprise. That's right, the shopkeeper continued. Most sacred mountains merchants stay in the weapons district or warehouse district, but very few stay where he does. Zhang Wuwei asked. Where is he? The shopkeeper replied, apparently in a corner of the harbor. Zhang Wuwei pondered silently. Although unsure whether it was related, he could only investigate, so he went to a stall near the harbor. He smiled and asked, "Hello, boss." The shopkeeper warmly replied, "Hehehe, welcome, young priest. You truly have good taste, choosing my shop among so many others. Don't underestimate my little shop, it's quite famous around here. Look at this tree, it takes 100 years to bear one underworld fruit which can cure countless illnesses, even ailments of the human heart. These are all precious treasures from countries near the sacred mountains, though it doesn't matter if none interest you. As long as you have money, I can even pluck stars from the sky for you." Once he finished, Zhang Wuwei immediately said, "Well, Zhang Raochen couldn't come personally because something came up, so he asked me to handle the goods." The shopkeeper smiled brightly. "Oh, so you're priest Zhang's friend." Zhang Wuwei's heart jolted. That reaction, could this be him? But to his surprise, the shopkeeper said, "Then wait until he comes personally and we'll talk." Zhang Wuwei frowned. "What the hell? He sent me because he's busy." The shopkeeper shook his head. "How would I know which Zhang Raochen you mean? I need to see him personally to confirm. I recognize people, not connections, and if you keep interfering with my business, I'll call someone over." Slightly alarmed, Zhang Wuwei patiently said, "Ha ha, boss, don't say that. We're both from Crimson Blood Ridge. We're not outsiders." The shopkeeper waved his hand. "Whatever you say is useless. If he wants to talk, tell him to come personally. He causes trouble every time." Zhang Wuwei asked again, "You were the one who helped deal with those monsters before, right?" He was so focused on questioning him that he failed to notice his left eye had transformed into a monster eye. The shopkeeper grew excited upon seeing it. "Ha ha, an unusual eye. What kind is this, young priest?" Zhang Wuwei jolted and looked at his reflection in a glass bottle. "Damn it, it's that stupid fat bug." He looked down at his trembling hand, which was also becoming uncontrollable. "No, if he wakes up here, I'm dead." He secretly activated the mind-calming spell. "Damn fat bug, give me back control of my left hand and eye." Yet the spell was already losing effect. It hasn't even been half a year. At this rate, something terrible will happen sooner or later. Just then, the shopkeeper stepped out, put an arm around Zhang Wuwei's shoulder, and laughed. "Young priest, you're truly diligent, even cultivating while talking. Come inside and let's talk. It's inconvenient here and I have something important to discuss with you. I was somewhat rude earlier, please forgive me. I'd only heard that the sacred mountains had someone with double pupils, who knew another unusual-eyed person existed in this world. You've truly broadened my horizons today." Zhang Wuwei interrupted suspiciously. "What about the monsters?" The shopkeeper cut him off. "We'll discuss that later. First look at this and sign if there's no problem." Zhang Wuwei stared at the stack of contracts and asked, "What's this?" The paper bore the words "Pre-Death Corpse Sale Agreement" with Party A and Party B. The shopkeeper explained with a scheming smile, "What else? I want to buy your eyes, preferably right now, otherwise I can wait until you die and take them then." Zhang Wuwei angrily pointed at himself. "Buy my eyes, I'm still alive." The shopkeeper approached, holding Zhang Wuwei's head with one hand and stroking his chin with the other. "Exactly, that's why I said I'll wait until you die, because you don't look like someone who will live long. Why not sell me ownership of your body now so your death won't go to waste?" Anger filled Zhang Wuwei's eyes. He reached out and squeezed the shopkeeper's mouth shut. "I stay quiet and you keep getting more outrageous. Now tell me about those monsters." The shopkeeper was equally forceful and grabbed Zhang Wuwei's hand. "Little brother, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not negotiating with you, I'm merely informing you beforehand. You have to sell whether you want to or not, understand?" Outside, the bustling trade continued as usual. Suddenly, miserable screams came from inside. Sob, "Stop hitting me, I was wrong." Yet moments after the sound stopped, the crowd outside resumed trading busily. "Come buy 2 get 1 free, buy 5 get 3 free. If you don't buy now, it'll be sold out." Inside was a completely different scene, with the shopkeeper now tied up by Zhang Wuwei and hanging upside down from the ceiling. Zhang Wuwei sternly said, "I'll ask one question and you'll answer one. If you dare lie, I'll keep beating you, understand?" The shopkeeper roared furiously. "Damn it, what do you take me for? When I roamed the martial world, brats like you were still nursing. You think this will scare me? Dream on. If you've got the guts, kill me." Zhang Wuwei said nothing and calmly began taking things from the shop and smashing them. The shopkeeper screamed frantically, "Are you insane? Do you know how valuable what you just broke was? Can you even compensate me? Believe me, I'll find someone to chop you to pieces." Before the shopkeeper could finish, Zhang Wuwei walked to the prized tree in the shop and casually plucked a fruit, making the shopkeeper panic and beg, "Fine, fine, I'll tell you everything." Zhang Wuwei calmly sat before him and said authoritatively, We're all people of the martial world, so don't play tricks with me. Answer 3 questions. First, what's your relationship with Zhang Raochen? Second, are you his middleman for demon trading? Third, if demon trading is banned here, who buys from you? The shopkeeper sighed and answered honestly, first, Zhang Raochen and I aren't close, I barely know him, and frankly, I was forced. But Zhang Wuwei suddenly stood up, leaving him stunned. What are you doing? Without another word, Zhang Wuwei walked to the table and swept the shopkeeper's precious items onto the floor, smashing them. The shopkeeper panicked and shouted, "What are you doing? I've told you everything, what else do you want?" Zhang Wuwei looked at him coldly. I also built my livelihood through deception, so if you think you can fool me, you're mistaken. The shopkeeper shouted angrily, I'm not lying to you, you're being unreasonable. Zhang Wuwei ignored him and looked at the box on the highest shelf, saying, that box looks valuable, doesn't it? I have a feeling that if I don't hear what I want within 3 seconds, I might accidentally break it. Sweat streamed down the shopkeeper's face as he stammered, I'm really not lying. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Zhang Wuwei ignored his pleas and began counting down, but when he reached 2, the shopkeeper finally broke and shouted, I met Zhang Raochen at Kunlun. Zhang Wuwei said, continue, and the shopkeeper quickly added, he and I could be considered old acquaintances. His mother abandoned him when he was young. I pitied him, so I let him do odd jobs in my shop and cared for him for a while. Then an elder from Kunlun noticed him and took him away, and we barely met again afterward. Until a few years ago when he came looking for me himself because he needed a way to make money quickly to restore a remote, barren place he had been assigned to manage. Remembering our old ties and his sincerity, I decided to help him. I told him a secret few people in Phantom Street know. Someone secretly buys living demons here, and although it's risky, it could help him make money quickly. Zhang Wuwei asked, isn't demon trading banned here? Then who buys them and what do they use them for? The shopkeeper shook his head nervously. I don't know. Zhang Wuwei frowned suspiciously. You don't know, are you sure? Sweat poured down the shopkeeper's face as he trembled. I truly don't know. Please stop smashing things. We merchants only care about profit and don't ask too many questions because the less we know, the less trouble we get involved in. Every time we trade, I only leave the goods at a designated location, and I don't even know how they collect them. So even if you ask me where they are, I can't tell you. I know I was wrong. Can you spare me? Zhang Wuwei stood and turned coldly. Fine, I'll report everything you said to the managers and let them handle it, making the shopkeeper panic and scream, you damned bastard, you tricked me. Zhang Wuwei calmly walked out of the shop while thinking, now it's clear there is a facility here holding demons, but there are internal conflicts among them. Even if I force out more answers, it'll be hard to solve this directly, so I'd rather intensify their conflict and let them fight among themselves. Just then, the shopkeeper crawled out from inside and shouted, quick, catch that white-haired brat. He broke the rules and tried to use his right to collect my goods to trade demons. Hearing this, everyone on the street turned to stare at Zhang Wuwei. What? Someone dares trade demons here? Who's that bold, this priest? And all eyes focused on him. Sensing danger, Zhang Wuwei angrily looked back at the shopkeeper and thought, damn it, how did he escape his restraints so quickly? He hurriedly shouted, nonsense. He's the one who broke the rules and now he's framing me. He's accusing me first to save himself. Don't believe him. At that moment, a hand landed on Zhang Wuwei's shoulder. A cold voice came from behind. Young man, there's something questionable about what you just said. Could you come with us? Zhang Wuwei turned anxiously. Please believe me, I was about to report him. He's the one trading demons and he's framing me to protect himself. And the bespectacled middle-aged man calmly nodded. Understood. We're not saying you're guilty or wrong. We only want you to come with us and explain everything clearly. Or do you not want that chance? Seeing large men surrounding him, Zhang Wuwei sighed. When did so many people appear? I can't escape, so I have no choice but cooperate, and he said, understood, I'll go with you. The middle-aged man ordered his subordinates, seal this shop and let no one enter, treat that man's injuries, then bring him along too. He then smiled at Zhang Wuwei. All right, little brother, let's go have some tea, no need to be so nervous. And Zhang Wuwei asked shakily, where exactly are you taking me? One of the 2 men coldly replied, you'll know soon, but Zhang Wuwei kept asking, at least tell me where we're going first, yet no one answered. After a long walk, he was brought to a place called the family compound, where one of the men said, we're here, go inside. Looking at the towering, imposing gate before him, anxiety and fear rose in his heart, and Zhang Wuwei muttered, looks like I've been brought somewhere seriously dangerous. He hurriedly turned to the 2 men behind him and asked nervously, brothers, where exactly is this? But neither answered clearly, only snorting as they dragged him forward. Just walk, why do you care where this is? Zhang Wuwei wailed helplessly. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Give me some time to prepare. After entering, someone immediately reported everything that had happened to a middle-aged man soaking in a bath, who listened and smiled faintly. Interesting, but there's no rush. Without evidence he isn't guilty yet. Verify everything first, then act. The scene shifted to a place called Harmony Hall. Zhang Wuwei was now sitting inside, with 3 huge men sitting before him. He tried to stay calm but still felt tense inside, wondering what the hell was going on. Why should I have to prove something I never did? How ridiculous. While he was still struggling with his thoughts, someone suddenly shouted from behind, startling him. Kid, you look very familiar. Aren't you the fool who always throws money around on the street? Seeing this man, Zhang Wuwei suddenly felt uneasy. This time I'm really screwed. The fat burly man stood up and ordered those around him. Go pour him some tea and let him sober up, or he might go crazy again later. Zhang Wuwei forced a smile and stammered, thank you, big brother. But he was extremely tense inside, constantly questioning himself. Why is he here too? Could it be what? Who would believe the words of a fool? He had originally wanted to use them to strictly ban trading monsters, forcing them to investigate themselves, but now even protecting himself was a problem, and not getting beaten to death was already a blessing. Seeing Zhang Wuwei staring blankly, someone shouted, what's wrong? Why aren't you drinking? Brother, we poured you tea, so what do you mean by refusing to drink it? Zhang Wuwei hurriedly explained, no, that's not it. This poor Taoist is naturally allergic to tea and dare not drink it, but I appreciate your kindness. He secretly cursed in his mind, who would dare drink it? What if it's poison? The man angrily slammed his foot against the table and snarled, damn it, if I tell you to drink, then drink. Why are you so damn talkative? I've been putting up with you long enough. Just then, a middle-aged man entered, the same man who had just finished bathing, and spoke gently. Don't be so rude. The burly man immediately stood straight and bowed. Second master. The middle-aged man smiled and looked at Zhang Wuwei warmly. I'm sorry, I may have frightened you. He walked over, sat down opposite Zhang Wuwei, and gently introduced himself. It's our first meeting, young Taoist. I am Jiang Hu, one of those in charge of managing Phantom Street. Zhang Wuwei was stunned, inwardly surprised. Jiang Hu, the one in charge of the black market? Jiang Hu laughed loudly, his voice deep and commanding. Haha, don't be nervous. We invited you here because a merchant reported that you wanted to trade monsters in the Living Beast district. This matter is rather unusual, so we could only invite you here for an explanation. Can you tell us the exact reason? Zhang Wuwei hurriedly explained, this poor Taoist heard that someone here was secretly trading monsters, so I came to investigate and verify the truth on another person's behalf, then report it to you gentlemen. But who knew that treacherous merchant would frame me? The fat burly man beside him could not contain his anger and shouted, you lunatic, what did you say? Secretly buying and selling monsters? Do you think we only know how to eat and not how to work? Zhang Wuwei hurriedly explained, no, I only heard about it. Jiang Hu gently reminded him, E2, calm down and let him finish. E2 pointed at Zhang Wuwei and replied, second master, he's a lunatic. Do you really believe a madman's words? Jiang Hu explained, the point isn't whether he's crazy, but whether he has evidence. Young Taoist, do you have any solid evidence? Zhang Wuwei felt tense all over and secretly cried, evidence? What should I do? Even without knowing whether they would believe me, I couldn't possibly tell them about Blood Cliff Ridge. After thinking for a moment, he replied, other than that person's word, I have no other evidence. Jiang Hu sighed with a stern expression. No evidence? Then this will be difficult to handle. He then turned and asked the person behind him what happened with that merchant. The man quickly replied, we searched his shop. Although we found nothing suspicious, many goods had been smashed, including quite a few valuable items. According to the merchant, this Taoist deliberately damaged his goods and someone witnessed it. The moment he entered, a commotion broke out. E2 immediately shouted after hearing this, I told you long ago, he's a lunatic. Second brother, setting aside whether this is true or false, he clearly deliberately damaged someone else's goods, which is enough to convict him. Jiang Hu nodded, I understand, young Taoist. I don't know what conflict there is between you, but you have indeed violated the rules here. Surely you were mentally prepared for this, weren't you? Zhang Wuwei frowned. Mentally prepared? Prepared for what? Someone immediately brought over a tray containing a knife, a small bowl, and a cloth. Jiang Hu continued, for deliberately damaging the shopkeeper's property you have 2 choices, pay compensation or cut off a finger, whichever finger caused the damage, that one gets cut, so choose for yourself. Holding this, you'd think I was supposed to castrate myself. Hee hee. Hearing this, Zhang Wu's face immediately fell, twisting like a monkey eating ginger. In the courtyard, the others gathered around chatting and laughing. His analysis of that horse race for so long turned out to be correct. He told me he had bet wrong, and the man beside him laughed loudly. Ha ha, what an idiot. Just then someone approached from afar and a familiar voice rang out, "Hey, how many times have I told you, stop smoking indoors?" The group was startled and hurriedly turned around. Seeing who had arrived, they panicked, breaking into a cold sweat. They immediately bowed. "Sorry, we didn't recognize your voice at first." The man sighed. "I drank too much yesterday, and now even talking gives me a headache." Hearing this, the group became even more terrified and repeatedly apologized. The newcomer was Xiaomo. "I told you, follow the rules, yet you do this every time." Soon, someone brought over a cloak and draped it over him. "Boss, be careful not to catch a cold." Everyone then stood neatly in 2 rows, cheering in unison to welcome their boss home. One of them reported, "Boss, there's a kid trying to trade monsters here, and we're questioning him now." Xiaomo walked in and said sternly, how bold." Back with Jianghu, he asked Zhang Wuwei, "Little Taoist priest, have you chosen yet? If you don't want to choose yourself, then I can choose for you." Zhang Wuwei forced a laugh. "Ha ha ha, no need, no need." He thought, "This won't be easy to handle now. What should I do? Think I have to come up with something, but things have gone this far, so there's no other way. I can only make a move." Zhang Wuwei turned around and asked in confusion, what is going on now?" Xiaomo walked in and said sternly, "I heard someone broke the rules." Seeing Xiaomo, everyone in the room immediately bowed and shouted in unison, "Greetings, boss." Xiaomo continued with a cold gaze, "Who broke the rules?" Xiaomo, whose real name is Jiangmo, is the 7th leader of the Harmony Association on Phantom Street. Xiaomo looked down and recognized someone familiar. Zhang Wuwei did too, and the two stared at each other in silence for a long while before Xiaomo spoke. "Oh, Taoist priest. Could it really be you?" Zhang Wuwei forced a laugh, while Xiaomo adjusted his glasses with an unreadable expression. Zhang Wuwei thought, "I thought that white-haired old man was their leader. Yet this four-eyed guy is actually the boss. A man who hid in a tavern drinking away his sorrow because his idol didn't come is actually the black market boss. This makes absolutely no sense. Forget it, this is actually good. Although we only met once, at least we're acquainted, and whatever happens next, I won't have to worry about losing a finger." Zhang Wuwei secretly laughed. Casually drinking can even help me meet a big shot. Zhang Wuwei, your life really can't stay unlucky forever. By then, Xiaomo had heard everything from his subordinate and said, "I understand everything now, Taoist priest, please choose." Hearing that, Zhang Wuwei felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He slammed his hand on the table angrily. "Hey, Four Eyes, are you confused? No matter what, we're acquainted. You're really telling me to cut off my hand." Xiaomo calmly adjusted his glasses and said, "Public matters are public, private matters are private. Besides, strictly speaking, the two of us have no personal relationship worth mentioning." Zhang Wuwei raised a hand to his ear, pretending he couldn't hear. "What? Say that again. Who did you say?" "The guy who sat alone drinking his sorrow because Su Zhuju didn't come." The room immediately fell into an awkward silence. Zhang Wuwei continued imitating Xiaomo's expression at the time. "Who was it again?" He was crying while rambling. "Boo-hoo-hoo. Old master, why did you leave so soon?" He didn't even realize he had been rejected. E2 could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Boss, didn't you say you were feeling unwell and took leave?" Jianghu beside him coughed and reminded him, E2, stop talking nonsense." Zhang Wuwei grew angrier and shouted, "I drank with you all night and you won't even help me with a single word, you beast. Do you even have any conscience left?" Only then did Zhang Wuwei notice Xiaomo's face was flushed with anger. Zhang Wuwei thought, "Oh no, I seem to have accidentally let it slip and he doesn't want others to find out." He hurriedly corrected himself. "Actually, I was just talking nonsense earlier." Xiaomo did not answer and called out, "Deniu Erhu. Cut out his tongue for me." Deniu and Erhu immediately obeyed and walked toward Zhang Wuwei. They then pinned him onto the table as Xiaomo's voice continued, "Don't let him keep using false theories to mislead the crowd." Zhang Wu stared ahead, feeling unwilling to give up. "No way, right, damn it, I clearly had some clues." He shouted, "Give me a little more time, and I will definitely find the evidence." Hearing this, Xiaomo raised his hand and said, "Wait. Let him go, I have a few things to say to him." Zhang Wuwei was released and gasped repeatedly. Xiaomo stared at him. "You say that if I give you more time, you can prove it." Zhang Wuwei firmly replied, "That's right, I'm certain there is monster trading here, just give me some time and I will definitely find the evidence." Xiaomo was extremely puzzled, thinking, Why is this madman so persistent? All these years, I've let each of my men manage their own territory, barely interfering much myself. Could it be? Jiang Hu spoke at this moment with some interest, then give him another chance. Xiaomo glanced at him. Second uncle, could it be that you think? Jiang Hu continued, that's right, give him two choices. First, compensate the shop for its losses now, and we will consider everything settled. Second, you get 1 day to prove whether someone is really trading monsters right before our eyes, and if you cannot prove it, then leave your head here. How about it? Which one will you choose? Zhang Wu answered without hesitation, do I even need to choose? Of course the second one. Xiaomo fell silent for a moment. Then he closed his eyes and ordered, everyone get out. I want to speak with him privately. A subordinate immediately said, boss, that won't do. What if he? Ignore him. Jiang Hu stepped forward, bowed, and said loudly, yes, boss. Seeing the stunned subordinates, he turned and said, what, are you all deaf? Not a bit of manners. Only then did the subordinates hurriedly stand and answer, yes, yes. Then the group filed out one after another. After the door closed, Xiaomo turned and asked, why take it this far? If you were willing to compensate the shop, this matter would be over. I don't understand why you're so certain there is monster trading here. But you should know that you only have 1 day. Forget finding evidence, you won't even have enough time to search this entire Phantom Street. It's still not too late to regret it. Zhang Wei said firmly, no. I came here precisely because of this, so 1 day it is. Xiaomo stood up and continued, then tell me your plan. What courage? Zhang Wei froze and blurted out, my plan? I don't have one yet. Hearing this, Xiaomo angrily grabbed Zhang Wei's face. How dare you play me? With no plan at all, yet daring to speak so arrogantly, you really did come here to cause trouble. Zhang Wei's face was squeezed out of shape as he struggled to speak. That's not it. Xiaomo said coldly, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation or I'll cut off your hand right now. Zhang Wei began, this has to start with, but Xiaomo interrupted, stop wasting words and speak quickly. Zhang Wei then told Xiaomo everything, except that he was a half-monster. After hearing it, Xiaomo pondered and said, so that's how it is, this is what you meant by the inside story. Zhang Wei replied without hesitation, that's right, at first I didn't believe the rumor that someone was buying monsters at high prices, but in the Living Beast district I did hear that there were secret deals at the port. Xiaomo disagreed. Impossible, all the ports are open and transporting monsters like these couldn't go unnoticed. What you heard is merely an unfounded rumor and your own speculation. Based on this alone, you can't draw any conclusion. I don't think we need to wait another day. Hearing this, Zhang Wei angrily shouted, hey, just wait 1 more day, it won't cause any loss, right? Xiaomo frowned and glanced at him. No loss, today's trouble in the Living Beast district was all caused by you, so be realistic and think about how to compensate the shopkeeper. With that, he turned to leave, but Zhang Wei shouted from behind, wait, half a day, just give me half a day. Xiaomo turned back and replied bluntly, why? Zhang Wei asked in confusion, what do you mean? Xiaomo calmly replied, exactly what I said. I want to know what made you get involved in this and I'll decide based on your answer. Zhang Wei fell silent. Seeing that he said nothing, Xiaomo continued, what? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Zhang Wei looked at Xiaomo and replied, no, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that the reason is a little boring. Zhang Wei recalled Abai once crying loudly, I don't want to become stronger by eating people, I want to become stronger like Big Brother, through my own strength. Back then, Zhang Wei had patted its head and promised that this would never happen again. As the memories passed, Zhang Wei returned to reality and gently said, it's just because of a promise to a little demon. Xiaomo repeated in surprise, a promise. Is it really because of this damn reason? Zhang Wei replied with absolute certainty, yes, it's because of this. As Xiaomo walked away, he said, someone like you really won't die unjustly. This time tomorrow, I'll come help collect your corpse. Zhang Wei could only stare speechlessly at his departing back. He then bowed with clasped hands and said, thank you. As Xiaomo passed Jiang Hu, he asked, is everything taken care of? With his pipe in his mouth, the old man replied, I've already sent people to investigate. Xiaomo nodded, good. I hope none of you disappoint me. Jiang Hu then asked, but what should we do about that Taoist priest? Should we send someone to help him? Xiaomo replied coldly, no need, he investigates his matter while we investigate ours. Jiang Hu asked worriedly, what if he finds nothing and runs away? If word gets out, I'm afraid. Xiaomo said confidently, don't worry, I've already prepared a backup plan, that guy won't escape. Hearing this, Jiang Hu relaxed, good. Xiaomo asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Second uncle, are you worried about something? With his pipe in his mouth, Jiang Hu pondered before answering, what if, when the time comes, It really turns out to be one of our own. Xiaomo glanced at Jianghu and said, "What else can we do? Have you forgotten what our boss said that day?" Jianghu replied, "No, but they're still family, so I can't help feeling soft-hearted." As Xiaomo walked away, he said, "If relationships alone can override every law and rule, Phantom Street will collapse sooner or later." Knowing he was right, Jianghu replied, "Understood." As Xiaomo was leaving, Jianghu called after him, "Hey, Amo." Xiaomo turned and asked, "What is it?" Jianghu scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, it's nothing, I just don't know how to say it." Xiaomo said in confusion, "Second uncle, just say whatever you want, it's fine." Jianghu hesitated. "If you really like that singer, your second uncle can find a way to invite him over." Hearing this, Xiaomo blushed in embarrassment. He immediately said, "No need, that Taoist priest was just talking nonsense." Jianghu continued, "Fine, nonsense it is, but if you ever need." Xiaomo shouted, "No need, no need." The scene shifted to Zhang Wuwei, who was panting heavily from exhaustion. "If I don't quickly find something useful, I'm screwed." Seeing something tightly wrapped around his wrist, he cursed, "Four Eyes actually dared use such a despicable thing to keep me in check." Not long earlier, an insect and 3 pills had been placed before him, making him ask in confusion, "What's the meaning of this?" Xiaomo leaned on his hand and said, "Nothing, I just hope you'll put this on before leaving." Zhang Wuwei picked up the insect with his chopsticks. "You want me to carry this thing? Why would you make me carry an insect around for no reason?" Xiaomo looked at him and said, "Not carry it, I want you to wear it on your wrist." He explained, "This blood-sucking insect is native to the northern and southern regions, and can usually drain an ordinary person's blood within 45 to 75 minutes. But don't worry, the pills on the table suppress it, so take them on time and it won't harm you, and there's exactly enough for one day." Hearing this, cold sweat poured down Zhang Wuwei's face. Zhang Wuwei grabbed Xiaomo by the collar and roared angrily, "You bastard, you actually used something this dangerous to keep me in check. Isn't trust the most important thing between people?" Xiaomo calmly replied, "I'd like to trust you too, but my brothers don't." As he spoke, he glanced at his brothers, whose faces practically screamed distrust. Looking at the friendly-faced men around him, Zhang Wuwei thought helplessly, "Damn it, I don't have any choice at all." Xiaomo continued, "It's fine if you don't want to, but if you refuse our goodwill." Zhang Wuwei immediately forced a smile and interrupted, "Haha, I was just joking, it's only an insect, why wouldn't I wear it? Even 10 would be fine." With that, he swallowed a pill and thought, "Damn it, there's really no turning back now." He then let the insect coil around his wrist. Seeing him comply, Xiaomo happily said, "See, it doesn't hurt at all, right? Though I don't know about after one day." Zhang Wuwei laughed, "Haha, brother Mo worries too much, even without this insect, I'd never run away." His thoughts were completely opposite to his cheerful expression. "You bastard, if you didn't have so many people, I would have beaten you up already." Xiaomo also smiled and said, "Of course I trust you, but my brothers insisted, so we had no choice but to use this last resort, forgive us." Yet inwardly he was equally annoyed. "You resisted wearing the insect at every turn, yet claim you never planned to escape. Who are you fooling?" As if sharing an understanding, the two burst into laughter together. Back in the present, Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth, clenched the map, and growled, "Giving me this insect was bad enough, but those bastards wouldn't even give me a horse, forcing me to run on foot until I'm half dead." Suddenly, Zhulong's voice rang out, "What you're looking for lies to the north." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei was startled. He looked around and asked, "Who's talking?" Zhulong's voice sounded again, "HMPH, have you already forgotten this old man's voice?" Realizing something, Zhang Wuwei looked at his left arm and found it glowing. Zhulong's voice rang out again, "Head north. You will find what you seek." Zhang Wuwei angrily used the mind-calming spell at once. "Get lost, I don't have time to play with you now." Zhulong laughed loudly, "Ha, still such an impolite little brat." Zhang Wuwei looked down at his hand and realized he could no longer control it. He glared angrily at the face on his shoulder. "I can't suppress you anymore." Zhulong laughed smugly. "Ha, how could you possibly do that now? You make me want to kill you from sheer frustration, even though I specially came out to help you, how ungrateful." Zhang Wuwei asked suspiciously, "Help me, you think I'd believe you?" Zhulong shouted, "Then see for yourself," and activated an ocular technique, allowing Zhang Wuwei to see through a monster's eyes. He looked into the distance and saw only black and white images. Focusing more closely, he saw streams of purple spiritual energy flowing from one direction. Following the spiritual energy, he saw human souls. Zhang Wuwei exclaimed, "This is human spiritual energy? No, that probably isn't what you wanted me to see." "It's what they're holding, what is that?" Zhulong answered, "Blood." Zhang Wuwei repeated unconsciously, blood. You mean this is monster blood? His unusual eye began bleeding as Zhulong snapped. Obviously, if it isn't monster blood, could it be yours? Zhang Wuwei covered his eye and said, HMPH, why help me? What scheme are you plotting now? Zhulong chuckled. Does everything need a reason? Zhang Wuwei replied distrustfully, I won't make the same mistake twice. You must be plotting something. Zhulong calmly said, even if I told you why, you wouldn't believe me, so why waste words? Zhang Wuwei removed his hand as his unusual eye returned to normal, then looked at the insect on his wrist. Could you be afraid of this blood-sucking insect, unwilling to let it drain your precious blood? Zhulong replied indifferently, you truly underestimate me. Anyway, I've shown you the path, whether you follow it is your choice. With that, he closed his eyes and ignored him. Zhang Wuwei was surprised by Zhulong's attitude. What the hell is this? He's unusually decisive this time. He looked ahead and thought, what now? Should I go? What if what he showed me is a trap? No, the spiritual energy inside those people was completely different from anything I've seen before, so it can't be fake. He may want me to discover them so he can use them to drive me into desperation, then seize control of my body again while I'm weakened and devour people to replenish his vitality, just like last time. If another life-or-death battle happens, I probably won't be able to handle it. But I won't give him that chance. Having decided, he rushed toward that place. Inside a mysterious location, an angry voice rang out. How many times have I told you to mind the quality? How can you present something this impure? The speaker was an old man dressed like a researcher. Another person replied, but if we don't speed up, we can't deliver on time. The old man said, quality must still be guaranteed or both our heads will roll if anything goes wrong. Just then, a young man approached holding something and said, Sir, an urgent letter. The old man asked, are they rushing us again? The young man replied, I'm not sure, but this time seems different. The old man opened the letter, which read, stop immediately. He adjusted his glasses in surprise and wondered, why do they want us to stop now? Meanwhile, Zhang Wuwei was sprinting desperately through the streets. Faster, I need to go even faster. As long as the people of Phantom Street witness those men transporting monster blood, everything can be easily resolved. But the problem is those big shots refuse to listen to me. He imagined telling them, brothers, I've found the monster blood dealers, only for them to dismissively walk away without caring, then bring them here. Still, he had another idea and imagined standing before them and shouting, hey, rookies, come screw me. Then I only need to successfully lure them to the monster blood dealer's hideout. There's little time left. I must attract a few more people along the way. He kept looking left and right. I must get there before they move the monster blood. Where did they all die off to? Why is there not even a single manager from Phantom Street on the road right now? He suddenly noticed a roadside eatery where E2 was eating, and E2 asked his underlings, how did it go? One replied, everything's done, boss. Zhang Wuwei thought, what should I do about that bald guy? He doesn't seem like a good person. What if he's the one colluding with them? He stood watching them, hesitating and unable to decide. But time was running out, so he decided to take the risk and stop worrying. He just needed to cause a big enough commotion. If everyone wants to cover it up, there is nothing else I can do, and once decided, he walked over. Seeing him, E2 called out, well, look who's here, you still have time to come eat noodles. When Zhang Wuwei did not answer, an underling snapped, hey, are you mute? The boss is talking to you. And E2 glanced at Zhang Wuwei before telling him, be polite, why be so harsh to a man who's about to die? Zhang Wuwei walked over and sat before E2, who said, if you're here to beg for help, I advise you not to waste your effort. But the moment he finished, Zhang Wuwei flipped his bowl of noodles. The bowl landed squarely over E2's head, leaving him stunned and confused. Zhang Wuwei then bolted away as fast as his legs could carry him. The two underlings still had no idea what had happened and stood frozen. After a moment, one finally came to his senses and stepped forward to remove the bowl. E2 also realized what had happened and roared furiously, catch that bastard for me. And everyone immediately chased Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei was nearly in tears over his helpless situation. A whole group charged after him, while he ran at full speed. They chased him closely through street after street, from the main road, into narrow alleys, and the group tirelessly kept chasing him. The pursuing group drew closer and closer. As long as they kept chasing, he kept running. Passing some plants residents had placed along a wall, Zhang Wuwei knocked them all over to block E2's group. E2's group ignored the plants striking their bodies and did not slow down at all. Seeing a turn ahead, Zhang Wuwei immediately turned into it. A few seconds later, E2 reached the same turn and spotted several bamboo poles beside the wall. He casually grabbed one, gathered strength into his arm, and hurled the bamboo pole straight ahead. The bamboo pole shot rapidly toward Zhang Wuwei. It flew through the air like a spear tearing through the wind. Zhang Wei sensed danger, glanced behind him, then tilted his head and dodged the bamboo pole. The bamboo pole stabbed straight into the wall, and judging by that force, if it hit him, it would skewer him like a roasted fish. Zhang Wuwei glanced at the bamboo pole embedded in the wall and kept running straight ahead. Sweat kept pouring down his face after running nonstop for so long. By now he had nearly reached the bamboo pole. He immediately stepped onto it and leaped over the wall. After crossing, he turned to look back and gave E2's group a friendly middle finger. But the wall suddenly shattered and E2 appeared before him. "You can do that too." E2 was furious, veins bulging across his face. He leaped high and slammed down hard, but Zhang Wuwei nimbly flipped away from the attack. While flipping, he reached into his pocket, pulled out chili powder and threw it at E2. Before E2 could react, Zhang Wuwei's dirty trick struck him right in the eyes. He clutched his face and roared in pain. Tears and snot immediately began pouring out. Furious, he threw his head back and roared like a wild beast. The group continued chasing Zhang Wuwei, who sensed the power behind him and glanced back. Behind E2, his spiritual power had taken the form of a raging bull. Zhang Wuwei glanced to one side and realized the path ahead was already a dead end. He immediately stopped running, cursing inwardly, what kind of damn terrain is this? He looked at the distant building, then behind him, where E2's group was already closing in. He stared into the distance and thought, up ahead is exactly the place I saw. Just a little farther. No other choice, he exhaled deeply, then backed up several steps to gain momentum. E2 had already caught up, so Zhang Wuwei immediately sprinted toward the edge of the wall. He desperately leaped across while E2 reached out from behind to grab him. Just a little more and E2 would have touched Zhang Wuwei. He gritted his teeth in fury. Zhang Wuwei had already crossed half the distance. He gritted his teeth and stared ahead, then landed on the opposite building and rolled several times before finally steadying himself. He immediately looked back. E2's group was now desperately jumping across as well. They really don't hesitate at all. The pedestrians below probably had no idea a group of people above them were flying through the air like birds. Zhang Wuwei was still running with all his strength. Faster, faster, just a little more. He thought it's right above as he reached a staircase at a corner. By then, the group had nearly caught up, running up the stairs one after another. As long as they see it with their own eyes, it'll be enough. Come on. He finally arrived and barely had time to rejoice. Suddenly his eyes widened. What? It's a blacksmith shop. Where did the monster blood transporters go? I really saw them before. He failed to notice someone already standing beside him, none other than E2, who violently slammed Zhang Wuwei's head into the ground, cracking it instantly. E2 grinned viciously. I finally caught you, bastard. Zhang Wuwei stared unwillingly. Why did this happen? I really saw them earlier. Why is it a blacksmith shop now? Forget the monster blood. There isn't even anywhere to hide it, so why is everything gone? E2 kept Zhang Wuwei's head pinned down as all his subordinates finally arrived. He said, weren't you great at running? Go on, run again. Zhang Wuwei tried to explain, brother, listen to me, something may be wrong here. E2 refused to believe him. You're spouting nonsense again. Only our kind-hearted boss would believe your bullshit. He looked at the blacksmiths and ordered, hey, bring me a hammer. The blacksmith stared blankly at him. What's he doing? Seeing no one obey, E2 shouted angrily, I told you to bring it here, are you all deaf? The confused blacksmiths kept talking among themselves, with one asking, what did he say? I couldn't hear him, and another replying, no idea, something about a lantern. Losing patience, E2 told his men, damn it, just steal one for me, and they immediately obeyed. He then picked up the hammer. It's all this bastard's fault for making me chase him for half the day. Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened, but he was helpless to do anything. E2 raised the hammer high while cursing, go on, try running again. Zhang Wuwei screamed in panic, wait, give me some time. E2's hammer suddenly smashed down with tremendous force. Zhang Wuwei stared at the hammerhead beside his head, panting heavily as E2 said, that was close, I almost forgot. The boss ordered that no one can touch you today. If I kill you now, I'll probably get scolded. Zhang Wuwei froze. I survived just because of that. Suddenly, E2 kicked Zhang Wuwei hard in the chest, but damn you. Zhang Wuwei's eyes bulged as he screamed in pain. E2 grabbed Zhang Wuwei by the hair and continued, you think that means you're safe? I'll lock you in a dog cage for the remaining time, and the moment time's up, I'll kill you. He ordered his men, take him back and cut off his hand. I won't let that blood-sucking insect spoil my fun. Zhang Wuwei was baffled. Where exactly did things go wrong? E2's men dragged Zhang Wuwei away while he stubbornly pleaded, brothers, listen to me, something suspicious may be happening here, but no one cared. After they left, the blacksmiths continued working as usual. In a dark space resembling a laboratory or secret area, 3 researchers stared tensely at a purple glowing cylindrical device containing the image of a strange entity. One of them asked, "Is this really okay? Weren't we told to stop for now?" Another replied, "HMPH, if the goal isn't met by then, they'll blame us, so while there's still time, quickly finish processing this batch. Raise the power output to maximum." Within the dark space, a powerful purple light suddenly erupted, revealing cages containing demonic beasts whose limbs had been severed. "That stench of blood is disgusting no matter how many times I smell it," another said. "Stop complaining and quickly finish the rest." Zhang Wuwei suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence and thought, "Is it an illusion? No. Though extremely faint, this is definitely the bloody scent of demons. But why is it coming from underground?" Seeing him hesitate, E2's underling urged, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up." Zhang Wuwei remained lost in thought. Underground. So that's it, I understand now. Zhang Wuwei suddenly broke free from the 2 men escorting him, and they angrily shouted from behind, "You damn brat. I finally understand. What I saw back then was all inside this mountain wall." Not at the summit. A blacksmith nearby kept working while grumbling, "Those mad dogs always cause trouble whenever they have nothing better to do." Zhang Wuwei ran past and snatched his hammer, saying, "Old man, let me borrow this hammer for a moment. If I'm right, what I'm looking for is underground." With that, he leaped high with confidence, smashed the hammer into the ground, and shouted, "You rats hiding underground, come out." E2's 2 underlings caught up and stood watching Zhang Wuwei's actions. After a while, nothing happened, and cold sweat began rolling down his forehead. The blacksmiths also stared at him as if thinking, "What is this lunatic doing?" E2 approached angrily and said, "You actually tried to run. Looks like I really should cut off your legs." While Zhang Wuwei stammered, "Boss, please hear me out. The terrain here and its internal structure hide a secret. The demon traffickers must be hiding below," but he suddenly thought, "Wait, why is my arm rising?" E2 glared at him and said, "Trying to play dumb again? Then prepare to say goodbye to your legs." Suddenly, Zhang Wuwei's left hand swung the hammer straight into E2's mouth. Blood instantly sprayed from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. Zhang Wuwei stared blankly, unable to understand what he had just done. Zhulong's voice rang out, "Useless fool, I'll help you one more time." Zhang Wuwei's arm once again went out of control, automatically swinging hard toward the ground. His hammer slammed down, making the ground shake and crack apart. E2 suddenly appeared behind Zhang Wuwei, grabbed his head tightly, and raised his fist to strike. Suddenly, E2 froze after seeing something ahead, and Zhang Wuwei was equally shocked. A large opening had appeared before them, revealing a dark but spacious area below. Inside, cages holding mutilated and throat-bound demonic beasts had been opened. The demonic beasts struggled their way out. The researchers realized their hideout had been exposed and fled in panic, one asking, "How did they find this place?" While another shouted, "Move the goods quickly." And someone seeing a man carrying mysterious vials yelled, "Why are you still taking those? If we get caught, we're finished." The man replied, "Relax, I've released all the demonic beasts, so they won't catch up with us that quickly." At that moment, the rapid footsteps of demonic beasts thundered outward. One man said to E2, "Boss, look ahead. They're monsters, there really are monsters." Zhang Wuwei complained, "Hey, talk all you want, but why are you clinging to me?" They awkwardly replied, "Killing people is our profession, but this is our first time seeing monsters, so we're a little scared. Besides, aren't you a Taoist priest? You should be pretty good at dealing with these things, right?" Zhang Wuwei hesitated. "I wouldn't exactly say I'm very good at it." E2 glanced back and cursed, "Useless fools, you've completely disgraced our group. Just cut them down with all your strength and be done with it." Elsewhere, the researchers spoke. "That was close. Luckily, there are still plenty of monsters left in the cages." One urged, "Stop wasting time, load the goods onto the ship and let's leave." The other calmly replied, "Don't worry, with so many monsters, it'll take them some time to reach us." Just then, a monster's head suddenly rolled to their feet. The 2 looked down in panic. E2 had arrived and shouted, "I finally caught up with you bastards." The 2 who had just been chatting could no longer believe their eyes. "How is that possible? How did he get through those monsters?" As if answering their doubts, E2 growled, "You thought a few beasts could stop me. You seriously underestimated me. Your business is quite lively, so I assume you already know the consequences, right?" Suddenly, a young man approached arrogantly and replied, "So what if we do? Look how badly injured you are, yet you're still putting on an act. Rules established hundreds of years ago should have been changed long ago." With that, he charged at E2 while shouting, "Everyone, attack together." He looked impressive, but it did not last long. Soon, he was rewarded with a badly swollen eye. His face officially became a pig's head, so swollen even his parents would not recognize him, yet he still asked in confusion, "Cough, cough, why can you still fight so well when you're already so badly injured?" Ignoring him, E2 stared at the mysterious vial in his hand. "You bought so many monsters just for this. What's this stuff used for?" The young man stubbornly replied, "HMPH, I'm just an errand boy, how would I know?" E2 immediately said, "Bullshit, stop pretending, those guys already admitted you're their leader." He was referring to the group currently tied up nearby. E2 held out the mysterious vial and continued, "Who ordered you to make this?" Despite his pig-like swollen face, the young man fearlessly replied, "If you beg me, maybe I'll tell you." Hearing this, E2 immediately stared at the young man in astonishment. Several members of the group arrived carrying boxes filled with vials of mysterious liquid. One looked in a certain direction and asked, "Hey, do these things count as stolen goods?" He was looking at the dried-up monster corpses. With a disgusted expression, he said, "Does the boss really want us to handle these things?" As he left with several others, he told the man behind him, "I don't want to handle this filthy stuff, you do it for me." The man cried out in panic, "What?" Someone quickly urged, "Stop whining and deal with it." The frightened man protested, "No, I don't want to touch this disgusting stuff." Nearby, Zhang Wuwei was staring at a monster inside a glass container. It's actually still alive. These monsters had been completely drained of blood. Zhulong's laughter suddenly rang out, "Haha, humans truly are fascinating. Killing monsters and refining their blood all for, ha, what an interesting era." Xiaomo's voice suddenly came from behind, "What's wrong? Is that thing really so fascinating?" Zhang Wuwei turned in surprise and saw Xiaomo approaching with a group of subordinates, while Xiaomo added, "Or were you so frightened that you can't even speak?" Zhang Wuwei looked at him calmly and said, "You're here, Xiaomo." Xiaomo replied, "Something this serious happened, how could I not come? It's hard to believe someone was actually doing something like this underground." Suddenly, a subordinate shouted, "E2, boss, stop. If you keep hitting him, he'll die." Hearing this, Xiaomo quickly apologized to Zhang Wuwei, "Sorry, looks like I need to deal with something." Zhang Wuwei glanced over and said, "Go quickly, I think that guy is about to meet his ancestors." As he passed by, Zhang Wuwei patted Xiao high on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll handle it." Meanwhile, E2 had beaten the man's face beyond recognition, making him truly battered and bloody. E2 grabbed his head, "If you won't talk, then there's no need for you to live." Xiaomo spoke softly yet authoritatively, "Stop, E2." E2 turned towards Xiaomo, "Boss, you're here. This guy is the leader here, but he refuses to reveal who ordered him." Xiaomo approached, "Step aside for now, leave the rest to me." Xiaomo stood before the man, "I'll ask only once, why were you collecting that blood? Who ordered you? Who is the buyer? Tell me and I'll spare your life." Though badly beaten, the man remained stubborn. "Will I live if I tell you? I know nothing." Xiaomo's eyes turned dangerous, "Understood." Xiaomo turned and ordered his men, "Bring me that monster blood-draining machine for a while." Hearing this, the man screamed in panic, "What are you going to do?" Xiaomo walked away and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. Starting today, we'll drain your blood every day until you confess." Hearing this, the man said, "Since it's come to this, death ends everything," then bit open the poison capsule hidden between his teeth. He laughed loudly without the slightest fear. Sensing something was wrong, Xiaomo quickly turned around. E2 grabbed the man's head and asked, "Hey brat, what were you trying to do just now?" The man gave no response, his tongue hanging out with green liquid on it, so E2 wiped some with his finger and exclaimed, "Damn, it's poison. He seems to have a poison capsule hidden in his teeth for suicide." Xiaomo immediately ordered an alarm, "Check everyone else, hurry. Don't let them die." His men immediately forced the others' mouths open to stop them from biting the poison. Xiaomo clenched his fist angrily, "Very good, you're ruthless enough, but don't think this ends here. No matter who you are, I will definitely find you." The scene shifted to a place where buildings stood submerged in water. Several boats floated on the water, and a voice came from one of them, "Damn old man, what do you mean by this?" The speaker wore a demon mask and continued, "What do you mean by some unexpected accidents? Explain it to me. You didn't even deliver half the original amount, and it's all defective goods. It seems a few heads must roll." The old man from the laboratory explained, "We only intended to dispose of a few small fry, but unexpectedly number one was discovered." The masked man asked, "And what does that have to do with us?" "Old man, have you forgotten what we do?" Now you think a few words can simply send us away." The frightened old man replied, "We'll handle it immediately. Please give us some more time. Rest assured, gentlemen, the missing goods will be replenished soon." The masked man opened his palm, revealing several yellow pellets. HMPH, if you don't replenish everything before the 12th lunar month, you know what will happen, right? With that, he tightly crushed the yellow pellets in his hand. When he opened his hand, the yellow pellets had become fine sand drifting through the air, making the old men repeatedly answer, "Yes, yes," as the masked group stood and left, saying, "We won't accept these defective goods. Tell your master to fully compensate us next time." The scene shifted to the Brotherhood's ancestral hall. Xiaomo, Jianghu, and Yi bowed their heads while offering incense. Xiaomo closed his eyes as if telling the ancestors about something important. He opened his eyes, seemingly resolved to carry out his decision. A while later, the three walked out and Xiaomo said, "Second uncle, gather the brothers." Jianghu asked, "What for?" Xiaomo answered mysteriously, "Prepare to purge the streets." Jianghu repeated, "Purge the streets." His expression turned grave as cold sweat poured down. "There's no need for that. This isn't a joke. Phantom Street is the largest trading port in the world." Xiaomo, "No, boss, don't you realize how enormous the consequences will be?" Xiaomo said solemnly, "I know better than anyone, but someone has already broken the rules the old master left behind. We don't even know who did it, so how can we face the old master?" Hearing this, Jianghu hesitated and replied, "That's true, but the losses will also be enormous." Xiaomo said as he left, "We'll bear the losses, but every merchant must leave today, and while clearing the streets, immediately detain any brother who leaves without permission." E2 panicked, "Boss, you still suspect our own brothers?" Xiaomo replied, "Everyone suspicious must be treated equally, no matter who they are." And E2 shouted, "That'll break everyone's hearts." Jianghu grabbed his shoulder and advised, "E2, you're going too far." Still furious, E2 turned and said, "Which of our brothers hasn't shed blood and tears for this street?" "Second brother, didn't you say family can never be abandoned?" Jianghu forced a smile and replied, "Calm down a little." Xiaomo said sadly, "You mean those people managed to build a workshop right under our noses purely by coincidence? If I'm wrong, I'll take responsibility for this." E2 wanted to say more, but Jianghu raised a hand to stop him. Xiaomo turned to them, "As head of the Harmony Society, I order you to clear the streets immediately, understood?" And both bowed at once, "Yes, boss." Soon, the merchants of Phantom Street were escorted to the harbor to leave, and one complained, "What's going on? Why suddenly clear the streets?" While a Harmony Society member said, "We sincerely apologize and will compensate you for this period." A merchant holding a fan shouted, "You think I lack that little money? I'm waiting for this shipment of weapons to save my life." While the Harmony Society members could only bow, "We're truly sorry, but we have no choice." Even after boarding their ships, the merchants' angry voices still echoed, "What a damn nuisance, I'm never coming back." On one ship, someone slammed his sword down and cursed, "Damn it. What the hell are these bastards doing?" Someone asked, "Big sister, should we leave someone behind to watch?" A masked woman with a tattoo on her thigh replied, "No need. Since things have reached this point, he knows very well what to do next. Let's return and report to father first." Meanwhile, Zhang Wuwei sat alone in a tavern, and since the last incident, Zhulong had not appeared again. Is it doing this deliberately? What did those words mean back then? He recalled Zhulong saying, "Humans are truly interesting, killing demons unexpectedly because," but it never explained why. This feeling of being completely passive was unbearable, and as he stared at his left arm, Xiaomo arrived and said, "Sorry I'm late." Zhang Wuwei glanced at him and said, "You're back." Zhang Wuwei said solemnly, "You specially invited me here, surely not just to drink with you." Xiaomo replied with his hands in his pockets, "I had some matters to handle, so I was delayed." Zhang Wuwei raised his cup, face slightly flushed, and said, "You invited me yet arrived late. What kind of manners is that?" Xiaomo replied, "Sorry, I specifically called you here because I need to tell you something." Pouring wine for Xiaomo, Zhang Wuwei asked, "Does the chief have some instructions?" Xiaomo replied, "Sorry, I haven't even thanked you yet, but I must say this first. Please leave this place today. I'll properly thank you later, but we have some matters to handle now." And Zhang Wuwei rested his face on his hand and asked, "Is it related to those demons?" Xiaomo gently replied, "Yes, I don't think this matter is that simple, so I need to thoroughly investigate who among us is involved." Zhang Wuwei asked curiously, "How strange, this is a massive black market where you sell everything, yet demon trafficking is forbidden. Are you afraid of them?" Xiaomo explained, "It's simply an old rule, and we don't engage in trading either. Our main duty is maintaining order on this street. and our income comes from protection fees within our territory. Zhang Wuwei asked another question, is the old master your father? Xiaomo took a sip of wine and replied, though we're not related by blood, he treated me like a son and was the one who truly guided me through life. Zhang Wuwei gestured with both hands, yeah, I get it, like a novel plot, right? Orphaned young, wandering everywhere, then meeting a benefactor who adopts you. Xiaomo waved his hand. No, my biological parents are still alive. I ran away because I couldn't stand them. I thought that miserable family would eventually perish, but after all these years, the Namgong name remains extremely prestigious. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei looked utterly shocked and began sweating. Namgong? Could the Namgong he's talking about be the Namgong family, one of the 8 great families? The 8 great families are the 8 aristocratic clans recognized throughout the world, each dominating others through clan techniques and peerless unique powers. Every renowned immortal sect has descendants of the 8 great families occupying high positions. Yet there is actually someone from the Namgong family here, so why would a noble descendant abandon a promising future, mingle in the night market, and even become the leader of a gang of thugs? Xiaomo sighed. Back then, I cursed them every day, hoping they'd quickly decline, but looking back now, I was truly childish. Zhang Wuwei remained lost in thought. If the ancestors knew, wouldn't they rise from their graves? Seriously, what right do I have to say that? I'm no different. Xiaomo handed him a piece of paper and said, time is short, so I can only give you this. Please accept it. Consider it my gift of thanks. Zhang Wuwei asked curiously, what's this piece of paper? Xiaomo explained, this is a wild note, found only on Phantom Street, and normally circulated only among our own people. Zhang Wuwei picked up the wild note and said, oh, then it's truly valuable. While thinking, I'm not one of you, so I can't even use this thing. Zhang Wuwei raised his cup and drank. I appreciate the gesture, but I didn't do this for repayment. Ignoring him, Xiaomo said, write any amount you want on it. Whatever amount you write, we'll pay you that much in gold. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei immediately spat out the wine he had just drunk. He hurriedly turned to Xiaomo and exclaimed, you'll exchange whatever amount I write. Xiaomo confirmed again, that's right. Zhang Wuwei suddenly knelt down. In the name of Tianqing, I wish you a life free of illness and pain, untouched by evil, peaceful and blessed with longevity. But Xiaomo immediately shattered his dream. However, if you want to exchange it, you'll have to wait until your next visit. Zhang Wuwei looked up in confusion. What do you mean? Xiaomo took a sip of wine and said, I just told you we're about to seal off the streets, so come back after they reopen. Zhang Wuwei shouted in frustration, how can that work? What if you die someday? Who am I supposed to find to exchange it? He immediately moved closer and put an arm around Xiaomo. Come on, make an exception and let me exchange it now, okay? Xiaomo replied coldly, no, hurry and get ready, it's almost time to leave. Zhang Wuwei kept pleading, but all his efforts were futile, and soon he boarded the boat while Xiaomo's men stood below, thinking, I don't know why they were refining monster blood, but this is all I can do for now. The workshop has been destroyed, and the boss here has seriously begun investigating. At least now I can go back and give a bye and the others an explanation. Jiang Hu leaned toward Xiaomo and whispered, boss, we've identified everyone involved in the case. Xiaomo replied expressionlessly, is that so? Are you certain about all of them? Jiang Hu lowered his head and answered, yes, we've found evidence against every one of them. Xiaomo walked away and said, then let's go. It's time to enforce the law. Phantom Street still glittered with lights in the night, yet it was strangely silent, while Zhang Wuwei stretched at the bow and sighed, finally, it's over. He turned to 2 gang members and asked, how long will it take us to reach the western region? The bald man replied, Taoist priest, we should arrive in about a week. One gang member pulled up the curtain and said, then I'll lie down for a while, I haven't rested at all these past few days. The other replied, no problem, I'll prepare everything else. The bald man turned back and called, by the way, Taoist priest, you're heading to Kunlun in the western region, right? Zhang Wuwei replied, yes, but before that, could you take me to a certain village? Suddenly, the man who had just said he was going to rest locked Zhang Wuwei in a chokehold. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Wuwei had no time to react. The bald man quickly coordinated with his companion, grabbed his blade and charged forward. The blade immediately plunged deep into Zhang Wuwei's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. Zhang Wuwei grimaced in agony, eyes wide and teeth clenched as veins bulged across his face. The scene shifted back inside the gang, where a group of shirtless, bound men knelt before Xiaomo, and everyone around immediately shouted upon seeing him, Greetings, boss. Xiaomo looked at the men kneeling before him with mixed emotions. Jiang Hu said, Xiaomo, the evidence is conclusive. E2 and the others secretly made a deal with outsiders to trade monsters without authorization. Xiaomo spoke sorrowfully. Why did it have to be you? Ada, your face is now badly swollen, with blood flowing from every facial opening. Weiqi, you're hardly any better. E2, your whole body is covered in wounds. Xiaomo raised his voice. How could it be you? E2 struggled to say, boss. Xiaomo shouted, was everything you did before just deceiving me? Tell me, E2. E2 forced out each word, boss. Run. Before Xiaomo could understand, a blade pierced straight through his body. The attacker was a member of the Brotherhood who said, they truly didn't do that. They never betrayed anyone. But to us they are traitors. Xiaomo turned angrily, you bastard. Xiaomo kicked the man squarely in the face, sending him flying far away. The man landed at Jiang Hu's feet and Jiang Hu said, how many times must I tell you to stab a vital spot and never give the boss any chance to counterattack? Even if raised by dogs, a tiger will always be a tiger. Xiaomo stared at his second uncle in disbelief. Why are you doing this? Jiang Hu replied, for the future of this street. Xiaomo covered his wound and asked, for this street. He raised his head and gritted his teeth. Are you joking, second uncle? Jiang Hu remained calm. Xiaomo, I don't want to say much more because you wouldn't understand anyway, and I truly don't want my hands stained with our family's blood. We raised you from childhood, so stop all of this now. Your second uncle won't hurt you. Xiaomo stared at him with murderous intent. You want me to give up? Come on. With that, Xiaomo charged at the traitors. Jiang Hu narrowed his eyes. Impressive. Just a few drops of poison on that blade could paralyze an entire herd of elephants, yet he can still fight like this. I don't want to do this, but there's no other choice. Attack. Hearing this, the two men beside him immediately charged. They rushed fiercely toward Xiaomo. They gathered strength in their legs, then shot forward like rockets. Xiaomo glared fiercely at them. Memories flooded back as the dying old master told him, Xiaomo, don't let yourself remain trapped here. You must leave your own mark behind. Tears streamed down Xiaomo's face as he replied, what's this? Old man, stop acting like you're about to die. A troublemaker like you will surely live to 100. The old master laughed. Little brat, I'm sorry for all these years. Thank you. Jiang Hu comforted him from beside. Don't be sad, Xiaomo, you still have us. Everyone is here. This will always be your home. Returning from his memories, Xiaomo looked at him. What exactly did you do to everyone? Jiang Hu remained calm. It seems I still underestimated you, relying only on countering techniques in your body. You actually defeated people like us who use monster blood. Xiaomo asked in confusion, using monster blood. Why are you trying to use it to become stronger or? Jiang Hu answered loudly, don't think your second uncle is that short-sighted. With that, the old man charged swiftly at Xiaomo. Xiaomo was poisoned and exhausted from fighting, so he could only helplessly watch the vicious attack approach. Purple spiritual energy gathered around the old man's fist, and his punch instantly blasted spiritual power through Xiaomo's body. He screamed in pain and spat blood. He flew straight through the door, shattering it. A long gouge formed across the ground as Jiang Hu's voice continued. Asking why we pursue power only proves you understand nothing. We're merely a group of orphans abandoned by this era. I don't want my companions to remain like this forever. That's all. You can't understand, and I don't blame you. Because ultimately, you're still an outsider. Only those who share the same blood are truly family, and Xiaomo was too weak to resist as they dragged him away. He recalled the promise made inside the ancestral hall. Starting today, we're family. Xiaomo sank into his memories again, back when he was in the Namgong family's ancestral hall, where ever since he could remember, the household had always been stern and cold. Xiaomo's real name was Jiangmo, and holding 3 incense sticks, he looked up and asked, Uncle, is it your turn to offer incense? His uncle replied. As the group walked outside, the umbrella bearer said, I never expected the second young master to defeat 5 people from Kunlun in a row at the Celestial Masters gathering. Incredible. And Xiaomo's father beneath the umbrella replied, that's merely the result he should achieve. Before suddenly calling, you heard that, Xiaomo. You must work hard, and Xiaomo replied, yes, father. While as head of the Namgong clan, his father placed immense expectations on him and always demanded he obey his father and elders because the path they showed him was the best. He had to learn everything, and his zither teacher reminded him, your fingering is steady, but your emotion is too rigid. During board game lessons, his teacher reminded him, you should make the major knight move here, not the minor one, and he had to study and train every day. A snake bit his hand, its fangs sinking deep into his flesh, while voices around him said, "Young master, the venom dose has been doubled. You must endure it. The venom entering your body will be painful, but once fully recovered, your body will become stronger until eventually no poison in the world can harm you." He clenched his teeth in agony, eyes rolling white and veins bulging from neck to face. And although he knew the outcome was beneficial, the suffering was unbearable, yet he could never rest or relax and had to work hard every second. While practicing calligraphy, a man behind him said, "Your brushwork is too simple and lacks variation in force," while an old man pointed at his writing and added, "The character composition lacks refinement, the structure feels strained and lifeless." And his father always said that while others rested, he must keep working. Only then could he widen the gap between himself and others and secure a better future. But he had no thoughts about the future at all. He only felt lost on the path he was walking, yet unable to stop. And this continued every day, even during painting lessons where he was criticized. "This sketch is too scattered, lacks a focal subject, and fails to distinguish dark and light ink." The scene shifted to a place filled with demonic beasts where his father said, "You must find a way to survive here for 7 days. Clenching his sword, he said, "Father, I don't know if I can do it." And his father replied, "You're my son, so you must," while he still couldn't understand why he had to work so hard and desperately wanted an answer. One day, his father asked him, "Do you know why I make you do all these things? After suffering severe injuries, your body becomes tougher once healed, just as pine and cypress trees grow stronger by enduring the cold. Understand, everything we do is for your own good, and your father and elder brothers all went through the same thing. The hardships you endure now will create your glorious future. One day you'll understand, so rest well and don't waste time. Read every manual on the table, and I'll personally test you next week." Zayomo lowered his head and asked, "Father, will my future be the same as everyone else's?" His father confidently replied as he left, "Of course. You are my son, so of course you should be like me." At last he understood, so that was the reason. His future seemed to have an end visible at a glance. Yet somehow that end could never truly be reached, and everything in the past, present, and future was only done to become like them. If that was the case, then why did he exist in this world? The scene shifted to a room in the Gong family where a shadow play was being performed as the performer's voice rang out, "If heaven's will returns, why defy heaven? Fate is in my hands, my life is mine alone." Zayomo sat behind, watching his father. A nearby young man's excited remark caught his attention, such stirring ambition. "It's as though the shadow play truly lets one control their own fate." The performer's voice continued, "If life is not ruled by heaven, who cannot see it, it is merely guided by unseen hands behind the scenes." His father suddenly asked, "Do you think what this play says is right?" Zayomo lowered his head in thought. Sometime later, Zayomo's father shouted angrily, "What did you say? Say it again." He stammered, I. He struggled greatly to say what he wanted. He kept repeating the same word, I. After a while, he gathered his courage and said, "I've always obeyed you, but this time, can you let me decide for myself?" His father immediately slapped him and cursed, "Bastard, which scripture taught you to defy your parents like this? Why do you think I've done so much?" Zayomo lowered his head and murmured, "That's not what I mean, I just..." His father replied sternly, "Just what? You want to decide for yourself. Wait until you become the family head." That afternoon, golden sunset light filled every corner and filtered through the leaves. Zayomo sat there in a daze when a voice made him turn around. "Little uncle, are you all right?" The girl who came to greet her uncle was Wangshu, his niece, though despite being his junior by generation, she seemed older than Zayomo. Zayomo replied, "No, please let me be alone for a while." The girl smiled brightly, "Haha, don't be like that. Grandfather only wants what's best for you." Zayomo gazed into the distance. "I know I must work hard and that it's for my own good, but I don't understand what I'm supposed to become." Wangshu slowly replied, "Studying and cultivating hard gives you a chance to show your talent in the immortal world. Then the senior elders will grant you more resources and status, allowing you to stand above countless others and earn everyone's respect, just like second uncle and grandfather." Zayomo asked, "Why are second brothers and fathers' achievements so worth pursuing? Why must our goals be so lofty? What if I don't want to stand above countless others and only want an ordinary life?" Wangshu replied, "Everyone has the right to choose their own path, but we must also consider our family's hopes and responsibilities, because our efforts are not merely for personal achievement, but more importantly for the family's future. As a member of a noble family, you have a duty to contribute to the family." Zayomo repeated, "Duty, Wangshu? You mean marrying someone you've never met is also your duty?" Hearing this, the girl lowered her head, sadness appearing in her eyes. "Yes." Zayomo continued, "Why must it be this way?" Wangshu replied, Because marriage is not merely a personal matter, and unions between families of equal standing and alliances between prestigious houses make the family stronger. Father and the others already possess so much, yet is it still not enough? Why can't we even choose something like this? Blame it on being born in this absurd era. Uncle, look at those elegant pines and cypresses in the courtyard. Even where their branches and leaves grow is not something they can decide, right? We have no right to choose, so get used to it early. Hearing this, Xiaomo looked up at the sky and thought, that's right, we should get used to it, we truly cannot choose. But Wang Shu's next words suddenly made him turn toward her in surprise. Can we really not choose? The girl pointed in one direction and continued, look, uncle. Have you ever truly looked carefully? Hasn't that door always been open from beginning to end? If you believe your life can belong to you, why willingly obey someone else's arrangements? So is there truly no other choice? Is what holds you back this house, this era, or yourself? Hearing this, Xiaomo gripped a command token tightly. That's right, no matter how brilliant the performance, it's still someone else's script. He turned to Wang Shu, thank you. Wang Shu asked, for what? Let's never meet again, have a safe journey. Xiaomo then ran through the gate that had confined him for years, dropped the token on the ground, and climbed mountains to watch the sunrise. He went down to the sea to watch the sunset. He traveled to many places and encountered countless strange and novel things. He saw many sights he had never witnessed before, so this was another way he could live his life. His life had finally truly begun. At that moment he sat in a tavern and murmured, life truly is wondrous. Suddenly a girl appeared and sat near him, saying, life is like a river, who wouldn't fear crossing it while feeling for the stones? She was quite beautiful, with long hair and a kind heart. Xiaomo blushed, that makes sense, but may I ask who you are? The girl leaned close to Xiaomo's face and replied, like you, I'm merely someone seeking the road ahead along the river called life. Xiaomo became slightly embarrassed. I see, but we don't seem to know each other. The girl gently said, meeting itself is fate, so why care about such things? She placed her hand over Xiaomo's. Young master, drinking alone is boring. Why not take this chance to share our stories? Xiaomo's face turned so red it nearly burned as he stood in surprise and instinctively exclaimed, huh. Ignoring Xiaomo's expression, the girl held his hand and smiled. Young master, would you like to share some tea with me? It's fine if you don't. Xiaomo hurriedly replied, no, meeting is fate, it's only a cup of tea, why wouldn't I? The girl then asked, young master, the dragon well tea here is quite good, would you like to try it? Xiaomo blankly replied, ordinary tea is fine, but she immediately ordered a pot of premium dragon well tea. A while later, Xiaomo held the bill in stunned silence. He glanced at the waiter, is this price written incorrectly? The waiter replied, no mistake, young master, is something wrong? Xiaomo shouted, of course something's wrong, the price outside says 5 copper coins. The waiter quickly explained, 5 copper coins is only the table fee, everything else is charged separately. Xiaomo snapped, you never said that. The waiter smiled as if he'd caught a sucker. It seems this young master is truly a master negotiator. How about I give you a discount of 100 silver pieces? Xiaomo glared and shouted, 100 silver pieces my ass, who carries that much money just to drink tea? The waiter instantly changed expression, grabbed Xiaomo by the collar and lifted him up. I'm speaking nicely, so don't push your luck. Xiaomo finally grew frightened. Hey, there's no need to get physical. The waiter said fiercely, if you don't pay today, don't even think about leaving. If you have no money, tell your parents to bring it. Send a carrier pigeon or we'll send someone to notify them. At the mention of family, Xiaomo's expression immediately changed. He shouted angrily, I have no family, I take responsibility for my own actions. The waiter cursed, damn it, asking for a beating, and raised his hand to give Xiaomo a free thrashing. Just then the girl from earlier spoke, stop, this looks awful. The waiter stared in disbelief and asked, boss, are you serious? The girl fell silent. After a moment she said, I'm very serious, please release him. Hearing this, the waiter reluctantly let go. The girl approached Xiaomo and asked, young master, are you all right? Xiaomo looked up at her and replied, I'm fine. The girl continued, young master, although we didn't state the price beforehand, you didn't ask either, right? Xiaomo stammered, but this price is clearly unreasonable. The girl still spoke gently, young master, think about it. In such a remote place nothing is easy to obtain. We must transport supplies from far away, so naturally the costs are much higher. I hope you understand. Xiaomo helplessly replied, but I truly don't have that much money. The girl lifted Xiaomo's chin. Then, young master, have you considered paying with your body? We happen to be short-handed. Xiaomo trembled and stammered, what? But I think I'd rather. while thinking, no, I can't be fooled by these words, they're clearly at fault, this price is obviously a scam, I know she's a bad person and can't be trusted, but this bad person is way too big, so I can only surrender. Blood gushed from his nose and he hurriedly covered it. No, I've already drunk the tea and eaten the food, you can't just say I don't have enough money and leave it at that. If you want me to wash dishes or help clean the place, just say so, and she smiled. That would be wonderful. She immediately ordered, waiter, go prepare things, and he promptly replied, yes, chief. The waiter approached Xiaomo and said, young master, follow me into the kitchen and I'll show you around. And Xiaomo readily followed. As he turned to leave, the woman said, I'm truly sorry for delaying your journey, and Xiaomo laughed, not at all, I can leave any time, before she asked, may I ask where you originally planned to go? Hearing this, Xiaomo paused. Where to go really was a good question. I want to go everywhere. I want to personally travel across this entire world. Suddenly, a large club struck Xiaomo from behind, catching him completely off guard. He immediately collapsed unconscious. The attacker was the waiter, who exhaled and said, Hugh, his head is really hard. He then asked the woman, Chief, why go through all that trouble? Wouldn't it have been easier to just tie him up directly? The woman closed her eyes and replied, if I hadn't told you to stop back then, you'd probably be the one lying there now, making him exclaim in disbelief, how could that be? The woman explained, look, he drank all the drugged tea, I took the antidote beforehand, but that brat was completely unaffected, and everyone I've seen withstand this before was an expert, so he's definitely no ordinary person. And the waiter admiringly said, I see, Jiang-Hu really is different, before she urged, enough talk, hurry and pack up. The ship will arrive here soon. The waiter immediately replied, yes. After a short while, Xiaomo slowly opened his eyes. Once fully awake, he immediately wondered, where am I? Feeling his hands tied, he immediately sensed danger. He thought, I was tricked by that little fairy. No, that wicked woman. Someone opened the crate holding Xiaomo and shouted, get out, hurry, and prepare to disembark. He looked around and thought, this is bad. I've been sold to some strange place. His ship docked at Phantom Street's first harbor. A man holding a rope tied to a demonic beast resembling a human child shouted, hurry up, stop dawdling and move faster. The auction is tomorrow, quickly unload the merchandise. And Xiaomo watched others in the same situation being taken ashore. He wondered, where did all these people come from? The long-armed race was mentioned before, and books say there are many kinds of people I've never seen. But while thinking, a stick suddenly jabbed his back. Who told you to stop? As he moved, he thought, I can't let this continue. Otherwise, I'll really become merchandise. He suddenly cried out and collapsed face first onto the ground, making the men glare at him. You little bastard, don't try anything. Looking down and seeing foam around his mouth, they immediately panicked. Could he have caught rabies during the voyage? One hurried off to find a doctor while another stayed to guard him, since they couldn't let their merchandise die before being sold. The moment one man left, Xiaomo suddenly rolled over. He swiftly kicked the remaining man straight in the mouth. The man spat blood from the blow, and Xiaomo immediately fled, thinking, keep the doctor for yourself. After running some distance, he still heard furious shouting behind him, you bastard, catch him. Elsewhere in Phantom Street, someone exclaimed, well, what kind of day is this? What brings you here, Chief? And the chief replied, nothing much. I merely came to see whether everyone's business is doing well. The man replied, come on, boss, you must be joking. I'm the one who follows the rules most. Just look how peacefully we get along. Just then, two figures, one chasing the other, rushed past. The man chasing Xiaomo shouted, stop right there. Once I catch you, I'll beat you to death, you damn bastard. The gang boss narrowed his eyes and said, seems you still haven't listened to what I said. The men chasing Xiaomo had already blocked his path. You only have 2 legs, yet you think you can get past us. Xiaomo fearlessly replied, you only know how to bully the weak with strength. What kind of skill is that? If you've got the guts, come at me. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared behind Xiaomo. Seeing him arrive, his companion confidently said, good big guy, teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Xiaomo immediately turned around. Seeing the creature before him, Xiaomo exclaimed inwardly, what? A member of the one-eyed race. Why would someone from the one-eyed race appear in a place like this? This white-haired old man was Jiang Long, the 6th-generation boss of the Phantom Street gang, and seeing the situation, he ordered, Ahu, go over and intervene. He's only a child, they're going a bit too far. But unexpectedly, Xiaomo suddenly kicked the one-eyed man directly. The one-eyed man took the kick and widened his bloodshot eyes in pain, while Jiang Long stared blankly and said, seems we worried for nothing, he doesn't need help at all. Jiang Hu was also surprised. That one-eyed man went down so easily, and the kid barely used any strength. Although the one-eyed kingdom's people can take hits better than us, they're still ordinary people, so striking a vital spot can bring them down. Jiang Long was still surprised and narrowed his eyes. That kick was powerful enough to drop anyone. Watching further, Jiang Hu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, big brother, look at that brat's movements. Although they're only basic techniques, you can faintly see the essence of several schools in them. Big brother, that kid is impressive." Jiang Long noticed it too, indeed, truly unexpected. By then, Xiaomo had already fled. Jiang Long smiled, heavy to invite him over. In a dark alley, Xiaomo had already freed himself from his restraints. Sitting in a corner and watching the street, he thought, although I've temporarily shaken them off, that's still not enough, and the only way to leave this place is aboard those merchant ships. The best option is to sneak aboard one of their ships. Cargo ships with large, loosely organized crews are my best choice. I need a clear plan and must find a hidden place to stay for a few days. I should observe the ship's routes and determine which one is easiest to hide aboard. I can't rush and must proceed step by step. While deep in thought, his eyes suddenly widened in alarm. Damn, I got careless and didn't notice someone approaching. He quickly sprang backward, creating some distance. The newcomer was E2, who raised his hands to show he meant no harm and said, "Don't get worked up, I mean no harm. My boss wants to invite you over, so please do us the courtesy." Hearing this, Xiaomo turned around in surprise. A while later, Xiaomo followed the girl to the gang's headquarters. Seeing how guarded he was, E2 said, "What's wrong, still wary? If I really wanted to do something to you, I would have attacked already, so hurry up, big brother is still waiting." Xiaomo thought it over and found it reasonable. True, earlier would have been the best chance to attack, but I still can't lower my guard. Anyone could be a trap right now. A while later, E2 brought Xiaomo before Jiang Long. "Big brother, I've brought him." Jiang Long turned and exclaimed, "Oh, brat, you're here." He pointed to a seat and said, "Sit, make yourself comfortable." Xiaomo agreed and sat down. Jiang Long said, "Little E should have already told you who I am, right?" Xiaomo replied, "Yes, but what exactly do you want from me?" Jiang Long smiled kindly, "I only want to know why you came here. After all, it's rare to see such a young disciple of the Nanggong family here." At this point, his expression became extremely serious. Xiaomo was surprised. "How did you know?" Jiang Long continued, "As far as I know, the only family that deliberately studies the world's 100 schools arts is the Namgong family, so why did all that happen to you?" Xiaomo thought, "I'm still uneasy, but telling him shouldn't cause me more trouble, and if he can truly help, everything will be easier." After a while, Xiaomo told him everything. Jiang Hu became extremely excited and slapped the table repeatedly. "Ha ha, incredible. I never expected such an idiot to exist in this world, truly the finest among fools. My God, I can barely breathe." He laughed until tears flowed, while Xiaomo stood up to leave after being called an idiot. "Sorry to bother you, farewell." Jiang Long wiped his tears and tried to suppress his laughter. "Ha ha, you want to leave? You think this is somewhere you can come and go as you please?" His expression turned dangerous. Hearing this, Xiaomo turned back with a frown. "What?" He immediately became alert and prepared for anything. Seeing this, the old man burst out laughing again. "I'm only joking, look at your reaction, it's truly amusing." "All right, enough joking, sit down, I still have something to ask you." After they sat down, the old man asked, "Any plans? If not, why not try joining us?" Xiaomo asked in surprise, "Join you? May I ask what exactly you people do?" The old man smiled. "Good question, E2, tell him who we are." Hearing his name, E2 jolted. "Okay, boss, no problem." In the shadows of Lawless City, where light cannot reach, lies the stage for our wisdom and courage. We uphold the order and dignity of this street while risking everything on the path to becoming true men. Jiang Long laughed loudly. "Ha ha, this is amusing every time I hear it." Xiaomo asked, could you explain more clearly? I still don't quite understand." Jiang Hu then explained, "We're simply the managers who maintain order here. There are no national borders here, anyone can come and trade freely, and as long as something is legal somewhere in this world, there is no problem. Where there are many people, trouble follows, so we need a skilled young man like you to join us." Xiaomo clenched his fist. "Isn't this basically a lawless place? Are you people insane to think I'd agree? Farewell and keep your money." He then turned and left. Jiang Long watched him leave, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "Ah, youth is wonderful, never needing to consider the consequences. I really want to cut off his limbs, stuff them inside him, then burn him." E2 immediately said from behind, "Calm down, boss. Didn't you say you wanted to become a refined gentleman?" Walking down the street, Xiaomo thought, that was truly surprising. They actually didn't make things difficult for me. It's almost hard to believe. Forget it, I should stick to the original plan, leave quickly, and stay far away from this troublesome place. Suddenly, a carriage approached. A man aboard was spinning a rope with a lasso at the end like a western cowboy. Xiaomo suddenly looked over, but the man threw the lasso around his neck and dragged him along the street, shouting, "Caught you. Let's see where you can run this time." Xiaomo painfully struggled to pull the rope from his neck. The scene shifted to a shop. Angry curses echoed inside. "It's because of you that we lost so many brothers." Beat him to death. Xiaomo was hanging there, his body covered in wounds. A large man with a sack covering his face said, "HMPH, you've got guts, you haven't screamed once." Though exhausted and in agony, Xiaomo fearlessly said, "Ha, pathetic, you even need helpers just to beat someone." The man gritted his teeth in rage and ordered, "Heat him up and roast him." Another man advised, "Boss, if he's injured too badly, it'll affect the price we can sell him for." The man ignored him. "Enough nonsense, I don't care what price he sells for, teach him a lesson." The hooded man immediately brought over a red-hot iron bar. He pressed the iron against Xiaomo's body, producing a sizzling sound of burning flesh along with Xiaomo's agonized screams. As the man excitedly shouted, "Burn him harder," a subordinate approached and reported, "Boss, a customer has arrived." Without turning around, he said irritably, "You can't handle such a small matter yourselves." His subordinate replied uneasily, "But the other party, perhaps you should come out yourself." Hearing this, the old man turned and shouted, "What the hell do you mean? But who's arrogant enough to make me personally welcome them?" Someone entered through the door and said, "Sorry, no one was in the hall. So I came in myself," and the visitor was the old man Jiang Long. Seeing Jiang Long, the shop owner panicked, wondering, why did the boss of Phantom Street personally come here? Xiaomo struggled to look up. The shopkeeper asked in confusion, "Chief, why did you come here personally?" Jiang Long glanced sideways at Xiaomo behind him and replied, "I came for this little brat." "Still alive, huh? You're pretty tough. Can you still walk?" The shopkeeper stopped Jiang Long. "Wait, Chief, this is against the rules. This brat is merchandise for tomorrow's auction, so even you can't break the rules." Jiang Long nodded knowingly. "I understand the rules. Name your price." Having achieved his goal, the shopkeeper replied, "Fine, since you said so, I won't hold back. 500 taels of gold, no bargaining." Jiang Long immediately said, 500 taels? That's a terrible price. "Chief, are you here to cause trouble? One price, at least 400. A while later, Jiang Long and Xiaomo appeared on the street, and Jiang Long grumbled, "That old profiteer really took advantage of the situation." Xiaomo asked in confusion, "Why did you save me? Aren't you a bad person?" The old man smiled at Xiaomo. "Is it so rare for a bad person to save someone? Good people kill too. You're the boss of the black market, and they only dare do this business because of you, so what are you if not bad?" "That's right, I deal with both sides, smuggle magical artifacts, trade immortal elixirs, and even save brats like you." Walking ahead, the old man continued, "Let me ask you something. At the moment I saved you, to you personally, was I good or bad?" Hearing this, Xiaomo lowered his head in thought. Seeing no answer, the old man laughed, "Ha, can't figure it out." Xiaomo finally replied, "I don't know, I don't represent the world, so I have no clear standard of good and evil." Jiang Long narrowed his eyes and said, "Clear standards of good and evil are merely simple categories humans created to understand the world. But in reality, many things have no such clear boundaries. I saved you today, but that doesn't change the good or evil I've done in this world. It's merely a difference in perspective, and often it's enough to act according to your conscience." Xiaomo stubbornly replied, "No matter how much you say, black can never become white." Jiang Long continued, "Learn to see gray, because clinging only to black and white will leave you unable to handle the complexity of reality." He tossed down the slave token the shopkeeper had given him after redeeming Xiaomo and added, "Gray is the true color of the world. Understand it or don't, I don't care. Take your slave token and get lost. Don't let me see you on Phantom Street again. Return to the Brotherhood." Jiang Hu's voice rang out. "What, you're really letting him go just like that?" Jiang Long scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Ah, can't be helped, I don't think he suits us." Jiang Hu continued, "That brat is highly skilled, and with proper training he could become a sharp blade for us." Jiang Long replied, "Forget it, Ahu, stop using this method to recruit people." As footsteps approached from afar, Jiang Hu complained, "Big brother, this is how we make a living. We need to be ruthless, so why are you always so soft-hearted?" Jiang Long argued loudly, "You think your big brother wants to be a thug. If leaving this place didn't mean death, I would have quit long ago." At that moment, E2 approached and called, "Big brother, well." Xiaomo was now sitting on a step with his head hanging dejectedly. Jiang Long walked over and asked, "What's wrong, little brat? Why haven't you left?" Without looking up, Xiaomo replied, "You were wrong. Even if there are no absolutely good or bad people, there are good intentions, evil intentions, good deeds, and bad deeds, understand? Damn old man." Jiang Long suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you came back just to curse me with those words." Xiaomo softly continued, "Because you were right about one thing, I should live true to my conscience. I don't want to owe you anything, so however much you paid, I'll repay every bit of it, no matter how long it takes, and don't think you're the only one with principles." Jiang Long sat down and rubbed Xiaomo's head. All right, I understand. We're just talking, so why are you crying?" After that, Xiaomo moved into the Brotherhood where someone shouted, "Hurry up, work properly and don't slack off," while Xiaomo bent over and scrubbed the floor with all his strength. The scene shifted to him helplessly washing clothes, then carrying various goods. Then came a scene of him rapidly calculating the accounts. A shopkeeper asked in confusion, "Weren't these accounts already checked? What are you?" E2 pointed at a ledger and angrily said, "You'd better explain where this missing 10,000 taels of gold went." The shop owner realized everything had been exposed and immediately ordered his men to attack. E2 and Xiaomo fought with fists and kicks, charging left and right through the crowd. Just when everything seemed over, Xiaomo walked over to check on E2, unaware that one man was still standing. The man suddenly leaped at them, and before Xiaomo could react, Jiang Long appeared and kicked him away, saving them both. Afterward, the four burned the shop to the ground and left. Despite all the hard work, everyone still found time to relax, with Jiang Long singing above while the crowd below cheered him on. A while later, Jiang Long stood by the railing and asked Xiaomo, "It's already so late, why aren't you resting?" Xiaomo replied beside him, "These days I've kept wondering why you saved me." Jiang Long said deeply, "Why does there need to be a reason? I've done too many bad things and just wanted to earn some virtue," making Xiaomo ask in surprise, "That's all?" Jiang Long asked, "What else? Did you expect me to invent some touching reason?" Xiaomo replied, "I've secretly watched you these past few days, and I know you're not that simple. You wouldn't help someone without a reason." Jiang Long closed his eyes and replied, "Explaining everything would only make it less interesting. Isn't that so? Many things in life don't need to have meaning." Xiaomo stubbornly said, "For me, they do," and Jiang Long chuckled, "Oh, the little brat is quite stubborn. Fine, I simply saw a pitiful worm being toyed with by a woman and felt sorry for it," making Xiaomo scowl angrily. "You damned old man. Forget it if you won't say, once I repay my debt, I'll leave," Xiaomo said while walking away, and Jiang Long teased, "Sure, work hard and pay it off quickly." Xiaomo gritted his teeth, "HMPH, damn old man, keep living your meaningless life." But Jiang Long suddenly said behind him, "Once there was a piece of duckweed floating on a calm lake, unable to choose and only following the waves, asking neither where it was going nor what awaited it. It existed only because the wind carried it there and left it there. Do you think its existence had any meaning?" Xiaomo turned and asked, "What do you mean? I don't understand." Jiang Long turned back and said, "Go experience it, search for it, and feel it. Then you'll understand." And hearing this, Xiaomo fell silent in thought. The scene shifted to the Namgong estate, where a man brought several blue scrolls to the Namgong clan leader and reported, "Master, we found the young master." Wang Shu and another person watched them from afar. The Namgong clan leader ordered a ship prepared, and Wang Shu asked, "What are you doing, Grandpa?" The Namgong clan leader replied furiously, "That bastard. He actually dared to disgrace our family." The scene shifted to the harbor at Phantom Street, filled with the clamor of gamblers shouting for everyone to take their hands off once the bets were placed. Cheers erupted as the bowl opened, revealing 3 ones, a 2, and a 4 for a total of 9, a big, and the winner laughed wildly, shouting, "Clean sweep, I knew it would be big," while another cursed angrily, "Damn it, I lost again." The winner shouted, "Nobody runs away, hand over the money. I told you all to bet big, but you wouldn't listen." Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, causing someone in the crowd to turn and look. He looked toward one side and exclaimed, "Whoa, what an imposing ship. I wonder if they're merchants or visitors," while another cut in, "Who cares? One look says they're a fat catch, so let's give them a welcoming gift first." The moment the ship docked, they rushed over eagerly and said, "Welcome, honored bosses, warmly welcome to Phantom Street. Are you here to trade or buy goods?" A man holding a smoking pipe looked up and said, "Boss, if this is your first visit, whether you're a merchant or traveler, you'll need to pay an entry fee." He continued, "There's also a docking fee, since the waters here are rough, and if our brothers guard your ship, you can rest easier," just as someone stepped down from the ship. The scene shifted elsewhere, where Xiaomo carried some goods and told Jiang Hu, This is a place of trade where we deal with merchants from everywhere every day, so if we keep governing with rigid rules, I'm afraid it won't last. Jiang Hu took a puff from his pipe and replied, do you think we don't want to do that? Xiaomo continued, brotherhood matters, but it can't stand above the rules because if someone cheats, who would dare come here to trade afterward? Jiang Hu pondered and said, I understand that reasoning, but everyone here is used to living this way, and if everything suddenly follows rigid rules, it'll inevitably feel unfamiliar. Just then, a hurried man rushed over and shouted, second brother, something happened. He reported, several unfamiliar and vicious men have come to cause trouble at the harbor, and they demand that the person in charge come out to meet them immediately. Jiang Hu immediately pressed him about the group's origins, explain clearly who those people are. The man quickly replied, I'm not too sure either, but judging by their appearance, they're definitely trouble. The man pleaded, anyway, please go to the harbor yourself and check the situation. Yitu, Jiang Hu, and Xiaomo immediately rushed off together, wondering, who could be so bold as to come here and cause trouble? The scene shifted back to the harbor area. The newcomer was actually the head of the Namgong clan, who spoke in a deep, imposing voice, so we've finally arrived. Jiang Hu recognized the newcomer's background and asked, are they from Namgong? Then he turned to Xiaomo and asked, are they your family? Xiaomo trembled in fear and softly called, father. The Namgong clan head released powerful spiritual energy and slowly approached, the pressure cracking the ground beneath his feet as he asked, you still remember I'm your father? Do you remember that your father is the head of the Namgong clan? He continued, do you remember that your second brother leads the Celestial Masters gathering and is one of the few outstanding figures of this era, and that your clan elders all hold extremely important positions among the immortal sects? He shouted, look at yourself and see where you are and what you're doing. Xiaomo could only tremble and stammer, father, I. Seeing Xiaomo being pressured, Yitu and Jiang Hu immediately stepped forward and shouted, hey, old man, what are you trying to do? A young man raised his fan to block them and said, my apologies. The young man continued, this is our family's private matter, so please don't interfere. Yitu asked, second brother, what should we do? Jiang Hu calmly replied, don't get worked up yet, let's watch first. The Namgong clan head then told Xiaomo, I know half your blood comes from a lowly servant, but the other half carries our noble blood and inherited my legacy, which is why I never looked down on you and gave you the same opportunities as everyone else, yet your choices have deeply disappointed me. Therefore, ever since you ran away from home, I decided I would no longer care whether you lived or died, and I even prepared myself for the possibility that you might die somewhere. Whether you drowned or your corpse ended up buried among bones in some desolate wilderness, I could accept that fate. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he roared furiously. But I never expected you to choose such a lowly way of living, bringing nothing but shame upon the Namgong clan. Xiaomo lowered his head and asked, shame the family? But I don't believe I've done anything wrong, nor have I ever relied on Namgong's prestigious name, and I only work here to repay an old debt of gratitude. Even if heaven gave me another chance, I would make exactly the same choice, because my wish is to find a path that truly belongs to me. The Namgong clan head became furious, blood vessels filling his eyes as he shouted, what did you say? Your own path? Your fate was decided by the clan long ago, and your duty is absolute obedience and devotion to the clan, so there is no such thing as your own path. Xiaomo said with a trembling voice, if that so-called honor merely means becoming a puppet. The Namgong clan head refused to let him continue and shouted, shut your mouth. But Xiaomo firmly continued, becoming a soulless corpse that only follows the footsteps left by those before me. If that's what it takes to be worthy of the name Namgong. The Namgong clan head's voice suddenly turned vicious. I told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? Xiaomo still continued, then I'd rather abandon the name Namgong, even if the price is my own life. The old man raised his arm, preparing to unleash a palm strike and take the life of his own son. Xiaomo could only shut his eyes tightly and clench his teeth, helplessly accepting his fate. At that very moment, a figure suddenly rushed over at lightning speed and slammed hard into the Namgong clan head. The Namgong clan head had not been prepared in the slightest, so he was immediately sent flying backward with tremendous force. The newcomer was Jiang Long, who asked, I assume I'm not too late. Xiaomo looked utterly bewildered, still unable to understand what had just happened. Wang Shu and the other person were equally surprised. Jiang Hu and Yitu both stared blankly and called out, Big brother. Jiang Long looked into the cloud of dust and said, sorry, Xiaomo, hurry and leave this place first. Xiaomo immediately objected from behind, this is my personal matter, I'll handle it myself. However, Jiang Long disagreed. This is my territory, so it's not your place to decide. Are you really going to let outsiders run rampant in your own home? The members of the fire-gathering clan trembled and stammered, "Boss, we." Jiang Hu immediately shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and help the boss clean up the scene." At that moment, the Namgong clan leader returned and sneered, "What backwater did this arrogant bastard crawl out of? You actually dare interfere in my clan's private affairs?" The Namgong clan leader was completely unscathed, still surrounded by powerful energy, while Jiang Long calmly kept his hands in his pockets and said, "This is my territory, so everything that happens here concerns me." The Namgong clan leader exclaimed, "Your territory? Ah, now I remember. You're merely a pack of stray dogs barely surviving on this deserted island, whose barking no one even cares to hear, yet you dare call yourselves the Brotherhood? How ridiculous." Jiang Long showed no anger and smiled. "Haha, you really don't hold back when you speak. I had no intention of interfering in your clan's affairs. I only hope you'll restrain yourself here and not make things impossible to settle peacefully." The Namgong clan leader shouted, "You damned old fossil, do you even know who you're talking to?" Jiang Long kept his gentle smile and replied, "I don't care how mighty you are above ground, but once you enter the underground, my rules are the ones that count." At those words, Jiang Long's expression suddenly turned serious. Hearing this, the Namgong clan leader laughed loudly. "Good, very good." He then roared as spiritual energy violently erupted. "Then I'd like to see whether these underground rules can reach all the way to the heavens." Spiritual energy surged violently around him, gradually forming a huge vortex around his body. Facing the Namgong clan leader's raging fury, Jiang Long remained strangely calm. The Namgong clan leader channeled force into his legs, and the terrifying power shattered the ground beneath his feet. The next instant, both figures vanished from where they stood. They charged straight at each other, continuously exchanging powerful techniques. The Namgong clan leader's thunderous punch was firmly caught by Jiang Long's hand, and the impact blasted the surrounding rocks and earth into the air. Bright blue spiritual energy glowed in the Namgong clan leader's eyes as he said, "I've only used a fraction of my strength, yet you're already struggling this much." Jiang Long calmly replied, "Only a fraction, and that's all you've got. I'm afraid even your full strength wouldn't be worth seeing." Hearing this, the Namgong clan leader laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, good, then let me add a little more strength." Instantly, the ground beneath them cracked like a spider web. The Namgong clan leader's face twisted viciously as he said, "Let's see how much longer you can keep talking tough." At that moment, purple light suddenly erupted from Jiang Long's palm. The sudden burst of power knocked the Namgong clan leader backward, sending him sliding a considerable distance across the ground. Jiang Long remained expressionless and called out, "Don't hold back, these old bones of mine can still endure plenty of punishment." The Namgong clan leader widened his eyes in surprise. "So that's how it works. You compress your spiritual energy to its limit, then release an extremely powerful shockwave the instant you touch your target, right?" At the same time, spiritual energy swirled around his hand. He clenched his fist, crushing that energy before continuing, "It has some power, but ultimately it's nothing more than an outdated trick." Hearing the Namgong clan leader's judgment from outside, Jiang Hu stared in disbelief. "How is that possible? Our secret art passed down through generations was understood in an instant." Ziomo also stood there utterly stunned and speechless. Jiang Long exclaimed admiringly, "Phantom spirit manifestation truly deserves its reputation as the world's greatest divine ability, allowing you to instantly comprehend and master the secret art I spent years painstakingly cultivating. So no wonder people say whoever awakens this divine ability can stand at the pinnacle of the world. And if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would have thought those were merely lies." The Namgong clan leader snorted, "You do know a few things, but rest assured, I merely tested it casually just now for a little amusement. That outdated skill of yours is honestly beneath my notice." As soon as he finished speaking, the Namgong clan leader immediately charged. The Namgong clan leader's movement technique was incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged countless moves, attacking, blocking, defending, and counterattacking without pause. Suddenly, Jiang Long swiftly grabbed the Namgong clan leader's arm and said, "Although this is an outdated skill, once it has been mastered to perfection, how could it have absolutely no effect at all?" Jiang Long instantly turned his hand into a palm strike and pressed it close to the Namgong clan leader's chest. Beads of sweat had already appeared across Jiang Long's face. The Namgong clan leader had no time to react and could only stare wide-eyed in shock. Jiang Long's strike formed a vortex of purple spiritual energy that even affected the onlookers, who barely remained standing, and only after everything dissipated did the Namgong clan leader slowly descend to the ground. Across from him, Jianglong still stood firmly in place. The Namgong clan leader looked down at his chest and thought, that strike could clearly have hit a vital point, yet it missed slightly. Why, with his strength, would he make such a mistake? Jianglong covered his mouth and chuckled. Haha, these hands truly aren't as steady as they used to be. Hearing this, the Namgong clan leader fell into silent thought. A while later, blue energy emerged from the Namgong clan leader's body and gradually formed a dragon as he said, "Few can break through my radiance, and you're one of them. Although this is only a feint, it can still fully release its radiance. You truly have some skill, so if I don't fight with all my strength now, I'd be disrespecting you." And by then the dragon's figure had become clearer than ever. Jianglong looked up at the Namgong clan leader in the sky without saying a word. High above, the Namgong clan leader called down, "Use that frail and weakened body of yours to experience this feeling. Even heaven and earth will tremble in fear because of it," he declared while extending his arm forward. He directly unleashed his ultimate skill, Dragon Roar, as a ferocious green dragon opened its enormous jaws and charged straight at Jianglong. However, just as the attack arrived, Jianglong had already vanished from that spot without anyone noticing. The Harmony Brotherhood members watching the battle saw the mighty dragon plunge downward, yet there was no one within its attack range. An instant later, Jianglong's figure suddenly reappeared, moving at an astonishing speed. Jiang Hu stared in shock and said with a trembling voice, "Such incredible speed, how can Big Brother do that? I've never seen him use such strange footwork before." Xiaomo beside him suddenly said, "That isn't footwork at all," leaving Jiang Hu puzzled as he asked, "If it isn't footwork, then how can he do it?" Xiaomo explained gravely, "He's propelling himself through impact. Remember the method of compressing spiritual energy and forcing it to erupt instantly? Big Brother is simply applying that method beneath his feet. Whenever he stops, spiritual energy is compressed beneath his soles and explodes the instant they touch the ground, creating a powerful impact that propels him forward." And seeing everything clearly, the Namgong clan leader praised, "As expected, you truly possess exceptional skill. But even if you escape the first attack, you won't escape what comes next." And he immediately formed a hand seal before his chest. Countless streams of spiritual energy scattered through the air gradually began gathering together. They rapidly condensed into numerous green dragons. "Let's see how long you can keep escaping while this swarm of dragons hunts you down." Under the Namgong clan leader's direct control, the dragons immediately surged forward and relentlessly pursued Jianglong. Jianglong maintained a calm smile and thought, "Run away. You're really overthinking it. Running away has never been my style." And as soon as he finished, Jianglong swiftly slipped past the dragons and leaped toward the Namgong clan head. The Namgong clan head was still fully focused on controlling those dragons. Suddenly sensing something unusual, his eyes widened sharply. Jianglong concentrated powerful spiritual energy into his legs and launched a devastating kick from behind. Spiritual energy flashed in the Namgong clan head's eyes as he thought, "What an impressive surprise attack. But how could I let you succeed so easily?" He gathered power at his fingertips and quickly spun around. The two immediately charged fiercely into each other. Their techniques collided and caused a massive explosion in midair, while the resulting shockwave sent countless objects flying and filled the surroundings with dust. Jiang Hu raised a hand to shield his face and exclaimed, "As expected of Big Brother, he can actually fight the Namgong clan head to this extent, but I wonder how much longer he can hold out." As the dust gradually cleared, the only person still standing firmly was the Namgong clan head, who walked toward Jianglong and said, "Quite impressive. I never expected you to keep fighting me until now. A man like you should clearly understand the gap between us, so knowing you'll inevitably lose yet still choosing to fight me, don't you find that ridiculous?" Jianglong, kneeling on the ground, replied, "I'm merely following the rules I set for myself, because if I can't even uphold my own rules, what right do I have to discuss victory or defeat?" The Namgong clan had scoffed, "HMPH, ultimately you're only delaying an unavoidable outcome, because children belong to their parents and their fate is naturally mine to decide. How could outsiders have any right to interfere with the honor of the Namgong clan?" Blood dripped from Jianglong's mouth, yet he persisted, "The honor you speak of is merely a cage for a canary, yet you want to imprison a bird that has yearned for the free sky its entire life, and that is the greatest joke in the world. Mr. Namgong, don't you think bird cages like that should never exist in this world?" The Namgong clan head replied deeply, "If this bird were taken outside its cage, could it truly adapt to this era? Aren't you yourself the best example?" Jianglong scoffed, "Me, what are you talking about?" The Namgong clan head continued, you appear normal, but once you mobilize spiritual energy, your energy channels become chaotic and its circulation turns extremely unstable, which isn't ordinary weakness or illness but resembles irreversible injuries suffered long ago. No one can break this island's terrifying bloodline curse, yet you were bold enough to come here and personally test it. Jiang Long burst into laughter until tears streamed from his eyes. Ha ha, truly impressive. I never expected you to uncover even this secret. The Namgong clan head continued, in the end, didn't you also fail to escape this cage and still have to obediently submit to fate? Jiang Long looked up at the sky and replied, that's true, but only because I had no other choice. While he is completely different, and I once thought Mr. Namgong was the same kind of person as me. The Namgong clan head looked down contemptuously and said, ridiculous, who is the same kind as you? Fate is ordained by heaven and no one can change it. Jiang Long laughed loudly below. Ha ha, is that so? So that's how it is. The Namgong clan head glanced behind him and said, you've finally arrived, the greatest disgrace of our family. The person he meant was Xiaomo, who was slowly walking toward them. After approaching, Xiaomo immediately knelt and said, you came here today because you want to erase the family's disgrace. Actually, there's no need to go through so much unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, spiritual energy once again gathered in the Namgong clan head's hand as he said, HMPH, it seems only those eyes barely resemble mine, while unfortunately everything else bears the shadow of that wretched woman. Since that's the case, there's no need to waste more words, so I'll grant you a painless death. He raised his hand to strike when Jiang Long's voice suddenly entered his mind. Mr. Namgong, are you truly certain you want to do this? Who do you think turned our isolated island into a black market? The Namgong clan head was shocked and thought, silent voice transmission, he even knows such a technique. Jiang Long's voice continued, I'm using this method to preserve your dignity, because your Namgong clan has a noble reputation and refuses shady dealings, but the powerful figures whose names stand alongside yours may not all be so clean. If I shamelessly begged them to help today, for my sake, how many do you think would seize this chance to step forward? After all, secretly undermining Namgong's core interests is a rare opportunity for some people. The Namgong clan leader immediately replied through telepathy, I'm purging my own clan, so how could I allow outsiders to interfere? Do you think you're qualified to question this? Jiang Long firmly replied, even if he works here for only one day, he's one of mine, and touching someone from Phantom Street means threatening our foundation. So if you remain stubborn, I won't mind making this matter bigger, though I'm afraid Namgong's reputation and interests will both suffer. The Namgong clan leader gritted his teeth angrily. You think that can threaten me? Jiang Long calmly replied, I wouldn't call it a threat, but you should know very well that the struggles among the 8 great clans, both openly and secretly, have never truly stopped. Don't think you're the only true dragon in this world. The Namgong clan leader laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, impressive, I really underestimated you. Xiaomo clenched his teeth and wondered, why haven't they attacked after all this time? The Namgong clan leader kept his hand raised and continued through telepathy. However, don't naively think a threat of this level can stop me. Jiang Long smiled faintly. Killing him would only restore a little pride and bring your Namgong clan no real benefit. Mr. Namgong, how about we make a deal? I can yield several markets where our interests conflict with the Namgong clan and also bury everything that happened today as though nothing ever occurred. What you truly desire isn't merely your clan's pride and reputation, is it? What you need are far greater benefits, isn't that right? The Namgong clan leader sneered, you think you're worthy of negotiating terms with me? He ruined the Namgong clan's reputation and honor, so you think a few benefits can make me compromise? Jiang Long replied through telepathy, Mr. Namgong, I never imagined I could control you. I'm simply offering you another choice. The final decision is entirely yours. Hearing those words, the Namgong clan leader gave a meaningful smirk. Immediately afterward, Jiang Long's eyes widened at what unfolded before him. The Namgong clan leader still refused to withdraw his hand and instead struck Xiaomo directly with a powerful palm, sending him flying far away. Yi2 and Jiang Hu furiously shouted, you bastard, you've got some nerve, as both prepared to charge forward. Seeing this, Jiang Long roared, all of you get back. Since when was this something you were allowed to interfere with? Hearing this, both men froze and stopped. In the distance, Xiaomo lay groaning painfully. He lowered his head to examine his injuries and thought, cough, cough. The true power of that palm shouldn't have been only this much. Xiaomo looked toward his father and wondered, he clearly struck me, so why didn't he simply take my life? As the Namgong clan leader passed Jiang Long said, it seems you've made a very wise choice. The Namgong clan leader's expression immediately darkened as he replied, Don't forget the promises you made. Jiang Long smiled confidently. Of course, I've never broken my word. Hearing this, the Namgong clan leader loudly declared, Namgong Mo is now truly dead, and if anyone ever dares claim that identity again, I will personally take his life. He turned and called to his subordinates, Wang Shu, Bo, we're leaving. The two froze briefly before hurriedly replying, yes, yes, sir. They quietly followed behind the Namgong clan leader until Bo could no longer resist asking, Uncle, are we really leaving just like this? That palm strike didn't seem to kill him, so why did you? At that moment, Wang Shu quickly grabbed Bo's shoulder to stop him and said, Hey, be quiet, don't say anything else. Without turning around, the Namgong clan leader said, Every decision I make is for the clan's benefit, so are you still questioning my judgment? Bo replied with a trembling voice, No, sir. Once the Namgong group disappeared, members of the Brotherhood immediately rushed over to support Jiang Long and Xiao Mo as one shouted, Hurry, get a doctor here. Supported by Jiang Hu and Yi2, Jiang Long slowly said, Although he didn't strike to kill, the injuries he caused aren't light either, making someone sob, Big brother, nothing can happen to you. So Jiang Long clarified, Why the hell are you crying? I'm not talking about myself, I mean that little brat. Yi2 asked, Big brother, why did he agree to leave? Don't those nobles value their reputation most? Jiang Long scoffed, Reputation and honor my ass, then glanced at Xiao Mo and continued, Deep down, such empty prestige can never compare to real benefits firmly held in their hands. The scene shifted back inside the Harmony Brotherhood. Jiang Hu was peeling an apple with a knife, and after hearing Jiang Long explain everything, he said, So that's what happened. If we surrender the remaining rare medicinal herb markets, the Namgong clan can practically monopolize the entire medicine market. Jiang Long explained, the Namgong family already controls nearly 70% of the world's medicinal herb supply, which is the core resource supporting them. And Jiang Hu replied in realization, No wonder the Namgong clan leader was so tempted. But big brother, we've suffered a huge loss this time. Still, the bloodline of such a prestigious family is extremely valuable to recruit, so sacrificing some benefits is ultimately worthwhile. Seeing Jiang Hu obsessively calculating gains and losses, Jiang Long said, Why bother a Hu? Sometimes thinking more simply isn't necessarily bad, making Jiang Hu turn and ask, What exactly do you mean? Jiang Long calmly asked, Do you remember how I once tried to escape this island? And Jiang Hu wondered, Big brother, why suddenly bring up the past? That disastrous failure made everyone remember deeply that this curse has always existed. And Jiang Long continued, That's right, I failed, but looking at that boy feels like seeing myself from years ago. Perhaps deep down, I simply hope someone like him never has to return to this cramped birdcage. Jiang Hu asked, Then what about us? Jiang Long replied, Us? I'm afraid we brothers won't live to see that day. Perhaps only 100 years from now will the people of this island truly escape and raise their heads to gaze upon that free sky. Everything we're striving to do now is merely to give future generations a chance to wait for that destined day. Xiao Mo's voice suddenly came from outside the door, Sorry to disturb you, and hearing him, Jiang Long called out, Come in. As soon as Xiao Mo entered, Jiang Long said, Oh, it's you. You look pretty energetic, so what brings you here? Xiao Mo stepped forward and bowed to them, leaving both puzzled as Jiang Hu asked, What is the meaning of this? Still bowing, Xiao Mo said, I'm sorry for causing you trouble and dragging everyone into this meaningless turmoil. Jiang Hu smiled, What's there to apologize for? In this black market, things are never truly peaceful. You simply never expected such a huge storm along the way. Xiao Mo straightened up and continued, I clearly understood the price of making this choice, but I never expected it to involve others. Perhaps I've lived too selfishly, caring only about myself while relentlessly pursuing the answer I wanted. Jiang Long then said, Selfish? I don't think someone striving for the life they desire is selfish. Forcing others to live according to your wishes is what truly deserves to be called selfish. Xiao Mo said sadly, But perhaps I'm merely chasing a life with no answer. Does such a choice still have any meaning? Jiang Long replied, If you truly wanted a definite answer, you shouldn't have left in the first place. Simply following the path others laid out for you would have spared you all these worries. Xiao Mo replied gloomily, I'm only afraid I'll reach the very end and discover that I was wrong. Jiang Long turned toward Xiao Mo and said, So what if you're wrong? Life isn't as fragile as you think. He raised his thin arm, smiled, and continued, Look at me. I've made countless wrong choices, yet haven't I still lived quite well in the end? Of course, everyone has a different idea of what living well means. Xiaomo looked at him and said, but judging by your current state, you don't seem very comfortable. Hearing that, both men stared thoughtfully at Xiaomo before turning to look at each other. Then they both burst into loud laughter. After laughing, Zhang Long said, during this conflict, his father caused us considerable losses, so every debt will be charged to him. And Zhang Hu added, yeah, it's definitely not a small amount, making Xiaomo ask shakily, how much do I owe? Before Zhang Long shouted, Hu, calculate it mercilessly and let him learn just how expensive the price of freedom really is. The scene shifted to the main residence of the fire-gathering clan. Inside, Zhang Long sat prominently in the seat of honor, while the other members of the fire-gathering clan gathered below. Xiaomo, dressed entirely in black, walked inside. Upon reaching Zhang Long, he knelt and offered him a cup of tea with both hands, and Zhang Long accepted it with a smile before asking, have you thought it through carefully? Xiaomo bowed his head to the ground and replied, yes, old master. During my time here, I'll do everything I can to repay your kindness. Zhang Long took a sip of tea and asked, everything you can, are you sure? Xiaomo looked up in confusion and replied, I'm sure. Hearing his answer, Zhang Long shouted, you all heard that clearly, right? If you need anything, don't hold back. Everyone below answered in unison, yes. Zhang Long continued, let's get along well during this time. The people below stared strangely at Xiaomo, making him turn toward them and break into a nervous sweat. Sometime later, while Xiaomo was working, Zhang Hu's voice suddenly sounded, still haven't rested? Big brother was actually only joking with you. If you ever want to leave, you can leave any time. Standing on a ladder, Xiaomo replied, the debt of gratitude I owe boss is also owed to everyone here, so even if I leave, I must repay it first because I don't like owing anyone. Zhang Long looked at him and said, you truly value loyalty and gratitude, how rare. Xiaomo continued, besides, all kinds of people from the outside world come here. I feel that staying here allows me to learn many things. Hearing this, Jiang Hu said nothing more. That evening, Jiang Hu brought food and said, there's only this little food, so make do with it. Xiaomo replied, this is enough, brother Hu, sorry for troubling you. Jiang Hu smiled and said, hey, you're one of us now, so call me second brother or second uncle. Xiaomo did not object, and Zhang Hu added, you've worked hard all day, so come enjoy this precious drink of mine. Xiaomo replied, thank you, second brother, and they clinked cups. After just one sip, Xiaomo immediately spat it out and exclaimed, what is this? Why does it taste so awful? Zhang Hu calmly said, drinking is about enjoying that burning sensation from your throat all the way into your chest. Xiaomo asked, why would anyone drink this? Jiang Hu drank a cup and said, living in this world inevitably brings painful experiences, and alcohol helps you temporarily forget them. Hearing this, Xiaomo replied, then I'd rather eat since I still have a pile of accounts to organize tonight. Zhang Hu laughed, you're truly hardworking. Xiaomo asked, right, second brother, while reorganizing the accounts, I noticed there are no records of monster trading, so doesn't the black market trade monsters? Zhang Hu explained, that's right, we don't make a living from monsters, as this is an old rule passed down from the past. Xiaomo exclaimed, what a strange rule. Jiang Hu looked into the distance and explained, legend says that long ago, a gigantic beast died here and brought a curse upon the entire island. Since then, no one from this island has ever been able to leave this land. Hearing this, Xiaomo looked thoughtfully at Jiang Hu. After a moment, Xiaomo said, sorry, it seems I asked something I shouldn't have. Jiang Hu laughed and replied, it's fine, there's no harm in knowing. Jiang Hu smiled and asked, Xiaomo, may I ask you something? Sure, of course, go ahead. I heard the sky has countless brilliant colors, is that true? I rarely interact with outsiders, so I don't know much about it. Xiaomo replied, that's right. There is blue, purple, gray, orange, and perhaps many more colors we've never seen. But they're really just produced by the interaction of light and dust, nothing special. Jiang Hu asked, really? Then added, it doesn't need to be special, and even if you're only comforting me, that's fine because I know. That sky must be beautiful, right? Xiaomo replied, it is. Sometime later, the scene shifted as Jiang Long said, all right, first of all, everyone stop arguing. Drink some tea to soothe your throats and relax for a while. Jiang Long raised his tea and asked, Xiaomo, so your decision remains unchanged, and you've decided we shouldn't expand into distant places. Xiaomo replied, not exactly, but the current situation is already obvious, because relying solely on these underground deals cannot sustain business for long. And you've all seen that over the past several decades, not only has our population declined, but the figures in our accounts also show an increasingly severe downward trend. There may be no major impact for the next few decades, but this is absolutely not sustainable. So I propose that we gradually withdraw from the direct trading businesses we currently control and transform into pure market managers, using this place's freedom and secrecy to attract more new merchant groups. Hearing this, someone pointed at the paper and said, "If we do it this way, won't we make any profit?" The person beside him quickly warned, "SHH, keep your voice down." Xiaomo continued, "As long as we collect a reasonable tax from each transaction and take nothing else, we can ensure this black market's long-term livelihood while preserving our neutrality and reducing conflicts of interest with outside forces." Jiang Hu slammed his wine cup onto the table and said, "I strongly oppose this. These shady dealings alone are already enough for our brothers to live comfortably. We already have established connections and business channels, so why suddenly risk changing everything? I think it's completely unnecessary." Xiaomo continued explaining, "Second brother, the issue isn't simply whether we're doing well, but that this island is gradually declining, and there may be no problem now, but once the problem truly appears, it'll already be too late to act." The argument grew fiercer. "What do you mean too late? I don't understand any of this. These established businesses are enough for us to live comfortably, yet you want to change everything just because of your words." Xiaomo replied, "I'm not changing everything overnight. We'll proceed step by step, and you can't focus only on immediate gains." Someone else interrupted, "You're merely an outsider talking about this today, but who knows whether you'll still be here tomorrow." Xiaomo replied, "Fine, I promise I won't leave until everything is finished." Zhang Long poured himself more tea and said, "For the past 100 years, this place has merely been a chamber pot beneath the beds of powerful outsiders, so I don't oppose change." Hearing this, Jiang Hu stopped objecting and silently listened. Zhang Long continued, "But I want to know something, Xiaomo. You said yourself that nothing major will change here for decades, and by then you may have already left, so this place's fate has little to do with you, so why insist on doing this?" Xiaomo placed his hands behind his back and replied, "No one knows when the curse covering this island will completely disappear, perhaps in 100 years or even longer, and like a chamber pot, it's valued while useful but discarded once filthy. So if one day they decide this place has no value left, forget living well, even survival will become difficult. But if one day this place is no longer a gray corner others can manipulate at will and instead becomes a vital hub and prosperous trading world, then not merely 100 years, even 1,000 years from now people may still come here. I truly hope that by then, the people here can raise their heads and see a sky that truly belongs to them." Zhang Long smiled faintly, "The sky, so that's what you mean, but what if the people here don't want to see the outside sky then?" Xiaomo looked directly at him and replied, "I know not everyone wishes to pursue that distant sky, but I also know there are people whose hearts have always yearned for it. I only hope future generations here will have the chance to choose for themselves." After hearing Xiaomo, Jiang Long asked loudly, "Does anyone else have an objection?" After a while, nobody spoke. Jiang Long decisively made the final decision, "Then let's get to work." Time quietly passed. Xiaomo grew from a small boy into a mature young man. At this moment, Xiaomo was walking through the streets with Wei Qi and E2. As they headed toward a shop, Wei Qi asked, "Are you sure you don't want to tell the boss and the others?" Xiaomo calmly replied, "There's no need. Under the rules, everyone is equal." They entered and stood before a man who said, "Well, isn't this someone famous? What brings you to me?" Xiaomo sternly said, "Forcibly seizing a shop and bullying others, don't you think you owe an explanation?" E2 quickly advised, "Xiaomo, don't get too worked up, he's a distant relative of the boss." The man smugly said, "Exactly, by family seniority even your boss has to call me uncle, so a young brat like you dares come here to lecture me." Xiaomo looked completely indifferent and asked, "Are you finished?" A while later, the man had been beaten so badly that even his parents wouldn't recognize him, his face covered in bruises as he lay unconscious. He was then hung before the city gate and the townspeople exclaimed, "He really showed no mercy, even the boss's own relative was punished this time. That's truly enforcing justice without favoritism." The scene shifted to the Brotherhood's main residence, where Jiang Hu's furious voice suddenly rang out, "What? You brat, you handled everything yourself without even reporting it." Jiang Long remained completely calm while pouring tea. Jiang Hu continued complaining, "Do you even still regard me as your big brother?" He held his forehead with a troubled expression and said, "Do you know how many brothers are complaining that I'm as cold-hearted as a beast?" Xiaomo adjusted his glasses and said, "I punished him because he openly violated the rules we established for the black market, and the old master gave me this authority to ensure those rules remain stable, not to place personal favors above them." Jiang Long smiled faintly, folded his arms, and praised him. "Well done, that's exactly the authority I gave you." Hearing this, Jiang-hu immediately shouted, "Big brother, at least you should say a few words about him," and Jiang Long pondered, let me think about what I should say. Jiang Long then smiled kindly and said, "Amo, you've truly grown up now. You no longer look like that fool who was sweet-talked by a woman and sold here back then." And those words struck Xiaomo like countless arrows through the heart. Xiaomo smiled back, "Old man, you're the same. After all these years, you've only grown sharper with age and you don't look weakened at all." Jiang Long turned towards Xiaomo and laughed, "Haha, brat, has it been too long since I last beat you?" And Xiaomo grinned, "Didn't you just beat me a few days ago?" Jiang Long then waved him away. All right, if there's nothing else, hurry back to work." Xiaomo stepped outside and politely closed the door, saying, "Then I'll take my leave," while Jiang Long reminded him, "Remember, don't release that man." Jiang-hu watched Xiaomo gradually leave and said, "Why is that brat so stubborn? Compromising once in a while wouldn't cause much harm." Jiang Long lifted his teacup and smiled. "Don't blame him for refusing to compromise. You must admit he's accomplished what we couldn't all these years." And Jiang-hu merely looked at him without another word. Jiang Long looked down at his trembling arm and said, "Over the years, new merchant groups have kept pouring in from outside and our income has more than doubled. These newcomers don't value favors from us old brothers, but the new rules established here. Xiaomo's timely arrival is a great opportunity, so we absolutely shouldn't waste it." Jiang-hu noticed Jiang Long's trembling hand and asked worriedly, "Big brother, is your body really all right?" And Jiang Long laughed, "Haha, what are you talking about? I'm still perfectly healthy." Sometime later, Jiang-hu sat alone, gazing through a window at the entire view of Phantom Street. He thought to himself, "Big brother's health seems to be getting worse and worse." Suddenly, agonized cries from his brothers rang out behind him. Jiang-hu immediately turned around and found three strangers somehow already inside the room, one wearing a demon mask, one an old man, and one with a monstrous right arm who clasped his hands and said, "Boss Jiang, this is our first meeting. Forgive us for disturbing your private time." Jiang-hu frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The man replied, "Who I am isn't important. What matters is why I've come here." Jiang-hu's expression darkened as he looked at his brothers lying across the floor. "What exactly did you do to my brothers?" The man smiled, revealing unnaturally sharp teeth, and said, "Boss Jiang, don't misunderstand. I only came to discuss a major business deal with you, but those guards at the door were rather unreasonable." Jiang-hu said nothing more and immediately launched a kick, leaving the monstrous-armed man staring wide-eyed in surprise. However, the masked person beside him stepped forward and countered Jiang-hu's kick with her own. The masked person was the same girl seen several chapters earlier, and she coldly said, "You truly don't know your place." A purple glowing umbrella suddenly appeared in her hand as she said, "Someone like you dares attack my father." The monstrous-armed man immediately shouted, "Stop right now." He clasped his hands and continued, "I sincerely apologize. My daughter acted recklessly, but rest assured, your brothers are merely unconscious and completely unharmed, so I sincerely apologize for my daughter's disrespectful behavior. I came here today with complete sincerity because I want to cooperate with you on a major deal, one capable of completely changing your fate," he said while reaching into his sleeve for something. Jiang-hu frowned suspiciously and asked, "Someone like you can change my fate?" The man took out a bottle containing liquid, held it forward and said, "I'm certain you'll be very interested in this." After hearing his detailed explanation, Jiang-hu exclaimed in disbelief, "Does this thing truly have such miraculous effects?" And the man replied, "Of course, although there's a price, what you gain can far exceed what you sacrifice." Jiang-hu hesitated. The price seems far too high, but the monstrous-armed man laughed, "Haha, what good thing in this world comes without a price? Don't you merchants have a saying? If you seek wealth and glory, you must find them amid danger. You and I both understand the bloodline curse hanging over this island. And right now, the only thing capable of changing everything is this blood." Jiang-hu asked, "Why are you so certain I'll agree?" And the man smiled meaningfully, "Because this is your only chance to truly take control of your own fate." Jiang-hu disagreed and said, "My only chance? 100 years from now, the curse here will disappear on its own, and then there will naturally be a way out, so why risk our lives now?" The man gazed at the flickering lights of Phantom Street and softly said, "People always hesitate and wait, placing all their hopes on an uncertain future while overlooking the opportunity right before them. 100 years from now, will you even still be alive to see that day?" Hearing those words, Jiang-hu could only fall into silent contemplation. The man with the monstrous arm continued, "You've handled countless shady deals for those on the mainland, hidden from everyone, but what have you gained in return? Nothing but empty promises. They say that if no more monsters die on this land and monster trading ends, then someday the curse upon this place may finally disappear. It's truly incomprehensible, or perhaps they never sincerely tried to investigate it, because deep down you know they only want you to keep doing their dirty work. And honestly, little brother here feels this is terribly unfair to you. Are you really willing to entrust your own fate and your brother's futures to such a vague and uncertain future? For people living in this world, only what lies before their eyes can truly be grasped. If you keep worrying about the future, you'll ultimately end up with nothing. Are you truly willing to spend your entire life imprisoned inside this cramped cage? After hearing everything, Jong-hoo neither accepted nor rejected it and coldly asked, "Are you finished? If you're finished, please leave. I won't see you out." The man threw back his head and laughed loudly. He then slowly rose from his seat and said, "Very well, consider this a token of my sincerity, but if you ever change your mind, you can come find me anytime, so I'll take my leave." The old man beside the girl then said, "Let's make our move." The girl made no move and merely stood still, revealing her long, plump legs as she coldly said, "Without orders, don't act on your own." She glanced lightly toward Jong-hoo. "I truly didn't expect him to reject us outright, because based on our observations these past few days, he should have been the most likely person to accept cooperation. Father, I'm sorry, I truly misjudged him." Hearing this, the man ahead said, "No, eldest sister, you weren't wrong at all. He truly is the most suitable person for this." Jong-hoo was now alone in the room, lost in thought as he lowered his gaze toward the tea reflecting his own face. The scene shifted to the Wild Goose Banquet Hall. Two members of the Fire Gathering clan were talking, with one complaining, "That brat has really been going too far lately, and no matter what, I'm still his elder," while Jong-hoo slowly approached from behind. Sensing someone approaching, the two turned and asked, "Why did you suddenly come back? What's wrong? Did you see a ghost?" Realizing it was Jong-hoo, they immediately bowed deeply and shouted, "Second brother, we're terribly sorry. We were only chatting for a moment and absolutely weren't trying to slack off." Jong-hoo walked past them and merely replied, leaving them stunned by his attitude as one raised his head and exclaimed, "Huh. Hey, don't you feel second brother has become much quieter lately and even smiles less?" The other replied, "That's true, he has much more gray hair too. Could he be facing some serious trouble?" At this moment, Jong-hoo remained immersed in the words of the group with monstrous arms. "Are you willing to spend your entire life trapped inside this cramped cage?" Sometime later, Jeong-long asked, "Have you had something troubling you lately?" Jong-hoo replied, "No, big brother." While peeling an apple, Jeong-long said, "Your gray hairs are already showing so clearly, yet you still deny anything is wrong. Are you worried about Siomo's methods? He can indeed be rather ruthless, but everything he's done has been for this island." Jong-hoo lowered his head and replied, "No, that's not what I'm worried about, big brother. I've just been thinking about something lately. Will the curse covering this place truly disappear 100 years from now? And will that destined day really come for us?" Hearing this, Jeong-long calmly replied, "You know this isn't something that can change overnight, and no one can predict exactly what the future holds. But even if our generation can't witness certain things, we should at least leave future generations a chance, and that too is a responsibility. Isn't that exactly why we've kept working so hard?" Jong-hoo murmured Jeong-long's words to himself, "Leave future generations a chance. But by then, we won't be able to witness the result ourselves, right? What if we reach the very end only to discover everything was merely an illusion in a mirror, and everyone can only remain trapped forever inside this cage?" Jeong-long did not understand why beads of sweat appeared on his face as he said, "People need something to believe in, and not every road immediately reveals its destination. But as long as we never stop moving forward, we'll eventually find hope, because if even we give up, there truly will be no path left." Jong-hoo's gaze became profound as he said, "That's right, if we ourselves choose to give up, there truly will be no path left." He recalled the words of the man with the monstrous arm, "People always hesitate and wait, sacrificing the opportunity before them merely to place their hopes in an uncertain future. In this world, only what lies before you is truly yours, and constantly worrying about the future will ultimately leave you with nothing." Jong-hoo murmured, "Once an opportunity arrives, you must seize it or you'll lose it forever." After finishing his thoughts, he raised his eyes and called out, "Big brother." Suppose an opportunity appeared that could completely change this island's fate. Even if the price were gambling everything you have, even abandoning your own family, you'd still want to seize it, wouldn't you? Jiang Long's voice suddenly trembled strangely. Who, what are you talking about? Some time ago, someone came to me and said. Before he could finish, the teacup slipped from Jiang Long's hand and shattered on the floor. Then he collapsed and immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Long hurriedly covered his mouth, desperately trying to stop more blood from spilling out. Jiang Hu asked anxiously, "Big brother, are you all right?" He then turned and shouted, "Someone come quickly." Several Brotherhood members immediately rushed over. That evening, cicadas chirped endlessly while a strange bird with its head covered by cloth appeared, and the Brotherhood members spoke with sorrow in their voices. "Is the boss really going to leave us? What will everyone do afterward?" Another person immediately shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, the boss is so strong, nothing will happen to him." Inside the room, Jiang Long struggled to say, "Stop looking so miserable, honestly, living until today is already enough." Jiang Hu hurriedly urged, "Big brother, stop talking, you'll definitely recover." Xiaomo quickly added, "That's right, old man, I've already gone to get a better doctor, you'll be fine very soon." Jiang Long smiled faintly, "Haha, wouldn't I know my own body? Stop wasting your effort and spend more time on yourselves." Xiaomo struggled to suppress his emotions. "Don't say such ominous things, just rest well, I still want to hear you curse at me some more." Jiang Long continued in a weak, trembling voice, "Xiaomo, you've already escaped the cage that imprisoned you. This place was never where you belonged. Xiaomo, don't let yourself remain trapped here. You must leave behind footprints that truly belong to you." Xiaomo could no longer hold back his tears. "What are you saying? Old man, stop talking like you're about to die, all right? A scourge like you will definitely live to 100. Hearing this, Jiang Long laughed, "Haha, you little brat. All these years I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Xiaomo." Xiaomo's tears kept falling uncontrollably. Jiang Hu put an arm around Xiaomo's shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be sad, Xiaomo, you still have us beside you." Jiang Hu turned to Jiang Long and said, "Big brother, rest assured, I'll lead everyone even farther." Jiang Long looked at him, "I trust you, you'll definitely go farther than I did, and now that the opportunity has arrived, of course you must seize it, but remember, seize it rather than be consumed by it, because some invisible shackles are far heavier than you imagine. But I no longer have the right to say much. After all, I've left nothing behind in this life. My greatest regret is never having the chance to see a sky that truly belonged to me, that's for certain. Don't become like me." With those final words, Jiang Long departed this world forever. Xiaomo could only cry helplessly, completely unable to do anything more. Jiang Hu was overwhelmed with grief and wondered, why did it have to be this way? Why did Big Brother leave so decisively? For so many years, you've always been our pillar, and I never imagined the day would come when you'd fall. You once said that someday we would leave this place, that someday. But now you've left without even seeing the sky you always yearned for. Perhaps from the very beginning, we never truly had the right choice." High on a tree branch, a cicada continued chirping. It suddenly fell to the ground and died, seemingly having reached the end of its lifespan. The strange bird also spread its wings and flew away. A figure sat quietly atop a nearby rooftop as the bird flew over. It landed on the person's hand and kept chirping, "Coo, coo, coo, coo." The person was the masked girl named Eldest Sister, who said, "Don't rush, speak slowly." The bird continued chirping, "Coo, coo, coo, coo." After a long while, Eldest Sister turned and said, "Father, just as you predicted, Jiang Long is dead." Her father sat smiling in his chair and said, "Is that so? That's excellent. It seems our friends should also make their choice now." The scene shifted to the day of Jiang Long's solemn funeral. The crowd stood silently before Jiang Long's memorial tablet, each sincerely lighting incense to bid him farewell. An atmosphere of grief and sorrow filled the entire Harmony Brotherhood. Jiang Hu stood silently in deep thought, his face filled with immense sorrow, while Xiaomo had cried until his eyes were swollen red and seemingly had no tears left. Jiang Hu gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't cry anymore, Xiaomo. Everyone here will always stand by your side. This place will forever be your home, and that will never change." Hearing those words, Xiaomo raised his head and looked toward Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu continued, "Big Brother's unfinished wish still remains, and his hope still lives on this land, so I hope you can accept his previous proposal, not only for everyone living here but also for him." Xiaomo pursed his lips and said, "I don't believe I'm capable enough to do that." Jiang Hu lowered his voice and sincerely said, "I know you have your own life and plans, but right now this place desperately needs someone truly talented to step forward and lead. I've grown old and know I'm no longer suited to shoulder this burden, and I'm afraid that one day I'll also leave this world. This place had no hope from the very beginning. But hearing this, Xiaomo adjusted his glasses with determination and replied, "No. I will never let the old man's hope disappear like that." And after speaking, he immediately turned and left. Watching his departing figure, Jianghu said, "Thank you." Inside a sealed room, Jianghu firmly announced to the surrounding crowd, "This is my final decision. Which of you supports it, and which of you opposes it?" A red-haired man in the crowd protested, "He's still an outsider, so how can we let him become our leader?" While another countered, "It's reasonable for him to lead. In recent years, far more new merchants have come here to trade, greatly increasing our brother's income, and everyone can clearly see that much of this came from his efforts and ability." A bald man nodded and said, "Judging by his contributions, he is certainly qualified." But another disagreed, "Wouldn't doing this mean destroying our tradition with our own hands?" Xiaomo calmly poured a cup of tea before saying, "I'll keep this brief. I know many of you are dissatisfied with this decision and unhappy about it, but I don't blame anyone. However, have you listened to the whole story? I've never planned or desired to sit in this position. I simply want to fulfill the old man's final wish. Everything he cherished must be firmly protected through stable rules and systems, and must never be allowed to fall under the control of a few people. Wait until these tasks are completed, and the results will naturally convince everyone." After speaking, Xiaomo stood and left, saying, "As for me, once everything is settled, I'll leave immediately. When that time comes, whoever wants this seat can decide among themselves." After Xiaomo left, Jianghu lowered his head and asked the crowd again, "Does anyone else object? If not, then it's settled," while secretly thinking that this had to be done because the price of beast blood was too great and failure was certain otherwise. The plan might succeed, but it would require many future sales, and only those with genuine talent and skill could handle them. The scene shifted to a ship where the young woman's father was already waiting, and when Jianghu arrived, he said, "You've finally come. From now on, I suppose we're all in the same boat." Jianghu strode closer and replied, "I've done everything you asked, so let's begin." Inside a dark room, Jianghu raised something to his mouth to drink when a voice warned, "Your body still hasn't fully adapted, and if you force yourself to drink it all, your body may collapse in an instant." After swallowing it, Jianghu looked down at his hand and muttered, "Why don't I feel anything?" The young woman's father sat opposite him, smiled, and slowly explained, "There's no need to rush. Let your body gradually adapt first and allow that blood to slowly seep deep into your energy channels. However, if controlled precisely, those risks may still be overcome, and the most important factor is your own heart, whether your will and determination are strong enough." Not long afterwards, several cups filled with beast blood were placed before Jianghu, and he looked at everyone opposite him and said, "Rest assured, I've personally tested it myself, and all of you are trusted brothers close to me. I truly hope you can place your trust in me." As Xiaomo walked toward E2 and the others, Jianghu stood behind him with a mysterious, calculating smile. The two rows of people standing on either side all bowed respectfully before Xiaomo. Jianghu and his subordinates suddenly had strange, demonic lights flashing in their eyes. He became cold and emotionless, no different from a ruthless, bloodthirsty beast. Returning to when he drank the demon blood, his eyes suddenly widened. Blood vessels filled his pupils, and his irises contracted sharply. A strange energy began surrounding Jianghu's body as he continuously vomited blood, while half the demon blood in the container was already gone and only a little remained in the cup. Veins bulged across Jianghu's face as he screamed in unbearable agony. Jianghu's vision gradually became hazy and blurred. Outside, eldest sister calmly sat beside a person completely wrapped in robes, and they clearly heard Jianghu's agonized screams from within. A while later, Jianghu staggered over. He was horrified to see mutilated corpses scattered before him and asked with a trembling voice, Why did things become like this?" Eldest sister's father slowly approached from behind and coldly said, "Do you think everything can simply stop here? Once this blood is used, you can never stop whenever you wish. Otherwise, the torment becomes worse than death, and those brothers knew too many secrets. So did you really think they still had any way back or that you could bring them home? I deceived you. Ha ha ha, when did I ever deceive you? I clearly told you the price from the beginning, so why didn't you refuse then? You could have simply chosen a peaceful life here. But you were unwilling to accept that and always desired things beyond your reach, isn't that right? Since you've already come this far, you can only keep moving forward to truly control your own fate, because there's no road back anymore." The scene shifted to Xiaomo reviewing the accounts as he asked Jianghu, "Second uncle, Recently, there have been many unexplained expenses and income entries, and quite a few people have suddenly disappeared. Do you know what's going on? Jiang-hu hesitantly replied, sorry, I didn't have time to report this to you. Some old brothers couldn't adapt to the new rules and became dissatisfied, so they found excuses to quit, and to calm everyone down and keep matters from escalating, I gave them some compensation without permission, which is why. Xiaomo stared at Jiang-hu with a faintly saddened expression and said, I thought I had made the rules clear enough, yet I never expected so many people would still resent them. Forget it, as long as they don't disrupt the new system, you can handle the rest however you want and treat that money as compensation. Returning to the present, Jiang-hu watched the people below processing demon blood and murmured, I'm sorry, I can't let all this work and hope disappear, and stopping now would be meaningless. I truly can't turn back anymore, Xiaomo. Xiaomo stood behind him with blood dripping from his mouth, yet his expression remained cold as he said, can't turn back, how ridiculous. You simply don't want to deny everything you've done. You're afraid of having to reject everything that belongs to you. You're afraid all your efforts were nothing but a delusional dream and that you'll ultimately be left with nothing. Jiang-hu slowly replied, perhaps you're right, I truly am afraid, but I'm even more afraid that the brothers' endless waiting will ultimately amount to nothing. Demon blood is indeed dangerous, and I don't deny that, but it's also our only hope. Xiaomo sharply questioned, the opportunity you speak of means turning everyone into monsters. Is that worthy of the old master? What he wanted was definitely not this insane path with no way back. Jiang-hu coldly replied, don't mention Big Brother here, because without him, do you think you'd even still be alive? Xiaomo raised his head and stared at Jiang-hu's back, saying, Big Brother waited all those years, so where is he now? Second uncle, I'm begging you. It's still not too late to turn back. Jiang-hu ignored him and walked away while asking, Xiaomo, do you know why you've ended up cornered like this today? He turned back with a smile, half his face now completely mutated, and continued, because even now, you still can't see through people's hearts. If you had openly shared your thoughts with the brothers earlier, perhaps everything would never have ended up like this. He then turned to leave but ordered his subordinates, watch him carefully, and everyone else hurry to prepare next month's reserves, move quickly and don't delay the shipment. The subordinates answered in unison, yes. Returning to the present, countless agonized screams echoed endlessly from deep within the prison. One of Jiang-hu's subordinates sat guard with an extremely gloomy and bored expression. Suddenly sensing something unusual, the guard slowly opened his eyes. A figure approached from ahead and the guard asked, who's there? The man replied as he approached, I'm on your side, the higher-ups ordered me to relieve you here. It shouldn't be time to change shifts yet. Brother, don't be nervous, just stay quiet. Immediately, the guard let out a miserable scream before everything fell silent, while Xiaomo was imprisoned in a cell with both hands tightly shackled. The guard's eyes had rolled back, and several of his teeth were missing. Seeing someone approach, Xiaomo cautiously asked, are you one of the second chief's men? Zhang Wuwei crouched down and mocked, a few days ago he gave me such a warm welcome, so today I specially came back here. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiaomo was surprised and quickly raised his head. Zhang Wuwei entered and told Xiaomo everything, and after understanding the situation, Xiaomo said, so that's what happened, sorry for dragging you into this. Zhang Wuwei sat before him and slowly said, at first I thought it was your order, and I must admit they were truly ruthless, using both ambushes and deadly poison. Even more interestingly, they could transform themselves into monsters. Unfortunately for them, they never expected to provoke someone they couldn't afford to offend. At first they were quite tough, refusing to reveal anything whether they lived or died until eventually. After some persuasion, one finally told me everything, allowing me to learn the entire plan and find my way here. After hearing this, Xiaomo asked, they confessed everything, what did you do to them? Zhang Wuwei closed his eyes slightly and sighed, don't worry, I wasn't cruel to them. After his shackles were removed, Xiaomo asked, how could you not be cruel? If you weren't, why would they confess? Everyone here is extremely tight-lipped. Zhang Wu replied, how should I put it? I simply made them understand that keeping secrets brought them no benefit. Xiaomo was surprised, there's actually such a method. After freeing Xiaomo, Zhang Wuwei turned and said, all right, now it's time for the real business. Rubbing his wrists, Xiaomo asked, you clearly could have left, so why did you come back? Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei turned around in surprise and exclaimed, huh. Xiaomo continued, was it really necessary to take such a huge risk for this? Zhang Wuwei replied, come on, listen to yourself. Truthfully, I didn't want to come back here either. But what else could I do? Zhang Wuwei said while reaching inside his clothes. He pulled out the banknote Xiaomo had previously given him and said, If I didn't come looking for you, who else could I expect to get my money from? Xiaomo smiled upon hearing this, so that's the reason. Indeed, once you've made a promise, you can't go back on it. Growls continuously echoed from the cells as though wild beasts were imprisoned inside, and Xiaomo looked toward one cell and said, "If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll definitely repay this favor in full." Inside the cells were Xiaomo's former brothers, now transformed into monsters with sharp teeth, eerie purple glowing eyes, and vicious faces, and upon seeing Zhang Wu and Xiaomo, they roared, "Ah, meat, meat, food." Seeing his former brothers reduced to such a state, Xiaomo's expression darkened. Overwhelmed with anger, he clenched his hand into a fist. At that moment, E2's voice suddenly rang out, "Take me with you too." Xiaomo merely glanced at E2 and said, "Your injuries are serious, there's no need to take this risk." Bound tightly inside his cell, E2 angrily said, "I definitely won't hold you back. Both you and I bear responsibility for everyone becoming like this today, and we both owe Big Brother an explanation because this place isn't merely our lives but also his life's work. So I only ask to walk this road with you to the end. Otherwise, I'll have no face to meet Big Brother in the afterlife." E2 grew increasingly emotional and shouted, "I'm begging you, Xiaomo." Hearing his heartfelt words, Xiaomo could only agree and softly said, "I understand." E2's restraints were then removed, and the moment he was freed, he said, "Boss, before the second chief notices, quickly summon every brother we can gather, then we'll fight that traitor to the death." Xiaomo led the way and replied, "There's no need, we're out of time, and given the current situation, gathering more people won't change anything. One person falling is enough." As he finished speaking, Xiaomo's gaze became razor-sharp and filled with killing intent. Zhang Wuwei frowned and asked in confusion, "Only one person needs to sacrifice himself. What exactly do you mean?" Xiaomo straightened up and stared coldly at the huge containers ahead, saying meaningfully, "In a game of chess, the number of pieces doesn't matter. What matters is the decisive move, and this blood reserve is their weak point." His voice grew deep and confident as he continued, "Once that place is damaged, they'll all be forced to rush there with everything they have, and based on what I know about him, he definitely won't handle it personally." Hearing this, E2 became utterly confused and stared blankly at Xiaomo, while Zhang Wuwei stroked his chin as if realizing something and began, "So that's it, you're planning to?" Before Xiaomo coldly interrupted, "Exactly, someone must stay behind, and E2, I'm entrusting this task to you." E2 lowered his head and softly replied, "Understood," while Zhang Wuwei looked at Xiaomo in confusion but asked nothing more. After Xiaomo and E2 made their decision, they quickly left, leaving Zhang Wuwei behind shouting in confusion, "Huh, he's staying to cover our retreat, so aren't we going with him?" But Xiaomo never looked back and firmly said, "There's no other choice, someone must stay behind to buy time so we have a chance to win." The scene quickly shifted to a research room belonging to Jiang Hu's faction. A one-eyed old scientist spoke evenly to Jiang Hu, "We must fully replenish the beast blood for the destroyed weapon zone, which would normally take 30 days. The one-eyed old man glanced at the report in his hand and continued, "If we intensify our beast purchases, we can shorten it to only 10 days. Jiang Hu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Only 10 days? And the one-eyed old man nodded, "Exactly, if everything goes smoothly." When a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted nearby, making Jiang Hu spin around in shock as flames, smoke, and dust burst violently everywhere. Jiang Hu's eyes widened as blood-red veins began spreading across them. He immediately turned and shouted an order, "Hurry, go see what exactly happened over there." His subordinates panicked and yelled, "What are you still standing around for? Hurry, stop all work and save the blood reserve warehouse." Thunderous footsteps echoed as everyone abandoned their unfinished work and rushed desperately toward the blood warehouse. Loud explosions continued without pause, sending violent tremors through the area one after another. Jiang Hu stood frozen, staring blankly at the chaos before him and growled, Why did it suddenly explode?" Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Hey, second boss, long time no see." Jiang Hu turned around, his eyes blazing with fury when he saw Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei casually approached with a smile and said, "You showed me plenty of special attention before, so this time it's my turn to return the favor." Jiang Hu glared at him and gritted his teeth, asking, "Why are you still alive?" Zhang Wuwei smirked, "If I died that easily, who would come here to destroy your factory?" Hearing this, Jiang Hu exploded in rage and shouted, "Those explosions were your doing, weren't they?" But Zhang Wuwei waved his hand and smiled, "Don't misunderstand, how could I possibly have done that?" Suddenly, Zhang Wuwei's left eye flashed purple and his expression turned serious as he said deeply, Perhaps the resentful spirits of all those beasts you collected have come knocking to claim your life." Hearing such absurd words only made Jiang-Hu even more furious as the blood vessels in his eyes became clearer and he growled, "You bastard. What exactly is your purpose that you insist on destroying my factory?" And Zhang Wuwei smirked, "You're asking about my purpose. I never asked why you're collecting beast blood, yet you're asking about my purpose, so since we've already met here, why don't we just fight and settle this directly?" Jiang Hu said nothing more and immediately launched a powerful kick straight at Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei's expression turned serious as he hurriedly raised his arm to block, but he couldn't withstand the terrifying force of the kick. He was blasted backward into the wall, cracking it apart and sending rubble flying everywhere, while Jiang Hu stared coldly at him and said with murderous intent, "Today I'll make sure you can never open your mouth again." Inside the lingering cloud of dust, Zhang Wuwei painfully clutched the arm that had taken the blow and muttered, "This strength is truly terrifying." At that moment, Zhulong burst into loud laughter. "Haha, this is really interesting. I never expected someone to use demon blood to temper their body to this extent. How interesting. Look at your miserable state. Do you need this old man to take over for you?" Zhang Wuwei's left eye gradually transformed into a monstrous eye, but he immediately replied, "Unless something important happens, don't come out." Zhulong laughed again. "Ha ha, when you can no longer endure it, don't blame me for not warning you." Jiang Hu was now fiercely charging toward Zhang Wuwei again. Zhang Wuwei frowned and stared at the approaching Jiang Hu, but before Jiang Hu could touch him, Xiaomo suddenly appeared like the wind and kicked Jiang Hu straight in the face. The powerful kick sent the old man flying backward as he screamed in extreme pain. Xiaomo turned toward Zhang Wuwei, smiled and said, "I'm not too late, am I?" Still clutching his injured arm, Zhang Wuwei replied wearily, "Looks like you've already finished everything on your side." A few minutes earlier, Xiaomo and E2 had defeated many of Jiang Hu's men and stopped them from rescuing the reserve blood storage, after which Xiaomo left to help Zhang Wuwei fight Jiang Hu, saying, "E2, I'll leave everything here to you." E2 stood imposingly and looked at Jiang Hu's remaining subordinates, saying, "You little brats, seems I've been too lenient with you in the past." Jiang Hu's men showed no fear and shouted, "E2, get out of the way and stop obstructing us." With his face covered in blood and a huge bleeding cut on his head, E2 looked terrifying as he roared, "Enough talk, if you want to pass, step over my corpse first." As soon as he finished, E2 punched an approaching man straight in the face and thought, "Victory or defeat sometimes depends on one careless mistake in an instant. So instead of getting dragged into meaningless slaughter, we should strike directly at the leader, because once the leader falls, everything ends." The scene shifted to the battlefield where Jiang Hu faced Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo, and Jiang Hu praised them. "So that's how it is. What a fine plan to strike at the leader. Destroying the blood storage was actually meant to lure away the people around me, right? The purpose was to isolate me completely without anyone coming to help, allowing you two to focus all your strength on dealing with me." After taking a drag from his cigarette, he laughed contemptuously. "Ha ha, what a fine strategy to strike at the leader, but such a plan requires a truly sharp weapon. I wonder whether your blades are sharp enough." At that moment, a large amount of purple demonic aura began pouring from his body. Seeing this, Zhang Wuwei became extremely serious and told Xiaomo, "You can probably sense it too, right? He is no longer an ordinary human." Xiaomo kept his eyes fixed on Jiang Hu and replied, "I know." Zhang Wuwei lowered his voice and continued, "Earlier he seemed to attack very quickly, but he apparently still hasn't used his full strength and may be keeping an escape route, so risking our lives now would be unwise and we should probe him first." Xiaomo stepped forward and replied, "If he still hasn't used his killing move, then let me deal with him personally and spare you the trouble." Zhang Wuwei instinctively replied, "That's right, you handle it." Realizing how cowardly that sounded, he froze and hurriedly corrected himself. "Wait, that's not what I meant at all." Just then, Zhulong's laughter rang out. "Ha ha, why aren't you happy anymore?" Zhang Wuwei looked down at Zhulong's face on his left arm and frowned irritably, saying, "I didn't stop him from fighting because I'm scared, but because I want to find the safest method and observe a little longer, which benefits everyone." Zhulong laughed loudly. "Ha ha, right, everything you say is right." Suddenly, Xiaomo said, "Honestly, unless absolutely necessary, I don't want you getting too deeply involved in this matter." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Xiaomo continued, "It's not because I look down on you or doubt your abilities, but I hope this matter can be ended by us people of Phantom Street, because this is an important responsibility I must bear." As soon as he finished, Xiaomo gathered strength into his legs and charged fiercely at Jiang Hu, kicking straight toward his face, but Jiang Hu calmly raised a hand to block it and sneered, That sounds very impressive. All these years, every thought you've had has been focused entirely on business. With your current fighting ability, how could you possibly be worthy of being my opponent? After speaking, the old man threw a powerful punch straight at Xiaomo's face, but Xiaomo quickly leaned backward to dodge. Although Xiaomo reacted extremely quickly, Jiang Hu's attack still left a cut across his face, and fresh blood immediately seeped from the wound. Sensing the danger, Xiaomo quickly flipped backward several times to create a safe distance from Jiang Hu, his face filled with anger as he clenched his teeth, furrowed his brows, and stared at him. However, Jiang Hu refused to give him any chance to breathe and charged again with another punch, while Xiaomo quickly retreated and caused the attack to miss. Jiang Hu still did not stop and gathered power into his foot, preparing to unleash an extremely powerful kick. Xiaomo no longer had time to dodge and could only watch Jiang Hu's attack approach as the old man's voice rang in his ears. You should never have stepped forward to stop me. Jiang Hu's kick carried tremendous force straight toward Xiaomo's chest, forcing Xiaomo to hurriedly cross both arms and grit his teeth to block it. But after taking the full impact, he was pushed sliding far backward as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Xiaomo glared furiously at Jiang Hu and wiped away the blood when Jiang Hu's loud roar suddenly rang in his ears. Why do you keep forcing me to attack you? The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Hu appeared directly before Xiaomo with his fist clenched and surrounded by powerful swirls of purple demonic aura, leaving Xiaomo no time to react as the killing blow descended. Jiang Hu immediately slammed his fist down with tremendous force, causing violent waves of energy to spread outward from the point of impact. Rocks shattered and thick dust flew everywhere, obscuring everyone's vision. His thunderous strike blasted the ground and created a deep crater, yet Xiaomo was nowhere to be seen inside. Jiang Hu immediately sensed something was wrong and sharply glanced behind him. At some point, Zhang Wuwei had swiftly rescued Xiaomo and retreated a safe distance away. Blood streamed from Zhang Wuwei's nose as he wiped it and complained, "This job will definitely cost extra, or next time I won't help." Amazed by Zhang Wuwei's timely rescue, Xiaomo said, "I didn't expect you to know such an unusual spell. I thought you were just a charlatan with no special abilities." Jiang Hu narrowed his eyes at them and wondered, they were right before me just now, so how did they suddenly disappear? Hearing Xiaomo call him an unimpressive charlatan, Zhang Wuwei frowned and retorted, "Didn't you just say you never doubted my abilities?" Xiaomo was speechless and could only stare blankly at him. Jiang Hu stared fixedly at Zhang Wuwei and thought, could that have been the priest's technique? I never expected him to possess such a powerful and bizarre spell. Seeing Zhang Wuwei's nose still bleeding, Xiaomo asked worriedly, "Are you all right? This spell seems to place quite a burden on you." Zhang Wuwei wiped away the blood and replied between heavy breaths, "I'm fine. Compared to worrying about this, we'd better turn around and deal with that old man. With my current stamina, I can only use that technique one more time and it won't last long." Xiaomo looked at him and asked, "Will that be enough time for us to find an opening and land the decisive blow?" The two stepped forward together as Zhang Wuwei cracked his knuckles and said, "Exactly, we won't get many chances, so we must force him to reveal an opening." Xiaomo firmly replied, "I'll create the opportunity, your job is to seize that crucial moment." Seeing them charge forward, Jiang Hu revealed a crazed expression and laughed viciously. "I'd like to see how many more times you can escape." Zhang Wuwei leaped high into the air while Xiaomo swiftly closed in from below, both attacking Jiang Hu simultaneously. Zhang Wuwei launched a powerful kick straight toward Jiang Hu's chest, but Jiang Hu swiftly grabbed Zhang Wuwei by the ankle. He then hurled him aside with tremendous strength as easily as throwing a chicken. Jiang Hu smirked mockingly and said, "Ha, I thought you were actually impressive." At that exact moment, Xiaomo landed a powerful punch squarely on his mouth. Jiang Hu glared sideways at Xiaomo with eyes burning with fury. He immediately swung his left arm and retaliated with a direct blow to Xiaomo's face. He then gathered tremendous force into his right hand and threw a thunderous punch straight ahead, but Xiaomo quickly ducked beneath the deadly strike. Xiaomo suddenly launched an uppercut, but Jiang Hu immediately leaned backward and avoided the vicious attack. Not far away, Zhang Wuwei sat on the ground panting after being thrown aside when Zhulong's voice rang out, "What's wrong?" Still stubbornly saying, "You don't need my magic." Looking utterly exhausted, Zhang Wuwei said, "I know exactly what you're planning. My stamina can support only one more use, and using it beyond that would be handing my body over to you." Hearing this, Zhulong laughed arrogantly, "Haha, you've barely opened your spiritual armor and your spiritual energy is completely empty, so what could you possibly use to win?" Back at Xiao Mo's battle, he planted one leg behind him in a defensive stance, ready to attack again. Jiang Hu also raised his leg to unleash a heaven-shattering kick, and both simultaneously launched powerful kicks at each other as their spiritual energy collided and created a violent storm. The shockwave grew increasingly powerful, blasting rocks and earth into the air and filling the surroundings with dust. However, after using monster blood essence, Jiang Hu's entire body had become as hard as iron, and Xiao Mo gritted his teeth in agony and cried, "My leg." Jiang Hu immediately launched another kick while mocking him, "You can't endure even this much." The kick sent Xiao Mo flying far away as he screamed in agony. Seeing Xiao Mo defeated, Zhang Wuwei furiously charged toward Jiang Hu again and shouted, "You damned old bastard. Take this." Zhang Wuwei clenched his fist and charged straight at Jiang Hu, who raised his hand to block and sneered, "With skills like yours, you dare play tricks before me?" A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Wuwei's eyes as he replied, "Who said I was going to punch you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flung a handful of chili powder straight into Jiang Hu's face, leaving the old man staring blankly in confusion. Moments later, a searing sensation struck his eyes, forcing them wide open from the intense irritation. Zhang Wuwei sneered mockingly, "That's premium chili powder, old man." The area around Jiang Hu's eyes quickly turned bright red from the powerful chili powder, and he squeezed his eyes shut in burning pain while roaring, "You shameless bastard." Zhang Wuwei shouted defiantly at him, "That's right, I'm exactly that shameless, so come bite me if you've got the guts." After speaking, he gathered all his remaining strength and punched Jiang Hu hard in the abdomen, making him immediately cough up a large mouthful of vital blood. Though unable to see, Jiang Hu refuses to give up and gathers inner power into his fist again, forming a dark purple vortex around his arm as he sneers, "You dare use such cheap, filthy tricks against me." As soon as he finishes, he launches the vortex of inner power at Zhang Wuwei, but Zhang Wuwei reacts quickly, sidesteps, and successfully dodges it. Zhang Wuwei's eyes blaze with killing intent as he clenches his fist and shouts, "You call it pathetic? As long as it works, isn't that enough?" before driving a powerful uppercut into Jiang Hu's jaw. Jiang Hu refuses to suffer quietly and immediately retaliates with a powerful kick at Zhang Wuwei. Both are struck by each other's attacks and sent flying backward at the same time. Jiang Hu clutches his aching face, roaring furiously in pain. "You bastard, how dare you do this?" Before he can finish, Xiao Mo takes over, clenching his fist with an unwavering look in his eyes. Without hesitation, he drives a straight punch directly into Jiang Hu's face. Jiang Hu's face instantly twists as if caved inward, and Xiao Mo presses his advantage with a barrage of attacks while Jiang Hu desperately dodges but cannot evade them all because of his impaired vision. A heavy blow slams into the side of Jiang Hu's face, spraying blood everywhere as he curses inwardly, "Damn it, this can't be happening. I can't keep letting them suppress me like this." Showing no mercy, Xiao Mo punches the other side of his face for good measure, while Jiang Hu thinks, "I must create enough distance to recover my vision." With that thought, Jiang Hu rapidly leaps backwards several times to create distance. Gritting his teeth, he thinks, "If I can't create distance from them, there's no way I can counterattack." Around Xiao Mo, droplets of Jiang Hu's blood still hang in the air before falling as Xiao Mo asks, "If your vision doesn't recover, even you won't have enough strength to counterattack, right?" Zhang Wuwei suddenly rushes in and drives his knee into Jiang Hu's stomach, shouting, "I won't give you any chance to recover." Jiang Hu takes the brutal blow head-on, his eyes rolling back as he vomits violently, then doubles over in agony while clutching his stomach. But at that moment, his eyes gradually open again, making him rejoice inwardly, "Great, my vision has finally recovered. Those damned brats won't keep getting away with this. I'll make them pay dearly for beating me half to death." But although his eyes are open, everything before him remains blurry. When his vision finally clears completely, Jiang Hu is horrified to discover that only Zhang Wuwei remains standing before him. Zhang Wuwei seems to understand Jiang Hu's confusion, points upward with a smile and says, "He's up there." Jiang Hu gasps in alarm, "What?" and quickly looks up, only to see Xiao Mo already descending toward him with a powerful kick. With no time to defend himself, Jiang Hu can only stare helplessly as the deadly attack comes straight at him. The thunderous kick strikes Jiang Hu squarely on the head, unleashing tremendous energy that shakes the surroundings and cracks the ground beneath him into a huge crater. A deafening explosion erupts and the powerful shockwave surges toward Zhang Wuwei, forcing him to raise his arms to shield himself. When everything finally grows quiet, Zhang Wuwei looks stunned as sweat begins rolling down his face. Near Xiao Mo, Jiang Hu lies helplessly collapsed on the ground while Xiao Mo stares coldly at him. Xiao Mo then walks toward Zhang Wuwei, who says, "I never expected you to be this strong. Have you also taken that forbidden drug before?" Xiao Mo replies, "I should be asking you that since you can actually use such forbidden arts." Xiao Mo reaches out and pulls Zhang Wuwei to his feet while Zhang Wuwei continues, "You really are ungrateful. Without my help, you'd be the one lying here." At that moment, Jiang Hu, whom the two young men had disguised as a powerful authority figure, suddenly speaks, defeated. The moment they heard the old man's voice, both young men jolted and turned around. Somehow Jiang Hu had gotten back on his feet, wiping the blood from his face as he panted heavily. "It's not over yet, so how could everything end here? Don't think this alone is enough to bring me down, because what I've always longed for was never such a miserable sight." He raised his eyes toward the ceiling and sank into deep thought. Suddenly, his gaze became utterly resolute, as though he had made a great decision. "That's right, the path I chose has not yet reached its end." He pulled a bottle of demon blood from inside his robe, and Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo immediately turned grave and tense at the sight. Jiang Hu threw the now empty bottle of demon blood onto the floor. By then, he had swallowed all the liquid, gritting his teeth as several drops of purple demon blood still leaked from his mouth before roaring, "What I've always pursued, aimed for, and yearned for is definitely not a suffocating cage like this." Power erupted violently from Jiang Hu's body as waves of energy surged outward. A brilliant purple light flared deep within him, and his muscles swelled and tightened. His eyes gradually turned an eerie purple as he threw back his head and roared, "I want this damned cage to never imprison me again." The two young men clearly felt the power exploding from him and could not hide the horror in their eyes. Jiang Hu laughed thunderously, "Ha ha, didn't you bastards want to stop me? Then come at me together." But his body suddenly began changing abnormally as he writhed in agony. His pupils contracted, and he collapsed to the floor while his muscles trembled and swelled before he violently vomited a pool of purple liquid. At that moment, the same strange purple liquid began leaking from his eyes, nose, and mouth as he thought in agony, "What's happening? Why is my body becoming like this? Why has it turned out this way?" Jiang Hu unleashed an earth-shaking roar as his body kept swelling like a balloon being pumped full of air. Xiao Mo stared blankly and exclaimed, "His body looks like it's about to explode." Zhang Wuwei was equally stunned and asked, "Why has he become like that too?" Zhang Wuwei quickly shouted toward Xiao Mo, "Stop standing there watching. Staying here could seriously affect us, and that bald guy is still waiting for us." Xiao Mo quickly replied, "Understood," while Jiang Hu dropped to one knee and declared resolutely, "No, I can't accept an ending like this. If I fall right here now, then all those sacrifices and every desperate struggle will have been meaningless." His body continued transforming as saliva streamed from his mouth. His eyes rolled white and purple glowing veins spread across his face, making him look ferocious and terrifying. Sharp claws slowly sprouted from his hands and grew unnaturally long. He stood firmly in place, tensing his entire body against the unbearable pain as thick white smoke began rising from him. Suddenly, Jiang Hu let out a deafening roar and unleashed his greatest burst of power yet, like a massive storm ready to sweep away everything around him. Xiao Mo hurriedly raised an arm to shield himself from the raging gusts, while Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth and struggled against the crushing pressure. When everything finally began to settle, a huge, imposing figure stood tall behind the dense curtain of smoke and dust. It was Jiang Hu, who had completely absorbed the power of the demon blood into his body, becoming 2 or 3 times larger than before with longer hair and torrents of violent energy swirling around him. Seeing his current state, Zhang Wuwei frowned deeply and muttered, "A demon? No, this aura isn't human, but it doesn't resemble a demon either." Jiang Hu exhaled heavily, his eyes now completely devoid of whites and replaced by an eerie pitch-black color while his pupils had turned purple. Zhang Wuwei widened his eyes in shock. "There's no mistake about it. This guy is a half-demon just like me." Jiang Hu lowered his gaze to his own hand, feeling that the power flowing through his body was both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. It was as though he were looking directly at another version of himself. Once things had reached this point, he clenched his hand into a powerful fist. He stomped hard on the ground, instantly shattering the rocky surface beneath him. The old man unleashed all his strength and shot straight forward. The scene shifted to a dim room, where a plate of shrimp sat on the dining table submerged in a bright red liquid. A young man's voice echoed, "Failure, little sister, why do you think Boss Jiang on our side will lose? He lost the ability to let go long ago." And the short-haired woman opposite replied, "He can't let go. But perhaps he knows he has already lost too much, and if he keeps going, won't he end up with nothing?" Before she finished, the young man interrupted, "The more someone invests everything they have, the harder it becomes to give up. Even knowing there is no hope and the price exceeds imagination, they will sink deeper step by step, just like gambling, where the more you lose, the more you believe the next round can turn your life around." Hearing this, the eldest sister sighed. People in ancient times always believed perseverance leads to success, unaware that once obsession becomes a shackle, they only sink deeper. And how many can bravely face the truth and admit they chose the wrong path? Another person picked up a shrimp, chewed it, and said, "As expected, eldest sister is still the wisest." The short-haired woman asked, "Is that why he is determined to reach the very end and refuses to turn back?" The young man smiled and replied, "Exactly, as long as even a faint hope remains ahead, no matter how dangerous or bloody the path becomes, even if he must become a hideous monster, he will keep moving forward." Back at Zhang Wuwei's fierce battle, Jiang Hu suddenly leaped high into the air and gathered power around his arm, forming his largest vortex yet. Zhang Wuwei was horrified and had no time to react as Jiang Hu smashed his attack into the ground, shattering it and sending rocks flying everywhere while the terrifying shockwaves surged toward Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo. When the thick dust gradually cleared, neither of them was still standing there. A drop of crimson blood quietly fell onto the cold ground. The blood came from Zhang Wuwei, and Xiaomo anxiously asked, "Are you still all right?" Zhang Wuwei panted heavily and replied, "His terrifying speed and strength have completely surpassed my imagination." Zhulong suddenly laughed mockingly, "See, in the end you still need this old man to step in." As he finished speaking, Zhang Wuwei's left eye began changing strangely, and he coldly warned, "Four Eyes, next time I won't bother saving you, so take care of yourself." Hearing this, Xiaomo noticed Zhang Wuwei's strange eye and exclaimed, "What's wrong with your eye?" Zhang Wuwei casually replied, "Just a minor illness, nothing serious, so first think of a way to deal with this monster, and if we survive and get out safely, I'll explain everything later," prompting Xiaomo to answer, "You're right." Jiang Hu had witnessed everything from across the battlefield and thought, "That brat's bizarre dark sorcery again." In this transformed state, I can clearly sense the life force flowing inside Xiaomo, yet there isn't even the slightest trace of life coming from that little brat. Not even a trace of life force. Does that brat actually possess such sinister sorcery? It seems I must deal with this strange little brat first. As soon as he finished calculating, the old man stomped hard on the ground, creating a violent tremor. His body then shot toward Zhang Wuwei like a cannonball, and before Xiaomo could react, Jiang Hu had already driven a devastating punch into Zhang Wuwei's abdomen. Xiaomo hurriedly glanced sideways to see what had happened, but all he saw was Zhang Wuwei being violently blasted backward. Zhang Wuwei slammed into the solid wall with enough force to cause a huge explosion and fill the area with dust, leaving Xiaomo stunned as he thought, "So fast, I couldn't see any of his movements at all." After blasting Zhang Wuwei away, Jiang Hu immediately switched his target to Xiaomo and once again condensed a vortex of power around his arm. Xiaomo stared in shock as the old man's ferocious fist hurtled straight toward his face. He instinctively leaned backward as fast as possible to evade the deadly strike. Although Xiaomo dodged extremely quickly, he still failed to completely escape Jiang Hu's strike and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, thinking, "A mere graze has this much power. A direct hit means certain defeat, but if I can create even a tiny opening, there may still be a chance to survive." The moment that thought ended, Xiaomo immediately grabbed Jiang Hu's arm with all his strength. He then planted his foot on the old man's thigh and used it to leap high into the air, making Jiang Hu turn in surprise to see what his opponent intended. At this moment, Xiaomo locks both arms and legs tightly around Jiang Hu's massive arm and roars furiously, "This arm of yours, I'm taking it for sure." Gritting his teeth, he uses all his strength, desperately trying to tear Jiang Hu's arm off. Yet Jiang Hu remains expressionless and calmly says, It's only an ordinary arm. If you want it, just take it. With that, he channels power into the arm and smashes it violently into the hard ground. The brutal impact makes Xiaomo spray blood, his eyes rolling back as he screams in unbearable pain. Jiang Hu does not stop there, raising his leg and stomping Xiaomo with tremendous force, sending rocks flying and dust billowing everywhere. After beating Xiaomo senseless, Jiang Hu looks at his own arm and mutters, "This is truly unbelievable. Such a severe injury, yet I can't feel even the slightest pain. If this had happened before, this arm would probably have been crippled long ago. Yet now it can easily recover to its original state," Jiang Hu says while rotating his arm several times to reset the joints. Once his arm fully recovers, Jiang Hu glances at Zhang Wuwei and coldly says, "Only the most troublesome one remains," while Zhang Wuwei crawls on the ground and snaps impatiently at Xiulong. "Fine, I know, now shut up." Zhang Wuwei lets out a heavy breath and continues, "Get lost. If you won't help, then stop getting in my way." Jiang Hu strides toward Zhang Wuwei and mocks, "You're still this relaxed at a time like this, even wasting time talking nonsense." Hearing Jiang Hu's voice, Zhang Wuwei raises his head to look at him. Without mercy, Jiang Hu stomps hard on Zhang Wuwei, cracking the ground beneath him. The tremendous force creates a huge crater as thick dust fills the air, making the atmosphere oppressive. Jiang Hu looks down at Zhang Wuwei as though staring at an insect he has just crushed to death. Seeing Zhang Wuwei in danger, Xiaomo forces his battered body forward and shouts, "Stop!" But Jiang Hu ignores him and casually throws a punch. Xiaomo is instantly sent flying and embedded into a wall, crying out in agony. With old and new wounds piling up, Xiaomo once again coughs up a mouthful of blood. Before he can even catch his breath, Jiang Hu closes in and throws another punch, while the exhausted Xiaomo can only watch it rush toward him. The punch lands squarely on Xiaomo's face, spraying blood as the shockwave spreads through the surrounding. Seeing Xiaomo's miserable state, Zhang Wuwei grits his teeth and says, "This is really bad. At this rate, he'll die," while Jiang Hu looks down at Xiaomo in the rubble and says solemnly, "I never expected things to end this way. Xiaomo, if you ever get the chance to meet Big Brother again, tell him I'm sorry for me." And just as Jiang Hu prepares to send Xiaomo to join Jianglong, Zhang Wuwei's voice suddenly comes from behind. "Hey old man, don't damage my moneymaker." And hearing Zhang Wuwei's voice, Jiang Hu turns around in surprise. Seeing Zhang Wuwei still able to stand, Jiang Hu coldly says, "I can't believe you're still alive." While Zhang Wuwei calmly replies, "I'm almost dead, but you'll regret pushing me this far. Come at me, stop bullying ordinary people. Monsters should fight monsters, isn't that only natural?" Jiang Hu replies disdainfully, "Then I'd like to see what you're truly capable of." While Xiaomo's vision suddenly begins to blur. Hazy images from the past begin resurfacing in Xiaomo's mind. A strange power suddenly emerges from within Xiaomo's body. Happy memories of the old man appear one after another before his eyes. As if given new strength, this power rapidly spreads throughout Xiaomo's entire body. The final memory he recalls is the moment the old man passed away. Looking at Jiang Hu's huge back before him, Xiaomo murmured, "Life itself is this fragile." At that moment, power surged from Xiaomo and formed a vortex centered on him that rapidly spread outward as he said solemnly, "You were the ones who taught me this." Sensing something extremely unusual, Jiang Hu frowned and turned to look behind him. Zhang Wuwei was utterly baffled by the power radiating from Xiaomo and could not understand what was happening. Xiaomo remained silently rooted in place without the slightest expression while the energy vortex around him grew increasingly larger. Only then did Xiulong explain everything to Zhang Wuwei. "Do you know why the Namgong bloodline has never declined in 100 years and instead remains among the renowned 8 great families? It is neither because of vast wealth and influence nor overwhelming numbers, but because of an ancient supreme divine ability known as ethereal assimilation. Anyone who awakens this miraculous ability can seemingly grasp every mystical art in the world, turning another's secret technique into their own after a single glance. Yet despite a century of inheritance, only a handful have awakened it, with many reaching old age before finally comprehending its essence. But once someone truly comprehends it, they become the embodiment of one who understands all arts. Thus, calling it the supreme mystical art is no exaggeration whatsoever. For precisely this reason, ethereal assimilation is revered as a divine ability far beyond ordinary limits. You humans eventually face limits even after a lifetime of cultivating mystical arts, because once your art takes shape, your spiritual power becomes increasingly fixed and cultivating other paths grows far harder, while forcing it yields little, yet this divine ability can break every such restraint. After hearing all this, Zhang Wuwei stood dumbfounded and murmured, "Is that really possible? Can someone freely control another person's secret techniques?" Zhulong replied, "Exactly. Once you understand the mysteries within, any mystical art can be freely used without years of practice or arduous cultivation." While Jiang Hu charged fiercely toward Xiao Mo with his fist clenched. Jiang Hu unleashed a full power punch that sent Xiao Mo flying backward. Watching Xiao Mo fly away, Jiang Hu raised a smug and satisfied smile. But suddenly his eyes widened in shock and his pupils contracted sharply. Xiao Mo had suffered no injury from the direct blow, while flickering blue lightning began appearing around his body. Jiang Hu asked with a trembling voice, "Protective divine light, since when did you learn such a strange mystical art?" Xiao Mo drove power into his legs and launched himself forward, instantly cracking the stone floor beneath his feet. Xiao Mo's gaze turned sharp and cold as he charged fiercely straight toward Jiang Hu. He quickly gathered his inner power into his right leg for an attack while Jiang Hu stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. From Xiao Mo's charging figure, Jiang Hu suddenly saw the familiar image of his elder brother Jiang Long from long ago. Jiang Hu roared furiously, "You dare dream of defeating me with Phantom Street's secret technique? How ridiculous." Jiang Hu immediately raised his leg, poured strength into it, and performed the exact same move Xiao Mo was using to counter him. Both simultaneously released tremendous power that overwhelmed the surrounding space. Their kicks collided violently, and the explosive force created a tremendous shock like a devastating earthquake. Blinding light erupted as the stone floor cracked and shattered, debris flew everywhere, and thick dust obscured all vision. When the clash ended, Jiang Hu was knocked backward by the impact and could not suppress a cry of pain. His eyes widened to their limits as he exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this happen? My leg is actually trembling. How is that possible when he's only seen it a few times? How could he already execute the technique at this level, with power even greater than mine?" Xiao Mo stared coldly at Jiang Hu before slowly speaking. "If the old master could see what we've become now, he would surely be deeply disappointed, wouldn't he?" Hearing this, veins bulged across Jiang Hu's furious face as he roared, "Shut your mouth, someone like you has no right to judge me." After speaking, the old man charged at Xiao Mo with all his strength like a cannonball, while Xiao Mo stood still with an open palm, ready to meet the ferocious attack. Jiang Hu gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and gathered all his inner power into his hand for the decisive blow. The two powerful attacks collided head-on, unleashing a violent shockwave and fierce winds that seemed capable of sweeping away everything in their path. Fist and palm remained locked against each other, neither side gaining any clear advantage. Xiao Mo roared and poured even more inner power into his palm strike to break the deadlock. Jiang Hu finally failed to withstand it and was immediately blasted backward by Xiao Mo's overwhelming power. After taking the heavy blow, Jiang Hu instantly coughed up fresh blood. He thought in shock, what the hell, he even learned this technique. Jiang Hu lowered his center of gravity and slowly steadied himself before bowing his head and praising in a deep voice, "Good, truly well done." Jiang Hu's eyes suddenly changed, glowing bright red as he roared, "Exhilarating, this feels absolutely exhilarating." Jiang Hu then charged fiercely at Xiao Mo again, while behind him appeared the illusion of a purple skull with sharp fangs roaring savagely. Xiao Mo was utterly stunned, his eyes widening at the scene unfolding before him. Jiang Hu unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, while Xiao Mo used his agility to evade them all. Sensing something strange, Zhang Wuwei muttered in confusion, "Something's wrong. Every attack Four Eyes lands seriously injures Jiang Hu, so why does he become more frenzied the longer they fight?" Zhulong explained, "You can't even see something this simple. That old man surpassed the limits of an ordinary human body long ago. The more severe his injuries become, the more they unleash his endless berserk power, and the closer he gets to death, the more unstoppable he becomes. Unless you can land a single strike directly on his vital point, otherwise, there will be absolutely no chance of killing him." Jiang Hu and Xiao Mo charged at each other once again, both using exactly the same technique. Their fists slammed together as their two forces clashed fiercely, neither side yielding. Both gritted their teeth, faces twisted from exertion as they poured all their strength into their attacks. A dazzling light grew increasingly intense as the stone beneath them cracked under their force, sending rocks flying everywhere and forming a deep crater. A moment later, both were simultaneously forced backward. Zhang Wuwei carefully watched the battle and thought, That old man is absurdly powerful and only gets crazier as he fights, so I need to create an opening for glasses. If this continues, he'll definitely lose, and although the risk is enormous, I have no choice but to try." With that thought, Zhang Wuwei raised his arm as Crimson's spiritual power rapidly enveloped his hand. However, at that very moment, Jiang Hu suddenly erupted with tremendous power and instantly vanished from where he stood. Zhang Wuwei stared blankly and exclaimed, "What?" He disappeared. Jiang Hu's figure suddenly appeared above Xiao Mo's head as his voice rang out, "Don't imagine you're the only one capable of that, because I can also push boss's technique to its absolute limit." Zhulong smiled faintly and calmly said, "The outcome is already obvious." From midair, Jiang Hu stomped downward with all his strength. Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupts with a deafening roar as if the world itself were being torn apart, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere while thick dust completely obscures the view. As the dust clears, Xiaomo's figure gradually appears. Blood keeps dripping from his hand. Xiaomo clutches his blood-soaked hand and gasps heavily, wondering what's going on. With his face covered in blood, Xiaomo mutters in confusion, "He's clearly badly injured too, so why does he feel even stronger?" Feeling his injuries, Xiaomo thinks in alarm, "Not good, my wounds are still spreading and the pain is making it almost impossible to breathe. I won't last much longer like this." Seeing him remain seated in silence, Jiang Hu mocks, "What, you can't take it anymore already? Come on, get up. Keep showing me that so-called conviction of yours." At this moment, energy begins radiating from Zhang Wuwei's foot. Immediately afterward, Jiang Hu's face twists in extreme pain. A fiery vortex suddenly appears around Jiang Hu as if to burn everything nearby, and feeling its intense heat, Xiaomo frowns in confusion. Zhang Wuwei slowly approaches while chanting, "Heavenly strength stands firm, earthly force holds straight, mountain foot flames rise, fire follows its ordained place." Golden spiritual power radiates from Zhang Wuwei's hand as he smiles. This move is called Immortal Descent Trinity Flame. Use it to defeat the enemy. Xiaomo asks blankly, "What are you talking about?" While Zhang Wuwei approaches and explains, "What else? Of course I'm telling you to use my family's ultimate technique against him." Xiaomo stares in disbelief and exclaims, "Are you kidding? How could I have learned it just like that?" Zhang Wuwei replies in confusion, "What, after awakening ethereal spirit mimicry, you're worried you can't learn it? As long as you understand a spell's principles, you can turn any spell into your own just like before." But Xiaomo asks shakily, "Awakened what? I only barely used it through memory and instinct." Meanwhile, Jiang Hu's entire body is smoking from being burned by Immortal Descent Trinity Flame. He grimaces and curses furiously, "I almost forgot there was still a bastard like you." Jiang Hu gives a twisted smile and says, "Good, I'll play with you later," while Zhang Wuwei's plans nearly collapse as he thinks anxiously, "Damn, he doesn't even know what he's doing and is only acting on instinct. I need another plan quickly." Suddenly, Zhang Wuwei notices the monster blood dripping from above. Zhang Wuwei recalls Jiang Hu drinking the monster blood. An idea strikes him and he quickly calls, "Four Eyes, I've got a crazy idea. Want to gamble with me?" Xiaomo asks shakily, "How?" And Zhang Wuwei quietly tells him the plan. Zhang Wuwei then loudly taunts Jiang Hu, "Hey, old bastard, you looked pretty impressive drinking monster blood earlier. Maybe if you drink a few more mouthfuls, you won't have such a hard time dealing with us today." Jiang Hu touches his injured arm, walks toward Zhang Wuwei, and laughs, "Looks like you really want to die, brat." Unafraid, Zhang Wuwei points at Jiang Hu and continues, "I'm personally joining the fight next, so drink some more monster blood or I'm afraid your little strength won't be enough for me to enjoy beating you." While Xiaomo watches with widened eyes. Monster blood from the shattered containers is now pouring down like a small waterfall. "Otherwise, don't say I'm bullying you," but before Zhang Wuwei can finish, Xiaomo has already charged forward. Zhang Wuwei's eyes widen in surprise as sweat runs down his wounded face. Moving like the wind, Xiaomo drives a powerful kick into Jiang Hu's stomach. Jiang Hu slides backward, carving 2 deep trenches into the ground, yet instead of getting angry he mocks, "What's wrong? You're much weaker than before. If you don't put in more strength, don't blame me for losing interest in playing with you." Xiaomo launches forward like a cannonball again, shattering the ground beneath him before kicking Jiang Hu straight into a wall, crushing it inward and spreading huge cracks across it. The impact also sends rocks and debris from the roof continuously falling. Soon, Jiang-Hu's position is completely buried beneath the rubble. Thick dust billowed everywhere as Xiaomo urgently asked, "Quick, what do we do next?" Zhang Wuwei calmly replied, "This time I'll create an opening for you." After a short while, faint rustling sounds began echoing from deep beneath the collapsed rubble. Immediately afterward, Jiang-Hu unleashed tremendous power, blasted away all the rubble crushing him, rose to his feet and stared thoughtfully at Zhang Wuwei. He was shocked to find only Zhang Wuwei standing before him again and asked suspiciously, "Why are you the only brat left here?" Jiang-Hu thought to himself, something is wrong, where did he disappear to? Xiaomo definitely isn't the type to simply give up and run away. Zhang Wuwei smiled provocatively, "Stop looking around, country bumpkin, he's gone to handle something far more important, because someone has to destroy those blood vaults you've worked so hard to guard, right?" Jiang-Hu slowly approached Zhang Wuwei and sneered, "Have you even abandoned the thought of defeating me, you useless fool?" Zhang Wuwei calmly replied, "If I truly can't beat you, then I'll hold you back and at least make you suffer some losses." Reaching Zhang Wuwei, Jiang-Hu gave a twisted smile and said, "If you're so determined to die, I don't mind wasting a little more time, and we can finally settle the old debt for destroying my workshop." Zhang Wuwei narrowed his eyes with a smile and said, "Haven't you always wanted to know why I destroyed that demon blood workshop? Right now I'll tell you the reason." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wuwei gathered his strength and threw a powerful punch, while Jiang-Hu made no attempt to dodge and took the blow head-on. Yet Jiang-Hu's expression remained completely unchanged and he said nothing, as though Zhang Wuwei's punch had no effect whatsoever. Zhang Wuwei froze in shock, sweating profusely. "Old man, act like before and strike back already. Why are you standing there completely silent?" The moment he finished, Jiang-Hu roared, "You really don't know your limits," and drove his knee hard into Zhang Wuwei's stomach, folding him like a shrimp as agony made him groan and vomit everything in his stomach. Jiang-Hu stroked his mustache and said, "Unorthodox mystical arts certainly have some tricks, but do you really think these alone can stop me?" His gaze toward Zhang Wuwei was filled with contempt. Lying flat on the ground, Zhang Wuwei said shakily, "I admit you're really strong. But how should I put this? Compared with that blind guy I met before, you're still far behind." As he spoke, Zhang Wuwei raised his head and revealed an eerie, wicked smile. Enraged by the mockery, Jiang-Hu slammed down a mighty punch, but Zhang Wuwei swiftly leaped backward to dodge as the fist smashed the ground into pieces. After reaching a safe distance, Zhang Wuwei said, "I really want to release that fat bug to play with you, but I'm afraid he'll go berserk and break his word, leaving corpses all over this street. And if he devours everyone in this area, who do you think will bear the consequences? I really envy that four-eyed guy for awakening some powerful bloodline ability, so why must I be the one worrying about all this, don't you agree?" Hearing Zhang Wuwei's incomprehensible rambling, Jiang-Hu looked irritated and snapped, "What nonsense are you babbling, you lunatic? I haven't understood a single sentence from beginning to end. Did I beat your brain senseless?" Zhang Wuwei did not bother explaining and merely sighed before continuing, "Sigh, but thinking about it, it doesn't matter because I'm not the main character this time anyway." It turned out Xiaomo had been hiding on the ceiling all along, his face serious as he focused on waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He rapidly gathered spiritual power into his fist as brilliant blue energy surged like a vortex around Xiaomo's entire hand. Immediately afterward, abundant spiritual power also surged into both his arms and legs. Xiaomo instantly launched himself toward Jiang-Hu at lightning speed, while the spot where he had been hiding shattered like a thin cracker. Sensing imminent danger, Jiang-Hu hurriedly turned to look behind him. Xiaomo poured all his strength into the decisive attack as surging spiritual power engulfed his body, leaving only a pale blue afterimage along the path he crossed. Jiang-Hu's expression turned extremely serious as he turned to face Xiaomo. Xiaomo poured every ounce of strength into his strike as spiritual power erupted around his entire body, leaving green afterimages behind him while Jiang-Hu turned toward him with an extremely grave expression. Xiaomo let out a thunderous roar as if boosting his strength, then charged forward without the slightest fear. His elbow smashed directly into Jiang-Hu's face, instantly deforming it and making him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Jiang-Hu's body was violently blasted backward through the air. His body flew straight toward the pool of demon blood. In an instant, demon blood splashed everywhere from the pool. Xiaomo asked seriously, "Are you really sure you want to try this? Can your body withstand it?" Zhang Wuwei replied wearily. Don't worry too much. Even gambling requires some strategy. And as soon as he finished, Zhang Wuwei unleashed crimson spiritual power that quickly enveloped his entire body. Inside the demon blood pool, the calm surface suddenly rippled. Then Jiang Hu emerged from the depths while roaring madly. He looked up at Xiao Mo and calmly said, I truly underestimated you. Your plan was quite accurate, deliberately knocking me into this blood pool to see whether the demon blood would make me lose control again, betting that I would lose my mind or even be consumed by myself, right? But the purity of the demon blood in this pool is only this much, nowhere near as concentrated as drinking it directly, so what can soaking here briefly possibly do to me? Jiang Hu's face was filled with triumph. Suddenly sensing something wrong, he glanced at his arm and became terrified upon seeing his muscles swelling as if about to explode, exclaiming, how can this be happening? He looked upward and was shocked to see Zhang Wuwei still standing there, thinking, why, that little brat should have exhausted all his strength already. From above, Zhang Wuwei calmly said, if you had only stayed there briefly, it indeed might not have had any effect, but unfortunately. That brief moment was merely your subjective perception, while in reality you had been soaking in the blood pool for a very long time. And Zhulong laughed loudly. Ha ha, I thought you had completely exhausted yourself, yet you still managed to devise this method. Normally, covering his entire body with a barrier would risk letting this old man seize your body, but you compressed the barrier's range to its absolute limit and locked only his head. That consumed little strength while slowing his thoughts and reactions, preventing him from immediately noticing his body's true condition. And by the time his consciousness sensed something wrong, the demon blood had already seeped through his wounds into his energy channels and gradually invaded his entire body. Zhang Wuwei smiled bitterly and said, sometimes being underestimated isn't necessarily bad, and this barrier isn't meant to imprison him, but to immobilize him. Below them, Jiang Hu was now writhing in agony and roaring violently. Zhang Wuwei continued, in other words, if you had been more decisive and moved just a little faster back then, you might have escaped its range. Zhang Wuwei raised his middle finger, smirked, and softly said 3 words, what a pity. Xiao Mo looked sadly at Jiang Hu below, whose body was swelling as he screamed in agony, then coldly said, goodbye, second uncle. Immediately afterward, an enormous explosion erupted, sending demon blood splashing everywhere. Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo watched the demon blood slowly rain down as Zhang Wuwei sighed wearily, phew, it's finally over. While Xiao Mo smiled and said, let's go, E2 is still waiting for us. However, at that very moment, another strange change occurred beneath the demon blood pool. A tangled mass resembling shredded flesh slowly surfaced from the water. It rapidly grew larger while Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo walked away with their backs turned, completely unaware of the monstrosity behind them as Zhang Wuwei said, next, we'll destroy this factory and end everything. The monster roared like a wild beast as it gradually emerged completely from the water, revealing an enormous body covered in countless fleshy growths. Its jagged fangs looked horrifying, and the sudden loud noise startled Xiao Mo and Zhang Wuwei into turning around. The monster bared its uneven rows of razor-sharp teeth and roared madly. Xiao Mo remained stunned, unable to understand what was happening as he stared wide-eyed at the monster, which raised its arm while swollen bubble-like lumps bulged across its grotesque body. Zhang Wuwei watches the monster intently with a grave expression. In the blink of an eye, the monster charges over and towers before the two of them. The monster seems to have completely lost control, roaring madly at them. It immediately slams a thunderous palm down where Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo stand, forcing both to leap aside and dodge. The two instantly flee as Xiao Mo shouts in confusion, hey, could that mass of flesh really be second uncle? And Zhang Wuwei answers, looks like it. Xiao Mo keeps asking, what do we do now? And Zhang Wuwei calmly replies, what else can we do? Run for our lives first. While inside the monster blood warehouse, the surroundings are initially completely silent. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts and everything collapses in an instant. Jiang Hu is responsible, but he has completely transformed into a mindless monster that wildly chases anyone he sees, making the terrified men scatter while screaming, what the hell is this monster? We're finished, our warehouse. What turned him into this? The monster roars madly like a wild beast. Every step it takes cracks nearby structures and sends rocks and debris flying everywhere. But suddenly, the monster can no longer see anyone ahead. Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo hide inside a narrow alley as Xiao Mo asks wearily, what's wrong with him? He keeps chasing us non-stop, even destroying his own monster blood warehouse and attacking his own men without mercy. Xiao Mo says he looks exactly like a monster now, acting purely on instinct. while Zhang Wuwei peers outside and says, "Look on the bright side, the Monster Blood workshop was destroyed without us lifting a finger, and although he looks terrifying now, I think he's less dangerous than when he was conscious. He seems to have lost all human consciousness, leaving only a mad instinct for destruction, and even his movements are driven entirely by beastly instinct. Besides, his body is constantly breaking down and looks ready to explode at any moment." Xiaomo clutches his stomach and complains, "True, but in our exhausted state, dealing with him is still extremely difficult." Zhang Wuwei glances at Xiaomo and says, "I have a plan that might give us a chance to survive this desperate situation." Hearing this, Xiaomo angrily grabs Zhang Wuwei by the collar and yells, "Survival chance, my ass. Doesn't this still mean we have to risk our lives?" Zhang Wuwei hurriedly calms him. "Hey, think about it. Would you rather fight a calm, battle-hardened second boss who gets fiercer the longer he fights, or this mindless lump of flesh? He's bigger now, but he's still just a brainless mass acting on instinct. All his powerful spells and combat skills are gone, leaving only a monster that smashes things randomly, so we can exploit that weakness, unaware that the monster is already towering behind them with glowing eyes fixed on them." Xiaomo's voice begins trembling. I think he heard that." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei freezes and slowly turns around. The monster opens its mouth and unleashes a deafening roar directly at them. The scene shifts to E2, where flames and smoke are billowing into the sky. E2 crazily shouts at the people before him, "Come on, anyone else, all of you come at me." But Xiaomo's voice suddenly rings out, making E2 turn around. "Hey, E2." Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo are desperately fleeing as Xiaomo screams, "Run, hurry." While E2 sees Xiaomo and beams happily, "Boss, did you manage to stop second brother?" But then the enormous monster chasing closely behind Xiaomo and Zhang Wuwei gradually comes into view. E2 freezes dumbfounded, staring blankly up at the terrifying giant before him. The sight makes him question reality as he mutters, "Have I finally reached my limit and started hallucinating?" With no time to explain, Xiaomo grabbed E2 by the tuft of hair and dragged him away, shouting, "Stop starring and run." While running, E2 asked, "Boss, what exactly was that lump of flesh?" And with no time to spare, Xiaomo replied, "I'll explain it properly later." Xiaomo turned and shouted at Zhang Wuwei, "Hurry and tell me that plan you mentioned." Zhang Wuwei quickly replied, "You've seen it yourself, that thing's body is extremely unstable, like a balloon ready to burst from the slightest spark, and the shops above contain plenty of useful things like explosives, oil seeds, and fire axes, so we just need to use them properly." Xiaomo exclaimed in alarm, "You mean lure him onto the main street and use those things against him?" Zhang Wuwei answered firmly, "Exactly, everyone on the street has already evacuated, but to carry this out, you must prepare everything exactly as I say. He has so many mouths on his body, so you should know what to do when the time comes." Xiaomo then asked, "What about you? What are you going to do?" Zhang Wuwei smiled without the slightest fear. "Me? I'll be the bait and buy time for you to prepare, so hurry because I won't last long." Hearing those determined words, Xiaomo gritted his teeth and looked anxiously at Zhang Wuwei. Xiaomo then said doubtfully, "Stop joking, how long can you possibly stall him in your condition? You might ruin the whole plan, so leave it to me." Zhang Wuwei stared at Xiaomo in astonishment, while Xiaomo gritted his teeth with absolute resolve and said, "It's my plan, so go prepare it yourself." Zhang Wuwei still could not bear letting Xiaomo act as bait and began, "But you—" Before Xiaomo firmly interrupted, "Enough talking, hurry up and leave this place to me." Seeing Xiaomo so determined, Zhang Wuwei had no choice but to agree, and the three immediately split into two groups and ran off. At that moment, the monster was still furiously chasing close behind Xiaomo. Suddenly sensing imminent danger, Xiaomo quickly glanced behind him. The monster was raising its arm high into the air. It smashed down at Xiaomo without hesitation, but he reacted instantly and leaped onto the monster's enormous arm. Without stopping, Xiaomo accelerated and sprinted straight upward. He quickly closed in on the monster's head. Xiaomo sprang high into the air as the monster glanced over and roared at him with its jagged-toothed mouth without showing any fear, while Xiaomo gathered blue spiritual power into his left foot. He delivered a powerful kick to the monster's chin, sending waves of force surging outward from the point of impact. After landing the attack, Xiaomo quickly jumped back down. He landed on the ground and watched the enraged monster begin smashing everything around it after being struck. Xiaomo wiped away the blood, stared at the monster, and murmured with a smile, "What exactly were you hoping to achieve by turning yourself into this?" Meanwhile, inside a shop, Zhang Wuwei's urgent voice rang out, "Hurry up. First, quickly place these things at the entrance and move faster." E2 asked, "Do we really need to rush this much? I think I can still help a little more." Zhang Wuwei anxiously replied, "No, there's no time left. I'll handle the rest because I'm afraid Xiaomo won't hold out much longer." while elsewhere a panicked crowd fled and someone shouted, "He lured the monster away. This is our chance. Hurry toward the eastern exit." The monster was frantically overturning the ruined structures as it searched for Xiaomo. The instant it spotted him, it let out a furious roar. Xiaomo thought, "This is bad," as one of his legs began trembling uncontrollably. The bone inside Xiaomo's leg had already cracked, and he was using spiritual power to temporarily stop the injury from worsening. But before Xiaomo could rest any longer, the monster launched another lightning-fast attack. It smashed down hard where Xiaomo had just stood, but he hurriedly leaped aside as the ground shattered and dust erupted, then fled desperately while the monster chased close behind without hesitation. It resembled a wild beast roaring in a frenzy. At that moment, it casually ripped a massive structural pillar from the ground. It raised the pillar high and aimed directly at the fleeing Xiaomo. In an instant, the monster hurled the massive pillar straight toward Xiaomo. Xiaomo glanced behind him in alarm. Faced with the imminent danger, he had no choice but to stop and thought, "Damn it, I'll have to stand my ground and block it." He immediately unleashed a powerful kick that shattered the incoming structure, but a moment later excruciating pain struck and twisted his face. Xiaomo's entire body was suddenly forced backward. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he murmured, "If only I didn't have these old injuries, if I could recover even halfway, then maybe." He glanced down at his knees, which were trembling uncontrollably. He raised his head and murmured, "Looks like some intelligence remains, and that last blow did hit a vital spot." Just then, the monster charged at him again, but Xiaomo's gaze turned resolute as he said, "If I were still my former self, I wouldn't have enough strength left to escape now." With that, Xiaomo gathered all his strength into his uninjured leg. He burst forward at tremendous speed. However, before getting far, he fell face first onto the ground and slid a long distance. Xiaomo felt pain throughout his body, braced himself against the ground, and slowly sat up. He looked back and muttered, "They should have finished preparing over there by now, right?" At that moment, E2 arrived and shouted, "Boss, hurry up, the exit is right up there." Xiaomo hurriedly asked, "How is it? Are the preparations finished?" E2 quickly helped him up and replied, "I'm not entirely sure. He told me to come down first and help you, so." Xiaomo glanced at E2 and bluntly interrupted, "In your condition, how can you help anyone? You're really meddlesome." The two then hurried up the stairs, while the monster rapidly chased them from behind. Xiaomo looked back and said with a trembling voice, "Damn it. If this continues, I'll only drag you into more trouble, so E2, forget about me and go ahead." E2 looked determined and firmly replied, "Don't worry, I said I'd come help you, so how could I possibly come unprepared?" At that moment, countless glowing symbols suddenly appeared where the monster had just stepped. A terrifying explosion immediately erupted, sending thick black smoke and shattered rocks flying everywhere. E2 hurriedly supported Xiaomo and moved quickly away from the center of the violent explosion. Flames surged behind them as if ready to devour everything, while the Jianghu monster continued roaring madly amid the sea of fire. The spreading flames triggered a chain of explosions, forcing E2 to move faster while helping Xiaomo across the uneven steps. However, another terrifying explosion erupted moments later, producing a shockwave that blasted E2 and Xiaomo into the air. Both were thrown a considerable distance before crashing heavily onto the ground and crying out in pain. Xiaomo coughed repeatedly and asked, "E2, are you still okay?" E2 immediately replied, "I'm still holding up." He struggled to his feet and continued, "That thing is still trapped deep underground, so it definitely can't catch up that quickly." When a loud, urgent voice suddenly rang out, "There's no time left. Quickly prepare to follow the plan." The speaker was Zhang Wuwei, who now stood proudly atop a tall rooftop before Xiaomo and E2. "Hey, why did you run all the way up there? Are we starting the plan again?" Zhang Wuwei said. "Do you still remember the original plan we discussed underground? Use explosives, oil-pressing seeds, and fire talismans from the surrounding shops to lure it into taking the bait and swallowing them. However, I've temporarily modified a few details." And beside E2 and Xiaomo below appeared a dummy resembling Zhang Wuwei almost perfectly. After hearing Zhang Wuwei's explanation, Xiaomo turned his gaze toward the dummy beside him. "So this is the detail you went through the trouble of changing. Although it has lost its reason, are you sure this method can work?" Zhang Wuwei replied. "I'll need your help, just make it open its mouth and I'll find a chance from above to throw everything inside." "Understood, but if this fails, don't expect me to collect your corpse." At this moment, everything around them became silent, with only thick dust drifting through the air. Suddenly, the road violently collapsed downward. A tangled mass began breaking through the earth and rocks from underground. It was the Jianghu monster, and before long, it had completely emerged from beneath the ground. The moment Xiaomo and E2 saw it, they hurriedly shouted to attract its attention, "Hey, the big piece of meat is over here." Hearing Xiaomo's shout, the monster immediately glared viciously toward them. The instant the monster swung its arm to grab them, Zhang Wuwei's group quickly fled, leaving only the dummy behind, which it swiftly seized and threw without hesitation into its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. A moment later, Zhang Wuwei returned carrying an enormous bag on his back. Carrying the heavy bag, he leaps straight toward the monster's tooth-filled mouth. As soon as he reaches the monster's terrifying mouth, Zhang Wuwei raises the bag high. Zhang Wuwei smiles brightly and says, "Don't rush, there's still more right here." With that, he throws the bag straight into the monster's wide-open mouth. Zhang Wuwei falls from that height, rolling several times across the ground before finally regaining his balance. He then turns his gaze toward the Jianghu monster. As expected of that insatiable appetite. "At least you didn't disappoint me. This should taste pretty good too, right?" The monster now howls madly in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably down its face. Tisk, that bundle was packed with premium goods, not only explosives and fire talismans, but I even stuffed plenty of good stuff inside that straw dummy. Glowing purple lines spread densely across the monster's body as it screams miserably in pain. Has digestion already begun? As the masses of flesh on the monster rapidly swell at a visibly alarming rate. A fierce light shines from within its body while its flesh continues melting and spilling outward. Seeing this, Zhang Wuwei hurriedly runs away and says, "Don't explode too quickly, at least give me a chance to watch." The masses of flesh on the monster swell further and further, looking ready to explode at any moment. Zhang Wuwei suddenly stops and silently watches the monster. The light shining from the monster's mouth grows dazzlingly bright as it raises its head and releases a sorrowful, anguished roar. Zhang Wuwei's pupils suddenly contract. The next instant, the monster explodes, spraying purple liquid everywhere, forcing Zhang Wuwei to helplessly shut his eyes and raise an arm to shield his face. But after waiting and feeling no liquid hit him, Zhang Wuwei opens his eyes to look. Surprisingly, Xiaomo has somehow appeared beside him. Holding a large umbrella over them both, Xiaomo looks down at Zhang Wuwei and says, "The process was miserable, but I guess our gamble paid off." Zhang Wuwei looks back and immediately protests, "Seriously? You make it sound like I relied entirely on luck when this was clearly a brilliant plan based on careful analysis and calculation." Xiaomo replies, "Yeah, a brilliant plan that came one step from wiping us all out," and Zhang Wuwei retorts, "But we still won in the end. Isn't the result what matters? Anyway, it's all over now, right?" Xiaomo's voice suddenly turns solemn as he answers, "Yeah," making Zhang Wuwei notice something strange and ask, "What's wrong?" Xiaomo gazes distantly toward the sky and quietly replies, "Nothing." A while later, Xiaomo urges, "Let's go, we still have things to handle." While no one knows that the destruction of this underground monster blood facility will later become a crucial piece on the world's chessboard, burying a chance of survival beneath the Kunlun calamity while opening the turbulent era of three dragons sharing the world. Several days later, news of the Monster Blood Workshop's destruction is carried by a messenger bird through thick fog to a hidden realm thousands of miles away. Inside a dark secret chamber, a fat man asks, "Everything was destroyed. Tusk looks like the plan before winter won't proceed on schedule." And the person beside him replies, "More importantly, even starting over now won't let us finish by the deadline." A girl turns toward the sword-bearing man seated opposite her and says, "Senior, what exactly are your men from the lower realm doing? With such a huge mistake, who's going to take responsibility?" The sword-bearing man remains silent while someone else interrupts, "Do you even need to ask? Obviously, you should take responsibility." Hearing this, the girl explodes in anger and shouts, "What does this have to do with an idle bastard like you?" The other person merely grins and says, "Oh my, angry already? I said nothing wrong. This matter was under your full responsibility while he's busy with countless affairs and merely helped because you were helpless. Did you really mistake him for your servant?" And she snaps, "Say one more word and I'll kill you right here." "Oh, it's rare to see you in such high spirits, then allow me to test your skills." The two continue arguing fiercely, yet the sword-bearing man remains calmly seated without saying a word. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, revealing strange purple pupils gleaming within them. Shui Jiang suddenly asks, "Are you two done arguing? If you're finished, follow me and prepare the ritual array." And the girl asks, "The Lord returned to the mountain long ago. Will he really answer if we summon him now?" Shui Jiang coldly replies, "Our duty is only to deliver the message. Whether he answers is entirely his decision." "Lion, are your subordinates still useful at all? If they've become useless, we should eliminate them before they cause future trouble." Another person replied, "It'll be troublesome if our whereabouts are exposed." The sword-wielding young man then said, "Everything is under control. I've already made all the arrangements, and anyone from the outside trying to investigate this place will only end up lost in dense fog." Though he's stupid, whenever his life is truly threatened, he becomes more cautious than anyone, so he's still somewhat useful, but if he makes another mistake, I'll personally cut him down. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a flying bird carrying a secret letter circled through the sky. After reading the letter brought by the bird, someone furiously slammed the table and shattered it, shouting, "Jong-hu, you truly are useless. I gave you every last drop of the purest demon blood to help you transform. Your body had already surpassed ordinary people and even rivaled the finest warriors, so how could you fail at such a trivial task? You're utterly incompetent and useless." The flying bird trembled violently in fear, and the girl comforted it. "It's all right, don't be afraid." The man was so furious that he scratched a bloody wound across his own face before calming himself. "Calm down, I must stay calm, everything hasn't collapsed yet, and if I can make up for all these losses, perhaps the situation can still be saved. If it can't be saved, then a chess piece deserves only to rot on the board." He then called loudly, "Little sister." The girl immediately picked up her sword and answered firmly, "I'm here. Given the current situation, you're the only one who can leave immediately, so make every second count and seize any opportunity to capture all of them. But if victory isn't certain, stabilize the situation first, and I'll arrange for the others to return immediately and quickly reinforce you." Little sister accepted the order and replied, "Understood. So do you want them dead or captured alive? If you ask me, being able to cut that brat into pieces would naturally be ideal. But his miserable life may still have some value, so bringing him back alive would be best, and remember not to cause too much chaos because the less commotion, the better." Little sister raised a mask and placed it over her face. She then slowly replied, "Don't worry, brother, I'll handle everything cleanly." The scene shifted to the Harmony Brotherhood Ancestral Hall, where Ziomo's sorrowful voice echoed, "In the end, I still haven't accomplished anything at all. Old Master I." But Ziomo ultimately could not voice everything buried in his heart and merely pressed his lips together in silence. He then turned and quietly walked away, but suddenly looked back and stared intently in one direction. His eyes widened and his face filled with utter shock. He shouted, "Who's there? What's with that shadow?" Old Master Jianglong's familiar back suddenly appeared before him, leaving Ziomo unable to believe his eyes. Ziomo's voice trembled with emotion. "Old Master, is that really you? Old Master, can you hear me?" Yet Jianglong gave no answer and silently continued forward, while Ziomo hurried after him and pleaded, "Please don't go, so much has happened over these years." Unexpectedly, Jianglong's figure gradually faded away before Ziomo's stunned eyes. Ziomo cried out desperately, "I still have so much I want to tell you." Jianglong's hazy face appeared, turning toward him as he said, "Amo, is that you? I have to go now." With those words, Jianglong's figure completely vanished into nothingness. Back in reality, Ziomo jolted awake and suddenly opened his eyes. He gasped heavily and murmured to himself, "Was that just a dream?" "Yes, what else could it be if not a dream? It's time for me to shoulder everything alone." Ziomo then picked up his cloak, put it on, and walked outside. When he stepped outside, not a single person was around, and a sudden feeling of loneliness welled up inside him. Ziomo looked pensively at the sky, his heart filled with countless indescribable sorrows. He then reached the buildings badly damaged by the fierce battle, where E2's booming voice rang out, "Listen carefully, everyone, work harder. Everything must be repaired before next week, understood?" Ziomo approached from behind and asked with concern, "E2, have your injuries healed?" Hearing Ziomo's familiar voice, E2 immediately turned around. He quickly bowed and replied, "Thanks to boss's concern, I've completely recovered." "Are you sure?" "My injuries are almost fully healed, so please don't worry." And hearing this, Ziomo could only sigh softly. He then looked elsewhere and continued, "Don't push yourself, leave these trivial matters to me and get some proper rest," making E2 look up in surprise and exclaim, "Huh?" E2 hesitated, "Boss, about that." Seeing him unable to speak clearly, Ziomo pressed, "What is it?" "All of Second Brother's secret workshops have already been discovered. Besides those found earlier, 2 other locations have now completely collapsed. What troubles me most are the brothers who drank demon blood and turned into monsters. Some of them have already gone insane and can't even speak anymore. Others drank very little blood or even none at all, but sided with the traitors, and they all want to redeem themselves through merit. But how should I put it? I'm also afraid unnecessary chaos might occur and don't know how to handle this, so please decide, boss." Ziomo replied, I'll find a way to deal with those who have completely turned into monsters. As for the brothers who betrayed us, you can decide their fate yourself." Hearing this order, E2 exclaimed in shock, me. Zayomo walked away and called back, "You're more qualified than I am to do it," leaving E2 only able to call after him, "Boss." The scene shifted elsewhere, deep within the fire-gathering clan territory. Zayomo sat absent-mindedly on the stone steps, recalling what Jiang-hu had once told him. "Zayomo, do you know why you've ended up cornered like this today? It's because you've never been able to see through people's hearts." Zayomo looked deeply saddened as he sat alone in silence and gradually sank into old memories, thinking, "I never expected them to secretly talk about me like this, as if I'm some terrible villain." Zhang Long smiled gently and said, "Don't be angry. Everyone has lived here their entire lives, so not all of them can see that far ahead, and suddenly asking them to change everything naturally makes them uncomfortable. If you weren't the one bearing all their complaints and resentment, that might not necessarily be a good thing either." Hearing this, Zayomo asked, "Should I bow to them and abandon what's right? Old man, don't tell me you also think I've gone too far." Zhang Long calmly replied, "No, I think you did the right thing, but doing so much without anyone acknowledging it is exhausting, isn't it? If you're tired, you can stop anytime without making yourself suffer, because everyone has their own path in life. After all, it wasn't easy for you to escape, so don't let yourself fall into another cage." And hearing this, Zayomo froze slightly and stared at Jiang Long. "All right, enough, don't worry about me anymore. Let them curse all they want, because as long as this island can eventually break free from those restraints, I don't care." Returning to the present, Zayomo remained lost in thought, sitting completely motionless. Zhang Wuwei approached and called out, "I finally found you. Why are you sitting here meditating alone?" Zayomo ignored the question and asked instead, "Why were you looking for me? I really don't feel like talking right now." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei froze and thought, "What? Damn, this is bad. I only wanted to confess that I accidentally lost the gold voucher he gave me before, but now clearly isn't the right time." So he turned around, forced a smile, and said, "Brother Namgong, if you don't mind, let's talk a little. Is it because what happened earlier caused such heavy losses?" "No, those trivial matters are actually quite easy to handle. I'm just thinking that perhaps he was right." Who are you talking about?" "Second brother once told me in the dungeon that I ended up cornered like this because I couldn't see through people's hearts. I always believed that as long as Phantom Street could change, everyone would eventually escape that damned curse. But I never truly formed a bond with the people living on this island, treating it only as a task and trying to complete some mission without ever truly becoming part of it. More like an uninvited guest barging into their world without caring how they felt. If I had sincerely built good relationships with everyone and cared about every small matter here, perhaps I would have noticed the abnormalities much sooner. Now, instead of disappearing, the curse may actually worsen." And Zhang Wuwei asks, "A curse? What curse?" "Long ago, a giant monster died on this island, cursing its inhabitants so anyone who leaves rapidly ages and dies, while the elders believe that if no monsters are traded or allowed to die here, the curse will vanish after 100 years, though no one knows whether that is true." "So that's what happened. No wonder when I asked why you couldn't sell monsters, you said it was an ancestral rule. I didn't understand then, but now I finally know why. Now we can't simply wait for the curse to disappear, because the brothers who drank monster blood are gradually becoming monsters and I don't know how to save them." And Zhang Wuwei says, "If that's the problem, I may have a solution," while pulling down his left sleeve. Revealing Zhulong's face on his arm, Zhang Wuwei continues, "Actually, I'm just like them." Zayomo exclaims in shock, "What? You mean you've also become a monster?" Zhang Wuwei casually rolls his neck and replies, "Yes, because I sealed a monster inside my body," making Zayomo shout in alarm, "You sealed a monster inside yourself? Isn't that practically suicide?" Zhang Wuwei suddenly turns serious and says, "I didn't want this either, but I had no other choice. To keep him from devouring me, I could only risk my life and try this method." Zayomo quickly asks, "You mean you have a way to turn them back into normal humans?" And Zhang Wuwei replies, "There is one, but I've only heard about it." "You've only heard about it? Are you afraid of death?" Zayomo asks in surprise, Why suddenly ask that?" And Zhang Wuwei slowly stands, saying, "Well, I suppose you're not the kind of person who's afraid of dying anyway. I guess there's no harm in telling you, but remember not to tell anyone else. I once met someone who told me the only way to restore my human body is to find Nua's heart bloodstone in Kunlun's western reach, said to be formed from the creator goddess's own heart and capable of breaking down and reconstructing all things. If it can separate the monster from me and restore my human body, it should also restore your brothers who drank monster blood and perhaps even lift this island's curse. Nua's heart? I've never heard of it. Does such a divine artifact really exist in this world? Zhang Wuwei casually replies, who knows if it's real? Even I'm not certain, but it's probably my only remaining hope. So wanna search for Nua's heart together? Search for it with you. I think I'll pass. Searching for some myth that may not even be real is far too risky. Unable to persuade him, Zhang Wuwei sighs. Anyway, I was only asking casually. But if I really find it, I wouldn't mind helping you. But let me make this clear first. If I really help you, remember to pay me, Zhang Wuwei says before turning to leave. Unexpectedly, Xiaomo calls after him. If it's only a trip to the Western Reach, maybe it isn't impossible. Zhang Wuwei turns back in surprise as Jiang Long's old words echo in Xiaomo's mind. I'm afraid that at the end I'll discover I was wrong. So what? Life isn't that fragile. Xiaomo murmurs to himself, that's right, even if I choose the wrong path, it doesn't matter. I just need to take another path. And with that, Xiaomo rises, seemingly having made his final decision. Later, in the vast courtyard of the Harmony Brotherhood, several burly men vigorously beat enormous drums. Xiaomo declares clearly, I gathered you here because I've decided it's time for everything on this island to begin anew. And over the past few days, I asked everyone to write down what you truly believe can protect this base. While the Harmony Brotherhood members murmur, is the boss really leaving? And a bearded man replies, I heard he's going into the outside world to find a way to eliminate the monster blood. Xiaomo continues, I've read every answer and the result matches my thoughts. For years I strictly upheld the rules, but looking back, I focused too much on rules while neglecting your feelings and essential needs. While a bowl-cut man asks, do you think there's still hope? And the mustached man beside him replies, the boss said he's going to find a way, so there must be one. Xiaomo continues loudly, many times I made decisions without considering your perspective. And I deeply regret that, so today I'm stepping down not because I've lost confidence, but because this place needs a leader who can balance rules with people's hearts, someone principled yet compassionate who can consider everyone better than I did, and I fully trust that he can lead you forward, as a figure slowly approaches behind him. That person is Zhang Wuwei, carrying a tray with a cloak resting on it. Seeing Zhang Wuwei appear, a bespectacled man asks in disbelief, hey, what the hell is going on? Why is it him? Hearing everyone below whispering, Xiaomo turns around helplessly and says, it's not your turn to come out yet, idiot. Hearing that, Zhang Wuwei stared blankly and quietly defended himself. How was I supposed to know? None of you explained anything clearly, and I said from the start that I didn't want to get involved. Suddenly, E2 stepped forward from behind, casually nudged Zhang Wuwei and said, you've contributed so much, so naturally you deserve a share of today's honor. Seeing E2 step forward, the people below erupted excitedly, shouting, oh, that's more like it. Xiaomo turned around and softly called, E2, is everything ready? E2 immediately replied, everything is ready. Xiaomo took the tray holding the robe from Zhang Wuwei, walked toward E2 and said, then I'll leave everything to you, before E2 took the robe and quickly put it on. From now on, I'll have to rely on you, especially regarding those brothers who drank demon blood. E2 immediately replied, understood, I'll give them a chance to redeem themselves through merit, while those who have lost control will be properly cared for and never allowed to disrupt the rules of the black market. Hearing this promise, Xiaomo said, that's good, the road ahead will be hard on you. E2 said emotionally, boss, do you really have to leave? Yes, I have to go, and although I'm not certain I'll find a solution, I still need to make the journey and try. Hearing this, E2 looked hesitantly at Xiaomo as though he still wanted to say something. But after a moment, he decided not to stop him, lowered his head, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, boss, I wish you a safe and successful journey. Xiaomo hurriedly reminded him, don't do that. From this moment onward you are the true leader of Phantom Street. E2 then turned toward the crowd below and swept his gaze across the members of the Harmony Brotherhood. At that moment, Xiaomo solemnly announced, from today onward, he will be the 8th generation leader of Phantom Street. Faced with this powerful declaration, E2 and everyone below froze in astonishment as the entire place fell completely silent for a moment. But immediately afterward they erupted in celebration, shouting, Boss E2, now that you've been promoted you have to treat us to drinks. Don't become boss and stop hanging out with us because we fully support you. Overexcited, E2 slapped Xiaomo hard on the shoulder, making him grimace in pain and said, "Hey, Ziomo, I remember you used to hate these old-fashioned ceremonies. I never expected you to start doing this stuff today. It feels really strange." Hearing E2 no longer call him boss, Ziomo muttered to himself, "Ziomo," he changed how he addresses me that quickly. E2 then raised his arm excitedly and shouted, "All right, everyone, let's all see our former boss off on the final stretch of his journey." Ziomo looked toward the sky and silently vowed, "Old master, I will definitely return with the answer. And when that day comes, the people living here will finally have a sky of their own." Zhang Wuwei quietly stood behind them with his back against the wall and thought, "I've finally fulfilled the promise I made to Abai years ago, so now it's time to set out and finish my own business. I don't even know how far I'll manage to go while staying alive. I keep feeling that everything lately has been far too peaceful, as though something unusual is hidden beneath it." Suddenly, in the direction Zhang Wuwei was looking, a blood-red vortex appeared in the sky. His face filled with alarm as he exclaimed in shock, "What's that? What exactly is that thing?" Inside the strange vortex, two glowing red lights suddenly appeared. Zhang Wuwei wondered, an illusion? No, this feels far too real to be one. The vortex gradually transformed into Zhulong's face, opening its mouth full of jagged fangs with an extremely ferocious appearance. Terrified, Zhang Wuwei squeezed his eyes shut and screamed loudly. Hearing his agonized scream, Ziomo and E2 hurriedly turned around. Zhang Wuwei continued screaming nonstop while Ziomo and E2 stood completely stunned, unable to understand what was happening. Only after a while did Zhang Wuwei slowly open his eyes and find nothing in the sky, only two pairs of eyes staring at him, leaving him sweating and utterly embarrassed. E2 asked suspiciously, "Did the previous battle accidentally damage his brain?" Ziomo hesitantly replied, "I'm not sure, but probably not." Zhang Wuwei scratched his head and forced a smile, saying, "Ha ha, sorry about that, I scared you guys," while Ziomo worriedly asked, "Are you really all right?" Suddenly, bright red blood began flowing from Zhang Wuwei's mouth and nose. The next moment, his entire body lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. His body became completely rigid, leaving him utterly unable to move. His gaze gradually grew heavy as his eyelids began to close. The figures of Ziomo and E2 before him gradually faded and blurred. As he sank into unconsciousness, Zhulong's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Ha ha, little brat, are these the memories hidden deepest in your heart that you never want to recall? You desperately want to escape all this, don't you? It feels unbearably painful, right? Look at those fragments of your past memories, how beautiful they were. How precious those memories were. How could you possibly let go and forget them so easily? Look, hurry and look carefully. It truly hurts, doesn't it? Give me your body and this old man will end your endless suffering, because once you surrender everything, all the pain will finally end. Stop resisting. How much longer can you delay this, and how much longer can you endure? Let go and give up. You will never be able to escape." At this moment, Zhang Wuwei clutched his head tightly with clenched teeth and sweat pouring down his face as demonic power flickered around him, when a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder and asked, "Hey, are you all right?" It was Ziomo who continued, "You're awake. Are you okay?" Zhang Wuwei panted heavily and replied, "Pant, so it's you." "I'm fine. If I force it, I can barely say nothing's wrong." "How many days was I unconscious?" Ziomo replied, "Probably around 2 days. The doctors examined you and strangely they all said there was nothing wrong with your body, but time was too tight, so we had no choice but to depart while you were still unconscious. After all, delaying any longer wouldn't help." Zhang Wuwei sighed and said, "You did the right thing. We don't have any time left to waste. Our only option now is to hurry to Kunlun's far western mountains and find the Nuwa stone, because only then can we hope to cure this completely. For now, we can only gamble on it because no one knows whether the Nuwa stone can truly be found." Ziomo looked upward and replied, "I understand, but we have no other choice, so let's try." Zhang Wuwei lowered his voice and said, "Judging by your expression, you must be extremely anxious inside, right?" Ziomo replied, "It's about the brothers who drank demon blood because I must consider the worst-case scenario, and the brothers once heard second uncle say that the side effects of demon blood don't necessarily appear in everyone. The symptoms may not even be obvious at first, but the risk always remains over time, yet we can't restrain them too harshly. So I had E2 arrange for them to stay away from crowded places and live within a controllable area. What if we reach Kunlun's far western mountains and still can't find the Nuwa stone? If we truly can't find it, I'll have no choice but to return to Phantom Street first and think of another solution afterward. Xiaomo turned and walked inside while saying, "Don't worry, don't overthink it, just do your best," making Zhang Wuwei exclaim in surprise, "Hey, why did this turn into you comforting me?" Xiaomo replied, "Because you seem even more worried than I am." Meanwhile, at the previous secret realm, a group of people were discussing anxiously. So much time has passed, why hasn't anything happened yet? Could the blood order have lost its effect? The concentration of this blood is already sufficient, but whether the summoning succeeds probably isn't something we can decide. If the other party doesn't want to come, even writing 10 full pages would be completely useless. Tell me, how do you think the disaster caused this time will be handled? However it's handled doesn't matter. Easy for you to say since you can't die anyway, but I wonder how the Lord will handle this matter. It's truly something worth looking forward to. This is no small matter. Even if the punishment isn't death, I'll probably be skinned alive, so I wish I could surrender my life early and spare myself some suffering. The young man holding the sword pondered silently for a moment. Then he glanced over and said, "Enough, let's end this conversation here." Another person protested, "What's that supposed to mean? Are you forbidding others from speaking now?" And the sword-wielding young man coldly replied, "I simply find you far too noisy." Shui Jiang looked up at the sky and shouted, "Everyone be quiet. My lord has arrived," and at that moment, radiant white smoke appeared in the sky and began swirling together. It gradually condensed into the figure of a person. The person swept his gaze over everyone below and slightly curled his lips into a smile. Everyone below immediately knelt and shouted in unison, "Greetings, my lord." The mysterious man descended and said, "Everyone, rise. I still have some matters to handle today, so I'm afraid I cannot stay here long." Hearing this, everyone immediately stood and answered together, "Understood." The mysterious man asked, "Now tell me, what exactly happened that was so urgent?" After hearing the entire story, the mysterious man calmly said, "So that's what happened." And Little Poison immediately knelt and cried, "This subordinate deserves death." The mysterious man walked beside her and asked, "You mean the 2 remaining water sources cannot be destroyed as planned in the 12th lunar month this year?" And the trembling girl replied, "Yes, my lord." Little Poison looked up and continued, "This failure was entirely caused by my negligence, and I am willing to accept any punishment." The mysterious man calmly asked, "You know you were wrong?" Little Poison lowered her head and replied, "Yes. Only realizing your mistake now is far too late." As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man reached toward Little Poison. Little Poison did not resist, merely gritting her teeth and shutting her eyes to accept her fate, but the mysterious man only lightly tapped her forehead. She froze and exclaimed, "Huh." The mysterious man said, "All right, the punishment is over, so you may leave and attend to your other duties." Little Poison stammered, "My lord, why? Why is that?" The mysterious man replied, "No matter how carefully a plan is arranged, unforeseen errors will always exist, and 1 or 2 small mistakes can ruin everything, so the one truly at fault is me, not you." Someone among the group asked, "My lord, do you intend to deal with the person who destroyed the monster blood facility?" "Forget it, obsessing over what has already happened brings no benefit, so don't let trivial matters distract you. What matters most is what lies ahead and how we keep moving forward." And the sword-wielding young man began, "Your teachings," before suddenly stopping and simply replying, "Yes." Hearing his hesitation, the mysterious man turned to him and said, "If you're dissatisfied and wish to act, that's fine, but remember that not everyone in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is ordinary. If your movements are too conspicuous, they will certainly discover your existence." After finishing his instructions, the mysterious man clapped his hands and said, "It seems everything here has been settled. I should leave now," and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure became hazy. His figure then turned into white smoke and vanished as everyone hurriedly shouted together, "Farewell, my lord." The mysterious man's hazy figure soon appeared elsewhere, and he sighed, "Danner, how many times have I told you not to disturb me while my soul is projecting?" While Danner, the dog he had called, barked twice upon hearing his voice. Back among the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion group, the person beside Shui Jiang said, "I never expected my lord to be this kind of person. He's quite different from how the legends describe him." Shui Jiang said, "Those legends and records are merely tools of power. Whoever controls them writes their own story, and without witnessing the truth firsthand, who can say what is right or wrong? Yet one thing cannot be denied. The footsteps of fate have never stopped, and even though he once fell into the deepest abyss, destiny continues to favor him. Today, he returns to the mortal world carrying a shattered past and unfinished dreams, truly worthy of being called the child of destiny chosen 300 years ago. 300 years ago, he was one of the brightest stars beneath heaven, one favored by destiny yet destined to sacrifice himself for it. Kunlun Sansheng, Kangyuan Zunshan, Huoxian, Dao Fei Dao, Naisheng Xiao. At this moment, Danner kept licking the mysterious young man's face as he laughed. Ha ha, acting cute won't help you because this time I really must punish you severely. Suddenly, someone approached and called out, "How many times have I reminded you?" Yet the young man kept playing with his pet without paying attention, as if pretending to be pitiful would somehow help. The newcomer asked, "Have you had enough fun yet?" Hearing the voice, the young man turned around. He was Chu Tianshu, an officer of the Kunlun Spiritual Flame Division under the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion who also served as bamboo keeper. The newcomer was a gentle-faced girl with a perfectly voluptuous figure, truly a youthful face with a mature body. And she scolded, "Look at the time, why are you still hiding here slacking off?" Chu Tianshu lifted the dog and replied, "Deputy Pavilion Master, Zio Dan said it wasn't feeling well, so I came specially to check on it, and if you don't believe me, just ask Zio Dan yourself." As if understanding him, the dog barked, "Woof. See, I wasn't lying at all. I'm really not in the mood to fool around with you right now, so I strongly advise you to return within the next few minutes and finish dealing with all those unanswered letters." Chu Tianshu hugged Danner tightly and smiled. "Zio Dan, look at how heartless she is. I only wanted a little rest, yet she won't even allow such a tiny request. Let's ignore this bad-tempered old lady, all right?" The dog immediately answered, "Woof, woof," making the girl's delicate eyebrows furrow in irritation. The girl stepped forward, grabbed Chu Tianshu by the ear, and shouted, "Get back to work right now." He grimaced and cried, "Ah, that hurts." But she kept dragging him away by the ear as he pleaded, "Please be gentler, I'm sorry, I promise I won't do it again." The scene shifted to a tall tower where someone called out, "Come on, let's drink a toast together." Everyone raised their cups while chatting merrily, saying, "Today's banquet is incredibly lively. The elder prepared everything so thoughtfully for us. Ha ha, we finally get to drink our fill. This wine is truly delicious. So here's to our brothers of the Celestial Masters Association winning from the very beginning and defeating every enemy wherever they go." Chu Tianshu merely smiled without speaking, quietly watching everyone happily chatting together. A girl held 2 chicken legs and devoured them while praising, "This food is delicious, and this chicken leg tastes amazing too." The white-haired young man opposite her angrily pointed and shouted, "Wait, that's clearly my chicken leg. Are you doing this on purpose?" The deputy pavilion master glanced toward Chu Tianshu. She asked, "What's wrong? Why do you keep staring down there?" Chu Tianshu smiled and replied, "I'm merely curious, because the double pupils can unravel every mystical art in the world while the ethereal spirit can imitate all arts under heaven. So either side being stronger would make sense." A red-haired girl swallowed a mouthful of wine and said, "What an idiot, the stronger one is obviously our little Yingruo." Hearing this, the deputy pavilion master questioned her, "Didn't you lose to Namgong last time?" The red-haired girl rested her chin on her hand and replied, "That brat truly isn't simple." Barely over 20, he awakened ethereal assimilation, a divine ability his father spent half a lifetime comprehending, and single-handedly defeated 4 elite disciples and a pavilion master with their own secret techniques, completely revering his side's desperate situation. Such an extraordinary genius is rarely seen in this world, and after more than 10 years, he's probably already reached the transcendent realm by now, hasn't he? A white-haired girl with a tattoo on her neck asked, "Why are you still so confident that we'll win?" The red-haired girl smiled and replied, "Because little Yingruo and I once sparred," making the white-haired girl ask, "Why didn't we know about that?" The red-haired girl explained, "We happened to meet behind the mountain once, so we casually exchanged a few moves." The deputy pavilion master crossed her arms and asked, "What was the result?" The red-haired girl replied, "If we fought seriously, I'd willingly accept losing not just by half a move but even 10, yet that time he was merely guiding me while I had already used all my strength." The deputy pavilion master said, No wonder you said even Namgong from 10 years ago might not compare to Yingruo." The red-haired girl replied, "Even so, I still think Namgong has an overwhelming advantage in experience and technique, so the outcome isn't certain." The deputy pavilion master added, "I truly hope I can witness it myself, because even I can hardly imagine just how powerful Yingruo really is." Chu Tianshu sighed softly, "Sigh, don't say that, there will still be plenty of opportunities in the future." The deputy pavilion master's expression suddenly darkened as she softly said, perhaps you're right. What a pity, no matter how hard we try, it seems extremely difficult to change anything. The red-haired girl put an arm around Chu Tianchu's shoulder and said, "All right, stop discussing this. The outcome will be the same anyway, so let's continue our journey." Chu Tianchu glanced at her and casually replied, "The wine we brought tastes much better than the wine here." The red-haired girl looked toward the deputy pavilion master and cheerfully asked, "What do you think, deputy pavilion master?" The deputy pavilion master sternly reminded him, "Drinking is drinking, but the work still needs to be finished, and thanks to his laziness today, it still isn't done." Hearing this, Chu Tianchu froze and stammered, "About that The red-haired and white-haired girls then stood up to leave, with the white-haired girl waving goodbye and saying, Then we shouldn't delay your work any longer," while the red-haired girl added, While you're at it, finish my share too," leaving Chu Tianchu sweating as he muttered, "Can't you at least put in a good word for me?" Nearby, a girl was vigorously chewing and swallowing food, her mouth constantly stuffed full. A young man pulled her back and shouted, "Idiot, that's another table." Yet the girl stubbornly grabbed more food and stuffed it into her mouth because the senior brothers had said she could, while the young man opposite laughed, "Ha ha, it's fine, let her eat, as long as our little junior sister likes it." The young man pulling her looked embarrassed and explained, "But she's eaten a bit too much, those junior brothers and sisters look ready to cry," while another young man nearby muttered, "Truly impressive, just like the rumors." Nearby, two young men watched the scene as the black-haired one sighed, "It would be nice if this cheerful atmosphere could always last," making the white-haired young man beside him ask in confusion, "Why do you say that, senior brother?" The black-haired young man explained, "Haven't you noticed? The allocation for this Celestial Masters gathering is unusual, with 36 participants in total and our branch taking 10 spots. The white-haired young man replied, "Right, our sect usually had only 5 or 6 participants before, so why were 6 more chosen this time? I can tell you, but don't spread this around after hearing it, because the sect master is gravely ill and likely doesn't have much time left, so the struggle for the next sect master position has already begun." Another person asked, "Then what does that have to do with the Celestial Masters gathering we're attending?" The senior brother immediately replied, "Think about why such a good opportunity suddenly fell into our hands, because according to the rules, the sect master is chosen by 36 votes from 3 elders, the chief and deputy masters of 6 pavilions and 24 offices. Elders Pang and Qing control the 6 pavilions and 24 offices, each side divided among 4 disciples for 8 factions in total, forming 2 unshakable power blocks within Kunlun. Although the Celestial Master only has 20% support, he controls the Sect Protection Pavilion, along with all patrol forces and the Central Guards. Although our faction is small, we're fundamentally different from the others because we're the minority capable of deciding the overall outcome. Right now, they only have 2 paths. The first is to find a way to overthrow Master, but the price is too great and it's nearly impossible now." And after hearing this analysis, another person said, "Then they only have." The senior brother immediately confirmed, "Exactly, winning us over," before the scene shifted elsewhere where 3 people were talking and a white-haired old man called out, "Shenji. It is truly Kunlun's good fortune that Yongjin is serving as sect leader and leading the Celestial Masters Assembly this time." Gu Yongjin raised his cup of hot tea and slowly replied, "Senior brother flatters me. I am merely carrying out orders, so how would I dare judge?" Elder Pang, however, has always treasured talent, and of the 36 places this time, 10 were actually given to my unworthy disciples, which truly surprised me. I heard the recommendation list went through several twists and turns. Perhaps Brother Pang knew the inside story and thus allowed these disciples to gain this opportunity. Elder Pang smiled and replied, "Gu Yongjin, why belittle yourself? I merely followed the sect's principles in recommending the worthy. Your students are all Kunlun disciples, and I simply contributed a little by selecting talents useful to the sect. As the saying goes, a capable man needs 3 helpers. Only with me and others in me can we stand together against heaven." The woman seated in the middle softly said, Elder Pang's words seemed to reveal some hidden meaning. A capable man needs 3 helpers. Who is this capable man and who are these helpers? Elder Qing truly likes to joke. How would this old man dare call himself a capable man? Defying heaven has always required united effort. If one only calculates gains and losses without considering courage, even a towering pillar supporting heaven will hardly endure. The workings of heaven and earth are unpredictable. Helping the wrong person may only waste effort. Gu Yongjin then spoke, "It seems you two are in very high spirits today. But I believe there is no need to rush anything. I have always been rather dull. I only know that good tea needs boiling water to bring out its richness. If one rushes to drink before the water boils, not only will the tea's fragrance be ruined, even the state of mind needed to appreciate it may be disturbed. Since someone still presides over the household, why rush or worry about who will tend the stove? That I can sit here eating and drinking with you two today is all thanks to the sect leader, and I am ashamed of my limited ability. The sages taught us to remember the source when drinking water, while common folk say to remember the planter when eating fruit. All of you may seek a higher mountain after seeing one, but I alone cannot. Elder Pang praised him. Gu Yongjin truly sees far ahead. I was the short-sighted one, while Elder Qing added, a gentleman's words make one feel as though bathed in a spring breeze. Elder Pang continued, let us discuss this again later, perhaps that would be more appropriate. Elder Qing took a sip of tea and said, since that's the case, there is no hurry, we can simply enjoy ourselves slowly. Gu Yongjin smiled modestly and replied, I wouldn't dare, I only hope I don't become an obstacle. When several people approached respectfully and asked, Elders, the food is ready, may we serve it now? And Elder Pang immediately ordered, bring it in. After the dishes were served, Elder Pang praised, the cuisine of Fortune Cloud Restaurant grows more refined by the day, just look at this knife work. And Gu Yongjin added, it is rare for us to dine together, and without Fortune Cloud Restaurant's delicacies, the occasion would lose some of its charm. Gu Yongjin, those words are exactly what I was thinking. Come, let's stop talking and start eating. Very well, then I won't stand on ceremony. The scene shifts to the bathing area where the Deputy Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion calls from outside, Pavilion Master, everyone has arrived. Inside, the person known as the Pavilion Master is a young woman who is slowly stepping out of the bath. The Deputy Master asks, Pavilion Master, Elder Pang will personally attend this farewell, have you made any plans? And she replies, it doesn't matter, his coming is his business and my seeing someone off is mine. This disciple's status is now very different and he no longer belongs to our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. While the sect master is gravely ill and the elders each harbor their own schemes, making this a sensitive time where ambitious people may seize any excuse to cause trouble. While putting on her clothes, the female pavilion master calmly says, precisely because things are like this, if he still remembers to visit his master, how could I not personally see him off? The deputy master reminds her, your intentions are generous, but others may not see it that way, so gossip will probably be unavoidable. Tying up her hair, the pavilion master declares, if the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has no desire to compete in that place filled with disputes, why care what others say, so let them talk if they want. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion where someone says, Junior brother, this journey truly promises you a bright future. Another person beside him adds, once your career rises rapidly in the future, don't forget old friends like us. The black and white-haired young man replies dismissively, promotion my ass, I never wanted to join that Celestial Masters Association, much less leave the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. And this young man is Zai Zengwen, deputy master of the Skyreach Pavilion in Kunlun. The white-haired girl chuckles and says, you certainly talk tough, but do you know how many people would fight tooth and nail just to join the Celestial Masters Association? Yet you dare act disgusted when it's your turn, you really don't know how fortunate you are, says Si Yuan, deputy officer of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion under Kunlun's Spiritual Flame Bureau, while Chu Tianshu quickly defends him. Who told our junior brother to be so talented. Being personally recommended by Elder Pang is an honor that would make anyone else wake up laughing from their dreams. Zai Zengwen immediately objects, recommended, give me a break, brother Chu Tianshu, I'm clearly being dragged away by force, understand? When a hand suddenly appears behind his head. The hand grabs Zai Zengwen's head and shoves it hard between two large breasts as its owner says, long time no see. You didn't even notice my footsteps, looks like your cultivation has regressed, junior brother, says Wen Jinglin, chief officer of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion under Kunlun's Spiritual Flame Bureau, making Zai Zengwen immediately scream, ah, you old pervert, what are you doing? Wen Jinglin keeps teasing him, you've really made something of yourself, brat, I can't believe a little punk like you surpassed me, while Zai Zengwen yells, let me go. Just as someone slowly approaches. The newcomer says, long time no see, looks like nothing has changed much, and she is Pang Nai, master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, who takes a deep drag from her cigarette before asking, you haven't waited long, have you? Seeing her, everyone immediately greets in unison, greetings, Pavilion Master, and Pang Nai replies, enough, forget the formalities. Pang Nai looks down at Zai Zengwen and coldly says, "The weather in Pinglai has turned cold, so remember to wear more clothes and don't harm your health." Everyone hurriedly replies, "Yes, yes, thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master." Zai Zengwen lowers his head and curls up nervously, answering in a trembling voice, "I'll definitely be careful." "Pavilion Master, no, Master, you should also." Seeing him stammer endlessly, Pang Nai gives a cold snort. Zai Zengwen gathers his courage and blurts out, "You should take care too. Smoking too much is bad for your health, so smoke less, and Kunlun is getting cold too, so look after yourself," while Pang Nai silently studies her disciple. When Jinglin immediately interrupts, "You little brat, becoming deputy master has made you bolder, hasn't it? Now you even dare meddle in our Pavilion Master's private affairs." And Zai Zengwen protests, No, I'm not trying to control her. How would I dare? I just. Pang Nai walks closer and says, "Worry about yourself first, and if you have this much concern to spare, put it into your own cultivation," making Zai Zengwen stop arguing and reply, "All right, sorry." As Pang Nai passes him, she gently reminds him, "Remember, don't let yourself get hurt. Otherwise, I'll be very worried," and hearing this makes Zai Zengwen's face turn bright red. Zai Zengwen immediately declares with determination, "Please don't worry, your disciple will never make you worry," while Wen Jinglin stares blankly and says, "Hey, aren't you supposed to say something like you'll take first place now?" Pang Nai returns to the matter at hand and coldly says, "Let's go, it's getting late, time to depart," and everyone immediately follows behind her. The scene shifts to the second level of the Cloud Province Terrace in Kunlun, where someone lets out a sigh. "Everyone, look at the scene before us, truly vast and magnificent." Even the pavilion masters and senior instructors who rarely leave their residences have all gathered here today. Chu Tianshu sighed deeply, "What a pity we cannot even squeeze into a spot at the outer edge," when someone nearby called out, "Hey, look over there. Isn't that Pang Nai, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Why is she here when I heard her relationship with Elder Pang has never been good?" It really is her. Wasn't it rumored that she never appears wherever Elder Pang is? So why break that rule today when no one from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is even competing? A love-struck girl stared at Pang Nai and giggled. "Who cares? Just look at that figure and face. She's breathtakingly beautiful." While the young man beside her sweated and warned, "Junior sister, you're overdoing it. You're even drooling." The girl retorted unhappily, "Why can't I? After spending so long surrounded by rough men like you, what's wrong with drooling a little over such an elegant, fairy-like beauty?" The young man helplessly replied, "Can't you show even a little restraint?" Elder Pang struck his staff against the ground and spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Silence, everyone. Today is the moment for Kunlun to display its exceptional talent once again. Everyone, the opening of the Celestial Masters Assembly is about to begin. A grand ceremony for Kunlun and a golden opportunity for our younger generation to become renowned throughout the world. First, allow this old man to introduce the person who will lead our group on this journey. That person is Elder Gu Yongzhen, who will represent the sect leader, command the entire expedition, and personally lead the team, carrying the expectations of our entire Kunlun sect. Elder Gu will personally lead 3 pavilion masters, 4 deputy pavilion masters, and 9 senior instructors. Along with 20 mountain guardian disciples, they will display their talents through the harshest trials. This journey will reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to Kunlun, so let us cheer them on and send them off. Hearing this, the crowd below immediately erupted in fervent cheers. Just then, a voice came from behind Elder Pang. Elder Pang's imposing manner already resembles that of a new sect leader, doesn't it? He turned and said grimly, "So Elder Qing has arrived. Don't blame me for not waiting, since time waits for no one." Elder Qing immediately replied, "It is only just past 9 in the morning, yet you already gathered everyone to begin, somewhat earlier than planned. Had I not happened to hear the commotion here, I might have been completely unaware that the ceremony had begun." Elder Pang replied, "I was busy arranging the disciples' positions and forgot to send someone to inform you. My apologies." The girl beside Elder Pang explained, "Elder Qing is always occupied with countless affairs, so we feared some thoughtless person might disturb you while handling matters of great importance, which is why no one informed you that the ceremony would begin early." Elder Qing replied, "Elder Pang certainly plans everything thoroughly. It seems my status now carries too little weight for you to bother considering." The purple-haired girl stepped toward Elder Pang and said, "This proves that even a gentleman's heart cannot guard against a petty schemer. prompting Elder Pang to warn her, "Do not speak nonsense, there are no petty schemers here, only gentlemen." Elder Qing glanced coldly at the girl and said, "Impressive, you have only recently left us yet already become so sensible, with eyes only for your new master now." The purple-haired girl refused to yield and replied, "A wise bird chooses a fine tree to nest in, and you were the one who taught me that principle." Elder Qing replied, "Indeed, a bird is still only a beast, so naturally it seeks a tree to perch on." Elder Pang defended her. "Elder Qing, the girl was merely joking, why take it seriously?" Elder Qing answered, "Brother Pang is right, there is no need for me to argue over a junior's joke." However, Brother Pang's intentions seem far more serious and formidable than a junior's careless words. "Elder Qing, why not explain yourself more clearly?" "There is no need to say more, but since Brother Pang has made his stance so clear, this old woman can only accompany you to the end." Hearing this, Elder Pang no longer bothered to say anything. The atmosphere instantly became oppressively silent. Elder Qing glanced at him, and likewise said nothing more. After a moment, Elder Pang coughed softly and broke the silence. "Since matters have come to this, we shall wait and see. Elder Qing, I look forward to your guidance." Just then, the girl wearing a butterfly hairpin asked, "Has anyone seen Yingsu and junior sister Zhang Yingruo? Could they have switched to another ship? After all, junior sister Zhang Yingruo has a special status, so stricter protection by the sect would make sense." And Zai Zengwen immediately assured Pang Nai, "I promise I'll pay close attention to safety." The young man beside the girl with the butterfly hairpin replied, "How could that be? The rules require everyone seeing us off to board together, so no matter how special junior sister Zhang Yingruo is, there's no reason for her not to appear." While nearby a girl sobbed, "I won't go, I don't want to leave the pavilion master." And the young man dragging her away scolded, "Stop making trouble, Deputy Pavilion Master, how old are you to still act like this?" The bandaged young man also asked in confusion, "I really don't understand why senior brother Yingsu is nowhere to be seen either." The girl in the middle suggested, "Everyone keeps making wild guesses, so why don't we just ask directly since we're standing around anyway?" But the young man beside her warned, "Stop causing trouble. What if this really is a special arrangement by another elder? If you recklessly ask around, won't you just invite trouble? You know junior sister Zhang Yingruo. If she isn't off playing, she simply ignores the rules, and if something truly happened, would it even be our turn to worry?" So the girl could only reply, "Fine, fine, I won't ask." On another ship, Gu Yongzhen asked, "Hey, has anyone seen Yingsu and Zhang Yingruo?" And someone replied, "Not at all. Many people are asking around, and apparently neither of them boarded any other ship." Hearing this, he muttered in confusion, "Where did that girl Zhang Yingruo run off to?" And a disciple behind him reported, "Master, early this morning Yingsu was sent to find junior sister, help her pack and bring her aboard, but no one expected him to disappear too." Gu Yongzhen said, "That girl is usually absent-minded enough, so I only hope Yingsu wasn't dragged into her mischief. HMPH, that brat is normally meticulous, yet she somehow led him running all over the place." The disciple behind him quickly suggested, "Master, how about I take a few people off the ship to look for them? Maybe they got lost or ran into trouble." And another disciple agreed, "Yes, if we go and return quickly, it won't delay us much." However, Gu Yongzhen immediately rejected the idea. "No need, we've waited long enough. How could we delay everyone aboard just because of those two? Those two aren't the only disciples aboard. Everyone carries responsibility toward their clan and the hopes of their village, and arriving at Pinglai one day earlier means another day to familiarize themselves and prepare. So how would it be fair to everyone else if a few individuals delayed the whole group?" Everyone prepared to depart, and at his command, the flying ship began closing its doors. The vessel slowly started moving, but just then a loud cry came from afar, "Wait, hold on." Yingsu and Zhang Yingruo came running frantically, shouting, "Don't leave yet, wait for us." Hearing the cries, everyone aboard turned to look. Yingsu and Zhang Yingruo rushed toward the ship, continuously shouting, "Don't leave. Wait for us." Zhu Tianshu and Pang Nai both looked toward them. A young man smiled and said, "So they were merely late," while Zhang Yingruo, running in front, complained, "Damn it, the ship already left. I can't believe this body no longer obeys me. I thought I could still control it." Yingsu shouted irritably from behind, "Hey, could you stop saying things like that with such a serious face? You clearly just fell asleep while bathing." Zhang Yingruo stubbornly retorted, "Wasn't that because senior brother refused to wake me? You should have barged in and dragged me out." Hearing such unreasonable words, Yingsu nearly exploded with rage. "How could I casually barge into your bath chamber? Besides, I shouted until my throat hurt, while you lay inside like you were dead without the slightest response." He recalled how he had nearly screamed his throat out while repeatedly stomping hard on the floor, shouting, "Hey, if you still don't come out, we won't make it in time." Suddenly, Zhang Yingruo turned around and grabbed her senior brother's arm, saying, "Senior brother thinks too much and isn't decisive enough," leaving Yingsu staring blankly as he asked, "Hey, what are you planning?" Zhang Yingruo confidently replied, "Obviously, we're going to chase after them." The moment she finished, she dragged her senior brother along and leaped outward. Seeing this, Yingsu screamed in terror, "Hey, hey, hey, we'll fall to our deaths like this." Yet Zhang Yingruo remained completely calm and reminded him, "Senior brother, remember to hold on tight." A golden sword condensed from spiritual power gradually took shape. Immediately, the two stepped onto the azure flying sword and shot away. They flew at dizzying speed, leaving only golden trails behind as Yingsu cried in fear, "Slow down a little," and Zhang Yingruo replied, "If we slow down, we won't catch up." She looked back at her senior brother with a bright smile, and after flying for a while, Zhang Yingruo suddenly said, "Get ready to jump," making Yingsu's recently calmed heart race again as he exclaimed, "What?" The moment she finished speaking, they plunged downward, though technically only Zhang Yingruo jumped willingly while Yingsu simply fell. In the blink of an eye, both landed aboard Gu Yongzhen's ship. Zhang Yingruo struck an imposing pose and declared, "Everyone, I have arrived," then opened wide her eyes with 4 golden pupils. Before she could look impressive for long, a powerful knock came crashing down on Zhang Yingruo's head. A huge bump instantly swelled on her head as she turned around with teary eyes and cried, "Ow, that really hurts." Yet the expression on her face immediately changed to sheer terror. Behind her stood a furious Gu Yongzhen, looking like the king of hell himself, as he roared, "You damned brat!" And Zhang Yingruo hurriedly confessed, "Ah, master, I know I was wrong." After a moment, Gu Yongzhen questioned her, "Enough nonsense, tell me exactly what happened this time." "Master, I only wanted to squeeze in a little more cultivation so I wouldn't embarrass you at the Celestial Masters Association. But who knew one moment of carelessness would keep me cultivating until dawn, and I thought bathing before leaving was perfectly reasonable, but who could have known? That pool wasn't normal at all, because the moment I lay down my whole body went limp as though some invisible force had trapped me. So master, believe me, that pool may look ordinary, but it's definitely not simple." Hearing such absurd excuses, the other disciples looked helpless while Zhang Yingruo continued rapidly, "I think we should investigate it thoroughly because perhaps some earth-shattering secret is hidden inside." Yingsu could no longer endure it and said, "It's obviously just an ordinary hot spring, as ordinary as it could possibly be." But Zhang Yingruo immediately frowned and snapped, "How would senior brother know when you've never even gone in and tried lying there?" Yingsu refused to back down, saying, "You cultivated too long, got sleepy, and fell asleep in the pool, while I shouted myself hoarse outside for ages and you were even snoring." But Zhang Yingruo pointed at him and argued, "Wasn't that because senior brother's voice was too weak to wake anyone?" While behind them, Gu Yongzhen's bald head turned bright red and seemed to emit white smoke as he gritted his teeth and growled, "You wretched disciple, everyone listen carefully. Starting today, all accompanying servants are relieved of duty and every miscellaneous chore will be handled by these two," making Zhang Yingruo immediately scream in horror, "Ah, please don't." At this moment, the deputy chief of the Spiritual Flame Bureau and Chu Tianshu stood watching the ships gradually leave the harbor, and the deputy chief asked suspiciously, "You seem troubled, which isn't like your usual self." Chu Tianshu replied, "It's nothing, I'm merely watching the hopes of Kunlun." The deputy chief replied, "A tremendous amount has certainly been invested in these hopes," and Chu Tianshu added, "I never expected even personnel from the Administration Bureau and the Law Bureau to be sent this time." The deputy chief said, "Great, now we'll have to help clean up a pile of their problems too," prompting Chu Tianshu to ask, Aside from our Spiritual Flame Bureau, the other 3 bureaus mostly answer directly to Elder Pang, so why has all the work suddenly fallen on us? What other reason could there be besides a shortage of manpower, since nearly every elite in the sect has been sent to this competition? So who else will handle the remaining work? And rather than wait for Elder Qing to request personnel, we might as well shoulder it ourselves. Only these exhausting and thankless jobs ever fall to us, so stop complaining. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will remain here tomorrow, and we're usually idle enough, so putting in some effort now is only reasonable. What a pity, such beautiful scenery. Perhaps there'll never be another chance to admire it again. The deputy chief immediately mocked him. So you finally know your place and realize your days of profiting while doing nothing are over." And Chu Tianshu protested, "How would I dare slack off? I merely know how to balance work and rest," making the deputy chief helplessly reply, "That mouth of yours really is formidable, so if you're done looking, hurry back." And Chu Tianshu answered, "Yes." The scene shifts to Chu Tianshu's quarters that evening. surrounded by piles of miscellaneous matters. It's rare for me to personally visit the law bureau, so how could all I get back be a pile of irrelevant nonsense? Is there really nothing else we can make use of? It has rained non-stop for days, so the embankment may be close to bursting. And if I remember correctly, isn't this one of the poisoned water sources that infected them with demon blood? With this sudden downpour, normally the best solution would be to divert the water toward a safe area. But what if that area happens to be? The southeastern reservoir was already contaminated, and its water level is now rising. And looking over here, just as expected, this is an independent river branch separated from the main reservoir by only one embankment. If we use this storm to divert the flow and channel all the contaminated reservoir water into this river branch, the demon blood can spread with the current and contaminate these clean waters too. And if this branch is completely polluted, only one clean water source will remain. With it so close at hand, how could we waste such a heaven-sent opportunity? Later, Chu Tianshu went to Pang Nai's room and said, "Pavilion Master, forgive me for disturbing you so late, but I just received a report that several days of heavy rain may cause an embankment breach." Pang Nai slowly exhaled smoke and said coldly, 3 straight days of heavy rain, and the water level keeps rising. Why has the water still not been diverted? What are the demon suppression envoys stationed there doing? Send someone to report to Elder Pang immediately so he can deploy manpower to deal with it. Chu Tianshu replied, "Normally we should, but unfortunately this place is one of Elder Qing's strongholds." Pang Nai asked Elder Qing. Yes, although it is nominally Elder Qing's stronghold, nearly all personnel there were arranged through Elder Pang. If Elder Pang uses this storm as leverage, deliberately delays, and refuses to send reinforcements, the losses could be immeasurable. Elder Pang is not someone who treats human lives as worthless, but lately he has openly targeted Elder Qing to the extreme, so your concern is not unreasonable. Using innocent civilians as bargaining chips would still be heartbreaking in the end, so what do you suggest? I fear that if we report upward, he may seize the chance to disrupt Elder Qing's entire stronghold, as you said. But if we report directly to Elder Qing, people will accuse the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion of disregarding hierarchy and acting on its own. That's true, but there seems to be no perfect solution now. Whatever we do will invite criticism, yet pretending not to see anything would weigh on our conscience, so isn't this exactly a dilemma? Administrative affairs do not always keep pace with changing realities, and there are concerns since the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has never managed personnel deployments, so forcibly interfering with the Elder's authority may. But if the embankment truly bursts, tens of thousands of innocent civilians will be affected, so I was thinking, doesn't our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion regularly send teams to inspect the earth veins? That already falls within the Pavilion Master's authority and would not count as overstepping. So we could use this reason to send people and investigate whether there is truly any danger. You are quite meticulous, having already considered everything so thoroughly on my behalf. At least we would have fulfilled our duty, and whatever happens afterward can only be left to fate, though I merely mentioned the idea casually and it may not be suitable, so forgive me for rambling so late and allow me to take my leave. With that, Chu Tianshu turned to leave. Pang Nai suddenly called out, "Actually, after thinking about it, that is a good approach. Would you be willing to handle this matter on my behalf?" Hearing this, Chu Tianshu hesitated. I. Since you helped devise the solution, naturally you should take part, and although you usually seem somewhat lazy, I have known you long enough to know you are trustworthy. Pavilion Master, are you truly serious about this, if something happens when the time comes? I am not asking whether you can succeed, only whether you are willing to do it, and I thought you already understood that. Chu Tianshu cupped his hands respectfully and replied, "Yes, Pavilion Master, I will do everything in my power and never disappoint you." Pang Nai said, "That resolve is enough, go prepare." Chu Tianshu bowed again. "Yes, I shall take my leave." After saying that, he left. The scene shifted to the southeast, inside Mingsu City, where the pitch-black sky poured down rain as though trying to drown everything. Chu Tianshu and Wang Ximing walked beneath one umbrella as Chu Tianshu complained, "I could have handled this alone, what a hassle." Wang Ximing sternly replied, "First, stop casually calling me Sister Wang Ximing and address me properly as Deputy Pavilion Master. And second, with your lowly rank as a bamboo guard, you think you can pressure those ruthless people governing this region. Without someone backing you, you probably couldn't even reach their door." Chu Tianshu hurriedly said, "Sister Wang Ximing, those words really hurt me." Wang Ximing coldly replied, "Try calling me Sister Wang Ximing one more time." Chu Tianshu helplessly replied, Fine, Lady Deputy Pavilion Master, I understand." The two then arrived together at the regional master's residence. Chu Tianshu raised his hand and knocked hard on the closed door. A loud voice immediately came from inside, "Coming, coming," and a young man opened the door and said, "What brings two honored guests here so late at night? My master has already retired, so it is inconvenient to receive visitors now. If it is truly important, please return early tomorrow morning." Wang Ximing took out a command token and said sternly, "We are from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and have an extremely important matter requiring an audience, so please report it immediately." Hearing this, the young man's expression instantly changed as he exclaimed, "The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion from Mount Kunlun. Exactly, this matter is extremely serious and cannot be delayed, so please report it to your lord immediately. The night was dark and I failed to recognize you. Please forgive my disrespect. Honored guests, please come inside. Please wait a moment, my lord will be here shortly. Do you think he'll agree to help us this time? Whether he listens can wait. I only want him to clearly understand how serious the current situation is." Just then, a man approached and called out, "May I ask if this is Lord Wang Ximing, Deputy Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion?" "I am Ma Shuzhen, currently the Demon Suppression Envoy of Mingsu City in the Southeast region and concurrently the Southeast Regional Governor. Greetings to both lords." Outside, heavy rain continued pounding against the roof. Inside the room, Wang Ximing began explaining the severity of the situation to Ma Shuzhen in detail. After hearing everything, Ma Shuzhen replied, "So that is what happened. I understand the whole situation, but these concerns seem somewhat alarmist because this reservoir is under my direct supervision. Heavy rains occur every year without any collapse. And although cracks have appeared now, the situation is nowhere near as serious as you claim. Lord Ma may not realize that this rainfall far exceeds previous years. While inspecting the embankment, we found soil and rock being washed away from the separated cracks, while the disturbances near the earth veins were also abnormal, so your past experience may no longer apply today. Lord Wang speaks for the greater good, but you seem to have forgotten that although the area you want to divert the flood into is sparsely populated, it contains vast mulberry fields. Once flooded, the silkworm farmers' livelihoods will be destroyed and next year's silk harvest ruined. So how will the people survive and how can I answer to them? Lord Ma surely knows of the great fire that destroyed Lurin City in the Woodmonkey year. They knew the volcano would erupt but abandoned fire defenses because construction and grain reserves were too costly. And the result was flames consuming 1,000 miles without even backup wells or buffer forests. So with the cracked embankment unresolved and another disaster approaching, please reconsider carefully. The Spiritual Flame Bureau truly hides remarkable talents if even a mere lamp keeper can offer such insight, but I believe these two matters cannot be compared so simply. The embankment is indeed cracked, but the rainfall and structural condition remain controllable. I have already ordered round-the-clock patrols and urgent reinforcement, and there are still no signs of losing control. Wang Ximing immediately replied, "Lord Ma may believe the cracks can still be reinforced, but our detailed inspection shows the inner walls have been eroded by the current and are now extremely fragile. If the rain continues and grows heavier, reinforcement will never keep pace with the rainfall. The danger remains, water pressure could exceed the critical limit at any moment, and once the embankment collapses, the main city will face catastrophe, so instead of gambling on when the risk becomes uncontrollable, we should act first." "That is merely your subjective assumption, is it not? Forgive my bluntness, but although you have authority to conduct inspections, Kunlun's 50 provinces fundamentally operate under autonomous provincial rule, with each region having its own laws and regulations. Unless the highest order comes directly from the main mountain, no one may casually interfere in this matter. Ultimately, the decision on how to handle this rests with me, the Southeast Regional Governor." "That is enough. Further argument seems pointless. Since you have already made up your mind, we will trouble you no further, nor can we force you, so we shall take our leave. Forgive me for failing in my duties as host. I must continue arranging manpower to reinforce the embankment and cannot see you off, so I hope you will excuse my discourtesy." As soon as the two left, a subordinate entered and asked, "My lord, are they really leaving that easily?" Ma Shuzhen replied, "Of course not. Choose several experts to secretly follow and watch them and report back immediately at the slightest sign of unusual activity." And the subordinate bowed, "Understood." Ma Shuzhen watches the two gradually disappear into the distance with a thoughtful gaze. After leaving the residence, Chu Tianshu and Wang Ximing reach a bridge, where Chu Tianshu asks, "Deputy Pavilion Master, you already knew he would refuse, didn't you, since how could someone like him change his mind over a few words?" And Wang Ximing calmly replies, "I never expected a few simple words to change his mind, but this concerns a major threat to public safety, so we also needed to probe his true intention. Judging by his stubborn attitude, there's no room for negotiation. Ma Shuzhen is no ordinary man but Elder Qing's final disciple, and after undergoing the immortal aptitude test at year's end, he received a special decree granting him direct admission to Kunlun Mountain, a privilege rarely seen. Why would such a genius remain in the southeast region when logically he should have been summoned back to the main mountain long ago and entered the 6 pavilions? Wang Ximing explains he didn't enter a pavilion because he lacked ability, but because he chose not to, and he remained in the southeast region to control the vast assets of the southeastern circuit on Elder Qing's behalf and secure Elder Qing's foundation. At this critical moment, the power struggle between Elder Qing and Elder Pang remains fierce, yet despite knowing how urgent things are, he'd rather gamble that the levee reinforcement will finish before the downpour than sacrifice the mulberry fields. I'm afraid he has other motives as well. But the current risk of the Black Tortoise levee collapsing can't be delayed with mere words. Sister Wang Ximing, if we wait until the levee truly collapses and floodwaters sweep into the main city, won't we become sinners? And she replies, at this point we have few choices and can only rely on ourselves, so extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures, and as long as the final result prevents a greater disaster, acting first and reporting afterward is acceptable, before continuing forward. Chu Tianshu hurriedly follows and calls, Sister Wang Ximing, wait for me, but Wang Ximing reminds him again, how many times have I told you to call me Deputy Pavilion Master? Inside a room, Ma Shuzhen's subordinate reports, My lord, this rain has continued without stopping and still shows no sign of weakening, while rumors say cracks have begun appearing in the levee, so could it truly collapse? Ma Shuzhen leisurely soaks his feet and replies, let it crack, but collapse that's the Black Tortoise levee rebuilt 100 years ago, which even withstood the demonic uprising back then, so how could it collapse so easily? They're merely using the rainfall as an excuse to exaggerate a minor issue. Then asks, what did those 2 from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion scare you witless? While massaging Ma Shuzhen's feet, the subordinate replies, it's not that I trust them, but I've heard Pavilion Master Pang Nai is noble and aloof and isn't particularly close to Elder Pang. So perhaps things aren't that complicated and they truly came out of concern for the people. No wonder you'll remain a servant your entire life. Do you even know what kind of person Pang Nai is? She's the daughter of that cunning old fox. Pang Gonglin is an old fox capable of turning defeat into victory who never wastes an opportunity, excels at laying schemes where no one notices, never personally appears or leaves any trace, yet still earned the title of Marquis. And back then he could even use his own wife's life as a stepping stone in his scheme. So who can guarantee he wouldn't also use his daughter's rare compassion as part of his calculations? Now tell me, shouldn't we guard against Pang Nai in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? And the subordinate replies, my lord is absolutely right, but there are still some things I don't understand, prompting Ma Shuzhen to lecture him. You're still too young, never judge matters only by appearances, and remember that aside from our southeastern province, the deficits of several other provinces depend on profits from our city's silk production. Everything under heaven has always been a balance of interests, and if we fail to maintain production this year, then once the sect master's resolution arrives, Lord Qing's promises will instantly become empty words, and if someone uses that as an excuse to counterattack, the situation will truly become irreparable. Still worried, the subordinate says, my lord is truly farsighted, but if things really reach the worst possible point, and Ma Shuzhen immediately interrupts. It's called a gamble, but it's actually a choice forced upon us, and for now there's still a chance to reinforce the levee. We only need to endure 2 more days, and if the rainfall decreases we can survive this crisis. So until we're truly left with no alternative, we absolutely cannot cut off our own wings, because if Elder Qing falls, none of us in his direct faction can hope to remain untouched. A cause or a person may prosper because of this, but may also perish because of it, and since we chose to follow Elder Qing from the beginning, our fate was destined to rise and fall with him. The scene shifts inside a house where Wang Ximing looks outside and asks, what's the situation? And Chu Tianshu behind her replies, just as expected, they've started watching us. Wang Ximing asks, how many are there? Looking carefully, there are 6 in total. I deliberately went downstairs for a walk, and although the surroundings were noisy, changes in breathing and footsteps revealed several suspicious people, while 2 more are outside by the hitching post. Downstairs near the entrance, 2 customers were drinking while 2 others were disguised as waiters. Among them, the man wearing a hat had an exceptionally steady aura, so he was probably their leader. Hearing this, Wang Ximing said coldly, 6 people, they really are guarding us closely, so quietly leaving under these circumstances will not be easy. It seems we can only use the darkness to find a way out of here. No matter what, we must inspect the actual condition of the main embankment. With that, she prepared to leave. If that crack has truly been corrupted, we must deal with it quickly. Since we've already decided, why bother finding a way to sneak out? What do you mean? We cannot recklessly clash with them head-on, and this inn is crowded, so fighting would only cause greater trouble, especially if they send more people here. My lady, you're overthinking it. I never planned to confront them directly, but with so many eyes watching us, someone must report back, right? Since they need to deliver a message, we should give them the chance. How about this? Let's be generous and give them an opportunity. Soon after, a dark figure shot away from the upper floor, leaving the people below confused. What happened? Was that a person? One man rushed upstairs and shouted, "Bad news, the window is wide open and no one's inside. They've made their move and both escaped. Did you see clearly?" "Yes, they left nothing behind, so they must have discovered us. Damn it, hurry and report this to Lord Ma. The rest of you, chase them immediately." The group rushed outside shouting, "Don't lose those two," while the innkeeper yelled after them, "Guests, you haven't paid yet." The remaining man cursed furiously, "Damn it, they actually escaped. If Lord Ma learns about this, he'll skin me alive." Suddenly Chu Tianshu came down and knocked him unconscious, saying, "Sorry, but you can't let this information get out. Now only one remains, so all that's left is to give things one more little push." In the forest, a group raced after the figure ahead, shouting, "Faster, don't let them escape and stay alert. One of them is a pavilion master-level figure. We absolutely cannot split up, or they might defeat us one by one." They moved while maintaining extreme vigilance. Wang Ximing, hiding nearby, murmured, "Defeat you one by one? That sounds rather nice. But I don't have time to deal with each of you individually." Her eyes flashed as spiritual power gathered at her fingertips. Moments later, a blast of freezing energy struck one of the men. Immediately afterward, countless freezing blasts shot toward the group, instantly freezing anyone they struck solid. The leader still had half his face unfrozen as he cried in terror, "How is this possible?" Everyone around him had already been completely frozen solid, unable to move even slightly. Wang Ximing planted one hand on her hip and said confidently, "Excellent, this diversion really worked perfectly." The scene shifted to the regional master's residence as a panicked voice shouted, Lord Ma, something terrible happened." Ma Shuzhen strode out and asked, "What happened and where are the others?" The man dropped to his knees and reported tremblingly, "My lord, they've made their move. We followed your orders and noticed the deputy pavilion master and that man acting suspiciously. But just as I was about to return and report, we were suddenly attacked before I could even see what hit us." Ma Shuzhen strode forward and pressed, "What about the others? Have you caught up with them yet?" All the other brothers were frozen in the outskirts and cannot move at all. "What a useless bunch," someone behind asked. "My lord, what should we do now? Send more men after them?" Ma Shuzhen replied, "Search for what? Where could they possibly run at a time like this? Hurry and take a few men to free those idiots who were frozen, and besides that, immediately deploy the formation beast to guard the diversion gate in the mulberry fields." The scene shifts back to the river embankment. Wang Ximing had just arrived and hurriedly asked, "Chu Tianshu, how is the situation now?" Chu Tianshu turned and replied, "It doesn't look very promising. Can you hear it? The current is much faster than yesterday and the sound is far heavier." Wang Ximing exclaimed in surprise, "The sound of the water." Chu Tianshu continued, "Yesterday, standing here, we could still hear the clear echo of water striking the rock walls, nothing this heavy. But now the echo is no longer clear and sounds extremely heavy, as if something is swallowing it." Hearing this, Wang Ximing reached out and touched the dam wall as emerald spiritual power began flowing from her palm. She immediately heard cracking sounds from within, making her flinch and exclaim, "How could this happen? I thought this place could hold for several more days, but I never expected the situation to deteriorate this badly. The inner structure may have been eroded by the water, the cracks are spreading and may already have penetrated through, so collapse is only a matter of time." Chu Tianshu turned to her worriedly, "Deputy Pavilion Master, hundreds of households live directly below the main sluice. If this embankment truly breaks and the raging torrent pours down, they will all be swallowed by the main channel within minutes. By then, none of them will be able to escape." Chu Tianshu pondered, "If this were only a small waterway, we might gamble on it, but with a dam of this scale, even you probably." Wang Ximing's expression turned grave as she interrupted, "Exactly, even I cannot freeze a torrent of this magnitude. It seems we have no other choice now. Come, follow me to the southern canal and destroy the diversion gate. As long as it prevents the dam from collapsing, I will bear all the consequences afterward." Chu Tianshu's gaze turned sharp and resolute as he replied, I will obey the Deputy Pavilion Master's order. With that, the two immediately left. On the way, Wang Ximing instructed, once the water is diverted, it will spread extremely fast, so although the area is sparsely populated, evacuate everyone who might be affected and make sure not a single mistake occurs. Chu Tianshu immediately replied, rest assured, my lord, I will leave no one behind. Wang Ximing added, once everyone is evacuated, notify me immediately and I will destroy the diversion gate. Just then, a stream of water suddenly appeared and shot toward Wang Ximing's leg. She instantly sensed something unusual and widened her eyes in shock. Immediately afterward, a gigantic fish formed from water appeared before them. Wang Ximing stared in astonishment, still unsure what was happening, while Chu Tianshu also looked over curiously. At that moment, the commanding voice of whoever controlled the water fish rang out, you want to destroy the gate. Who gave you permission? Hearing the voice, Wang Ximing and Chu Tianshu immediately turned around. The newcomer was none other than Ma Shuzhen, who approached and said coldly, Lord Wang, I have heard nothing about you receiving orders from the main mountain. Surely you both understand the consequences of acting like this, don't you? Wang Ximing stares sharply at her, then tells Chu Tianshu, quickly follow the arrangements I gave you earlier and leave me here. I'll stay behind to buy you more time. HMPH, with your ability, you think you can buy time for me? Don't overestimate yourself. Leave now, because if the levee truly collapses, it'll be too late. If I can't make it in time, destroy the floodgate for me, understood? Hearing this, Chu Tianshu bows with clasped hands and replies, understood, I'll leave immediately. Ma Shuzhen, seething with anger, smiles and says, what a perfectly precise division of duties. Do you really think I'm already dead? As she finishes speaking, she lightly raises one foot. She then stomps coldly onto the ground, and streams of blue power immediately spread outward from beneath her foot. A massive wave instantly rises beside Wang Ximing. Wang Ximing remains fearless and says, Lord Ma, I personally inspected the inside of the levee, and the situation is far worse than either of us imagined, because the main levee's crack has already reached its supporting core, and within 2 days the downstream region will certainly face disaster, while raising her hand as a glowing blue circle appears at her fingertip. Ma Shuzhen coldly says, just yesterday I sent people to inspect that place, and although the levee was cracked, there was no sign of instability, yet the moment your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion arrived, the cracks suddenly became so urgent, so you truly know how to create work for yourself. Wang Ximing freezes the massive wave with her power, causing it to instantly shatter into countless fragments. Wang Ximing continues, Lord Ma, arguing now is meaningless, and if you still don't believe me, inspect the levee yourself, but I must immediately divert the floodwaters, so if you still insist on stopping me, then don't blame me for disregarding the bond between fellow disciples. Ma Shuzhen's entire body transforms into water as she says, Lord Wang, why be so polite when you can simply attack? As soon as she finishes speaking, her entire body vanishes. The next instant, she suddenly appears behind Wang Ximing and launches a kick. Sensing danger approaching, Wang Ximing quickly turns around. Reacting with incredible speed, she raises her arm and blocks Ma Shuzhen's kick. Refusing to yield, Wang Ximing gathers power into her palm and strikes Ma Shuzhen hard in the abdomen. Ma Shuzhen angrily shouts, Ha, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion certainly knows how to choose people, even conveniently sending someone whose abilities counter my spells. As she speaks, Ma Shuzhen points toward the sky, and droplets of water immediately appear in midair. More and more water droplets rapidly gather together. They then begin falling directly toward Wang Ximing. The droplets fall faster and faster, gradually transforming into razor-sharp needles. Seeing this technique, Wang Ximing's eyes widen. She immediately leaps backward to dodge, but the water droplets seem sentient and continue pursuing her. Wang Ximing performs several more backward flips. Only after retreating a considerable distance does she completely evade Ma Shuzhen's attack. Ma Shuzhen brings her hands together, preparing her next attack, and says, under normal circumstances, perhaps you could suppress me, but unfortunately. She then launches a massive mass of water, which shoots toward Wang Ximing like a cannonball. While the mass of water is still airborne, Ma Shuzhen begins forming hand seals. She adds, under this rainy sky, I am the true ruler. Once the hand seals are complete, the mass of water transforms into 2 enormous wolves baring their fangs before Wang Ximing, who calmly watches the incoming attack with a cold, piercing gaze. She voluntarily steps forward. Brilliant light suddenly flares within her eyes. Her arm begins rotating in a circular motion. Pure azure blossoms reach their ultimate. Boundless transformation barrier. Instantly, a circular 8-trigram formation appeared before Wang Ximeng. She gritted her teeth, her gaze sharpening as she gathered all her strength to withstand Ma Shuzhen's attack. The instant the two techniques collided, a dazzling burst of light erupted. Realizing her attack had been completely neutralized, Ma Shuzhen froze in surprise and thought, she can actually merge her own spell into another technique. This person truly cannot be underestimated. Wang Ximeng then stomped hard on the ground and shouted, HMPH, throw every technique you have at me. Instantly, a massive wall of water towered before her. Wang Ximeng suddenly burst forward at astonishing speed, appearing beside Ma Shuzhen in an instant. Ma Shuzhen quickly sensed her presence and immediately glanced over. Reacting extremely quickly, Ma Shuzhen leaped backward to evade Wang Ximeng's attack. However, that very movement caused her to step on a talisman Wang Ximeng had planted beforehand. Ma Shuzhen's foot was instantly frozen solid by icy energy as she cried, "Damn it, my foot!" Wang Ximeng pointed 2 fingers at her as brilliant light flashed from her fingertips and shouted, "This ends here." As soon as she spoke, the light at Wang Ximeng's fingertips transformed into fierce shockwaves that blasted toward Ma Shuzhen. Refusing to concede, Ma Shuzhen gritted her teeth and rapidly formed a spell seal. The massive wave instantly transformed into the head of a gigantic bird and charged straight toward Wang Ximeng. Wang Ximeng hurriedly leaped backward to evade the deadly attack. Seeing her escape, Ma Shuzhen controlled the water behind her and sneered, HMPH, don't think you can trap me beneath this rain. The raging water quickly melted away the ice binding Ma Shuzhen's foot. The instant she regained her freedom, Ma Shuzhen charged at Wang Ximeng again and said, "You've noticed it too, haven't you? With the weather and terrain on my side, my spiritual power is barely being depleted. But what about you? How much longer can you endure?" With that, she clawed straight at Wang Ximeng's shoulder. Wang Ximeng immediately leaned aside to dodge while seizing the perfect chance to grab her arm. She exerted her strength and hurled Ma Shuzhen high into the air. While still airborne, Ma Shuzhen immediately used water control to gradually stabilize herself. Without stopping, she cast Binding Current, instantly turning the surrounding water into rope-like streams that shot toward Wang Ximeng. The ropes formed from water quickly wrapped tightly around Wang Ximeng. Facing this crisis, Wang Ximeng broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed anxiously, "This is bad." Ma Shuzhen roared furiously, "Get out of here." She gripped the water rope tightly and used all her strength to fling Wang Ximeng away. Wang Ximeng grimaced in pain and said, "You cannot stop me, much less stop this terrible disaster." Hearing those defiant words, Ma Shuzhen became almost mad with rage, grinding her teeth fiercely. Just then Wang Ximeng softly said, "Seal." Instantly, enormous blocks of ice surrounded Ma Shuzhen and imprisoned her tightly inside. The surroundings suddenly became eerily silent and cold, with only the steady patter of rain striking the ground. But it did not last long before the solid ice was shattered from within. Ma Shuzhen curled her lips into a mocking smile and said, "Quite an impressive formation, but unfortunately, a spell covering such a wide area inevitably sacrifices concentrated power, so it works against weaker opponents but is unwise against an equal." Wang Ximeng remained icy-faced and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Ma. But you must be extremely careful with the moves that come next." Ma Shuzhen controlled 2 surging streams with both hands and charged at Wang Ximeng, shouting, "HMPH, let's see how much longer you can hold out." Wang Ximeng's eyes flashed sharply again as she thrust both hands toward the ground, creating a series of rectangular formations. Immediately afterward, countless sharp ice spikes erupted from beneath the ground. Seeing this, Ma Shuzhen immediately used an agile movement technique. The water around her hands instantly turned razor-sharp, slicing through every block of ice ahead until she appeared directly before Wang Ximeng. The two immediately engaged in close combat, exchanging powerful punches and relentless kicks. Each attack was blocked and instantly countered, making the battle increasingly fierce and intense. But moments later, Ma Shuzhen's expression suddenly turned alarmed. "Something's wrong. Is she deliberately waiting for a chance to deliver a fatal blow? During our exchanges, she's been secretly forcing cold energy into my energy channels. She's calculating every step to gradually seal all my meridians." Realizing this, Ma Shuzhen roared angrily, "Do you think I'll just stand here and let you have your way?" Ma Shuzhen then manipulated the water into a long whip, lashing repeatedly at Wang Ximeng. Wang Ximeng refused to yield, conjuring more talismans and hurling them at Ma Shuzhen, who controlled the water while scoffing. Still the same trick. It won't work anymore, and Wang Ximeng's talismans were instantly shattered by the water. A smug look appeared on Ma Shuzhen's face as she shouted, "Not bad. I must admit Lord Wang is truly skilled, and with another sweep of her hand, she raised a gigantic wall of water before her. Let's see how you dodge this move. She immediately unleashed her ultimate technique, Abyssal Serpent Return, transforming the water into a gigantic python. The giant python charged straight at Wang Ximing, but she reacted quickly and retreated to evade it. Ma Shuzhen continued controlling the water python and softly commanded, "Converge." Instantly, countless water pythons converged and struck Wang Ximing's position at once. After completing the attack, Ma Shuzhen remained highly vigilant, staring intently ahead. Then the unexpected happened as Wang Ximing suddenly appeared suspended in midair directly above Ma Shuzhen. Ma Shuzhen quickly sensed something wrong and immediately looked behind her. But it was already too late, as Wang Ximing had already leaped onto her back and locked her tightly with both arms and legs. Wang Ximing's strong arm tightened firmly around Ma Shuzhen's neck. Ma Shuzhen stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "W, what is this?" "No, impossible, how could you possibly dodge such a powerful move?" With blood still staining her lips, Wang Ximing replied, "Who told you I dodged it? That attack really did hit me, but precisely because of that, I was able to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Ma Shuzhen's face gradually froze over as she furiously cursed, "Damn it." But the next instant, a dazzling light suddenly erupted as Ma Shuzhen's agonized scream echoed out. Moments later, Ma Shuzhen's entire face was completely encased in thick ice. Soon her entire body was frozen solid, while Mengzai collapsed to the ground and coughed heavily in exhaustion. "Damn it. This wound is far worse than I expected, but luckily that attack missed my vital pressure points. I wonder how things are going on Chu Tianshu's side right now. I need to get there quickly." After saying this, she forces herself to stand and prepares to leave. However, before she can leave, the sound of ice shattering and fragments scattering everywhere startles Wang Ximing. How can this be possible? At this moment, the ice covering Ma Shuzhen begins cracking apart, with continuous snapping sounds echoing. The chunks of ice keep falling to the ground, while Ma Shuzhen's eyes behind the ice once again flash with a cold gleam. Immediately afterward, her entire body suddenly erupts with dazzling light, making Wang Ximing exclaim in shock, "Impossible. Could my freezing cold be completely ineffective against you?" After breaking free from the ice, Ma Shuzhen laughs loudly. "Hee, how could that be? It worked quite well, and elsewhere I might not have escaped, but here I can borrow the rain and the water within my body to gradually dissolve each layer of your freezing force." "What? You've actually cultivated to such an advanced level. The more I see, the more I pity you, Lord Wang, because with your methods and exceptional talent, you should have become a pavilion master long ago. Yet you're stuck in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, ranked last among the 6 pavilions as a mere deputy pavilion master. So if you reconsider, I will recommend you, and once my master Elder Qing gains power, helping you rise even higher will be easy. But if you insist on becoming my enemy, then don't blame me for showing no more mercy." Wang Ximing replies, "I never intended to oppose Lord Ma, much less become involved in your political disputes. I simply don't want innocent people dying needlessly." Ma Shuzhen continues, "Whether this dam is truly dangerous aside, you want us to abandon the livelihood of half the province merely because you insist on diverting the water. I've already sent people to inspect it thoroughly. And if the danger were truly beyond control, it wouldn't be your place to decide for us. And even if it is coincidence, who can say there isn't some deeper reason behind it? Everything has been timed far too perfectly, so surely some powerful figure is guiding you from behind. Isn't that right, Lord Wang? If this truly causes a major disaster, can you guarantee whoever stands behind you will still protect you?" Wang Ximing erupts with tremendous power and declares, "Lord Ma, I still hoped you would listen to reason, but I never expected you to be this suspicious, so forget it, because what powerful backer could I possibly have? You overestimate me, and although you constantly claim to care about half the province's livelihood, what you truly care about is nothing more than that seat of power in the Great Hall." Hearing these blunt words, Ma Shuzhen's gaze gradually turns extremely cold. Wang Ximing's entire body shines brilliantly as she draws a talisman with her hand and declares, "Since neither of us will yield, come at me, and with this final move, we'll decide once and for all who is stronger." Ma Shuzhen immediately answers decisively, "Fine. I respected your talent, which is why I tried to persuade you gently. But you insist on destroying the very foundation of my province, so if that's your choice, then fight." As soon as she finished speaking, raging water wrapped around her arms and quickly transformed into 2 sets of razor-sharp claws. Countless gigantic serpent heads formed from water also appeared around her as she said, If Elder Qing wants to govern Kunlun and bring peace to the realm, she must ultimately rely on the mighty power of the southeastern province. If you dare destroy it, you are making an enemy of us. Wang Ximing unleashed her power and scoffed, "Ridiculous. What use is talking about ruling the realm if you can preserve the land and taxes but not the people?" With that, she thrust her palm forward. She cast blooming bone flowers, instantly releasing thread-like beams of light that shot toward Ma Shuzhen. Facing this technique, Ma Shuzhen's expression remained icy. She controlled the water serpents to meet Wang Ximing's attack, then stood within a vortex and used her power to form a massive sphere. "Impressive, your frost spirit incarnation technique is far more refined than many I've seen, but don't think you're the only one with a killing move." With that, she cast First Layer, breaking surge, firing a pillar of water like lightning at Wang Ximing, who fortunately leaped aside in time. Facing this sudden killing move, Wang Ximing's expression turned grave as she looked over. After attacking, Ma Shuzhen said, "Lady Wang, don't lose focus, the real show is still to come." She continued with Second Layer and Third Layer, breaking surge as two huge claws fired twin streams of water while Wang Ximing dodged left and right and charged toward Ma Shuzhen. Wang Ximing thought, as expected, using this technique is still too soon for me, and I probably cannot maintain this state much longer, so I must finish this quickly. Ma Shuzhen smirked, "Lady Wang, it seems this technique is costing you quite a lot, isn't it? Why are your movements becoming so sluggish?" With that, she once again sent the water serpents charging forward. Wang Ximing thought, with rain this heavy, trying to freeze her for even a few hours would be wishful thinking. This time I must freeze her consciousness as well, otherwise she can still break free. Wang Ximing charged fiercely toward Ma Shuzhen. "Lord Ma, dare you take this attack?" Arrogant. Their attacks collided violently with thunderous explosions, but at that moment, Ma Shuzhen sensed something was wrong. She began carefully sensing the force within the attack. She immediately thought in alarm, something is wrong with the force of her attack. Ma Shuzhen instantly decided to retreat. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Your cold energy isn't entering my meridians but striking directly at my heavenly gate acupoint. So your true goal is to seal my consciousness rather than my body. Anyone else would probably have had their soul sealed inside an ice coffin already." Wang Ximing panted heavily. "Damn it, I failed." Ma Shuzhen raised her hand and condensed a ring of water, saying, "Unfortunately, you're still one move short." Just then, a rider arrived and shouted, "Lord Ma, something terrible has happened." Hearing the shout, Ma Shuzhen immediately glanced behind her. Wang Ximing also looked over in surprise. The rider hurriedly shouted, "Kunlun, I'm from the main mountain of Kunlun. I carry a heavenly decree." The man was holding a scroll in his hand. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion on Kunlun's third heaven. Inside a room, a scroll on the table read, "The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion took responsibility for the Jiangning crisis and acted decisively without awaiting orders. Though the situation remains unsettled, its concern for the realm is clear, and Pavilion Master Pang Nai deserves the highest merit and shall be rewarded once Jiangnan is stabilized." Pang Nai asked, "What exactly is going on?" Her subordinate replied, "Pavilion Master, I only just received the news as well." Pang Nai continued, "When did they decide this?" The man replied, "I heard the news reached Elder Pang the day after the Deputy Pavilion Master departed." Pang Nai murmured in surprise, "The very next day." "All right, I understand, you may leave." The man replied, "Yes." The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had only just sent people out, so how could the news have reached Father so quickly? I was already extremely cautious about this. Only a few people knew, and they should have no reason to leak it and drag Father into this. Was it a coincidence, or is someone secretly adding fuel to the fire? The scene shifts to Chu Tianchu, who gazed into the distance and murmured, "Almost everyone who needed evacuation has left, so the main mountain's heavenly decree should arrive soon." Meanwhile, Wang Ximing and Ma Shuzhen opened the heavenly decree, and dazzling blue light poured from the scroll. A hazy face then appeared and declared, "The flood disaster in the southeast province risks spiraling out of control and spreading to neighboring provinces unless resolved immediately. The Kunlun main mountain has decided to grant the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion full authority over this matter. Everyone without exception must fully cooperate." Wang Ximing thought in astonishment, "Why is our sect's highest decree scroll here? This was clearly decided secretly by the Pavilion Master, so how did Elder Pang know?" The face continued, "The entire southeast province must immediately provide all necessary assistance, and any required methods or strategies shall not be restricted by local laws. Anyone who defies the decree will be severely punished." The face then vanished, and as the young man beside her put away the heavenly decree, Ma Shuzhen muttered, "So that old bastard really was pulling the strings." Hearing this, the young man said, "My lord, things have already reached this point, so there is no turning back now. Are we supposed to simply ignore this heavenly decree and pretend nothing happened?" Ma Shuzhen turned and said coldly, "Are you trying to lecture me?" The young man paled, hurriedly clasped his hands and stammered, I wouldn't dare, my lord, I deserve death." Ma Shuzhen then turned to Wang Ximing and said, "Since the main mountain has issued its decree, we will follow it." Wang Ximing asked incredulously, "Lord Ma, are you truly willing to let me go?" "How could I dare defy the heavenly decree, Lord Wang? Although our battle had no victor, it already exhausted the last of your strength." Wang Ximing remained silent while Ma Shuzhen continued, "If Lord Wang still has strength left, feel free to try." Wang Ximing clasped her hands and said, "Then I thank you, Lord Ma." With that, she left. Ma Shuzhen narrowed her eyes as she watched Wang Ximing's departing figure. After a moment, she also left and ordered those around her, "Hurry to the main embankment and check the situation there." The young man asked, "My lord, are we really abandoning the mulberry fields?" Ma Shuzhen replied, "Abandon them? When did I ever say that? But didn't you just tell Deputy Pavilion Master Wang to go?" Ma Shuzhen interrupted, "Yes, I was the one who told her to go. Didn't I say that if she still has strength left, she is welcome to try? They want the foundation of our faction in the southeast province, then they can pay for it with their lives, and don't forget. What has allowed Kunlun to stand as the strongest power under heaven, untouched by demons for centuries? It is our overwhelming power that intimidates the entire realm. That power was forged from tens of thousands of spiritual treasures and thousands of demon souls. Even one of them possesses enough power to resist a calamity-class demon. These are the formation beasts symbolizing the heavenly might of Kunlun, so how could an injured pavilion master and an unknown lamp keeper possibly defeat them? If they truly can, I would gladly witness it myself. Damn it, I never expected them to deploy formation beasts to guard this place. And there are 3 of them. Sometime later, Ma Shuzhen rode away with her group, and on the road the young man asked, "My lord, the Deputy Pavilion Master's plan may be the worst option, but if the Pavilion Master truly is nearing her limit, as he said, what should we do?" Ma Shuzhen replies, "Those who cannot plan for the whole cannot govern a region, and the taxes of the southeastern province are one of the strategist's most important trump cards, so if these cities flood, let them flood." The young man stammers, "My lord, this may implicate too many people, and if Kunlun condemns us..." Ma Shuzhen interrupts, "If blame comes, I'll bear it alone, whether injustice or infamy, so just follow my orders. As long as my master can rise to the pinnacle of the world, what does death matter?" The young man continues, "But if Wang Ximing dies here, how can we explain it to Kunlun? She's still a pavilion-level figure." Ma Shuzhen replies, "The heavenly order arrived too late, the command token couldn't be seized in time, the guardian beast blindly protected its master, and the deputy pavilion master unfortunately died, so such an accident was beyond my power to prevent." Still afraid, the young man asks, "Will they really let this matter go?" Ma Shuzhen smiles and says, "And what if they don't? The dead cannot speak." Meanwhile, Wang Ximing is using her power to freeze a guardian beast. But golden light suddenly flashes from the guardian beast's mouth and eyes, and within seconds, all the ice covering it shatters. Wang Ximing's expression turns grave as she stares at the guardian beast before her. It broke free in only a few breaths. "Damn it, I can't advance even half a step." The guardian beast angrily opens its huge mouth and roars. It then stomps fiercely toward Wang Ximing. She quickly retreats to dodge, but her body is already nearing its limit. "Now I can't even hold them back for a moment. There's no time left, forget it. Since it's come this far, there's no reason to hold anything back, so I'll risk everything to destroy the floodgate." The moment she decides, Wang Ximing unleashes her full speed and charges forward. The guardian beasts desperately try to stop her. She flips through the air, dodging their attacks. The instant her hand touches the ground, she unleashes her ice power. A long pillar of ice rises, lifting Wang Ximing high into the air. In midair, she gently twists her body. Her eyes flash as power gathers in her palm. She leaps toward the dam with all her strength, intending to destroy it in one strike. The guardian beasts below seem to realize her intention. They immediately open their mouths wide and blast pillars of fire toward Wang Ximing. Dense pillars of fire surge toward her, but Wang Ximing manages to dodge most of them. Suddenly, one pillar of fire grazes Wang Ximing's leg, and the sudden pain twists her face face and makes her body freeze for an instant. The moment she stops in midair, the pillars of fire quickly curve back and rush straight toward Wang Ximing. By the time Wang Ximing senses the danger, it is already too late. A massive explosion erupts in midair, its shockwave bending the surrounding trees, and when the smoke clears, Wang Ximing lies motionless on the ground. Unwilling to accept defeat, she clenches her fist and thinks, I was so close. Just one step short. But I couldn't even make a single breach. Her vision gradually begins to fade. The guardian beast still refuses to let her go and charges forward viciously. Its eyes flash brightly. It swings its leg down with tremendous force, intending to crush her into pulp. At this critical moment, Zhu Tianshu suddenly appears and stops its attack with one hand. Zhu Tianshu said they even deployed 3 disc beasts to guard this place. They really spared no expense. It seems Lord Ma's orders weren't merely to guard this place or protect the mulberry fields at all costs, but to take our lives as well. A masterful arrangement, ruthless enough, and unquestionable loyalty. Unfortunately, Lord Ma, against anyone else, you certainly wouldn't have lost this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, purple lightning-like bolts struck one of the disc beasts. Its arm shattered instantly, and it growled while staring warily at Zhu Tianshu. Zhu Tianshu looked toward the dam and said, this place really isn't sturdy at all. Leaving too much evidence behind wouldn't be good. At that moment, the disc beast's shattered arm gradually regenerated. Before long, it was completely restored as if nothing had happened, then roared threateningly at Zhu Tianshu. Oh, you're that formidable. It only took a few dozen seconds to fully recover. As expected of a loyal hound capable of rivaling calamity rank. This is troublesome, I can't cause too much commotion or drag this out. Sorry, Sister Mengxi, evacuating everyone from the mulberry fields is more troublesome than I expected. But perhaps this is better. Zhu Tianshu looked toward Wang Ximing, who lay unconscious on the ground. At that moment, guttural growls came from the throats of the disc beasts. Zhu Tianshu looked at them and continued, still better than gaining nothing, and dealing with a few more witnesses would be preferable. After preparing for a moment, flames appeared in the mouths of all 3 disc beasts, and they quickly breathed fire at Zhu Tianshu. His expression remained calm as he closed his eyes and murmured, truthfully, I normally dislike using this move against mindless things. But I don't have much time to waste. With that, he opened his eyes, which flashed with an eerie purple light. His pupils also quickly turned purple. Zhu Tianshu's pupils resembled bottomless black pools as he unleashed the abyssal breath of the vast deep. The disc beasts seemed to be dragged into a strange realm where a tower floated in the sky beneath a black ring that obscured the sun. Standing atop the tower, Zhu Tianshu said, Welcome to my Dao realm. The 3 disc beasts below looked up at Zhu Tianshu and roared ferociously. Though these golden bodies were forged from countless spiritual ores and treasures capable of powering your cores, you are still merely refined remnant souls. Since you possess souls, you are no longer lifeless objects. Within this Dao realm, every living being is under my control. As he finished speaking, the souls of the disc beasts seemed to be forcibly extracted. They struggled desperately, yet their souls were slowly pulled out and absorbed by the surrounding trees. Zhu Tianshu's voice rang out, Water them with souls, and the flowers they nurture shall bloom magnificently. Let me see your souls, and what kind of flowers they will produce. Outside, Wang Ximing gradually awakened and asked blankly, Where am I? She vaguely saw Zhu Tianshu ahead, and hearing her voice, he turned and asked, Oh, Sister Mengxi, you're awake. It's all right now, get some rest. Wang Ximing weakly asked, Where are the disc beasts? Zhu Tianshu replied, What else could happen? Of course they were driven away. Wang Ximing asked in disbelief, What, driven away? Zhu Tianshu said, What, don't believe me? You think I defeated them alone? Wang Ximing replied, Well, obviously not, so tell me how you did it. A while later, Zhu Tianshu lit another fire and made up a plausible explanation, after which Wang Ximing said, I see, while the formation beasts held me back, you slipped into the dam through another route and destroyed the sluice gate. Zhu Tianshu replied, Who told you to risk your life like that? My conscience couldn't bear it, so I had no choice but to risk myself alongside you. Besides, no matter how powerful the formation beasts are, they're ultimately mindless puppets ordered to defend the embankment to the death. So without a new command token from the regional governor, they won't move even if they see the flood coming. Is that so? I never expected to owe you my life. Anyway, I didn't need to defeat the formation beasts. If Sister Wang Ximing hadn't been badly wounded, you wouldn't have needed me, since you alone could have broken through. You make it sound easy, but being able to adapt and remain calm was already remarkable. I never expected things to reach this point and thought everything would go more smoothly once the heavenly decree arrived. But how did you know it would come? Of course I knew, because I deliberately leaked some information so Elder Pang's people would discover it. Why did you do that? Don't make such a scary face and don't overthink it. I was only taking a gamble. Wang Ximing asked. A gamble. Chu Tianshu replied, if Elder Pang learned about the crisis in the southeast province before anyone else in Kunlun, he would surely send his own people and directly seize control of the situation, and neither of us could predict what would happen then. Wang Ximing said, so you deliberately acted first and made sure the pavilion master learned about it before him. Chu Tianshu replied, exactly, if Sister Nai acted first, Elder Pang would definitely support her. Wang Ximing asked, support her, why would you think that? Chu Tianshu asked, have you ever noticed Elder Pang's gaze? Eyes don't lie, Elder Pang actually dotes greatly on Sister Nai, so if I succeeded, he could legitimately credit all the merit to her and pave the way for her future succession, while if I failed, he could use it as an excuse to pressure the southeast province and weaken its forces, making me much safer. You actually calculated all of that. It seems I underestimated you before. Chu Tianshu said it wasn't some brilliant scheme, I was just lucky my gamble paid off. If the southeast province faction had truly decided to deal with us, we'd already have been torn to pieces. Wang Ximing said, you've got some nerve, but how will you explain this to Sister Nai when we return? Chu Tianshu replied, what else can I do? At worst I'll accept punishment so you two can plead for me. Wang Ximing immediately answered no. Chu Tianshu stood up and sighed, how heartless. Wang Ximing asked, where are you going? Chu Tianshu replied, what else? I'm finding you a horse. If we remain in their territory, something else might happen. Hearing this, Wang Ximing struggled to her feet and said, then hurry, don't worry about me. We must move quickly because if Ma Shuzhen catches up, another fierce battle will be unavoidable. Chu Tianshu supported Wang Ximing and asked, you're badly injured. Are you sure you're all right? Wang Ximing replied, I'm fine, I can endure it. But the moment her injured foot touched the ground, a sharp pain struck, making her face twist in agony, and her entire body immediately fell into Chu Tianshu's arms. Wang Ximing blushed in embarrassment and stammered, sorry, my leg suddenly lost all its strength. Chu Tianshu also looked extremely surprised by the situation, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled with narrowed eyes. The rain had gradually stopped, leaving only a few scattered drops falling onto the leaves. Chu Tianshu now carried Wang Ximing on his back as she said, you normally avoid getting involved in anything, yet this time you willingly stepped into such trouble. Chu Tianshu asked, does Sister Wang Ximing think I'm not someone who cares about the great affairs of the realm? Wang Ximing replied, it's not that you don't seem like one, you've simply never cared before. Chu Tianshu said, actually, it's not that I don't care. Wang Ximing asked, then why? Chu Tianshu replied, because I know how insignificant I am and that I can't accomplish much, but this time I felt I could still do something that needed to be done. Wang Ximing said in surprise, how rare, I never expected words like that from you. Chu Tianshu smiled, it's not that difficult, I simply don't like this world very much. I just want this world to become a little more peaceful. Wang Ximing said, a peaceful world? I never knew you were so naive. Chu Tianshu replied, being a little naive is fine, at least life won't feel so exhausting. The scene shifts several days later. Who would have thought the century-old Black Tortoise embankment nearly collapsed? Craftsmen reinforced it countless times before, and everyone thought it was unshakable. Nearby, someone asked, I heard the formation beasts were swept away by the flood, is that true? A man in a hat replied, several villagers said they saw the flood sweep the formation beasts straight out of the mulberry fields. The bearded man continues, I heard several cliffs also collapsed, merging waterways that were once separate. The man in the hat says, now we're in trouble, how will we determine which water source belongs to which province? Damn you useless fools, what do I keep you for? Didn't you swear that even with torrential rain it could hold for 10 days to half a month? My lord, this is unjust. I checked repeatedly and the cracks were truly insignificant, so even without diversion, the levee shouldn't have collapsed. I've never made a mistake in 50 years, yet this time I've committed a grave crime. Please spare me, my lord. You useless fools, even your lives aren't enough to repay this. Ma Shuzhen stands nearby in silence. She wonders, why did this suddenly happen without any warning? Where exactly did it go wrong? There must be something. No. She immediately forms a hand seal, and a glowing circle floats above her head. She begins sensing everything within the levee, even the raindrops falling upon it. Probing deeper, she senses an enormous fracture and thinks, it really has reached its limit, but why were there no abnormalities before? No, that's wrong. If water pressure alone caused this, the cracks should be scattered randomly without any pattern. But why are they arranged in such regular intersecting lines? These cracks are shallow yet completely unlike natural erosion, appearing chaotic at first but incredibly precise upon closer inspection. Each as thin as a hair, as though an exact force penetrated from outside and instantly shattered the load-bearing structure. leaving it endangered but intact and unnoticed. But after a few more downpours, the cracks would spread completely and the levee would inevitably collapse, while even the chosen positions and force were perfect, neither too deep nor too shallow, allowing the heavy rain to naturally expand them and erase all traces of human interference. Luckily, I noticed in time because after a few more days, even this final clue would have vanished. After finding the clue, Ma Shuzhen asks, "Have you investigated? Besides Wang Ziming and that brat from the Spirit Flame office, did anyone else come here?" One man replies, "My lord, I've checked repeatedly and thoroughly questioned everyone nearby. Only Wang Ziming and his attendant ever came here." Ma Shuzhen turns to leave and says, "Let's go, prepare paper and ink for me." Her subordinate stammers, "My lord, are you planning to?" Ma Shuzhen coldly says, "I'm returning to the mountain to confess my crimes." Hearing this, the subordinate panics, "My lord, confess your crimes." Ma Shuzhen continues, "I've fought Wang Ziming before, how could he possess such an advanced technique? 3 guardian beasts were lost and the Black Tortoise levee nearly collapsed, so as lord of the southeastern province, how could I avoid responsibility? Just do as I say." If this person truly possesses such skill, destroying the gate beneath the nose of the 3-headed guardian beast wouldn't be difficult, but could a mere bamboo attendant do it? Who exactly is he? Without evidence, I can't act recklessly and alert him, but whether you're behind this or not, you're definitely involved. Then I'll personally see how capable you really are, brat. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Pang Nai faces Chu Tianshu and says, "You're unharmed, that's good. Pavilion Master, aren't you going to punish me? After all, I truly concealed things from you. If you truly wanted to hide it from me, why tell us at all? You merely feared something might go wrong and wanted to borrow our strength and influence. And that person happens to be my father, so I can understand why you hid it from me, but next time just tell me directly, because I'm not someone who lets personal feelings ruin important matters. Since Pavilion Master says so, I feel even more ashamed. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave." "Yes, I shall take my leave." Pang Nai watches Chu Tianshu's departing figure. Suddenly she calls out, "Chu Tianshu, wait." She thinks, if he has ulterior motives, even if he can hide them from his expression, his eyes will eventually reveal some clue. Hearing her call, Chu Tianshu turns around and asks, "What is it, Pavilion Master?" "Nothing, go back and rest." "Yes, I'll take my leave." No matter how deeply someone hides it, their eyes will instinctively show caution, yet his didn't, instead revealing a hint of helplessness. "Sai, when did I become so suspicious? I've truly changed." Meanwhile, somewhere beyond Kunlun's borders, someone laughs, "Ha ha ha, we made a fortune this time. 20 taels per bandit and 73 ears in total. Nearly 1,400 taels of silver, enough for years of feasting and drinking, and the people of Lonely Sun City sure are generous." That's because a great monster has been causing havoc on the main road to Profound Unity City, occupying the mountain pass for years and devouring countless cultivators and merchant caravans, so nobody dares use that route anymore. Caravans from other cities have no choice but to detour, yet these bandits act like rulers and occupy every remaining mountain road. So Lonely Sun City tripled the bounty hopping, we'd quickly wipe them out, meaning they hired us to eliminate bandits not from kindness but for money. HMPH brat, keep your voice down when you talk, you're deafening me. Who cares, as long as we can exchange them for money. All right, enough nonsense, tonight we won't stop drinking until we're drunk. Just then, a bird flies over. It lands on a girl's hand and chirps repeatedly, after which she says, "I see, understood." She put on her mask and continued, "Ah, I finally found their route, I was sick of waiting." Someone at the next table said, "But honestly, you're even crueler than us, you don't even spare children. We're all bandits anyway, so dying wouldn't be unjust. But those children were only 7 or 8 at most, was that necessary? How soft-hearted, we killed their parents before their eyes and burned their homes, so wouldn't those brats hate us in return for revenge when they grow up? Listen carefully, once the seed of hatred is sown, you must uproot it completely and never let it sprout, and regardless of age, their ears are still sharp, check please." Just then, something pierced straight through the one-eyed man's head, spraying blood everywhere. The 2 men opposite him froze, unable to react. The masked girl said, "Wow, these chopsticks are much better quality than I expected. Boss, where did you get these?" Only then did the 2 men opposite the one-eyed man react and shout, "Bastard, who dares attack us?" The girl raised her middle finger and replied, "Tusk, obviously a villain, but as for why I attacked, I haven't thought of that yet." Hearing this, the 2 men erupted with power and cursed, "Crazy bitch, you're courting death." They charged fiercely at her, but she remained indifferent and muttered, "Bad mood, doesn't sound reasonable, itchy hands. That doesn't work either, what should I do?" No matter how I think, I can't find a suitable reason. Thinking about it is giving me a headache, she said. She turned into a streak of light and flashed past them, then sheathed her sword and said, "Forget it, they're already dead, who needs a reason?" The leader's face was sliced into countless squares as blood seeped out, while the other man stammered in disbelief. How is this possible? The girl replied, "Because I'm a villain." Then blood splattered throughout the room. The place fell eerily silent as the bird spread its wings and flew away again. Inside a carriage, a long yawn rang out. It was none other than Zhang Wuwei, who stretched and complained. "We rushed off non-stop the moment we came ashore. This damned mountain road is rough and the wind and sand sting my face. How about finding an inn to rest a while?" Xiao Mo said, "Seriously, your nerves are thicker than iron chains. How did you even survive this long? In this wilderness, you'll find nothing but shady inns or man-eating taverns, and you might even get captured and sold." Zhang Wuwei sighed, fine, but how much farther is it? Isn't there even a city?" Xiao Mo replied, "If I remember correctly, the nearest city is Quni City, so it shouldn't be far." Zhang Wuwei said, "Why does that sound so unreliable?" Xiao Mo replied, "It looked close on the map. Who knew the road would be this difficult? Just endure a little longer." On a mountain peak, the bird flew back again with a sheet of paper strapped to its back. As it cooed repeatedly, the girl opened the paper and asked, "Well, it's definitely them, right?" The bird replied, "Coo, coo, coo." The paper showed pictures of Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo and read, "Names unknown, origins and sect unknown, ages unknown. Features include snow-white hair usually worn loose while traveling, heterochromatic eyes, and a hidden red tint in the pupils suspected to be a sign of." After reading it, the girl's eyes lit up. "Really? Great. There's plenty of time, so I'll take my time playing with them." Xiao Mo glanced toward a mountain and wondered, no one's there. Was it an illusion? Behind him, Zhang Wuwei clicked his tongue. "Tusk, see. Long journeys really are bad for your health. You're even hallucinating now. Don't say I don't care about you. Come here and talk with me a while before you collapse on the road." Xiao Mo immediately replied, "Get lost. I don't have time for you." Zhang Wuwei put his hands behind his head and said, "Come to think of it, why did we have to come ashore here? Kunlun is enormous. Doesn't Phantom Street have some underground passage leading to their harbor?" Xiao Mo replied, "What do you think Kunlun is? Somewhere anyone can enter. Under their rules, people of unknown identity like us would probably be treated as refugees before we could even speak." Zhang Wuwei clicked his tongue again. "Tusk, true, but with your abilities, getting an entry permit shouldn't be difficult, right?" "It normally wouldn't be difficult, but Phantom Street was too chaotic and we were pressed for time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation, and this is now the fastest route to the far west. Looks like we've reached Quni City." Before Xiao Mo stood the gates of Quni City. Looking at Quni City ahead, Zhang Wuwei saw lanterns shaped like the city lord floating in the air and exclaimed, "Damn, what's with this city? That's ridiculously extravagant. The city lord must be extremely popular." Rather than admiration, it looks more like worship. Just look at those lanterns. You'd think some great immortal had descended. Haha, it really is a little excessive. A gate guard stopped them and said, "Hey, stop, where's your travel permit?" Xiao Mo immediately replied, "We don't have one." "No permit? HMPH, you want to enter without documents? What do you think this place is? Your own tea house where you can come whenever you want. No permit, then go back and get one." Xiao Mo pulled out a handful of gold coins and said, "But I thought you'd prefer this kind of permit." The guard blushed awkwardly and said, "Yes, this special permit works too. Please enter. Welcome to Quni City." Seeing the guard's expression, Zhang Wuwei thought inside the carriage, "So this is what I normally look like to outsiders." Once inside, Zhang Wuwei said, "No wonder we must enter Kunlun from this territory. The travel documents here actually look like coins." Xiao Mo replied, "Isn't that good? If every place ahead is like this, we'll reach Kunlun very soon. This city is livelier than I expected, but I keep feeling something is off." Zhang Wuwei asked, "What, you mean the sky or these lanterns?" Xiao Mo replied, "I can't explain it, it's just a feeling." Zhang Wuwei asked in surprise, "A feeling? Maybe it's simply been too long since I've seen the surface." Just then, a woman's voice sounded, "Ah, your brother will come back, don't be afraid." The little girl asked, "But mother, didn't brother say he'd return in 3 months? It's already been a year." The woman said, "Your brother went to protect our home just like the border general protected us, and when you grow up, he'll return. Be good, mother will buy you a lantern, and when we get home, we'll hang it by the window so your brother can see it and know you've always missed him." "Really? Then I want one." Zhang Wuwei looked at the notices pasted on the wall and read, "Any household with able-bodied men report to the government office immediately. Defend the city, slay demons, and earn eternal honor. With the demon calamity at hand and the city in danger, every male aged 15 or older must report, and women may not refuse either. Defend the city, slay demons, protect your homeland, and earn eternal honor." He then said, looks like demons still plague this area, yet despite being so close to Kunlun's border, nobody was sent to protect it. Xiaomo asked, they still have to rely on conscripted soldiers. Zhang Wuwei said irritably, you've spent years surviving in the underground black market, yet you're asking something that's stupid. Xiaomo looked confused and replied, what? I just find it strange. Zhang Wuwei said loudly, didn't your boss ever tell you, or did your father never mention it? Xiaomo scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Hee, I'm not very interested in such matters, so I only know the basics. Zhang Wuwei clutched his head and cried, good heavens, do you really think Kunlun sends immortal masters to guard the various nations for the sake of all living beings? Xiaomo replied, of course not, I just thought since this territory is close to them, they'd at least send a few people, but apparently. Zhang Wuwei began explaining, forget it, almost every place they guard is prosperous land, and while there are occasional exceptions, they're too few to matter. Whether Kunlun's immortal masters intervene has never depended on whether demons run rampant there, but on whether the place is valuable. Look at the places they guard, they're all where spiritual veins converge and treasures abound, and even some remote backwater would receive Kunlun's protection if a heavenly spirit spring were discovered there. As for this place, it isn't strategically important, has no rare resources, and is poor and chaotic, so it would be stranger if they actually sent people here. If demons are everywhere, blame your bad luck, because being near Kunlun means nothing when you have no value, so why would they care? But can ordinary people really hold out? Just then, a troop of soldiers passed Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo as the crowd murmured, 30 again this year, I only hope they return victorious. Don't worry, I heard last month's group cleared most of the mountain forest, so it should end soon. Their armor isn't even a complete set. It's only a small place, so survive however long you can and either wait for immortals to descend or leave it to fate. Xiaomo said, no wonder you only wander through lawless remote lands ignored by the great immortal sects, since it's easier for you to swindle people there, right? Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei froze for a moment. A moment later, he shouted, if you don't know how to speak properly, then talk less. Xiaomo could only reply, yes, yes. High above, someone was staring at the two of them. Xiaomo immediately sensed something unusual. He quickly glanced over with vigilance, but he saw only women from a brothel calling out to customers and nothing unusual, so seeing Xiaomo staring at the brothel, Zhang Wuwei walked over, patted his shoulder and said, enough, stop staring, we still have to leave tomorrow morning. Realizing Zhang Wuwei had misunderstood, Xiaomo blushed with embarrassment. Inside a tavern, someone said, have you heard? Ma Shuzhen of Kunlun deliberately flooded the mulberry fields of Mingsu City and offered all the tax revenue of the entire southeast province as a gift to Pang Gonglin. Really? Wasn't he personally promoted by Qing Mengpan? What do you know? This is called a pledge of allegiance, and my friend at Kunlun's main mountain told me that Pang Gonglin personally promised Ma Shuzhen the status of co-equal king, and the two will jointly rule Kunlun. Now Qing Mengpan is like a little widow watching someone else's bridal sedan, able only to fret. Hearing the lively gossip, Zhang Wuwei muttered, as expected of territory bordering Kunlun, even the gossip here is livelier than elsewhere. Xiaomo reminded him while chewing, stop listening to that nonsense and eat, then rest, because we still have to leave tomorrow morning. Zhang Wuwei looked at the food before him and sweated awkwardly. Yeah, I'd love to eat, but ever since I became this freakish thing, everything tastes like chewing mud. Xiaomo asked in surprise, what, everything tastes like mud? Zhang Wuwei spat out the bun he had just bitten and replied, worse than mud, it's like chewing ash, both fishy and bitter, and strangely only alcohol still tastes normal. Xiaomo suggested, then try dipping your food in some alcohol, because staying hungry isn't a solution. How long has it been since you ate? Zhang Wuwei said, wouldn't that just be mud soaked in alcohol? That sounds even more disgusting, so forget it, I'll just drink, since at least alcohol doesn't make me feel like I'm gnawing on a coffin. A while later, at a hot spring bath, Zhang Wuwei sighed in relief. Phew, finally nobody's here. Xiaomo asked, why come bathing this late when we have to leave tomorrow morning? Zhang Wuwei turned and said, are you stupid? Look at this monstrous left arm of mine. Frightening ordinary people is one thing, but if I meet fellow cultivators and they mistake me for a demon and kill me, what then? Xiaomo laughed loudly, haha, so you're afraid of getting cut down. Zhang Wuwei sighed, phew, when you become a half-demon too, you'll understand. At this moment someone approaches. Being half-human, half-demon sure is exhausting. As she speaks, the newcomer draws her sword. It is the masked girl, who immediately slashes with her sword. Xiaomo quickly senses danger and looks over sharply, then as the sword energy descends, he forcefully throws Zhang Wuwei aside and shouts, move. The girl calmly stands there watching them. Zhang Wuwei exclaims in fright, damn, what the hell was that? I nearly got cut in half. Xiaomo asks, "Are you hurt?" Zhang Wuwei replies, "No, I'm fine." Xiaomo looks over and says, "So that's sword energy, it's my first time seeing it." The girl says, "Oh, you're pretty quick at dodging. Who are you?" "A villain here to send you on your way." Zhang Wuwei points at Xiaomo and shouts, "Hey villain, are you more wicked than him? Do you know the man before you is the former master of Phantom Street and former ruler of the black market? Do you know how many brothers he has? Their spit alone could drown you, and if you touch him, both the underworld and authorities will tear you apart, understand?" "Of course, idiot, I came precisely because of the demon blood." "Demon blood, how do you know about that?" "Why ask so much? You only need to know that you messed with the wrong people." "Who exactly are you? Are you the mastermind? Did you cause the demon blood incident?" "Don't misunderstand, I couldn't care less about that stuff, but unfortunately my father does, and since you dared touch something you shouldn't have, don't expect to live peacefully. Remember, today I only came to say hello. The real show is still to come." With that, her figure slowly vanishes into the smoke, and Zhang Wuwei hurriedly chases after her, shouting, "Hey, explain yourself. Why are you buying demon blood? And who the hell is your father? Damn it, where did she go?" The girl suddenly appears on a rooftop and casually says, "Wow, so many questions, trying to pry for information on our first meeting. Fine, trade me a little greeting gift for it." Unexpectedly, she is holding Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo's clothes. "Hey, those are our clothes, put them down. Look at those murderous faces, you brought no gift yet still dare ask me everything. Xiaohui here, something for you to play with. Next time bring me some sweets as a bribe, and if I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll tell you." With that, she quickly turns and leaves. Xiaomo asks angrily, "Are we chasing her?" Zhang Wuwei grits his teeth and says, "Of course, we can't let that lunatic escape. Even if we have to run naked through the entire city, we'll catch that lunatic and beat her up." The girl lands on the ground, but before she gets far, Xiaomo appears right behind her. Zhang Wuwei soon appears as well, and both shout, "Stop right there." After chasing her for a while, the two rejoice, "Great, it's a dead end ahead." But the girl seems not to notice and keeps running straight toward it. Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo laugh smugly. "Haha, keep running, let's see where you go now." She shouts, "Then watch carefully," and swings her sword several times, slicing the wall into pieces, making Xiaomo exclaim in disbelief, "No way," while Zhang Wuwei adds, "That mouth of yours really is incredibly lucky." Xiaomo immediately says, "Enough nonsense, hurry and chase her." The two stay close behind the masked girl. After a while, the girl suddenly runs straight up a wall. Xiaomo appears right behind her. Without hesitation, he also quickly runs straight up the wall. As soon as she reaches the rooftop, Xiaomo climbs up right behind her. Zhang Wuwei follows after him. From behind, Xiaomo shouts, "Hey, don't you know some strange arcane technique? If we keep chasing like this, we'll lose her sooner or later, so can't you stop her for a moment?" Zhang Wuwei replies, "She's moving too fast to catch. I need an opening before I can do anything." Xiaomo answers, "Fine, I'll try." Xiaomo gradually condenses a sphere of energy in his palm. Then without hesitation, he hurls it forward. The energy sphere tears through the air at tremendous speed. It flies straight toward the girl. Just as the sphere is about to hit her, she swings her sword and slices the sphere cleanly in half. "Oh, you even dare fight back, you're courting death." Nearby, the city lord sits sipping wine and complains, "That bastard's demands keep growing and I can never satisfy him, what a headache." While his subordinate says, "My lord, don't say that, we'll find a way." The city lord sighs, "What way is left? At this rate, I may not even get one of those 5 seats." While his subordinate hears the battle, turns curiously toward the glowing sword energy, accidentally spills hot tea on the city lord's hand, making him scream, "Hot, hot, hot, you idiot, pour the tea properly," and hurriedly apologize, "Sorry, my lord, but look outside, someone's fighting." The city lord turns around irritably and says, "What's so interesting about a fight? When does this city ever go a day without someone causing trouble?" But the next moment his eyes widen. The battle between the girl and Xiaomo has now reached a fierce climax. The girl sprints away at incredible speed. Countless energy rings controlled by Xiaomo attack her from behind. She leaps onto a rooftop and hurriedly dodges aside, causing several energy rings to blast holes through the roof. She continues dodging the incoming rings. A sharp gleam flashes in her eyes. While running, she suddenly senses danger. She immediately turns her head to look back. Countless rings have already caught up, so she quickly twists aside and gracefully dodges the following rings. The rings streak past her body. They slam directly into the rooftop ahead. After successfully evading the attack, she immediately resumes fleeing while Xiaomo and Zhang Wuwei remain close behind. Xiaomo is so focused on the girl's figure that he fails to notice a hole in the rooftop ahead created by his own attack. Carelessly, his foot falls into the hole and his entire body buckles. Seizing the opportunity, the girl immediately says, all right, we've played enough. Now it's time to draw blood," and with that, she draws her sword. She unleashes a powerful sword energy slash straight towards Xiaomo, who is so caught off guard that he can only watch helplessly. Seeing Xiao Mo in danger, Zhang Wuwei screams from behind, "Four eyes, watch out." Drops of blood begin falling from Xiao Mo's body. The girl thought in shock, wait, that's not right, my strike should have taken at least one arm off. Yet it only tore him a little. A protective light shield like that requires at least 30 or 40 years of cultivation, so how can someone this young possess such power, unless he was born 20 years earlier? Zhang Wuwei ran over and asked, "Hey, Four Eyes, are you alright?" Xiao Mo stood up and replied, "I'm fine, nothing serious, but be careful of this woman. She's definitely no ordinary sword cultivator. That strike wasn't normal sword energy, her technique was extremely unusual." Zhang Wuwei exclaimed, "Ha, unusual." Xiao Mo continued, "I've copied over 100 sword manuals since childhood, so I'm familiar with sword energy, but her strike seemed formed from more than 10 layers of sword intent, something I've never seen in any text, and I only blocked it through sheer luck. If you plan to use your mystic arts, watch the timing carefully, or one mistake could cost you your limbs." The girl exclaimed, "Oh, impressive analysis. Everything you say sounds reasonable." But spiritual power erupted from her body as her hand prepared to draw her sword again, making Xiao Mo and Zhang Wuwei tense as Xiao Mo warned, "Here it comes, be careful and don't get distracted." Zhang Wuwei looked extremely nervous and thought, Four Eyes was right, her next slash will be even faster, so I must focus completely, or even raising my hand instinctively might get it cut off. But just as Zhang Wuwei thought he was about to be beaten half to death, the girl suddenly turned and left. Zhang Wuwei froze blankly at this unexpected sight. Xiao Mo immediately chased after her and shouted, "Stop starring, we can't let her escape." Zhang Wuwei hurriedly replied, "Yeah, okay." Zhang Wuwei shouted while chasing, "Looks like she knows she can't beat us. She fled because she isn't certain of victory, not because she fears us, but because she's waiting for another chance." Zhang Wuwei asked, "You mean she'll definitely return? Since she came for the demon blood, she definitely won't give up easily. Leaving her hidden in the shadows is like sleeping with a blade against our throats, right?" Xiao Mo replied, "Exactly, if we don't break this blade, trouble will come sooner or later." The two were so focused on chasing her that they failed to notice they had reached a crowded main road. Both froze before they could react. The surrounding people also blushed in confusion at the sight of two naked men running wildly through the street. Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo awkwardly looked at each other and gave embarrassed smiles. The two were later given new clothes, food, and lodging, as a jailer said. Running naked through the streets, behaving indecently, and disturbing public morals carries 3 days in jail. But judging by your complete lack of remorse, I'll add another 3 days. Zhang Wuwei angrily shouted, "Hey, don't you understand human speech? I've told you 7 times, a masked assassin had his bird carry away my clothes, I'm the victim." The jailer walked away sighing, Yeah, an assassin and a very powerful bird." Zhang Wuwei shouted again, "Hey, don't leave, come back, I'm telling the truth." Seeing the jailer didn't believe him, Zhang Wuwei told Xiao Mo, "Damn it, there's no reasoning with these people, let's just break out." Xiao Mo replied, "Breaking out isn't difficult, but if we become wanted fugitives, crossing the border will be troublesome." Zhang Wuwei cursed loudly, "Damn it, it's all that lunatic's fault." While the jailers outside chatted, "Prisoners are getting more ridiculous lately, making up every excuse imaginable. At this rate, this jail will become a storytelling tea house." The scene shifted to midnight. Inside the cell, everything was completely silent. Xiao Mo sat in a corner with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Outside, someone slowly walked toward the cell. Xiao Mo immediately noticed and became highly alert, making Zhang Wuwei ask, "What's wrong?" Xiao Mo whispered, "SHH, someone seems to be approaching." Zhang Wuwei whispered back, "Is it her? Has that crazy woman returned?" Xiao Mo replied, "I don't know, but it's very likely." The figure drew closer and closer. Xiao Mo said gravely, "Those footsteps are too light to belong to a jailer, and their aura is concealed almost perfectly. That's terrifying." Zhang Wuwei frowned, "Then we should strike first." Xiao Mo immediately gathered power in his palm and said, "Good idea, strike first and control the enemy, strike later and be controlled." The moment the figure appeared, Xiao Mo shouted, "Now." He fiercely struck the figure with his palm, blasting the newcomer backward with cries of pain, and Zhang Wuwei excitedly said, "Nice, she won't escape this time." But immediately afterward, Xiao Mo's expression turned blank. "Huh, who is this?" Despite all Xiao Mo's deductions, the newcomer wasn't that girl at all, and the man had been beaten unconscious, foaming at the mouth with his eyes rolled back. Another jailer heard the commotion and hurried over, asking, "Hey, what happened?" Seeing the man unconscious, the jailers rushed over in panic. "Are you crazy?" this is the envoy sent by the city master to bail you out. Sometime later at the Xuanyi city residence, the envoy said, I startled you two cultivators in the prison earlier, and I sincerely apologize. Xiaomo hurriedly cupped his hands. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I thought you were that madman, so forgive me. And the envoy replied, it's fine, this only proves my lord's keen judgment. You two truly are experts. While Zhang Wuwei muttered blankly, who knew that mad brat's rampage would bring us straight before the city master. Please forgive the embarrassment, my lord is already waiting at the watchtower, so please follow me. And as they followed the envoy, Zhang Wuwei asked, your lord has quite refined tastes, the corridor is covered with portraits, are they all family? The envoy replied, these are the previous city masters, and every city master has a portrait left here after leaving office, making Zhang Wuwei look up and say, previous city masters? No wonder they all look so imposing. The envoy said, you have a keen eye, that is General Jiang, my lord's elder brother. 30 years ago when demons first plagued this region, he personally donned armor and climbed the mountain, slaying every demon there with his sword, and afterward the city enjoyed over 10 years of peace, so the people willingly nominated him as Lord of Xuanyi. Xiaomo admired him, not from an immortal sect, yet accomplishing this through courage alone is truly extraordinary, while Zhang Wuwei said, looks like becoming city master here isn't easy. The envoy smiled and added, sadly, good men die young. 20 years ago, the general went out to pursue mountain bandits when a celestial disaster suddenly struck. Several heavenly flames fell onto the Nanling Mountain Road and engulfed it in fire, making the general and his guards disappear, with only shattered armor and charred weapons recovered. Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei thought in surprise, this place also experienced that kind of celestial disaster. And seeing his strange expression, Xiaomo asked, what's wrong? To which Zhang Wuwei replied, nothing, let's go. The envoy continued ahead. After General Jiang died, the factions of Xuanyi City seized the opportunity to fight for power, and my lord was sent to the wastelands to guard the granary, making Xiaomo remark, yet he's now city master, that's quite a reversal. The envoy continued, that year demons reappeared on the mountain road and devoured 3 merchant caravans within a week, leaving bones everywhere, so my lord was sent to eliminate them. His entire force was wiped out, yet he returned alone carrying countless demon heads, shocking the whole city and showing the people that Xuanyi still had hope. Zhang Wuwei asked, but hasn't this place always been plagued by demons? After hearing people on the street say, this has been going on for years, and the envoy sighed, my lord ultimately isn't his elder brother. When the general was alive, he pacified everywhere he went, but now my lord can only struggle to keep chaos at bay. Besides, the city master is already old, and his old wounds keep recurring, so there are many things he simply lacks the strength to handle. Xiaomo said, I understand, maintaining appearances isn't hard. What's hard is knowing you'll eventually collapse yet still having to endure, making Zhang Wuwei hurriedly warn, hey, don't say it so bluntly, we're inside his residence. The two were then brought before the city master, and the envoy immediately reported, my lord, the 2 honored guests have arrived. Before the man said, our first meeting, I am Jiang, city master of Xuanyi City. You 2 experts came from afar yet suffered injustice because of my residence's negligence, so I feel deeply ashamed and offer this bow in apology. Xiaomo said, Lord City Master, spare the pleasantries and get straight to the point, making Zhang Wuwei sweat and say, hey, don't be so cold right after meeting him, he did get us out. Jiang laughed, haha, how straightforward, then I won't beat around the bush either. I'm ashamed to say that although Xuanyi City looks fine on the surface, it's actually on the verge of collapse. The mountain road outside the city is Xuanyi's commercial lifeline. In previous years, although a great demon appeared, its movements followed a pattern, so by carefully avoiding it or making proper arrangements, some caravans could still pass and barely sustain the city's livelihood. But for the past 2 years, its movements have become chaotic and increasingly murderous, completely severing our last path to survival. I intended to endure a little longer for the people's sake, but the more I yielded, the more vicious it became. I've had enough, so I want to ask you two to slay that shameless great demon and restore peace to my city. Suddenly, Xiaomo turned to Zhang Wuwei and asked, what do you think? Making Zhang Wuwei stammer blankly, me. Zhang Wuwei then put on a troubled expression and said, I'm not heartless, and everyone can see Lord City Master's sincerity, but demon slaying depends on favorable timing, terrain, and circumstances, so I'm afraid right now. Jiang understood immediately and said, Xiao Li, how much silver remains in the treasury? and Zio Li reported, "My lord, there are 4,300 taels in tax revenue and exactly 2,100 taels available in the treasury." "Good, if you slay this demon, all 2,000 plus taels will belong to you. What do you say?" "Thank you for your generosity, Lord City Master, but we have certain matters that are difficult to explain. If the right opportunity comes, we'll certainly do everything we can to help, but right now we truly can't get too deeply involved." Hearing this, Zhang Enning exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, how straightforward, I truly admire you." Hearing this, Zhang Wue looked utterly surprised. Zhang Enning turned to Zio Li and ordered, "Go outside, I have a few private words for our honored guests," and Zio Li immediately replied, "Yes." After Zio Li left, Zhang Enning slowly said, "I understand your purpose for coming to Xuanyi better than you do," making Zhang Wue ask in surprise, "Lord City Master, what do you mean?" Zhang Enning replied, "Jinyu Kingdom lies at the junction of several nations, so every year travelers seeking convenience, debtors, fugitives, offenders, and all sorts pass through. You too are no different, and while I can turn a blind eye, other cities may not, so if you're willing to befriend me and grant me this favor, I won't be stingy in returning it by writing a few letters and putting in a good word. I guarantee you'll travel smoothly through Jinyu Kingdom without obstruction. If I simply follow procedure, release a few carrier pigeons, and send portraits of you two to the nearby cities you must pass through, I'm afraid you won't be able to take a single step, right?" Zio Mo says, "I admit we have no travel documents and you must enforce the law. I also admit I truly have urgent business and that's no excuse but the truth, yet if you think a few threats can scare me, you're mistaken." Suddenly, Zhang Wue leans on Zio Mo's shoulder and says, "Actually, we never said we absolutely wouldn't do it, right?" "Oh, what do you mean?" Zhang Wue replies, "City Lord, we're all sensible people, so there's no need to beat around the bush. If you agree to one more condition, risking our lives to eliminate the monster won't be difficult. Go ahead, it's fine. Besides the reward, I need you to personally issue merchant route travel documents allowing us to pass through every nation as a merchant caravan from your city." And Zhang Enning replies, "Although that violates the law, it isn't difficult. My lord is indeed straightforward. Even if this costs us half our lives, we'll accept." "Very well, I'll leave it to you two, but keep the monster hunt secret, because I don't want the people knowing that the city lord of Xuanyi can only place his hopes on two outsiders. I won't interfere with whatever you do, but if you don't return within 3 days, I can only follow Xuanyi law and list you as fugitives. Can you accept that?" "Don't worry, we'll definitely finish it, but don't forget your promise," and Zhang Enning immediately replies, "Don't worry, I'll certainly keep my word." After reaching an agreement, Zhang Wue and Zio Mo turn and leave. Watching their retreating figures, City Lord Zhang Enning falls silent, seemingly deep in thought. On the way out, Zio Mo says, "I really didn't expect." And Zhang Wue asks, "Didn't expect what?" Zio Mo says, "You actually agreed to this," and Zhang Wue replies, "If I didn't accept, could we even leave? Besides, after he went that far, I had to show some tact." And Zio Mo says, "Although succeeding means we can reach Kunlun, a monster that has occupied this place for decades must be extremely dangerous." "What danger? I've already got a foolproof plan." Hearing this, Zio Mo narrows his eyes at Zhang Wue, clearly unconvinced. After leaving the residence, Zio Mo asks, "So what are you planning?" Zhang Wue replies, "Planning what?" Zio Mo says, "How to eliminate the monster, of course," and Zhang Wue skips along and answers, "What monster? What are you talking about? I don't understand a word." Furious, Zio Mo grabs Zhang Wue by the collar and shouts, "You old fraud, I knew something was wrong when you agreed so quickly. You were lying to him, weren't you?" And Zhang Wue awkwardly replies, "What are you saying? We can investigate first and retreat if things look bad," making Zio Mo realize, "You never intended to help from the start." Suddenly, Zhang Wue cries out repeatedly. Zio Mo immediately asks, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Wue replies, "It's happening again, I'm about to die, but don't worry about me, just go ahead and don't let me drag down those brothers of yours." Hearing this, Zio Mo thinks, "What am I doing? At a time like this, why am I still hung up on this? Why did I come this far when I can't even save the person beside me, so what right do I have to help outsiders?" He lied, yes, but even if he hadn't, could we really kill that monster? He's right, reaching Kunlun quickly is the proper solution. Zhang Wue smiles and says, "As long as you understand that, it's enough." Hearing this, Zio Mo roars, "You bastard, so you really were lying again." It wasn't entirely a lie. Plans must adapt to circumstances. If the monster is too tough, we'll retreat immediately, because fighting it to the death could kill us, but if we're wanted, we'd have no room left to maneuver. He adds, 3 days should be enough for us to cross this territory if we hurry. We can't risk our lives no matter what, and what if the city lord later breaks his promise? Remember, people can be treacherous, and Zio Mo says, With that mouth of yours, you can make anything sound reasonable, as the scene shifts sometime later. Are you sure this route is safe? I thought that small path earlier was more hidden and safer. Zhang Wuwei replies, didn't the city lord say merchant caravans were already arranged to avoid that monster? They obviously wouldn't openly use this main road, so they must use that small path, making this route much safer instead. Xiaomo says, didn't you say you wanted to see whether that monster was easy to handle? And Zhang Wuwei replies, isn't that what I'm doing? We need to investigate the terrain and surroundings first. Look, this armor isn't badly shattered, the battle marks are shallow, and the muddy ground is barely disturbed. If a truly powerful monster had slaughtered people here, this place should be far more devastated. Yeah, but there are quite a lot of these armor remnants, so they probably won't be easy to handle. We need to be careful. Relax, look around, there are no corpses, bloodstains, bones, or anything similar. Xiaomo asked, what does that mean? It proves the demon doesn't live here. More precisely, this isn't somewhere it often visits, because if it lived here long-term, how could it be so clean that not even bone fragments remain? Just then, a massive beast foot stepped forward. Then snake-headed demons appeared, and immediately roared loudly. Xiaomo coldly asked, what did you just say? Zhang Wuwei broke into a cold sweat, stammering without knowing how to answer. Zhang Wuwei quickly reassured himself, no, we're not sure they're demons yet. Maybe they're just terrifying-looking wild creatures. Yeah. Aha, see, they're just ordinary wolves, only a little strange-looking. Xiaomo shouted, stop talking nonsense, what kind of wolf looks like that? Zhang Wuwei chuckled awkwardly, they even predicted my prediction, these demons are interesting. Xiaomo coldly asked, any more brilliant theories you'd like to share? Looking at the swarm of demons ahead, Zhang Wuwei said, it's fine, don't panic. The stronger a demon is, the less likely it lives in packs, that's basic knowledge, so creatures appearing in huge numbers without even being able to speak can't be very strong, I guarantee it. Xiaomo pulled a sword from the ground and replied, really? Great, then let's finish them quickly and leave. Zhang Wuwei suddenly stopped him, wait, if I'm wrong, I'll take responsibility, I can still handle demons at this level. Xiaomo asked, can your current body really handle it? Zhang Wuwei quickly picked up a sword as well. That guy hasn't been bothering me inside my head lately, so this is a good chance to stretch my muscles. They looked terrifying 2 or 3 years ago. I probably would have turned and fled already. But now I don't feel much. Yet I know exactly why I don't feel fear. It's not that I'm fearless. It's because I truly know what fear is supposed to look like. Those monsters merely stand there without moving or making a sound, and their very existence is enough to make all living beings despair. As for these, they're still not qualified. He forcefully pulled out the sword, but it unexpectedly snapped in half. Staring blankly at the broken sword in his hand, Zhang Wuwei froze as the demons charged fiercely toward him. While Zhang Wuwei was still stunned, Xiaomo rushed forward and sliced a demon in half. Stop thinking about useless things, finish this quickly and let's leave. HMPH, the problem is this crappy sword, it broke with just a little force. While attacking the demons, Xiaomo mocked, fine, I'll make this sword bow and apologize to you later. Zhang Wuwei cursed angrily, damn crappy sword making me look bad. Soon, the demon's howls echoed throughout the area as flashes from Xiaomo's power illuminated part of the forest. Nearby was a pitch-black cave with human bones scattered densely across the ground. Deep inside, a sleeping demon immediately awakened from the sounds of battle. Back at the battlefield, Xiaomo exhaled, phew, finally finished. These demons don't seem hard to handle, yet they've held Xuanyi back for over 10 years. Could there be a stronger leader? Zhang Wuwei replied, if someone could summon storms and crush demon-slaying town effortlessly, why would they need a bunch of weaklings to fight over resources? Xiaomo said, so even if there's a leader commanding them, it probably isn't too strong, though it's hard to say. Maybe it's just someone clever hiding behind the scenes, but honestly these creatures seem a little strange. Xiaomo immediately asked, what's strange about them? Not their strength, but their presence and expressions, they're like... At that moment, Zhulong appeared in Zhang Wuwei's subconscious and said, like empty shells without consciousness, right? Zhang Wuwei's pupils instantly contracted. He painfully clutched his head and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, not again, behave yourself, you bastard. Xiaomo anxiously approached and asked, hey, are you all right? Zhang Wuwei struggled to answer, why yeah, I'm fine, it's just an old condition acting up. Just then, a streak of light shot toward the two from behind. Xiaomo immediately sensed the danger and turned around, exclaiming upon seeing the newcomer, it's her. He glanced at Zhang Wuwei and cursed inwardly, damn it, in his current state he definitely can't dodge, then said, sorry, death god staff. Zhang Wuwei struggled to say, it's fine, this is my own problem. I'll be better soon, but Xiaomo suddenly reached toward him. He struck Zhang Wuwei hard. Zhang Wuwei was immediately sent flying far away. Afterwards, Xiaomo instantly leaned aside to dodge the girl's sword, and she said, "Oh, decisive enough, I almost cut both of you," prompting him to ask in shock, "You've been following us this whole time?" And she replied, "That's right, I thought I'd have no chance to strike." "Who knew the opportunity would come so quickly?" she said before swinging her sword horizontally. A cut appeared on Xiaomo's neck and blood began flowing as the girl continued, "I traveled all this way to cut you, yet you dare dodge. What are you afraid of? Let me slash you a few times." She thrust her sword again, but Xiaomo leaned aside and successfully dodged it. He quickly grabbed her arm and said, "Sorry, miss. Your hand is too dangerous," he said while gathering strength into his leg and kicking. "Oh, then you'd better be careful." With that, she extended her hand like a blade, making Xiaomo's eyes widen, turning your hand into a sword. "That's not the only danger," she said before slashing horizontally. The slash narrowly grazed Xiaomo's throat. Xiaomo's pupils contracted. He hurriedly released her arm, then jumped backward to dodge. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "If I hadn't dodged just now, my head would have hit the ground," while she swung again and asked, "Why dodge so quickly? Relax, once the sword cuts down, you won't feel a thing." Seeing the sword energy rapidly approaching him, Xiaomo's eyes widened. He quickly jumped aside as the sword energy tore through the ground and swept past him. The sword energy sliced into the forest, illuminating an entire section of the woods. She isn't using magic to form a blade, nor releasing spiritual energy as a sword. That attack turns intent into form. Could this be the swordless realm mentioned in ancient records, the legendary highest realm that even lifelong sword cultivators struggle to reach? Damn it, who exactly is this girl? This is bad. Although that attack forced him to dodge, it completely disrupted his aura, so he'll likely have to suppress it again from the beginning and won't be able to move for a while. If she changes targets, things will become very dangerous. I need to keep her attention on me and finish this quickly. Xiaomo asked, "You still haven't answered me. Why exactly does your father want to create that demon blood?" And the girl replied, "So what if he does? Neither of us are good people, and some things are better left unknown." Xiaomo continued, "So you really won't answer?" And the girl replied, "Hey, if you want to know, show me some sincerity. Looks like reasoning with you is a waste of time." "Perfect, I hate reasoning most," she said as spiritual energy once again flowed into her sword. Xiaomo also gathered power beneath his feet. The two instantly charged at each other like bolts of lightning. When their attacks collided, waves of power spread through the air, sending rocks and earth flying. The girl's sword was stopped by Xiaomo's fist. Xiaomo immediately increases his strength and knocks the girl backward, but she swings her sword and says, "Not bad, Four Eyes." Xiaomo crosses his arms before his chest and forcefully blocks the attack. This sword energy is sometimes thin as thread and sometimes heavy as 1,000 pounds, making it impossible to tell whether her next strike will be a swift slash or a crushing blow. Seeing Xiaomo block it, the girl says, "Still holding up pretty well, huh? Not bad, not bad. Hey, this is getting boring, so how about we change things up and play a little game?" "A game? What are you trying to pull now?" "Very simple, 3 sword strikes. If you can block my next 3 attacks, I'll spare your lives and never bother you again. How about it?" Xiaomo asks. "Why do you think I'd accept your terms?" "Of course you can refuse, but the current situation is extremely favorable to me. That person over there is only about 100 steps from me, so I'm wondering whether you can block faster or my sword can reach him faster. I'm really curious, don't you think?" Forced into a corner, Xiaomo accepts 3 strikes, keep your word and don't change your mind, then erupts with power and prepares to withstand her 3 attacks. The girl replies, "Of course," then prepares her technique as a phantom skull instantly appears behind her. Slowly drawing her sword, she says, "When I give my word, even if the sky falls, it still counts," making Xiaomo's pupils contract. Countless sword energy slashes instantly appear like a dense net. Xiaomo breaks into a cold sweat and thinks, "You call this one sword strike? There are at least several hundred slashes here. At the same spot, dozens of slashes can land within a single instant. No, if I only defend, I can't keep up with her rhythm. I must find an opening after she strikes. Even a brief instant is enough for me to counterattack." The girl continuously unleashes several sword strikes. The nearby trees are instantly sliced into pieces. Countless wounds appear across Xiaomo's body as blood sprays everywhere, yet he remains standing firmly against the sword energy. After a while, the sword energy gradually dissipates and severed logs rain down as Xiaomo braces himself against the ground, panting heavily. The girl slowly approaches and says, "Trying to find an opening in my swordsmanship. Dream on, this technique prides itself on speed, and I could guess your little scheme with my eyes closed. Zayomo irritably says, you said 3 strikes. Are you calling what you just did 3 strikes? The girl replies, however many strikes I say it is, that's how many it is, got a problem? And Zayomo angrily curses, damn it, you cheater. The girl takes her stance again and giggles, hee hee, say whatever you want, the 3rd strike is coming, so be careful. Once again, countless sword energy slashes appear. Zayomo grits his teeth and desperately uses his movement technique to dodge. After a while, Zayomo retreats until his back reaches a large tree. There's nowhere left to go, retreat any farther and I'm dead. At that moment, the girl's sword strike arrives. Zayomo looks over sharply and decides, I'll have to risk it. He immediately kicks hard against the tree trunk for momentum. He leaps into the air and perfectly avoids her slash, but the girl says, you're not trying to escape, you're counterattacking, right? I've already seen through you. With that, she swings her hand horizontally. Her bare hand turns into a sword and slashes precisely across Zayomo's body. Severely wounded, Zayomo quickly flips backwards several times to create a safe distance. He clutches his chest in pain and groans. This is bad. That hit wasn't light. At that moment, the girl's sword was already at Zayomo's neck as she said, game over, fun, wasn't it? Looks like my elder sister and the others worried for nothing. I'm enough by myself. I even wasted time making a careful plan and choosing the perfect moment. If I'd known, I would have attacked you directly. Then you would have died by my hand much sooner. Suddenly, Zhang Wuwei appeared right behind her. Without a word, he smashed a large wooden club straight into her head. Zayomo was still stunned, unable to keep up with what had just happened. Zhang Wuwei pinned the girl's arms behind her and sighed, phew, she should be unconscious now, right? Why are you spacing out? Hurry, bring some rope, let's tie her up first. Zayomo unconsciously stammered, yeah. Soon, the girl was tightly bound to a tree and furiously cursed. 2 cowards who only won through a sneak attack dare demand information about the demon blood. Are you sleepwalking or did a donkey kick your brains out? Aren't you afraid of humiliating yourselves if word gets out? Zhang Wuwei calmly said, take off her mask. If she refuses to say anything, there's no point listening to her nonsense, so gag her too. Zayomo agreed. Zayomo immediately reached for her mask while she kept shouting, you only caught me through a sneak attack. Can you really call this an honorable victory? Don't you feel ashamed? Zayomo yanked off the mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, though the girl's eyes remained defiant and disdainful as she softly snorted. Zayomo was instantly struck by love, his entire face turning bright red. Suddenly, the girl stuck out her tongue and narrowed her eyes playfully, teasing Zayomo with a bleh, and her adorable expression made him freeze as if falling headfirst into love. He imagined the 2 of them merely brushing hands, and both immediately becoming shy. The girl gently turned away, unconsciously touching the corner of her lips with flushed cheeks, while Zayomo walked stiffly beside her, blushing and unable to look directly at her. Then years passed, one after another. The 2 eventually had a child together, and before long their child grew up. Then even in old age, the 2 still held hands tightly, living happily together for the rest of their lives. Back in reality, Zhang Wuwei said, hey, are you even listening to me? Hurry up, gag her and let's leave. Zayomo suddenly snapped out of his beautiful fantasy and said, sorry, I got distracted. What, feeling guilty now? Did I hit a sore spot so you want to shut me up, you despicable sneak-attacking coward? Despicable, you tried to kill us while I was still weak and you've already been beaten flat, yet you still have the nerve to say that. Beaten flat? If I hadn't shown mercy and spared your head, would you still be standing here talking? Do you think that as long as you win, the process doesn't matter? You don't even have the basic respect between strong fighters, so don't blame me for insulting you. What the hell, you used a sneak attack too? Oh, don't lump me together with you. I openly came out to slash you, unlike you hiding behind me and swinging a club with underhanded tricks. Do you even know what a fair duel is? Tusk, maybe you're some kind of pervert. No wonder you're truly unworthy of talking about a fair duel, you lunatic. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Ha ha ha, you're already angry after a few words. Come on if you've got the guts. I originally planned to spare your life if you revealed the origin of the demon blood, but every time you open your mouth you either lie or curse, so unless I shut you up today, you'll never stop talking. Suddenly Zayomo grabbed Zhang Wuwei's hand and said, wait, forget it. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous our situation becomes, so let's go. Hey, let go of me. If I don't teach her some manners today, I won't sleep well for the rest of this journey. She's already lost, so at most she's just venting with words. Why bother? Because you're not the one being insulted. That's why you can say that so calmly. Even if she cursed me, I wouldn't care. She might still be hiding some ultimate move and deliberately provoking you so she can escape. What? Why does it sound like you're defending her? I just think there's no need to go that far. Tie her more securely so she can't cause trouble. That's far more useful than tearing her mouth apart. Stop talking and let go. I'm tearing her mouth apart. Calm down. While the two were arguing, strange footprints suddenly appeared on the ground. The girl quickly sensed that something was wrong. While Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo were still pulling each other's hair and wrestling, the girl shouted, "Quiet, can't you two idiots hear anything?" Zhang Wuwei blankly asked, "Hear what?" Thanks to the girl's warning, the two quickly focused on listening, and moments later Xiaomo said, "Something really is approaching." The girl suddenly smiled, "Heh, our luck isn't bad." And just then footsteps sounded right beside Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo. A monster quickly appeared and rumbled, "Two people, three people. No, one has no spiritual power." Very interesting. Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo hurriedly looked up. The huge monster was now clearly visible, with a grotesque snake head, a gaunt human-like face and scythe-sharp claws, and it opened its fanged mouth as its glowing yellow eyes showed delight and hunger, rumbling, "This batch of food is quite special. All I've eaten these past years was trash that dared call themselves elite soldiers." They crumbled with one bite. The spiritual essence in their flesh was weaker than a child's, and my teeth nearly rusted away. I was wondering whether I should enter the city myself and grab a few brats for a tasty meal if they still didn't send me anything worth chewing. But now that saves me the trouble, so who's coming first? Seeing the monster holding a huge sword, Xiaomo exclaimed, "A monster knows how to use a sword too." Zhang Wuwei added, "I've lived this long and this is my first time seeing one, and this is definitely no ordinary monster. Its presence is completely unlike other monsters, more like a veteran who has slaughtered through countless battles." The monster continued, "One has spiritual power so dense it's almost overflowing. Another has no detectable spiritual power but carries an aura almost like mine, while the last has spiritual power but his aura is extremely chaotic." Ha ha, interesting, very interesting. The quality of this meat is fascinating. With that, the monster swung its sword and unleashed a blade of sword energy, then said, "Don't rush, I'm not finished yet." It followed with another slash of sword energy. The two blades of sword energy rapidly flew toward Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo. "Move, I'll try to block it." "There's no time and you can't block it either. We can only let it descend." Suddenly Zhang Wuwei glanced to one side. The girl tied to the tree was about to be struck by the sword energy. The next instant, a violent gale roared as dazzling sword energy tore through the air, flattening the ground and trees wherever it passed. As the raging wind subsided, a deep black trench appeared across the ground, and the monster said, "Something interfered with those two slashes midway. Interesting." Xiaomo panted, "That wasn't random slashing. Those two sword energies intersected and sealed off nearly 80% of our escape routes." While Zhang Wuwei said, "If I'd been half a breath slower, we'd probably be finished already." Xiaomo turned aside and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl rubbed her wrist and said, "You actually saved me. Is something wrong with your head?" "Don't misunderstand, I'm not kind enough to save you for free, but you've seen the situation, and with the two of us in this condition, we can't do much. Right now, even if it were a mad dog, I wouldn't mind as long as it could help bite that thing. So remember this, you owe me your life now, and a strong person wouldn't let a debt like this linger, right? Don't pretend you can't hear when it's time to repay me. You know what to do, right, little hunting squad? Of course, if you plan to bite me back, my unorthodox arts specialize in dealing with disobedient people." The girl suddenly kicked Zhang Wuwei straight in the face. "That kick repays the debt for your sneak attack. Is your head full of bricks? I just saved you, yet you. Who said I'd owe you my life just because you saved me? Let me tell you, I can still cut both of you down right now." The monster suddenly raised its sword high and said, "Finished with your last words? Continue talking inside my stomach." With that, it swung its sword down. The girl coldly said, "Don't interrupt while I'm talking," then unleashed a blade of sword energy at the monster. The emerald and brilliant purple blades of sword energy slammed together, tearing through the air. Xiaomo exclaimed, "Her sword energy can actually clash head-on with that monster," while Zhang Wuwei added, "She's definitely crazy, but she fights viciously too." The two equally powerful blades of sword energy struggled violently against each other before suddenly exploding and shaking the entire forest. "What a nuisance, couldn't you wait until I finished cutting those two down? I hate beasts that interrupt and interfere the most." "You two got lucky, but your turn will come soon. If a beast like you steals the target's father ordered me to kill, where would that leave my pride?" As soon as she finishes speaking, the girl bursts forward at the monster. Seeing this, the monster immediately raises its sword high. A sharp gleam flashes in the girl's eyes as she grips her sword tightly. As the monster's enormous sword crashes down, the girl leans aside, puts all her strength into her arm, and raises her sword to block. causing a deafening clang as the blades collide and scatter dazzling blue-purple sparks. After all these years, I've finally met someone who can block my sword head-on, but the girl retorts, don't think too highly of yourself. A filthy bug hiding in the mountains kills a few weaklings and already thinks it's impressive, and the monster replies, still talking tough, but this ends here, before pouring more strength into its sword. The girl's entire body immediately buckles, yet she grits her teeth and struggles to hold on. At that moment, she sees Xiaomo's figure flash past and mutters, "You're certainly quick to interfere." Xiaomo roars, "Get lost," and immediately kicks the monster straight in the face. Caught off guard, the monster is sent flying backward. "Finish this quickly, I don't have the stamina to play around with you." With that, Zhang Wuwei erupts with spiritual power and casts Immortal Descent True Flame, making the monster look skyward in terror and exclaim, "What?" Suddenly, a pillar of light descends straight from the sky. The pillar engulfs the monster's entire body in a dazzling sea of flames. A moment later, the monster is completely scorched, smoke continuously rising from its body. It roars furiously, "You annoying insects." But only thick smoke and dust fill its vision, leaving it unable to see anything. Suddenly, a flash of light appears. Numerous sword energy slashes intertwine and rush toward the monster, which raises its sword and shouts, "Don't get carried away." It then swings its sword and shatters all the girl's sword energy. The girl leaps high and dodges the monster's sword energy. Suddenly she shouts, "Stop meddling, damn it." Xiaomo once again appears above the monster's head. Xiaomo grits his teeth and channels all his strength into his foot. As Xiaomo's kick arrives, the monster manages to raise its sword in time to block. Zhang Wuwei looks toward the girl and says, "I'll leave the final blow to you, lunatic." The monster immediately senses something wrong and glances over as the girl draws her sword and curses, "Damn white-haired bastard, how dare you order me around? After I finish this beast, I'll cut you down too." Before the monster can react, the girl swings her sword and slices through one of its shoulders. After attacking, the girl plants her sword into the ground and pants heavily. Suddenly, the monster's laughter makes her turn around in shock. "Ha ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. What, even that couldn't kill you? I haven't met anyone capable of pushing me this far in many years. But the real hunt is only beginning." The demon's entire body began releasing green smoke, making Zhang Wuwei hurriedly cover his nose and ask, "What's happening?" "Poison gas," Xiaomo said, "hold your breath." From within the poisonous smoke, the demon's voice rang out, "The sword is merely my gentlest method." The girl immediately leaped in front of the two. She created 2 vortexes in her hands, blowing away the poisonous smoke. "What are you 2 idiots standing there for? Quickly use that move from the rooftop and suppress this foul gas with your spiritual energy." Xiaomo immediately condensed 2 spheres of spiritual energy in his hands and replied, "Got it." But suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck him. "What's happening? I already covered my nose and I should have some poison resistance." Xiaomo's voice trembled as he struggled to say, "This isn't ordinary." Zhang Wuwei anxiously asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Get away quickly, this definitely isn't ordinary poison." Before he could finish, Xiaomo collapsed unconscious. "Four Eyes, what's wrong with you? Idiot, don't go over there, this isn't over yet. This poison isn't some low-grade substance. It's corpse miasma refined inside the bodies of countless dead people." The demon launched poisonous spheres toward Zhang Wuwei and the girl, making her quickly turn around and curse, "Damn thing." She unleashed a barrage of sword energy, shattering the spheres. "That damn white dragon is still getting in my way. I'll cut you to pieces. Quickly use that freakish spell of yours to slow down this stupid snake for me. The fog is too thick, I might not be able to lock onto him. Just use it where I tell you, hurry." The demon continuously swung its arms, unleashing technique after technique. The girl shouted, "Just slow him for 5 seconds. No, 2 seconds is enough. Give me that instant and I can cut him down." At that moment, poisonous smoke shaped like a python and a leopard surged toward them. The two immediately sensed danger and hurriedly looked over. The demon clasped its hands together. Instantly, dazzling green light violently erupted, blasting the surrounding debris away. Not bad, an ordinary person's bones would have already been crushed to pulp, but after taking this strike, don't expect to stand again. This poison is bad. Four Eyes is still unconscious over there. He might not survive this poisonous smoke. So slow and troublesome, damn it. If you two hadn't gotten in my way, I would have already cut that beast down. You think something at this level can kill me? Keep dreaming, I haven't had enough fun yet. As she finished, violent spiritual energy erupted from her body. Use whatever other abilities you have. Let's see whether you poison me to death first. Or I cut you down first. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, now blood-red with blood streaming from their corners. Corpse miasma has clearly entered her body, so how can she still possess such an overwhelming aura? Suddenly, the demon looked toward a slash mark, its eyes filled with shock. It exclaimed, when did she draw her sword? No, she didn't move at all. Could she have done it with just her will? The demon looked up in panic as purple light illuminated its face. This is sword intent. The girl's eyes blazed purple as her entire body seemed to become energy, unleashing a dazzling slash of sword intent. It tore through the air and shot straight toward the monster. Damn it, I can't dodge in time. Am I going to die here? But suddenly, the sword intent gradually weakened and lost its former power, letting the monster narrowly escape death as it exclaimed in fear. Her strength actually ran out. Blood now streamed from the girl's eyes, nose, and mouth as she let out a faint groan. Then she simply passed out. Seeing this, the monster froze for a moment. So it was only a final struggle. What a pity, even your desperate struggle before death fell half a step short. Zhang Wui suddenly laughed too. Haha, damn it, I can't move at all. The monster continued, what a strange day. All three of you are truly unusual. Normally, the corpse poison should have rotted his insides long ago, yet he merely fainted, while that woman can even use corpse energy to slash with sword intent. But you're the strangest. Your scent carries an aura similar to ours. You're not human, are you? It would be a pity for our kind to kill each other, so kneel obediently and perhaps I'll spare your life. Zhulong inside Zhang Wuwei laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, even your breathing is becoming unstable. The corpse energy is spreading quickly, and even your consciousness has begun to rot. Something feels wrong, doesn't it? Don't be afraid, soon you won't feel anything. Lie down, you can't resist anymore, and forcing yourself will only bring more pain. Leave it to this old man, don't lose focus, and don't think about suppressing me. Don't even try resisting, you can't do it, so hand everything over to this old man. This old man will walk the rest of the road for you. Yes, that's it, lie down. By now, Zhang Wuwei was completely powerless, and his exhausted eyes slowly closed as Zhulong smugly said, this body belongs to this old man now. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Wuwei's left eye snapped open, its pupil completely blood-red as immense demonic power surged from his body. Faced with this sudden eruption of power, the monster was terrified. Zhang Wuwei's white hair was now enveloped in blue energy. Zhulong had seized his body and mocked, spare this old man's life? Ha ha, even the Queen Mother of the West never dared speak to me like that back then, so what the hell are you? What exactly is this aura? Who the hell are you? Zhulong replied, who am I? You'll know very soon. How can this be? His aura isn't even on the same level as before. Zhulong glanced at the monster. That single gaze instantly made the monster's pupils contract. This feels like I'm prey being watched by some terrifying beast. I'm clearly not afraid, so why is my body trembling? What's wrong? Does this old man even need to teach you how to breathe? Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you're some mighty existence? The monster said as it condensed a poisonous sphere in its mouth while Zhulong sneered, big words. The monster continued, if you're tired of living, I'll grant your wish, then immediately spat a pillar of poison toward Zhulong. Facing the enormous poisonous blast, Zhulong remained completely calm and mocked, a frog at the bottom of a well knows nothing of the vast world. He points one finger forward. A massive circle filled with demonic aura instantly appears. The monster's poison pillar freezes in midair as Zhulong says, you want to cut me down? With such pathetic tricks, you can't even touch me. If you want to fight me, you must at least reach Calamity class. The monster panics, the poison smoke stopped. Is it that immobilization technique again? The monster gathers poison smoke in its mouth again and shouts, don't get cocky, the battle isn't over yet. But before it finishes, Zhulong appears before it. It cries out in panic, what? But Zhulong has already thrown a punch. The blow sends the monster flying backward. Without stopping, Zhulong appears beside the monster again. He presses its head into the ground and laughs excitedly. Ha ha ha, scream, why aren't you screaming anymore? Gone mute, the monster is beaten relentlessly without any strength to retaliate, its body flying left and right like a cannonball. Bruised and battered, the monster screams in agony. Zhulong gathers an enormous amount of demonic power into his fist. Seeing this, the monster's pupils instantly contract in terror. Zhulong roars, too quiet, scream louder for me, then punches it, sending the monster flying backward. Tusk, this brat's physical aptitude is passable, but why is the compatibility so poor? Is it the remaining oath from the Crimson Blood Ridge? Although it slightly assimilates the mind, the oath can only release the left eye and right arm. The monster struggles back to its feet and gasps, "How is this possible, that speed? What exactly did you do?" "Truly foolish." "Forget it, since you helped me loosen my muscles, I'll graciously teach you a lesson," Zhulong says as he clenches his hand and demonic power flickers around it. The monster's body is instantly enveloped by something, making it exclaim in fear, "What?" The younger generation of this era is truly disappointing. What did he just do? Never mind, at this distance he can't dodge a breath of corpse energy, so as long as I know. Hell, what's wrong with my hand? Why can't it move? No, it isn't completely immobile. I can feel my fingers moving, but it's like they're trapped in a swamp, unbelievably slow. Zhulong then slashes down with his sword. Watching blood spray from his body, the monster exclaims, "What? I was cut, but why can't I feel anything?" "Don't rush, you'll feel it soon, so enjoy it slowly, because hundredfold time dilation isn't something you experience often." Hearing this, the monster exclaims in horror, "Hundredfold? I really was stabbed, but why can't I feel anything, as if my body has stopped?" "No, that's wrong, I can faintly sense something stirring inside me. The pain from that slash hasn't disappeared, it's only crawling toward me extremely, extremely slowly." Only then does the pain finally arrive, making the monster throw back its head and scream miserably. That's more like it, a scream should be that loud. The monster now pants heavily with great difficulty. It was only one sword strike, so why does the pain last this long? What exactly did you do? You're truly hopelessly stupid. You still don't understand. No matter if you don't understand, I'll slowly teach you. With that, Zhulong slowly drives his sword into the monster's body, causing heart-rending agony as the monster throws back its head, eyes blazing, and unleashes a scream that seems to tear through space. "Earlier, I merely preserved the flow speed of part of your brain while suppressing your flesh and blood to 1% of their original speed, so why didn't a sword strike hurt? Because that pain was stretched 100-fold, traveling little by little through your meridians into your brain." Exactly like that. With those words, Zhulong unleashed several sword slashes. Cuts instantly appeared across the demon's body. It furiously cursed, "You bastard." Yes, exactly like that, try to summon it. The demon's miserable screams of agony then echoed without end. After a while, Zhulong clicked his tongue repeatedly. "Tusk, tusk, not even 100 strikes and you're already finished. Luckily, I deliberately avoided all your vital points. You're a little more interesting than expected, barely enough to have crossed the threshold of calamity rank. If you were somewhere with more people and fed a little faster, a minor demon like you might have had a chance to climb higher. What a pity. Whatever, I've had enough fun, so it's probably time to get down to business. After all, I've waited a long time for that supreme delicacy." As the ring of demonic power in the sky gradually faded, the demon suddenly exhaled and said, "Ha, finally erased it." The demon's body suddenly transformed as its head stretched longer. It quickly shed its outer skin. Seeing this, Zhulong smiled and said, "I originally thought that since you hadn't even begged once, I'd pretend not to notice and spare you. Unfortunately, you don't want to spare yourself. You don't need to worry about sparing me. I should actually thank you for helping me shed this skin, and now it's your turn to pay the price." Have you already forgotten how miserable you looked earlier, or do you think becoming stronger means you can actually touch me? When I fought your puppet earlier, I realized that once that technique is completely dispelled, there's an extremely brief opening. It's less than half a quarter hour, but that's enough for me. Do you really think you can defeat me without that barrier? Whether I can win or not, we'll only know after trying. This time, I won't leave myself any retreat. It suddenly threw its head back and roared madly. Then it decisively tore off its own arm, making surprise flash through Zhulong's eyes. The demon's severed arm erupted with demonic power and transformed into a blade as it said, "To kill you, risking my life alone isn't enough. I have to pay a price as well." Transforming the body into a sword, interesting. Immediately afterward, the demon slashed down. Sword energy instantly surged toward Zhulong. "Good, you've got courage. Since you've wagered everything on this one strike, it would be rude of me to dodge." With that, Zhulong directly faced the demon's killing move head-on, his eyes blazing with excitement and a challenging smile curling across his lips. A moment later, a violent burst of light erupted. Dazzling green light exploded as terrifying shockwaves seemed to tear space apart and fierce winds howled relentlessly. After a while, as the violent power gradually dispersed, Zhulong's arm appeared, its skin now covered in scales. "You actually managed to force me to move from my position. Not bad, that strike carried the power of peak calamity rank." Seeing Zhulong seemingly unaffected by its attack, the demon looked stunned as Zhulong continued, "You've made me see you differently, so let me use this move to send you on your way." Listen carefully. At that moment, two blazing red spheres of demonic energy appeared in Zhulong's hands. The monster cried out in fear. "What?" Zhulong roared, "Even the heavens must scream in fear. and a sphere of immense power erupted, engulfing both Zhulong and the monster. Something gradually seeped into the monster's body. The monster's mind shook as hazy memories flickered in and out. It threw back its head and roared. The memories gradually cleared, revealing a cart loaded with corpses being pushed toward a fire. The monster wondered, "What is this?" As more images appeared, "Take these 12 corpses, this is your payment, count them yourself. That child is so young yet dares do this work, what courage," making the monster think, "These aren't my memories, so why can I see them? This must have cost a lot, right? Why so many questions? Eat, today's your birthday. Brother, thank you so much. Enough with the sentiment, eat while it's hot, then we'll go see the lanterns." The monster wondered, these scenes are so unfamiliar yet strangely familiar. Who is this person? Why do I remember this? I've used this sword technique before too. The scene shifted to a man riding a horse as people around him repeatedly cheered, "Lord Jiang Jiang, Lord Jiang Jiang." "Brother, you're all right, thank goodness. I've never met any of them, so why does everything feel so familiar? What is this light?" They were swallowed by the light. "These are human hands, not a monster's. This is me, so why am I here? Why can't I remember anything? Ever since I gained awareness, I've survived here without thinking of anything else, so I thought that day would be no different." It was a ragtag army that came to hunt monsters. Weak and helpless, I quickly slaughtered them until only one remained, and when he fled, I chased him. Just as I was about to bite through his throat, I somehow stopped. I didn't understand why I couldn't strike, but a strange emotion surged within me, telling me he seemed like someone I shouldn't eat. I asked that human, "What's your name?" And he stammered, "Great Snake Immortal, spare me, this lowly one's name is Jiang Enning." We reached a certain understanding. I killed those who threatened him, helped him monopolize the trade route, and built up his prestige. In return, I received a steady supply of food, with flesh and blood delivered regularly. I always thought I spared him only to exploit this human. Great Snake Immortal, thank you, truly thank you. So all I really wanted was for him to live a better life. So I was never a monster. As the memories finished flashing by, the monster's body was completely blasted into ashes. As expected, there's something wrong with this brat's body. It's as if something inside has been sealed by an invisible force. Forget it, this is enough to deal with something like that. Time for the real business, you can't even speak anymore. Xiao Mo was unconscious, completely motionless. Who would have thought that even after this corpse energy invaded his body, his spiritual power wouldn't weaken at all? The Namgong bloodline truly lives up to its reputation. Zhulong grabbed Xiao Mo by the head and lifted him up. "You know, when I first saw you awaken ethereal manifestation, I was delighted. I thought it would take much longer, but the opportunity came so quickly. If it's you, perhaps you really can help me completely break free from this seal." And with that, he sends something into Xiao Mo's forehead. Xiao Mo immediately wakes up, his eyes widening. Zhulong continues, "No matter how exquisite a spell or how vicious a curse, none can withstand the law of decay. Even demonic arts detached from spiritual power and condensed from the resentment of corpses can be prematurely aged and disintegrated by me." Zhulong's demonic power surges throughout Xiao Mo's body, making him curl up like a shrimp in agony with his teeth clenched. Zhulong stands silently, completely ignoring Xiao Mo's screams. After a while, smoke rises from Xiao Mo's body as he pants heavily, then quickly regains his senses and wonders, "What happened?" Zhulong approaches and says, "Your body should be able to move now, right?" Xiao Mo looks up at him in astonishment. "What's wrong with your voice?" Xiao Mo thinks, that voice, that appearance. I remember he mentioned it before. "I see you're the monster inside his body, aren't you? Why did you cure my poison?" He never said the monster inside him could be so kind. "Help you? Don't joke, I simply don't want my food to be dirty." As soon as he finishes speaking, he bites down, sending a stream of blood spraying into the air. Startled, Xiao Mo rapidly retreats, leaving a blurred trail across the ground. Xiao Mo freezes with fresh blood smeared across his face, his eyes glaring furiously behind his glasses. Zhulong smirks as blood runs from the corner of his mouth, letting out a malicious chuckle. "Delicious, truly delicious. I've finally tasted an ethereal spirit again. I'll say this once, get back inside and return his body to him." Hearing this, Zhulong wipes the blood from his mouth and laughs loudly. "Are those your last words? If you don't understand words, that's fine. I'll beat you until you go back," Xiao Mo says as spiritual power erupts from his body again. Zhulong dismissively says, "Ha, how interesting. If you can do it, then try all you want," as Xiao Mo has already charged before him. Without hesitation, Xiao Mo unleashes a thunderous kick, cracking the ground beneath him and sending thick dust surging into the air. But the next moment, astonishment fills Xiao Mo's face. Zhulong suddenly appears behind Xiao Mo, places a hand on his shoulder and says, not bad strength. Startled, Xiaomo glances behind him. Xiaomo instantly swings his elbow backward, but Zhulong ducks and smirks. Unfortunately, your reactions are too slow. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, Zhulong counters with a kick at Xiaomo. The blow sends Xiaomo sliding far backward. After taking the heavy hit, Xiaomo coughs softly as blood leaks from his lips, his face covered in wounds but his eyes still resolute. Suddenly, Zhulong points toward the sky and says, "Since I've already taken over this body." Xiaomo follows his finger upward, and his pupils instantly contract. Zhulong continues, "And I might as well make use of it and play with you using his own technique." Xiaomo breaks into a cold sweat and exclaims, "What?" as numerous circles formed by Zhang Wuwei's immortal descent true flame appear across the sky. The circles immediately unleash massive pillars of fire toward Xiaomo. Inside Zhang Wuwei's mind, he wondered, what's happening? Where is this? Is something dragging me downward? Am I dreaming? No, this isn't a dream. An image appeared of a girl stroking the white dragon's chin and saying, "Do you think they'll spare you just because you chose the wrong side?" These are Zhulong's memories: sorrow, despair, rage. Every emotion has entered my mind, but what is he still searching for? Zhulong's memories continued appearing, showing three people as the one above said, "You've caused too much chaos, Zhulong." Zhang Wuwei wondered, who are these three? They can actually suppress Zhulong head-on. They're incredibly powerful. What is this feeling? It feels like half my emotions have been extracted. Sealed inside the book. This sealing technique belongs to my family. Could they be? Then he is. My ancestor, it's gone again. The sounds and emotions are gone too. Suddenly Zhang Wuwei looked to one side and exclaimed in shock. This is my body. Half is normal, while the other half is covered in dragon scales. Why has it become like this? He's actually transforming my body into his own bit by bit. When did he start? I didn't notice anything at all. That's Jiang Mo. He's fighting Jiang Mo. He's insane. He actually wants to eat someone. Suddenly Zhang Wuwei's expression changed. The hand Zhang Wuwei placed over his heart suddenly began emitting black smoke. He recoiled in pain and quickly pulled his hand back. His consciousness has penetrated my heart and is devouring my consciousness in return. So that's it. What he wanted from the beginning was shared control of my left eye and right arm. Because those two places are closest to my heart, he could gradually assimilate my heart. The seal on the left side has already been broken. No matter how I suppress him with the mind-cleansing spell, I'm only putting him inside a prison without a lock. No, I can't let this continue. If I let him keep taking over my body, he'll really kill Jiang Mo. Zhang Wuwei placed both hands over his heart and resolved to use the mind-cleansing spell to drive him out. Acting immediately, Zhang Wuwei cast the mind-cleansing spell, trying to create a barrier sealing off the dragon-scaled side of his heart. He exerted every ounce of strength and roared desperately. But suddenly, the barrier Zhang Wuwei created rapidly began shrinking. Black smoke once again rose from Zhang Wuwei's hands as he panicked. What? Another backlash. His entire body was blasted backward. Zhang Wuwei's body began continuously disintegrating. Impossible. Why? Even the mind-cleansing spell. My consciousness is actually becoming weaker instead. Could it be that he can no longer suppress it? Back outside, Xiaomo was covered in blood from the beating as Zhulong's voice rang out. You truly are stubborn. Xiaomo spat out a mouthful of blood. Though gasping from exhaustion, he still looked sharply at Zhulong, who said, "So young yet already this strong, it almost makes me reluctant to eat you. But it's time to give up. That useless brat isn't coming back. This body completely belongs to this old man now." HMPH, you don't look completely at ease either. His resistance hasn't stopped since the beginning, has it? Hearing this, Zhulong's gaze froze. Xiaomo continued, he still hasn't given up. So why should I fall now? Zhulong sneered, every one of you is so troublesome. Why not just wait for death? Within his consciousness, Zhang Wuwei once again tried using the mind-cleansing incantation to suppress the dragon-scaled heart. He roared furiously, damn it, come back to me. But Zhang Wuwei's consciousness suffered another backlash. No, I can't suppress it. Every attempt feels like I'm burning my own consciousness. He helplessly fell to his knees. Each time I become weaker than before. Now I can't even feel the pain anymore if this continues. Damn it. Suddenly Zhang Wuwei heard Xiaomo and Zhulong's conversation. He will definitely come back. HMPH, stubborn to the end. You've taken his body, but you're afraid too, aren't you? What this old man fears isn't taking everything from him, but letting him become part of me. Zhang Wuwei murmured, maybe he's right, some things really are destined to happen. Maybe in the end I will be completely devoured, but absolutely not now, as the lower half of Zhang Wuwei's consciousness had already vanished and cracks appeared across his face. Outside, Zhulong lifted Xiaomo by the neck like a chicken and said, All that struggling still ends in death, so why not accept your fate sooner? Just as he was about to send Xiao Mo to the afterlife, a sudden tremor erupted from within his body and made him freeze. Xiao Mo immediately noticed something wrong with Zhulong and thought, finally. Zhulong roared, you damned brat, why? Within his consciousness, Zhang Wuwei was continuously burning himself away, thinking, if I must lose something, even if there's barely anything left for me to lose. A vortex appeared within Zhang Wuwei's abdomen. Outside, Zhulong's power erupted violently as chaotic crimson energy surged around him, and clutching his chest with both hands, he exclaimed in disbelief, you actually, while a force gradually enveloped the heart within. Zhulong threw back his head and roared, you're actually burning yourself to suppress me. Zhulong's power became increasingly unstable. A fierce light burst from within his body as Zhulong cursed, you bastard. The next instant, dazzling light suddenly exploded, so intense it tore through their vision. Nearby, Xiao Mo silently prayed, don't lose, you fraud. Zhang Wuwei finally regained control of his body and said, time to give it back. Zhulong returned to Zhang Wuwei's left arm and furiously cursed, bastard. The light erupted violently, dazzling enough to tear through his vision, forcing Xiao Mo to grimace in pain and quickly shield his eyes. Zhang Wuwei throws his head back and unleashes a scream that tears through the air as the dazzling light around him erupts violently like a savage release. Then he collapses while black smoke continuously rises from his body. Xiao Mo looks at Zhang Wuwei and says, you really know how to cause trouble for others. I almost died at your hands. From that night onward, his gaze seemed to have changed. Only much later did I realize that night was perhaps the last time he lived as his complete self. If I weren't afraid you'd die horribly, I really wouldn't have bothered coming back. The scene shifts to a ship, reporting Lord Kui, we've now passed the Spirit Sea Prefecture. Another 2 days and we'll reach the Golden Feather Kingdom, and Lord Kui replies, understood, withdraw, while the black-clad men answer, yes. We've arrived so late this time, could little sister already be getting impatient? Another person says, she's always loved fooling around and was never one to obediently guard someone. But elder sister, regarding little sister, you still haven't changed your mind. Don't worry, this time I even helped her borrow father's personal sword. Yanzhai, don't steal her credit again. She's my own sister, and if she can't even control this sword, then she shouldn't return home. Lord Kui asks, didn't the old master say he would personally come this time? Why isn't he here? He still has important matters to handle and will meet us in the Golden Feather Kingdom afterward. At that moment, a pirate points his saber toward Elder Sister's ship and shouts, they're practically asking us to rob them, brothers. Elder Sister steps out and says, even the sea has started filling with barking dogs these past few years. Yanzhai, who are they? Yanzhai replies, these waters were originally a neutral buffer between the Golden Feather Kingdom and its neighboring kingdom. But border defenses were abolished years ago and it became lawless territory, where some stationed men escort ships for hire while others raid them. Hearing this, Elder Sister says, so they're merely ownerless mad dogs, which makes things much easier. On the pirate's ship, one man loudly orders, prepare to fire, don't sink them, just cripple their ship. Elder Sister calls out Kui. The pirates continuously fire cannons at Elder Sister's ship as one shouts, whoever blows up their main ship gets a reward from the boss. While spiritual power erupts from Lord Kui's hand and he coldly says, understood, elder sister. In that instant, flashes of light streak out and slice apart every incoming cannonball. Watching the cannonballs explode in midair, the pirates exclaim in panic, what? The cannonballs actually exploded in midair. On elder sister's side, a subordinate brings over an umbrella and respectfully says, my lady, your enchanted artifact. Elder sister takes control of the enchanted artifact and flies away. Spiritual power surges around elder sister as she softly says, Three-Corpse Umbrella, open. The Three-Corpse Umbrella instantly unfolds, releasing a power that envelops the pirates below. Something resembling souls immediately emerges from the pirates' bodies, making them panic and scream, what is this? Something inside me is coming out. Why does this thing look exactly like us and attack us? What did she do to us? Get lost, stop following me. Why are you still standing there? Have you given orders to the ship on the left? Big brother, that ship has gone mad. They're still slaughtering their own men. What kind of nonsense is that? They're killing each other. Something's wrong, move our ship closer first. At that moment, Lord Kui had already flown onto their ship. How can you just leave like that? Flashes of light erupted instantly, slicing the pirates apart until not a single corpse remained intact as screams echoed everywhere. The nearby pirate ship saw their companion's vessel sliced in half and exclaimed in shock, "What's happening? The ship has been cut apart." Third brother, look, the sea is starting to churn. Yanjai formed a hand seal and controlled the whirlpools. The whirlpools surged toward the pirate ship and shattered it as they screamed, "Our ship! Help!" Soon the screams fell silent, leaving only fragments of the ship floating on the sea. But elder sister, are you really comfortable letting her use it? After all, that demon sword never caused trouble before. She suddenly stopped speaking. My lords, 6 unidentified armed ships have surrounded us ahead. Elder sister looked outside and said, quite bold for a pleasure boat traveling without guards. Little sister, wait just a little longer. We'll arrive very soon. The scene shifts to a cliff. A carriage slowly travels along the narrow path below. A man steps down from the carriage. Looking toward the cliff ahead, he says, I haven't been here in 7 years, yet this place is still just as suffocating. After speaking, he approaches the cliff and pulls aside the outer camouflage. Standing before a large cave, he says, forget it, what must come will eventually come. He then slowly walks inside. Candles along the rock walls burn with eerie purple flames, making the place extremely strange. A sharp gleam flashes in his eyes. Before long, he arrives before a massive stone door. Standing before the gate, he pauses and ponders for a moment. A voice calls from inside, Ren Yue. Are you still not coming in? Do you want me to invite you? And immediately something streaks past Ren Yue's face. A cut instantly appears on Ren Yue's face as fresh blood continuously flows out. Ren Yue angrily clenches his fist so tightly that his hand trembles. He then pushes open the door and enters, saying, Ren Yue of the Yellow Springs Society greets my lord. I was delayed today and arrived late, an offense worthy of death. Please spare my life, my lord. A figure appears atop the Buddha statue and says, it's been a long time and it seems you've grown much bolder. Do you think forgiveness is yours to decide? And Ren Yue replies, of course I know I'm guilty, and before coming here I already prepared for the worst. If my lord truly intended to punish me, that sword energy at the entrance would have already sent my head rolling to the ground. Still as silver-tongued as ever, Ren Yue, but this time your mouth won't solve the problem, and you know best why I summoned you, don't you? I know my mistake. The Phantom Street incident was caused by my poor supervision and trusting an incompetent fool. Your misplaced trust made me lose face before that person and disrupted our arrangements, so do you know what kind of fate that brings? Yes, if my lord wishes to kill Ren Yue, I will have no complaints only. Only what? And Ren Yue replies, I only hope my lord will allow me to redeem my crime through merit. Those who destroyed my workshop and ruined my lord's plan have exposed their whereabouts, and my daughter and the others have already laid a trap in the Golden Feather Kingdom. So I boldly ask to capture those 2 for my lord before I die and use it to atone. Ren Yue, you don't truly want to atone, you're merely fantasizing that there might still be a chance to turn things around, aren't you? My lord, back then I spared you not so you could cling miserably to life, much less so you could become someone who still resorts to petty tricks on the verge of death. Ren Yue, you've truly disappointed me. Please take those words back, my lord, because I am not here begging to live, nor am I harboring any hope of escaping punishment. What I want isn't survival, but a proper death. I don't fear dying, I only fear dying without being able to answer for my failure. Hearing this, the figure above glances at Ren Yue and softly snorts. Ren Yue cries out, if I cannot make amends and people later say my lord raised an incompetent fool who could only beg for death after causing trouble, then my death would truly tarnish my lord's reputation and disgrace your teachings. I know this life was given to me by my lord, so if I can redeem myself through merit, I will personally return the sword you bestowed upon me into your hands. Then I will let you personally end this life. You certainly speak well, but fine, if you truly have that much backbone, I'll give you one more chance. If you succeed, then keeping you alive until now won't have been in vain. If you fail again, I won't mind personally wiping out the surviving seeds from back then. Yes, my lord. Don't disappoint me, Ren Yue. We'll meet in the Golden Feather Kingdom. The scene shifted to a house while rain poured heavily outside. Inside, a freshly brewed pot of medicine was still steaming intensely. The girl slowly opened her eyes and woke up. She was the girl who had fought Zhang Wue in Xiaoma. She suddenly sat up and wondered in confusion, where am I? Looking down at her clothes, she realized they were not her own. An old man nearby said, you're finally awake. If you slept any longer, you'd drink all my medicine dry. I must admit, young lady, your constitution is truly unusual. After being poisoned like that, you still managed to survive until now. Anyone else would have died long ago. Did you save me? Not me. 2 young heroes carried you here. They were both badly injured themselves and couldn't even tell me your name, yet they desperately begged me to save you. If you'd been a few days later, you really could have died. Young heroine, ask whatever you want. But could you put down that thing in your hand first? The terrified old man pleaded with tears streaming down his face, and the girl awkwardly replied, "Sorry, I was afraid you were lying," while the scene shifted to Zhang Wuwei sitting cross-legged, spiritual energy surging around him. Back then, I desperately suppressed that guy, but ever since returning, I feel like something inside me is missing, something I can't grasp or understand. I should clearly be afraid, yet instead I'm strangely calm now. Am I still myself? Even my will to keep living seems to have faded. Can I even make it through Kunlun? Zhang Wuwei stared blankly at the falling rain. At that moment, someone approached and said, "Hey, found you, come on, it's time to settle our grudge." And it was the girl Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo had saved, holding a sword with killing intent flashing in her eyes. "Oh, you've even drawn your sword, but if you're here to settle scores, there's someone in the third room on the left who can still move better than me. I won't live much longer anyway, so you don't need to trouble yourself. But if you really want to do it, choose somewhere deserted, and after killing me, remember to go far away." Hearing this, the girl's large eyes widened in surprise. She stared intently at Zhang Wuwei, whose expression showed complete indifference toward life and death. She sighed, "How boring. Since you saved me, I'll spare you today and kill you after you recover, because taking advantage of someone while they're weak is what weaklings do. Didn't you attack me before when I was weakened? That wasn't a sneak attack, I attacked you openly and directly. If I'd really wanted to ambush you, your head would have moved elsewhere long ago." Zhang Wuwei continued, "You haven't attacked yet because you don't want to, right?" And the girl dodged the point. "That's called tactical planning, understand? Putting you later means I'm showing you respect. It's called strategic leniency." "What tactical planning? You probably just thought you should deal with the most dangerous person first." Wait, I mean you didn't attack while I was at my weakest, so I suppose you do have some honor." "Honor? HMPH, what honor do I have? Once you can stand properly again, I'll still kill you." Zhang Wuwei replied, "Then do it now, just kill me right now." Hearing this, the girl froze briefly, and Zhang Wuwei continued, "No one will blame you anyway. Sooner or later I'll make my move. You shouldn't have saved me, I also, forget it. This really puts me in a difficult position." Zhang Wuwei casually said, "If it's difficult, then don't do it." The girl's gaze darkened. "No, I have to obey. If one day I don't, perhaps even staying here will become difficult. I'd simply be blown away like the wind." And hearing this, Zhang Wuwei seemed to sense something and glanced at her as she continued, "You really shouldn't show mercy to enemies. Try it once and you'll know how troublesome it is. But later you'll realize there was never any need to think so much. That saves a lot of trouble, doesn't it?" Zhang Wuwei looked over and said, "Well, we saved your life, yet all we get in return is an intact corpse." The girl lazily sprawled across the firewood and said, "I've killed plenty anyway, so it's not bad. So don't expect too much. I'm not the kind of person who becomes grateful just because you saved me once. I'll just go wherever the wind blows, since I'm a bad person anyway." Suddenly Xiao Mo's voice rang out, "The wind is free. But that doesn't mean you must follow the same direction." Hearing Xiao Mo preach while trying to act cool, Zhang Wuwei rolled his eyes and asked, "Your wounds haven't healed, yet you can come outside? Stop coming out just to act cool." Xiao Mo adjusted his glasses and said, "Why do you care?" His gaze turned thoughtful, an illusion. Why does his gaze feel? Zhang Wuwei also looked over in confusion. Only then did the girl mockingly say, "Oh, the former boss of Phantom Street is still alive," making Xiao Mo blush awkwardly. "Ah, thanks for your concern." Zhang Wuwei immediately poured cold water on him. That didn't sound like concern at all, while the girl continued, "I didn't expect you to be the first one down, yet you still managed to deal with that stupid snake demon. Looks like I underestimated you. I'd really like to accept that compliment, but..." The girl asked in surprise, "It wasn't you. Then who was it? Could it be?" Zhang Wuwei scratched his nose and chuckled. Hee, I can't say it was entirely me, but in a sense, it really was." The girl turned stiffly toward Zhang Wuwei, disbelief written all over her face. Zhang Wuwei complained, "At least give me some reaction." He shouted, "Don't react like that," while the girl lowered her head and muttered, "I got saved by someone like you again," making Zhang Wuwei even angrier. "And don't think I didn't hear that," before Xiao Mo seriously said, "That snake demon still couldn't take your life, but the cleanup crew that came afterward nearly did." The girl asked suspiciously, "Cleanup crew?" Xiao Mo's voice turned grave as he began recounting, "That day, we thought everything was already over. The two were supporting each other as they left, wondering, can we still fight if something happens?" Suddenly, Xiao Mo noticed lights approaching them. A group of armed soldiers appeared, and one shouted, "The city lord ordered us to take this small path and not let him escape." With that, the soldiers hurried forward. Hearing rapid footsteps approaching, Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo stopped as Xiao Mo raised a hand for silence and said, "Something's wrong," prompting Zhang Wuwei to ask, "What is it?" One soldier loudly ordered, "Hurry north and search. The snake demon's corpse has been found, so eliminate the witnesses. By the city lord's order, whether they helped demons or killed them, kill every living person on the mountain path. Those two criminals aren't easy to deal with, so if we can't stop them, set the mountain on fire and don't let a single one escape." Zhang Wuwei was already perched on a high branch and wondered, could they be reinforcements? Xiaomo gravely replied, "They're here to silence us. Judging by those torches, there must be at least 40 or 50 people. They promised 3 days, yet sent people after us before even 1 day passed. Something's wrong. We need to leave immediately. Tell me, are we really going to carry her and run away? I'm fine with it, but don't you hate her?" People struck by love always find excuses for themselves, and she's only a knife, so if we want to settle accounts, we should find the one behind the knife. Besides, she helped against the poison demon, so abandoning her wouldn't feel right. Hearing that, Zhang Wuwei helplessly goes along with it and says, "Fine, your call, but have you really thought this through? In our condition, forget 4 people, 5 or 6 would be enough to send us to our graves. I have a way, but whether it works depends on fate." Sometime later, 2 soldiers walk beneath the tree where Zhang Wuwei's group is hiding. Suddenly, Xiaomo jumps down from the tree. The 2 soldiers quickly notice the sound and turn back with wary eyes. Back in the present, Xiaomo continues, "We'll use the chaos to strip those pursuers of their armor, disguise ourselves as pursuers, and escape the mountain." Suddenly, the girl gets angry and grits her teeth, shouting, "Run away." Xiaomo awkwardly stammers with a smile, "Why yes, that's right." She immediately grabs Xiaomo by the collar and shakes him wildly. "You cowards even stabbed them while they were down. Shouldn't you have killed them? And aren't you supposed to be good at fighting, so why are you running away? You were so fierce when fighting me, so why not fight now?" And Xiaomo turns pale from being shaken and weakly replies, we really couldn't fight anymore." Zhang Wuwei kindly reminds her, "At this rate he'll actually stop breathing," then adds, "This is my fault. Otherwise, Four Eyes wouldn't be so exhausted that we couldn't even avoid these pursuers, and if we hadn't run fast, we'd all be dead in the mountains." Those 2 pursuers already spilled everything and said nearly 70 or 80 men were sent after us, and there have been watchers at the foot of the mountain all along who'll move in once things go quiet. The girl asks suspiciously, "What benefit does that bring the city lord, because paying us back like this seems excessive?" Xiaomo guesses maybe he and that poisonous snake had some secret deal they couldn't let others know about. The girl pouts and argues, "A deal? No way, that stupid snake didn't seem like the kind of demon that obeys anyone." Xiaomo asks, "Do you remember what that snake demon said when it appeared?" And the girl replies, "Of course." Xiaomo repeats, "These vegetables are pretty fresh, unlike the poor quality goods these past years, and also, if I don't get to chew off that brat's head, I'll personally enter the city and find him." While Zhang Wuwei darkens and says, "Doesn't that clearly sound like it knows the place well?" Xiaomo glances at Wuding and says, "It's only a guess, and whether it's true or not, I'm afraid we can't investigate it." Suddenly the girl speaks up, "Then that's easy. Isn't this exactly the opportunity heaven has gifted me? I'll act on your behalf, kill that city lord, and avenge you, then nobody owes anybody anything. Perfect." Xiaomo breaks into a cold sweat at her bold idea of assassinating a local city lord in the Golden Feather Kingdom. "No, absolutely not. The impact would be too great," he says while repeatedly waving his hands, causing the girl to angrily clench her fist and spring to her feet. Pointing her sword at Xiaomo, she says, "This won't do and that won't do, and since when was I asking for your opinion? I've already accepted this job, and whether I do it or not is my business, so nobody is stopping me." Zhang Wuwei suddenly says, "Actually, killing him might not be the only way to vent our anger. Sometimes the living suffer far more than the dead." Hearing that, the 2 turn back in confusion as Zhang Wuwei explains, "He kept saying he didn't want the people placing their hopes on outsiders, yet he secretly tried to silence us, which is clearly about reputation and pride. Only I get to deceive people in this lifetime, and nobody gets to deceive me. I'm going to destroy the thing he values most and make him wish he were dead." Hearing that, the girl immediately becomes excited and says, "Now that's interesting, I'll play along with you." The 2 instantly raise their hands in determination and shout together, "Let's kill him," while Xiaomo wipes sweat from his forehead and mutters, "You're all insane." The scene shifts to the city lord's manor. Reporting to Lord Jiang, the mountain defense commander has sent a report. Jiang Enning plays with a bird and asks, "What did the investigation find?" His subordinate respectfully replies, "Only a few minor demons remain along the routes, and the Snake King hasn't been seen for days. The patrols believe the Snake King is dead, but the two criminals are still missing, though rumors say they're alive and may be hiding outside the city. Hearing this, Jang Enning grits his teeth and growls, "What did you just say?" He immediately orders, "Search every inch within 5 miles and find them for me," and his subordinate respectfully answers, "As you command." Afterward, the subordinates quickly ran outside. Inside, Jang Enning watched them leave while sweating heavily, thinking, "It's really dead, great, that monster is finally dealt with. But if that vile creature accidentally said something it shouldn't and exposed me, letting others discover my dealings with demons. No, I can't take that risk, even the slightest possibility must be eliminated." That night, while he was asleep, his snores echoed steadily. Suddenly, a noise startled him awake. "What was that sound? It's so noisy." He angrily shouted, "Who's on duty tonight? Get out here." But after receiving no answer, he wondered, why isn't anyone responding? Carrying a lamp, he stepped outside and grumbled, "Are you all deaf? Why is no one standing guard?" But as soon as he emerged, he saw his subordinates lying unconscious on the floor and exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. There's an assassin." But just as he finished speaking, something struck the back of his neck at lightning speed. Jang Enning instantly collapsed unconscious as Zhang Wuwei said, "Use less force, don't kill him." And the girl impatiently replied, "Stop nagging, I'm a professional at this, do I need you teaching me?" Zhang Wuwei helplessly said, all right, satisfied now, Queen of Assassins." And after she snorted, "Who needs your praise?" he continued, "Go prepare the invitations, I'll handle the rest." The girl threatened, "Don't mess this up, if it isn't interesting enough, I'll personally collect his corpse." Zhang Wuwei glanced at City Lord Jang Enning lying below and replied, "Don't worry. He'll suffer worse than being beheaded." The scene shifted to the blindfolded Jang Enning waking up and stammering, Who exactly are you?" "We can talk this through, just don't spill blood." Zhang Wuwei replied, "If we really wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead in your bed," then reached out and tore off his blindfold. He continued, "But whether this one will harm you, I can't say," as a huge, dark figure stood before Jang Enning. "It's too dark, I can't see clearly." The dark figure spoke, "What's wrong? You don't even recognize me anymore." Light illuminated the figure, revealing it to be the snake demon from before. Jang Enning panicked, "Lord Snake Immortal. Weren't you already?" Zhang Wuwei interrupted, "Dead. Thanks to you, Lord Snake Immortal actually completed his transformation." "What? Disappointed that Lord Snake Immortal isn't dead?" Jang Enning tremblingly protested. "Nonsense, stop trying to sow discord between Lord Snake Immortal and me. I've served Lord Snake Immortal for many years and have always been completely loyal." "Then why did you send us to eliminate Lord Snake Immortal while placing an ambush below the mountain, ready to ascend the moment the fighting stopped? Weren't you planning to discard him once he'd served his purpose?" "Those were offerings prepared for Lord Snake Immortal. How would I dare harm him?" The snake demon angrily shouted, "Enough, Jang Enning, you're no longer useful." Terrified, he hurriedly explained, "Lord Snake Immortal, don't let this brat deceive you. I don't know what he promised you, but his terms can't be better than mine. Whenever you demanded more food these past years, I never complained. And every year I sent 2 or 3 times as many soldiers and cultivators up the mountain. For Lord Snake Immortal, I could endure anything, yet you still weren't satisfied and even began devouring your own people. Now the selection of the new city lord is approaching, so I'm also in a difficult position. I only ask you to tolerate it for 1 more year, and once my position is secure, whatever you want afterward, I will provide." The snake demon shouted, "Shut up, you traitor." Jang Enning became even more terrified and hurriedly kowtowed. "Lord Snake Immortal, please calm your anger, I won't dare do it again. As long as you spare me this once, you can have as many people as you want. Even if I lose my position as city lord, even if it costs the lives of everyone in the city, I'll help you. I only beg you to give me another chance to serve Lord Snake Immortal." At that moment, someone stepped out of the darkness and said, "How filthy," making Jang Enning glance up and mutter, Lord Snake Immortal. Suddenly, a weakened martial artist was thrown before him as Xiaomo's voice rang out, "Lord Snake Immortal is still over here." Only then did Jang Enning look carefully and realize the figure was merely the snake demon's shed skin. Realizing the truth, his face turned horrified. "I've been tricked." Xiaomo stepped out holding a branch and said, "I never expected anyone in this world could cooperate with demons, but I guess only you could." Jang Enning roared, "Impossible. I clearly saw him move just now, and his eyes even glowed blue." Xiaomo mocked, "Oh it was just a little trap we set. The person inside used a stick and rope together with my shield light to create that effect. If you'd observed calmly, you might have seen through it." Hearing this, the old man stubbornly snorted, "So what if you forced me to confess? You're merely 2 criminals of unknown origin who would believe you. while Zhang Wu calmly crossed his arms and said, "Excellent, we don't have time to convince your citizens of anything, so we invited you to tell them yourself. Haven't you noticed the commotion outside this whole time?" Hearing this, the old man's stubborn expression vanished and his voice trembled. What are you talking about?" Zhang Wu gestured invitingly. "Please, Lord City Master," as voices quickly echoed from outside. "Did you hear that? He said he made a deal with demons." Hearing this, the old man's eyes widened as cold sweat poured from him. He suddenly ran outside while reassuring himself, "Don't overthink it, that noise outside is only the wind." Yet discussions still echoed around him. "That's what he said. My younger brother was among the soldiers sent up the mountain last year, yet he called them offerings. Why would ordinary citizens come to such a remote place? Have they gone mad? Could they be soldiers? But even if they came to rescue someone, they shouldn't know I'm here. Besides, I only said a few words. Nobody heard them, nobody." But seeing the expressions of the citizens before him, he realized how foolish his desperate hopes had been. Jiang Enning forced a smile and asked, "Why are you all here?" A short while earlier, a loud voice suddenly echoed through the city. "Something terrible happened. The city master is in trouble." The city master went alone to pursue the demon and still hasn't returned. "Something terrible happened," shouted the girl from Zhang Wuwei's group as she scattered papers everywhere. Hearing the commotion, a resident cracked open his door and looked outside, asking, "What's happening?" Soon the streets were packed with curious citizens examining the papers. "What are these?" "A map, and it even bears the government seal." Seeing an old man holding a paper, someone asked, "What does it say?" And the old man murmured while reading, "Yesterday, the mountain patrol." While soldiers nearby also examined the paper and one exclaimed, "Something terrible happened," prompting another to ask, "What happened, Lord QEG?" The letter says that last night, 3 mountain patrol officers disappeared while fighting the remnants of the snake demon, and City Master Jiang went alone to the East Mountain mine to rescue his comrades and remains missing. This is an urgent notice asking able-bodied men and district guards to quickly assist. The citizens immediately grabbed torches and weapons, shouting, "Cowards, stay behind. Anyone with courage, follow me." They all headed toward the mine that very night. As soon as they reached the mine, the citizens heard, "All these years, whenever you demanded more food, this humble one never complained once." Only then did the citizens finally realize the true face of their city master. Back in the present, Jiang Enning asked in panic, "Why are you all here?" Sweating heavily, he wondered, "Why have so many people come here?" A glimmer of hope appeared in his mind. "No, as long as the guards are still here, they won't dare riot. I still have a chance." But a citizen demanded, "What offerings? What snake immortal? You actually traded our lives away." And as he tried to defend himself, "No, everyone, listen to my explanation," the crowd shouted. "Explain my ass, you beast. Why did we ever choose a beast like you as city master? After doing this, are you worthy of your elder brother, General Jiang?" And under the torrent of curses, Jiang Enning gritted his teeth. He then roared, "Enough, what do you fools understand? Yes, I traded human lives, so what? Of the hundreds of thousands living in Xuanyi City, which of you hasn't survived because of these sacrifices? Those above ignored us, reinforcements never came, and no great sect was willing to help. Do you know this snake demon could have flattened Xuanyi City, and if I hadn't begged the Snake King and sent people as offerings every month, Xuanyi City would have become a field of bones long ago, so would you still be standing here yelling at me? Now that the snake demon is dead, you blame me, but back then did any of you offer a solution or volunteer to slay it?" Jiang Enning shouted, "I merely did what none of you dared and bore the sins none of you would. I preserved the greater good, so you have no right to criticize me, and guards, what are you standing there for? Arrest these noisy fools." A soldier immediately stepped forward. The old man fearfully raised his hands to shield himself and tightly closed his eyes. But the soldier simply walked past him. The soldier then questioned, "Lord Jiang, do you remember Kui Na, the junior officer of the 5th Battalion who went up the mountain to slay demons last year?" Jiang Enning sweated heavily and replied, "Kui Na, I remember him, he was a good soldier." The soldier's face remains dark as he says, "Back then, only 5 days after he married, he obeyed your order to investigate the mountain path and never returned." Jiang Enning stammers, I'm very sorry, but it was decided by drawing lots, so there was nothing I could do," while the soldier clenches his fists through tears and says, "He was my only younger brother." Jiang Enning hurriedly promises, "I'll compensate you with money, a house, women, anything you want." The soldier roars, "Compensate my ass," and immediately punches Jiang Enning squarely in the face. Jiang Enning is sent flying backward and slides across the ground. Everyone instantly falls silent as the atmosphere turns heavy. The remaining guards are completely stunned, and the townspeople are equally shocked. Jiang Enning's eyes bulge as blood vessels spread across them. He grits his teeth tightly. The townspeople finally erupt, letting out a furious roar as they charge toward Jang Enning together. "Beat him! Beat this heartless bastard to death!" they shout, while the girl calmly sits on a high branch watching the spectacle. Her eyes widen as she watches what unfolds below. Suddenly, Xiao Hui flies over, chirping repeatedly. Seemingly understanding it, the girl immediately exclaims, "What?" And after Xiao Hui chirps again, she asks, "Big sister is here." Xiao Hui then spreads its wings and flies away. The girl immediately follows behind. Xiao Hui flies straight in one direction. The girl stays close behind it. Before long, she spots a pillar of light nearby. Xiao Hui seems to have reached the destination and quickly dives downward. The girl soon reaches where it landed, and upon seeing her arrive, Xiao Hui immediately chirps. The girl looks up at it and asks, "Are you sure it's here?" A slender leg steps forward as a voice says, "Little sister, we haven't met for a few days, yet your reactions have become much slower. You can't even sense where my aura is anymore." The girl turns around and asks, "Big sister, how did you get here so quickly? Where are the others? Didn't father say everyone would come?" Her big sister replies, "Father hasn't arrived yet, and the others are tired from traveling to the Golden Feather Kingdom, so they're resting. I came specifically to bring you something." Ren Zio's eyes widen as her big sister seriously says, "That's right, father's sword. It took quite some persuasion to get this." Those two were able to join forces and eliminate that martial expert, so they're no ordinary opponents, and with your current strength, you may be in danger. Ren Zio asks, "Big sister, father's missions are usually carried out by everyone, so why is this one being left to me?" Her big sister replies, "This time we won't interfere, and both the opportunity and credit will be yours. If you can control this sword and capture those two, father will naturally see you differently," she says before holding the sword out to Ren Zio. Ren Zio asks, "Both of them have to die, right?" Hearing this question, her big sister falls into thought. She then tosses the sword to Ren Zio and replies, "Yes," and Ren Zio catches it with one hand. Her big sister's warning echoes in her ears, "Don't disappoint me, little sister. You're grown up now. You should fight for what belongs to you." Hearing those words, Ren Zio stands motionless in deep thought. The scene shifts back to Jang Enning's group, where Jang Enning now has a huge lump on his head after being beaten by the crowd. His clothes covered in blood, he begs, "Please stop hitting me, I was wrong." But the furious townspeople shout, "Knock his teeth out," while Xiaomo stands nearby and looks upward. "Why did she suddenly disappear?" Zhang Wu walked over and said, "Who knows, maybe she got bored watching the show and slipped away." Xiaomo turned around, "She didn't even take her sword." Zhang Wu replied indifferently, "Forget about her, it's getting late, we should leave." Xiaomo looked upward once again. His eyes clearly showed sadness. After a moment, Xiaomo said, "Let's go." The scene shifted to a river where a dragonfly fell into the water and quickly attracted predatory fish, disappearing completely in an instant as if it had never existed. Ren Zio sat alone on the bridge railing, the evening sunlight falling over her and making the scene even more somber. A gentle breeze lightly stirred her hair. Memories of her childhood surfaced as she was imprisoned underwater and cried repeatedly, "I was wrong, father, I truly know I was wrong." Those memories only made her even sadder. But despite Ren Zio's pleas, her father's stern voice rang out, "There is no place in this family for a traitor. This world has never left room for the merciful either. I don't need a merciful daughter. Do you want to repeat your father's mistakes too?" Those words cut into Ren Zio's heart like knives. She raised her head and watched the birds flying freely through the sky. Then she picked up her sword as if she had finally made a decision. The scene shifted to a mountain trail bathed in the fatting evening sunlight. Zio Mo's voice rang out, "2 more mountains and the city ahead will be Kunlun. Although we didn't get the documents, at least we no longer have to travel as wanted fugitives. As long as Kunlun's border guards don't notice us, sneaking inside shouldn't be too difficult." Zhang Wuwei looked displeased. "Forget that for now, I just want to ask. Why do I have to ride this thing while Xiaomo gets a horse?" Zhang Wuwei was currently traveling on an ox. Xiaomo casually explained, "Because the relay station only had 1 ox and 1 horse left." Zhang Wuwei continued complaining, "Then why am I the one riding the ox?" Xiaomo turned around and coldly replied, "Because I paid for them." Zhang Wuwei stubbornly argued, "Then I'll pay half too." Xiaomo helplessly replied, "Fine, fine, we'll switch after half a day, alright, you're so annoying." Zhang Wuwei finally calmed down, "That's barely acceptable." At that moment, someone stood blocking their path. It appeared to be Ren Zio, tightly holding the sword her big sister had given her. Xiaomo quickly noticed someone ahead and wondered, who's that figure? Realizing it was the person he had longed to see day and night, he happily raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, it's you. You left in such a hurry that you even forgot your sword." Suddenly sensing killing intent, Xiaomo narrowed his eyes. Hearing Xiaomo's voice, Ren Zio told herself, don't think, don't listen. Don't hesitate, I don't need a reason, because I'm a bad person. As soon as that thought ended, Ren Zio immediately drew her sword, its blade flashing with dazzling light. Countless sword energy slashes instantly appeared and shot toward Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo. The sword rays rapidly flew toward the horse, terrifying it into bucking wildly. Xiaomo turned toward Zhang Wuwei and shouted, run. Zhang Wuwei's ox was no different, trembling uncontrollably in fear. Just as the two unfortunate animals were sliced into pieces, Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo fortunately managed to leap away in time. Both of them skidded backward. Suddenly, the ground beneath the two was also sliced into small squares by sword energy. Zhang Wuwei looked down and exclaimed in panic, what? Even the ground was cut apart, as the ground rapidly collapsed, sending thick dust upward while rocks continuously fell. Ren Zio quickly jumped down after them. Looking into the cloud of dust, she coldly said, get up. I know you two aren't that weak. Just then, the rocks within the dust suddenly shifted. Then a dazzling light appeared. Seconds later, Xiaomo and Zhang Wuwei stood firmly again as Xiaomo exhaled, phew, we're fine. And Zhang Wuwei added, yeah, at least for now. Xiaomo stared gravely at Ren Zio and warned, be careful, that slash was different from before. Touching the sword energy felt like being scorched. While Zhang Wuwei guessed, it's probably related to her sword, prompting Xiaomo to ask, how do you know? Zhang Wuwei explained, I'm not sure, but that sword gives off a familiar yet nauseating smell. The same smell as the insect inside my body. Ren Zio calmly admitted, good guess, this sword truly isn't ordinary. Dying beneath it can be considered recognition of you two. Xiaomo suddenly asked, so this is your choice? Leaving Ren Zio confused. What? Xiaomo's expression darkened slightly. If you're being forced, I can understand, but if this is your choice, then I won't hold back anymore. Hearing this, Ren Zio fell silent before mysterious power erupted from her body and she said, you're quite an interesting man. If someone wants to do evil, why bother finding excuses? Sensing the dangerous power, both of them grew solemn. Ren Zio removed the cloth wrapped around her sword and coldly said, remember well, my name is Ren Zio, Ren as in annihilation, Zio as in azure sky. The moment the cloth was removed from the sword, the eye on its guard opened as well. The rapidly erupting power made Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo's pupils contract. Ren Zio was now enveloped in a dark crimson aura as fierce winds howled, and she continued, this is the name of the one sending you two to your deaths. The howling wind forced Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo to grit their teeth and resist as Ren Zio's power shot into the sky and shattered the clouds. Ren Zio's voice echoed from within the surging power, looks like I released a few too many seals. She looked down at the sword and continued, so grumpy right after waking up. Ren Zio reached out and gripped the sword. Fine, consider this a greeting after our long separation, she said before casually swinging the sword aside, yet that alone split the nearby stream in two. Zhang Wuwei stared wide-eyed, what the hell, just one casual swing has this much power, while Xiaomo gravely said, it's not just destructive power. That sword seems to be changing its surroundings. It's as if it's devouring the moisture around it. Just as Xiaomo said, the water began rapidly evaporating. The once surging water was soon drained until nearly dry. Zhang Wuwei warned, hey, look up there, and Xiaomo looked up in confusion, what? The waterfall has run out of water. Ren Zio's sword now burned continuously like molten lava as she said, you're still this thirsty. Looks like father was right, this thing truly has nothing but instinct left. Zhang Wuwei extended his hand as power gradually erupted from his body. No, this is too dangerous, we need to suppress her first. But before he could act, Ren Zio swung her sword straight forward. A towering wave of sword energy tore through the ground toward Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo, forcing them to leap aside. Although they managed to avoid the main force of the sword energy, but the shockwave still sends both of them flying far away. Xiaomo struggles to his feet and asks worriedly, are you hurt? Zhang Wuwei quickly replies, I'm fine. He glances at Ren Zio and continues, her sword-swinging speed is still absurdly fast. Suddenly, Zhang Wuwei's eyes widen as if he has seen something terrifying. He stammers, what happened to the ground? As he sees the sword energy has split the earth in two and melted it into lava, while Xiaomo looks over and exclaims, it absorbs water and gathers fire. Can this still even be called a sword? Zhang Wuwei's pupils contract as he senses something familiar and thinks, that aura just now and this absurd ability to alter the weather and terrain. there's no mistake. That sword of yours is connected to the disaster demon, right? And Ren Zio openly replies, correct, white-haired brat. Rather than calling this a sword, it's more accurate to call it a monster without consciousness. It's a drought demon called Hao, said to have dried up hundreds of rivers and ignited forests wherever it went a century ago, until some mysterious expert extracted its consciousness and forged its flesh into a sword. Zhang Wuwei is horrified and says, forging a demon into a sword, while Ziomo adds, then isn't it basically a living disaster demon? Hearing them, Ren Zio glances down at her sword and says, that's certainly true, but she suddenly stops speaking as her expression quickly changes. She grips her sword hand tightly with her other hand and clicks her tongue. It truly lives up to its legendary power. Looks like it doesn't want to hear me ramble. Since you're in such a hurry, let's finish this quickly. Under Zhang Wuwei and Ziomo's horrified gazes, Ren Zio grips the sword again, and as if responding to her intent, it erupts with fierce scorching power. Ren Zio immediately swings the sword horizontally. The lava-like sword energy expands to an absurd size and surges straight ahead. Zhang Wuwei hurriedly ducks as the sword energy brushes over his head. Ziomo also quickly leaps high into the air to evade it. Both dodge perfectly, but the distant mountain is not so fortunate and is effortlessly sliced in half. The terrifying heat from the slash even melts the surrounding rocks as Ren Zio assesses the sword's power and exclaims, its destructive power really is astonishing. Standing amid the devastation and looking at the distant mountain split in two, she seems dissatisfied and mutters, unfortunately, its control is unstable. Behind her eerie mask, she continues criticizing herself, it missed by far too much, while Zhang Wuwei notices her lack of accuracy and narrows his eyes hopefully, thinking, looks like we have a chance, this sword isn't as accurate as before. Still enveloped in blue energy, Ziomo turns worriedly toward Zhang Wuwei and asks, can your body still hold out? Red energy surrounds Zhang Wuwei as he decisively replies, not sure, we'll just do our best. Hearing that, Ziomo charges forward and firmly says, fine. Zhang Wuwei looks toward Ren Zio in the distance while gathering power and urgently tells Ziomo, buy me a few seconds, that's enough. But Ren Zio seems to have heard their plan and holds her glowing sword while sneering. Do you really think I'm an idiot? The blade flashes with an eerie light as she mocks. I've already experienced this little trick of yours. Ziomo's expression instantly changes and his pupils contract in horror as he realizes their plan has been exposed. Without wasting a second, Ren Zio unleashes her power as a lava attack erupts from the ground, blasting Zhang Wuwei backward and making him scream in pain. From the center of the explosion, rocks melted into lava begin shooting outward. The molten fragments do not fly randomly but streak through the air as though locked onto a target. The fireballs suddenly transform into countless lava snake heads, all charging wildly toward Zhang Wuwei. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, Ziomo whips around in horror and stammers, what? Zhang Wuwei is forced to flee desperately from the encirclement, his face filled with panic as he shouts, hey, wait. Strangely, all the lava snakes completely ignore Ziomo and chase Zhang Wuwei together, making him dodge while desperately yelling, why are they all targeting me? Ziomo grits his teeth as sweat streams down his temples and bitterly realizes, damn it, she already knows that charlatan's spell, then looks toward Ren Zio through the thick smoke and understands, that's why she targeted him first. As soon as she finished speaking, Ren Zio charged forward at terrifying speed, her eyes beneath the demon mask glowing with an eerie purple light. She launched a vicious horizontal slash at Ziomo, but he leaned aside just in time, making Ren Zio click her tongue in annoyance. How uncooperative. Having barely dodged the lightning-fast attack, Ziomo had no time to recover before his eyes widened and he shouted in horror, what? Ren Zio glanced at the sword in her hand with irritation. If this sword were a little more obedient. Without giving them time to rest, she immediately swung another slash toward Zhang Wuwei and continued, you too would probably already be lying flat. Ziomo quickly flipped backward. Ren Zio planted her feet firmly and coldly ordered, behave yourself for me. Sensing danger, Ziomo desperately retreated, while Ren Zio gripped the violently surging sword with both hands. The moment Ren Zio slashed downward, the blazing power transformed into a fiery bird and charged towards Ziomo. Faced with such destructive power, Ziomo could only stare helplessly, his pupils behind his glasses widening in terror. A raging wave of lava surged outward, quickly engulfing a vast area in a blazing sea of fire. After the terrifying impact, the ground had completely melted into a sea of lava, while Ren Zio stood amid the devastation and muttered irritably at her weapon, What a terrible temper. She tightened her grip on the hilt as the eye on the pommel continued emitting an eerie glow and reassured herself, although it hasn't affected me too badly yet. I won't last much longer like this. In the distance amid the ruined sea of fire, Xiaomo's faint blue glow still stubbornly endured, while his light shield cracked and burned after blocking the attack as he sighed heavily. Phew, I finally avoided it. Ren Xiao straightened up, killing intent flashing in her eyes beneath the mask as she decided, one more strike and it's over. Xiaomo looked at his fatting shield with a grave expression. I can't believe even a glancing hit burned my light shield this badly. Ren Xiao gathered all her remaining strength and swung her sword, creating a blazing energy vortex as she told herself, that's right, just one strike. At this decisive moment, she steeled herself. I've already repaid everything I owed, so don't hesitate anymore. This is the reason I exist. But just as the attack was about to be unleashed, a hand reached up from afar. Ren Xiao immediately sensed something wrong, her pupils contracting warily. She instantly redirected her attack and slashed toward Zhang Wuwei, angrily shouting, "What are you trying to do?" As Zhang Wuwei's eyes widened in shock. He hurriedly leaned backward and narrowly dodged Ren Xiao's attack. Her strike blasted a massive hole through the boulder. Zhang Wuwei stared at the boulder and exclaimed, "Good heavens, this ability is ridiculously powerful." In response, Ren Xiao swung her blazing sword and challenged him, "You're all the same." Standing amid the smoke and dust, Zhang Wuwei looked utterly astonished. What? Before him, Ren Xiao stood inside a gigantic sphere of lava and sneered, "Trying to immobilize me." Her eyes beneath the mask gleamed mockingly. "Then you'll have to pay a price." And seeing the danger, Xiaomo shouted from afar, "Run, your spell doesn't have enough range." Zhang Wuwei looked extremely tense as Xiaomo's warning echoed in his ears. "The distance is too great. Even if you immobilize her, you won't reach your barrier in time." As soon as Xiaomo finished speaking, a rain of fire poured from the lava sphere toward Zhang Wuwei as he warned, "That fire rain will burn you to ashes." Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth and ran through the fire rain, thinking bitterly, "Damn it, if only I were a little closer." At that moment, the sphere created by Ren Xiao completely enveloped her. Xiaomo stared intently ahead. The moment the lava sphere dispersed, Ren Xiao's figure vanished as well, making Xiaomo exclaim in confusion, "Where did she go?" A realization flashed through Xiaomo's eyes and his face instantly turned pale. Oh no. As Zhang Wuwei kept running, Xiaomo's warning rang out again, "She's waiting for an opening." And Zhang Wuwei immediately felt an ominous premonition before Ren Xiao suddenly appeared right in front of him, making him exclaim, "How did she appear here?" Giving him no chance to react, Ren Xiao swung her sword amid a vortex of energy and coldly declared, "It's over." But at the life or death moment, a figure suddenly rushed over. It was Xiaomo, who poured all his spiritual power into his legs and unleashed an immensely powerful blue light charge. Xiaomo's attack slammed into Ren Xiao's sword, cracking the ground beneath her feet. But Xiaomo could only stare in shock and stammer. The impact, the sword absorbed all of it. Ren Xiao glanced at the sword in her hand, her eyes beneath the mask gleaming proudly. "I told you, treat this sword like a demon." She raised one leg and continued disdainfully, "An impact this weak is nowhere near enough to break through it," then kicked Xiaomo, bending his body like a shrimp. The force sent Xiaomo flying like a leaf in the wind. Xiaomo crashed into a cliff before finally stopping. After unleashing several powerful attacks, Ren Xiao was also exhausted and planted her sword into the ground while panting heavily. Xiaomo landed and saw through her weakness, saying, "Looks like that sword isn't easy to control. Every move you make feels like you're dragging an enormous beast along." Sweat streamed down his forehead as he continued analyzing. "Your stamina consumption must be more than 10 times greater than before." Despite her exhaustion, Ren Xiao remained confident and replied, "Don't worry, even so, it's still enough to deal with you too." Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Of course. Ren Xiao spun around in shock, realizing she had fallen into a trap as panic filled her eyes beneath the mask. Damn it. A surge of red power rushed toward Ren Xiao. Zhang Wuwei raised one leg without hesitation. Determination flashed in his eyes as he gave his opponent no chance to turn the situation around. Ren Xiao shot Zhang Wuwei a cold, sharp glance. Ren Xiao blocked Zhang Wuwei's kick with her sword, but the kick was so powerful that it sent the sword flying into the air. The sword plunged deep into the ground, while the eye on its hilt still emitted an eerie glow. Facing Ren Xiao directly, Zhang Wuwei panted and said, "Finally caught you. Your reaction was fast. A moment slower and your head would have been gone." In the distance, Xiaomo was also panting from exhaustion as he watched them and sighed in relief. If she hadn't exhausted herself and lost focus for a moment, we would have already. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Where Ren Zio's sword had landed, only a bubbling pool of strange liquid remained. He narrowed his eyes and looked closer as cold sweat trickled down. Wasn't that sword just over there? Just then, the ground beneath Zhang Wuwei's feet suddenly melted. Zhang Wuwei's pupils contracted in horror as he looked down. Xiaomo sensed the danger from afar and rushed forward, shouting, "Dodge!" A gigantic pillar of fire suddenly erupted beneath Zhang Wuwei, but Xiaomo pulled him aside in time, though Zhang Wuwei's leg was still struck by the flames. He could only grit his teeth and endure the agony. Xiaomo carried him backward, while Zhang Wuwei screamed continuously in pain. They crashed heavily to the ground as Zhang Wuwei clutched his smoking leg and screamed, "Ah, didn't we already immobilize her?" Xiaomo gritted his teeth and wiped away his sweat as Ren Zio's mocking voice rang out, "That's right, you really did catch me off guard." The sword was now enveloped in molten lava. It floated above her head as she said, "Unfortunately, you celebrated too soon. Now open your eyes and watch carefully." A gigantic sharp claw emerged from the pool of lava, followed by a bird-like monster's head whose beak was formed by Ren Zio's sword blade. A pair of enormous flaming wings spread wide across the area as Ren Zio proudly declared, "This is Hao's true form." Before Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo now stood a monstrous bird whose entire body was covered in molten lava. Ren Zio stood before the monster with her arms crossed and challenged them. "In the next round, how many moves you survive depends on its mood." Xiaomo gritted his teeth as sweat poured down his face. "Damn it, that sword can actually transform into something like this." Zhang Wuwei was equally tense and worriedly thought, "In my current state, if I truly have to risk my life and that guy gets out, things could become even worse." He turned to Xiaomo and suggested, "How about finding a chance to immobilize both of them and retreat?" But Xiaomo immediately rejected it. "It's too big to immobilize and it's already too late to run." Ren Zio now walks toward the two of them. She points at Zhang Wuwei and orders the monster, "Listen carefully, prioritize that white-haired guy and cover me." But the monster does not move, making Ren Zio jump angrily and scream, white hair, prioritize him, understand." Purple anger flashes in Ren Zio's eyes as she roars, "Damn it, forget it, just attack." Receiving the order, the monster Hao immediately raises its head and unleashes an earth-shaking roar. It spreads its wings, sending countless chunks of lava into the air. It then flaps its wings powerfully forward. The chunks of lava shoot toward Zhang Wuwei like missiles. Facing the incoming rain of lava, Xiaomo reaches toward Zhang Wuwei as power erupts from his hand and says, "Sorry." Zhang Wuwei turns around in horror and shouts, "Wait, don't tell me you're going to." Xiaomo interrupts, "Don't worry, I'll control my strength," then blasts Zhang Wuwei away, making him helplessly yell, "That's not the problem," as Xiaomo faces the fiery barrage alone. The lava projectiles surge toward Xiaomo, forcing him to struggle against them. The entire area is engulfed in flames as the force of the explosions shakes the ground. Standing on a rock, Ren Zio sees several fireballs miss and angrily shouts at the monster, "Hey, where are you aiming?" She points ahead and scolds the monster, "Aim properly, you stupid bird, even a child could dodge attacks like these." After being scolded, the bird monster turns toward Ren Zio and lets out an offended HMPH. Zhang Wuwei has now been pushed to safety, and looking at the devastated battlefield, he bitterly thinks, "Damn it, if that fat worm's spell hadn't just been used and could be activated again immediately, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state." Suddenly, something unusual catches his eye and he wonders, "What's that?" Her sword sheath. Even the lava avoids it. Xiaomo runs over and worriedly asks, "Are you okay? While we have the chance, let's hurry." But Zhang Wuwei interrupts, "Look ahead at that lava." Xiaomo follows Zhang Wuwei's finger and mutters, "The lava," before noticing something strange. Something is keeping it away, what's going on? And Zhang Wuwei asks, "Remember what happened before that sword released its demonic aura?" Prompting Xiaomo to answer, "The bandages." Xiaomo reasons, "The sword only seemed to awaken after half the bandages loosened," and Zhang Wuwei theorizes, "Maybe those bandages suppress or seal that sword bird," making Xiaomo realize his intention and ask, "Don't tell me you're thinking." Zhang Wuwei smiles confidently and says, "Exactly, you lure that monster bird away while I grab the sword sheath amid the chaos," leaving Xiaomo speechless. Seeing Xiaomo hesitate, Zhang Wuwei complains, "Do you expect a half-crippled guy like me to do it?" And Xiaomo helplessly replies, "You sure make it sound easy." Xiaomo grabs Zhang Wuwei by the collar and growls, "What if you're wrong? What if that sword doesn't accept you?" and Zhang Wuwei replies, then if it doesn't work just. Before Xiaomo can respond, the monster carrying Ren Xiao lets out a fierce roar as she mocks. Not bad, you two even know how to stand there waiting to die. With no time left to hesitate, they immediately split up as Xiaomo raises his middle finger and says, if you die, don't blame me. While Zhang Wuwei reminds him, remember, if you can't hold out, run. With his injured leg, Zhang Wuwei limps toward the sword sheath and shouts, don't expect me to be like last time. But Ren Xiao realizes their plan and stares at his retreating figure in shock from atop the monster. The face beneath her mask fills with anger as she exclaims, damn it. She immediately orders the monster, charge over there and target the white-haired guy. But at that moment, she suddenly senses danger and glances behind her. Xiaomo has already flown into the air. Without hesitation, Ren Xiao jumps off the monster's head. At the same moment, Xiaomo's body erupts with blue light as he kicks the monster directly in the head, creating a terrifying collision of intertwining blue and red energy. Only then does Xiaomo realize that Ren Xiao has already jumped away. Suddenly sensing terrifying killing intent, Xiaomo glances behind him. A beam of light shoots from the monster toward him, and Xiaomo only has time to raise his arms to block. But the beam's power still sends him flying backward. Ren Xiao has also just landed on the ground. Xiaomo struggles to stand and shouts toward Zhang Wuwei, hurry up, I can't hold out much longer. Zhang Wuwei angrily shouts back, I'd love to, but I'm already thanking heaven this leg hasn't broken yet. Ren Xiao turned and shouted at the stupid bird monster, stop him. Zhang Wuwei looked back, surprise flashing in his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he saw. A fireball was rapidly flying toward him from behind. Zhang Wuwei hurriedly jumped aside to dodge it. He stared in surprise as the fireball brushed past him and murmured, huh, it missed. But Xiaomo had actually used all his strength to slow it down and shouted, what do you mean, missed? Why are you still standing there? Get the scabbard. Hearing Xiaomo's shout, Zhang Wuwei finally snapped back to his senses, hurriedly picked up the scabbard and replied, got it, got it. Ren Xiao looked at the monster and angrily cursed, you stupid bird. Zhang Wuwei grabbed the strip of cloth and thought, I just need to wrap it tightly and seal it. But as soon as he started wrapping it, scorching demonic energy from the scabbard enveloped his hand, making him shout, what the hell is this? It isn't just burning me. It's also draining my energy. Zhang Wuwei dropped to one knee, panting as he guessed, could it be because I'm a half-demon? By then, Ren Xiao had also approached. Determination flashed in Zhang Wuwei's eyes as he murmured, there's no other choice. He used all his strength to throw the scabbard away, but immediately sensed killing intent behind him and turned around in shock. Ren Xiao appeared behind him, grabbed Zhang Wuwei tightly and slammed him into the ground, saying triumphantly, caught you. The scabbard landed near Xiaomo, who glanced toward it. Ren Xiao stood confidently and said, did you think I would be stupid enough to seize the scabbard while ignoring you? She explained that bandage is the bone-locking ribbon, a binding curse specially refined to suppress demons. Pinning Zhang Wuwei down, she continued, whether releasing or retracting it requires pouring in your own energy, and even I can barely use it, so even if you truly dare seal it, the price will leave you in serious trouble. But if I leave this left arm beside you, who knows when you'll cause trouble again? Zhang Wuwei sarcastically replied, so that's why you've been targeting me the whole time, right? Ren Xiao answered without hesitation, exactly, don't worry, once I dismantle it, you can rest first. Despite being restrained, Zhang Wuwei remained fearless and said, you think. He suddenly shouted, hey, behind you, look behind you. Ren Xiao stood there with the Hao monster behind her and sneered, you think that trick can fool me? Zhang Wuwei grew angry and clenched his hand. The monster suddenly attacked, swinging its lava-covered paw straight at Ren Xiao. Only then did Ren Xiao notice and turn around in shock. What? At that moment, Zhang Wuwei immobilized the monster's claw with his spell, making Ren Xiao stare at him in surprise. You. Zhang Wuwei's entire body erupted with a red aura as he said, don't think too highly of me, I don't want to die here with you. He strained to hold on and shouted towards Xiaomo, hey, hurry up, I can't hold it much longer. Xiaomo looked grave and muttered, this thing drains energy like crazy. Blue light erupted around him as he shouted, come on, take as much as you want, while pouring all his strength into sealing the monster. Ren Xiao watched the scene in astonishment from afar as the Hao monster let out an agonized roar. Sensing danger, it began struggling violently. Zhang Wuwei also saw it thrashing wildly. He poured in all his strength, desperately trying to restrain it. The scabbard had become scorching hot, burning Xiaomo's hand. Xiaomo gritted his teeth as sweat ran down his forehead and cursed, damn, this thing is still struggling. His eyes flashed blue as he shouted, get back in there. The monster Hao was quickly sucked back into the sword sheath, while Xiao Mo, despite being exhausted, forced himself to complete the final step. The eye on the sword hilt slowly closed and fell asleep. Xiao Mo sat on the ground, desperately holding it down with both hands and even his mouth. Ren Xiao sat there looking at Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo and muttered, "Ha, what a clean seal." She removed her mask and clicked her tongue. If this sword hadn't thrown a tantrum midway and wasted so much of my strength if I'd known earlier. Forget it, just consider me unlucky, I lost. Do it? I already taught you not to show mercy to enemies. But Zhang Wuwei walked past her and coldly said, "Killing you won't deal with the one truly behind this. Tell whoever's behind you that we have other business and no time to play with them." He crushed the mask beneath his foot and said, "If he really wants revenge, stop hiding behind others and tell him to come himself." Ren Xiao sat there silently watching the two leave without saying a word. Xiao Mo supported Zhang Wuwei and said in confusion, "That's really unlike you," while Zhang Wuwei merely sneered. He explained, "Last time you passed out, so you didn't see her condition before she collapsed." Xiao Mo curiously asked, "What condition?" Zhang Wuwei recalled, "When we fought that venomous snake, she was nearly falling apart, yet through sheer willpower she almost managed to slash it. This time she didn't use all her strength, and if she truly fought to the death, neither of us would escape." Zhang Wuwei looked down at his hand, his face exhausted, and said, "Besides, we need to find somewhere to rest quickly. My body is almost at its limit." Elsewhere, rain poured heavily from the sky. The door to a room slowly opened as a figure entered. A woman wearing the familiar mask appeared, none other than Ren Xiao's elder sister, and coldly asked, "Have we arrived?" While a subordinate respectfully replied, "Everything was arranged as soon as we docked." The sect leader was exhausted from the journey and went to rest immediately after leaving the ship. The elder sister asked, "Did he give any instructions?" The subordinate replied, "He didn't say much, but he looked rather troubled." The elder sister pondered, being this close to Kunlun inevitably brings back some old memories. "It's good to let him rest for a while," she said while picking up her umbrella weapon. "Let's go, it's time to inspect little sister's results." The scene shifted to Kunlun's second heaven, where white cranes leisurely flew above ancient rooftops beneath the quiet night sky as a voice below said, "Please tell your lord I have important business to discuss." While someone behind a curtain replied, "Pavilion Master, please forgive us. Lord Shen has been busy with official affairs lately, and without an official document, it is difficult for me to report your visit." Another female voice came from inside, "It's fine, invite Lord Pang in," and the woman was Shen Hanlin, director of the External Affairs Division under the Heavenly Operations Pavilion. Sitting inside, Shen Hanlin politely said, "Lord Wang usually comes here, so what wind brings you here today, Lord Pang?" And Pang Nai coldly replied, "Lord Shen, spare me the pleasantries." With one hand on her hip and a scroll in the other, she questioned, "You've returned these applications to investigate foreign territories 3 times, so you should know the reason better than I do." Shen Hanlin feigned innocence and asked, "Oh, which matter are you referring to, Pavilion Master Pang?" Pang Nai slammed the scroll onto the table and angrily pointed at it. A few days ago, strange celestial phenomena occurred twice along the Jinyu border, which by protocol requires authorization to investigate foreign territory, yet the applications were returned without explanation, just like 3 months ago when a small northern kingdom showed abnormal demonic activity. I never argue over minor matters, but why were these cases rejected without even an explanation? Shen Hanlin calmly sipped her tea and explained, "Pavilion Master Pang, we've both served in this hall long enough to understand priorities. The sect has transferred away 1/3 of its disciples, while Elder Qing cut the Heavenly Operations Pavilion's budget, so we truly lack manpower," prompting Pang Nai to narrow her eyes. "I don't quite understand what you mean, Lord Shen." Shen Hanlin replied disdainfully, "Those places have no spiritual springs or mines, aren't near major roads, and have no alliance with us, so if disaster strikes them, why should we care?" Pang Nai laughed angrily. "Kunlun has stood for 300 years, yet now all we know is how to check the accounts. If they're not our people, they're not even worth looking at." Shen Hanlin pointed at the scroll and replied, "Now, that's not quite right. Another country's affairs that neither enter our territory nor harm our interests need not be handled urgently, and this wasn't a rule I created. Kunlun has operated this way for 300 years, and now corpsehair grass has spread across several provinces beneath Kunlun. Bandits are everywhere, civilians fear going out at night, refugees are surging in every direction, and some are even raising armies in rebellion. Yet you want us to waste manpower and resources on godforsaken places that have never even contributed to the purification temple. Ridiculous." Pang Nai remained unfazed and retorted, "Before calculating profit, calculate reputation. Once reputation is ruined, profit cannot last, and if we only act when there's something to gain, how can the world ever trust Kunlun not to abandon innocent lives in times of danger?" Shen Hanlin set down her teacup and philosophically replied, There is no way to satisfy both sides in this world, so someone must ultimately suffer first, and besides, they have no choice. Whether by duty or reason, I shouldn't approve this, and if anyone else had come, I wouldn't even bother explaining why. But you're different. If we're talking personal ties, it's not entirely impossible to negotiate. Hearing this, Pang Nai's eyes flash with interest. Oh. Shen Hanlin smiles and analyzes. Back then I served under Elder Qing, so I know her methods best. If he takes the sect master's seat, what will happen to Elder Pang and to all of you? You already understand without me saying it. Pang Nai narrows her eyes. You want us to stake these votes on his faction. Shen Hanlin quickly waves her hand. That's not what I mean. I was only speaking casually, so Pavilion Master Pang shouldn't overthink it, but I must remind you of one thing. Your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion may do as it pleases within Kunlun, but if you want to take even one step beyond Kunlun into foreign lands, you must go through our Foreign Affairs office. Pang Nai turns to leave and coldly says, I only do what I should, and whether you approve it is your responsibility. Before leaving, she warns, let me also remind you, you know very well how those who serve two masters have ended since ancient times, and Shen Hanlin merely smiles. Thank you for the reminder. Pang Nai walks out as Shen Hanlin calls after her. Come visit more often when you're free, Pavilion Master Pang. The door closes behind Pang Nai, leaving Shen Hanlin alone in the silent room. She sits there thoughtfully, lost in her own thoughts. After a while, Shen Hanlin rises and walks toward another corner of the room. She lowers her head, clasps her hands, and respectfully says, this disciple was quite disrespectful just now. Please punish me, Elder Pang, as an old man with white hair and beard slowly emerges, leaning on a cane. He looks at Shen Hanlin and kindly says, Shen Hanlin, what crime have you committed? Shen Hanlin raises her head and says, this disciple recklessly discussed the affairs of other pavilions and overstepped my duties, so I deserve punishment. Elder Pang waves his hand and says, it's fine, you merely said on my behalf what I couldn't conveniently say myself. You've had to endure some grievance. Shen Hanlin quickly replies, Elder, why say that? Kunlun's 1 palace, 3 heavens, and 50 provinces across the eastern and western shores all rest upon your shoulders alone. If we disciples can't even share a little of your burden, wouldn't we be betraying your expectations? And Elder Pang nods approvingly. Hearing you say this proves I wasn't wrong to disregard everything and promote you back then. I'm grateful that you can speak these words on my behalf, but some things you said were not among my instructions. Regarding the sect master's decision, I don't recall ever telling you to speak on my behalf. Shen Hanlin quickly kneels and says, this disciple acted on my own and deserves death, but I wasn't seeking credit. I only feared they would ruin the greater plan Elder Pang had arranged. Elder Pang sighs and says, forget it, your loyalty is sincere and I don't intend to blame you, but remember that many things cannot be rushed, much less forced. Seeking the highest while accepting the middle is the wiser strategy because greedily demanding perfection in everything often backfires, and Shen Hanlin lowers her head. Yes, this disciple understands, but if you truly can persuade them. Hearing this, Shen Hanlin's eyes flash as she seems to understand Elder Pang's meaning. Then keeping you as merely a minor office chief would waste your talents, and Shen Hanlin respectfully replies, this disciple understands and will never become a burden to Elder Pang. The scene shifts to a room. Zhu Tianshu sits alone, looking lonely and troubled. Only a single black piece remains on the board. Under the dim moonlight, Zhu Tianshu's silhouette appears even lonelier. The scene shifts thousands of miles away to a small cemetery beneath the silent night, where rows of stone graves create a chilling atmosphere. A man stands before an old grave whose inscription has faded until it is barely legible. The long, silver-haired man with brightly glowing eyes looks grief-stricken and says, I'm sorry, I wish Father could have visited you more often. He stands there with a lonely silhouette and says, back then, Father wanted to take you back to Kunlun for burial, but your mother stopped me and I even called her heartless. Thinking about it now, if you had truly been buried in that heavenly palace, Father wouldn't even have a place to come see you each year. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared behind him and said, Uncle Master, long time no see. He asked, how did you know I was here? The figure replied, today is senior brother's death anniversary, so I guessed you would come. He turned away and spoke distantly, don't call me that, I stopped being part of Kunlun long ago and no longer deserve that title. The figure remained firm, you taught and guided me, so calling you Uncle Master is only proper. Unwilling to continue the subject, he went straight to the point, my lord, you came specifically to see me today for more than reminiscing, didn't you? The other person replied directly, now that we're here, it's almost time for the next step. May I ask my lord, are we still proceeding with the 5 pages as planned? After all, the place where Zhulong is sealed. The other person interrupted, the glaze reveals itself when fired beneath the misty rain, so don't miss a fine day. Hearing this, the man bowed obediently, yes. He then fell silent, his glowing golden eyes flickering as though contemplating something. After a while, he turned around as a powerful aura erupted from his body, and a gigantic python emerged from the darkness, coiling around him with a ferocious gaze. The man said, "You've been hiding for so long, it's time to come out and get some air." Suddenly, the snake opened its mouth wide. The man reached into its mouth, seemingly retrieving something. He pulled out a crimson stone that emitted an eerie glow. Holding the stone, he stared at it with a complicated expression. He squeezed the stone tightly, causing a small crack to appear on its surface. The stone immediately shattered into countless glowing fragments floating around him as a satisfied voice emerged from them. Finally, he looked at the book that had emerged from the stone and said, "The Lord says the time has come." The book contemptuously said, "Who the hell are you to speak with me? Where is that bastard Naisheng Seo? Tell him to come here." The scene shifted elsewhere, where the night wind whistled through an empty corridor. Zhu Tianchu sat alone with clenched fists, his face filled with distress. He looked lonely and exhausted, as though carrying an immense burden. His eyes were half closed as he sank into his own thoughts. He sat alone in a windy pavilion beneath the moonlight as a figure approached, and he said, "You're finally here." The newcomer was none other than Shen Hanlin, who looked at Chu Tianshu and said somewhat mockingly, "Long time no see, you've changed quite a bit, Chu Tianshu." The scene shifted to a vast hall where a man knelt in the distance before someone seated above, and Elder Qing said, "I already know what happened. Losing the mulberry fields is regrettable, but Master still has ways to compensate." Ma Shuzhen knelt and replied, "I failed your expectations and could not properly defend the southeastern province, so please punish me, Master." Elder Qing sat calmly and said, "If you truly think Master would blame you for this, you underestimate our bond as Master and disciple. Do you want to resign as governor of the southeastern province and become a mountain-guarding disciple purely to atone, or do you have another plan?" Ma Shuzhen kept his head lowered. "Master is wise, so I won't hide it. First, the southeast failed and I am your confidant, yet you show no favoritism, which can win over the sect's neutral members and prove our faction isn't like Elder Pang's, which only favors its own people. Second is my personal concern. Before the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion sent anyone, I had already inspected the area several times and found nothing unusual. But later investigation revealed the inner dam had been shattered from the outside inward, leaving it unstable without collapsing, an extremely rare method. So I don't know whether the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion did it, or whether Elder Pang secretly used someone else to turn our southeast into part of his scheme." Elder Qing narrowed his eyes sharply and asked, "Do you have evidence?" Ma Shuzhen raised his head. "No, the traces vanished within 3 days, and mentioning this would only make others laugh at us for being guilty and suspect us of fabricating evidence to frame someone. Besides, we originally intended to abandon the city to preserve the fields, so now that the mulberry fields are destroyed, even if every word we say is true, people will only accuse us of claiming credit." Elder Qing pondered, "I have informants within the Pang family, so if that person had truly plotted this long ago, how could my informants know nothing? Either that person isn't from Elder Pang's faction, or they're hidden so deeply that even my informants couldn't uncover them." Ma Shuzhen firmly said, "That is precisely what troubles me. If my guess is wrong, then I was simply short-sighted, but this can still earn Master a reputation for impartiality and help you win people's support." Elder Qing sighed, "You've suffered for this, Shuzhen." Ma Shuzhen bowed his head, "Thank you, Master." Elder Qing gazed into the distance and murmured, "Having already stepped onto the path of immortality, who would willingly remain unknown? Interesting. Some talents in this world are born at the wrong time, while others conceal their abilities, and those who hide their talents usually pursue things beyond the light." The scene shifted to Chu Tianshu and Shen Hanlin. Shen Hanlin smiled mockingly, "Long time no see, you've changed quite a bit, Chu Tianshu," and Chu Tianshu glanced at her. "Is that praise or sarcasm, Director Shen?" Shen Hanlin replied, "Of course I'm praising you, my dear Chu Tianshu. Thanks to the huge trouble you caused in the southeastern province, Elder Qing used it as an excuse to cut more than half the funding for several divisions under those old men." Chu Tianshu smiled, "You're not here to hold me accountable, are you?" And Shen Hanlin hurriedly waved her hand, "I wouldn't dare. I merely wanted to reminisce. After all, we joined the sect and became disciples in the same year, didn't we?" she said while moving a chess piece. Chu Tianshu sneered, "You still remember? I thought you'd long forgotten your useless old friends." And Shen Hanlin gracefully replied, "How could I? It's been almost 10 years now, hasn't it? I've already risen to become director of a division, while you're still watching the flames in the spiritual flame division. To be frank, Chu Tianshu, staying there is truly beneath you. Actually, Elder Pang once thought very highly of you." Chu Tianshu raised his head in surprise. "Me?" And Shen Hanlin continued, Unfortunately, you never cared, you were lazy in cultivation, achieved nothing during training, wandered around all day, and eventually ended up in the spiritual flame division tending lamps for 5 years. Chu Tianchu finally lost patience. Did you come here today to reminisce or lecture me? Shen Hanlin stopped beating around the bush and said, I'm here to give you a hand. Why not treat the southeastern province incident as an opportunity and use it to return under Elder Pang? Zhu Tianshu smirked. Looks like Director Shen truly came prepared this time. Shen Hanlin continued. We both know the chief and deputy chief of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the 2 directors of the Spiritual Flame Division, and even several other divisions have some friendship with you. If you're willing to say a few words, whether to the neutral faction or the Gu family, someone will listen, and Elder Pang will certainly owe you a favor. Chu Tianshu looked puzzled. Sounds like you want me to be a lobbyist, and Shen Hanlin seriously replied, I don't just want it, I'm sincerely asking you to help me this once. Think about it, the Southeast is one of Elder Qing's major financial sources. Although you obey Pang Nai, she's Elder Pang's daughter, so whether intentional or not, if Elder Qing rises to power, settling accounts with you later is inevitable. Chu Tianshu sighed, it's precisely because I don't participate in factional struggles that I've maintained some friendship with everyone. Asking me to persuade them now is basically forcing me to sever those ties myself. Shen Hanlin stepped closer. Even if you won't think of yourself, think of those old friends. Don't forget, none of us has a father from one of the 8 great clans, so we're always the ones who bear the burden and take the blame, making Chu Tianshu fall silent before saying, that does make some sense, but I'm curious. Which master does this loyalty of yours belong to? Shen Hanlin remained unfazed and firmly replied, public or private, it doesn't matter. Whoever can protect me and my old friends is the one I'll follow. Chu Tianshu pondered for a moment. Is that so? If it's only saying a few words, I suppose I can, but I can't guarantee I'll actually persuade anyone. Shen Hanlin turned back and asked, oh, what are you talking about? Chu Tianshu extended his hand as an illusory chessboard appeared in midair, and he calmly said, don't rush, it's only a small matter. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. The scene shifted to the site of the earlier battle between Ren Zhao, Zhang Wuwei, and Zhao Mo as someone approached. The figure stopped, purple eyes beneath a cloak gleaming eerily as they silently observed the area. Looking at the deep slash across the ground, the figure murmured, is this really all she's capable of? Her aura and state of mind are both in complete disorder. Her sword techniques have no structure at all. She's simply trampling on my sword art. The figure said disappointedly, what has that idiot Ren Yue been teaching her all these years? Looks like I'll have to make a trip there myself. The scene shifts to a desolate forest, where under the dim moonlight, a small stream quietly flows past the rocks. By the stream, a hand washes a white cloth as gentle ripples spread across the water. Ren Zhao sits on a rock, her body covered in wounds, wearily wiping herself as she mutters, I can't believe I ended up like this after that fight. Her eyes flash with irritation as she grits her teeth and clicks her tongue. How embarrassing. Suddenly, a small bright-eyed bird flies over and chirps, making Ren Zhao look up and ask, you found them? Where is their stronghold? But after hearing only a few chirps, she sighs helplessly. Fine, I can't escape anyway, so I'll go back and get scolded first. In the dense forest, the night wind blows through the rustling trees. Ren Zhao flies after Zhao Hui in the direction it leads. Her graceful figure weaves between the branches at incredible speed. Suddenly, a streak of purple sword energy tears through the air and shoots straight ahead. Sensing danger, Ren Zhao abruptly turns around with wide, vigilant eyes and shouts, who's there? A razor-sharp streak of sword energy brushes past Ren Zhao, sending her hair flying backward. She quickly lands on the ground with astonishment in her eyes and mutters, that sword energy sure picked the perfect moment, then straightens up, stares into the dark forest, and challenges loudly, if you're looking for a fight, come out now and stop sneaking around, or do you only dare attack from the shadows? In response, a man slowly steps out. His entire body is quickly enveloped by a mysterious purple aura. Ren Zhao is so terrified that sweat runs down her cheeks, her eyes widening in alarm. Standing amid the surging purple energy, the man speaks in a deep voice. 3 feet of tempered steel transforms into the formless. Purple light flashes in his eyes as he continues. Within the formless realm, behold all manifestations. Ren Zhao freezes as more sweat pours down her face and stammers, why do you know the mnemonic formula of this sword art? The man glances at her disdainfully and says, what, you still remember this formula? What good is merely remembering it? If it cannot merge with your heart, memorizing it perfectly is still meaningless. Ren Zhao snaps, what did you say? As her sword suddenly trembles and the eye on its hilt slowly opens, leaving her staring in disbelief at the violently shaking blade and exclaiming, the sword is trembling. The man smirks and declares authoritatively, "This isn't your turn to interfere." Renzaio reaches out and grips the sword before her as power radiates from it, while the man coldly commands, "Behave yourself." The eye on the sword hilt slowly closes, its light fades, and the sword stops trembling. Renzaio stares at the man in shock and mutters, "He suppressed it, and with nothing but his aura." The man looks at her reproachfully and says, "You think memorizing the formula means you've mastered it. Your intent does not guide your strength, nor does your strength follow your aim, and you cannot even suppress a minor demon sword, so I truly wonder what your father has taught you all these years." Renzaio looks up with countless questions racing through her mind, wondering who this man really is and why he knows so much. Facing him with suspicion in her eyes, she loudly asks, "Who exactly are you?" And the man raises one finger as purple sword energy coils around its tip before smiling, "Want to know?" He lightly flicks his finger, sending invisible sword energy flying out and slicing through a large nearby branch. Renzaio is utterly horrified as the scene reflects in her pupils, and she thinks, it really is invisible sword energy. Holding a dry branch, the man challenges her, "Then let's see whether you're worthy of hearing it." He points the branch at Renzaio with a cold, piercing gaze and sets his condition, "Defeat me, and I'll tell you. If you can't, then you have no need to keep living." Renzaio freezes, staring wide-eyed at the dry branch in his hand and muttering doubtfully, "A branch," as the man channels his power into it. Powerful purple sword energy erupts from the branch as he explains, "When swordsmanship reaches its origin, your will becomes the sharpest sword in the world." The corner of his mouth rises as he continues, with grass and wood in hand. He swings the branch, unleashing razor-sharp trails of sword energy, and firmly declares, "You can still sever all things," leaving Renzaio's pupils shrinking in disbelief at what she sees. She hurriedly raises her sword to block, but the force from the branch drives her backward as she cries in shock, "This is only a branch, how is this possible?" Renzaio grits her teeth and struggles to withstand the attack as sweat streams down her forehead, realizing in shock that every streak of sword energy conceals an unending force that seems infinite. Renzaio is blasted far away and struggles to skid across the ground while maintaining her balance. The man's sword energy strikes the ground, causing a small explosion. Permancio ali con total calma y dijo filosoficamente, "To do lo que posi forma es ilusorio, aferrarse a las apariencias y limitarse a las formas son vicios propios de los débiles." Renzaio j daba, agatada tras lanzar ataques consecutivos. Su mirada se volvió firme, como si hubiera tomado una decisión. To do su cuerpo estalo en un hora roja y la espada que sostenía también brilló intensamente. El hombre la miró con curiosidad, "Oh, no dicen vainas, como solo uso una rama quieres luchar en igualdad." Renzaio se lanzó hacia delante y gritó, "Quien es débil, on es demasiado pronto para decidirlo." El hombre bloqueó el golpe con la rama mientras destilaba una luz violeta y sonrió levemente, "Tienes algo de valor." El rostro de Renzaio mostró un asombro extremo. Él neutralizó fácilmente su ataque y contraatacó, rodando a Renzaio con energía de espada violeta. Él se burló, "Que pena, solo comprendiste la superficie. En vano le mostré a tu padre que era realmente el dominio de la espada." El hombre siguió atacando con desprecio, revelando incluso la esencia del arte de la espada. Lanzó un poderoso golpe de espada que arrojó lejos a Renzaio y continuó, "Pero el desecho una joya por un ladrillo y se afer un viejo sueño que debió enterarse hace mucho", mientras Renzaio desconcertada murmuraba, "El dominio de la espada de su esencia. Si refiere a mi arte de las 10,000 espadas, no lo creo mi padre." Ella intentó recuperar el equilibrio, completamente confundida, y pensó, "No pude ser." Blandió su espada creando varias ráfagas violetas para contraatacar y se dijo, "Ahora no hay tiempo para sorprenderme ni dudar." Su ataque pareció acertar, pero Renzaio notó enseguida algo extraño y apretó los dientes. Le di, "No, algo está mal." El hombre apareció de repente detrás de ella y dijo fríamente, "La intención de prestar la espada." Su mirada era afilada como una cuchilla y añadió con voz grave, "No es la espada la que debe prestar la intención." Renzaio se volvió aterrada mientras blandía la espada hacia atrás. El hombre la observó decepcionado. "Tus movimientos son vistosos, pero demasiado rígidos", mientras Renzaio lanzaba incontables ráfagas de espada y él retrocedía explicando, Cada movimiento y cada técnica están encadenados a la llamada intención de espada. Sin emoción alguna, continuó, pero la espada ilusoria sin forma no debe aferrarse a ninguna técnica. La forma no puede restringir la intención. Blandió la rama y dijo con lástima, en fin, antes de morir te dejaré ampliar tus horizontes. Los ojos de Renzaio se abrieron de par en par por el terror. Se formó un enorme vortice de energía y él declaró con firmeza. Esta es la verdadera esencia del arte de la espada que aprendiste. Renzaio contempló atónita el vortice mientras el sudor le corría por las mejillas y tartamudeó. Energía de espada, esta es realmente la esencia del arte de la espada que aprendí. Incapaz de mantenerse en pie y envuelta en energía de espada violeta, gritó incrédula, también pude usarse así, porque, en los libros de mi padre jamás se mencionó nada de esto. Una energía de espada violeta serpenteó por el air hacia Renzaio, quien alzó su espada para bloquearla mientras la voz del hombre resonaba. Quien dijo que la energía de espada solo puede condensarse en línea recta. Innumerables ráfagas violetas se entrelazaron y atacaron a Renzaio desde todas direcciones mientras su voz volvía a resonar. El viento, las sombras, el cielo, la tierra y todas las cosas que no puede convertirse en espada. La esencia de la espada ilusoria sin forma reside precisamente en carecer de forma. Y el rostro de Renzaio se llenó de terror mientras el sudor recorría sus sienes. Ante ella aparecieron incantables illusions de energía de espada mientras aquella voz continuaba, no reside en la espada ilusoria. Él atacó repetidamente obligando a Renzaio a retroceder mientras decía, sin forma significa no tener una forma fija, sin movimientos ni ataduras. Por eso puede alcanzar cualquier lugar. Renzaio decidió dejar de retroceder y levantó su espada para bloquear el ataque. Pero inmediatamente la rama cambió de dirección y lanzó un corte horizontal. Aunque Renzaio logró inclinarse hacia atrás para esquivarlo. Justo después, ella dio rápidamente una voltereta hacia atrás. De repente, volvió a lanzarse hacia delante como una ráfaga de viento. Él bloqueó la espada de Renzaio con la rama y una chispa brotó del punto de impacto. El hombre miró directamente a Renzaio a los ojos y dijo, una vez pensé que eres una joya en bruto única, y Renzaio exclamó sorprendida. Él continuó con profunda decepción. Ahora que solo eres un desperdicio con talento que ni siquiera sabe como pulirse. Olvidate de vencerme, tu espada ni siquiera pude herirme. Renzaio gritó furiosa, no menosprecies a los demás. Blandió su espada creyendo una enorme energía violeta mientras el hombre pensaba. Esa obstinación she es digna de la hija de Renyu. Renzaio apretó los dientes mientras sudaba, incapaz de creerlo. Desenvainó demasiado lento, como pude bloquearme incluso a esta distancia, y todas sus ráfagas de espada fueron neutralizadas. El hombre la miró con hastio y pensó, al final todos son iguales, rígidos y incapaces de cambiar. Renzaio was so furious that her eyes glowed as she roared, "Don't drag my father into this." She poured all her strength into one attack, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy. The man stood still as a burst of purple energy surged toward him. He formed a vortex of energy and said disdainfully, "Your father's life was just like his sword." Renzaio's powerful sword energy slashed toward him, but he remained unfazed and continued. He only clung stubbornly to form and was ultimately bound by it, while Renzaio stared in horror and shouted, "It was neutralized. How could such weak sword energy dissolve this move?" The man raised the branch as purple sword energy enveloped it and sighed, "It seems I expected too much." He rushed straight toward Renzaio. Her pupils contracted in terror as sweat streamed down her cheeks. A massive wave of sword energy hurtled toward her as the man coldly declared, "It's over." Renzaio hurriedly raised her sword to block, but the attack was overwhelmingly powerful. The immense force of the sword energy made her spit blood as she screamed in agony. The ground then split apart as countless shards of rock blasted everywhere. Amid the dust filling the devastated crater, Renzaio lay at its center while the man stood before her and said in surprise, "You actually endured it. Worthy of the only perfect vessel capable of drinking pure demon blood without any side effects." He looked at Renzaio with a reminiscent gaze and said, When I first heard you had learned the initial form of the formless illusory sword, I was even slightly pleased, thinking I had finally found someone worthy of inheriting my sword art. While Renzio knelt on the ground, covered in wounds and blood, gasping heavily. The man turned his back, his voice full of disappointment. But I was wrong. Stupidity engraved into one's flesh and blood cannot be changed. Do you know what the saddest thing about your father's life was? Renzio gritted her teeth and asked, "Are you done talking?" Ignoring her, the man continued, "It wasn't that his sect was destroyed by Kunlun. The saddest part was that even after its destruction, he learned nothing." Looking down at the ruined ground, he said disdainfully, "Even today, he still doesn't understand the rules of this world. Born in fertile lands yet unbearably weak, his sect was destroyed by Kunlun using an excuse they could barely be bothered to hide, yet he naively believed reason still mattered. But since when could a small sect reason with a great sect?" Looking at Renzio curled on the ground, he mocked. After finally raising a group of death warriors capable of enduring the side effects of demon blood, he only wants to waste them on a doomed dream of restoring his sect. Utterly meaningless, then raised the branch as purple sword energy enveloped it and coldly declared, "Ultimately, neither the man he was then nor you now has any value, so it's time for me to take everything back." Renzio stabbed her sword into the ground and roared, "Shut up." Using her sword to push herself up, she growled, "You've been rambling nonstop from the beginning. You're damn annoying." Hearing this, the man's pupils shifted slightly as he raised an eyebrow. A powerful purple aura erupted from Renzio's entire body as she declared clearly, "I've heard enough of your nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight and stop talking crap." The man's gaze turned cold. Renzio charged forward and swung her sword, unleashing a powerful slash as she shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Her eyes burned with resentment as she roared, "My family is mine to judge," and charged in with a full-force attack. Her sword collided with his branch, releasing a massive burst of energy as she shouted, "It's not your place to interfere." A huge explosion erupted, violently shaking the ground. Even the man was forced backward this time. Renzio was likewise pushed back a great distance. Surprise filled the man's eyes as he said, "She still has this much strength left." Renzio steadied herself, and despite her wounds, her presence remained undiminished as she said, "Whether we're worthless or our dream is meaningless, it's not for you to decide. And you have no right to trample on it." Renzio continued as waves of energy surged from beneath her feet, her eyes bloodshot and blood streaming down her face while she stared straight at her opponent and growled word by word, "Did you hear me, idiot?" The man stared at her in surprise, never expecting her to enter the supreme realm of the formless illusory sword. A gigantic phantom resembling her face appeared behind her, its eyes blazing brightly. The man remained unfazed and took his stance as a powerful aura erupted from him, saying, "Then let me see what this sword domain of yours can do." The entire area is engulfed by interwoven streaks of purple sword energy as he shouts, "Let's see how sharp you truly are." The two charge at each other as sword energy and power violently collide, creating a spectacular scene. The entire forest is bathed in the purple glow of countless sword energy slashes. Fresh blood drips onto the ground from Renzio's wounds. The man stands there, watching Renzio collapse in the distance. Renzio lies on the ground, covered in wounds and bleeding endlessly as she gasps for breath. She struggles to speak. "Has my body already reached its limit?" Renzio forces herself up and mutters, "Damn it," while he stands motionless, watching her without emotion. Suddenly, purple flames erupt from his wound and instantly heal it as he smirks, "It's been a long time since I felt this." Renzio's eyes grow heavy as she wonders, "Purple flames? Did the wound disappear with the flames?" The man stands calmly and wonders, "How many years has it been since I was wounded in a sword duel?" His power still surrounds the branch in his hand. Suddenly, the branch snaps in two. He looks down in mild surprise. Staring at the branch, he mutters, "Even a branch infused with spiritual power was severed," then looks at Renzio and says differently, "It seems I must take back what I said earlier, you're not worthless after all." While the exhausted Renzio retorts, "If you're going to attack, stop talking nonsense." He looks at her with some admiration and says, "To enter the sword domain while severely wounded. If Ren Yue had possessed even half your comprehension back then, he might not have ended up like this." Renzio freezes and mutters, "Enter the sword domain." The man turns his back and calmly says, "Whether by accident or intent, you've finally crossed the threshold." Looking into the distance, he continues, "Speaking of which, I should thank your father's stupidity and your failure this time, because if he hadn't sent you on this assassination mission that was certain to fail, How could I have seen who was truly valuable? Renzaio asks in shock, what, certain to fail, how did you know about this mission? He does not answer and merely says, though things differed slightly from my plan, the result far exceeded expectations. So tell your father there's no need to redeem himself through merit, because I'll deal with the 2 rats who destroyed the demon blood workshop myself. His gaze turns icy as he orders, 7 days from now, at the northern border of the Golden Feather Kingdom, tell him to personally hand you the commander's jade token and authority over the disciples of the Yellow Springs Society, making you its new master, causing Renzaio to grit her teeth and shout, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would we obey you? He looks at her disdainfully and says, do you think you still have a choice? Your father's selfish ambitions have already become an obstacle to us. He turns to leave and warns, tell him my patience with his secret schemes behind our backs has reached its limit, and if he still refuses to give up, I'll make both him and his dream shatter once again. Renzaio watches his retreating figure and shouts, who exactly are you? Why do you know so much? Seeing him remain silent, she struggles to rise and shouts, stop and explain yourself. But the moment she stands, blood immediately begins pouring from her wounds again. Her entire body loses strength, and she braces herself against the ground with one hand. The man turns back with an icy gaze and says, I told you, only if you defeat me will I tell you, and right now you're still unqualified to ask. Then turns away as his voice echoes through the air, once you obtain Ren Yue's authority, you'll naturally learn who I am. Renzaio struggles to prop herself up and weakly cries, stop. Without turning around, a pair of enormous purple wings emerges from his back as he says, remember, I'll come for you in 7 days, and if I don't see the result I want. Renzaio stares at the wings in horror and mutters, those wings, who exactly is he? The man flies into the sky as his voice echoes throughout the forest, I will personally come to your door and reclaim everything I once bestowed upon you. Renzaio kneels on the ground, helplessly watching him fly away. The scene shifts to an unknown garden at midnight, where brilliant red roses bloom beneath the dim moonlight. Someone plucks a rose and softly hums as a man with white-tanned pink hair and brightly glowing eyes sits casually on the railing holding the flower. This is Lu Liao who mocks, oh, look who we have here. Looking at the newcomer, he continues, even the once most favored elder has lowered himself to visit my little garden. As an imposing older man with long silver hair enters, this is Chang Yuanyu, who coldly replies, if our lord hadn't ordered it, I wouldn't take a single step into this disgusting place of yours. Lu Liao says regretfully, it truly is a shame I didn't tear your mouth apart back then. Chang Yuanyu ignores him and says, we'll have plenty of time to settle old scores, but today we'll discuss business. News from the Eastern Sea has arrived, and Gu Yongzhen, Changdong, and their companions have all reached Pinglai. The Eastern Sea port has begun its lockdown, and until the Celestial Masters' assembly ends, no one can leave, so our opportunity has finally come. Lu Liao wore an eerie smile. So you came here to beg me to hand over the blood. Chang Yuanyu stood upright and spoke authoritatively. By the Lord's command, I came to have you fulfill the agreement, not to beg you. Lu Liao shrugged, but the Lord never told me personally, so how do I know you aren't faking his order? This divine covenant book is dangerous. What if you open it and turn it against us? Chang Yuanyu immediately handed over the book. If you don't trust me, take it and conduct the ritual yourself. Lu Liao fell silent, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, the book in Chang Yuanyu's hands spoke. Haha, that Nai Shengxiao hasn't changed, trusting no one. Put away those schemes you dare not reveal. I have no time to play with you. Hearing this, Lu Liao waved his hand and smiled even wider. Fine. I don't want my esteemed elder brother nagging me endlessly either. He took out a small gourd and said, come, hurry and shut him up. Chang Yuanyu accepted it solemnly and respectfully said, Divine Covenant Book, by the command of the Lord Immortal Painter, we have come to borrow your power. He dripped a drop of blood onto the book and continued, this is the Lord's blood, let it serve as proof and obey our commands. The book made strange sounds, seemingly savoring the drop of blood. As Chang Yuanyu held the book, purple energy erupted and it spoke. Go on, lowly juniors, how great a calamity do you need me to bring? Lu Liao watched with folded arms and murmured, the rumors were indeed true. The book floated in midair, radiating a powerful aura, and Lu Liao could sense an aura resembling the Lord's. Chang Yuanyu placed his hand on the book and said, please burn the pages recording and sealing the souls of the calamities, allowing all their souls to return to their original bodies within 7 days. The book rapidly flipped through its pages and said, oh, have you thought this through? Once those pages are burned, their souls will completely return, and you will no longer be able to use their divine abilities. Chang Yuanyu bowed his head and firmly replied, by the Lord's command, please grant our our request. The book formed an eerie smile and asked, which 5? Surrounded by purple energy, Chang Yunyu began listing them. Those 5 are Jiang Yu, Luo Yu, Qi Niu, Zhao Chang, Han Ba, and finally Shulong. The book shouted, granted, as powerful energy erupted from it. Lu Liao asked, the places where these calamities reside are all beyond Kunlun's jurisdiction. Do you really think they will willingly send their forces out? Chang Yuanyu calmly replied, do you think the Lord merely chose a few demons with old grudges against Kunlun? Don't worry, they will act, and they have no choice but to act. The scene shifted deep beneath the sea near the Hidden Wood Strait, a vital passage along Kunlun's waterways where a sphere emitted golden light. A fish swam closer and curiously stared at the glowing sphere. Suddenly, the glowing sphere shattered and released a powerful surge of energy. The fish instantly exploded into pieces. The scene shifted to an ice cavern in the northern region near Bonehorn Pass, an important spirit mineral territory, where a huge block of ice began cracking around an imprisoned figure until it shattered and released the soul within. The scene shifted to a deep underground chasm near the southern frontier Earth Ridge, a region producing precious alchemical herbs where golden energy erupted from underground. A gigantic stone scorpion crawled closer and curiously stared at the energy. The energy suddenly erupted violently and engulfed the scorpion, terrifying it. A soul let out a furious roar and burst free from underground. The scene shifted to a nameless cave near Zuli Island, home to one of the puppet sects supported by Kunlun, where a chained coffin shook violently. A hand from inside slammed heavily against the coffin lid. The coffin shattered as powerful lightning erupted, and a soul let out an agonized roar. The scene shifted to the border of the Golden Feather Kingdom near its boundary with Kunlun, where Zhang Wuwei sat inside a ruined temple with blood trickling from his mouth. He sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in a red aura while his face twisted in pain. Blood continuously flowed from the corners of his mouth and eyes, as though he were suffering an immense backlash. Zhang Wuwei's eyes opened wide, his pupils glowing crimson and densely covered with blood vessels, making him look terrifying. Xiaomo stood nearby and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Zhang Wuwei collapsed to the ground as a red aura erupted from his body. Xiaomo looked worried and terrified as he hurriedly asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Wuwei braced himself against the ground and urgently said in a weak voice, "Hurry, something's wrong with my body," while Xiaomo looked at him with sweat streaming down his temples, his face full of worry. Without hesitation, Xiaomo rushed over to support Zhang Wuwei and let him lean on his shoulder, while Zhang Wuwei raised his head and weakly asked, "Why didn't you run?" Zhang Wuwei looked painfully at Xiaomo and said, "You shouldn't worry about me, just go." Xiaomo replied irritably, "Who would be like you, always wanting to run away at the slightest trouble?" He helped Zhang Wuwei sit down and reassured him, "Stop scaring yourself, you're tougher than you think, so hang in there." Xiaomo helped Zhang Wuwei lean against the wall and said, "Rest for a while, I'll get you some water," and Zhang Wuwei merely nodded. Zhang Wuwei sat there with his face twisted in pain and sweat pouring down as he endured it, while Xiaomo walked alone through the cold, abandoned temple. He walked out into the courtyard. Just then, someone's hand appeared and cast a spell. Suddenly, the ground began shaking violently, making Xiaomo stumble as he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, an earthquake." Zhang Wuwei also felt the tremor and looked up in shock. A massive earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground, separating Xiaomo from Zhang Wuwei, and Xiaomo shouted in alarm, "What's going on?" Xiaomo hurried to the wall and shouted, "Hey, Zhang Wuwei, can you hear me? What's happening inside?" Inside, Zhang Wuwei got up and ran outside while replying, "I'm fine, what's happening out there?" Suddenly, the ground bulged upward. A gigantic hand emerged from beneath the ground, grabbed Zhang Wuwei, and lifted him into the air. Zhang Wuwei stared in horror at the hand, gripping him and shouted, "It's magic." Outside, Xiaomo saw the hand carrying Zhang Wuwei burst through the roof and rise into the sky, shouting, "What?" as a woman's voice sounded from afar, "Haha, we caught a little brat." Xiaomo spun around and cautiously asked, "Who's there?" while a long-haired woman stood on the roof and coldly ordered, "Yan Zhai, control yourself and don't forget what I told you." A group appeared on the roof with the woman in the center seemingly their leader as she continued, "Leave them barely alive. I am Ren Sheng, Ren Xiao's elder sister." She continued, "We still need to learn our little sister's whereabouts from them." An older man with a long beard respectfully replied, "Understood, eldest young lady," and this man was Yan Zhai. Another man with a roguish appearance crossed his arms and said, "Got it, big sister, I'll bring him before you," and this man was Liu Yingqi. Ren Sheng coldly ordered, "Do it," and Liu Yingqi and Yan Zhai immediately charged forward. As Yan Zhai rushed forward, his voice echoed, "Qi, same rules as always," and Liu Yingqi replied seductively, "Got it," as purple energy threads spread from his body. As the ground shook, Xiaomo hurriedly jumped aside to dodge. Xiaomo stared at the threads in surprise and exclaimed, "Silk threads." Yan Zhai landed on the ground and sneered. "Hee hee, I'm also a cultivator, so I know better than anyone what makes spellcasters troublesome." Another gigantic stone hand emerged from the ground. The two hands joined together and crushed Zhang Wuwei between them. Xiaomo stared at the scene in horror and shouted, "What?" Yan Zhai stood there laughing. "Don't blame me for going this hard from the start, because I never tolerate any uncertainty," while power erupted from Xiaomo as he roared, "You bastard." He charged forward and shouted, "Let him go." Liu Yingqi immediately controlled the threads which tightly bound Xiaomo and teased, "Oh my, young master." Xiaomo struggled to break free, but the threads only tightened further. Liu Yingqi raised his hand as the threads glowed and said, "This humble one can't let you go over there and disturb Grandpa Yan Zhai." Zhang Wuwei was violently slammed into the ground as Liu Yingqi shouted, "Earth art, myriad stones." The rocks seemed to obey his command and floated in midair. Countless massive rocks flew toward Zhang Wuwei. Zhang Wuwei is pinned beneath heavy rocks and struggles to ask, Hey, who exactly are you people?" Yan Zhai stands above him and chuckles, "Ha ha ha, don't be so eager to ask, kid." His face full of triumph, he says, "For now, you just need to lie there obediently." Xiaomo watches the scene before him and mutters, "So that's how it is." Blue light erupts around his body as he realizes their plan. First divide the battlefield, then eliminate us one by one, right? Liu Yingqi leisurely walks over. Looking confidently at Xiaomo, he says, "Young master, you're quite clever, but seeing through it is one thing," then smirks dangerously. "Can you withstand it, young master?" Xiaomo struggles to remain calm and thinks, HMPH, stay calm, don't panic. That old man's spell seems to require a constant supply of spiritual power to maintain. Liu Yingqi sends his thread surging forward and warns, "Don't keep looking around, that's very rude." Xiaomo frowns while calculating, luring that old man here is impossible, but with the current situation, getting over there myself isn't realistic either. Sitting on the rooftop, Ren Sheng scoffs disdainfully, HMPH, I thought he was someone formidable. She narrows her eyes and remarks, his foundation is solid enough. Liu Yingqi's threads continuously attack Xiaomo, but he dodges them all as Ren Sheng continues. His movement is fast too, and his reactions aren't bad. Xiaomo creates an energy vortex for defense while Ren Sheng thinks, if that's all he has, there's no reason my little sister would have lost, so could he still be hiding a final move? Liu Yingqi is forced backward. Knowing he cannot drag this out any longer, Xiaomo thinks, at this rate he'll wear me down to death, so I need a stronger attack. To create an opening. On the rooftop, Ren Sheng narrows her eyes and softly says, "Oh." Xiaomo unleashes a powerful attack, creating a blue energy vortex. Ren Sheng remains seated there, completely at ease. Suddenly, she dives down from the rooftop. Xiaomo stares in shock as Ren Sheng appears before him. She kicks straight into Xiaomo's energy vortex and coldly declares, "This ends here," while Xiaomo crosses his arms to withstand her kick. He cries out in horror, so fast and so strong. A dangerous gleam flashes in Ren Sheng's eyes. She immediately puts more force into her kick before flipping backward. The power of her kick forces Xiaomo to buckle. He is sent sliding backward. Xiaomo grits his teeth as blood trickles from his mouth, while Liu Yingqi nearby says regretfully, "I was just starting to have fun." But Ren Sheng orders, "Block his escape route," and Liu Yingqi cheerfully replies, "Yes, big sister." Ren Sheng removes her mask and walks towards Xiaomo, saying, "I'll take over from here." Xiaomo looks at Ren Sheng's mask and mutters, HMPH, a similar mask, little sister. "So that's it, you've come to settle an old score?" And Ren Sheng coldly replies, "Clever." She grabs her umbrella as purple energy envelops it and continues, "Unfortunately, clever people usually don't live long." Xiaomo stares at the umbrella in surprise and thinks, an umbrella? What a sinister aura. Ren Sheng throws the umbrella into the air and says, "I still don't know what other abilities you have, but that doesn't matter." Her hand glows as she confidently declares, "I'll make you reveal them yourself," and the umbrella emits a brilliant light as she shouts, three corpse divine umbrella. She commands open. The umbrella opens and expands as enormous energy erupts from within. Xiaomo watches in horror as sweat streams down his temples. On Zhang Wuwei's side, Yan Zhai stands atop a rock and chuckles. Hehehe, looks like the real show over there has begun. Zhang Wuwei stares at the light from the umbrella in shock and stammers, three corpse. Three streams of differently colored smoke emerged from Xiaomo as he shouted, "Can something like this really exist?" A green phantom emerged from Xiaomo. Then came a red phantom, followed by a white phantom. The three phantoms surrounded Xiaomo as he stared at them in shock. "These are me." Xiaomo's eyes widened in disbelief. All three charged at Xiaomo simultaneously. An image appeared depicting three monsters representing greed, anger, and ignorance. These three are the roots of human desire. Xiaomo's three incarnations charged forward. Xiaomo gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. Liu Yingqi watched the battle from afar and anxiously asked, "Big sister, didn't you say we should leave them barely alive?" Doubt filled his face. "You summoned all three right away. Aren't you afraid of killing him?" Ren Sheng calmly replied, "Against someone like him, excessive probing is the greatest taboo, because you never know what dangerous trump card he may be hiding." The three corpses summoned beneath the umbrella possessed only 70 to 80% of the original strength. Xiaomo struggled to defend himself and gritted his teeth. Damn it, even their techniques are identical, yet they feel neither pain nor fear. Watching the battle, Ren Sheng concluded, "They're merely manifestations of desire." Expressionless, she analyzed, "Unless he immediately surpasses his own limits, he can never defeat himself. Otherwise, how could we force him to reveal every hidden ability?" Just as Xiaomo managed to retreat, the red incarnation charged at him again. An explosion instantly erupted and Liu Yingqi said, "Big sister, this kid is tougher than expected. How about letting me go help him?" Ren Sheng stopped him. "No need, our bodies still haven't fully adjusted, and going over there recklessly would only increase the risk. No matter how tenacious you are, it's useless, because when your enemy is yourself, every countermeasure you devise becomes an obvious weakness in their eyes. Every habit you possess becomes a sharp blade capable of taking your life." Meanwhile, Zhang Wuwei remained pinned beneath the boulder and angrily shouted, "Damn it." Zhang Wuwei's face twisted in pain as his heart beat faster, and he told himself, "Calm down, don't panic." He tried to reassure himself, "I need to calm down quickly." He closed his eyes and told himself, "Emotions won't help me at all. The more I want to help, the less I can afford to rush." At that moment, Xiaomo grabbed the red incarnation's leg with one hand. With his other hand, he blocked a punch from the white incarnation just as the green incarnation gathered strength and charged. Xiaomo was horrified, sweat streaming down his temples. The green incarnation unleashed a vortex of energy. Xiaomo was trapped with nowhere to escape, his eyes widening as he thought, "This is bad." The green incarnation threw a punch, causing a massive explosion. Xiaomo was blasted away and painfully skidded across the ground. His face covered in wounds, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, they know every move and action of mine perfectly. Without giving Xiaomo any chance to breathe, all three incarnations charged at him. He closed his eyes as though accepting his fate and thought, "Is this where it ends?" Sweat ran down her cheeks as Ren Sheng's pupils shifted slightly, seemingly noticing something. Suddenly, Xiaomo opened his eyes and froze when the three incarnations stopped mid-attack, realizing Zhang Wuwei had used his immobilization spell on all three. His face was exhausted, but his gaze remained unwavering as he shouted, "What are you standing there for?" Liu Yingqi exclaimed in surprise, "He can actually immobilize the three corpses," but Ren Sheng sharply corrected him, "He's not immobilizing them, he's slowing them down." She observed the slowly moving specters and concluded, "It seems to be some kind of mystical art capable of disrupting time." Ren Sheng's face showed understanding as she smirked, "No wonder with this ability, it's only natural that my little sister lost." Seizing the opportunity, Xiaomo roared as powerful blue energy erupted from his body, his eyes blazing as he charged forward. Seeing the situation change, Ren Sheng immediately ordered, "Qi, leave them no escape, move around the perimeter and beware of that mystical art since it may expand further. Yan Zhai, separate them." Yan Zhai respectfully replied, "As you command, eldest young lady," then clasped his hands as mystical purple energy gathered. The ground shook violently, and two vines sprouted from the stone wall. They shot straight toward Xiaomo, but he jumped aside and dodged. Zhang Wuwei had reached his physical limit and gasped while thinking, "I don't have enough stamina left to use any more magic." Blood dripped from his nose as he continued thinking, although I can't cast a complete spell. Zhang Wuwei raised his hand and created several small rings of fire in the sky. Yanzhai glanced at the 2 rings of fire and scoffed, "Fire, HMPH, a petty trick." Suddenly, the rings of fire vanished in midair, making Yanzhai exclaim, "What?" They disappeared. Seeing this, Ren Sheng shouted a warning, "Yanzhai, don't get distracted." Yanzhai immediately realized he had fallen for the trick and gritted his teeth. "He deliberately distracted me. Damn it, I was fooled." Just as Xiaomo successfully closed in. Xiaomo smashed apart the stone wall where Yanzhai stood. The stone wall shattered and Yanzhai fell, angrily muttering, "I hate guys like this the most. Spellcasters who never play by the rules," he muttered as he clasped his hands and began casting a spell. He shouted, "Earth Art, 1,000 hands," as countless gigantic stone hands once again emerged from the ground. Xiaomo remained completely unfazed as his gaze turned sharp and cold. He gracefully dodged the stone hands and charged straight ahead like an arrow. After a flurry of attacks, the entire area fell silent again beneath clouds of dust. Ren Sheng's umbrella floated in midair as her mocking voice rang out, "I thought tonight's main character would be that illegitimate child of the Namgong family, but unexpectedly, the one hiding deepest was a sickly, venomous snake like you." Ren Sheng watched from afar with an intrigued expression and said, "Come, let me see." She gently extended her hand and provocatively said, "How many more surprises are you hiding beneath that skin?" A blazing red stream of energy tore through the air and shot straight toward Zhang Wuwei. Afterward, Ren Sheng stood still and watched. The energy gradually entered Zhang Wuwei's body. Zhang Wuwei gritted his teeth, powerless to resist, and soon the energy gradually took on his appearance. But suddenly, a mysterious force caused it to change shape again. Ren Sheng raised her head with surprise on her face and murmured, "Hem." The red energy began transforming, swirling, and condensing into a strange shape as Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo stared in shock. Ren Sheng narrowed her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Hem." A partial body covered in dragon scales emerged from the energy as Ren Sheng murmured, "Half dragon." Then a grotesque face with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth appeared, making Ren Sheng ask in horror, "Half human." Xiaomo stared at the monster in shock and stammered, "Why does it have this form?" While Yanzhai also murmured in disbelief, "Aren't the 3 corpses merely human desires? How could something like this be born?" The half-human, half-dragon monster roared, making Yanzhai shout in alarm, "A monster!" Zhang Wuwei lay on the ground drenched in sweat and thought, "Why does it have this form? Could my wrathful desire have been corrupted by Zhulong's soul?" Xiaomo hurriedly shouted a warning, "Watch out." Ren Sheng gritted her teeth and thought, "I've never seen such a distorted form before." She stares at the monster with countless questions in her mind, wondering, what kind of person is this guy really? Xiaomo struggles against the violent gale from the monster and thinks, this can't go on. Zhang Wuwei props himself up with blood trickling from his mouth and says, "Looks like we can only force our way out," then looks around and continues, "Both escape routes are completely blocked by that big guy's threads." Xiaomo glances at Ren Sheng's group and says, "Those people won't just stand by and watch us." At that moment, rocks controlled by Yanzhai surge forward and attack the monster. The monster roars furiously before turning its gaze directly toward Yanzhai. A layer of earth and stone quickly engulfs the monster. Ren Sheng hurriedly shouts, "Yanzhai, don't keep fighting, get out of there." Yanzhai immediately flies away and replies, "Understood." Ignoring everyone else, the monster turns and attacks Yanzhai. Yanzhai is instantly sent flying and crashes into the cliff. Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo stare in shock as Zhang Wuwei stammers, "What's going on?" While Xiaomo says in disbelief, "This thing doesn't distinguish friend from foe." Liu Yingqui cries out in horror, "Grandpa Yanzhai." Seeing Liu Yingqui about to rush over, Ren Sheng immediately stops him and says, "Stop, don't go over there," making him ask in confusion, "Big sister, what's happening? Aren't the 3 corpses supposed to attack only their host?" Ren Sheng grits her teeth and explains, "Normally, the 3 corpses drawn out by the divine umbrella only target their host, unless this guy was never human to begin with." The magical umbrella still floats in the air, radiating a dark aura as the monster roars, seemingly sensing something. Ren Sheng raises her hand as her eyes glow and decides, "I can only retrieve the umbrella first." The monster suddenly reaches toward the umbrella. Ren Sheng exclaims in shock, "What? It can actually slow down the umbrella's retrieval." Seeing this, Xiaomo realizes something while Zhang Wuwei is equally shocked and says, "Although the slowing effect isn't strong, that's definitely the ability of the torch dragon." The monster roars, determined to prevent Ren Sheng from retrieving the umbrella. Ren Sheng smirks and says, "You don't want to go back? Ha, interesting." But when the monster slams its hand toward her, she quickly leaps backward to dodge. She lands and says disdainfully, you're merely an incarnation of wrathful thought. And you dare bare your fangs at your master, she says before kicking the monster in the face and sending it flying backward. Ren Sheng glances at the monster and notices that it has already faded somewhat compared to before. She thinks looks like this guy's mystical time distortion technique isn't as powerful as the white-haired kid's, so if I'm careful and drag this out, I can win. Seeing the situation improve, Xiaomo quickly turns to Zhang Wuwei and shouts, "Zhang Wuwei, stop watching, let's escape while everything's chaotic." Suddenly, Liu Yingqui appears before them and smiles bewitchingly. "Want to leave? You haven't gotten my permission yet." Suddenly, he coughs up blood, and the threads surrounding the area instantly snap. Zhang Wuwei stares at the disappearing threads in surprise and wonders. The threads broke. What's going on? Why did he suddenly lose the strength to maintain them? Seeing this, Ren Sheng looks deeply worried and thinks, has the situation I feared most finally happened? Zhang Wuwei ignores it, turns, and runs while muttering, "Forget him, we've got a chance now, so let's run." Yanzhai's eyes glow with rage as he roars, "You bastards." He creates a massive stone wall to block Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo's path and shouts, "Don't even think about getting past here." The monster charges toward Yanzhai as Ren Sheng hurriedly warns, "Yanzhai, watch out," when threads suddenly wrap around him. Just as the monster's fist strikes, Yanzhai is pulled away. The one who saves him is none other than Liu Yingqui. Although Yanzhai escapes the monster's attack, Liu Yingqui is too exhausted to control his threads properly and accidentally slams him hard into the cliff. Yanzhai grits his teeth and mutters, "Damn it, if my old wounds hadn't yet healed and I weren't afraid of losing control, how could I let this vile creature run rampant here?" Liu Yingqui was kneeling on the ground, coughing nonstop. He looked ahead in horror and murmured, "This is bad." His face twisted in pain as sweat poured down, and he thought, "This is really troublesome." He hurriedly took out several pills and muttered, "Right, quickly take the medicine," then swallowed them, hoping they would work. Seeing this, Ren Sheng shouted, "Qi, stop pushing yourself and take the medicine or you'll lose control." Liu Yingqui weakly replied, "Big sister, I'm fine, I've already taken it." Zhang Wuwei and Xiaomo were still desperately fleeing. Suddenly, Xiaomo looked back at the scene behind him in shock and murmured, "What is that?" Liu Yingqui collapsed to the ground and weakly gasped, Don't worry about me." He struggled to continue, "Don't let them." Ren Sheng gritted her teeth angrily and thought, "Damn it, the medicine is taking too long." She placed a hand on his shoulder as purple energy spread out and ordered, "Don't move." Liu Yingqui asked in shock, "Big sister W, what are you doing?" Ren Sheng looked at him seriously, "Don't speak. If I don't help accelerate the medicine now, you'll never be able to return." The monster attacked the two of them again. Suddenly, a powerful burst of sword energy shot out, tearing through the air. The monster roared in shock. Ren Zio appeared and sliced the monster in half with a single strike. Ren Sheng stared at the newcomer in surprise and exclaimed, "Little sister." Ren Zio landed on the ground and sheathed her sword. The magical umbrella remained open, but its energy had visibly weakened, and Ren Sheng thought, "Excellent." Little sister's strike made him unable to control the divine umbrella's mystic formation, then shouted, "Now." She clasped her hands together and commanded, "Retract," as the umbrella instantly closed and the dark energy vanished. The monster let out an agonized roar before dissolving into the air. Ren Sheng looked toward the fleeing Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo and urged, "Don't worry about us, little sister. One of those two seems internally injured. Hurry and chase them." Ren Xiao showed no intention of pursuing them and calmly said, "No need, big sister, there's something more important," making Ren Sheng ask in surprise, "What did you say?" The scene shifted to a dense forest where Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo rapidly moved through the branches. They stopped on a large branch and Zhang Wuwei sighed in relief. "That was close. They finally stopped chasing us," before anxiously asking Xiao Mo, "Is your leg all right after carrying me and jumping for so long?" Xiao Mo coldly replied, "I'm fine, it won't kill me," while Zhang Wuwei continued, "Something seemed wrong with their people too. That big guy looked a lot like the former second chief." Xiao Mo turned away and said, "Yeah, I saw it, so they have a way to suppress demon blood." The scene shifted back to Ren Xiao standing before Ren Sheng as she finished recounting everything. "That's what happened." Ren Sheng narrowed her eyes and murmured, "Unbelievable." Looking at Ren Xiao's wounds, she continued, "He actually injured you this badly even while you wielded the demon sword." Ren Sheng looked grave and frowned. "Did that person say anything else?" Ren Zio replied sadly, "He said father's dream of restoring the sect was destined to fail." She raised her head and continued, "He wants father to abdicate and hand control of the sect over to me at the Heavenly Lantern platform on the first day of the month." Ren Sheng's pupils contracted in shock as she stammered, He wants you to become the new leader of the Yellow Springs Society. Ren Zio looked at Ren Sheng in confusion and asked, "Big sister, what should we do now?" Ren Sheng fell into thought. A mysterious expert who knows us inside out, knows the origin of little sister's swordsmanship, and even knows father's plan. She raised her head with a sharp gaze and asked, "He also said the assassination was destined to fail from the start, didn't he?" Ren Zio lowered her head as sweat ran down her cheeks and whispered, "Yes, I'm sorry for disappointing you." Ren Sheng suddenly understood and murmured, "So that's it, from the beginning it was never about merit but punishment," leaving Ren Zio visibly confused. Liu Yingqi was also confused and asked, "Big sister, what are you talking about?" Ren Sheng turned and said, "Let's go report to the old master," while Liu Yingqi anxiously asked, "Big sister, are you sure?" And Yanzhai hurriedly warned, "Eldest young lady, this cannot be taken lightly. That person's origins are unknown," and his words were entirely provocative. Stroking his beard with a worried expression, he said, "If we report this to the master, he may see it as coercion, and in his fury, I'm afraid." Ren Sheng said, "You all saw what was inside that white-haired boy. That's definitely not something an ordinary person could possess." And Yanzhai asked doubtfully, "Eldest young lady, you mean?" Ren Sheng coldly replied, "It's only speculation, but perhaps we were merely sacrificial pawns on the board from the very beginning." Ren Zio cried out in shock, "You mean that person used us?" Ren Sheng did not answer and merely said, "Let's go home," then reached toward the umbrella spinning in midair. After retrieving the umbrella, the group left as Ren Sheng said bitterly, "At this point, how things develop is no longer ours to decide." In a vast hall, an imposing voice proclaimed, "By decree of the Kunlun sect leader, Ren Yue, 5th sect leader of the Crimson Cauldron sect, gathered disciples to refine evil pills and sought to create a weapon capable of destroying cities to harm innocent lives when the time was right. His crimes are unforgivable, but by heaven's mercy and in recognition of his past service, he shall be granted an intact corpse." As soon as the proclamation ended, a sword slash descended and cleaved the decree reader in two. Ren Yue's eyes widened, bloodshot with resentment as he roared, "How dare you!" A shout rang out, ordering everyone to form the battle formation. Ren Yue watched them charge toward him, his eyes overflowing with rage. He suddenly awoke from the nightmare in panic, as a tear rolled from the corner of his eye. Ren Yue gasped heavily, his entire body trembling. He abruptly sat upright in his chair, drenched in sweat, and muttered, "That damned scene again," when a subordinate reported from outside, "My lord, the eldest young lady has returned with the others." Ren Yue replied in a low voice, "Is that so? Understood, I'll wait for them in the main hall." In the main hall, Ren Sheng's group appeared at the entrance. Two guards opened the doors and invited them inside. Ren Sheng entered, looked up at the man seated in the highest position, and softly called, "Father." Ren Yue looked at her sharply and asked, "What happened? Where are the other two?" Ren Sheng stood there solemnly and replied, "Something unexpected happened, so we need you to decide what to do." Ren Sheng recounted everything to Ren Yue, who fell silent afterward, leaving no one able to guess his thoughts. Ren Sheng turned to Ren Zio and ordered, "Little sister, leave us for now," making Ren Zio hesitate in surprise. But Ren Sheng firmly said, "Listen to your big sister," so Ren Zio could only lower her head and obey, "Yes." After everyone else had withdrawn, Ren Sheng once again called, "Father." Ren Yue turned away and said wearily, "You should leave too, eldest daughter. Let me have some peace for a while." Ren Sheng did not leave and said, "Father, I believe something about this is strange. Could you clear up a few things for me?" And Ren Yue turned back and coldly replied, "Speak." Ren Sheng began recounting, "When we fought those two, the battle was originally under control, but several inexplicable anomalies occurred at the end." Ren Yue said disappointedly, "At this point, excuses are useless. Failure is failure." But Ren Sheng quickly explained, "No, I'm not making excuses for our failure. When I used the 3-corpse divine powder to draw out his human desires, what emerged was a grotesque half-human, half-dragon creature." Hearing this, Ren Yue suddenly froze. He turned around, his dark eyes filled with extreme shock as he murmured, "Half-human, half-dragon." Ren Sheng affirmed, "If I hadn't seen it myself, I would hardly believe it either." She continued, "Not only that, the white-haired boy and his half-dragon creature also seem to know a bizarre mystical art capable of disrupting the natural order. Without any incantation, he can seemingly create a mystical barrier without restrictions and control the time of heaven, earth, and everything within it." Ren Yue listened silently, his expression growing increasingly grave. Ren Sheng revealed the key point. Even more coincidentally, the person who attacked little sister also said this assassination was doomed to fail, as though he knew beforehand. Ren Yue pondered and murmured, "Neither human nor dragon, with divine power to alter heaven and earth. Only a calamity demon could possess such an ability. then suddenly laughed bitterly and resentfully. Haha, what a brilliant way to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, truly killing with a borrowed blade. Ren Sheng looked confused and asked, 3 birds with 1 stone, Calamity Demon, are you talking about that white-haired boy? Ren Yue stared directly at his daughter and growled, you still don't understand after all this. From the beginning, he knew that person had a Calamity Demon inside his body. He also knows that with your strength, assassinating the disaster is no different from smashing an egg against a rock. Ren Sheng finally understands and says, so he secretly allowed us to redeem ourselves through merit, not to give us a chance, but to put a bladeless knife in our hands and make us stab the hornet's nest ourselves. Ren Yue clenches his fists as an angry aura erupts from his body and says, I never understood why he kept preventing me from using the 300 demon blood disciples under my command to fight back to our homeland, because I always thought we were partners, but he was merely using me. His true goal was to create a legitimate excuse so he could take over all our people for his own use without losing a single soldier. Ren Sheng sharply continues, if he seized them by force, the disciples wouldn't submit, but if we failed a mission assigned by our superior and caused a catastrophic mess, then he cleaned it up and restructured the leadership, no one could object. While Ren Yue smiles bitterly with hatred in his eyes and says, he had your little sister relay this to force me to choose between my family and my dream. He wants not only to destroy me, but also crush my spirit. Ren Sheng looks at her father with determination and says, things have already reached this point, so anger is useless. We might as well make a risky move. Ren Yue turns toward her and asks in surprise, a risky move. Ren Sheng smirks calculatingly and says, if he can use the disaster as a pawn to overthrow us, why can't we use that same pawn? Hearing this, Ren Yue softly replies, right. Determination fills his face as a cold gleam flashes in his eyes and he says, at this point, we can only gamble. A few days later, at a mountain cave, relentless rain creates a bleak scene as heavy drops pour down beneath a gloomy purple sky. Inside the cave, Zhang Wuwei sees Xiaomo sitting alone in deep thought and asks, what's wrong? Why the gloomy face? While Xiaomo replies worriedly, they seem to be looking for us. Xiaomo shows him slips of paper written in blood and explains, look, I found more of these nearby. Over the past 3 days, I've found 7 in total, and every one points toward the northern coast. Zhang Wuwei looks at the papers and casually says, seems they're inviting us over. But Xiaomo immediately objects, it's a trap. Every divination I've made points to that conclusion. Xiaomo continues, they must be trying to lure us back with a method for suppressing demon blood. But Zhang Wuwei replies, yet we saw that pill ourselves and it really can suppress demon blood. Zhang Wuwei gives Xiaomo a meaningful look and asks, are you really going to let this chance pass? And Xiaomo firmly answers, impossible. But this is a trap specifically prepared for us. We can't take such a risk and your body can't withstand it either. Zhang Wuwei lowers his head as his bloodshot eyes droop in thought, thinking, he really is worried about me. True, in my current condition, forget fighting, even whether I can survive until Kunlun is uncertain, but precisely because of that. And after thinking it through, Zhang Wuwei firmly says, stop hesitating, the opportunity is right in front of us. He smirks and says, if you don't even dare gamble on this little risk, you hardly deserve to be the former hall master of Phantom Street. Confidence fills Zhang Wuwei's face as he thinks, I have to do one last thing. Xiaomo worriedly says, but your body. Before Zhang Wuwei interrupts, worry about yourself first and don't drag me down when the time comes. Last time they merely took advantage of our weakness, so rather than gamble with me on some uncertain outcome, I'd rather help you repay the kindness and debts you owe your brothers from Phantom Street first. Don't worry, if anything really happens, I'll run faster than anyone. He grins slyly and says, when that happens, don't blame me for escaping alone. While Xiaomo falls silent, seemingly weighing Zhang Wuwei's words. After a moment, Xiaomo smirks and says, heh, that's certainly your style. But immediately after speaking, his smile disappears. Xiaomo softly says, thank you. Looking out at the curtain of rain, he resolves, once we get the medicine, we'll head straight to Kunlun. I want both your life and the lives of my brothers from Phantom Street saved. The scene shifts to the border of the Golden Feather Kingdom, where a massive structure rises through the rain along the northern coast. The rain continues relentlessly, shrouding everything beneath the gloomy sky. As 2 people walk along, one suddenly says, there seem to be people ahead. In the distance, 2 umbrella-carrying figures gradually appear as someone wonders, is it them? While Xiaomo holds his umbrella and looks sharply ahead, asking, is this the place? 2 people in rain cloaks and conical hats stand there as one says, white hair and black clothes exactly as the sect master described. Then the massive gate opens and another voice says, "Our master has respectfully awaited you both for a long time." Inside, countless black-clad figures stand in 2 rows as a voice says, "Please enter." The two step inside as Zhang Wuwei exclaims, "This ship is enormous, almost the size of a town," and Xiaomo quickly signals him to be quiet. Zhang Wuwei looks somewhat puzzled as he glances around, seemingly sensing something. Feeling the auras of those around him, he thinks their auras are extremely stable. They all carried the aura of demon blood. Yet there was no killing intent or restlessness, and Xiaomo remained vigilant, thinking, "Their auras are stable, but I still can't let my guard down. They definitely have bad intentions this time." Xiaomo shouted, "Everyone, we're already here, why not show yourselves?" From atop a tall building, Liu Yingqi's voice rang out, "Oh my, they really came, big sister guessed correctly." Liu Yingqi and Yan Zhai appeared and Liu Yingqi continued, "We've seen through this young master Namgong's sense of loyalty," while Yan Zhai snorted, knowing this is a deadly trap yet still daring to enter. "You truly have some courage." Xiaomo remained unfazed and replied, "Since you went through all this trouble to lure us here, why keep hiding?" Yan Zhai sneered, "Indeed, quickly invite our honored guest up here," then added, "As for that Namgong fellow, don't let him ruin the young lady's important business." Liu Yingqi curled his lips into an eerie smile, "Got it." He formed hand seals and murmured, "Water art, moon fishing in a shimmering pool," as a whirlpool instantly appeared beneath Zhang Wuwei's feet. A hand made of water emerged and grabbed Zhang Wuwei's leg. Xiaomo shouted in alarm, "Damn it." He quickly rushed forward to grab Zhang Wuwei, but it was already too late. Liu Yingqi appeared and teased, "Don't be nervous, our young lady merely wants to meet your friend privately." Xiaomo coldly asked, "Where did you take him?" Liu Yingqi smiled provocatively, "Where? I can't tell you that, but if you turn around and leave now, I guarantee you'll still keep your life." Xiaomo stood at a distance and said emotionlessly, "I'll only say this once, hand over the medicine and the man." Liu Yingqi smiled seductively, "Oh my, that won't do." Killing intent flashed in Xiaomo's eyes as he growled. Then he immediately stomped the ground, cracking it apart, then charged like a whirlwind wrapped in blue energy and shouted, "Enough nonsense." Liu Yingqi remained unfazed and waved his hand, summoning countless purple threads that tightly wrapped around Xiaomo's legs and stopped his attack. Xiaomo stared at the threads surrounding him while Liu Yingqi mocked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Liu Yingqi looked delighted and said, "I love nothing more than disciplining disobedient men like you." Xiaomo exerted his strength, planted his hands on the ground, and kicked straight at Liu Yingqi. He delivered a powerful kick directly to Liu Yingqi's face. Liu Yingqi was struck, fresh blood spilling from his mouth as he roared furiously. He waved his hand again to control the threads and shouted, "You dared ruin my makeup, so I really must teach you a lesson," then used the threads to fling Xiaomo away. Xiaomo gritted his teeth helplessly at the situation. Liu Yingqi's threads hurled Xiaomo into several wooden pillars. He smashed through several pillars before finally stopping. Xiaomo collapsed beside a broken pillar while Liu Yingqi stood in the distance and ordered, "Get up." Liu Yingqi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with contempt. "I'll show you the price of dirtying my face." Before he could finish saying the price, he suddenly fell silent as a massive energy vortex formed before him, and Liu Yingqi stared at it with a strange laugh. "Hee, is this your apology? How magnificent." He stretched out his hand as the purple threads appeared again and said, "But I still won't forgive you for this." Liu Yingqi controlled the purple threads and shattered Xiaomo's energy vortex. Liu Yingqi controlled the purple threads and shattered Xiaomo's energy vortex. Suddenly Xiaomo appeared behind him. Liu Yingqi quickly realized something was wrong. Seeing Xiaomo behind him, he exclaimed in horror, "This is bad, was that move just a diversion?" Liu Yingqi's eyes widened as he stammered, "You actually dared trick me?" Just as Liu Yingqi finished speaking, Xiaomo unleashed a full power attack. Liu Yingqi was blasted away at lightning speed. His body slammed into the ground with a huge explosion as Xiaomo stood emotionlessly and said, "I already told you, I don't have time to waste talking nonsense with you." Liu Yingqi's laughter came from within the dust. "Haha, even better." A clawed hand shrouded in dark purple energy pressed against the ground as Liu Yingqi said, "Last time at the abandoned temple, my old wounds hadn't healed, so I couldn't fully enjoy myself." Xiaomo's pupils instantly contracted. Dark energy erupted from Liu Yingqi's body as he began transforming and growled, "Today." A burst of purple energy exploded while Xiaomo watched with a grave expression. Liu Yingqi's face completely transformed into that of a monster as he stuck out his tongue and shouted, "Come play to your heart's content with this lady." Liu Yingqi spread his arms and unleashed countless interwoven purple threads that tightened sharply, slicing through the air with terrifying shrieks. Xiaomo moved like lightning, constantly slipping through deadly gaps while his enemies' teasing laughter echoed beside him. Run, run faster, young master. Xiaomo remained expressionless as his eyes behind his glasses flashed sharp blue, calmly observing his opponent's every move. Liu Yingqi's fingers danced wildly, his glowing fingertips controlling every thread. He repeatedly jerked his fingertips, increasing the speed and density of the web. Liu Yingqi shouted excitedly, "Let this lady see where else you can run." Confidence suddenly flashed in Xiaomo's eyes as though he had seen through the technique's operating pattern. He lowered his center of gravity as blue spiritual energy erupted from his entire body. Xiaomo stomped his right foot down to propel himself as a gust swirled beneath his heel, then transformed into a streak of blue lightning and slipped through the deadly purple web at terrifying speed. Liu Yingqi stared wide-eyed in utter horror when his target vanished from sight and exclaimed, "What?" Xiaomo's movement technique was so fast that the naked eye could not follow it. Even though Liu Yingqi had spread an inescapable net, he was horrified to realize that he simply could not catch Xiaomo. Liu Yingqi kept looking left and right, desperately searching for Xiaomo. But Xiaomo's speed had far exceeded his reaction limit, making it impossible for his vision to keep up. Furious at being toyed with like a mouse, Liu Yingqi swung his massive arm and punched the air to vent his rage, roaring, "Damn you." Liu Yingqi's pupils suddenly contracted and his eyes glowed purple as he sensed a sharp aura approaching beside him, while a slender hand wrapped in blue lightning suddenly reached from the void. The blue light from that hand was not merely pure energy, but instantly transformed into sharp interwoven threads. Xiaomo now resembled Spider-Man, suspended in midair. Liu Yingqi's pupils contracted in horror as he exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Xiaomo suddenly dived downward, surrounded by violently surging vortices of blue energy. A devastating descending kick smashed directly into Liu Yingqi's face, making him scream in agony. The terrifying force of the kick sent his massive body flying and crashing down, shattering the surrounding rocks and earth. Xiaomo landed steadily while Liu Yingqi gasped in the distance and struggled to rise, glaring resentfully at him and demanding, "How do you know this lady's technique?" Xiaomo looked coldly at his opponent and calmly replied, "I was observing the principle behind your technique the entire time." He raised his hand and explained, "Gather spiritual energy at the fingertips and repeatedly refine it until it can become threads as tough as stainless steel. I'm right, aren't I?" Liu Yingqi broke into a cold sweat upon recognizing the Namgong clan's ethereal spirit manifestation and thought, "Aren't the Namgong clan leader and his second son the only ones in the current Namgong clan who awakened it? Although my control still can't compare to yours, this is more than enough." His words cut deeply into Liu Yingqi's pride as Xiaomo coldly added the final blow, "After all, it's only an imitation." With his technique exposed, Liu Yingqi roared furiously as his purple threads erupted and enveloped the entire ancient building behind him. He hurled the entire building towards Xiaomo and desperately shouted, "How could you possibly defeat me?" Watching the building hurtle toward him, Xiaomo remained completely calm and stood motionless beneath it. The massive structure crashed into the ground with an earth-shaking explosion as billowing dust completely obscured the view. Amid the dense dust and devastated ruins, Liu Yingqi's gigantic figure stood towering. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light shoots from the rubble into the sky, tearing through the night and slicing apart every obstacle in its path. Liu Yingqi is utterly terrified and hurriedly digs his claws into the ground to halt his retreat, desperately avoiding the razor-sharp power that just erupted. Countless blue threads suddenly fill the air. Liu Yingqi's pupils contract sharply as his monstrous face freezes in terror. Xiaomo dives from above like lightning as blue spiritual threads tighten around his opponent's neck, leaving him only enough time to scream in pain. Without mercy, Xiaomo violently yanks the threads, dragging Liu Yingqi's enormous body across the ground at breakneck speed with an expressionless face. Xiaomo suddenly spins in midair, using centrifugal force to hurl his enemy's massive body away. Liu Yingqi completely loses control as he grits his teeth, his face twisted in fear. Xiaomo gathers his strength, preparing for the decisive throw. He suddenly leaps into the air. Xiaomo unleashes all his strength in a straight punch at Liu Yingqi, and the devastating impact makes him scream miserably. Xiaomo immediately spins around. He then follows with another powerful kick. The blow sends Liu Yingqi crashing downward like a cannonball. Liu Yingqi's face twists after taking the full blow as he thinks in horror, "Incredible. The ultimate art I've painstakingly cultivated for decades was completely suppressed by him in an instant. Could this be the ethereal spirit transformation, as his body is once again tightly bound by Xiaomo's threads? Xiaomo uses the threads to pull himself forward at tremendous speed. His face hardens with killing intent as he lets out a thunderous roar, die. He unleashes a full-powered punch, smashing Liu Yingqi deep into the ground. The terrifying burst of energy distorts Liu Yingqi's face as the entire space seems to shatter under the overwhelming force. The scene shifts inside a building, where a pitch-black water vortex still churns violently overhead. Zhang Wuwei suddenly emerges from within it. He falls straight down with a thud. Zhang Wuwei lies face down on the floor and painfully raises his head while coughing. Cough. Where am I? An elderly voice rings out, "Little Taoist, long time no see. Our eldest young lady won't let you die. Last time at the old temple things were rushed and I never introduced myself. I am Yan Zhai, pleased to meet you, fellow cultivator." Zhang Wuwei complains, calling this an invitation and treating a guest this way. Your eldest young lady certainly is unusual, truly lacking manners. Yan Zhai meaningfully says, rather than inviting you, perhaps we should say we invited the one inside your body. While Zhang Wuwei casually replies, I don't know what you're talking about. I came for the medicine that suppresses demon blood, so hand it over and maybe I'll listen. Yan Zhai says, you truly are a boring brat, forget it. You should feel fortunate because my master instructed me to make you behave before you can meet them. He stomps forward as bulging veins signal his transformation and coldly says, don't worry, I don't enjoy playing with my prey. I always use my full strength from the very beginning, so young friend, allow me to test your skills. Zhang Wuwei keeps both hands in his pockets and drowsily watches his transforming opponent before calmly saying, transforming, I've encountered this type before. Before Zhang Wuwei now stands a gigantic monster with a towering deformed head, making him look up and complain, what a hassle. Yan Zhai's monstrous face moves close with jagged teeth exposed as he mocks. If they let you survive until now, they must have been worthless small fry, right? While Zhang Wuwei remains cold and replies with lifeless blood-red eyes, indeed, they were far weaker. Yan Zhai raises his monstrous hand to attack and declares, words are useless. Yan Zhai clasps his hands before his chest and roars powerfully, fire art. Instantly, the candles inside the lanterns hanging from the tall pillars erupt into raging flames. Flames poured out from the lanterns. The old man controlled enormous fireballs and shouted the technique's name, Scarlet Refinement returned to origin. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he decisively commanded, go. Flames carrying destructive heat thundered down like meteors, heading straight for Zhang Wuwei. Suddenly, Yan Zhai's eyes widened and his pupils contracted. It appeared, that's it, the same one from the old temple. The raging fireballs suddenly froze in midair and warped under an invisible force, making Yan Zhai exclaim in horror, that mystic art that halts the forces of nature. While Zhang Wuwei calmly stared at him and murmured, earth, water, fire, you really know many tricks. The old man threw his head back and laughed wildly, raising his strange hands excitedly. Thanks for the compliment, but that's far from everything I know. Earth art transformation. Zhang Wuwei's expression changed as he exclaimed, what? The solid level floor suddenly shook violently like a stormy sea, making Zhang Wuwei struggle to keep his balance as he murmured, he can even make the floor sway like this. The old man's calculating, threatening voice rang out, as long as I force you to reveal that mystic art. Suddenly his pupils contracted as he exclaimed in astonishment, what? A golden ring of light suddenly appeared beneath the twisting ground. Immediately afterward, a terrifying blast of golden fire erupted violently. Yan Zhai swiftly dodged through the raging flames and shouted approvingly, good reflexes. But your fire is far too weak. At this level, it can only singe my hair. Zhang Wuwei stood there coughing violently, cough, 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 and his weakened state left Yan Zhai puzzled. He wiped away the blood and calmly replied, I never intended to finish you in one strike anyway. Hearing this, Yan Zhai angrily stomped the floor and shouted, you still want to seize the chance to counterattack. While Zhang Wuwei decisively flicked his finger, if one strike can't kill you. Yan Zhai suddenly threw his head back and wildly inhaled a huge amount of air. Zhang Wuwei extended a hand directly toward his opponent and coldly said, then I'll just hit you a few more times. You damn old geezer. After inhaling for a while, Yan Zhai's swollen head expanded like a massive lump and transformed into a purple energy sphere. He then roared and released the energy inside, sending it forward like a drill that tore through the ground. Ferocious purple energy vortices descended as if to crush everything, while Zhang Wuwei lowered his body and struggled to remain standing. Internal pain suddenly erupted, twisting Zhang Wuwei's face as a dark red bloody tear ran from his eye, and he covered his ears while gritting his teeth. You just had to act up at a time like this. The violent purple energy struck its target and pushed Zhang Wuwei across the wooden floor as he gritted his teeth against the crushing pressure and screamed in pain. The violent force blasted straight out of the building. It punched through every wall in its path. Yan Zhai stood tall and looked down at the long skid mark before mocking Zhang Wuwei, who struggled to rise in the distance, just relying on that stubbornly tough body. You truly deserve some praise. Zhang Wuwei coughed painfully. Cough, cough, this is really going to kill me. And you just had to cause trouble now. Yan Zhai frowned slightly and uttered, when Zhang Wuwei's voice echoed, don't hold back, old sir. Use whatever other trump cards you have, because if this is all you've got, you won't beat him. At that moment, Zhang Wuwei's bloodshot eye widened, gleaming with sharp determination. Provoked beyond endurance, Yan Zhai roared so loudly the entire building shook. Arrogant Junior. Immediately afterward, he clasped his hands together and formed a seal. Purple spiritual energy erupted from his palms as he shouted, Mystic Art, Heaven and Earth Absolute Seal. Darkness suddenly descended, leaving Zhang Wuwei frozen as his eyes widened and stared into the void in utter confusion. The surrounding scenery began to distort grotesquely. In the pitch-black space, Zhang Wuwei thought in surprise, light is sealed, sound is blocked, and even the flow of spiritual energy has become unclear. What a powerful barrier. Although I can't hear anything, I can still feel the wind. It seems this barrier specifically targets Zhulong's abilities. Is he trying to conceal his position in the least detectable way? Is he trying to conceal his position in the least detectable way? Yan Zhai once again displayed his powerful lung capacity, frantically inhaling air. Zhang Wuwei's eyes suddenly widened as a murderous red gleam flashed through the darkness, and he wondered, where is he? Cold sweat broke out as he sensed murderous intent closing in from behind, his pupils contracting in terror as a razor-sharp blast tore toward him and sliced his cheek. His hand was also cut. Then his leg was slashed. Zhang Wuwei couldn't suppress a painful scream, as his entire body crashed to the ground. Looking at Zhang Wuwei on the ground, Yan Zhai analyzed, so that's it, abandoning the grand spectacle of five-element magic, and choosing attacks with smaller, harder-to-detect movements instead. That's right, although your demonic art is difficult to deal with. As long as you can't see or hear me, you won't be able to lock onto me. Zhang Wuwei's bloodshot eyes widened in extreme vigilance. Yan Zhai smirked cunningly, his eyes vicious as he revealed his cruel plan. Next, I'll simply wear you down layer by layer until you die. Just then Zhang Wuwei suddenly made his move. Using the wind direction from earlier to calculate my position. Useless, Yan Zhai said before inhaling deeply again. He then exhaled another razor-sharp blast. Zhang Wuwei struggled to dodge aside. The slashes narrowly grazed his body. This won't work. At this rate, I'll eventually be worn to death. This old man's defense is too airtight. Finding an opening in this situation is nearly impossible. I have to lure him close and gamble once, Zhang Wuwei thought while moving, when the floor suddenly turned soft beneath him. Zhang Wuwei's face turned pale as cold sweat poured out. What's happening? It's that move from earlier. Razor-sharp blasts once again tore through the darkness and shot straight toward him. Yan Zhai's triumphant voice rang out, let's see where you can run. But just as the blast struck, Zhang Wuwei quickly vanished from that spot. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Wuwei reappeared nearby. Yan Zhai mocked hoarsely, not a bad little trick, but no matter how fast you run, you're still just a moving target. While Zhang Wuwei clutched the bleeding wound on his chest, pale with pain but remaining conscious as he thought, I avoided a fatal wound. Yan Zhai's voice continued echoing from every direction like a vengeful ghost. You struggled enough to dodge once, but can you dodge the next one? Zhang Wuwei suddenly noticed something unusual and thought, the flow has changed. Zhang Wuwei suddenly realized the enemy was behind him. Yan Zhai once again takes a deep breath. But before he can attack, a brilliant golden pillar of fire crashes down from the sky like lightning. The terrifying force shatters the wooden beams as Zhang Wuwei grits his teeth and thinks in frustration, damn it, I still miss. Relying only on the movement of the wind, I can't detect him quickly enough. Yan Zhai's wild laughter echoes through the darkness as he mocks, ha ha ha, your movement technique is pathetic, you can't even touch the corner of my clothes. Zhang Wuwei lowers his head, slowly closes his eyes and focuses intensely as he mutters, if that's the case. In the pitch-black darkness, an eerie purple aura flashes past like lightning, leaving faint trails of energy in the void. Zhang Wuwei keeps his eyes shut, blocking out all distractions to focus on the moving auras as he thinks, sensing his spiritual power can replace my sight. The enemy's purple spiritual power becomes as clear as a torch in the darkness as Yan Zhai laughs. Ha ha ha, what a fool. He dives down at breakneck speed with razor-sharp claws extended and sneers. You think sensing spiritual power is enough to catch me, even if you know my position. Your movement technique still can't react in time. But just as the claws come within inches of Zhang Wuwei, he suddenly turns and stares at Yan Zhai without the slightest fear. Yan Zhai's eyes widen in horror as he exclaims in disbelief, "What?" Brilliant red energy erupts and locks Yan Zhai's arm in place as Zhang Wuwei calmly explains, "Of course I know that even if I sense exactly where you are, I still can't beat your movement technique." Yan Zhai realizes in panic that his hand is completely immobilized and struggles helplessly, thinking, "Damn it, my hand can't move." Zhang Wuwei wipes away the blood and says, "So I deliberately made you think I'd misjudged the situation, exposed an opening, and made you believe I'd given up, luring you into attacking first. I had already set up a mystical formation only half an inch wide, waiting until you approached to fully activate it." Trapped inside the crimson barrier, Yan Zhai freezes as Zhang Wuwei coldly points out, "Because you're most likely to become careless right before victory," then decisively reaches forward and activates his spell, releasing a burst of crimson-purple energy from his palm. A massive pillar of fire shoots upward and engulfs the enemy as Zhang Wuwei admits, "Although my mastery of fire is indeed still far inferior to yours, and my meager cultivation can't even burn your skin, however." Yan Zhai screams miserably in midair as golden flames engulf his entire body, and he thrashes wildly in unbearable agony. Looking at him, Zhang Wuwei continues, "This instant of burning has been stretched by my spell into 10 quarter hours. No matter how powerful you are, you can't resist the laws of time, right? Though by the time you realize that, half an hour may already have passed." A few words from the author to the readers. Hello, everyone, and thank you sincerely for supporting and accompanying the Demon Sealing quest all this time. Regrettably, due to my limited ability, I couldn't refine this story enough to reach more readers or gain the support needed to continue it, and this result has made me reflect deeply. For me, this was a valuable yet difficult experience. So to thank everyone who followed this journey, and as my final gesture, this last chapter will present the story's general ending through a plot summary and selected scenes. The road of creation is long, and this experience will become a foundation for my future growth. So once again, thank you all for accompanying me, and I hope to meet you again with a more mature work. After defeating Yan Zhai, Zhang Wuwei and Xiao Mo confront Ren Yue's group and discover that his goal has changed to capturing Zhang Wuwei alive as the disaster pawn, taking him back to the old homeland to be killed, and using the resulting calamity power to overthrow the new Crimson Cauldron sect supported by Kunlun. Ren Yue was originally the sect master of the Crimson Cauldron sect, but because he refused to remain Kunlun's puppet, his sect was destroyed and the world believed him dead. Yet he later returned under the name Yell Springs Society, and joined forces with the divine bird Biffing in a plan involving the demon embryo, with Ren Yue using demon blood to create death warriors for revenge and reclaim his sect, while Biffing intended to use those warriors as pawns for a future strike against Kunlun. Just as Ren Yue is about to succeed and the battle reaches its climax, the divine bird Biffing descends, not only to punish Ren Yue's failure, because before Biffing left the Golden Feather Kingdom, Shui Jiang explicitly ordered that the protagonist must survive and reach Kunlun territory so he could create the greatest possible crisis for Kunlun, meaning Biffing has come to forcibly clean up the situation and stop this disruption of the greater plan. To protect her younger sister, Ren Sheng reveals her true demon form and takes Biffing's fatal strike in her place, and her tragic death drives Ren Yue into absolute fury as his hatred over his sect's destruction erupts, allowing him to unleash a heaven-shaking final slash in his sword demon form before death. Although the technique surpasses Biffing, his sword shatters and Ren Yue collapses, plunging everyone into despair. Knowing he has little time left, the protagonist decides to save his companions through mutual destruction by burning himself together with Biffing, but Biffing turns to ashes and is reborn from the flames, then approaches the dying protagonist suffering from the backlash of his power and uses divine blood to burn a mark onto him, acknowledging his victory. Finally, Biffing leaves a strange prophecy, saying that if Xiao Mo considers him important, he must not take him to Kunlun, but if he wants to save his life, he must go to Kunlun before flying away. Amid the purple energy engulfing the area, a meaningful voice rings out, "Ren Yue, it seems you've misunderstood something. I won't allow you to ruin our Lord's plan, because a pawn must understand its place." Purple energy erupts violently like a tsunami, threatening to engulf everything around it. Ren Sheng tightly held the dying Ren Xiao, as both were drenched in blood and despair. Her face covered in blood and tears, Ren Sheng choked out her final words, "Little sister, listen carefully. Little sister, don't let our dream bind you anymore. Live freely. With those words, Ren Sheng's body gradually dissolved into shimmering fragments, leaving Ren Xiao in unbearable grief and loneliness. Ren Yue roared furiously, his eyes blazing with hatred. Bifeng, you damned bastard! A blue demonic energy beast charged forward with destructive force. Facing the attack, Bifeng calmly held his sword and warned coldly, Ren Yue, I already broke your swordsmanship 100 years ago, have you forgot? Ren Yue's sword glowed with eerie pink and blue light, its sharp blade radiating chilling killing intent. He swung his sword, creating a massive crimson-purple energy vortex that tore through the surrounding space. The powerful strike made Bifeng exclaim in shock, what? Ren Yue charged forward and mocked, did you really think all I've learned these years was how to survive on your demon blood? You're the arrogant one, Bifeng. Bifeng recognized his sword techniques and exclaimed in astonishment, your left hand uses your late wife's gentle wind sword art, while your right uses your own moon shadow sword art. You're simultaneously using two different sword arts. And you can actually merge two completely different sword arts into one. Ren Yue coldly replied, it's more than mere fusion. Experience it with your life. Countless sword rays nearly filled the entire space. The two sword arts continuously merged and separated. Every instant produced tens of thousands of new sword paths. Ren Yue's two sword techniques transformed into two ferocious dragons, one blue and one pink. I created this sword formation for your death, do you like it? Bifeng's sword also flashed pink as he sarcastically praised, truly spectacular. But that's all. As he finished speaking, they charged at each other and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Bifeng judged his opponent's technique. Your sword paths may appear to possess tens of thousands of variations, but they are ultimately finite. All your intricacy and every variation remain trapped by the obsession built from love and hatred. What a pity. Anything with form leaves traces whenever it moves. Ren Yue's face was now covered in bleeding cuts as his eyes slowly closed. He then collapsed to the ground. His head and body were severed, yet his hand still tightly gripped his sword as he roared inwardly, what chains? What could you possibly understand? In his memories, white-robed figures surrounded him and coldly declared, let us tell you the truth, Ren Yue, we don't care whether you're righteous or evil, but you must understand that the ownership of this spiritual vein is no longer yours to decide, and we've already given you a choice, making him see through their hypocrisy and think furiously, always preaching righteousness and compassion for all beings, yet you're merely bandits cloaked in justice. Before they continued, refusing to obey is your only original sin. Hatred erupted in his eyes as he shouted, you're the demons, you're the heretics. I will reclaim my homeland. Just as Bifeng was about to leave, tentacles suddenly sprouted from Ren Yue's severed neck. Sensing something strange, Bifeng turned back to look. Ren Yue had now willingly transformed into a demon as the tentacles intertwined into a new head, and he declared, even if they're chains, even if they're obsessions, I'll accept them. Seeing Ren Yue like this, Ren Xiao trembled and cried, F-Father. Xiao Mo exclaimed helplessly, he still didn't die even after being beheaded, while Zhang Wuwei wondered, is this guy even human? Ren Yue's cold voice rang out, we were merely using each other. Let's end this, Bifeng. Bifeng realized he had actually reconstructed his body through sheer obsession and remarked, worthy of praise. Ren Yue furiously charged toward him. Bifeng remained completely calm as he watched him approach. The two charge at each other again as purple light erupts, shaking the entire area and cracking the ground. Ren Yue's demonic face snarls with killing intent, barring terrifying fangs as he swings both swords and unleashes deadly streaks of light. Bifeng sees through his sacrifice and thinks, he abandoned his last chance of survival just to maintain this form. Gripping his sword firmly, he arrogantly challenges, come Ren Yue. Facing the pillar of light erupting from Ren Yue's sword strike, Bifeng remains calm and says, let me see what realm you can reach after abandoning everything. The earth-shaking slash tears the ground apart. Ren Yue's sword shatters through the air as Bifeng admits, Ren Yue, your swordsmanship surpasses mine. Both of Ren Yue's swords are shattered as he raises his head toward the sky. In his final moments, his thoughts turn to his late wife as he chokes out, I'm sorry, my wife. I'm sorry, Ren Xiao. Your father still couldn't do it in the end. His heavy body collapses once more as blood splatters everywhere. Yet that final strike was not useless, as a long wound appears across Bifeng's body and he looks at Ren Yue's corpse before softly saying, farewell, Ren Yue. At that moment, surprise suddenly flashes across Xiao Mo's eyes. Ren Xiao is equally shocked. At some point, Zhang Wuwei has grabbed Bifeng tightly from behind, making Bifeng scream furiously, damn it, let me go, are you trying to take us both down? while Zhang Wuwei's face is already half transformed as he shouts, "Run now, get out of my range." Hearing this, Bifeng finally panics and shouts, "You lunatic." Zhang Wuwei smiles peacefully, accepting his fate to protect everyone as he says, "If I'm going to die sooner or later, I might as well take a few companions with me." A heart-rending scream erupts, "Arg," before being swallowed by the dazzling destructive energy. A gigantic sphere of purple energy explodes, swallowing everything into the void. The energy sphere burns Bifeng until only his skeleton remains. Zhang Wuwei also collapses unconscious onto the ground. After a while, the flames gradually weaken. But suddenly, Bifeng's skeleton begins moving and continuously regenerating, and before long he stands perfectly restored beside Zhang Wuwei, releasing a shimmering drop of blood as he explains, "This is my blood, containing the power of rebirth, and it can temporarily preserve your life. Without the power of rebirth, that attack would have killed me." His lonely figure turns away as he says admiringly, "You won." Before leaving, he gives them a meaningful message. "As your reward for winning, I'll give you a warning." Looking back with an icy gaze, he emphasizes, "If he matters to you, don't take him to Kunlun, but if you want to save his life, you must go to Kunlun. And before long, Kunlun will become a living hell, so think carefully." Xiao Mo and Ren Xiao carry the dying Zhang Wuwei into Kunlun, where the aura of the demon disaster within him immediately alarms the entire sect, exactly as the mastermind Nai Xingxiao intended. So he secretly reveals to the sect master that Zhang Wuwei is Tianking's descendant and carries the disaster within him. Learning that his old friend's son is still alive leaves the sect master deeply shaken and overwhelmed with guilt. So despite all objections, he decides to use Kunlun's supreme treasure, the heart of the creator goddess, which can only be activated once every 10 years, to save Zhang Wuwei. Beneath Kunlun's glorious appearance lies a filthy secret, because for heroes the greatest tragedy is no longer being needed, and to preserve its position as the world's strongest immortal sect, every 10 years Kunlun uses the heart of the creator goddess's reconstructive power to create controllable demonic disasters in remote borderlands, manufacturing demand to prove its own necessity. 10 years ago, Zhang Wuwei's homeland was the chosen sacrifice, while the current sect master remained silent to secure his succession despite once being Zhang Wuwei's grandfather's closest friend, and that sin has tormented him day and night ever since. The scene shifts to a majestic grand hall where elders and high-ranking disciples stand solemnly in formation as the Kunlun sect master walks between them toward the seat of authority, with today's meeting concerning the use of the heart of the creator goddess to save Zhang Wu. Someone calls out, "Kneel." A shout echoes throughout the vast hall in absolute reverence. "We respectfully welcome the sect master." The sect master steps onto the raised platform, turns to look down, and announces, "Begin the deliberation." Elder Pang steps out with his bamboo cane and says, "Sect master, before you arrived, we had already discussed this, and the 6 pavilion masters and I unanimously decided no." Before he can finish, the sect master seated above coldly interrupts with overwhelming authority. "Who gave you permission to speak while standing?" The people below immediately froze in shock. Cold sweat began pouring from their foreheads. The sect leader enunciated coldly, "You are an elder and I am the sect leader." Elder Pang stared upward, fear clear in his cloudy eyes as he stammered, "What?" The sect leader continued oppressively, "When reporting to your superior, you must kneel," as his imposing aura erupted like a dragon glaring at Pang Gonglin, and he demanded, "Do you understand?" Elder Pang tremblingly dropped to his knees on the wooden floor and bowed, "Yes, I overstepped my bounds. Please forgive me, sect leader." Under Kunlun's laws, only the 3 high elders may jointly oppose a decree from the sect leader, and with elders Qing and Gu absent, my word is heaven's will. Pang Gonglin closed his eyes and smiled. "Yes, senior brother sect leader is right." Immediately afterward, he opened his eyes, which gleamed with sinister intent. Using this incident as the perfect excuse to launch a coup, Pang Gonglin addressed his fellow Kunlun disciples. "Disciples, Kunlun was once mighty, but what about now? Are we still the world's foremost immortal sect? Our sect leader is now old and senile. Because of his incompetence, even inferior sects dare challenge us, and because of his weakness, our Kunlun prodigies must endure the contempt and gossip of third-rate sects when they descend the mountain to train. We can wait no longer, we must act. Give this old man a chance and I will lead you to reclaim our lost glory. Give me a chance and I will make Kunlun great again." Afterward, the sect leader was placed under house arrest and said, "Let me tell you a story, a tragic story. Long ago, 3 leaders suppressed the Queen Mother of the West who had brought disaster upon humanity, and they originally sought to eradicate the demonic scourge forever in exchange for eternal peace. Ironically, their companions later founded Kunlun, yet those immortal masters were unwilling to accept it, because without demons or calamities, what purpose would lofty immortal masters like them serve? The three argued with the others but ultimately lost, and their defeat was devastating. Yet one of them forged a blood oath with many others at an immense price, swearing that his descendants would forever possess no spiritual power and forever be barred from the path of immortality, in exchange for Kunlun never persecuting them. Because we knew death is not the end of a hero, being forgotten is. But we broke our promise. With that, the sect leader pulled Nua's heart from his body and forcefully drove it into Zhang Wuwei's meridians, saying, "Today, I return everything that originally belonged to your people." The scene shifted to the corridor outside at dusk, where Pang Gonglin approached with two others as a disciple respectfully reported, "Uncle Master, all disciples loyal to that old man have been subdued, while those left by elders Qing and Gu wisely surrendered, so the rest are no concern. Pass down the order, find that brat and retrieve the object inside his chest intact." Suddenly, a strange light illuminated the entire hall, making Pang Gonglin's group turn around in shock. "What's that? What is it?" At that moment, Nai Shengxiao activated the blood demon, rain began falling outside, and strangely glowing raindrops descended upon the city as someone looked up and wondered, "It's raining." Suddenly, a civilian's eyes glowed purple as he opened his mouth and screamed wildly. Under the blood demon's influence, some citizens instantly became blood corpses, and as one terrified person watched someone beside him collapse, convulse, and glow purple, he shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Quickly call a grand talisman master, he looks seriously ill." Before infected people transformed into monsters and began biting others, making a fleeing man scream, "Monsters, help." Kunlun was one of the 4 worst affected regions as its water sources were immediately contaminated, and countless citizens who had unknowingly drunk the polluted water turned into bloodthirsty undead, while one man pointed at another and shouted, "Immortal Master, he's lying, he's an accomplice of the wine cellar at the North Gate, I saw him last month." And the accused desperately cried, "I'm not lying, I really never drank water from the North Gate." Terrified survivors fled in droves, dragging children and infected people who had not yet transformed toward the southern district, the only safe area. "Why can Boss Kyan enter? His silk shop at the East Gate is almost bigger than our whole street." Boss Kyan immediately retorted, "What nonsense, I already own a house in the southern district, what's wrong with returning home?" While a child cried, "Mom," and the mother fought back tears as she urged, "Stay close to the uncle ahead, don't look back, just keep going." An angry and terrified crowd shoved one another as a wide-eyed man roared, "So what if we drank contaminated water? I want to live. Everyone charge in together, they can't stop us all." At Kunlun, Pang Gonglin coldly calculated, "In less than 2 hours, the 100,000 people in this city will become 100,000 monsters, and then we will certainly die. Does anyone have another proposal?" The atmosphere in the Great Hall turned grim, and no one could offer an answer. Pang Nai, worried about the civilians, coldly demanded, "Why won't any of you say anything? Have you all gone mad? Do you understand what this means?" Pang Gonglin coldly replied, "I already gave them a chance, they destroyed their own chance to survive." The scene then shifted as the citizens saw large numbers of Kunlun members approaching. Seeing this, someone cheered joyfully, "It's the immortal masters, great, we're saved." But the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. The Kunlun people had not come to save them, but to purge the entire city under Pang Gonglin's orders. Inside the hall, Song Lin rushed in and reported, "Sect leader, something terrible has happened. Pavilion Master Pang Nai is leading her disciples to protect the civilians evacuating from the southern district, openly defying orders." Hearing this, Pang Gonglin coldly ordered, "She's rebelling, tell Pavilion Master Yan to arrest her immediately, and if she resists..." While Song Lin stammered this, "Pavilion Master Yan, I'm afraid," prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" Song Lin quickly replied, "A gigantic monster has appeared outside," and the disciple continued reporting, "Several great demons have appeared in the eastern, northern, and western districts. There are no more endless beast discs available in the city, so we had to send disciples there. Most have already been drawn away and are locked in fierce battles. Forget reinforcements, we don't even know whether they can suppress them." Pang Gonglin exclaimed in surprise, "The demons within 100 miles of Kunlun were eradicated over a century ago, so why have great demons suddenly appeared, and precisely when Kunlun is at its weakest?" Another voice rang out mockingly and arrogantly, "Because my lord specially arranged it for you. making the old man look down in horror at the sword piercing his chest. He stared wide-eyed at his attacker and stammered, "Ling Bai Yu." He immediately struck out with a palm, forcing the attacker back. "You're not Ling Bai, who are you?" The man tore away his disguise, revealing a sinister face, and announced, "Heavenly Tiger under the painting immortal." And he was none other than Nai Shengxiao. He began philosophizing, "When you don't have to bear the price of the greater good, anyone can pretend to serve it. Aren't you exactly the same? Why panic now? Ah, I understand, because this time you're the sacrifice. Do you think you alone can overthrow the century-old foundation of my Kunlun?" "Overthrow Kunlun? Sorry, I'm not interested. Even if Kunlun is destroyed, countless new Kunluns will appear 100 or 1,000 years later. The new sect leader's children will still enter the path of immortality, while descendants of new great clans will inherit the power to manipulate the world. The great clans may seem completely renewed, but the kiln remains the same. It's like a child's block tower, collapsing, being rebuilt, then collapsing again." Hearing this, two elders furiously charged at him and shouted, "Arrogant bastard, seize him." Standing within a brilliant purple pillar of light, Nai Shengxiao laughed, repeating this over and over for thousands or tens of thousands of years. "How is today's world any different from yesterday's?" A figure slowly emerged from within the pillar of light. The scar-faced elder froze upon seeing him and exclaimed, "What?" While the young man's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible?" Before both cried out, "Elder Chang," as the man was none other than Chang Yuanyu. "Weren't you already dead?" Nai Shengxiao continued, "The heart always wants something better, and once high wants to climb higher. Greed, jealousy, arrogance, hatred, love, as long as humans still possess emotions." Chang Yuanyu turned toward Nai Shengxiao, cupped his hands, and said, "Leave this place to us." Pang Gonglin suddenly understood. "So that's it, you want to gather every fragment of Nua's heart too." Nai Shengxiao did not deny it. "That's right, I want to reshape the hearts of all humanity." Nai Shengxiao then subdued Elder Pang and easily suppressed all of Kunlun. Nai Shengxiao later appeared where the sect leader and Zhang Wuwei were, saying, "Looks like I'm not too late." Using your own life force to keep him from being crushed by the power of Nua's heart. But such a forceful fusion will only destroy both him and the heart. Forget it, if not for you, this heart of mine would never have seen daylight again, so let me help you finish this final journey. And in the end, he removed Nua's heart fused with Zhang Wuwei without killing him, instead leaving a weakness in his spiritual world and sealing Zhulong's power so Zhang Wuwei could make his own choice before quietly leaving. In the spiritual world, someone sat before Zhang Wuwei and observed him, saying, "Those eyes really look alike," making Zhang Wuwei ask in surprise, "Who are you?" "Do you know who defeated the Queen Mother of the West atop Kunlun long ago?" Zhang Wuwei asked. "The three sages." "Correct, and one of them was an old friend of your ancestor." Zhang Wuwei's face filled with surprise. "What?" Outside, the sky suddenly changed as a gigantic crimson eye opened high above. "What's going on? What is this? Did the enemy use a mystical formation?" Shui Jiang looks up and coldly says, "Just bring out the heart of the creator goddess." "This doesn't seem to be part of our plan, does it?" "Help? I never helped him. I merely gave him the chance to decide his own fate." Within the spiritual world, Zhang Wuwei experiences 100 years, reliving both his own life and Zhulong's as he wonders, "How long has it been? 5 years? 10 years? I can't remember anymore. What exactly have I been pursuing? Sometimes I thought I'd reached the end of the road, only to realize there was never an end." Then Zhulong asks, "Have you finally reached the end after living through my 100 years? So what's your answer? Devour me or let me devour you and end this suffering that never belonged to you?" Zhang Wuwei replies indifferently, "It won't change anything." Zhulong responds just as indifferently, "Suit yourself." Hearing this, Zhang Wuwei says, "I'm no longer myself and you're no longer yourself, so let's rest together," as black and white vortices merge. In the end, Zhang Wuwei and Zhulong's souls and consciousnesses completely fuse. Both refuse to remain pawns any longer. They transform into a new life form. Only their primal instincts remain. It is neither Zhulong nor Zhang Wuwei, but a new life form freed from the fate of being a pawn. Zhang Wuwei looks down and sees a familiar face. Nai Shengxiao smiles with amusement and says, "You've made an interesting choice." Shui Jiang, it seems his attachment to you is the only thing that remained completely intact. Shui Jiang steps forward as power erupts from his body and says, "Since I planted the cause, naturally I will bear its consequence." Kunlun shakes violently as towers collapse into ruins. Shui Jiang forms a hand seal as the third eye on his forehead opens and shines brilliantly. Zhang Wuwei braces himself as the purple energy surrounding his body erupts violently. A white pillar of light pierces the dark sky and shines upon Kunlun's main tower as space shatters like glass and cracks spread across the heavens above. Shui Jiang is completely defeated by Zhang Wuwei and smiles, saying, saying, "Unfortunately, I too am merely one among all living beings." Zhang Wuwei condenses a pitch-black sphere in his hand as an overwhelming aura radiates from his body. Shui Jiang gives up, closes his eyes, and says, "Do it." Suddenly, a hand reaches out and stops Zhang Wuwei. It is none other than Nai Shengxiao, who says, "Sorry, I still can't let you kill him. Something more important is waiting for you below the mountain. We'll meet again." And as he finishes speaking, a pillar of light erupts before Shui Jiang and Nai Shengxiao disappear. Afterward, because he has only just been reborn, he no longer recognizes Zio Mo or Ren Zio. Yet everything in the city awakens emotions that should have vanished. Driven by instinct, he opens a domain that freezes time throughout the entire city, immobilizing all the blood corpses surrounding them. After helping Pang Nai, Zio Mo, and the others successfully evacuate the city's people, Pang Nai, Zio Mo, and Ren Zio stand together as Ren Zio turns and asks, "We'll meet again, right?" Zio Mo answers with determination, "Yes," and after everything is settled, Zhang Wuwei disappears beyond the horizon, bringing the story to an end.